Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel. In our last talk about the first part of I become a powerful sorcerer and use modern knowledge to lead a primitive tribe to civilization, things were already getting exciting. Suyu was originally just an ordinary modern person, but after waking up, he found himself in a strange primitive world. Suyu felt helpless in the face of poor living conditions, backward production methods, and a group of reckless tribal warriors who had no tactics at all. However, fate seemed to favor him very much. A favorability system calling itself Xiao Ai suddenly emerged in his mind. As long as he won the recognition of the tribal members, he could get all kinds of wonderful rewards. From trap making to fire application, from tactical deployment to city construction, Suyu used modern knowledge to lead this primitive tribe towards civilization step by step. In the previous story, we talked about Suyu teaching the tribesmen fighting skills. Taking into account the limitations of existing martial arts, Suyu decided to adjust the teaching methods based on military fighting techniques, increase actual combat lethality, and develop unique moves based on the characteristics of weapons. At the same time, he divided the female warriors into separate groups and trained them to use bows and arrows and throwing weapons to play to their strengths. After half a day of training, Suyu temporarily stopped and planned to rest. At this time, he discovered that the tree house he had customized before had already been built. While he was away, Yaxiang asked Xiao to complete it according to his drawings. Suyu was pleasantly surprised to climb up the tree house and found that it was fully equipped with beds, storage boxes, decorations, and even a hammock woven with mountain spider silk for stargazing and moon watching. This made Suyu very satisfied and felt very grateful for the thoughtfulness of the tribesmen. Just as Suyu was relaxing in the hammock, Xiao appeared and showed great interest in the treehouse. She was surprised by Suyu's creative ideas, but was also very angry at his behavior, especially when Suyu deliberately teased her and invited her to lie on a hammock with him. Although Princess Xia was angry, she finally chose to rest on the animal skin bed and was attracted by the apples in the room. She couldn't stop thinking about this delicious fruit, but she knew that the tribe's stock was limited. If she wanted to eat it, she could only ask Suyu for help. Hey everyone! This video is part 2 of I Become a Powerful Sorcerer and Use Modern Knowledge to Lead a Primitive Tribe to Civilization. If you haven't watched the previous part, you can find the link in the video description. Now, I will explain the new story for you, starting from Chapter 201. Xiao snorted, reached out and picked up an apple, opened her cherry-like mouth slightly, revealing her neat white fangs, and took a light bite with a crisp snapping sound. The juice filled her mouth, so sweet that she narrowed her eyes slightly. It was even more tender and juicy than what she had eaten that night. She leaned lazily on the couch, enjoying this delicious taste. The juice slid down the corners of her lips and spread between her collarbones, making her snow-white skin look even more radiant. Suyu stood aside, her eyes paused slightly, and her Adam's apple rolled slightly. Beauty is a disaster for the country and the people, but it's really beautiful. His eyes subconsciously fell on the apple in Princess Xia's hand, and his tone was flat. Are you here to occupy my house, sleep in my bed, and eat my fruit? Xiao narrowed her eyes, chewed the fruit pulp, and smiled. Wait until I finish eating. Suyu reminded unhappily. That's my fruit. Xiao raised her eyebrows and deliberately sped up her pace. She took a few crunching bites and ate the apple until only a little flesh was left. Then she casually threw it over. I give it back to you. Suyu reached out to take it, looked at the obvious tooth marks on the apple, and raised her eyebrows. It's not good to waste food. He took a bite without hesitation, and with a crunch, he ate the rest of the apple and smiled at Xiao. Thanks, it saves me from going down to get it. Xiao. She was stunned. Her snake tail stiffened slightly, her pupils shrank slightly, and a strange emotion inexplicably arose in her heart. Aren't you afraid of poison? She crossed her arms, her eyes slightly cold. Suyu sneered. With your little bit of poison, it can't hurt me. In fact, he had never thought about this question. Xiao snorted coldly, flicked her tail, changed her posture, hesitated for a moment, and finally said, Suyu, I agree. Suyu raised her eyebrows. What did you promise? Xiao raised her eyes and looked directly at him. Join your tribe. The system prompt sounded in my mind. Ding. The host accepted the transformation of the wild beast for the first time, and the additional reward was the Motherstone transformation technology. Ding! The character card data was updated. So he was slightly surprised. He didn't expect Xiao to make a decision so quickly. He thought that with her personality, she would at least hold on for a while. It seems that this increase in strength has brought her a great shock. He opened the system interface and looked at Xiao Fei's information. Xiao Fei, identity, wild B stage, 26, favorability, average personality, cold, resolute, unyielding, favorite, unknown world ability, super top, skills, lightning, sonic, venom. Suyu glanced at him, then looked at Xiao Fei, who was chewing an apple beside her, with a complicated look. The favorability is not indifferent? Is there something wrong with the system? Xiao Fei seemed not to notice Su Yu's gaze and raised her head casually. This house is nice, I'll stay. Su Yu was stunned for a moment, then reacted. No, this is my house. Xiao Fei snorted disapprovingly. I am one of your people now, so I should have my own house like a witch. But this room is mine. Xiao Fei said confidently. I've already moved in anyway. Su Yu was speechless, looking at this self-righteous snake, and finally compromised. Okay, I can lend it to you, but I will be back at any time, so you should be mentally prepared. Xiao Fei snorted lightly, which was considered as acquiescence. After dinner, Su Yu told Yixiang and others the news that Xiao Fei had joined the tribe. Since she was a member of the tribe's authority could be appropriately relaxed. Afterwards, he played with Kokoro for a while, and then went to Winnie's treehouse. As soon as he entered the room, he saw Winnie lying limply on the bed, like a big salted fish that had wilted in the sun. Even when he saw Su Yu, he just raised his eyelids lazily, with his nose and mouth buried in the quilt, and he made a muffled humming sound. Lynn was tidying up the messy wooden stools. There were many fruit cores scattered on the ground. It was obvious that the house had just been through a commotion. Su Yu looked at this scene and immediately understood the situation. Sister Lynn, I'm here. He greeted. Lynn looked up at him and said helplessly, the room is a bit messy. Just find a place to sit. I'll clean it up and prepare something to eat for you. Su Yu waved her hand. No, I've eaten. He walked to Winnie's bed, looked at her glaring at him fiercely, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and sat down directly. Go away. Winnie kicked him in dissatisfaction. Su Yu chuckled, very fierce. Winnie turned over and used both feet to try to kick him down. I told you not to fool me. She glared at him angrily. Su Yu, don't bully Winnie too much. She's exhausted today. Lynn came over and smiled slightly when she saw the two of them making a fuss. Let Winnie take care of the children. She's already busy and exhausted. Those little guys are even more naughty than when we were little. Su Yu grinned. Hee, I know. It would be strange if Ahua and the others didn't make a fuss. Those children are of different ages and races, and ordinary methods are simply not enough to control them. You can't spoil them too much. You still have to punish them when necessary. As a teacher, you have to have some authority. Lynn frowned and smiled bitterly. You can tell Winnie about this. I usually only see the house in a mess when I come back. I only know what happened when I ask her. After that, she winked at Su Yu and whispered, Winnie hasn't eaten yet. I'll go get her something to eat. The implication is, you should tease her. Lynn walked to the opposite corner, took out the clay pot, meat and seasonings from the wooden box, and built a campfire to prepare dinner. Su Yu glanced at Winnie on the bed. Her lips curled slightly, and she stretched out her hand to gently scratch the soles of her feet a few times. If you don't say anything, I'll continue. After a while of tickling the soles of her feet, the little girl finally couldn't stand it anymore, and she pulled away the quilt and angrily declared surrender. Let me go. You just know how to bully me. Who said that? Su Yu smiled confidently. I saw that you were tired, so I gave you a massage. Bah, you didn't. The magic power seeped into the soles of her feet through her fingertips, and the familiar tingling sensation made Winnie relax. It was indeed quite comfortable. This guy was also quite good sometimes. No, she suddenly woke up. Why was she leaning toward him again? But before she knew it, Winnie's voice became softer and softer, and finally it became completely quiet. Su Yu looked down and was immediately happy. This guy was so comfortable that he fell asleep. A bit of witchcraft power during massage can actually dredge the meridians, promote blood circulation and remove blood stasis, and regulate the body constitution. It feels similar to the witchcraft harmonizing skill. Why did she fall asleep? Lynn came over curiously and took a look. She hasn't eaten yet. Su Yu made a gesture to silence her and said with a smile, let her sleep. She will wake up naturally when she is hungry. Lynn hesitated and finally said nothing, but her cheeks flushed slightly. She hesitated for a moment and asked softly, were you giving Winnie a massage just now? Yes. Su Yu stretched out her hands seriously, grasping and retracting them, her eyes sparkling. Massage. I'm a professional. I have a certificate. I'm honest. Lynn didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She rolled her eyes at him and said, "You are fooling me again. I don't understand you anyway." Then she waved at him and said, "Come over here. Don't wake Winnie up." Great. The two came to the campfire. Lynn found a small wooden stool for Suyu to sit on. Then she spread out her palms and said excitedly, "I can cast fire easily now." Her palm lit up slightly, and a small flame popped up with a red flame tip and a pink flame core, small and exquisite, swaying like a candle in the wind. Perhaps to others, this is just a tiny flame, but to Lynn, it is a big step forward. She had difficulty condensing even this little flame before, but now she can finally control her magic power. Suyu looked at her excited look, raised the corner of her mouth slightly, stretched out her hand, and gently held her palm, raising the flame to her eyes. "I told you, Sister Lynn is amazing. It won't be long before you can be as good as Yaxiang." Lynn glared at him playfully, clenched her palms slightly. The flames went out, and smiled. "When have you ever praised me for being awesome?" She said she was not convinced, but she was happy in her heart. "Okay, you treat Sister Lynn like Coco, and you just say nice things to please me." Suyu shrugged and said seriously, "Sister, I will teach you some letters and words, and you can teach Winnie when she wakes up." Thinking of the trouble caused by the little beasts during the day, Lynn suddenly felt a headache. She shrank her neck and muttered softly, "Just teach Winnie. I still have to sew clothes and practice magic power." Suyu smiled and said, "Isn't Winnie asleep? Then wait until she wakes up, or tomorrow is fine. I'm afraid I'll forget things if there are too many things to do. I may have to leave the camp for a while in the next few days." Suyu rubbed Lynn's hand and said gently, "Sister Lynn, this knowledge is not only for the children to learn, but you will also have to learn it in the future." Lynn had no choice but to nod. "Okay. Why are you going out again suddenly?" Suyu thought about it and told Xiao Ai that she was going to leave the camp. Lynn frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and sighed. "She has lived with us for so long. She is actually a good person. If we let her go back alone, we will also be worried." Suyu smiled and said, "What are you afraid of? We still have Xiao Hunyang. I'm just sending them off. I'm mainly going to the Crescent Moon tribe to check out the situation." Lin looked up at him and suddenly asked, "Have you told Yaxiang and the others about this?" "Not yet. I plan to tell her in the next 2 days." Lin was silent for a moment, then suddenly pulled back her hand, holding Suyu's face with both hands, her clear eyes full of concern. "Yaka is just like us. We will support you no matter what decision you make. But you have to promise us not to do anything reluctantly and come back safely." "I know. There are 5 great witches in the Crescent Moon tribe. Even if we don't count Winnie and Yaxiang's father Song Heihu, there are still 3 witches in power. It is undoubtedly extremely dangerous to sneak in alone." But Lin did not stop them, nor did she persuade them. She believed in Suyu, just as Yaxiang and the others believed in him. This man rarely did anything he was not sure of. Suyu's invisible combat skills are only known by a few witches, such as Yaxiang and Aksu. This skill alone is already a very powerful way to save one's life. The night was silent, with only the crackling of the campfire in the treehouse. The flickering flames cast a warm glow on the 2 people's faces. Lin's hand gently brushed Suyu's cheek and slowly fell. There was no one around. Only Winnie on the bed was still sleeping. Suyu looked at Lin's pretty face, with a familiar fragrance lingering in her nostrils, and suddenly Yaxiang's words flashed through her mind. He subconsciously held Lin's hand, his voice low and gentle. "Lin, are you willing?" Before she finished her words, Lin's heart skipped a beat, as if the chaotic drum beats had instantly resumed their rhythm. She opened her eyes in disbelief and stared at Suyu in a daze. The sound of her heartbeat echoed in her ears, and she even wondered if she had heard it wrongly. Their eyes met. Each other's figures were reflected in each other's pupils. Suyu's lips curled slightly, quietly waiting for Lin's response. Lin did not avoid him, but stared at him, without shyness or panic, only a hint of realization, as if she was in a dream. Until Suyu asked again, "Are you willing?" "Lin." Lin came back to her senses, and the smile on her lips blossomed like a blooming flower, soft and bright. She nodded gently. Her voice was very light, but very firm. "Yeah." One word showed her feelings. Suyu couldn't help but grin. As Lin opened up, her favorability rating rose sharply. Late at night, Suyu tossed and turned and couldn't sleep, so she simply turned on the system to pass the time. He had just unlocked a new technology today, and he hadn't had time to study it yet. Clicking on the system interface, a striking favorability value, 4,200, appeared in the attribute column. Suyu swallowed her saliva, feeling itchy in her heart. Over the past few days, her clansmen and wives had contributed a large amount of favorability, and she had also gained a small amount of wealth. He worked so hard, so it wouldn't be too much to be extravagant, right? But when he thought about the need to exchange a lot of materials for ethnic group construction, he hesitated again. Should he improve the prosperity of his tribe first, or strengthen his own strength? Both are important, and he is torn about which one to choose. Or save it for next time? Suyu rolled her eyes, but her hand unconsciously clicked on the roulette wheel. Hey Xiao Ai, let's draw a lottery. I'm so sorry, I slipped my tongue, it's not my fault. Ding. Host, if you want to draw, then draw. 1,000 favorability points. You can't afford to suffer a loss. You can't afford to be deceived. You can't buy anything, you poor bastard. Wow, grass, a kind of plant. Xiao Ai, you actually dissed me? Suyu was dumbfounded. Xiao Ai, you have changed. In the past, you were cold and arrogant, didn't like to talk, and only mocked me occasionally. Thinking about it carefully, it seems that he hasn't changed much, but his speech is indeed more human. Could it be because of the system repair? Suyu recalled that when he killed Song Dingtian before, the system repair progress increased by 6%, and the current repair status is 30%. But what is the use of this value? What will the system look like after it is fully repaired? Could it be that I've been using a defective system? Suyu asked tentatively. Xiao Ai, are you complete now? I didn't expect to get an answer, but unexpectedly, the system responded. Answer. The system has been in a semi-damaged state. Always. Suyu caught the keywords, and a question arose in his mind. He had been full of doubts about the existence of a system before, but he had never discussed it in depth. I originally thought that the system was just a cold program that simply executed rules, but now it seems that the situation is not that simple. When did you become half-damaged? Suyu instinctively speculated that the system was damaged because it was rejected by the world well after it broke through to the top level. However, the system was silent for a full half-minute before it finally gave a response. Answer. When the star field was first created. Ababa, Ababa. Star field? First created? These words can be understood separately, but when combined together, they make people feel out of tune with this world. Although she only had a partial understanding, Suyu still captured the key information. Star field, perhaps it does not just refer to this world, but a larger system, or even similar to Blue Star, just a planet. The beginning, perhaps it refers to the beginning of a certain era? He frowned and continued to ask. Xiao Ai, does the star field you mentioned include Blue Star? After a brief silence, the system gave a positive answer. Answer. Including. Suyu was shocked and asked, why did you choose me? Am I really dead on Blue Star? He has always been worried about this incident. Back in Blue Star, he jumped into the river to save someone, but lost consciousness and came to this world when he woke up. Now it seems that everything may not be a coincidence, but a certain inevitable arrangement. Answer. Because the search data shows that the host has the highest degree of compatibility. The host did not die, but was randomly teleported to a world in the star field. The more he knew, the more frightened Suyu became. He hesitated, wondering whether he should continue asking. For many things, the unknown might be a kind of gentleness, unless you are ready to bear all the truth. But people's curiosity is always hard to restrain. So you took a deep breath and asked the most core question. System, why are you half damaged? He had imagined countless possibilities. The only explanation for the system being damaged to this extent after rising to the star field was that it had suffered a devastating blow. If this is true, then how powerful would its enemies be? In comparison, I am now as small as a speck of dust. But this time, the system's answer was very straightforward, directly shattering all his guesses. Answer. Unable to explain. When the system started, it was already in a semi-damaged state. Suyu was stunned. Does this mean it was a semi-defective product from the beginning? If his identity and background were changed, this would simply be a script of a reincarnated immortal master. The system threw out a new message at this time. Friendly reminder. The host can restore the system to its complete state by repairing it. The system follows the rules and will evolve and transform at different stages. It seems that there is no more to ask for the time being. Being able to repair and evolve is already good news. However, Suyu is still worried about one thing. Did you know that the worlds will intervene in my consciousness before? Answer. I know. In order to repair itself, The system needs a high-dimensional energy collection. In this world, only the energy of the worlds will meet the standard. In order to read and transform the data, the system has chosen the best solution. Let it intervene. Oh my goodness, the traitor is you. No wonder the repair task has already made over 10% progress from the beginning. Friendly reminder, the intervention of the worlds will not affect the host, but will be beneficial. This is the optimal solution after comprehensive consideration by the system. The system will always be of one mind with you. Hey, oh, what bad intentions can a little system have? Thank you, you immortal boss. Detected that the host is dissatisfied with the system, and the favorability value is continuously deducted. Ding, favorability value -1. Ding, favorability value -1. Ding, favorability value -1. So you smiled in an instant. System, I love you. Answer, heart. The vast horizon is my love. Well, I just like the system, nothing else. Friendly reminder, are you still going to draw the lottery? Suyu was stunned, and then she remembered that she was so busy fighting with the system that she forgot about the important things. After finishing this family routine, she felt much better. Pull, draw, take a chance, and the bicycle will turn into a motorcycle. The screen switches, and the advanced prize pool and roulette appear before your eyes. Suyu's eyes swept over the two, and finally stopped at the roulette wheel. A real man should be a traitor. With a thought, 1,000 favorability points disappeared instantly. Ding, the draw begins. The roulette pointer spun rapidly, and the slender needle tip seemed to pierce Suyu's heart. Suyu held her breath and concentrated, her eyes locked, until the pointer suddenly stopped. Ding, congratulations on winning the participation prize, a pack of tissues. Ding, the trigger of the strong luck failed, and the CD time automatically resets. Suyu, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and he silently comforted himself in his heart. Well, actually, I just like this pack of paper. System, are you kidding me? Even with great luck, I can still trigger failure. Is this roulette a fake? This broken thing? I don't even need to play it. Keep drawing. As long as my thoughts are fast enough, the system won't be able to catch up. The pointer spun again. Suyu's heart was pounding, and she stared at the tip of the needle without blinking. 10 seconds later, the pointer slowly stopped. Thank you, Hui. Suyu's heart instantly sank to the bottom of the sea. However, ding, the strong luck is triggered successfully, and the host's luck is increased. The pointer trembled slightly, and unexpectedly slipped down a grid. Yes. Suyu's eyes lit up, and her breathing quickened. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning the super prize. Mobile Fortress City in the Sky. Wow, 2,000 favorability points in exchange for a god-level item. It's worth it. Stop it. There are 2,200 favorability points left. Don't touch it for now. Excitedly opening the item introduction, the next second, Suyu's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. Item, Mobile Fortress, Sky City category, ultra-modern technological product. Introduction, a floating mobile fortress with an intelligent core fused by ancient creatures with a range of 6 square kilometers. Suitable for living, planting, and construction. Equipped with defensive turrets, energy used, magic power. It has a main fortress that can evolve into a strategic superweapon. Comprehensive evaluation, SSS level. Conditions for opening, favorability 200,000. Suyu, if he hadn't seen the last line, he would have been so happy. 200,000 favorability. System, you might as well sell me. From the perspective of cost performance, this thing is absolutely worth it. It is almost invincible. The enemy has no anti-aircraft combat capability. Our clan can fly directly into the sky, and no one can hit us. But 200,000. Damn, it's really black. While Suyu was cursing, she couldn't help but look at the red glowing item icons in the storage space a few more times, making Biagi sound with her mouth, fully expressing her anger and reluctance. No, I can't look at it anymore. The more I look, the more greedy I am. He quickly shifted his attention and clicked on the skill bar. Mother Stone Transformation Technology. Currently, it is known that the main purpose of the Mother Stone is to store witch power, absorb voodoo, and help the witch awaken. Pico is the only user, but it is still in the initial trial stage, and the effect is unknown. The Mother Stone is limited to 1 per month in the system mall, and the price is 10,000 favorability points, which shows that its value is extremely high. If I could find the origin of the Mother Stone, that would be the biggest help to me. So you clicked on the skill introduction and read it carefully. Detailed explanation of the Mother Stone Transformation Technology. Mother Stone, the crystallized product of witch or has the special functions of absorbing voodoo, storing witch power, and converting energy. There are magical power flowing lines inside it, which can increase affinity and maximize potential by injecting blood. The races that currently master the knowledge of the Mother Stone are the Forest Elves and the Elves. Transformation method. By forcibly injecting a large amount of magic power in a short period of time, destroying its original lines. Combined with the magic power line transformation method, reshape the internal circulation system to make it a higher performance single energy body. Transformation effect. Lose 90% of the ability to absorb voodoo. The storage capacity and conversion efficiency of voodoo power are greatly improved. Energy body. Pure energy crystal obtained after transforming the Mother Stone. It can be used as a core energy source to drive a variety of puppet props and strategic weapons. Can be used in conjunction with magic pattern technology and puppet armor technology. Friendly reminder, magic pattern technology and puppet armor technology can be obtained through the prize pool, roulette, or system tasks. So you was a little confused. Magic pattern technology, puppet armor, isn't this fantasy punk technology? Stone men, mechas, and energy cores all sound like something that only appears in fantasy stories. If this is true, wouldn't it mean that even Gundams could be created in the future? Oh wow, I'm getting more and more excited. But he also knows that the civilization of this world has just entered the Iron Age, and everything is just getting started. Gundam and the like. It sounds like a fantasy. But if one day, he can really make this wild land rise up with technological civilization, what will it be like? Suyu licked the corner of her mouth, her eyes deep. This matter is worth a try. Even if we have the technology, materials are the real problem, and Su, you knows this very well. It is true that the technology is advanced, but there are too many restrictions at the moment. The most critical thing is the core material, Mother Stone. From the introduction, just now, the Mother Stone is the best quality of witch, or, in other words, if you find the witch, or you may find the Mother Stone. More importantly, in this world, besides himself, there are two other races that possess the relevant knowledge about the Mother Stone. One is the Forest Elves, a race that Xiao Ai had mentioned before. The other is the Elves, a name most often heard in fantasy stories on Blue Star. Suyu was tempted, although it was impossible to directly build a modern mecha now, but it would be okay to get some free labor without eating or drinking, right? Of course, this also requires the use of magic pattern technology and puppet armor technology. Otherwise, it can only be viewed, but not used, which is simply torture. There's one more thing that Suyu loves and hates. One word to sum it up, poor. It takes 200,000 favorability points to open the Sky City. It takes favorability points to enhance personal strength. It takes favorability points to develop the tribe. It also takes favorability points to extract new technology. Add it all up, it is already an astronomical figure. Nowadays, so you can stably gain 600 to 800 points of favorability every day. Even if calculated based on the highest value, it will take at least more than a month to solve the current problem. Among them, the physical potions needed to enhance strength and the extraction of new technologies are simply two bottomless black holes. If it weren't for her magical skill, strong luck, so you would probably feel like she owed millions of foreign debts with no end in sight. Therefore, his initial direction was correct, to recruit more female tribesmen and improve overall favorability. The sun will always rise. At the same time, in the Crescent Moon tribe, a week had passed since the negotiations with the Sky Beast tribe, but Song Heihu's mood was getting heavier day by day. Late at night, the tribe's territory gradually became quiet, with only the occasional roar of beasts breaking the silence. Dark clouds obscured the moonlight, and the night was dark, like a thick black cloth pressing on Song Heihu's heart, making him extremely uncomfortable. The women had all fallen asleep, but he sat alone in the hall, staring coldly at the man who had been kneeling on the ground for half a day. A few days ago, Yi Fei and Wang Xian, the chief of the Sky Beast tribe, actually reached an agreement in a casual manner. This made Song Heihu incomprehensible. Yi Fei would understand that the Sky Beast tribe was in such a predicament that this was the best time to annex it. But he actually gave up. Wang Xian had no choice, but why did Yi Fei? Everyone knew that the clan leader's lineage needed fresh support. Jiang Zhan, Han Lai, and Yi Fei all chose peaceful negotiations. There is definitely a secret behind this. The temporary alliance between the Crescent Moon tribe and the Sky Beast tribe is exactly what Song Heihu is most reluctant to see. Perhaps they had sensed some kind of disturbance and had to make this decision. The stalemate between Yi Fei, Wang Xian, and himself had disrupted his plan. Even if he wanted to replan the suppression of the Sky Beast tribe, it would take new time, and as time went on, there would only be more and more variables. The longer the night, the more trouble he had. The situation was out of control, and this feeling made him extremely angry. But something that made him even angrier happened. Song Yuanshan is back. Alone, ragged, unkempt, extremely embarrassed. If it were just that, it would be fine. The key is the purpose of his going out this time. Song Heihu's eyes were cold and fierce, and his anger was even worse. Could it be that this little beast couldn't stand the hardship of the forest and escaped back? You are useless and can only cause trouble. Song Heihu frowned and ignored Song Yuanshan, who knelt on the ground as soon as he entered the door. He watched coldly, allowing his son to lie in the hall with his thin body trembling, without saying a word. Seeing this, the servants and women nearby all lowered their heads, pretending not to see anything and not daring to say anything. It was not until Song Heihu finished dinner, sorted out everything, and made new plans that he finally cast a cold look. His voice was as cold as ice, devoid of any emotion. Why did you come back so soon? Have you finished your eldest brother's work? Song Yuanshan didn't raise his head. When he heard his father's question, his body suddenly trembled and his voice trembled. Brother, we failed to wipe out the witch's tribe. What? Song Heihu's eyes suddenly condensed, and he looked at his son kneeling on the ground in disbelief. Say it again. Song Dingtian failed. Didn't he beat the daughter of Jiang Han's two old ghosts? Or the mysterious warrior that bald Song Qi mentioned? A force of more than 2,000 people, 3 top-notch warriors, couldn't wipe out a small tribe of 100 or so people. It's just a huge joke. Song Heihu snorted coldly and slapped the armrest of the chair with his palm. The clear sound was particularly harsh in the dark hall. Not far away, the women behind the animal curtain were startled and held their breath in silence, fearing that they would accidentally anger the great wizard Song. I couldn't help but complain in my heart. Isn't the second young master looking for death? Who is the eldest young master? The youngest genius in the entire tribe. How could he not be able to wipe out a group of witches? If you want to make up a lie, make it more decent. When the young master comes back, even if Song Dao doesn't punish you, you will not have a good ending. Song Dao has been in a bad mood these days, and you're so good that you just come to him and get scolded. Song Yuanshan knelt on the ground, sweat pouring down his face, his body shaking like a sieve, and his father's cold voice slowly fell. Yuanshan, are you testing my father's patience? Even if you are my son, if you dare to deceive me, do you know what the consequences will be? Song Yuanshan swallowed his saliva, his voice already filled with tears. I dare not. Big Brother led more than 2,000 people to encircle and suppress the witch tribe, and was defeated 3 days ago. Countless members of the tribe were killed or injured, and Big Brother and his men fled in the chaos and have lost their whereabouts. The hall was dead silent. Song Heihu's pupils suddenly contracted. Pa! Song Heihu slapped the chair again, but this time he didn't yell. He knew his second son was weak and incompetent. He knew that he was already furious and would never dare to make up a lie to deceive. But how could he fail in wiping out a small tribe? How could Song Dingtian be defeated by a tribe that could be easily destroyed? Song Heihu frowned, his eyes gloomy, and asked coldly, Why did you fail? Song Yuanshan raised his head slightly, his eyes full of fear, as if he was recalling some unspeakable horror experience. The trembling voice uttered a fact that Song Heihu could hardly accept. There's a half-step great witch in the witch's tribe. Song Heihu's face darkened instantly. Half-step great wizard. This was even more unbelievable than what he had just said. If it wasn't for his own son kneeling here, he really wanted to slap him. Are you kidding me? A half-step great wizard is not a weed on the roadside. It is even harder to be born than a top-notch strongman. On this continent, every half-step great wizard is a well-known existence and the core combat force of the major tribal alliances. How many years of accumulation did this require? How many life and death trials did this require? How could a small tribe of witches have such a genius? Song Heihu stared at Song Yuanshan's face, trying to find even a trace of lying in his eyes. However, there was none. In other words, Ertzi didn't lie. He was shocked and said in a low voice, Are you sure? Is it the daughter of that old ghost Han Lai? Based on his understanding of the witch tribe, the only one who could possibly approach the level of a half-step great, which was Han Lai's daughter. The woman had good talents and a stubborn personality, but her identity as a witch would inevitably limit her growth. Song Yuanshan shook his head and said in a low voice, "No, it's a young man." A man. Song Heihu's pupils shrank, and a figure suddenly appeared in his mind. The mysterious warrior mentioned by the bald Song Qi. It is said that he had once achieved a breakthrough in battle and had extraordinary combat power. But how long has it been? He has been promoted from a super first rate to a half-step great wizard. It's unbelievable. Song Heihu's heart was in turmoil, but he didn't say anything, just looked at Song Yuanshan coldly. He didn't want to believe it, but his intuition told him that Ertzi wouldn't lie about this. After a moment of silence, he put away his shock and asked, "Ding Tian is missing?" He was no longer willing to dwell on his failure. After all, facing a half-step great wizard was indeed beyond his expectations. But more important than failure is the life and death of the eldest son. Song Yuanshan nodded and said bitterly, "At that time, the battlefield was in chaos, and my eldest brother was seriously injured. He took the tribe and fled in the chaos. I don't know where he went." Song Heihu's eyes suddenly turned cold. His eyes were as cold as a poisonous snake, causing Song Yuanshan's whole body to freeze, and even breathing became difficult. He said that Ding Tian was seriously injured and escaped. Song Yuanshan swallowed and said nervously, "Yes, yes." Facing a half-step great wizard, could Ding Tian have escaped? Song Heihu's voice became even colder. He knew the difference in strength best. How could a top-notch warrior escape from the eyes of a half-step wizard? He naturally didn't want his son to get into trouble, but he wouldn't make meaningless guesses. Song Yuanshan pursed his lips as if he had already thought of an explanation and said with gritted teeth, "Brother used the fighting skills taught by my father to fight the opponent. Although he was seriously injured, he also injured the opponent. The man seemed to be afraid of my brother's fighting skills, and he also wanted to protect the group of witches, so he didn't dare to pursue further." Song Heihu was silent. A huge rock hanging in his heart slowly fell to the ground. These words really dispelled his doubts, because he had absolute confidence in his fighting skills. Fighting skills that could penetrate the enemy's magic defense were definitely not comparable to ordinary martial arts. He relied on this fighting skill to dominate the world for more than 10 years and had few rivals. It was possible that Ding Tian had injured a half-step great wizard with it. This showed that the man's half-step great wizard realm was not yet stable, and he must have broken through not long ago. But no matter what, the most important thing is that his son can escape alive. Song Heihu naturally didn't know that Song Yuanshan's words were a mixture of truth and falsehood. True and false are the easiest things to make people misjudge. He mixed the false with the real and made his father believe the fact he wanted to believe the most. After a long silence, Song Heihu finally withdrew his mental pressure on Song Yuanshan. He slowly said, "Ding Tian escaped. Why did you come back alone?" Song Yuanshan smiled bitterly, "Because no one is willing to follow me." Okay. Song Heihu was speechless. This was probably the most honest sentence he had heard today. The eldest young master with the aura of a genius, and the second son who was a waste. No matter who it was, he would know who to follow. Song Heihu snorted coldly, but he was slightly unhappy in his heart. Even this waste could come back safely. How could Ding Tian be missing? But soon, he was relieved again. Ding Tian is aloof and arrogant, and he never admits defeat. He probably wants to get back what he lost by his own strength. His strength was close to that of a half-step great wizard, and if this failure stimulated his potential to break through, it would be a good thing. However, becoming a strong person does not only rely on talent and fighting. The strong must learn to use all the resources and forces around them. In the tribe, his father is his opportunity, and his tribe members are his power. Song Heihu's son does not need to prove himself through life and death. After pondering for a moment, Song Heihu finally waved his hand. "Yuanshan, mobilize all the faithful slaves to find Ding Tian's whereabouts as soon as possible." "Yes, father." "Okay, you go back first. I'll call you if there's anything." Song Heihu waved his hand, obviously unwilling to look at his second son's cowardly look any longer. Song Yuanshan stood up. His knees were numb from kneeling for a long time. He almost couldn't stand and felt dizzy. Seeing this, Song Heihu frowned even deeper and felt even more disgusted. "I have been brave and powerful all my life, but I gave birth to such a waste." Just as Song Yuanshan was trembling towards the door, Song Heihu suddenly spoke coldly. "Have you seen those witches?" Song Yuanshan's body stiffened, his heart tightened, and he thought quickly. Why did father suddenly care about this? Was it a simple question, or some other purpose? Although he was alert, he did not dare to neglect it. He immediately turned around and bowed. I saw it. Song Heihu's eyes were slightly cold, and he said slowly, "How is your strength?" Song Heihu's casual question did not sound as bland as it seemed to Song Yuanshan. Father would not mention the witch for no reason. He must have a deeper purpose. But what purpose? Song Yuanshan could not guess. How should he answer? The truth? That was impossible. This trip to the mountains and forests completely overturned his cognition. If he told the truth, would his father believe it? Absolutely not. Everyone in the Crescent Moon tribe, even my father, still had the old perception of the witch, a cursed woman with weak powers, limited ability to break through, and only second-rate for the rest of her life. They are weak, helpless, and abandoned, and eventually become bones in the wilderness, which even wild animals are too lazy to eat. This is the general perception of this continent. But Song Yuanshan witnessed it with his own eyes. They lived better than the people in the tribe. Their strength broke the established rules. Second-rate, first-rate, super first-rate. These were not the witches that we knew in the past. What's more frightening is that all these changes seem to revolve around one person, Suyu. This mysterious man is bringing a new order to the witch. Countless thoughts flashed through Song Yuanshan's mind, and in just 2 or 3 seconds, he made a choice. Very poor. He bowed his head respectfully and said in a flat tone, "There's only one first-class warrior who can use fire. The other witches are very weak." Song Heihu's eyes darkened slightly, and after a moment, he waved his hand. "Got it." Song Yuanshan took a few steps back calmly, walked out of the house, and disappeared into the darkness. The house fell into silence again, and Song Heihu narrowed his eyes slightly. The witch still didn't work. Or rather, she hadn't reached the level he needed. Even if he caught it, its value would still be limited. He slowly stretched out his hand and clenched it into a fist. On his fist, which was as hard as cast iron, golden magic power slowly flowed between his skin and flesh. It still has to be second-rate or above. Over the years, he has captured many witches privately, but has never been able to achieve the result he wanted. But what that person said should be correct. A witch is a necessary condition, but she must be a strong witch. Song Heihu thought deeply for a long time and made a decision in his heart to change strategy. The current situation is changing rapidly and he cannot act at will, but the time to close the net is approaching. The first negotiation with the Sky Beast tribe is just the beginning, and the moment that truly determines the fate of the two tribes is about to come. What will Yi Fei choose on the day of the alliance between the two tribes? Song Heihu tapped the armrest of the chair with his left hand and thought for a long time. At the same time, in the past 2 days, the combat training of Si Jiao and others in the Rose tribe has begun to take shape. With the blessing of witchcraft, the training effect is far better than that of ordinary people on Blue Star, and it is twice the result with half the effort, and the results are remarkable. At the same time, the iron smelting workshop was also progressing smoothly. Most of the first batch of iron ore had been consumed, and the living tools, farm tools, and some weapons produced had all been put into use, with good feedback from the tribesmen. Suyu had been busy making blueprints for catapults and siege equipment these past 2 days, and planned to let Si Jiao lead others to learn how to do it after leaving the camp. Winnie's treehouse was no longer as noisy as it was at the beginning. The children were obviously much more obedient. No one knew what method Winnie used, but they only knew that when the little beasts saw the long wooden sticks, they would immediately hide their hands behind their backs. But even so, the children still go to the treehouse to study every day, just because if they listen carefully and answer correctly, they will be rewarded with delicious food. Xiao Ai and Xiao Hunyang arrived as promised. Suyu saw them from afar and smiled. "Are you ready?" He glanced around and frowned slightly. "This bag, is it too simple?" He flipped through Xiao Huahua's animal skin package and found only some dried meat and a water bag inside. "That's all you need?" Xiao Huahua smiled and nodded. "That's enough." Suyu's lips curled slightly, and her eyes fell on her meaningfully. "Why don't you bring a few pieces of Lynn's sewn clothes? Don't you like them very much?" Xiao Huahua's clothes had obviously changed. The silk dresses she wore in the past were gone, replaced by a simple linen dress that she wore next to her body, with nothing inside. Women love beautiful clothes the most, so why would Xiao Huahua be so plain? This woman was obviously doing it on purpose. Xiao Huahua lifted the hair beside her ear, still smiling. When you're going on a long journey, it's better to be more convenient. Suyu chuckled and didn't ask any more questions. She just casually stuffed a few bags of supplies she had prepared in advance in her package. Xiao Hua was stunned for a moment, and the package suddenly bulged. She looked down and saw that it contained clothes handmade by Lynn, extra food, and several spare animal skins for cold protection. What are you doing? Suyu shrugged. If you don't take it, I'll bring it for you. Xiao Hua stared at Suyu with deep eyes. After a moment, she smiled gently and did not refuse. Xiao Hunyang stood aside, smiling slightly, with a look of ambiguous relief in her eyes. At this time, Si Jiao and others came over, their eyes reluctant to leave. Xiao Hua, are you really not staying? Xiao Hua smiled and shook her head. I have to go back and take a look. Will you come back? Si Jiao couldn't help asking. Xiao Hua paused slightly, looked at Suyu, then raised the corner of her mouth slightly, and smiled without saying anything. Suyu looked at her, shook her head gently, and said with certainty, she will. Xiao Hua's eyes flickered slightly, and suddenly she smiled. Yes, I will. The wind blew gently, curling the girl's hair, and her eyes were filled with deep thoughts. Is this departure, a farewell, or a new beginning? Xiao Hua curled her lips and turned away coldly. No need. There was a subtle embarrassment in the air. Suyu coughed lightly and changed the subject tactfully. Are the meat and water enough? Do you want Winnie to prepare some more for you? No, I don't eat much. Tiger Mother can take her own portion. Xiao Hua shook her head, her tone still indifferent. Suyu looked at her light bag. The corner of her mouth twitched slightly, and in the end she said nothing more. She just picked up her animal skin bag, put on the overlord bow and the sword in the stone, and waved to them. Okay, let's go. The three of them came to Winnie's tree house, said hello, and then left the camp with the wolf lion. On the way, I happened to run into Princess Sha, the arrogant and cold snake woman, like a female CEO with a poodle, glanced at me indifferently, but her expression was rare and good. The big mouth beside her lowered its head and shook left and right, digging at the soil and the grass and making excited humming sounds. But when he saw Suyu, his eyes lit up instantly, and he ran towards him happily. This, Suyu raised his hand to hold its forehead, letting it jump with its 4 claws, but it couldn't reach him. Hi, Ao Fei. You look so beautiful today. Sha Fei glanced at him sideways and raised her chin with disdain. Humph. You want to leave? She was too lazy to correct Suyu's teasing name. Yes, it will take a while. Suyu replied casually, rubbing Dezue's head at the same time, and said seriously, I'll leave it to you first, but don't raise it to be like Wolf 1 and Wolf 2. Sha Fei glanced coldly. Are you referring to the 2 coyotes? Yes. The snake girl snorted coldly. It is a mountain beast, not a coyote. It will not become like that. Suyu glanced at the big mouth with tongue wagging and saliva flying, her eyes full of suspicion. What is the difference between this thing and Era? He sighed and waved his hand. Anyway, just remember it. Suyu's clan is located deep in the northern mountains. The terrain is remote and desolate, and there are not many ethnic groups living around. According to Xiao Hua's understanding, based on a Black Snake clan's old camp, the White Tiger Alliance is about 8 days' walk away. This is the speed of riding a horse. If walking, it would probably take 10 days or even longer. In the past, Xiao Hua would have complained bitterly. But this time, she said nothing and had no complaints. Soon, half a day passed. The 3 of them left the forest, lost the shelter of the trees, and entered the boundless wilderness. The blazing sun was scorching the earth mercilessly. If it were in the forest, the towering branches and leaves could still block the sun, and the temperature would not be unbearable. But at this moment, the wilderness without shelter truly showed its most brutal side. The air was as hot as an iron plate roasted by flames, and the surface temperature was enough to make people sweat profusely. Suyu finally felt firsthand how terrifying the dog days of summer in this world were. The heat wave hit them in the face, and the air was filled with a burning smell. The world was like a steamer, swallowing them mercilessly. Ah! The wolf lion panted, opened its mouth wide, and let its tongue hang down. It ran and panted, looking exhausted. When passing by the former Black Snake clan camp, Suyu noticed that a new group of Ronin had appeared here. There were 5 or 6 animal hide tents scattered around the pond. 7 or 8 men and women were washing themselves in the water, their naked skin reflecting the blazing sun. This is the only water source nearby. If the wolves and lions are not allowed to cool down, they will probably faint from the heat. Suyu had no choice but to let the wolf lion go over to drink water first, while she stopped across the reed marsh with Xiao Hua and Xiao Hunyang. The two wolf lions whimpered and then began to drink. The Ronin group on the other side of the pool also noticed them. Shua. Everyone was alert instantly. The men who were taking a bath immediately picked up their bone knives, and the women also picked up their crude weapons and stared at this side nervously. Their eyes all fell on the wolf lion. This is not an ordinary beast, but a ferocious wilderness hunter. It is a beast between second-rate and third-rate, slower than the moonlight leopard, but more ferocious. In the eyes of ordinary Ronin groups, this is already an extremely dangerous existence. Not to mention, there are two of them in front of them at once. 2 men, 5 women, and just one first-rate warrior, and just a woman at that. They kept looking at the wolf lion, as if they were weighing whether to hunt it or not. In the wilderness, wild animals are a scarce resource, and they will not easily let go of any target that can be hunted. Xiao Hunyang casually bit a piece of dried meat, drank a sip of water, and glanced at the other side. They seemed to be coming over, Suyu. Suyu glanced at them casually and said lazily, "It's okay, they can't beat you." Xiao Huahua glanced at the other side and said calmly, "If it doesn't work, let Tiger Mother scare them away." Xiao Hunyang licked the corner of her mouth and showed a malicious smile. Even if Suyu was not there, she alone was enough to easily crush the opponent. No need. Suyu waved his hand. He originally just wanted to let the wolf lion rest for a while and then leave. If the other party did not take the initiative to provoke, there was no need to cause trouble. Moreover, these Ronin groups looked dusty and poor, and there was nothing worth stealing. However, a few minutes later, Suyu frowned. That group of people really approached cautiously. Suyu raised her eyes, her gaze slightly cold. In the wilderness, the rules of survival are simple. The strong are respected, and the weak are preyed upon by the strong. Are they planning to fight? Chapter 2, 10 Acquaintance. Xiao Hu's mother chuckled, moved her shoulders, and stretched her muscles a few times, looking quite happy. Xiao Huahua leaned closer to Suyu, grabbed Suyu's clothes with her little hands. Her eyes were sad, and she looked like a weak woman. No. Shouldn't you hide behind Xiao Hunyang? Besides, this girl has never acted like a weak woman. She can go up to the roof and down to the vegetable garden. Is this what they call being unable to unscrew the bottle cap outside and being able to do it with bare hands at home? So terrifying. After a while, the reeds were swept away by the bone spears. The group of people were dumbfounded and subconsciously stepped back. Because behind the wolf lion, there were actually 3 people. Because the wolf lion was large in size and blocked by the reeds, it did not notice Su Yu and the other 2. The woman in the lead had a pretty face, but was rather thin. Her face was slightly yellow, and her long hair was tied into a ponytail. The bone knife in her hand was sharpened to a point. After seeing the King Kong Barbie Xiao Ai, she swallowed silently. This woman looks more difficult to deal with than a wolf or a lion. How did you get so strong? The other man and woman had fair skin, rosy complexions, and were well-dressed. It was obvious that they came from a large tribe. As for the two wolf lions, they watched coldly from the side, making threatening, whimpering sounds in their throats, but did not attack the three people. Could be that they raised it. It should be unlikely. The skinny woman was a little confused, and there was a hint of fear in her eyes, but she did not retreat like the tribesmen around her. Instead, she took a step forward alone. "This is our place. Please leave immediately." Considering that the other party might be someone from a large tribe, the woman did not dare to take action. Of course, what she was afraid of was not the big tribe, but the King Kong Barbie Xiao Ai. For nomadic Ronin groups, alliances, tribes, and ethnic groups are all the same size. They have no fixed place to live, will not stay in one place for a long time, and will not worry about being retaliated against by others. Not being afraid doesn't mean you can do stupid things. At least the skinny woman felt that it would take a lot of effort for a group of them to win over the fat girl in front of them. The two wolf lions are not included. As for the delicate and tender Xiao Ai and Su Yu, they were simply ignored. You're not going to fight anymore? That's so boring. Xiao Hu's mother curled her lips, a little disappointed. A body as big as a mountain stood up, scaring the group of people so much that they took a step back. The sense of oppression is indeed very strong. I guess his strength is about the same as mine, at the first-rate level. The skinny woman frowned. As a fellow soldier and the leader of this group, she felt embarrassed to be insulted in front of others. She said angrily, "If you want to fight, I will accompany you." She pointed the bone knife at Su Yu and Xiao Ai and said coldly, "However, I can't guarantee the life or death of these two people." After he finished speaking, several tribesmen understood what he meant and gathered around him instantly, pointing the bone knives and bone spears in their hands at Xiao Ai and the other two. The meaning is very clear. "I can fight you, but my people will attack them." The skinny woman said in a deep voice, "Either leave quickly or don't leave at all." Faced with the naked threat, Xiao Ai didn't care at all, and the smile on her face became even bigger. "What a joke! My lady is indeed a whore." But Su Yu is not like that. Xiao Ai's fists were clenched so hard that they made a creaking sound, and the skinny woman also had a frown on her face. The atmosphere suddenly became tense, and the spark between the two people was about to fly. However, at this moment, an unexpected scene appeared. The two men who had gathered around, after carefully looking at Su Yu for several times, were suddenly stunned, took a few steps back, fell to the ground, and the bone knives in their hands flew out, and they cried out in surprise. "It's you!" The two men looked around nervously, as if they were afraid of something, and their bodies were trembling. This sudden scream startled everyone. Even Su Yu was a little confused. She glanced at the two of them and found that they looked a little familiar. Malu, what are you yelling about? Stand up and pick up the knife." The skinny woman was immediately angry. The other party was not a monster, so why was she so scared? "My own people are so cowardly. They don't act like men at all." The four women standing by were also dumbfounded and looked at the two men with contempt. Chapter 211, Picking Up Treasures When Going Out. These two men had just joined recently, and to be honest, they were not favored by the women. After all, they had not been together for a long time, their strength was low, and everyone knew the purpose of their joining. Most likely, he was attracted by the fact that there were many women in this Ronin group. Of course, for the continuation of the race, this is not a shameful thing. It is a good thing that there are men in the group who can do a lot of the rough work. However, I'm afraid no one would like such a timid and spineless man. Humans admire strong warriors and naturally look down on cowardly and weak behavior, especially among men. Their actions were equivalent to losing their mate rights in the group. Faced with the leader's scolding, the two men seemed to wake up and stood up tremblingly. The man called Ma Wu turned his head away, looking embarrassed with the corners of his mouth twitching. "Chief, put down your weapons." The man explained to the skinny woman awkwardly and bitterly, "Chief, this man is a great witch. I'll let you go what?" The female leader was so angry that she choked in the middle of her words. She stared with wide eyes, thinking about Ma Wu's words. It felt like a string in my head broke, and I instantly lost the ability to think. Great Witch? What the hell? Is it very strong? No, it's the Great Witch. That tender-skinned man. Not only the female leader, the four women also felt their scalps tingling. Their hands holding the bone knives and bone spears were stiff, and the bone spurs on the knife tips were pointing at Suyu. They didn't know whether to retract them or not, and they just stood there at a loss. Mawuka had no way of caring about the tribesman's thoughts. He turned around again and smiled at Suyu flatteringly. Great witch, do you still remember me? Suyu then took a closer look, and suddenly several images flashed through her mind, and she couldn't help laughing. It's really fate. It could be them. Suyu couldn't help but laugh. It's you, why are you here? The man in front of him was none other than the group of people he had rescued when he met Pico and Yuzu on the way to the iron mine. Upon hearing this, Ma Wu's tense mood eased a little. The man in front of him was still the same as before, with a friendly face and looking harmless. Of course, if he had not witnessed the battle between man and beast, he might really think so. That might be a scene he would never forget in his life. Ma Wu scratched his head awkwardly and replied, "When you saved us, we had nowhere to go, so we kept walking west. Finally, we passed by this area and met the leader Yin Yin, and then we joined them." Yin Yin should be the name of the female leader. Suyu nodded. "I remember there were 3 of you, right? You mean to Biao? He's dead. He encountered a lot of wild beasts along the way, and Biao couldn't escape and was eaten by them." Ma Lu on the side added in a low voice, "Did you just call me Great Wizard?" Suyu smiled slyly. Yes. Ma Wu didn't dare to look into Suyu's eyes. He lowered his head with fear in his voice. "But I don't remember telling you that I am a great witch." After Suyu finished speaking, the 5 people, Ma, became numb, as their name suggests. They realized that they had talked too much and dare not hide anything anymore. I saw you kill the chief witch of the Sky Beast tribe." Ma Wu was also helpless. If he didn't remind his fellow tribesmen that the man in front of them was a great witch, if a fight broke out, would he and his group be able to survive? The first time he saw Suyu was when he was rescued by Li. At that time, he thought Suyu was just a slave kept by the witches. However, his subsequent experiences completely changed his mind. Suyu was also a little surprised and narrowed her eyes slightly. "You were there too?" Ma Wu nodded. "We originally planned to leave, but after 2 days we turned back. We still want to go to the mountains to have a look, hoping to find some more refugee tribesmen to go with us. After all, our strength is too low, and it is too dangerous to cross the forest." Then I saw the great witch fighting with the giant snake. What happens next is self-evident. Suyu nodded. The scene was chaotic at the time, and the 3 people were probably hiding very far away, so she didn't notice them. Ma Wu naturally didn't know Suyu's strength, but he instinctively felt that a person who could kill a great wizard must also be a great wizard. That's why they were so scared when they recognized Suyu. "Then you are really lucky," Suyu said meaningfully, with invisible pressure emanating from her. The 2 men were so frightened that they dared not move. At that time, the battle between Sun Tian and Heishan affected a wide range, and many members of the Tinsho tribe died. The 2 of them actually survived, but the one called the Biao was unlucky and escaped the first day, but not the 15th. Suyu chuckled and suddenly returned to her harmless appearance. Now that Sun Tian's matter is over, there's no need to bother with these 2. He stood up, called the wolf lion over, and waved to Xiao Ai. "Okay, we have rested enough, let's go." The 3 men got on the wolf lion, but before they could make any move, the female leader blocked their way with a frown. "Why, you want to fight again?" Xiao Hu's mother asked cheerfully. Yin Yin shook her head and looked at Suyu. "I have something to talk to you about." "What's the matter?" Suyu looked at Yin Yin and suddenly felt a little admiration for this woman. Knowing that he was a great wizard, he still dared to block the way. This courage alone is beyond the reach of ordinary people. Yin Yin looked up and asked seriously, "Ma Lu once told me that the person who saved him was with the witch. Is that true?" Yin Yin would ask about the past of the men who joined the group. Ma didn't dare to say too much. It was the simple-minded Ma Lu who told him about being saved by the witch. Yin Yin also knew that the woman who saved them was most likely from a tribe of witches. "I didn't know a few witches," Suyu said with a smile. Xiao Ai looked at him with contempt behind his back, asking which ones you know. "That's a bunch of all right." Yin Yin subconsciously glanced at her clansmen. 3 of the women had eager eyes, which made Suyu look at them suspiciously. She continued, "Can you tell me where they are? Or the direction of the camp? Do you have something to do with them?" Yin Yin hesitated for a while and shook her head. "To be precise, my sister is looking for them for something." She waved to the side, and 3 young women came over. They looked at Suyu, their eyes full of anticipation and their hearts beating fast. "I heard from Ma Lu that you were with a witch. That witch is very powerful and should have a good status in the tribe. So, I hope you can give them some pointers. Yin no longer hesitated and said directly, "These three women are all witches. I saved them accidentally." Which? Suyu suddenly became alert. The author has something to say. "Hello everyone. I am Zha Wu. If you are a brother, please come." Chapter 212, after all, I'm not a devil. Yes, I also happened to hear people talking about it in the White Pigeon Trading Tribe. They said there was a small tribe of witches in this area, so I brought them here. Yin explained, ordinary tribes would not take them in. Yin's words not only surprised Suyu, but also shocked Ma Wu and Ma Lu. They were planning to find a woman in the group to carry on the family line. So how the hell did they end up with the witch? Among those three women, there's one that I like. Now, not only my heart feels cold, but my hands and feet are even colder. Suyu thought about it and looked at the three witches carefully. One is 17 or 18 years old, and the other two are around 20 years old, all in the prime of their youth. However, all three of them were skinny and dirty. Their tattered animal skins could barely cover their bodies, and their skin was dry and yellow. The only thing on his body that was clean and bright was his eyes. "My last name is Su. You can call me Great Witch Su." Suyu said slowly, "I can agree that you can join my tribe and guide you. However, you need to swear an oath to me. The shrine maiden that you rescued and the shrine maiden that came to you voluntarily give people completely different feelings." Although the three women looked ignorant and suffered hardships, to be on the safe side, Suyu still took some precautions. He couldn't guess the human heart, but at least the heavenly oath could eliminate most of the hidden dangers. Of course, the content of the oath is determined by oneself, so there must be no mistakes. The three women nodded almost without hesitation. After going through so much hardship and being abandoned by their closest relatives, what they long for most is to live with their own kind. Now that I have hope, I naturally won't refuse it. Yin did not stop them and let Suyu take them to the reeds to complete the ceremony. The three women were named Ame, Hualing, and Yizi. Yizi was the youngest, having just turned 18. What surprised Suyu was that among these three priestesses, two were friendly to the element of fire, and one was friendly to the element of iron. Is this what is called the protagonist's halo? Pick up treasures as soon as you go out? Yin was relieved that her former tribesmen now had a stable place to go, but her mission was not yet completed. "When do you plan to set off?" Suyu asked. "This place is quite far from my camp. I'll take them there after I finish packing." Yin said, "Thank you very much. After all, Suyu couldn't get away for the time being, and it would be much safer with Yin's escort." Yin then forced a smile and said, "No need to thank me. They have been with me for 2 years, and we are like sisters. I also hope that they can have a stable home. I will leave when I am sure that there is no problem with their lives." It turned out that she was worried that she was cheating on her. It's human nature. I was worried about that just now. "Okay, when you get there, just find a tribe leader or the witch named Yaxiang and tell them that it was my decision." Suyu smiled and suddenly said, "Of course, if you think it's a good place to live, you can choose to stay. If you want to join, just tell the tribe leader." Generally speaking, wandering groups that are used to nomadism rarely think of settling down. But Yin was pulled by the three girls by her clothes, so she took back the words that were on the tip of her tongue. After hesitating for a while, she slowly nodded and said, "I'll consider it." It was then that Suyu noticed the distraught Ma Wu and Ma Lu. This, a familiar scene. I have to say, these two brothers are so miserable. But you can't blame me for this. After all, I'm not a devil. Ha ha ha. What about you two? Do you want to go together? Suyu asked with a smile. Great Witch Su, please put away your magical powers. Is there any chance for us two brothers to survive? Ma Wu and Ma Lu felt bitter inside. Chief Yin and the others were all women, so they were naturally not afraid of going to the witch's tribe. But they are different. The last time I met Suyu, it was because of the witch that I left in disappointment. How come we are so unlucky? Now that Yin has made her decision, they naturally cannot change it. Ma Wu's mouth twitched, he sighed, and looked at Yin awkwardly. Chief, Ma Lu and I decided not to go. Okay. Yin didn't have much feeling for the two men who had just joined, so she nodded immediately. The group of people then returned to the camp by the lake and began to pack their luggage. Out of guilt, Yin gave Ma Wu and Ma Liu more meat. The two men just sat in the tent in silence, continuing to think about their future life. They are different from Yin and the others. They are not in a hurry to leave, so they don't need to do anything for the time being. Of course, they never wanted to see Suyu's face again in their lifetime. Suyu followed and found that this group of people actually had 4 horses. Did they steal them? They had 2 more horses than her own family. Horses may not mean much to the tribal alliance, but in the eyes of the tribes and Ronin groups, they are very valuable resources. I have to say that Yunyan is a capable woman. While the women were packing their things, Yunyan came to Suyu and said curiously, I have traveled to many places, and you are the youngest great wizard I have ever seen. You are more powerful than the geniuses in the alliance. I think so too. Suyu pinched her chin and smiled shamelessly. Looking at this tall woman who was speechless after she ended the topic, Suyu couldn't help but laugh. You have been to many places? Yeah. Yunyan nodded. How big is this continent? Suyu asked casually. It was just a boring question to pass the time, but Yunyan started thinking about it seriously. It seems that this woman doesn't like jokes. After a long while, Yunyan said, It's not that big. I've been near a body of water before. Out of curiosity, I walked along the water for a while. I didn't expect that I would end up almost back to where I was. Suyu became interested. How long did it take? Did you ride a horse? Well, we walked for about 4 months in total. Then we left the water and met Ame and the others. Oh, Suyu calculated in her mind that if she rode a horse at a rate of 50 kilometers a day, that would be about 6,000 kilometers in 4 months. If calculated according to the area of the circle, that is to say, the area of this continent is still considerable. Of course, this is an ideal algorithm. Yunyan doesn't look like the type of person who doesn't eat or drink and just wants to rush on the road. During these 4 months, I estimate that a lot of time will have to be cut out for hunting, resting, etc. Suyu immediately changed the subject. What color is the water area you're talking about? Blue, just like the sky, very beautiful. Yunyan smiled and said, People on our continent have never been out. We are all very curious about what is on the other side of the water. That should be the sea. Has no one ever tried to build a ship and get out? Suyu asked. Ship? What is it? Chapter 2:13 Flowers Return. Nothing. Suyu laughed. I just want to know if anyone has tried to walk out of that water area. If there were ships, the history of this continent would have been greatly expanded. Yunyan nodded and said, Yes, but they all failed. There was once a tribal alliance that wanted to leave the continent and go to the other side of the water. They used a lot of things that could float in the water, such as wood and water plants, but not long after, the bodies of those people were washed back by the water. There seemed to be ferocious beasts in the water. They were bitten very badly, and most people's bodies were not even intact. That's nonsense. There are many types of sharks alone. And who knows, there might be wild beasts as powerful as the mountain beasts in the sea. Do you want to go to the other side of the water? Suyu suddenly asked. Yunyan was stunned, then looked at Suyu strangely. Do you have a solution? There will be in the future. Suyu Ismail. Yunyan did not respond. She naturally hoped that day would come. But Suyu's words were impossible to come true, even if he was a great wizard. There are so many great wizards on this continent, not just him. If the great wizard could leave the water, the news would have spread like wildfire long ago. Leaving the water has always been the desire of everyone on the continent, today and in the future. About half an hour later, Yunyan, along with the 4 women, parted ways with Suyu. Not long after, Ma Wu and Ma Lu also started their new journey, carrying animal skin packages. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. Night falls. On the way to the White Tiger Alliance, Suyu found another forest. The safety of camping in the wilderness is better in the forest than in the cave. So, Suyu finally took Xiao Ai to find an unowned natural cave in the mountains. After killing a black bear living in the cave naturally became ownerless. Xiao, whose mother handled the raw meat with great care, happily keeping the bear's paws and legs intact. A man built a bonfire by himself and happily started roasting food at the entrance of the cave. Suyu did not agree with Xiao Hunyang's preference. At least he did not have the habit of grabbing the bear's thigh and biting it. After lighting a small bonfire in the cave, Suyu carefully sliced the bear meat and began to roast it. Xiao Ai sat quietly aside, watching Suyu busying herself without blinking. Suyu's image became more and more upright in Xiao Ai's eyes. Suyu was not used to her taciturn appearance. This woman is always noisy. Could it be that she is ill? After the meat was roasted, Suyu coughed lightly, and Xiao Ai came to her senses and came over happily. He took the bear meat that Suyu had put seasonings on, opened his little mouth, and started eating without caring about his image. Looking at the way he was eating voraciously, Suyu said that it looked like he was not sick and the food was still in its original packaging. Suyu, the meat you grill is always so delicious. Xiao Ai licked her fingers and did not forget to praise. Suyu said, If it tastes good, eat more, Otherwise, there will be nothing left to eat later. What if I want to eat it again in the future? Xiao Ai pouted in dissatisfaction. Serve cold. Suyu skewered a few more pieces of meat, roasted them over the fire, and said softly, "When you go back, just be a good young lady and don't wander around anymore. The world outside is too complicated and you can't grasp it." Suyu believed that Xiao Ai would not easily forget what happened last time. As a normal person, you will never want to experience life and death again. Xiao Ai was silent. Her nose suddenly felt sore for no reason. She felt as if Suyu was driving her away, and her chest hurt a little. The atmosphere was a little depressing for a moment, and Suyu looked at her shining eyes, helpless. After a long time, Xiao Ai asked in a low voice, "Can I go to your tribe again?" Suyu wanted to shake her head, but she felt that it would hurt this woman, so she had to kick the question back. "Do you think it's okay?" Xiao Ai was stunned for a moment, then said, "I can find a way to get the White Tiger Alliance to form an alliance with you. That would be all right." After listening to this, Suyu couldn't help but reach out and rub Xiao Ai's head. What a smart child. How come he suddenly became stupid? "You were stupid. I didn't lie to you." Xiao Ai pouted and grabbed Suyu's hand. Suyu looked into Xiao Ai's eyes and said seriously, "I know you didn't lie to me, but we can't form an alliance. Have you forgotten that most of my people are witches? Even without the witch, how do you think the White Tiger Alliance will treat a group that is not even a small tribe?" The knowledge and skills that Suyu possesses are the key points. Xiao Ai has reason to believe that the patriarch of the White Tiger Alliance will most likely choose to annex. In that case, the tribe would lose all their freedom. Suyu doesn't know how to gamble, and Xiao Ai doesn't dare to gamble either. But she really didn't want to leave Suyu. This feeling became stronger after leaving the Rose clan. For the first time, Xiao Ai felt that time passed very quickly, like a fleeting horse, and she couldn't catch it at all. She could no longer hold it in. Her chest felt like it was in a burst, and she felt extremely uncomfortable. I don't have to go back," Xiao Ai suddenly said. Suyu was stunned. Xiao Hunyang was still roasting meat at the entrance of the cave. When she turned around and saw this scene, she just tilted her head, grinned, and then turned back. It seemed to her, barbecue is much more important than the young lady and Suyu. Xiao Ai suddenly raised her face, tears on her pretty face. "I can join your tribe just like Ame and the others during the day. Anyway, there are so many people in the White Tiger Alliance, and it doesn't matter if I am missing. Unless people are pushed to a certain extent, it is difficult for them to realize their true feelings. Or maybe I'm just hoping for a lucky break, so I've been avoiding it instinctively." Faced with the impending separation, Xiao Ai had no way to retreat and finally made up her mind. She chose the answer she most expected to see. Now it was Suyu who was annoyed. "This. Miss, you should have told me earlier, otherwise I wouldn't have had to send you here. You think we are here for a trip?" Chapter 214, the rules have changed. "We're almost home. Are you sure you don't want to go back and take a look?" Suyu agreed to Xiao Ai's suggestion. After all, this result was not a loss for her. And a large part of the reason is out of selfishness. To Suyu, Xiao Ai is a very beautiful woman and also a very sentimental woman. It can be felt from the fact that she is willing to put aside her self-esteem in order to save Xiao Hunyang's life. And she is very smart, which makes her very useful to the tribe. Suyu naturally doesn't hate such a woman. "Have you really made up your mind? Join my tribe?" Suyu asked again. "Yeah." This time, Xiao Ai did not hesitate. Her heart knot was untied, and she had no worries anymore. In fact, Suyu had already confirmed it a second ago. Xiao Ai did not lie, because the system's prompt sound is real and loud. Xiao Ai, Xiao Ai's favorability plus 600 critical hit. Xiao Ai, Xiao Ai's favorability has increased, current status, admiration. Starting with the admiration level is really unique. "How long have you been coveting me?" Suyu was secretly happy in her heart, but her face was calm as she frowned. "But I still plan to go to the Crescent Moon tribe to take a look and get some information to confirm their tribe's movements. I won't be returning to the tribe for the time being. You have to wait for me for a few days after you go back." Xiao Ai pondered for a while, then said helplessly, "Okay, then I'll wait for you in the clan land. When will you come over?" Suyu smiled. "I will come to find you, just stay here." Xiao Ai hit Suyu on the chest and complained, "Stop it. The White Tiger Alliance, including my father, has 6 great witches and more than 90,000 tribesmen. How did you get in? This is not a joke. Even if you're a half-step great wizard, you can't withstand so many people. One spit from anyone could drown you." How did you get in? Of course you came in this way. Hi. Xiao Huahua's surprised voice instantly spread throughout the cave. This time, Xiao Hunyang was too lazy to even look back. She just kept eating the bare leg in big mouthfuls, feeling very uncomfortable. Su Yu's figure disappeared little by little in front of Xiao Huahua's eyes, as transparent as water, and blended into the air. Even Xiao Huahua, who was well-informed, was startled for a moment. However, the real feeling in her hand was still there. How is it? No one will know if I go in to find you like this. Su Yu's voice rang in her ears, and Xiao Huahua once again confirmed that Su Yu had not disappeared and was really still by her side. How did you do that? Was it a combat technique? That's amazing. One day later, Su Yu and the other two finally entered the White Tiger Alliance's sphere of influence. There are high mountains, long rivers, and large forests here, making it a resource-rich area. The White Tiger Alliance has settled here for more than 10 years and can be considered an old alliance. From afar, you can see a dark mass of tents stretching deep into the mountains. Unlike the Crescent Moon tribe, the White Tiger Alliance is built on a mountain, and the chief's residence is located on the top of the mountain, from which one can easily see the panoramic view of the tribe's territory. Su Yu stopped in a forest not far away and separated from Xiao Huahua and Xiao Hunyang. Of course, only Xiao Hunyang thought so. She didn't know that Su Yu had invisible fighting skills. Su Yu placed the wolf and lion in the forest, told them not to run around, then hid his figure and followed them. He also needed to find out Xiao Huahua's address. Otherwise, he would be completely in the dark when he came to pick her up in 2 days. Although there's a map radar that can be used, the distance is limited. Who knows whether Xiao Huahua's residence will be deep in the clan's territory. Checking out the location in advance can solve a lot of problems. Xiao Hunyang walked in front carelessly, while Xiao Huahua walked quietly behind, glancing around from time to time, feeling a little empty in her heart. So you wouldn't really leave, would she? Will he abandon me and not care about me? We clearly had an agreement, so this shouldn't be the case. Her heart was pounding as she suddenly spoke softly. Su Yu, are you there? No sound responded. Xiao Huahua's heart sank at once, and a feeling of bitterness surged into her heart. But before she could even start to feel a lump in her throat, it felt like someone was pinching me. There's no one around here at all. So, Xiao Huahua's mood immediately improved, and she smiled widely. At the edge of the White Tiger Alliance's camp, there was a low wall made of a lot of small stones. It was about 1 meter high and was a simple barrier used by the tribe to resist ordinary beasts. At certain distances, tribesmen take turns guarding the areas, which can serve the purpose of patrolling very well. This method is applicable among many tribal alliances, but in terms of defensive effectiveness, it cannot be compared with the thorn fence. Chapter 215, The Mist is Back. At the entrance of the alliance, there were several bonfire pots made of rough wood, with some coke and dry grass and firewood placed in the iron pots. One is to keep warm at night, and the other is to give a warning. At the edge of the alliance area, once danger is discovered, the tribesmen will quickly light a bonfire and release black smoke to notify the tribesmen inside. If an enemy attack occurred at night, the guard would strike special iron instruments to alert the enemy with the crisp sound of the impact. The great witches are indeed powerful, but they will not spend their mental energy to patrol the tribal land every moment. Therefore, these two methods became the common means for tribal alliances to issue warnings. For guards, with dark iron swords and spears on their waists, were chatting leisurely at the entrance. Since the human race has advanced to the level of an alliance, wars between them over regional resources have become rare. They each have their own resource production areas, which are enough for their tribesmen to survive. If there is no special opportunity, they will not rashly start a war against other large tribes. In contrast, the only ones who dared to attack the alliance were the occasional lost beasts. In addition, there were no strict rules and regulations in this world, so it was no wonder that these guards were relatively lazy. They seemed to be talking about a beautiful woman in the tribe. 2 of them were tearing the dried meat they carried with them, with strange smiles on their faces. After a series of exaggerated and obscene gestures, the 4 men all burst into laughter. Xiao Huahua found that grabbing and pinching action familiar, and she felt as if she had seen someone do it before. According to the different camps distributed by the Great Witch, each area represents its own force. Xiao Huahua naturally returned to the camp belonging to her father, which was located on the right side of the clan land on the mountain. The men whiled away the time, chatting and laughing as they sat on the low stone wall. Suddenly, a huge black shadow appeared behind him, scaring a man so much that the dried meat in his mouth fell to the ground. You guys were too lax. You didn't even notice I was so close. Xiao, whose mother screamed, and the four men immediately jumped off the stone wall. One of them lost his balance and nearly fell to the ground. They grasped the weapons at their waists and were about to shout when they realized that the person in front of them looked familiar. Xiao Hunyang, didn't she disappear with the eldest lady? Are you back? At the same time, Xiao Huahua, who followed behind, also showed her face. The men immediately perked up and straightened their backs. Xiao Huahua is a famous flower in the clan. She has a great figure and face. Many men are eager to recognize her as their father and become the son-in-law of Xiao Yunfei, the Great Witch. Of course, they also know that having a handsome face alone is not enough to achieve this dream. If you don't have strong enough strength, not to mention that Xiao Da will look down on you. Even Xiao Huahua herself may not fall in love with you. The young lady usually treats people in a friendly manner, and after she became an adult, she has never had any explicit thoughts about any man. This means that they still have hope. They regarded Xiao Huahua's disappearance as a rare opportunity. How could they give up an opportunity to improve the favor of both Xiao Dao and Xiao Huahua at the same time? Xiao Yunfei sent more than a dozen groups of people to search. This group of people put in a lot of effort and searched the trading tribe day and night, but unfortunately they all ended in failure. Originally, even Xiao Yunfei thought that his daughter was in great danger, but he didn't expect that she would come back on her own. The leading guard immediately patted his slightly dirty hands and greeted him with a smile. Miss, you're back. The brothers have been looking for you for a long time. Miss, I will go and inform Xiao Dao and the second young lady right away. They have been so worried about you since they separated from you in the trading tribe that they can't even sleep well. The men were extremely excited. Two of them continued to guard the entrance, while the other two rode their horses at full speed into the tribal territory. Upon hearing this, Xiao Huahua quickly grabbed a guard and asked him, Are my sister and the others okay? Are they all back safely? The guard nodded and replied, Don't worry, Mississippi. When Miss and the others were in trouble, it happened that Great Witch Chu arrived in time and saved them. Great Witch Chu was also slightly injured, but considering the days, he should have recovered by now. How could it be bad? It's been 2 months since this happened. Su Yu, who was in hiding, was too lazy to complain and just quietly observed the Alliance's clan territory. The witch power in the body was assimilated, invisible, and intangible. As long as he did not release the power of a half-step witch, he would never be sensed by other witches. Xiao Huahua breathed a sigh of relief. She knew that her father had been busy with a mission at the time, so he asked the tribe leader to ask the Great Witch Chu to come and help. But she never thought that there was also a great witch among those who robbed and killed them. The people of the Crescent Moon tribe were really willing to spend a lot of money. The second miss will be very happy to know that you are all right. Another guard looked at Xiao Hunyang and joked, Hunyang, it's you who protected the young lady again this time. Fortunately, you are not a man, otherwise, What else? Xiao, whose mother's eyes were wide open, and she didn't quite understand what the men were thinking. Xiao Hunyang was simple and straightforward by nature, so the men naturally understood and couldn't help but laugh. Of course, she was favored by the eldest lady and became a member of the Xiao family. However, Xiao Hunyang said, Oh, and then shook her head like a rattle, saying innocently, The young lady won't be attracted to me. Besides, I am originally from the Xiao family. That's right, Tigress. You have to keep a close eye on Miss this time. If any strange man comes near, beat him up. The men thought that Xiao Hu's mother had misunderstood, so they laughed, teased him a few times, and then let the two of them enter the camp. Xiao Huahua took Xiao Hunyang away. Xiao Hunyang tilted her neck and murmured softly, Miss, is Su Yu a strange man? Xiao Huahua immediately covered her mouth and gestured, Tiger mother, forget everything that happened with Su Yu. No matter who asks, don't say a word. Just remember that we were stranded outside and hid for 2 months before returning. Hearing this, Xiao Hunyang nodded seriously. I understand. The eldest lady is back. The news spread like wildfire, causing quite a stir in a corner of the huge clan territory. The tribesmen who stayed in the camp came out one after another, wanting to see if it was true. Afterwards, word spread among the guards that a messenger had reported reaching the central area of the camp, in a house made of huge stones. Xiao Yunfei was thinking about a piece of information circulating in the tribal alliance at the moment. The Sky Beast tribe and the Crescent Moon tribe had already reached an agreement and were moving towards a fusion alliance. After hearing the news that his daughter had returned, Xiao Yunfei's calm face suddenly lifted up, and two sharp rays of light shot out of his eyes. He briefly asked she knew about what had happened, then put on his fur robe and left the stone house. The author has something to say. Get ready to get in the car. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chapter 216 changes. Xiao Ai and Xiao Hunyang returned to their home after being away for 2 months. Looking at the familiar utensils in the tent and thinking about everything that had happened during this period, they felt indescribably sad. If Suyu hadn't been here, I probably wouldn't have been able to come back. Compared to Suyu's stone and wooden house, this tent is extremely simple. There are no wooden blocks or tables, only a campfire, a bed, and some wooden furniture for storage. In addition, there were some clean linen clothes folded in the corner. The space is okay, but it feels a bit stuffy. Meow. At this time, a furry little animal jumped out of a wooden box not far away. After smelling the familiar smell, it immediately ran over. Cat. Suyu was also surprised when she saw the small animals that were so close to life for the first time in this world. Yellow hair, with some white hair on the feet, is a common domestic cat on Blue Star, an orange cat. It is not fat, but its hair is combed to be quite smooth, so it must have been taken care of by someone during this period. Seeing the familiar little pet, Xiao Ai cried out in surprise. Open her arms. Let the orange cat jump into her arms and climb to the top of the white jade mountain. Wow, Xiao Ai, I haven't seen you for a long time. I missed you so much. Woo woo woo. Xiao Ai kept rubbing her face against the orange cat, a typical example of the first cat slave in ancient times. No wonder she liked to play with the kids and touch their tails after seeing the orcs. It's just your name. Hee hee. It's obviously a big orange flower. Where's the flower? You're raising her as a daughter and giving her a nickname. Suyu was too lazy to complain. After getting to know where Xiao Ai lived, she was not in a hurry to leave. She looked around and saw Xiao Ai's carpet bed covered with several layers of animal hair. This thing is probably quite soft and comfortable, so it shouldn't be too much to lie on it for a while. Not long after Suyu sat down, he felt a strong sense of oppression. The huge magical power enveloped the area, making him frown suddenly. On the map radar, a huge white that was approaching rapidly and was already several hundred meters away from the tent. White represents neutrality. Suyu did not move. He guessed that the other person might be Xiao Ai's father. Sure enough, not long after, a middle-aged man with a stern face walked in with his head down. He heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the person standing in front of him was really his daughter. Hua, you're back. Xiao Yunfei showed a gentle smile, opened his arms toward Xiao Ai, and nodded appreciatively to Xiao Hunyang. Tiger lady, this time it's all thanks to you. Father. Xiao Ai couldn't hold back after all. Tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. She put the orange cat, Xiao Ai, down and snuggled into Xiao Yunfei's arms. Okay, it's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Xiao Yunfei patted his daughter's back gently, took a closer look, and found that his daughter didn't seem to have suffered much. Her complexion was still rosy, even better than before. He felt relieved, but also a little confused. Wawa, come and talk to father. Where have you been during this period of time? Also, do you still have the fighting skills you exchanged in the White Dove Trading Alliance? Take them out and show father. After Xiao Yunfei finished speaking, he looked at his daughter's clear eyes and quickly added another sentence. Those are the chief's things. We can't keep them. Ah, yeah. Xiao Ai felt a little depressed for some reason. She looked at her father with eager eyes, glanced around subconsciously, pulled Xiao Yunfei to sit on the fur blanket for rest, and then began to tell his story. That time in the White Dove Alliance, my daughter did exchange for combat skill. I was afraid that the night would be too long and there would be more trouble, so I took the combat skill and my sister and the others and left that night. I didn't expect the news to leak out, and someone robbed and killed us on the way, so my sister and I were forced to separate. Xiao Ai lowered her head and said word by word. I heard from the guards that my sister was rescued by Chu Dao, Tiger Lady, and I were chased by several masked men. In the end, Tiger Lady risked her life to take me away. We were afraid that the group of people would continue to wait, so we hid in the forest outside the wilderness and didn't dare to come back until recently. Xiao Yunfei nodded, said, oh, and then asked, what about the fighting skills? Suyu didn't move, but she felt the magic power in the air tremble. It was obvious that the man in front of her was excited for a moment. Battle skills here. As Xiao Ai spoke, she took out a booklet made of animal skin from her bosom. This was a copy she had copied from the original, and her purpose was also to answer the questions from the tribesmen. Xiao Yunfei took the booklet and casually flipped through 2 pages. He was in a good mood, his brows visibly relaxed, and his face was radiant. Haha, good, Hua, you did a good job. Being able to preserve this fighting skill is a great contribution to the alliance. Xiao Yunfei immediately put the combat skills booklet into his arms and looked at Xiao Huahua again. Huahua, I heard from the White Dove tribe that what you got in exchange for that transaction was not only combat skills, but also 2 high-end technologies. Do you remember? Remember. Xiao Huahua was stunned for a moment and responded. Her father's eagerness made her dazed. She always felt something was wrong, but she couldn't put her finger on it. Mimi knows the technology of making fine salt and purifying water, but you also know that she's not very good at remembering things. She forgot a lot and tried many methods, but none of them worked. Fortunately, you are back, so I can give an explanation to the clan leader. Xiao Yunfei laughed and touched Xiao Huahua's face. Thank you for your hard work, Huahua. These 2 skills are very important to the alliance. You and father first. Just as Xiao Yunfei said this, brisk footsteps were heard outside the tent, and a crisp shout came in. Sister, I heard from the guards that you were back. Sister, are you there? Xiao Mimi, a short girl, ran in a hurry. When she saw her sister and father sitting on the ground, she immediately ran over crying, threw herself between the 2 of them, and buried herself in Xiao Huahua's arms. Sister, you are finally back. I thought you were not coming back. Don't be so charming. Xiao Huahua and Xiao Mimi are born to the same mother. Their mother left early, and the 2 have been together since they were young and have a very deep relationship. This separation of life and death made Xiao Mimi so worried that she lost a lot of weight. I'm back, aren't I? How can I not want you? I miss you too. Xiao Huahua touched Xiao Mimi's head lovingly, and the 2 sisters hugged each other. At this point, even Xiao Yunfei had to pause for a moment and cough slightly. He was still thinking about saying something when Xiao Huahua raised her moist eyes and looked at him. Chapter 217 Mei. Father, Tiger Lady, and I have walked a long way and are very tired. I want to take a rest first. I will tell you about the technical matters tomorrow, okay? Okay. Xiao Yunfei seemed to realize that his attitude just now was inappropriate, so he had to give up and nodded. Mimi, talk to your sister. She has suffered a lot on this journey. I understand, father. Xiao Mimi responded with sobs. Xiao Yunfei then stood up, walked to the entrance, and stopped and looked back. Huahua, have a good rest. Father will come again tomorrow. Xiao Huahua nodded and said, Yes, father. After Xiao Yunfei left, the 2 sisters finally let go. Xiao Huahua wiped the tears from the corners of her sister's eyes, pinched her little face, and said with care, Have you not eaten well recently? You have lost weight. I miss my sister so much. I have terrible dreams every night. It's so great that my sister comes back safely. Xiao Mimi said, and her tears could not stop flowing again. Sister, where did you and Tiger Mother go? How are you doing? Did you suffer? Are you eating enough? Xiao Mimi said as she touched Xiao Huahua's body and looked at her carefully, fearing that her sister was missing something. That anxious and concerned look warmed Xiao Huahua's heart, and she suddenly understood why she felt uncomfortable just now. Father, from beginning to end, he was asking about combat skills and techniques. It was completely different from Xiao Mimi's reaction. It is this kind of contrast that makes everything seem so real. Why? In Xiao Huahua's heart, her father has always been a great and glorious figure. From childhood to adulthood, he has been very gentle to herself and Mimi. However, this tenderness was suddenly replaced by something else. Xiao Huahua found this change a little hard to accept. Suddenly, Xiao Huahua looked at Xiao Hunyang and said, Hunyang, go and guard the door for me and don't let outsiders in. Oh, okay. Xiao Hu's mother stepped out immediately. At this time, Xiao Huahua pulled her sister over and asked in a low voice, Mimi, why did you lie to my father and the clan leader? Xiao Mimi didn't understand, but she didn't dare to speak loudly, so she responded softly, Sister, what did I lie to my father about? Of course, Xiao Mimi didn't know that even if she spoke in a low voice, so you could hear their conversation clearly. It's about the 2 technologies we exchanged with the White Dove Alliance. Why did you lie to my father and the clan leader and say that you didn't remember it? This was what she taught to her sister herself. She had memorized it by heart, so how could she have forgotten it? Even her father, Xiao Yunfei, was kept in the dark. He really thought that Xiao Mimi was the same as when she was a child, naughty and playful, and didn't like to remember things. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mimi burst into tears and laughed awkwardly. Sister is smart. She knows she can't fool you, Xiao Mimi said, with a helpless expression on her pretty face. I didn't want to lie to my father and the clan leader, but when I was in the clan leader's house, several other great witches were there, and they asked me about this matter. Xiao Mimi frowned and said, I didn't know what I was thinking at the time. I just felt that they were all so scary. I thought if I told them, they would stop sending people to look for my sister. Only my sister knows how to use the two techniques. In this way, the clan leader and his men will have no other options and will spare no effort to find you. This kid is so smart. Su Yu, who was sitting on the plush carpet not far away, couldn't help but admire it. Things that have lost their value are often not cherished by anyone. But if you maximize your sister's value, the result will change. For the sake of Xiao Huahua, she even deceived Xiao Yunfei. Or as she puts it, just because of that fear, this child just followed his heart and sensed a hint of the darkness of human nature in those great witches. Xiao Huahua did not ask any further questions. Being smart as she was, she naturally understood it instantly. She hugged Xiao Mimi tightly in her arms and kissed her face silently and intimately. From childhood to adulthood, she has only had one mother, one sister, and one father. But my father is different. He has several women. The two sisters chatted about family matters for a while, and Xiao Huahua finally felt a little tired. She didn't mean to drive Xiao Yunfei away just now, but she was really a little tired. I have been in Su Yu's tribe for nearly 2 months, and this is the first time I have traveled such a long distance. The orange cat, Xiaohua, ran over again at this time, threw herself into Xiao Mimi's arms, and licked her little hand affectionately. It was obvious that the child had been taking care of the cat all this time, so the cat was very affectionate toward her. Thank you for taking care of Xiaohua. Otherwise, she might have starved to death after such a long time. Xiao Huahua rubbed her sister's head, then touched Xiaohua's hair, stood up, and returned to the carpet. Xiao Mimi raised her neck proudly. I have taken good care of my sister's things, and I often have someone come to clean up the tent. I thought you were the one who cleaned the house for your sister yourself. Xiao Huahua joked, and then sat down. What is this? Although it was an empty, fluffy carpet, Xiao Huahua was immediately frightened. At least, the feeling it gave her was definitely not the fluffy and soft feeling she was once familiar with. I looked down subconsciously, my eyes widened, and I found myself sitting in midair. Wow! A flash of light seemed to flash across Xiao Huahua's brain in an instant. She quickly grabbed the quilt beside her and covered her thighs with it. I chatted with my father and sister for a long time and actually forgot about Su Yu. What surprised Xiao Huahua was that after Su Yu found out the location of the tent she lived in, she didn't leave. She was a little happy, thinking that she could talk to Su Yu again. But there is a small light bulb in front of me. Xiao Huahua's abnormality naturally attracted her sister's attention. She looked over curiously and asked, Sister, what's wrong with you? Is it hurting somewhere? No, sister just suddenly felt a little cold. Xiao Mimi stood up and walked over unconsciously, feeling a little worried. Chapter 218, Where the Flowers Return, Part 2. Sister, your face is too red. Did you eat something bad? Xiao Mimi was very worried and hurried over, wanting to reach out and touch her sister's forehead, but was immediately stopped by Xiao Huahua. This can also let you come over. If you really find an invisible person, you will be scared and scream. If your father finds out, Su Yu will be in big trouble. Although Su Yu's fighting skills were amazing, Xiao Huahua still didn't dare to bet whether her father could discover it. It's really okay. I'm just tired. I'll be fine after a nap. She looked at her sister and said, Mimi, I'll sleep for a while. You can come over to play tomorrow, okay? Xiao Mimi hesitated for a moment and found that her sister seemed to really want to sleep. She nodded dejectedly, put down Xiaohua in her arms, and pouted at her sister. Okay, I'll come to see you tomorrow, sister. You should have a good rest. Although her sister's response sounded strange, Xiao Mimi didn't think too much about it and left the tent. After a while, the animal curtain was lowered by Xiao Hunyang outside the door. She and the other guards stood outside leisurely and chatted casually. The not-so-big tent suddenly became quiet. There was no one around, so Xiao Huahua spoke again. I thought you had left. If someone saw this, they would definitely think that Xiao Huahua had something wrong with her mind, as she was actually talking to the air. Hee, I just think it's quite fun. I'll leave after a while. Su Yu said with a smile. It's still fun. You just scared me. What if my sister finds out? Don't worry. She's just a little girl. How could she find out? Did you say something bad? Xiao Huahua narrowed her eyes. No way. Humph. Xiao Huahua was too lazy to argue and changed the subject. When are you leaving? In the evening. Suyu thought for a moment and replied. The early morning sun shone on the top of the tent, and the temperature in the room also rose. Xiao Huahua then opened her eyes tiredly, lazily lifted the quilt, and stretched lazily. There is no rooster crowing to announce the time in my tribe's land. The tribesmen rely on their own biological clocks to wake up and then go about their own business. Xiao Huahua touched the place around her and found it empty, as if she had just had a beautiful dream. She sat up and quickly changed into new clothes. For her, there was still another boring battle to fight today. Faced with inquiries from her father, clan leader, and elders, she had to give the most convincing explanation. So you have to come and take me back soon. What is 1 plus 1? 1, 2, 3. In response to Winnie's question, the orc, too, drooped his ears, looked at Winnie's face, then lowered his head to count his fingers and started to break them one by one. Gua Gua, who was standing by, rolled his eyes around, staring at the several plates of fruit on the table in front of Winnie. What we taught these 2 days was number calculation. Winnie sat on a wooden block. Behind her, on the tree wall, there was a small wooden board hung with numbers written on it with charcoal. She looked lazy, with her elbows resting on the table and her chin supported, while her other hand was holding a wooden ruler and shaking it gently. If the children answer the questions correctly, they will be rewarded accordingly. If they are not honest, they will be hit on the palms with a wooden ruler. After 2 days of teaching, they have learned very well. The wooden ruler is just a decoration now, and Winnie doesn't like hitting children's hands. Chapter 219, A New Storm Has Appeared. Of course, except for a few children who could only drool and walk like penguins, they would hug their companions' tails from time to time and fall asleep. Suyu had been gone for a few days, and Winnie had been secretly feeling proud of herself, thinking that finally no one was bullying her anymore, and she could live a peaceful and comfortable life. But the next day, Lynn told the sisters about what happened between her and Suyu. Winnie's whole body just broke apart. What? When did this happen? Unexpectedly, Lynn, the shyest among the sisters, succeeded first. The clown is actually me. So embarrassing. Although it was embarrassing, it also gave Winnie a lot of motivation. She felt that she couldn't always fail at critical moments. On the other side, Yaxiang was at the earthen kiln, teaching the new priestess how to smelt iron ore. They were the 3 witches who were recruited by Suyu in the Black Snake Clan's camp. Ame and Hualing, who have an affinity with the element of fire, and Yizi, who has an affinity with the element of iron. Yunyan led them to explore the forest for a long time before finally finding this campsite with a very different style near the valley. There were 5 of them in total, including Yunyan, 3 priestesses, and 2 ordinary women. After the guard at the entrance learned the purpose of their visit, he immediately called Yaxiang over. Even though they had been mentally prepared beforehand, Yunyan and the others were still surprised for a long time. She really didn't expect that the community of priestesses really existed, and that there were quite a few of them. Moreover, this group seems to be doing quite well. Even the living quarters were huge houses made of stone and wood. In comparison, in those tribal alliances, only the great witches and elders would receive such treatment. Yunyan had been to many places and seen many tribes, but she was only shocked by everything here. She suddenly felt fortunate that she had stopped Suyu by the pond a few days ago and found a good place for the sisters. Yaxiang asked some questions, and Yunyan brought Suyu's message to them, so that they could quickly gain their trust. After confirming the identities of the people, Yaxiang arranged their accommodation. Afterwards, the 3 witches went to the earthen kiln for a trial because of their abilities, and the results were unexpectedly good. Needless to say, affinity with the element of fire is a natural advantage. The element iron is also unique to the tribe. The leaves can directly decompose iron ore, turning it into tiny iron sand particles, and then reorganize them in various forms to obtain new shapes. More importantly, she seemed to be able to control iron tools, but because her magic power was insufficient, she could only slightly control the movement distance of iron tools in the nearby area. Of course, this only requires diligent practice and training of magical powers to become stronger. What Yaxiang was attracted by was her ability to work with the fire elemental priestess to smelt iron. When smelting iron, the fire elemental, which can rely on heat regulation to locally shape the iron ore, but that is ultimately too limited and cannot be done in great detail. With the addition of leaves, this shortcoming is completely eliminated. The witch smelted the iron, and the leaves were shaped. With the cooperation of the two witches, the whole process was extremely smooth. The efficiency of iron smelting was more than doubled, and the quality and time of weapon shaping were greatly improved, with considerable results. The current problem is the stock of iron ore. The family's resources have been almost used up after the smelting during this period. The new transport team arranged by Yaxiang is still on the way, so it is estimated that we will have to wait for a few days. As for Yunyan, Yaxiang didn't ask her to do anything special. But this woman didn't like to eat ready-made food, so she asked to join the hunting team. During this period of time, she lived here as a guest. Firstly, she wanted to make sure that the lives of Yi Zi and the other two were guaranteed. Secondly, she was also hesitating whether she should continue to be a nomad and reject Su Yu's invitation. Deep down, she had been wandering alone for several years, and later happened to rescue 4 women, including Yi Zi and Amei. After spending a long time together, they had already regarded each other as relatives and sisters. That's why she was reluctant to leave. If it weren't for the special identities of Yi Zi and the other two, perhaps they wouldn't have stopped Su Yu that day. In order to save them from being slaughtered by the tribal alliance, Yunyan has been looking for a suitable home for them. By chance, Yunyan learned about the witch tribe from the people of the Beige tribe. So, this gave me the opportunity to meet Su Yu. Is all this fate or just good luck? Yunyan hopes to find the answer among this ethnic group. After Su Yu left, most of the clan affairs fell on Yaxiang's shoulders. After inspecting the earthen kiln and the planting area, she planned to go to the animal pen to see Kokoro, but she didn't expect to find her after searching for a long time. Big Mouth and the wild beasts lay lazily on the ground, sticking out their tongues. Recently, with the change of seasons, the temperature has risen rapidly, but the fire elemental priestesses, such as Yaxiang, did not feel it at all. Perhaps it was because the weather was too hot that she went back to the stone and wooden house to rest. After all, in Yaxiang's eyes, Kokoro was still the well-behaved, sensible child who had never grown up. She changed direction and decided to go to the wild to find some wild animals to feast on to pass the time. At this moment, a woman came running over in a hurry. Yaxiang immediately recognized her as the girl who was in charge of sewing clothes in the same room with Lynn. The girl was sweating profusely, as if she had been running in a hurry. She immediately shouted when she saw Yaxiang. "Sister Yaxiang, please go over and take a look. Sister Lynn is in trouble." Chapter 2:20 How can we stand still? What? What happened to Lynn? Yaxiang's head suddenly buzzed and her heart skipped a beat. The girl stopped panting, not having time to catch her breath. She seemed to not know how to start, and hesitantly explained the situation. "We were sewing clothes when we felt it getting hotter and hotter around us, as if we were in an earthen kiln for smelting iron. No one could stand it. Then we followed the source of the heat and found that it was Sister Lynn. Sister Lynn's face was very red, her body was hot, and her magic power was dissipated, but she herself, although the girl was not a witch, she was one of the first people to come out with Winnie, so naturally she had seen the most. Lynn's current state instantly brought back bad memories for the girl. Not only her, but even Yaxiang couldn't help but stiffen after hearing it. The fear that she had gradually forgotten because of Su Yu's arrival once again surfaced from the bottom of her heart. The witch awakens. Yaxiang gritted her teeth and rushed towards Lynn's house quickly. How could it be such a coincidence? Just when Su Yu left, Lynn cannot be in any danger. She has endured all the hardships. The tribe has welcomed new hope, and she has made an agreement with Su Yu about the future. How can something happen to her at this time? Rushing to Lynn's big house, there was already a group of people standing outside the house. They were all women responsible for sewing clothes, but at this moment they were standing outside with strange looks on their faces. Not far away, Winnie hurried over, and Kokoro's voice was heard from inside the house. Yaxiang frowned, feeling something was wrong. When she ran towards this side, just now, she noticed something strange. After arriving at the big house, this strange feeling became even stronger and impacted my body. It's too hot. The air was filled with fire elemental magic power, and the temperature was rising rapidly. What the girl said was right. No wonder these women couldn't stand it and ran out. But why is this happening? Sister Yaxiang, please go in and take a look. Sister Lynn has become too strange. Sister Lynn's fire elemental magic power is too strong. We can't bear it. And Kokoro, she refuses to leave. I'm sure her body can't handle it. When the women saw Yaxiang, they felt reassured and spoke one after another. With such a strong magical power of fire element, even Yaxiang felt the real pressure, not to mention the weak Kokoro. Yaxiang nodded, and at the same time stopped Winnie, who wanted to enter the house, and comforted her. I'll go in, you guys stay outside. Good. Winnie looked around the house anxiously and could only vaguely hear Kokoro's exclamation. Her mood was almost the same as Yaxiang's, and the first person she thought of was Suyu. Tears immediately welled up in my eyes. We must let Lynn hold on and wait for Suyu to come back. Yaxiang nodded and suddenly thought of something and said to Winnie, you go find Pico. She has the Mother Stone. Suyu once said that the Mother Stone can absorb voodoo. Maybe it will be useful. Yes, I'll go right away. Winnie changed her lazy look and quickly left the crowd. In the big house, the overflowing fire elemental magic power was almost everywhere. Kokoro stood beside Lynn, touching her hand and her face from time to time. Sister, does it hurt here? How about this side? Doesn't your chest hurt? It's not uncomfortable, and I seem to have more strength. Lynn shook her head. Her face turned pale and red, with a trace of heat floating out, which was very strange. She felt that her body seemed to have turned into a furnace, with endless fire magic power overflowing. But the problem is I am fine. So when Yaxiang came in, everyone was stunned. Lynn was full of life, and there was no trace of the pain she showed when the witch awakened, except for the completely wrong fire elemental magic power. First rate, it was obvious that when we met yesterday, Lynn was only third-rate in strength, but in just one night, she has become first-rate. This is even stranger than Suyu. Moreover, Lynn's magic power is still continuously increasing. The powerful magic power is like a flooding river, out of control. In just a few breaths, Yaxiang witnessed Lynn's direct advancement from the first-rate to the top. Are you awakening as a witch, or did you take the wrong medicine? Be good and go out quickly. Yaxiang is here. Sister will be fine. Lynn wanted to touch Kokoro's face, but was afraid of hurting her, so she gave up. Her body heat was unbearable for ordinary people, but even so, Kokoro was unwilling to leave. Beside Kokoro, there were two fire elemental priestesses. The strong magical power at the moment had a significant impact on them, and both of them had abnormally red faces. Could it be that the Miko is awakening? Yaxiang approached curiously and came to Kokoro's side. I'm here, just go out obediently, Yaxiang said as she touched Kokoro's head and separated her from Lynn. Sister Yaxiang, my sister is so weird. Kokoro blinked her big watery eyes. Her little face was red from the heat, and she was breathing heavily. It's okay, I'll take care of Lynn. Be obedient and go out with him first. Yaxiang wiped the sweat off Kokoro's face and said seriously, it's very dangerous here. If you get hurt, Lynn and Suyu will be heartbroken. Okay. Kokoro nodded helplessly, looked at Lynn, and said, Sister, if you feel uncomfortable, tell Sister Yaxiang. I will. Lynn nodded and said gently, be good and go out with them. Kokoro, be obedient, said Yaxiang. Kokoro's body was already very hot, and something would definitely happen if she stayed there any longer. Without waiting for her response, Yaxiang pushed Kokoro towards the two priestesses. Take Kokoro out. Okay, Sister Akka. Kokoro looked back a few more times before leaving the house with the two witches. At this time, Yaxiang approached curiously, stretched out her hand and touched Lynn's hot forehead, frowning. Even she was a little unsure about the amount of calories. Such rich and powerful fire, elemental magical power, was rare in her life. Lynn, how do you feel? Lynn smiled bitterly and opened her hands. I don't know what happened. I just felt a little uncomfortable. I couldn't control my magic power, and I felt that the power was getting stronger and stronger. When did it start? Since late last night, I started to feel something was wrong with my body, and the magic power in my body started to increase, Lynn recalled. At this moment, the magic power in her body was like a flood that had been opened, overflowing and gushing out uncontrollably. The reason why he felt uncomfortable was because his body could not withstand this huge amount of energy, and all of his magic power meridians were stretched to the limit. This is also what makes Yaxiang feel strange. Because there has never been a witch awakening, the witch power will become rampant and even affect the surroundings. Not to mention that Lynn herself is a witch with low magical power, and it is impossible for her to possess such a huge amount of fire elemental magical power. Do you feel awake? Yaxiang asked after a moment of hesitation. Chapter 221. You are the wind that I cannot touch, the dream that I cannot wake up from. Whether or not one is awakened depends on the state of the witch's attack. The second is the connection between the witch herself and the witch power, which is also the most direct and accurate clue. However, Lynn nodded, but then shook her head. I'm also confused. I don't know, kind of, but not quite. While answering, Lynn's eyes were already visibly covered with a layer of flames. The red flames seemed to have life, moving flexibly in her eyes. Lynn's skin also glowed red at this moment. This is all too weird. In her life, Yaxiang has witnessed so many awakenings of priestesses, but she has never seen anything so strange. Yaxiang, I feel like something is coming. Suddenly, Lynn realized that the power seemed to have encountered a blockage and was constantly hitting some kind of barrier over and over again. She quickly pushed Yaxiang away and reminded her, "Get away from me." Boom! At the moment when Yaxiang was surprised, Lynn's magic power seemed to have been squeezed for a long time and exploded in an instant, with her as the center, and a huge ripple of fire element appeared. Pure fire elemental magic power, unlike flames, cannot directly burn others or ignite objects, but it still possesses brutal destructive power. The four wooden walls of the house were completely shattered, smoke and dust rose up, and the roof fell down. Run away! The house collapsed. The women standing outside the door were frightened and pulled their companions away. Then, in the astonishment of the crowd, a brilliant flame shot up into the sky, breaking open the entire fallen roof and burning it into pieces. Flames filled the sky, flame threads danced, and elf-like flames drifted in the air, creating a scene that exploded the visual senses. Ahem, Lynn. A gust of wind blew away all the smoke and dust. It was the witch who came to help. But the next scene made everyone drop their jaws in shock. The priestesses originally thought that the burning stick that shot up into the sky was the work of Yaxiang, but they did not expect that after the smoke and dust cleared, Yaxiang was half kneeling on the ground, choked by the dust. She almost couldn't withstand the impact just now, but someone pulled her back at the last moment. And that person was Lynn. AKA, are you okay? Lynn's voice was still so gentle and full of tenderness, and the light in her eyes became even redder, as bright as blood. She floated quietly in the air, and the elemental magic power of fire all over her body had been materialized, from an invisible energy form to a red flame that could be seen and felt. Lynn is actually floating. It seemed to have lost weight and was suspended in midair. Even for a priestess with wind-related abilities, after Su Yu's training, she found it difficult to float or fly. However, in everyone's eyes, Lynn did it, and so casually. Not only that, behind her is a pair of wings formed by flames, which is spectacular and beautiful. Lynn looked at her body and was also surprised, but somehow she felt that it was natural. Still growing? She clenched her fists slightly, and a realization suddenly flashed through her mind. A flash in the pan? Invisible knowledge continued to be instilled into her brain, and Lynn suddenly realized. No wonder. Lynn, what's wrong with you? Not far away, Yaxiang was dumbfounded. The Lynn in front of him was a sister he knew so well that he couldn't be more familiar with her. However, her power has undergone a drastic change. He was at the top of the first-class level just now, but now he is already super first-class. This is too much. Even flying is not that fast. Lynn glanced back and blinked slightly. Yaxiang, I think I know what's going on. Thousands of miles away in the wilderness, a man wrapped in colorful animal skins suddenly raised his head, revealing a pair of pure black pupils, staring at the distant sky. The originally dim eyes suddenly shone with light, as if they had seen some hope and came alive. Could it be her? It's her, it must be her. Not only that, countless great witches from tribal alliances also sensed it. This is a terrifying witchcraft power that is as vast as the ocean and as horrifying as to how powerful it is. It was like the purest power between heaven and earth, which could easily tear them to pieces. Crossing mountains and forests, flying over canyons and rivers beyond the endless waters. In a fortress built of huge stones, a woman covered in armor suddenly opened her eyes. The corners of his mouth curled up. Maybe it has something to do with my skills. While she was speaking, Lynn's magic power continued to surge. Yaxiang's mouth twitched, and she was speechless. In just a few words, Lynn's magical power had reached the same level as his and was about to surpass his. According to the current trend, surpassing yourself is an inevitable result. Lynn explained helplessly. It seems that there's a voice in my head telling me this. During the hottest period of each year, my magic power will increase without limit and then decline back. That's probably what happened. Yaxiang, however, was filled with questions. What the hell is this skill? I think you should let her hide away for a while. Suddenly, A cold voice was heard. Princess Xia appeared on one side. She was naturally also affected by the huge magical power, so she ran over to take a look out of curiosity. If her power continues to grow, it may not be as simple as just raising the temperature around her. Shaifai's reminder made Yaxiang wake up. If Lynn could control this power, there would be no problem. But the current situation is just the opposite. No one can guarantee whether Lynn will trigger another magical power shock. Otherwise, I'll go to the mountains for a while. Lynn said with a bitter face that the mountain was a large area and there were no tribesmen there. So even if there was a turbulence of witchcraft power, it would not affect this place. I'll go too. Kokoro raised her hand, but was immediately held down by Li behind her. Let's go prepare a tent and food for Sister Lynn to spend the night. I'll go with you, Yaxiang said after thinking it over again and again. She is the most powerful person here, and she is also a fire elemental priestess, so she can solve any emergency. After making the decision, Lynn was just about to flap her flaming wings and leave when Winnie's voice came over. Yaxiang, something happened over there with Pico too. What the hell? Yaxiang's brows were instantly twisted into knots. Why has everything been squeezed into today? Winnie pushed through the crowd and was stunned by Lynn's current appearance at first. Then she spoke hurriedly. Pico unlocked the time of her body and broke through the first awakening. Isn't that great? At least it proves that the Mother Stone is indeed effective for the witch. Yaxiang then asked, what happened to her? Winnie scratched her head and said in confusion. She seems to have directly started her second awakening. Although there are no restrictions on voodoo, it seems a bit dangerous because of the excessive consumption of magic power. The priestess awakened twice at the same time. This was the second time today that Yaxiang's worldview was refreshed. Lynn's magic power ran wild. Its strength continued to grow, and it was completely impossible to control it. Pico awakened twice. Yaxiang suddenly felt a little tired and missed see you coming back. However, Lynn looked at the dancing flame in her palm and spoke. Winnie, I might be able to help. The author has something to say. Shoot at me. Chapter 222, very smooth. According to Yaxiang's introduction before going out in the direction pointed by Xiao Ai, Suyu stepped into the Crescent Moon Tribe's sphere of influence 2 days later. Naturally, he had no idea what had happened in the tribe in the past 2 days, but he was slightly surprised by the terrifying force that suddenly rose into the sky. I am invincible in heaven and on earth. This should be Suyu's most direct experience. However, he didn't have time to think about these things right now. The Crescent Moon Tribe's territory is located next to a large lake. The lake is crescent-shaped, flowing through the continuous valleys into the distance, and directly connecting to the rivers outside the region. On the other side was a plain of dozens of miles in radius, without a single blade of grass or tree to be seen. This terrain is similar to the port of Blue Star. It can be considered rich in resources. Although the method of obtaining what has become much more difficult, it is still an advantage in defending against foreign enemies. At least, they didn't have to worry about enemies suddenly emerging from the woods and catching them off guard. Unlike the White Tiger Alliance, the Crescent Tribe is located near mountains and rivers, and its geographical location is much better than other tribes. Of course, for Suyu, who possesses invisible skills, it is all the same. Suyu had only one goal this time, which was to find Song Yuanshan to confirm the situation and find out the detailed information about the Crescent Moon Tribe. The distribution of the Crescent Moon Tribe's tribe branches is not complicated. Their tribe's land is built beside the water, surrounding most of the lake. The upstream is the lineage of the patriarch, and the downstream is the lineage of Song Heihu. Song Yuanshan has clearly introduced the specific locations of Song Heihu and other 3 great wizards. The great wizard Li Ming and Zheng Dagong lived together, while Song Heihu lived alone at the end of the downstream, near the valley. In addition, Song Heihu's residence is of a very unique style. It is a mix of giant animal bones, stone, and wood. It is huge and magnificent, and can be clearly recognized as long as you get there. After a brief observation, Suyu entered from a low wall downstream and slipped in under the noses of countless Crescent Moon people. If it were someone else, it might not be easy to find, but Suyu is different. Open the map radar, and among the thousands of orange and red dots, there's only one blued that is particularly dazzling. After Song Yuanshan and Suyu completed the Heavenly Oath, his dot color changed from orange-red to blue, so it was relatively easy to find him. Passing through countless tents, Suyu took a look at the current living conditions of the Crescent Moon Tribe members. Like all tribes, it is dull and boring. When I think about it, it seems that my fellow tribesmen are similar, with almost no entertainment activities in their spare time. Of course, in this age where people have to work hard for food and clothing, how many people would consider having fun? After finding Song Yuanshan, you will naturally see the house built with giant beast bones that he mentioned. It was the first time that Suyu felt Song Heihu's magical power. As his name suggests, he was like a beast hunting in the dark, sinister, and powerful. In comparison, Song Yuanshan's small tent looks like a lonely boat, which is very pitiful in this area. It's not that it's small, but it seems to be completely independent and far away from other tents. As the second son of Song Heihu, this guy really has no respect at all. Suyu smacked her lips, thinking that at least it was beneficial to her and not harmful. Song Yuanshan's tent was about 10 square meters in size. As soon as Suyu got in, she saw him sitting leisurely on the hay, with his brows lowered in deep thought. Yuanshan. Suyu sat down in front of Song Yuanshan and suddenly spoke. Who? Song Yuanshan was startled by the sudden shock and looked around, but found nothing. No need to look for me. You can't see me. I am Suyu. Suyu continued. Song Yuanshan remained silent, stared at the source of the sound, and spoke slowly. What do you prove it? Is this guy so vigilant? It's too boring to prove that you are yourself. Suyu rolled her eyes and then whispered. When you sent your elder brother off, your posture was very handsome and smooth. Thank you. Song Yuanshan chuckled. Su Dao, your punch is more impressive. Come on, stop bragging about business. Song Yuanshan didn't seem to be interested at all in the fact that Suyu was able to hide her figure and sneak in silently. This made Suyu very satisfied. He likes simple people, the simpler the better. Is Song Heihu here? Suyu continued to ask. In the future, unless there is something particularly important, the great wizard will not easily leave his base. Song Yuanshan explained. That means Jiang Han and the other 2 great wizards are here too? Song Yuanshan nodded. Yes. Suyu asked. What was the result of a negotiation between the Crescent Moon tribe and the Sky Beast tribe? Song Yuanshan hesitated for a moment, and then told everyone everything he had learned in recent days. When I came back, the first round of negotiations had already ended, and Patriarch Ye's lineage chose to negotiate peace. The first time? Is there a second time? Suyu asked in surprise. Song Yuanshan smiled and said, This is the rule of the tribe. The first meeting is a test for both sides, so there will be a competition among the tribes. The real decision will have to wait until the second meeting. If both sides still have no objections, an alliance will be reached. Suyu said, Oh, and was a little surprised, so, during the first meeting, your Yi clan leader should not have known about Song Heihu's plan. He did not choose to attack the Sky Beast tribe. This is quite surprising. Song Yuanshan shook his head and chuckled. The current clan leader is different from the old clan leader. He is indecisive and has been reluctant to make up his mind because of the old relationship. The 2 great witches Jiang and Han were almost so angry about this that they gave up. As a superior, this is not a very good character. No wonder he was eaten to death by Song Heihu. Suyu couldn't help but laugh. How do you know so clearly? Song Yuanshan looked around and lowered his head. I have already met with Han Dao in private. They already know about my father's plan. I just don't know if my father will have other plans on the day of the alliance meeting. Have you seen it? Didn't they suspect you? Suyu asked doubtfully. Song Yuanshan was very calm. I moved you out, and whether I doubt you or not, the result will be the same, because they can't afford the gamble. Even though Song Yuanshan had lied to them, Yi Fei and his clan would not dare to easily choose to attack the Tianshou tribe again, because the cost of doing so was indeed too high. Song Heihu intends to rebel, so how can he devote his whole heart to the war with the Tianshou tribe? While the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. In the end, even if the Tianshou tribe does not stand on Song Heihu's side, he has enough power to defeat Yi Fei's lineage. Among the 3 forces, Yi Fei and Wang Xian were in a very passive situation. Therefore, a brief peace is the best way to deal with it. You see it very clearly, Suyu said with a smile. Song Yuanshan did not respond, but changed the subject. Chapter 2:23 The Needle Does Not Poke. Which Han said that he wanted to find a time to meet you, so I've been thinking about how to spread the news. Song Yuanshan said bitterly, but I don't have any tribesmen I can trust yet, so I plan to take this opportunity to go out again. Oh. You can write a big word, miserable, on my thigh. Suyu was speechless. This guy is really doing very badly. It's not easy to avoid the eyes of my father and the tribesmen. It's okay if we walk within the tribe, but it's too difficult to get out. Indeed, there are mostly planes outside, and if a person suddenly runs out, only a blind person can see him. Song Yuanshan said this with a sigh of relief. I didn't expect you to come. Then I really came here by chance. Suyu smiled and said, Did Han Dao tell me what he wanted to talk to me about? Song Yuanshan nodded, then hesitated. Yes, he said. Say what? Song Yuanshan adjusted his facial expression and gritted his teeth and said, You slept with my daughter. I won't poke you with a needle. Suyu's mouth twitched. Yuanshan, you really imitated it. It's just so. My father-in-law seems to have some complaints about me. Why? You lost your daughter for 5 or 6 years. Now blame me. Then Song Yuanshan asked again, Which Su do you want to see me? Not cheap. What's so cheap about it? Su didn't want to get involved in the affairs of the Crescent Moon tribe and the Sky Beast tribe at all. He could more or less guess the reason why his father-in-law wanted to see him. A half-step great wizard and 2 top-notch warriors were absolutely irreplaceable fighting forces for the current Crescent Moon tribe. However, Suyu had no intention of cooperating with the Crescent Moon tribe from the beginning to the end, even with Yi Fei's lineage, even if their goals are relatively consistent. That is to kill Song Heihu. Suyu was silent for a moment, then asked, After you came back, did Song Heihu take any action? Song Yuanshan replied, He has no doubts about my brother's disappearance. He has arranged a large number of trusted slaves to search for him. He will not have any doubts in the short term. Moreover, according to my brother's previous temperament, he is very proud, so it is not surprising that he would make such a choice. Song Yuanshan recounted the conversation between him and Song Heihu in detail. After listening to this, Suyu became curious about Song Heihu's last question. Do you think that Song Heihu has other purposes in asking about the witch? Song Yuanshan nodded. I'm not sure, but I just felt that something was wrong with my father at that time. He never deliberately asked about the witch's affairs. Is it because Song Heihu and Yaxiang and their father have a grudge against each other? Suyu still remembered that the group of people from the Crescent Moon tribe that she had captured had also been instructed to capture the witches of second rate and above alive as much as possible. At that time, due to the complexity of the matter, Suyu did not take it too seriously. In addition, when she met Yin Yan later, she seemed to have said that someone had been secretly capturing the witches in the past 2 years, and Ame, Yi Zi, and the others were rescued by chance. Putting all this together, things don't seem simple. Song Heihu might have other purposes in capturing the witch. Do you have a place to detain slaves here? Suyu suddenly asked. Yes, he is on the other side of the valley. The one guarding that side is my father's man. He is quite powerful, but unfortunately he can't speak. Song Yuanshan recalled. I heard from my third brother before that the man was a slave child picked up by my father. His tongue was plucked out when he was young, and he is only loyal to my father. Okay. Suyu nodded. Just keep an eye on Song Heihu here, and do something else for me. Song Yuanshan leaned forward slightly. I'm listening, Master Su. Just give the orders. I see that the people in the area on the edge of your tribe seem to be living in poverty. Many children have trouble getting enough food and clothing, and their parents are not around. Suyu was not surprised by this phenomenon. Since ancient times, people have been divided into strong and weak, intelligent and stupid, and naturally evolve into rich and poor, noble and humble, upper and lower classes. This is even more obvious in this world that worships power and reveres great witches. The strong prey on the weak. This is the universal law of survival. Song Yuanshan was a little confused when he heard this. Yes, many of those people's fathers and mothers died while hunting. Although the tribe would give them food, it was very little, and sometimes even nothing. The father knew about this, but he ignored it. He said that after his father and mother died, he followed the team out hunting. Only by relying on his own strength to survive can he become a real warrior. Only those who are too young will be adopted by other women for a period of time, and then they will be sent back to their original place. Suyu couldn't help but sigh. Is your father a Spartan warrior? Wizard Su, why are you asking them? Song Yuanshan asked in confusion. Suyu smiled. To build up power, we must start from childhood. Do you understand? After leaving Song Yuanshan's tent, Suyu glanced at Song Heihu's animal bone house, thought for a moment, and then headed towards the valley. He wanted to confirm whether there was any connection between Song Heihu and the capture of the witch. The valley is not far from Song Heihu's clan territory. As a place for imprisoning slaves and storing stones, it looks particularly dirty and messy. The smell of decay and dampness mixed together and was difficult to dissipate throughout the year, turning into an extremely pungent odor. As soon as Suyu got close, she felt a sharp pain in her nose, a stuffy feeling in her chest, and a nauseous feeling in her throat. It was a little difficult to bear. In contrast, the rough men who were guarding, all with thick eyebrows and big eyes, were scratching and swishing, as if the impact was not very serious. Some were still tearing into the barbecue legs and drinking the muddy river water, which made Suyu admire them very much. This group of people is the one Suyu admires the most since she entered the world. So strong. Precisely because of the harsh environment, no one except the guards would come here. The trees on a mountain had long been cut down, and it looked like a bald head, very ugly. The guards laughed it off and didn't notice at all that a man quietly passed by them and entered the cave. The cave was not formed naturally, but was dug out artificially, and there are very clear marks of knives and axes on the rock walls. The passages in the cave are long and narrow, with many forks, and are confusing and complicated. There's an even more mysterious world inside. It is hard to imagine how much manpower was spent at that time. Unlike Yi Fei's clan who lived upstream, they were an independent slave camp. Song Heihu chose to dig caves to imprison their slaves. This was obviously more time-consuming and laborious, which also made Suyu feel strange. The smell in the cave was stronger than outside, stimulating people's senses wave after wave. Suyu really couldn't stand it anymore, so she could only use her magic power to temporarily block her sense of smell, so as not to be suffocated halfway. There is not just one passage, it is all pitch black, and only in the depths of the cave can one faintly sense a faint light. After walking just a few dozen meters, we came to several forks in the road. The author has something to say. Writing this part of the story makes my scalp tingle. I need to go back to writing about my daily life and interactions with my wives. Chapter 224, Dumb Guard. Suyu could see a lot of orange, red, and white dots on the map radar, but unfortunately the road was blocked and she couldn't get close quickly. After groping around for a while and going back and forth a few times, Suyu felt her scalp tingling. Do you want to go out and get a guide? But once it is exposed, it may alert other people, and it would be bad if it attracts Song Heihu. The distance between the two places is just a blink of an eye in the eyes of the Great Wizard, which is not a good thing. Suyu curled her lips, thinking about what to do, when a large orange-red suddenly appeared within the observable range and slowly walked towards the cave. Suyu couldn't help but frown. Song Heihu? Not really. When he was in the clanland before, he had seen the representing Song Heihu, which was 2 circles larger than this one. In this case, this person's realm should be top-notch. Suyu remained motionless, quietly watching the man's movements, and he was walking towards her direction. About 2 or 3 minutes later, a short man with a weathered and wrinkled face walked in. The man held a flaming stick at an angle, had a pair of eyes as bright as an eagle's, hunched over, and walked slowly. Suyu immediately stuck to the rock wall and let it pass. At first, she thought it was an old man, but when he came closer, Suyu realized that she was wrong. The man's face was not covered with wrinkles, but with several knife scars. His skin was pulled up and folded together, making him look hideous and terrifying under the light of the fire. He was holding a large bag of bloody meat in his hand and chose one of the forks in the road without hesitation. Suyu did not delay either. It was better to have a guide than to grope around on her own, so she followed quietly behind. The man was very familiar with this place. There were many forks in the road, but he never stopped in the middle. Coupled with his top-notch strength and the meat in his hands, Suyu couldn't help but think of the slave guard mentioned by Song Yuanshan. Could it be that mute? Not long after, Suyu followed the man out of the passage and came to a 2-story man-made cave. There were several bonfires burning inside, and there were 2 other guards. When they saw the short man, they all greeted him loudly. Songgur, you're here. Why did you take so long this time? Didn't the old man want to give us meat again? Damn it, they just change people after a while. I don't know where the previous guards went. They let us take on this hard job. We might as well go out and join the hunting team. We have to depend on others for meat. We are not as useless as the second young master. At least we can still lift a knife. As he spoke, the burly man drew the iron knife from his waist and angrily cut a few large bones on the ground. Judging from the shape of the bone, it looks like a big wild boar. The short man, called Songgur, grinned, and his facial expression was so frightening that even Suyu, who was mentally prepared, was startled. He nodded and opened his mouth and murmured something, then divided the meat in his hand into 2 portions and threw one to the 2 men. In this way, Suyu could be sure of the short man's identity without a doubt. It was Song Heihu's confidant, the mute who was responsible for guarding the slaves. The men took the meat, strode over, and poked the meat in Song Gur's hand with the sharp knives in their hands, unconsciously showing contempt. Song Gur, you've been too kind to those slaves. You gave them so much. There's not enough food for the three of us. Damn it, let them starve to death. They are just a bunch of losers. They will die of exhaustion just by moving stones. Generally speaking, slaves imprisoned in such places are warriors with very weak magical powers. They're usually only used to work when the tribe is carrying out large-scale construction. After a period of time, you may be sent to a trading tribe in exchange for resources. Theoretically, as long as you don't die, it's fine. However, when the man wanted to pick out some meat, Song Gur pulled him away. He put the remaining meat back into the package and babbled for a while with his mouth wide open. After some gestures, the two men spat in dissatisfaction and put their knives back. All right, you are the Song Dao's man. Your words carry more weight than ours. We two brothers won't make things difficult for you. If it's someone else, we will beat him to death. Come over and grill some meat together. The other man said sarcastically, we brothers are not as lucky as you. Great Witch Song picked you up and raised you for so long. He will find you again, if nothing else. If it were any other member of the tribe, they would have abandoned you in the tribe long ago. Tomorrow, you should say something good to Great Witch Song and find some good jobs for us brothers. Song Gur didn't get angry with them. He still had a smile on his face and followed the two men. The three of them sat around the fire and started grilling meat. Suyu looked at the thin, hunchbacked dwarf and frowned. It seems that those two guys don't know his strength. With your second-rate abilities, you two want to beat up a top-notch one? Do you know how to write the word death? Oh, you can't write. They are from the same ethnic group, but they deliberately conceal their strength, which makes Suyu even more suspicious. While the three men were grilling, Suyu looked around the cave. The passage was artificially dug, but it seems that not all of the cave is. In addition to the marks of knives and axes, there are also very smooth rock walls. The feeling is just like the decomposition and fusion of earth elements controlled by Li. In other words, this was most likely made using elemental abilities. It is unknown whether it was done by a witch or an ordinary warrior. Several small caves were dug under the rock wall. The entrances to the caves were wooden cages. Looking through the dim firelight, one could see that many slaves were imprisoned there, looking pale and skinny, almost losing their human form. The miserable condition of these people now is not even as bad as what Suyu saw in the Rose Clan before. Some of them were already dying. Their eyes were turning green from hunger, and even their moans were so weak that they could be as faint as those of mosquitoes and flies. There are 5 people in each slave cell, and the total number of slaves is about 40, including some first-class fighters. Compared to others, the first-rate fighters were much stronger physically, with a strong light in their eyes. It seemed that they had just been captured not long ago, and their tenacity was wearing down. At first glance, it looks very ordinary, and there are only men, not a single woman. This may be the case in the eyes of others, but for Suyu, it is completely different. On the map radar, the slaves were all white dots, but Suyu took a quick glance and realized something was wrong. It's not the people that are the problem, it's the quantity that is the problem. There are obviously 4 or 5 more white dots on the map radar than what is visible. But Suyu counted them again from beginning to end, but couldn't find where the missing ones were. There's only one answer. The white dots overlap. The author has something to say. Chapter 225 Secret. The map radar displays a flat map, not a 3D composition, so the height of the dots will not be reflected. Suyu glanced at the rocks above the slaves' heads, and then looked down at their feet. If I had to choose, it would definitely be underground. After all, the choice between digging soil and excavating rocks is completely unequal in terms of engineering manpower. I just don't know where the entrance to the cave is. But all these are just speculations. What if Song Heihu's forehead was squeezed and he really built a secret dungeon in the rock? Helplessly, so you could only turn her attention back to Song Gur. There is no doubt that this person definitely knows the location of those white spots. After waiting for several people to finish eating, Song Gur looked at the 2 men beside him who were slumped over after eating and drinking. Then he stood up and picked up the bag of meat again. He babbled something to the men, and the 2 men waved their hands impatiently and said, "Go ahead and divide it up quickly, out of sight, out of mind." The man then lay on his side, patted his belly, and began to snore. In a place like this, they don't have to worry about enemies running in and attacking them, unless the enemy is mentally ill. Song Gur grinned again and came to the dungeon, carrying the meat. Under the dim firelight, he took out the meat and flicked his finger lightly. The meat seemed to be torn apart by a huge force, and it broke into several pieces and flew into the prison cave. The slaves seemed to come alive instantly and began to scramble for the food, completely disregarding whether the meat was raw or not. After walking through 5 dungeons, Song-Gur turned back slightly, glanced at the 2 men, smiled evilly, and then disappeared instantly. At least in Su Yu's eyes, he did not disappear suddenly. Instead, he quickly hid in a dark corner, where there were several huge stones as tall as a person piled up. Song-Gur moved the stones away with just a light grab, without any effort. Under the stone, there was a cave. Song-Gur jumped in quietly, and then used his magic power to restore the boulder to its original position. Su Yu didn't rush to catch up, but waited until Song-Gur's orange-red moved away for a distance before jumping down, imitating his method. Anyway, I am invisible, so I am not worried that Song-Gur will find me. However, since entering the Crescent Moon tribe, I have been consuming magic power, which is really a waste. Su Yu also estimated that if he continued in this state, with the increased consumption of magic power in the later stages, he could probably only hold on for about half a day, or 6 or 7 hours. Of course, he couldn't spend all his magic power on this. If he encountered a special situation, he would have to surrender. Beneath the surface is another excavated cave, about 2 meters from the ground. Even if someone shouts loudly below, it is difficult for the people in the cave to hear it. Unlike the cave, it was brighter here, but it was not the light of fire, but from some kind of glowing jade. The surface of those stones was smooth, white jade, with various shapes, emitting a strange white light. Dozens of them piled together made this small world look very bright. Next to those jades were several dry bones and corpses that had not yet completely decayed. The corpses were all burly men. They had been rotting for some time and were full of maggots. The stench filled the space, making people sick. The clothes they wore were normal linen clothes, and they looked a lot like the people of the Crescent Moon tribe. But why he died here is unknown. Song-Gur hunched over, glanced at the corpses, and without any hesitation, he continued to walk in with the meat in his hand, and stopped after a while. There were several people with iron nooses tied around their ankles. The men were of different ages, with messy hair mixed with dirt, and faces and bodies covered in mud and blood, and they even smelled a bit. On the ground in front of him was a pile of bones and minced meat that had been eaten clean, emitting a strange smell. In Song-Gur's eyes, this group of people are no different from devils. He stood far away, quietly watching the other party share the bloody raw meat, pacing back and forth with a sense of distance, as if he was eager for it to be over quickly so that he could leave. Su Yu came closer, picked out 2 people whose eyes still had some light in them, and used her magic power to pour the sound directly into their eardrums. "Don't be afraid. I'm here to save you." The woman was frightened and thought it was a god coming, so she immediately knelt down and worshipped. This abnormal behavior naturally aroused Song-Gur's suspicion. He glanced at him coldly with a gloomy tone. "What are you doing?" As he raised his hand, huge magical power began to stir. Because Song Heihu had warned him that witches possess strange powers that ordinary people could hardly possess. If they exhibited abnormal behavior, you could choose to get rid of them. Of course, this is also to cover up the truth and silence the witnesses. Only if they died, Song Heihu's secret arrest and imprisonment of the witch would not be exposed. With chains around their ankles, they couldn't escape. Song-Gur kept Song Heihu's words in mind, and when he saw that the other party did not respond, he slapped him with his palm. However, before he could swing his hand, his body flew backwards. A huge fist suddenly appeared on his chest and punched directly into his chest, shattering his ribs. Chapter 226, The Mysterious Yellow Bird. In order to avoid being noticed, Su Yu did not use her full strength. However, Song-Gunner's body did not hit the wall, but stopped abruptly in midair. He opened his eyes wide. The light in his eyes was no longer sharp, but full of fear and confusion. At the same time, the women were also stunned, staring stupidly at the scene before them. "It's God. It really is God who came to save us." The women opened their eyes wide, and a glimmer of light finally appeared in their cloudy eyeballs. Yahoo. Song-Gur hummed with difficulty. His cheeks and neck turned purple and red, and his face became even more ferocious, but his throat was strangled tightly, and no matter how hard he tried with his hands and feet, it was of no use. Because his arms and legs were too short, he couldn't even touch the corner of Su Yu's clothes. Then he and the women saw a magical scene. A man's figure gradually emerged. First the outline, then the flesh and skin, like clear water, gradually stained with color. The man's magical power frightened Song-gur. Israel wanted to resist, but his body had already given up, because he instinctively sensed the other person's realm. Who else but the great wizard could be able to suppress me so effortlessly? Only, what he couldn't understand was, how could this great wizard in front of him be so young? He was about the same age as the young master, much younger than himself. However, all this is too unreal. Even if he's a young master, he can't be so evil. I'm sorry, Suyu said in a deep voice. Gaba. Without any hesitation, Suyu crushed Song-gur's neck. He threw Song-gur's body aside, shook his hands, and then turned around. Since they are all priestesses, try to take them away if you can. As long as we don't alert Song-hyehu's forces, it shouldn't be a problem to take them away from here. Don't move. I'll help you remove the shackles. Time was running out, and Suyu was too lazy to talk nonsense. She was just a little surprised that Song-hyehu would be willing to use iron or to make a leg lock. It turned out that Song-hyehu was a wealthy man with abundant resources. However, for a great wizard, these shackles are not much different from plastic ones. He did it several times in a row, and the women didn't even notice. Come with me later, and don't make any noise. Suyu gave instructions while breaking the last shackle. However, the witch suddenly patted his shoulder. What's wrong? Suyu looked up in confusion and saw that the witches all took a few steps back and looked at the opposite side with strange expressions. There are others. Suyu was instantly alert and jumped up reflexively. Then, in the dark backlight, she saw a person wrapped in colorful animal skins. Ooh! Suyu was stunned. Looking at the direction and position, the man was obviously coming down from the cave, covered by the boulder, just like her. Could he be Song-hyehu's man? However, this person wrapped himself tightly, leaving only a pair of strange eyes exposed, making it impossible to tell whether he was a man or a woman. Wrong. Suyu was still slightly inclined to believe that the other person was a woman. The chest was somewhat bulging. It was just that Suyu was used to the experience on Blue Star, and she knew that there were many men with equally spectacular pectoral muscles. More importantly, this mysterious man's magical power was so strong that Suyu's eyelids twitched. The fucking great wizard realm? What an international joke. In contrast, the mysterious man was also surprised by Suyu's strength. The two sides can be called each other. That's why everyone is cautious. But the mysterious man did not show much fear. She did not respond to Suyu, but looked coldly at Song-gur's body, then looked at the group of women, and then said, I want to take these witches away. Get out of the way. What the hell? This business is being snatched up. Why? Suyu raised her eyebrows and said, I saved him, so he belongs to me. Judging from the mysterious man's voice, it seemed that he was out of breath, which made his voice somewhat neutral and difficult to tell whether he was a man or a woman. But at least he doesn't look like Song-hyehu's man. Damn, could you please speak normally? Moreover, this person kept covering his chest, and his movements were strange. You saved me? Humph, do you think I'm so easy to fool? Obviously, this mysterious man did not see the whole process. He probably followed after Suyu killed Song-gur. Like Suyu, she seemed to be in a hurry. Seeing Suyu's refusal, she stopped talking nonsense, leaped up, and punched Suyu. The surging witchcraft power forced Suyu to curse inwardly and take action to deal with it. Moreover, what shocked Suyu was that the other party's magic power was different from that of ordinary people and was actually black. Not only that, her pupils were also completely black, like the devil in the Blue Star movie, weird and scary. Black witch power? It seems. I've seen it somewhere. Suyu was stunned for a moment, and the opponent's fist was already there. He immediately stretched out his palm and clenched it, grabbing it. A huge impact came instantly, but failed to move Suyu at all. He was like a hard rock, motionless. The mysterious man's magic power gushed out, and that force heavily slammed into the earth wall behind Suyu, instantly creating a secret corridor. There's a hole. Suyu and the mysterious man both took a look, but no one moved rashly. You're making such a big noise. Aren't you afraid of being discovered? Suyu cursed, gritting her teeth. The mysterious man seemed to be determined to take it all in. He snorted coldly. Then let me take the person away. No way. Who's afraid of who? Suyu became angry and threw a punch as well. At the same time, he shouted to the witches, hide in the passage first. The witches were already frightened out of their wits. When they heard Suyu's order, They did not hesitate at all, and the five of them entered the corridor one after another. The mysterious man gnashed his teeth in hatred about this. Why are you listening to him? His eyes, which originally had no anger in them, were now filled with murderous intent. She no longer held back and ignored Su Yu's punch. A thick black magical power quickly spread along her fist and invaded Su Yu's palm in the blink of an eye. Bang! Su Yu's fist arrived in response, hitting the mysterious man's chest very hard. However, this punch was like hitting a deep cold pool, soft and cold, and only made the mysterious man take a few steps back. Her magic defense was extremely strong, and ordinary punches had no effect at all. As expected, he is a great wizard. It's just a little surprising how soft it is. The mysterious man's black magic power also began to spread rapidly in Su Yu's palm. Not a combat skill, just pure elemental magic power. Fire? This strange elemental magic power began to burn, crackling, and with a slight burnt smell. It's actually flame. Black flames. This understanding of witchcraft is a bit beyond the scope. Su Yu was shocked, and her head buzzed. Fire magic power. Are you a witch too? However, before Su Yu could make any move, the mysterious man suddenly clenched his palm in the air and spoke in a low voice. Crush him. As her voice fell, Su Yu felt a tremor under her feet, and the earth energy in the air rolled wildly. Not good. Shadow of witch power. Almost at the same time, more than a dozen sharp black thorns rose from the ground, as if to sting Su Yu into a wasp, and shot out instantly. Chapter 227. Meeting on a Narrow Road. Bang, bang, bang. The earth spikes shattered after touching the phantom outside Su Yu's body. This has somewhat overturned Su Yu's 3 views. Another earth element ability. Are you the legendary player with dual spiritual roots? The mysterious person was also stunned when she saw the Dharma-like existence outside Su Yu's body, but this did not hinder her next killing move. Her wrist turned, and the black magic power was ready to move. Pierce him. In an instant. In the air, dark elemental molecules were jumping, and countless tiny elemental energies gathered, causing Su Yu's eyelids to twitch. Earth? No, it's iron. I'm so surprised. It turns out you're a player with 3 spiritual roots. Joking aside, Su Yu was not careless at all. The magic power gathered from the iron element was extremely sharp, like a thorn in the back. Even he felt a bit of a chill. Of course, this kind of power is still not enough. During this period of time, Su Yu has been taking physical potions continuously, and the magic power in his body has become very solid. He is not blindly confident, but has absolute certainty. In the blink of an eye, dozens of thumb-thin iron spikes solidified almost instantly and pointed directly at Su Yu. It's so fast that it arrives in the blink of an eye. Bang! With almost no hindrance, it broke through Su Yu's magical power phantom, directly crushed his protective magical power, and stabbed in. When the attack is focused on one point, the destructive power will indeed rise to a higher level. Li had learned this move very well, and the mysterious man in front of her was no worse. Unfortunately, the magic power seems unstable. From a moment she met the mysterious man, Su Yu noticed that the other party's magic power was constantly fluctuating, which was extremely weird. Plus, she kept covering her chest. Could it be that she was injured? But what does this have to do with me? Su Yu chuckled and raised his hand to punch. Very serious. Ding. The divine skill is triggered by the strong luck, and the success rate of the damage immunity skill is increased. Ding. Damage immunity triggered. This was not the first time that Su Yu triggered the damage immunity skill. It was actually triggered in a hand-to-hand fight with Song, Shung a long time ago. However, this time, with the blessing of strong luck, she was prompted. Hey, I was originally thinking of blocking it with a super serious punch, but this time it was much easier. The mysterious man's iron spike didn't even pierce his fur. It fell to the ground with a clang and turned into a pool of black energy that merged into the ground. Surprise and confusion appeared in those pure black pupils again. She was very clear about the power of this move. Even if the opponent was a great wizard, it would not be so easy to resist it completely. You're weird. The mysterious person frowned, and the black magic power in her body suddenly surged. She knew that she had met her match today, and it might not be so easy to take away those witches. But what was faster than her was Su Yu's fist. You're not bad either. Su Yu retorted. After being fucked so many times, Su Yu didn't want to endure it anymore. No matter whether you are a shrine maiden or not, all problems will be solved if you defeat her first. You still cast spells? Casting a spell right at the warrior's face. Look at me interrupting the spell. Silence. Suyu instantly appeared in front of the mysterious man, his fist filled with endless magical power, and he immediately blasted out with a super serious punch. The mysterious man opened his eyes wide, obviously shocked by the power carried by his fist. In such a remote place, I can actually encounter an opponent who can use such magical power. She had no time to dodge and could only cross her hands to protect her chest. The black magic power that had just condensed seemed to be summoned and transformed into defense, forming an extremely solid black light film. Bang! Wow. The mysterious person couldn't believe that the defense she had built collapsed in an instant. The huge impact force hit her arms and directly knocked her out. Not only that, the punch had an even stronger force behind it, and it smashed her into the wall. The huge magical power overflowed violently. The turbulence continued. The walls and ceiling began to crack on a large scale, making crackling sounds. Boom! This time, the earth almost shook. The upper ground cracked directly. Mud and rocks rolled and fell heavily, and smoke and dust rose in an instant. The two guards were lying down and sleeping just now were choked and coughed loudly. When the smoke and dust dispersed, they looked at the scene in front of them in amazement. The place where I had just slept had actually fallen down completely. No, it should be said that after sleeping underground for several months, I found another world outside. But before the two men could react, two fists as big as sandbags came crashing down on their faces. Suyu punched them one by one, making them shut up obediently. Forever. Then, he looked at the mysterious man who was smashed into the wall and rubbed his nose. The commotion was quite loud. I couldn't stay here any longer. Suyu didn't have time to care about the life or death of the mysterious man. He immediately turned around and ran towards the earth cave behind him. Follow me, Suyu said to the women. He observed the terrain and believed that the corridor in front of him was most likely the leading to the Crescent Moon tribe's territory. But part of the distance is below the road in the valley. There is no one guarding the area, and it is an open area. If we dig a passage upwards from there, we can avoid the eyes and ears of many people. The women nodded and blindly followed Suyu down the corridor to escape. However, after just a few breaths, Suyu felt a strong magical power gathering behind him, and on the map radar, an orange red that was rapidly catching up with him. It's fine so soon? This guy has a really tough body. Before she could complain, Suyu suddenly stopped, her eyes widened, and she felt her scalp tingling, because he saw a huge orange-red dot on a map radar, moving towards this side at a high speed from the direction of the Crescent tribe. As for whether it was above ground or underground, Suyu no longer needed to guess, because the burly man who was as big as a hill had appeared not far away. He has a gloomy face, strong magical power, great arrogance, and a heroic aura all over his body. The man's eyes were like a pair of eagles, extremely sharp. No doubt about it. It's Song Heihu. What Suyu didn't expect was that Song Heihu actually came from the other end of the corridor. This is really fucked up. At the same time, the mysterious man also arrived in a rage. As if it was natural, she was hardly injured, her magic power was still flowing, and her thick patterned skin was not damaged at all. On the opposite side, Song Heihu glanced gloomily, sized up the two men for a few seconds, and said in a deep voice, "You're brave enough to rob someone from me. No one has ever left this road alive." Song Heihu didn't care about the identities of Suyu and the other person, because in his opinion, asking about the identities of two dead people was a waste of time. It was not until this time that the mysterious man was truly convinced that Suyu was indeed saving people just now, and that he seemed to have nothing to do with the Crescent Moon tribe. "You have no say on whether I can survive or not. My life depends on me, not on heaven." Suyu chuckled and suddenly punched out with his right hand. The author has something to say. This doesn't feel like a holiday. Chapter 228 Blockage. Song Heihu's eyes narrowed. The power of this punch was terrifying. The witch power was much stronger than he had imagined. Was this young man actually a half-step great witch? No wonder they are so confident. Really interesting. However, for him, that's all. Song Heihu just stepped back slightly, not caring at all, but the expected punch did not come. Suyu threw a feint, but his target was directly upwards. The phantom of the witch power transformed, and he punched out with a strong witch power, blasting a huge skylight directly on top of his head. "You guys go up first. I'll be there soon." Suyu grabbed a few witches who were too frightened to move and threw them all up. Then, Right under the noses of Song Heihu and the mysterious man, he grinned and gradually disappeared. You guys are so nice. This won't interrupt the spell. Suyu's voice came through the air. The mountains remain unchanged and the water flows forever. Big brother, help me hold him back first. After we go back, I'll let you be the elder. We'll meet again. Not being able to detect any fluctuation of witchcraft power, Song Heihu and the mysterious man were both stunned. Song Heihu was depressed because the opponent disappeared right under his nose. This kind of fighting skill was unheard of, and his always confident witchcraft perception seemed to be ineffective, and he was completely unable to detect Suyu's trace. What made the mysterious man depressed was not just Suyu's ability to become invisible. It would be fine if she couldn't see it, but the problem is that she can see it. With black pupils and the ability to see through illusions, she has been able to see many strange things since she was young, including various elements of heaven and earth floating in the atmosphere. Seeing Suyu wagging her finger at him leisurely and stirring up trouble at the same time, the mysterious man was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. Suyu's words would undoubtedly cause Song Heihu to misunderstand and think that the two of them were together. Stop right there. The mysterious man shouted angrily and was about to follow when a golden light suddenly attacked. Do you think I don't exist? None of you can leave today. Song Heihu took a step forward, his fist like a tiger out of a cage, hurting anyone who touched him. The mysterious person was forced to stop, but she was forced to retreat, but Song Heihu stepped on the cave entrance before her. The existence of those witches must never be known to anyone, so he wanted to erase as much as possible. Anyway, the power of these witches is weak, and Song Heihu doesn't want to waste time on them, as they are of no use to him. Come down! The mysterious man followed closely behind and met his attack with a punch. Snort! The two men fought again in a cave several meters high. Facing the mysterious man's pursuit, Song Heihu frowned, turned around, and punched him. When the two fists touched, the mysterious man's eyes suddenly widened, and he gritted his teeth. The golden light from Song Heihu's fist penetrated his body and actually directly penetrated his own magic defense. Oops. Due to his carelessness, the mysterious man suffered a direct blow and spat out a mouthful of blood. The narrow pit was shaken by the magic power, and the soil fell down immediately. Song Heihu leaped over and disappeared without a trace. The mysterious man's eyes flashed, and he jumped up as well. Few people would stay in this valley, let alone this stinking place where slaves were imprisoned. But even so, Song Heihu didn't want to cause any more trouble. He jumped out of the ground, then locked onto the witch and shot away. However, this time it still failed to succeed. Dozens of thin iron spikes attacked him from behind. Song Heihu immediately twisted his body, tumbled in the air, stretched out his right hand, and easily deflected the iron spikes, shattering them with the stirring of magic power. Looking at the magic power that was transformed into the elements of heaven and earth again, and the mysterious man chasing after him, Song Heihu stopped with interest. Iron elemental magic power. She is a witch. Moreover, he is at the level of a great wizard. For a moment, Song Heihu was shocked and actually laughed. Good. It's easy to get ha 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 ha. Under the laughter, Song Heihu's eyes became crazy, as if he saw delicious prey. To him, the value of those witches was completely different from that of the mysterious man in front of him. However, it is not easy to subdue a great wizard. Besides, I don't want my secret to be exposed. After a little consideration, Song Heihu did not stop and leaped forward, his target still being the 5 witches who wanted to escape. The sky is falling and the earth is splitting. Following Song Heihu's cold shout, golden light burst out from his body, mixed with the crackling sound of electric current. He could not confirm Suyu's location, but he was sure that the man who used combat skills to become invisible was definitely protecting the group of witches. Therefore, he only needed to aim his fist at the witch, and naturally, he could smash her to pieces. Song Heihu's punch, with its surging magic power and absolute momentum, was far more powerful than his son's. It was like a ferocious tiger baring its fangs at a group of weak women. Suyu felt a strong sense of oppression and his blood boiled. He naturally could not sit idly by and watch the witches being beaten to pieces, so he turned around and greeted them. However, this time, before Suyu could throw a punch, the mysterious man tried to stop her again. She didn't want to block the punch for Suyu. Even if Su Yu had enough witch power to fight back, the 5 witches around her would be affected by the witch power of the two. With their current strength, it was almost an indisputable fact that they would be caught in the turbulence of witch power and torn into pieces. Moreover, Song Heihu's punch was mixed with the power of thunder and lightning. The mysterious man instinctively thought that Su Yu had no way to resist. "Rise! Destroy the world!" The mysterious man yelled, his recent injuries becoming more apparent, with blood from the corners of his mouth staining the linen cloth covering his cheek red. Immediately, a huge black flame shot up into the sky below Song Heihu, and the black magic power spun rapidly, trying to penetrate Song Heihu's body. This kind of witchcraft fighting skill was the first time that Song Heihu had seen it. He was so surprised that he did not dare to be careless and was forced to retract his fist and dodge again. However, the mysterious man followed closely with a kick, raised his foot high, swept over his head, and chopped down quickly. "Get down!" Bang! Song Heihu raised his arms and caught it instantly. The huge magic power exploded immediately, and the force of 20,000 pounds sank on his shoulders, causing Song Heihu to frown, and his body was irresistibly smashed down. However, this heavy blow did not hurt Song Heihu at all. He fell to the ground with his feet sinking deeply into the ground. He raised his head and looked at the mysterious, which had tried to stop him one after another with a gloomy expression. "I want to kill them, and you can't stop me," Song Heihu said in a deep voice, glancing at the 5 witches out of the corner of his eye. The mysterious witch in front of him seemed to be injured and was unable to exert her full strength. But it still takes enough time to defeat it in one fell swoop. Or give up defense and attack with all your strength. Chapter 229 Satsumi. Song Heihu's decisions have always been decisive. In a flash, the person disappeared out of thin air. The speed is astonishing. Even Su Yu and the mysterious man were stunned for a moment. As both of them were great wizards, they could naturally see where the other party was, but that speed was simply horrifying. Song Heihu's movements were totally inconsistent with his body shape. His mountain-like body seemed like lightning cutting through the air. This is an extremely flexible, fat man. Being flexible is a bit beyond the scope. Su Yu frowned deeply. For the first time, she was so focused, her eyes following the flickering afterimage. Song Heihu's goal is very clear. Kill the witch. Break the sky. Golden light filled Song Heihu's fist, and this time there was no obstruction, because the mysterious man was injured and could not keep up with the speed. Bang! This punch was more ferocious than the previous one. The raging golden magic power exploded instantly, and lightning gushed out. The 5 witches couldn't see anything clearly at all. They only felt a buzzing in their ears and a dazzling light in front of their eyes. Shadow of witch power. The huge magical palm instantly enveloped them. While Su Yu was taking the witch into consideration, he swung his right hand, and a magical power was poured into his right arm, causing veins to bulge. The Qilin Divine Arm is invincible. Super serious punch. The fist winds touched each other, and the two forces of magic collided instantly. The huge impact caused a violent storm, and blasted a long and narrow gully behind the two of them. Golden lightning suddenly covered Su Yu's arms. But this strange magic power did not stop at all. It penetrated Su Yu's magic power defense and went straight into her body. Su Yu had experienced this fighting skill in the battle with Song Ding Tian. But there is an essential difference between Song Heihu and Song Ding Tian. His magic power is purer and more ferocious, like a roaring and raging evil beast in his body. The electric current felt like a steel needle piercing his arm and spread throughout his body in an instant. Su Yu felt as if his limbs were being torn apart by a huge force, and the pain was unbearable. The golden magic power destroyed wantonly and finally plunged into the magic power ocean in Su Yu's body, starting to stir up trouble inside. All this happened in a flash. Song Heihu and Su Yu were both knocked back by each other's punches. Song Heihu retreated several meters and barely stood firm. He was greatly shocked. He never expected that a half-step great wizard could actually take his punch. If it were a top-notch warrior, he would have exploded and died. On the other hand, Su Yu was forcibly caught by someone while being pushed back. The mysterious person had a solemn expression, and a vast and pure black magic power flowed into Su Yu's body through her palm and rushed directly towards Song Heihu's golden electric current. "What the hell are you doing?" Su Yu was stunned, although she was very grateful to the mysterious man for taking the force for her. So, as not to affect the witch behind her. But what she did next was a bit speechless. Song Hei-Hu's golden magic power is indeed powerful, but the strong magic power deposited in Su Yu's body is also not bad. While the golden electric current was raging, the two forces of magic power were biting and devouring each other, and half of them had been consumed by him. But the sudden attack also caused Su Yu's muscles to pull and hurt briefly. This is a self-created fighting skill that Song Hei-Hu is proud of. It takes time to completely dissipate the electric currents, but Su Yu really didn't expect that another Chung Yao gene would appear halfway. The mysterious man's black magic power rushed in without any warning. Now, the three forces of magic are fighting in the body, devouring each other, and becoming a ball. Su Yu's handsome face was twisted into a ball because of this. The pain doubled. It's so fucking exciting. I'm saving you. His magic power is very strange. It will destroy the body from the inside out. Facing Su Yu's questioning, the mysterious man sneered. I'll save you a fairy. Su Yu was so angry that she wanted to curse, but she was so frightened by the person in front of her that she swallowed her words back. The mysterious man appeared in time and took part of the impact of Song Hei-Hu's fist for him. The sharp airflow like a knife caused the animal skin coat on her body to break into pieces. The part covering her head disappeared, revealing her black hair and beautiful face. Seeing this pretty yet somewhat sickly pale face, Su Yu almost blurted out, Natsumiko! The mysterious person's appearance was exactly the same as the one Su Yu saw in the illusion, except that she was a little taller and her age didn't seem to have changed much. No wonder the magic power she used was black. But why is Satsumi here? Xiao Meizi was also frightened by Su Yu's exclamation. She was stunned for a long time and looked over with suspicion. She didn't remember knowing the man in front of her, and he knew her name, which was even more impossible. In this world, there is only one person left who knows her name. Who are you? Satsumi asked coldly. Suduifronith. Auntie, is this the time to discuss this? Don't you think it's better to discuss this issue after we escape first? Su Yu said with a frown, suppressing the turmoil in her body. I will rescue them. Don't worry about it. Xiao Meizi's expression was still cold. Still want to rescue you? Look at your current condition. 30% of your life is gone. Xiao Meizi had been injured before coming here, and her complexion was not very good. Su Yu naturally did not give in. I'll take the witch away. Don't even think about it. Xiao Meizi scolded. Then there's nothing to talk about. Who will talk to you? Neither of them gave in, and they glared at each other, causing the 5 witches behind them to be in a state of confusion. On one side is the mysterious man, God, who saved his life. The other party is a witch of the same kind, who is also here to save them. If a fight really breaks out, who should I go with? Of course, the prerequisite is to be able to survive under the hands of the Great Witch. Careful, the witches suddenly reminded. After all, Song Hei-Hu would not chat with them, and another punch came at him in an instant. Take them away. Xiao Meizi has been injured, so if you expect her to fight Song Hei-Hu to the death, then she will really be fighting to the death. Xiao Meizi, who was originally indignant, couldn't help but feel dazed for a moment when she saw Su Yu pushing her away and rushing out with his tall back. Once upon a time, that person was like this, protecting himself behind him. Of course, Su Yu is different from her. This man is annoying. However, Xiao Meizi did not refuse. The black magic power flowed out of her body and transformed into 5 black claws, which grabbed the 5 priestesses and quickly retreated a long distance. In fact, she could have escaped with the priestesses at this moment. But her inner pride wouldn't allow her to do so, and she needed an answer. Why does the man in front of me know my name? You are pretty good. So far, few people can take my punch. Song Hei-Hu sneered, but that's it. This punch will kill you. The author has something to say. To be honest, this crappy name is because of the street corner demons. Ha ha ha. Chapter 230 Double Color Ball. Su Yu raised his eyebrows. No wonder his son was so conceited. It turns out that he has the same character as me. Go ahead and try. Su Yu snorted. Previously, because he had to protect the witch shadow had only opened one arm. Now that he had no more worries, he naturally used all his strength. The 3 forces of magic power tearing at each other in the body seemed to be fighting a final battle. The swallowing gradually eased and formed a huge energy sphere, which kept rolling in Su Yu's ocean of magic power. Song Hei-Hu's golden magic power was very peculiar. It was like an auxiliary catalyst, causing Xiao Meizi's black magic power and Su Yu's pure white magic power to produce a kind of indescribable affinity. The rage and violence are gone, replaced by an eerie calm. The two magical powers, which should have been incompatible, actually began to reconcile with each other and merge with each other in a regular manner. Of course, so you had no time to care about all this happening. Shadow of which power? In the blink of an eye, white magic power took shape outside the body, and Su Yu's violent power instantly increased to the extreme. Song Haehu punched him and his eyelids twitched. Another strange fighting skill. But so what? Song Haehu has absolute confidence in his golden fighting skills. No matter what skills his opponent has, he is confident that he can destroy them all. The sky is falling and the earth is splitting. He poured most of his strength into this punch, and the golden electric current was comparable to the midday sun, shining with a dazzling light. Song Haehu's entire body seemed to be covered with a layer of gold. If he shaved his hair, no one would doubt that he was an 18-year-old bronze man. The two men's fists collided again. Boom! A huge roar echoed throughout the heaven and earth in an instant. The earth trembled and cracked into countless pieces. The airflow from the magical power collided with each other and formed a whirlwind, sweeping out to the periphery with the two people as the center. Bang! Bang, bang, bang. The two men exchanged dozens of punches in an instant. The punches were invisible and so fast that it was dazzling. Xiao Ai watched the fight from the sidelines, feeling mixed emotions. She originally thought that this man would not be a match for Song Haehu, but unexpectedly, the two of them fought to a stalemate. The golden electric current continued to penetrate Su Yu's body, but he ignored it completely. It was not until Su Yu's lips curled up into a strange smile that Song Haehu realized something was wrong and quickly retreated. He was sure that his fighting skills had worked. Su Yu's face had lost its original rosy color. Blood was flowing from the corners of her mouth, and her breathing was extremely disordered. But the strange thing is, why is his magic power becoming stronger and stronger? What the hell is this? Song Haehu was extremely puzzled, but he did not dare to attack rashly. Inside Su Yu's body, the countless golden electric currents strengthened the catalytic effect. While destroying body tissues, they further enabled the fusion of black and white magic powers to be completed, eventually transforming into a round sphere with two colors. The sphere is a mixture of black and white, and is completely different from Samiko's magic power. As the auxiliary catalyst, Song Haehu's golden color completely disappeared. The rapid rotation of the black and white ball has formed a huge vortex of magic power. All of Su Yu's magic power that had accumulated over the past few days was absorbed, and the ocean of magic power dried up in an instant. However, the faint cry from the body seemed to be telling Su Yu a message. Not enough. The previous accumulation of magic power was indeed vast enough, but it seemed to be lacking a little bit. Su Yu was surprised for a moment, and then, under the puzzled gaze of the two, she took out various physical strength potions from the waste bag that appeared in the system space, tilted her neck back, and drank them down in gulps. Finally, the ball could no longer withstand the magic power. After spinning rapidly, it fell straight to the bottom of the dry dantian and melted with a loud bang. Su Yu suddenly felt a sharp pain in her head. This was a temporary adverse reaction caused by the sudden massive amount of magic power hitting her body. The interactive black and white magic power turned into a strange lake, flowing throughout the body, and an indescribable feeling of comfort suddenly surged into my heart. Immediately following, ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the Great Wizard. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the Great Wizard realm for the first time. Reward: Magic Pattern Technology Elementary. Ding! Divine Skill. Strong Luck is triggered. Congratulations on obtaining the extra reward. Divine Skill, Passive Root Clan. If the position and environment were not wrong, Su Yu really wanted to step forward and shake Song Haehu's hand to express her sincere gratitude. Lao Hei, oh no, it's Tiger. You are just like your son. The needle doesn't prick you. Thanks, old friend. A blessing from heaven. I, Su Yu, have completely taken advantage of your family. Su Yu's aura suddenly changed, which made Xiao Ai and Song Haehu dumbfounded. What the hell? Who can I go to for justice? Just now he was a half-step great wizard. He became a great witch in the blink of an eye. Things took an unexpected turn, and Song Haehu finally showed a solemn expression. Not far away, the noisy shouts of the tribesmen could be heard. The huge noise here had alarmed the tribesmen, and I believe they would rush over soon. Of course, just with this, Song Haehu is still confident that he can have a perfect ending. The worst-case scenario is Yi Fei's lineage. If the two old ghosts Jiang Han were alarmed, the witch's secrets would inevitably be exposed. So, a quick resolution is necessary. Even though the opponent has broken through to the Great Wizard, Song Heihu still does not take him seriously. His confidence does not only come from the golden fighting skills. Everyone has secrets, and his secrets are more than just the one in front of us. However, just when Song Heihu hesitated, two figures suddenly appeared, one on the left and one on the right, blocking the two roads in the valley. Brother Black Tiger, who is so prestigious that he actually asked you to do it yourself. The noise was heard by half of our clan. The person on the left was Li Ming, the Great Wizardly. He glanced at Su Yu, who was in great momentum, and was also a little surprised. It is difficult for even the ancient alliances to train such a young Great Wizard, let alone the tribe. No matter where he came from, he ended up offending Song Heihu. Brother Hu, do you need our brothers to help? I haven't done much in these years, and my magic power is not very smooth, hee. Zheng Dagang on the right also smiled sinisterly. Song Heihu frowned for a moment, but then relaxed in the next moment. The people who come are our own people, or we could say they are partners with common interests. As far as results go, it's not bad. Song Heihu nodded gently, without hesitation, and said, Then I'll leave this man to you. Song Heihu plans to solve the witch issue himself. He doesn't want to delay any longer. Li Ming and Zheng Dagong have already appeared, and the two old ghosts Jiang Han will not be around for long. Without the obstruction of outsiders, Song Heihu went straight towards Xiao Ai. Why, little brother, come and play. Li Ming and Zheng Dagong immediately surrounded Su Yu, looking at him with contempt. Such a young great wizard, tut tut tut. What a pity. So what if he's a great witch? Two people against one person, it's easy to defeat them. Chapter 231, Elemental Evolution. Yes, it's a pity. Su Yu smiled slightly and moved her joints. The new magic power flowing in his body made him feel what real power is. At the same time, he felt funny. These two guys have been training for so many years, but they are not even half as strong as Song Heihu, and he's also a great wizard. People are different and have different qualifications. Even among great wizards, there's a gap in quality. However, Su Yu did not expect the gap to be as large as 50%. Are you two going to attack together, or one by one? Su Yu clenched her fists, adjusted the strength, and asked. Li Ming sneered, You are quite arrogant. Zheng Dagong naturally didn't take it seriously. If you want to die so badly, we two brothers will help you. Why fight one-on-one when you can fight in a group? At least on this point, the two men are not stupid. The three of them stopped talking nonsense, and the small space seemed to become dead silent in an instant. Immediately, bang, the figure leaps like a ghost. Li Ming's dagger and Zheng Dagong's fist attacked almost at the same time. The dagger chopped towards Su Yu's head from top to bottom, and the fist went straight to Su Yu's chest. However, the seemingly fierce attack was blocked abruptly. The combined strength of the two people was not enough to break Su Yu's shadow of witchcraft. Instead, it made their palms numb and their brows twisted into knots. Damn, it's so hard. What kind of fighting skill is this? Su Yu didn't wait for the two to react and swung out with his sandbag-sized fist. As a magic power gushed out, Li Ming and Zheng Dagong finally understood what they were facing. They were horrified and quickly used their strength to resist. With two loud bangs, the two men's defenses were easily broken like paper. Their bodies were smashed out like cannonballs and fell heavily on the stone wall of the valley. It took less than 10 seconds from the start to the end, and even Su Yu herself felt that these two were nothing compared to each other. Li Ming and Zheng Dagong climbed up covered in dust and felt extremely regretful. They were too arrogant for a moment and were beaten to a pulp without even using any fighting skills. It was truly humiliating. Just as Su Yu was thinking about helping Xiao Ai, she saw that woman barely took a punch from Song Heihu, gritted her teeth, and pushed him back. The black magic power generated 5 sharp claws and directly grabbed the 5 witches around her. Xiao Ai had been injured and her strength was less than 50% of what it used. Coupled with the influence of Song Heihu's strange golden fighting skills, it was naturally difficult for her to win. So, she made the most sensible decision. Black magic power surged out from her back and transformed into a pair of huge wings. This strange change really shocked everyone. Song Heihu was surprised for a moment, and then he showed a gap. Xiao Ai had already flapped her wings and flew into the air with the 5 witches. Follow me. Passing over Su Yu's head, Xiao Maisie shouted coldly, and another black claw stretched out from her body, grabbed Su Yu's waist, and pulled her up directly. "Want to leave?" "Humph." Song Heihu woke up immediately, and the magic power was poured into his feet. The ground instantly collapsed, and he was already flying into the air. The fist shining with golden light was like a burning sun, and it came straight towards him. Just to carry 6 people away, Xiao Maisie had already overused her magic power. She wanted to use all her remaining magic power to resist, but was stopped in time by Su Yu's voice. "Just fly. I'll do the rest." Satsumi nodded silently, and chose to believe it for no reason. Su Yu then pulled out the sword in the stone made of Black Mountain's teeth from behind. The black and white magic power entwined like dragons and snakes and poured into the sword body. He aimed the sword at Song Heihu, who was chasing him. The vast witch power gushed out like sword energy and instantly merged with the golden light. Boom! Light exploded in the air, and the magic power stirred up huge waves, causing everyone to subconsciously close their eyes. When everything stopped, Song Heihu landed steadily on the ground, looking at the empty sky with gloomy eyes. Brother Black Tiger, do you want to chase me?" Li Ming and Zheng Dagong walked over, looking very embarrassed. Perhaps this is the first time in their lives that they feel how incompetent they are. "Need not." Song Heihu looked gloomy for a long time, then said in a deep voice, "Just a few slaves. The dog days of summer are like a child's face, crying and making trouble when it wants to." In a blink of an eye, dark clouds covered the sky, and the whole mountain looked much more gloomy. This is Yazi Mountain, which is more than 40 miles away for the Crescent Moon tribe. The outer forest is not big, but the trees are very strong. Each one is old and decrepit, and some are so thick that they look like old Tai Sui who have lived for thousands of years and can become spirits at any time. Xiao Maisie brought Su Yu and 5 witches to land here. At the foot of the mountain, many thick broken branches could be seen, and dense leaves fell in a pile. Xiao Maisie spread her hands, and the black magic power flowed like oil, fell on the ground, and then dispersed everywhere. Some of that magic power transformed into small insects hanging on the grass leaves. Some transformed into black rabbits digging holes and hiding in the bushes. Some transformed into coyotes running through the jungle. And some transformed into flying birds landing on tree branches. So you looked at her putting together a bunch of small bits and pieces like she was performing magic, and then she asked curiously, "What kind of path is this?" The other 5 witches also stared with their eyes wide open, looking very incredible. The wings on the back were also like this. The witch in front of them looked the same age as them, or even slightly younger, but she showed all kinds of strange abilities. And they were all vivid, like the real thing. But they were different from Su Yu after all, and they did not dare to ask rash questions to a strange woman. Xiao Maisie glanced back at Su Yu, her pale lips curled slightly, as if she was a little proud. She manipulated the black claws released by her body to tear away the branches and leaves, and asked curiously, "What is the way?" "I just want to ask you, how did you become what you are today?" "That's pretty impressive," Su Yu praised. As the branches and piles of leaves were pulled aside, a cave as tall as a person was revealed in front of them. Su Yu understood that this was probably where Xiao Maisie had lived before, and she had found so many things to cover it up in order to hide the traces. Satsumi hesitated for a moment, but still explained, "That is my ability, elemental evolution. I can transform the magic power into various elemental forms or biological forms, but can only possess part of their original properties." She pointed at the transformed animals and said, "They will guard this area. Once they find an enemy, I will be informed in time." Su Yu was also a little surprised after hearing this, and nodded. "Your elemental characteristics are very powerful. No wonder I witnessed a series of elemental magic powers since I met her. Is it amazing?" "Great," Su Yu praised again. This time, the 5 priestesses beside him nodded vigorously in unison. So far, this is the most unique and widely used elemental ability Su Yu has encountered. The color is deep black, giving a night elf feel. Kinda cool. Satsuma curled the corners of her mouth and said no more. Chapter 232 Night. Several people followed her into the cave. The space inside was not big or deep, but it was enough as a temporary resting place. All of Natsumiko's things were in there, including linen clothes, animal skin clothes, food, thick bamboo tubes filled with water, and dry firewood. Everything was fully prepared. After everyone was seated, she covered the outside of the cave and the cave suddenly became pitch black. It might rain later, and I don't like the feeling of heavy humidity, Shimiko said, taking out the saltpeter for tinder. A priestess was quick-witted and brought the prepared dry firewood over, and then lit the bonfire. The meat is over there. If you're hungry, take it and roast it. Xiao Ai sat by the fire, then wrapped the colorful animal skin tightly and leaned against the stone wall. The witches had just escaped from the jaws of death, and their mental state was not very good. Two of them were still in a numb state. They just subconsciously followed others to get the meat and then roasted it on the fire. They didn't even notice that their arms were burned by the fire. Seeing this, Suyu took the food from them and said, "Okay, let me do it. You just stay here." After drinking some water, the witches regained some energy and huddled together, hugging each other. They seemed to be used to this, leaning against each other, as if the heat from the fire could not compare to that warmth, and they seemed very reluctant to leave. Perhaps they had long since given up on the peace they had gained at this moment. They just looked at Xiao Ai and Suyu quietly, their gazes constantly changing. The firelight illuminated their skinny faces, and the light in their eyes was so desolate for a moment. The cave gradually became warmer, and the eyelids of the two priestesses grew heavy and slowly drooped. Unlike before, they no longer had to worry about being whipped, nor did they have to worry about dying suddenly like their companions. This moment of warmth made them both fall into a deep sleep. Suyu handed over the roasted meat. As the oldest witch among the group, she seemed very nervous at this time. She stretched out her hand, but did not dare to stretch it too far. There were several clearly visible wounds and bruises on her arms, which were still oozing blood red. In the past, they would be spit on and beaten when they asked for meat in order to survive, and fear has become a physiological reaction. Although he is said to be the oldest, he is actually only 23 years old. Suyu saw it and felt as if something was choking her throat, and her nose was a little sore. "Eat. Only after eating will you have the strength to go home." Suyu said softly, "Go home." The witches hesitated for a moment, looked at Suyu's gentle face, and stretched out their hands tentatively. They didn't relax until they put the warm flesh in their palms. As they tore into the barbecue, they had already forgotten what the concept of doneness meant. Even though their tongues were hurting from the heat, they did not slow down. "We have no home anymore. We were driven out of the tribe a long time ago." The witch finished eating the barbecue and spoke slowly. The other two witches also ate voraciously and looked at Suyu's hands again. "Take it. Just tell me if you want to eat it." "All you can eat. It's not my meat anyway." Satsuma remained silent and just watched the scene quietly. Only Suyu understood that she was injured and was using her magic power to restore the damaged parts of her body, but it didn't look like things were going well. His face was still very bad, very pale, and after a moment he vomited a mouthful of blood with a wow. The golden electric current from Song Heihu, coupled with her excessive use of magic power, made the situation of her injuries somewhat grim. The witches were frightened and stopped eating, but only for a few seconds before they started eating again. It cannot be said that they are heartless, it's just that part of the emotion is missing and it takes time to recover slowly. They just want to survive and fill their stomachs. It's that simple. After a while, there was a loud thunder outside the cave, and the sound of raindrops hitting the rock wall seemed to be sweeping the valley with bursts of rain. A lot of cold and damp air suddenly came into the originally warm cave, and Xiao Ai frowned unconsciously. After the witch had eaten and drunk her fill, Suyu poked the campfire, added some dry firewood, and then asked, "How long have you been imprisoned? Do you all have names?" "How long? Have no idea. I don't remember much." The witches looked at each other and shook their heads. To them, this was like a nightmare, and they didn't want to think about it again. However, Suyu needed to know the answer and try her best to guess Song Heihu's purpose. Perhaps because they are underground and never see the sun, they have no idea what time is. However, the most sober witch still gave a relatively vague answer. "When we were first captured, I only remember eating meat about 30 times. The guard only came once a day." She tried to recall. "After that, I couldn't remember it anymore. I slowly forgot it. That is to say, the lowest time has exceeded 1 month." The witch said, pointing at herself and a few other people. "My name is Ing. Hers is Hong Yu. Hers is by Moth. The one sleeping is Lan Chao, and the last one has no name because she always cries, so we all call her Shui Mao. The one called Water Cat should be the youngest, about 17 or 18 years old, with a slender figure and not very tall. He had a tired and childish face, with tears in the corners of his eyes, and he just fell asleep on Sakura's back. Since I have no concept of time, I can only ask something else. Besides you guys, have you seen anyone else there? So you continued to ask. Sakura looked around, fear in her eyes, and nodded. When we were captured, there were 3 witches. They were killed by the witch. Hong Yu continued. The witch said that our witch power was too low, so he let us go. There are too few witches wandering around now, and everyone is hiding. We heard that there is a tribe of witches in the forest, so we wanted to look for them. Their elemental magic power was drained by the great wizard, and they were carried away by the guards after they died. Setting. The goals of these witches are the same as Yunyan's, but they are not as lucky as Yunyan. Suyu frowned after hearing this and continued to ask, how do you know that their elemental magic power has been drained? Ing replied, we have seen their bodies. Since they were Miko, we could sense that their elemental magic power disappeared, and it was as if they had become ordinary people. We don't know anything else. Sakura lowered her head. She would never forget that scene, and her body began to tremble. Suyu immediately stopped asking and said, okay, I get it. If you are tired, just go to sleep. I'll be watching over you here. Nothing will happen. Ing, Hong Yu, and the others nodded, took Lan Chao and Shu Aimao to the corner of the cave, and they huddled together, closing their eyes as usual. Have you finished asking questions? At this time, Shimiko's voice was a little sarcastic. Chapter 233 Conditions. In her opinion, the experiences of all the witches were similar, and asking about them at this time would only make people recall the terrible experiences and would be useless. Suyu smiled lightly. That's about it. There's no point in asking anymore. No matter what Song Heihu's purpose was, the fact is that he murdered the witch. Tell me about yourself. How did you get injured? And why are you here? Suyu changed the subject. He had many questions about Xiao Meizi. In fact, in essence, the two people did not know each other. It was just that Suyu had seen her past unilaterally. Xiao Meizi just turned her head slightly and looked at Suyu carefully with her strange black eyes. After entering the cave, she has recalled her memories of Suyu more than once. But this good-looking, strong man was obviously someone he had never seen before. I think you should first tell me why you know my name. Xiao Meizi said coldly. Suyu curled her lips. This guy was indeed not easy to fool. After thinking for a while, he replied, I also know Patchouli. Xiao Meizi's heart tightened in an instant, and her magic power became uncontrollably chaotic, affecting the bonfire, which seemed to be howling like a fierce ghost. He really knew Patchouli. Do you really know her? Do you know where she is? Xiao Meizi asked excitedly. Yes, that's why I know your name. Then, Suyu raised 2 fingers and reminded. As for where she is, this is the second question. You haven't answered my question yet. Snort. Xiao Meizi was silent for a moment. Then she calmed herself down and spoke slowly. I came here because I was looking for Patchouli. A few days ago, I felt a very strong magical power in this direction, so I thought she might be here. The oppressive force of that witchcraft power was too strong. Suyu naturally had an impression of it. Although it had weakened a lot now, she could still sense it a little. If it were someone else, they would probably try to avoid it, for fear of being slapped to death by the other party. She, on the other hand, did the exact opposite. Xiao Meizi said, gritting her teeth, revealing an unwilling and resentful expression. I originally planned to go outside the water to find her, but I encountered a wild beast in the water and failed to defeat it. Suyu was shocked. It was good enough that you could come back alive. It is certain that the beasts in the water are capable of competing with the Great Witch. No wonder they have trapped the people of this continent for so many years. Now you can tell me what you know about Patchouli, said Shimiko. Suyu shrugged. Now we are even, and I didn't say I would answer your second question. Xiao Meizi. Black magic power flowed out from under her feet, like a shadow, sneaking into the ground. However, this woman was not good at hiding her anger and murderous intent. The bonfire flickered even more wildly than before, as if it was having its last carnival. You better not move. Your injuries are serious. I can't guarantee that they won't get worse. And even if you recover to your best condition, you may not be able to beat me. So you did not move, but just reminded quietly. No one knows whether we can win or not. But Xiao Meizi is seriously injured now, and so you can control her well. Really? Although this woman was very angry, at least she was still rational. She returned to her previous expression and glared at Suyu fiercely. Then how can you tell me the answer? Tell you what, that I just happen to know both of your names? Shimiko is a very strong fighter. It would be great if we could trick her into coming back. Moreover, with this relationship with her, I can also learn more about Patchouli. Suyu thought for a moment and said, I have a favor to do you. If you are willing to help me, I will consider telling you the answer. What help? Xiao Meizi asked immediately. She seemed to not care at all about what Suyu said or whether she could do it. A bit simple or confident. Suyu pointed at the 5 witches who had fallen asleep and replied, "Take them to my tribe." Xiao Meizi was a little surprised and even felt strange. "Why don't you take it back yourself?" "I have something else to do. I need to go to a place to pick someone up." Suyu said, "Aren't you afraid that the tribe members will know that they are priestesses? I won't watch them being driven away or killed again," Natsum insisted. Suyu smiled calmly. "If this is the only reason, you can rest assured. My tribe was originally established by a witch, and there are many witches in it. The tribe of priestesses they just mentioned is you?" Satsuki said suspiciously. "It should be. If you don't believe it, you will understand it when you get there. And with your strength, you don't have to worry that I will lie to you." Suyu said, "If you agree, I will also help you heal your injuries." "Don't worry about that. I can treat it myself." Xiao Meizi refused coldly. After a while, he nodded and said, "I promise you about them. It's not just to get news about Patchouli, but more importantly, the fate of the priestesses. Even if she took Sakura and the others away, she wouldn't know what to do with them. After all, the goals of both parties are fundamentally different. Ing and others just want a stable and peaceful home where they can live. And she just wanted to follow in Patchoula's footsteps. If what Suyu said was true, she wouldn't mind taking Ing and others over." However, after Xiao Meizi finished speaking, Suyu smiled and handed her a small bottle of strange liquid and put it in her hand without waiting for her to refuse. "Drink this. Your injuries will heal quickly, and your magic power will recover faster." Satsumi stared at the small bottle in a trance. Firstly, because the bottle was very strange and she had never seen it before, and secondly, she was considering whether to accept the help of this strange man. Seeing this, Suyu smiled and said, "Why? Are you afraid of poison?" My magic power can automatically decompose the toxin." Xiao Meizi snorted coldly, then tilted her neck back and gulped down the drink. The liquid tasted refreshing, and after flowing into the throat, the dryness and stinging sensation disappeared. Not only that, after moistening the internal organs, the liquid turned into warm magical power and began to repair the damaged parts. Xiao Meizi was a little surprised. How could such an ordinary-looking liquid have such a good effect? I couldn't help but take a few more glances at the strange man in front of me. It was not until he met Suyu's bright eyes that he dodged away alertly. "By the way, my name is Suyu. You can call me by my name," Suyu said with a smile, "but most people in the tribe call me Sudo-Wu." However, this time, Satsumi simply turned her face away and muttered, "I'm going to rest now." After saying that, he closed his eyes. Okay, so he was speechless. Ever since she met Sha Fei, none of the women she met were gentle and well-behaved. They are either arrogant or indifferent and very difficult to fool. Compared with the Coco at home, there's a world of difference. Obedient, cute, trusting in oneself, but sometimes a little naughty. Now that I think about it, Kokoro is the light of my life. Well, after returning, you must take better care of this little cutie. Chapter 234, Be careful or I'll beat you. Outside the cave, it was raining heavily, and some rainwater had already flowed in through the cave entrance. The air in the cave also became cooler and thicker. Xiao Meizi's breathing gradually became steady, and she fell asleep quietly. Suyu saw her slightly frowned brows and remembered that she hated moisture. He touched the cloth on his body, and finally took it off and covered her with it. Who made me a man? Forget about the 5 people who are huddled together. I can't take off my pants as well. Besides, there won't be enough to share. Lying down beside the campfire, Suyu opened the system and began to check the reward she had received today. One is the magic pattern technology, and the other is the magical skill, passive origin clan. In the system's package storage space, the 2 skills are quietly placed inside. Suyu then checked the introduction. Magic pattern technology, a core vein pattern that controls the actions of puppets or props, similar to the human blood and nervous system, which can give puppets or props specific abilities to move. The energy medium is magic power, and upgrading the level requires consumption of favorability points. Primary, possess the simplest action mode and be able to carry out daily life. Intermediate, an upgraded version of the primary level, which can inject battle-related memories into the veins, allowing props or puppets to have attack capabilities, and the combat ability is average. Advanced, complete version, combat capability is greatly improved. Power fluctuates according to the storage capacity of the core mother stone and the level of the puppet, currently limited to the first class realm. Unknown level. The data has not been updated yet. Unknown level. Data has not been updated yet. After Su Yu clicked to study, the magic pattern technology was updated in the character system bar, and a series of knowledge instantly appeared in Su Yu's brain. After careful consideration, Su Yu suddenly discovered that the magic pattern technology did not necessarily require the use of puppetry. All we can say is that without the cooperation of puppetry, its power cannot be fully exerted. Even if this magic pattern is used on ordinary wood or stone, the same effect can be achieved. There is only one key point, and that is the mother stone, which is the core energy source. This is an object that is difficult to replace with other things. In other words, there are not many things in this world that can store magic power and develop and use it. The magic pattern technology is just as it is written, concise and to the point, without many twists and turns, and so you understood it immediately. Next is the magical skill, passive root clan. Anything that can be called a magical skill definitely has its unique side. After reading the introduction, so you couldn't help but feel excited. Divine skill, passive root clan. Skill description. The host with this skill can accept a member of his own lineage by granting him a surname. Once the conditions are met, the member will gain some of the host's strength, and his qualifications and strength will be changed to varying degrees. Granting a surname will greatly consume the host's magic power and mental power. At the same time, the host will double the favorability of the members of his own lineage. Tip. The host woman will directly receive a strength bonus without the need for a surname grant. Tip. Once a tribe member develops the intention to rebel, the host will directly receive a message reminder, and the rebel will lose all the host protection at the same time. Trigger condition. The host is the patriarch. This skill is undoubtedly a magical skill for the tribe. It can not only improve the overall strength of the tribe, but also gain multiple favorability points. Moreover, the loyalty of the clan members given the surname will also be hinted at. As far as Su Yu was concerned, the only possible problem was not a problem. Winnie was eager to give the position of clan leader to Su Yu, but she just wanted him to ask for it. Su Yu was so excited that she could hardly sleep. After all, with these rewards, she was no longer far away from liberating the Sky City in her system backpack. Of course, all this will only be effective after Su Yu returns to the clan. That night, Su Yu tossed and turned, unable to express his happiness. His wife was not around, so he felt a little depressed. Time passed in loneliness, and by the time Su Yu came to her senses, it was already early morning of the next day. Xiao Meizi's complexion looked much better. She stood up without saying a word, took out a bamboo tube, drank a few sips of water, then walked to the entrance of the cave and lifted the cover. The cool air from outside the cave came in, and the sunlight lost its former scorching heat, gently shining on the stone wall at the entrance of the cave. Soon, Sakura, Hongyu, and other priestesses also woke up. Lan Xiao and Shui Mao, who had not eaten anything, were growling with hunger, so Ing handed them the meat that had been roasted but not finished last night. The two girls were half asleep, but their hungry instinct made them open their mouths and eat without hesitation. Xiao Meizi carefully sensed her surroundings and suddenly raised her hand. A black coyote appeared from the woods, holding a few pheasants in its mouth, and threw them into the cave entrance. Its body turned into black magic power and returned to Xiao Meizi's body. Xiao Meizi used this elemental evolution ability to great effect, leaving Su Yu dumbfounded and itching to do something. Su Yu could imagine that if Xiao Meizi's magic power was sufficient, it would not be a problem for her to form an army by herself. Of course, the combat effectiveness of those conjured beasts remains to be verified. Stay one more day. Their bodies are not yet fit for long journeys. After hesitating for a while at the entrance of the cave, Xiao Meizi turned back with the pheasants. She was naturally referring to Ing, Hongyu, and the others. Due to long-term detention and malnutrition, several people showed varying degrees of thinness and sickness. His mental state is not very good, and he feels a little depressed. It is obviously unrealistic to want to travel hundreds of miles, and everyone might become exhausted and paralyzed before they even get halfway. So you also agreed with this. After all, when Xiao Meizi was also injured, asking her to use her magic power to evolve and take them flying would be like asking her to die. Okay, it's up to you to decide. Su Yu and Nadiv. Xiao Meizi glanced at Su Yu and asked, "What about you? When do you plan to leave?" "Tomorrow, when you've recovered a little," Su Yu said with a smile. "You don't have to worry about my affairs." Faced with Su Yu's concern, Xiao Meizi didn't take it seriously. She crossed her arms over her chest, leaned against the stone wall, and raised her chin high. Suyu rubbed her nose and looked at Xiao Meizi, who had the same unyielding spirit as Li, and she couldn't help but feel happy. Xiao Meizi is not short, about 1.6 meters tall, taller than Li. Unlike Li, her legs were very long, but they had been wrapped in colorful animal skins, so they were difficult to see. I just don't know whose long legs are stronger, hers or Li's. Suyu looked at it carefully for a few times, and seeing the bits of snow-white color showing through the gaps in the animal skin, she couldn't help but think of Yixiang. I guess she's not as strong as Yaxiang. What are you looking at? Xiao Meizi seemed to notice Suyu's strange gaze, so she pulled her legs back uncomfortably and put them together. If you keep looking at me, I'll beat you up. Chapter 235, let's look forward to a better future. Who was looking at me? I was observing your injuries. Suyu acted on her instinct and started to lie with her eyes open. And beat me. What about you, the injured person now? Kill me with your thighs. You try it, I won't resist. Of course, I just complained a few words in my heart. Are you thinking about something bad? Xiao Meizi became alert, narrowed her eyes, and stabbed Suyu a few times. Damn it, this woman is a spirit. Suyu immediately activated the skill nonsense. I'm thinking about how to pick someone up better. Really? Who? My woman. Suyu said without hesitation. She went back to her parents' home. Satsumi immediately looked at him, as if he were an idiot. Oh, by the way, this guy doesn't understand. Suyu coughed twice and explained. It's just to go back to her original clan place to see her family. Isn't she a woman from your tribe? Xiao Meizi asked again. Perhaps because she was bored and wanted to kill time, Satsumi became a little more talkative. No, I just happened to save him. She's really pitiful then. Xiao Meizi snorted. Great witches usually have a lot of women, and many of them may not even get the love and care they deserve, so giving birth to children for them will be useless. Bah, I'm not that kind of person. Suyu tortif. Xiao Meizi sneered and looked at Suyu jokingly. How many women do you have now? Suyu was suddenly speechless. I told you, all men are the same. Xiao Meizi sneered. You are not much better than them. I'm so angry. Seeing Xiao Meizi's smug expression, Suyu snorted. How about we make a bet? Suyu suddenly said. What is the bet? Why beat him? Xiao Meizi was puzzled. Forehead. Betting is not about people. It's just like an agreement. Let's make an agreement between us. Suyu explained. The loser has to promise the winner something. What do you think? Do you dare? Would I be afraid of you? Satsuma raised her proud chin again. Suyu smiled secretly, knowing that provocation works on you. Tell me, what's the agreement? The agreement is that I will always love my woman and will not abandon anyone. Within a year, as long as one person is treated the way you said, it means I lose. In return, I will agree to anything you say. Suyu said seriously. Xiao Meizi hesitated for a moment, looked at Suyu in disbelief, and confirmed that he was not joking, then said, Does this agreement make sense? In this world, talking about love and chastity between men and women is complete nonsense. Xiao Meizi was just feeling indignant and teasing Suyu. No matter which tribal alliance one is in, if a man dies, a woman will have a new man, and if a woman dies, a man will have a new woman. For the great witch, the number of women is large, and their significance is even weaker. However, Suyu, as a great wizard, made a promise with himself about this. Should I say he is stupid or ignorant? Or maybe he really values his women and his people very much as he said. Xiao Meizi felt a little unhappy for no reason, and she had the idea of backing off. She didn't want to discuss this agreement with Suyu anymore. However, Suyu's persistence and seriousness made her waver again. She didn't want to admit defeat. It makes sense. At least I want you to know that I am different from those great witches you have seen. Whether they are my women or my people, I will treat them as very important people to me. Suyu gave the final blow. Do you still dare to make a promise with me? Okay. Xiao Meizi nodded in response, and suddenly proposed a condition. 1 year is too short. Change it to 3 years. No problem. Okay. Suyu was delighted. Let's not talk about the reward of this bet. As for any matter, it's like Schrodinger's cat. If you don't tell us the conditions, no one knows what they are. Besides, the argument of winning or losing requires Xiao Meizi to monitor at all times. Suyu originally said that 1 year was long enough, but when you change your words, you sold yourself out for 3 years. Satsuma's train of thought is different from that of ordinary people. Suyu rubbed her hands in front of her chest like a profiteer and chuckled. Well, for the sake of our mutual integrity, let's swear an oath. Xiao Meizi, I don't know why I feel guilty. Although I don't think there's any problem, I feel like I've lost out. Ing, Hong Yu, and others watched Su Yu and Xia Maisie swear a solemn oath as if they were watching a play. Although they didn't understand what was going on, Su Yu's words just now touched their uneasy hearts. For this strange man, their future great wizard, their hearts became warm and their eyes were no longer dim, but bloomed with bright light. A day passed quickly. Xiao Maisie's complexion recovered a lot, and the sick look of yesterday had disappeared. Even she herself was surprised that Su Yu's medicine not only healed her injuries from the battle with Song Heihu, but also healed the injuries from the wild beast in the water. This was the first time she had seen such a magical medicine. Moreover, after 2 days of getting along, Xiao Maisie further felt that Su Yu was different. His behavior patterns and tone of voice were different from those of people of this era. Occasionally, a few completely incomprehensible words would come out. It cannot be said that it is completely different, but it gives people a very strange feeling. However, this was Su Yu's own secret and had nothing to do with Patchouli, so Xiao Maisie didn't want to delve into it. In her opinion, perhaps Su Yu was born a strange person. Shimiko's personality is introverted, probably because she has lived with Patchouli for a long time. During the 2 days of contact, she did not communicate much with the witch and Su Yu. She spent a lot of time sitting alone at the entrance of the cave, alert to the dangers around her. Su Yu, on the contrary, chatted enthusiastically with the 5 witches. She sat cross-legged beside them, introducing the current situation of her own tribe and leading them to look forward to a bright future. From the perspective of the people of Blue Planet, he can't be called a pyramid scheme leader, but he is not far from a salesman. But I have to say that this approach is very effective. Xiao Maisie didn't know what the priestesses were thinking, but she knew clearly that listening to those strange and bizarre things and the fairy tale-like introductions, even she herself felt a little excited and wanted to see it with her own eyes. Clean, drinkable water source drawn from underground. The tree bears sweet-tasting fruit and delicacies processed with various condiments. Just by listening to Su Yu's crackling music, Xiao Maisie felt her mouth was numb and she had to swallow a mouthful of it. The reactions of the shrine maidens were much more intense and obvious than Shimiko's. They opened their big, curious eyes, listened to the soothing words, and felt inexplicably excited, as if all the nightmares before had been forgotten, and only the desire and expectation for the shrine maiden community remained. Chapter 236 Visitors. Although Xiao Maisie was asked to send you there, I still want to confirm whether you are willing to join my tribe. After promoting the various advantages of the tribe, Su Yu asked seriously. The priestesses looked at each other and nodded vigorously like conjoined twins. Willing. We are willing, Su Do. Not to mention giving it away for free. Even if you ask them to pay something for it now, they probably won't hesitate, even though they have nothing left except themselves. Following the confirmation of the priestesses, Su Yu's system data was updated synchronously, and the avatars of the 5 priestesses were added and lit up at the same time. Su Yu took a rough look and found that the magic power of the 5 people was very low. Except for Ing, who was at a 3rd-rate level, the others were just like ordinary people. The only difference might be that little bit of elemental magic power. From top to bottom, Ing is the oldest, 23 years old, and has the elemental power of earth. Next is Hong Yu, also 23 years old, and her elemental magic power is iron. Then comes Mo, who just turned 20 and has the elemental power of water. Then comes Lan Xiao, who is 19 years old this year and has the same elemental power as Mo. The last one is Shui Mao, who is the youngest, just 17 years old, but has an affinity with the element of fire, which is completely inconsistent with her personality. Speaking of totally incompatible, Su Yu thought of Sister Lynn, a gentle and virtuous wife who also happens to be a fire element. The 5 witches have different abilities, none of which is particularly outstanding. But to Su Yu, they're not just a fighting force, but also a source of favorability. The 5 women who have just joined the tribe are already contributing their value. Su Yu's system has been prompting the increase in favorability since the beginning. Su Yu never dislikes this kind of heavenly sound. Of course, most of these favorability points come from Su Yu's life-saving grace to them, which is a kind of gratitude and admiration. Moreover, Su Yu was very happy that there was one more hard-working little bee in the colony. Sakura is 5 years older than Rei, but these 2 can definitely become good sisters. After all, everyone has a broad mind. Aha! As time passed, the atmosphere in the cave became much more harmonious. The mountains and forests were still gloomy and gray that day, but there was no sign of further heavy rain. Just as Xiao Ai was about to tidy up the cover at the entrance of the cave, her brows suddenly furrowed. Someone is coming. Still a big fish. What Suyu saw on the map radar was indeed a huge dot. That was enough to make people worry. The orange-red dots approached quickly, and Suyu instinctively winked at the witches, asking them to hide quietly in the dark corner of the cave. Fortunately, there is only one opponent. Now Shimiko has recovered almost completely, so things are not as bad as imagined. If it's Song Heihu, you can take the priestesses away first. Suyu came to Xiao Ai, thought for a while, and suddenly said, there is no need to get entangled with the beast at the moment, and Suyu's main goal now was to send the witch away safely. Song Yuanshan once said that the great wizard would not easily leave his place of residence. Could it be that this guy has already learned about his son's affairs, and is so angry that he is jumping off the wall? On second thought, it's unlikely. Are you sure you can deal with him? Xiao Ai asked in a deep voice. Shimiko was still somewhat uncomfortable with a man who possessed special fighting skills. It's not that she is completely unable to win, but she is injured and in poor condition. Suyu curled her lips and smiled. Whether I can beat him to death or not is not clear yet. I only know that he definitely can't beat me to death. Snort. Xiao Ai suddenly remembered that this man had broken through the realm of Great Wizard, and his wizard power had also changed due to the integration of his own abilities. Of course, the most important thing is that he has the skill of invisibility, and even Song Heihu can't do anything to him. Do you think you can be fearless just by hiding your body? There are still people in this world who can see through your abilities. Xiao Ai snorted coldly. For example, me. Oh my god, can you see it? Suyu was surprised. After recalling the tips introduced in the system, he couldn't help but look at Xiao Ai's strange pair of pure black eyes in surprise. Eyes that break delusion. You know, Xiao Ai was also surprised. It was Patchley who told her the ability and name of this eye. Well, I know a lot of things. Suyu smiled, but was speechless at the same time. Suyu had not expected Xiao Ai to have this ability. Now, the dream that once came to her mind, of strolling around the camp naked, was completely shattered. Are you thinking about something bad again? Xiao Ai suddenly looked over suspiciously. This woman is extremely sensitive. Suyu immediately shook her head. What are you thinking about? Be serious. We are fighting. Respect your opponent. Xiao Ai. Suddenly, I really wanted to touch Suyu's pretty face. This man always makes people want to punch him. At this moment, the silhouettes in the jungle gradually became clearer, and Satsumi regained her composure. As she opened her palms and shook her 5 fingers, several black shadows shot towards the man quickly. But at just a glance, they were all shattered by one blow and turned into black magic power that merged into the ground. The man's speed did not slow down, and the attack just now was very casual. He is very strong, not much weaker than Song Heihu. Xiao Ai commented seriously. Really? Suyu nodded. But at least it was confirmed that it was not Song Heihu. After all, the two men's body shapes are too different. Song Heihu is as strong as a mountain, and the black shadow in front of him is not thin, but not that big either. In the blink of an eye, the figure came closer and stopped about 10 meters away. The man had a cold and resolute face, and his eyes were as sharp as knives, but he did not have much murderous intent. He looked at Xiao Ai and Suyu not far away and suddenly asked, Who is Suyu? It's me, Suyu stepped forward. Be brave, yeah, and don't be afraid of difficulties. You can't kill me anyway. As far as I can remember, he had never met the other person before, and he was a great wizard. The man looked at Suyu for a few times and confirmed that it was correct. After all, there were not many men in this continent who were so young, handsome, and powerful. He then said, I'm Aliyah. Onaji, ueshikakue, handakuten. It's my father-in-law, Yaxiang's father. Needless to say, it must be Song Yuanshan who shifted the blame. Xiao Ai seemed to have noticed the strange atmosphere between the two of them. Looking at Suyu, whose face suddenly turned embarrassed, she asked, Your acquaintance? No, my father-in-law, Suyu said bitterly. Speak human language. Xiao Ai snorted coldly. My woman, her father. Bah, solve your own problems yourself. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ai returned to the cave without hesitation. She was too lazy to care about other people's family affairs, especially that annoying bastard Suyu. After confirming the identities of both parties, Hanlai strode up to Suyu. Chapter 237 Negotiation. The sharp eyes kept scanning Suyu's body and face, almost stabbing the other party into a hornet's nest. You know me? Han Lai suddenly asked. If you don't know, then there must be something fishy going on. Yi Xiang mentioned it, and Song Yuanshan also mentioned it. Su Yu smiled awkwardly. Han Lai suddenly grinned and patted Su Yu on the shoulder. If it weren't for Song Yuanshan, I might not have known you. He looked towards the cave. Why? Why don't you invite me in to sit down? It looks like it's going to rain today. What are you trying to do? You're lucky that you didn't get hurt. Please come in, please come in. Su Yu perfectly interpreted what it meant to be a strong punch in the heart. Ah. The two men then entered the cave, while Samiko stayed in the distance with a cold look, sitting with the priestesses. Although the witches had never seen Han Lai, they could feel the terrifying witchcraft power emanating from this man. It's okay, he's not here to see you. Xiao Meizi comforted them softly, and the priestesses felt relieved. Su Yu sat down beside the campfire at the entrance of the cave. Han Lai was not polite, either, and found a piece of hay to sit down as well. The bonfire burned between the two men, as if there was an invisible pressure that caused the flames to sway constantly towards both sides. Song Yuanshan said that you killed Song Heihu's son. Han Lai suddenly spoke with a calm expression. To be honest, Su Yu was quite surprised that the first thing Han Lai asked about was not Yaxiang's matter. If Winnie and Yaxiang had not told him in person, he would not have been able to tell that the middle-aged man in front of him was the great witch who was willing to give up his freedom in order to save his daughter's life. Yes, the two brothers are quite similar. Su Yu replied. They are both very good at seeking death. Han Lai said in a deep voice. Song Heihu may not be as terrifying as the wild beast, but he is definitely more cruel than it. If he knew that even Song Dingtian died in your hands, he would definitely destroy you at all costs, including the group of witches you protected. I'm very clear about this. Su Yu smiled. No one knew better than him that even if Song Dingtian and Song Shang were not killed, Song Heihu's forces would officially encircle and suppress his own tribe at some point in time. This is just a difference in time. The development of events will not change. You have little chance of winning now. Han Lai continued. That man is stronger than you think. His golden fighting skills are something he is proud of, but they are not his full strength. What do you want to say? Su Yu smiled. He would not look down on any enemy, and would never hold back if he could kill the opponent. Han Lai was a little stunned, and his eyes became bright at the same time. The man in front of him was neither arrogant nor fearful. He seemed to be aware of what he was facing. Han Lai admired this character very much. I have discussed this with Jiang Zhan and a clan leader. If you are willing, the clan leader can integrate your tribe into ours. Han Lai explained carefully. In this way, you don't have to wander around outside anymore. Su Yu just said calmly. If the clan leader could accept the existence of the witch 6 years ago, how could I have the clan I have now? Han Lai's face was slightly gloomy, not because he was dissatisfied with Su Yu, but because he could not argue with the facts. After a long time, he raised his head and looked at Su Yu. It's different now than it was then. It's not that the clan leader cannot accept the witch, but he has to do so, Han Lai said, and his tall body seemed to have aged in an instant. But it's different now. The various forces within the Crescent Moon tribe have been consolidated. If you can be integrated, the strength of the tribe leader's lineage will increase. Even Song Heihu can't change that. Indeed, at that time, Song Heihu was bullying Yi Fei because he had just come of power and had no one to rely on. Jiang Han and the other two witches were not bound by the oath of heaven, so they would not choose to fight to the death. If Yaxiang and Wei and I were not among the witches who were investigated at the time, Yi Fei would never have been able to easily gain the support of the two witches and be willing to swear the oath of heaven. Just for the future of the Crescent Moon tribe, Song Heihu made the same decision as other tribal alliances, to eliminate the existence of the witch. At that time, he could not be said to be good or bad. If it weren't for this step and the enmity with Jiang Han, perhaps nothing would have happened to Yi Fei later. As for what kind of experiences Song Heihu had later and how he became what he is now, it is unknown. Su Yu understood the reason, but still shook her head. As he said, Song Heihu is a very cruel man. I believe that his purpose of suppressing the witch has also changed. Su Yu smiled and said, even if it is for the purpose of eliminating Song Heihu, I can't agree to you. Han Lai asked in confusion, why? If I asked Chief Yi to cancel your oath of heaven in exchange for your and Jiang Da's freedom, do you think he will agree? Impossible, Han Lai answered without hesitation. The sworn loyalty of the two great witches cannot be compared to that of a small ethnic group. Yi Fei is indecisive and nostalgic, but he is not stupid. Letting Jiangzhan and Hanlai go would undoubtedly be cutting off one's own arm. Suyu shrugged and said with a smile, "That's it, so I won't agree to it." Hanlai still asked the same question, "Why?" However, the meanings of these two questions are very different. Suyu raised the corner of her mouth and said, "Because you are the father of Yaxiang and Wei and I. It's that simple." Yifei may have had many frustrations back then, so he used the lives of Yaxiang and the others to force you to swear an oath, but that was his business. He inherited the Crescent Moon tribe, and that was his responsibility. It has nothing to do with me, and I need to consider my tribe. I don't like the future of my tribe to be in the hands of others, and my life and death to be decided by others. Suyu smiled and said, "My tribe also needs to grow, so it is reasonable for me to ask for the return of my woman's father's freedom. If it weren't for the oath of heaven, I would consider poaching you. I will not get involved in the feud between you and Song Heihu, but because of the relationship between Yaxiang and Winnie, I will provide appropriate help. In other words, whether Yifei lives or dies is none of my business. But I, Suyu, need two fathers-in-law." Hanlai heard what Suyu said next and smiled slightly. Suyu's attitude is very clear, and she will definitely compete with Yifei in the future. Of course, the prerequisite is that Yifei can defeat Song Heihu and firmly secure that position. Suyu didn't explain it so clearly, only because Hanlai needed to go back and convey their conversation. He couldn't lie to Yifei, and Suyu's words had to be taken to heart word for word. This is the lifelong bond between him and Jiangzhan. I will tell the clan leader about your request. Even if the result would not change, Hanlai would still say it. You just said that Song Heihu had another purpose in exterminating the witch. What was it? Suyu glanced at Ing and the others, and felt that it would be a good idea to share the pressure with her father-in-law. Chapter 238, Secret Room. I'm not sure about this yet, but it's related to the witch. Suyu said seriously, if you don't want to be beaten down by Song Heihu alone in the future, you'd better pay more attention to it. Suyu told Hanlai about Song Heihu's secret imprisonment of the witch, and Hanlai frowned after hearing it. Okay, I will discuss this with Jiangzhan after I get back. Hanlai said, but you don't have to worry too much. In recent years, there are very few witches wandering around. Even in trading tribes, witch slaves are rarely seen. There was a brief silence between the two men. Hanlai's face was a little red from the flames, his brows were still furrowed, and he looked at Suyu, wanting to say something but stopping himself. Finally, Hanlai stood up and stepped outside. There is nothing else to do. The Great Witch cannot leave the station casually. The tribe is still waiting for me to return. Okay. Suyu was a little surprised. This may be the persistence of men. It can be seen that he really wants to know about Yaxiang, but it's just hard to open your mouth. Yes, his daughter had been kicked out of the tribe for nearly 6 years, and he had not asked about it, or had no way to ask about it. It must be very embarrassing to suddenly and eagerly ask a stranger about your daughter's recent situation. My father-in-law is a little stubborn about his reputation. This was Suyu's first impression of Hanlai. The two of them walked to the entrance of the cave. Hanlai suddenly stopped, turned around and asked, "How is Yaxiang doing?" "All right. My father-in-law is not stubborn at all." Suyu was stunned and didn't know how to answer for a moment. I recalled things about Yaxiang in my mind. How come all my memories are of nighttime, or in the bathtub? Yaxiang and I's life is really simple and plain. Hee, this is very good. Yaxiang eats well, sleeps well, and is in great shape. So you could only make up a story. Be brave, Xiang, and don't be afraid of difficulties. Humph. This was Hanlai's first displeasure. He looked exactly like Red Wolf. I hope so. You are a great witch, so be more tolerant of that child. She follows her mother and takes everything very seriously. After getting a fairly satisfactory answer, Hanlai took a step forward, but stopped after only 2 steps. Almost forgot to ask, where's Winnie's child? Oh, Suyu's eyes lit up, and she said subconsciously, soon. What's coming soon? Hanlai asked puzzledly. Nothing. Suyu immediately covered her mouth. She is living a good life, and is plump and fair. Suyu said vaguely. However, Suyu's expression still couldn't hide from Hanlai's vicious eyes. Crescent tribe. In the cool and quiet animal bone room, the women were much more relaxed than usual and usually went to bed early after dinner. There is no leisure time for entertainment in normal times, and the so-called relaxation is just a few women lying together and chatting aimlessly. However, they seldom go out on weekdays, and their job from morning to night is to serve the daily life of the Great Witch. So where can they find new topics? But today is different. We heard from some restless tribesmen that a riot broke out in the cave where the slaves were held. The mountain collapsed and huge rocks slid down, so it caused quite a stir. Many slaves were killed or injured, and several guards also died. This was a not-so-small natural disaster for the tribe. Did he offend the mountain god here? Bah, the tribe has lived here for many years. Where did the mountain god come from? There are blind people who are terrified, and naturally, there are also sober people who sneer at it. The women, who were busy preparing meat and cleaning the house during the day, were also frightened, and naturally some strange remarks were heard. In fact, for them, they don't really think that the mountain god is causing trouble. It is just a way to pass the time. The incident happened in Song Heihu's territory, but as a great wizard, he didn't care much about it. He just showed up and ordered his tribesmen to clean up the scene. Song Heihu has always been cold and arrogant, and it is hard to tell whether he is happy or angry. Only his women can subtly sense that Song Heihu is in a strange mood today. It's not that I was angry. On the contrary, I felt a little relieved, as if years of depression had been resolved, and I felt a little refreshed. The collapse of the valley seemed to have no impact on anything. Song Heihu even ordered the women to finish their work quickly so that they could rest early today. The women didn't understand why, but they didn't dare to disobey. After resting early, Song Heihu did not follow them, but disappeared soon after. The main room fell into silence. Without Song Heihu's presence, the women naturally seemed less restrained. There are always a few days every month when Song Heihu will mysteriously disappear for a period of time. As for where he went, the women didn't care, didn't dare to ask, and wouldn't even mention it. This is the norm and the rule that allows them to survive. No one dares to break it. The women were whispering to each other to pass the time, and under the ground where they were lying, in a dark corridor, a sturdy figure was walking slowly. There were some glowing jade stones placed on both sides of the corridor. Song Heihu squinted his eyes and came into a room. The inner walls of the room are made of stones, jade is piled in the corners, and the light illuminates the interior like daylight. This prison was built 3 years ago, and even the mute who was raised by himself didn't know about it. Chapter 239 Return. Although this place leads to a cave in the valley in the distance, only one person can pass through the corridor at any time. The mute was very obedient and never curious about this, so much so that he didn't know what was at the end of the corridor until his death. The death of the mute made Song Heihu somewhat unhappy, because there were not many people as useful as him. If you cultivate it from scratch, it will take a lot of time. Fortunately, the information gained in exchange for this loss was valuable. He walked into the room, sat down on a stone stool, and then looked ahead coldly. Then, he threw the meat that the women had roasted earlier over. There was a man squatting with his head in his hands. His feet were fixed to the ground with iron chains, his clothes were tattered, and his dirty hair even grew to his knees. Although he looked disheveled, there was no sign of injury on his body. The man suddenly raised his head and stared at the cooked meat. He almost forgot what cooked meat felt like and was stunned for a moment. "Ah, you myth one." The man suddenly understood. His mouth opened into a grin, revealing his yellow fangs, and he grabbed the cooked meat and stuffed it into his mouth. After he ate voraciously, you could vaguely see a pair of slightly pointed ears between his dirt-covered hair. His eyes were not very bright, but they had not lost their original luster. His pupils were emerald green, and he looked a little different from humans. "You are right. There are indeed witches at the great witch level on this continent," Song Heihu said coldly. "According to the agreement, you should let me go." A gloomy voice came, and the man reminded while biting the cooked meat. Song Heihu snorted coldly. "It's okay to let you go, but where can you go?" "Where to go?" The man seemed a little confused, and then shouted, "Go back, go back, go back to my tribe." Song Heihu didn't comment, but laughed. "You can't go back, right? Have you forgotten how you escaped from the elves 3 years ago?" The man was stunned, showing a painful expression. He seemed to be a little crazy and began to mutter to himself. "Yes, I violated the tribe's rules. I fell in love with a human woman and leaked the tribe's knowledge. This is my punishment." The man suddenly spat out the cooked meat and began to pound the ground and yell, "I can't go back. I can't go back. I can never go back again. So, you might as well stay with me and provide me with skills and knowledge, so that you can at least survive." Song Heihu came closer and said, "I can also give you freedom." The man immediately grabbed Song Heihu's hand, his face ferocious. No, I can't say anything more. They will kill me. You can't stop them." "Where is Jin Shun? Jin Shun, have you found her? You promised me. If you lie to me, I won't tell you anything anymore. However, Song Hehu curled the corners of his mouth and shook off his hand heavily. The elves, who were high and mighty, claiming to be servants of gods and never looking at humans in the eye, were now crawling at his feet like a mad beast. Song Hehu enjoyed this feeling very much. Even if you have advanced technology and knowledge, they are still firmly in my hands. However, the ancient tribal rules were engraved in their bones, like a spiritual imprint. Even if they became prisoners, this stubborn race was unwilling to reveal any more information. Fortunately, he also has weaknesses. That woman is dead. She died one night. Her stomach was dug open. I think your child should be inside. You should be able to guess who did it. Song Hehu said slowly. The man stopped roaring instantly and fell to the ground like a dead dog. Jean Shun was pregnant with his child, so she was secretly killed by her own people. Why? No matter how much they cry and wail, the dead can never be resurrected. But the hatred for his people will always be buried in the man's heart. I want to get out. I want freedom. I want them to pay for what they have done, the man roared. But Song Hehu just listened indifferently and didn't care at all. After the man's voice gradually faded, he spoke again. I said I can give you freedom, and I can also help you get revenge, but all this requires your corresponding efforts. Song Hehu half squatted down and looked coldly at the other party's bloodshot eyes. Now tell me, if I absorb the power of that witch in the great witch realm, can I break through to a new realm? What exactly is that realm? The man raised his head weakly, despair and hope mixed in his eyes, like a walking corpse. His dry lips trembled slightly, and he uttered a few words. Under one person, everyone is an ant. Walk on the clouds and look down at the world. Witch King. In the early morning hours, the sky was gray. Suyu was still in a dream when she heard a rustling sound beside her ears. When he opened his eyes, he saw that Natsumi was fully dressed and had packed all the necessary items for the journey. The 5 witches helped carefully, trying to keep their voices down and not daring to disturb Suyu. However, the sharp-eyed water cat still noticed that Suyu had woken up and cried out, Sudao has woken up. Are we too noisy? I've been very quiet. The priestesses didn't dare to put the blame on Satsumi, so they could only blush, smile awkwardly, and turn their heads away. Leaving so early? Suyu naturally didn't care and asked with a smile. The air was good in the morning, and we were worried it would rain again. In quickly explained. However, Xiao Ai snorted and interrupted. I just want to look at you less. Okay, the whole world knows that you hate me. Suyu stretched and waved her hand. Then be careful on your way. Do you need a wolf lion? I can lend you one. I'll set off after you sleep for a while. No, you keep them for yourself. I will protect them. Don't forget the agreement between us. Suyu smiled and nodded in response. I won't forget it. I was afraid that you would forget it. Satsumi snorted coldly and then left the cave with the witch. When I reached the cave entrance, I heard Suyu's instructions behind me. Oh, right. Tell the woman named Yaxiong in the tribe that the bed is too small. Get a bigger one. Suyu wasn't sure whether Xiao Ai remembered it or not, but the priestesses definitely remembered it better than anyone else. That is their future home. Yaxiong is the woman of the great witch, so she must never be forgotten. It was already past noon when Suyu woke up again. He flipped through the remaining food and frowned. Xiao Ai is a really stingy woman. She only left a little bit of meat. The water was okay. The 2 bamboo tubes were full. Of course, it is also possible that Sakura and the others left it secretly. Anyway, going to White Tiger Alliance is enough. After packing up a bit, Suyu hung the supplies on the wolf lion's back and set off on her journey home. Chapter 240, The Gatekeeper. Suyu was not too worried about the Crescent Moon tribe. With Yifei's lineage restraining him, Song Hehu couldn't let go completely. At least, he wouldn't pose a threat to me until he realized that his son was gone. Although the countdown given by the system was about half a year away, Suyu did not believe it completely. After all, the lessons learned from the past were there, and with some of her actions, it was very likely that the current situation would change. The road to the White Tiger Alliance was very familiar, and it saved half a day compared to the previous trip. It was noon when Suyu arrived. He stopped in the same grove as last time, settled the wolf and lion, and then disappeared. The White Tiger Alliance's territory seemed a little quieter today than usual. Most of the men in the tents were gone. Only a few women were working with their heads down, and the atmosphere seemed a little solemn. Suyu didn't think much about it, and walked all the way to Xiao Huahua's residence. He looked around habitually, then lifted the animal curtain and went in. The furnishings in the tent had not changed much, but there were a few packed animal skin packages in a corner of the tent. Xiao Ai was sitting on the carpet holding the orange cat, teasing it out of boredom. The fluttering of the animal curtain made Xiao Ai take a look subconsciously, but she thought it was blown by the wind and didn't pay any attention to it. Woo! Instead, the slightly plump orange cat looked at Suyu without blinking, making a whining sound in its throat. It turned over in Xiao Ai's arms, licked its lips, and then closed its eyes comfortably because of Xiao Ai's stroking of its fur. Being shadowless and invisible means entering a ghost state. Could it be that cats are really born with the ability to sense ghosts? Of course, Suyu was not worried that the orange cat would expose herself. If you have the guts, then you can speak. Ha ha ha. He quietly came to Xiao Ai, intending to tease her a little, but before he could make a move, Xiao Ai raised her head suspiciously, looked at the empty front, and asked uncertainly, Suyu, is it you? I'll go. Are you already spirits? How did you know I was coming? I smell you. Why are you the same as Kokoro? Suyu subconsciously sniffed her shoulder, a little confused as to whether there was anything peculiar about the structure of these people's noses. Speaking of this, Kokoro can be regarded as the undisputed originator. That is a humanoid radar that can accurately smell Suyu from several meters away. What's the difference? Xiao Ai laughed. Why did you come just now? I've been waiting for you for a long time. It's only been 7 or 8 days. Why are you in such a hurry? I was delayed by something. Suyu asked. The clan didn't make things difficult for you, did they? No, they got what they wanted, so they don't care about anything else. Xiao Ai pouted. Quickly, let me see. No one should come today. Oh, I forgot. Suyu smiled and showed up. Anyway, the triggering of invisible is very quick and does not take too long to cast. Meow. The orange cat was sandwiched between the two people and began to make a fuss, trying to escape. Suyu was aroused by Xiao Ai's expression and grabbed the orange cat and threw it out. Go and help us watch the door. Now that Suyu is here, there is no reason to stay any longer. But I've been born and raised here for more than 20 years, so I will always be reluctant to leave. Suyu looked into Xiao Ai's eyes and asked seriously, Have you really thought it over? Come back with me. It may be difficult for you to come back in the future. Xiao Ai smiled sweetly. I believe in you. It won't take long for your tribe to become as strong as the White Tiger Alliance. By then, it will be much easier to come back. Chapter 241, the fourth. When I came in, I saw that there were fewer people in this area. Did something happen? Xiao Ai nodded and said, I was just about to tell you that my sister was saved by the Great Witch Chu the last time she was robbed and killed. You should know about this. A few days ago, my father mentioned this matter again at the clan meeting, and I just learned that Great Witch Chu vaguely guessed the other party's identity through the contest between them. Suyu had a general idea about this matter. One party was from the Crescent Moon tribe, but he had not confirmed the other party. Who is it? Wizard Chu said that it looked very much like Wizard Wei from the Sky Beast tribe, but he didn't have any solid evidence. The relationship between the Sky Beast tribe and the Crescent Moon tribe does have a basis for cooperation. Then, Xiao Ai continued, My father told this matter and gave the clan leader some advice. What suggestions? Suyu asked. We are waging war against the Sky Beast tribe, so the tribe has begun recruiting warriors, and all the men have gone to be selected. Suyu thought for a while and frowned unconsciously. In other words, the White Tiger Alliance had already learned some of the information at the beginning that the people who kidnapped and killed Xiao Ai were most likely from the Tian Beast tribe, but they did not make any substantive statement. It was not until Xiao Ai came back and the Tianshou tribe encountered another sudden change that they took this action. The White Tiger Alliance naturally would not be afraid of a tribe. However, the combined strength of Crescent Moon and Celestial Beast should not be underestimated. Now it seems that when they sent people to look for Xiao Ai, there was a hint of luck in their hearts. Suyu had no idea how deeply Xiao Dao was involved. But between family affection and interests, he undoubtedly chose the ruthless side. Xiao Ai is so smart. How could she not guess it? Suyu suddenly said, Rest for a while, then come back with me. Xiao Ai snorted and laughed. By the way, Suyu, I want to take my sister with me. Suyu was stunned, then nodded. Well, of course I personally have no objection, but does your sister know about it? I know, Xiao Ai said. I told her that we were going out for a walk, just like last time, to find more resources for the Alliance. My father also mentioned it to me, and he agreed. So, Tiger Mother will come along too. Suyu was a little happy. He had brought a wife home with him, and also got some gifts. It was a win for him anyway. Yes, my sister, Tiger Lady, and Xiao Yin, and Xiao Meng whom you met before, they have been taking care of Mei Mei before I came back. So that makes 5 people, and maybe a cat. These people grew up with Xiao Hua Hua since childhood. In order not to embarrass her in the future, Suyu still brought them up. Why don't you just take your sister and Tigress with you? We are leaving anyway. Xiao Hua Hua saw through Suyu's thoughts and smiled mischievously. It's okay. The 2 of them only kiss me and Mimi. As long as they follow me, they're satisfied. That's fine. The 2 stayed for a while. Then Xiao Hua Hua sat up, frowned her cute eyebrows, and said, Suyu, the underwear sewn by Sister Lynn is still comfortable to wear. I miss her. I can talk to her in the tribe. Suyu smiled. That's because you were an outsider before, and everyone in the tribe was embarrassed to talk too deeply with you. Kokoro and Yaxiang are easy to get along with. I know, Xiao Huahua muttered. She was so smart. How could she not know the principle of avoiding suspicion? But these worries are no longer necessary, as she is now part of the community, and this change has made her happy for a long time. That's good to know. Put on your clothes. I'll have something for you to do when we get back. Suyu said. Chapter 242, Stewing Yourself in an Iron Pot. The things were quickly packed up, and Suyu hid her figure and followed. Xiao Huahua took the orange cat to Xiao Mimi's residence. Since she had informed them in advance, the little girl got ready quickly. Xiao Yunfei seemed to be busy with the allocation of manpower. He just nodded slightly, said a few words of concern, and told Xiao Hunyang to protect her wholeheartedly, and then he didn't ask any more questions. In this attack on the Sky Beast tribe, the tribe member who made the greatest contribution will most likely be rewarded by the tribe leader and receive more resources and manpower. Therefore, as their great wizard, he naturally has to do his best. Xiao Huahua used to go out frequently, so Xiao Yunfei naturally would not have thought that his daughter's journey this time would be a farewell in a different sense. After the women selected their horses, they left the alliance base. Xiao Mimi, Xiao Yin, and Xiao Meng. Perhaps only when they arrive there will they understand what decision their sister has made. A few days passed quickly. Suyu secretly escorted the 5 women and a cat to the tribe's territory. Originally, Xiao Mimi didn't understand where her sister wanted to go, but now she finally understood. However, before she had the chance to ask, Xiao Huahua dragged her into the clan territory and took her to Suyu's stone and wooden house. This will be our home from now on. Do you understand? Oh, I understand. Whatever the lady says is what it is. It looks good here. Several women nodded stupidly. Only Xiao, whose mother rubbed her hands happily, and habitually found some meat in Suyu's stone and wooden house and started eating. She was really suffocated from eating tasteless jerky for a while. Before the women had time to rest, they heard a rumbling sound outside, as if something heavy was stepping on the ground. They were so scared that they gathered together. Then a huge monster squeezed at the door, and Kokoro rode on the big mouth and poked her small head in. Wow, it's Sister Huahua. Where's Brother Suyu? Why didn't I see him? I got news from the guards that Xiao Huahua has returned and Su Dao has also returned. Although she was not quite sure how Xiao Huahua came back, as soon as she heard about Suyu's situation, Kokoro ignored everything. Xiao Huahua shrugged. I don't know either. He hasn't shown up since he came back. I don't know where he went. Maybe he went to look for Yaxiang. Oh. Then I'll go find Sister Yaxiang. Kokoro sat down with a whoosh, patted her big mouth that was as high as the door with her little hand, and said softly, Big mouth, let's go. The new star licked the dog's big mouth to indicate that he had received it, then opened his big feet and ran away with a thump. The rush and excitement scared Xiao Mimi and the other women. Sister, is it the wild beast she raised? She looked at the orange cat Xiao Hua in her arms, and for some reason, she suddenly felt that it didn't smell good anymore. Xiao Huahua nodded awkwardly. I guess so. She raises all the wild animals in the tribe, big and small. I'll take you to the animal pen someday. Xiao Mimi threw herself into her sister's arms and immediately started to act coquettishly. Sister, can I also raise a beast like that? I want to ride one too. If nothing else, it's really cool. This may be a bit difficult. Xiao Huahua frowned. Why? Xiao Mimi asked coquettishly. Not far away, Xiao Hunyang, who was sprinkling chili peppers, chuckled and said, Second miss, because it is a mountain beast, not a wild beast. Mountain beast, Xiao Mimi murmured. The only thing in her mind was the image of a giant beast that was as big as a mountain and extremely terrifying. Its wide-open mouth can swallow everything, and its fangs are larger than those of a human. What was that just now? His tongue was wagging, and he was humming. Mountain beast, Stop joking. My sister and the others fooled me again. Not long after, another woman walked in from outside. Mimi, Yanzi, Meng Meng, this is the clan leader. Xiao Ai then introduced. To everyone, the patriarch is the same as the great witch, but the patriarch in front of him has no dignity at all, but he looks very good. Winnie waved her hand, looked at Mimi and the others for a few seconds, and then spoke. Suyu has told me about your affairs. I will arrange a place for you to live. Winnie, who is Suyu? Why does she sound so familiar? Xiao Mimi asked suspiciously. Xiao Ai held her sister's face and said with a smile, it's the great witch of the tribe. Oh, so, if you want to live with your sister, you have to join the tribe. Xiao Ai pinched her sister's nose and said, if you join the tribe, you can also wear such beautiful clothes, and maybe there will be mountain beasts for you to ride. Wherever my sister goes, I will go. Xiao Mimi hugged Xiao Ai, but her eyes were darting around Winnie's body, making Winnie feel uncomfortable. Xiao Yin and Xiao Meng naturally had no objections and passed it unanimously. After all, the housing, clothes, and food here are all so delicious. Let me explain this on two sides. Suyu learned about the tribe's recent situation from Winnie, but what she said was vague, and she didn't explain the key points at all. As for why her own forest had become as hot and humid as the flaming mountain, Winnie hesitantly talked for a long time, but could not give a clear answer. In the end, it was concluded that only Lynn's magic power had changed, and she moved to the mountains. With no other options, so you could only go over and check the situation herself. He really didn't expect that such strange things would happen when he was away for more than half a month. Shimiko and her group had arrived 2 days ago, and their food and lodging had been arranged. Winnie said that she was very interested in everything about this tribe, and that she could get along well with the witches, and that she was living fairly comfortably. Suyu was not in a hurry to see her. After all, her relatives were the most important people at the moment. We crossed the tribal land and came to a valley not far away. From a distance, you can see 2 tents set up not far apart. Outside the tent, there was a large ceramic jar filled with well water, and there seemed to be a person lying in it. In a large vat, the well water was already bubbling and steaming, but there was no trace of flame. A big pot stewing itself? You can still play like this. Suyu rubbed her eyes and looked carefully several times before confirming that it was indeed Sister Lynn. He is a low-key person on weekdays, but he is so excited when playing. However, the closer they got, the higher the temperature became, and Suyu felt a little hot because of the rolling heat in the forest. Chapter 243, Cooling Down. On the other side, Yaxiong was sitting in front of the tent, grilling meat in a frying pan with a serious look on her face. Sweat was on her forehead, and she would take out a bamboo tube from time to time to drink some water. Kokoro was riding on Big Mouth, moving back and forth between the two of them, her little face flushed with heat. After Suyu got closer and saw the condition of the 3 people clearly, she suddenly burst into laughter, holding her belly. After not seeing you for a while, you've turned into a black girl? Her originally bronze skin is now tanned, giving her a unique charm. Hearing the familiar laughter, Yaxiong and Lynn looked over. Lynn immediately lowered her head and crawled to the bottom of the tank. Kokoro let out a scream and rushed over riding on Big Mouth. Brother Suyu, I'm looking for you. The little cutie's face was covered in sweat, and he didn't even bother to wipe it off. Have to. This girl is about to turn into a little black girl. I'm back. Brother Suyu, I miss you so much. Kokoro's soft voice came. I'm back now. I won't go out anymore. Suyu comforted her for a long time before Kokoro nodded her head. At this time, Yaxiong also came in front of him, and a wave of heat came with her. You're really not going out? Yaxiong said with a sidelong glance. Suyu nodded. I won't go out for the time being. What is most needed right now is the two-way development of oneself and the ethnic group. Yaxiong felt better and asked, what were you laughing at? It would have been better if she hadn't asked. Once she asked, Suyu couldn't help but burst out laughing. She patted her arms and asked, why did you become so dark? Yaxiong rolled her eyes. As the instigator, Lynn, after unable to hold her breath, finally choked on 2 mouthfuls of water and popped her head out of the tank. Lynn is still as fair and lovely as ever. Seeing that all her good sisters were tanned like black girls, she blushed with shame. Suyu, you're back. Lynn whispered. Yeah, just got back. Suyu came closer and glanced down. Oh wow. Lynn's magic power has finally stabilized and is now declining. Please don't cause me any trouble. Yaxiong said. What's going on? What are you doing? Suyu asked curiously. Cool down. Yaxiang said helplessly. After telling Suyu everything about Lynn, she finally understood. Could it be that the terrifying magical power that he had sensed before was emitted by Lynn? Looking at Lynn's magic power again, it has dropped back to the first-rate level, but the heat emanating from her body is still a bit high. What is the highest level of Lynn's magic power? Suyu suddenly found this skill quite interesting. Yaxiang shook her head and recalled, I'm not sure. I think he surpassed the Great Wizard. I don't know what happened after that, but I just felt that his wizard power was ridiculously strong. Suyu immediately opened the system and took a look at Lynn's character introduction. Her eyes widened. Good job, Lynn. Identity, member of the Black Rose tribe. Age, 25. Level 6. Favorability, admiration. Likes, sewing beautiful clothes. Favorite people, Kokoro, Suyu, Yixiang, and Winnie. Abilities, Witch, perfect second awakening. Fire element control, 0 max. Flash in the pan. She directly achieved the second perfect awakening. It seems that because of the unlimited growth of the flash in the blink of an eye, she was able to avoid awakening at this stage. After all, with that kind of nearly invincible witchcraft power, voodoo shouldn't be able to cause much trouble. Is this a blessing in disguise? According to this rate of decline, it will probably take another 3 or 4 days for Lynn to return to the tribe. Yaxiang said, I am the only one in the tribe who can barely get close, so I have to stay here with her. Kokoro couldn't bear it at first, but now with Suyu by her side, the invisible magic power protected her, so she didn't feel so uncomfortable. How about I come over to accompany you in the evening? Suyu said, whatever you want. Yaxiang snorted. Her mood improved a little, and she turned her face away. Then Kokoro, you should go back first. It's too hot here. Your body won't be able to bear it if you stay any longer. Yaxiang reminded. Okay, Kokoro said reluctantly, then nodded. Yaxiang picked up Kokoro and put her back on Big Mouth's back. Big Mouth then ran back to the tribe's territory, howling. Xiao Ai is back too. Looking at Kokoro's leaving back, Yaxiang narrowed her eyes and asked. Chapter 244 Catapult. This, yes. Don't get me wrong. She has joined our tribe now and is a member of our tribe. Suyu coughed and explained hurriedly. What else? Yaxiang didn't believe it would be that simple. The eldest daughter of an alliance follows you back for no reason. It's not like she has a hole in her brain. Xiao Ai is naturally not a silly girl, except that she is a little careless sometimes. After all, not every young lady can climb onto the roof and fix the hole. So you could only laugh awkwardly. She is also a member of our tribe, and will be considered your sister from now on. Yixiang snorted softly. I knew it, but since she is already a member of the tribe, it's okay. There are many things in the tribe that she can help with. She looked up and said. The woman was so busy that she hadn't eaten yet. She was interrupted by Kokoro and Suyu, so she went back to the tent. Hot steam was bubbling in the water tank. Lynn poked her head out when she felt Suyu approaching. Lynn, how do you feel? Suyu looked at Lynn, her cheeks as rosy as a beautiful flower. It's okay. It's not as severe as before these 2 days. Lynn looked into Suyu's eyes and responded with a blushing face. That's good. I'll come see you again in the evening. Well, go and take care of the clan's affairs. After leaving the valley, Suyu found Xiao in a forest not far from the clan's territory. Because making a catapult requires a large space, Xiao led his people to choose a relatively open place outside the tribe. After half a month of processing, Xiao and others have completed 2 fully functional machines. According to the drawings drawn by Suyu, Xiao made a torsion catapult, a device that relies on twisting ropes to generate force for catapult. The top of the catapult rod is designed to be in the shape of a spoon, which is used to place heavy objects such as boulders and explosives. However, the rope used for twisting is not ordinary coarse hemp or tough vegetation, but the tendons of a mutant animal called the unicorn. Because the tendons of this animal are very elastic and tough, except for the wild beasts, it can be regarded as a creature with relatively good toughness. The tendons of the unicorn are wrapped with mountain spider silk to make ropes, which are used in torque catapults. The effect is several times better than that of ordinary hemp ropes. The effective range of an ordinary large catapult is about 200 meters, but after improvements, it can reach 800 or 900 meters. The other one is an elastic machine. Unlike a torque machine, it uses the elastic force of the bowstring to project large crossbow arrows, so it is also called a bed crossbow or a crossbow cannon. The bowstring is made of the same material as the torque machine, also to maximize kinetic energy. The warriors of this era are completely different from the civilization history of Blue Star. When a person's realm reaches the first-rate level, he or she will possess a strength of 7 or 800 kilograms, which is already considered extraordinary. Therefore, ordinary weapons with weak lethality can hardly cause actual damage. Not to mention the super first class, great wizards, and other abnormalities that are above the first class. Even this type of projection device may not necessarily have the ideal killing effect. Therefore, so you considered improvements. Apart from keeping the operating principle unchanged, the materials and other things needed to be further replaced. Although Xiao and others made 2 devices, the test results were not ideal. The ropes used to generate kinetic energy were replaced with mountain spider silk and unicorn silk. The strength was guaranteed, but the materials used for ammunition troubled everyone. Ordinary stones can indeed kill wild beasts, but they are only of the first-rate kind. Faced with a first-rate beast, Yaxiong once captured a ferocious wolf king as a substitute. With his limbs tied up and completely unable to move, he was only seriously injured. First-class strength, physical strength has undergone a qualitative change. If the beasts are like this, how much worse can humans be? Not to mention that their ability to move is restricted. That's exactly it, Great Witch Su. If it is used in tribal wars, it will be quite effective against ordinary warriors, but may not be very useful against those with stronger powers. The bed crossbow will be much more effective, and it can pierce the body of the Wolf King. After reporting on their work progress, Xiao told Suyu the results of the experiment. It should be said that it failed to meet everyone's initial expectations. The strength of the stone is not even as thick as the skin of a first-rate beast. To defeat the strong with the weak and kill first-rate warriors with projectile weapons should be the dream of many tribesmen. Suyu patted Xiao on the shoulder and smiled gently. It's okay. The original intention of the design of the trebuchet was to kill people on a large scale. It is indeed a bit difficult to target individuals. After all, the crossbow is different from the catapult. Although its accuracy is poor, its lethality is still considerable. Suyu walked around the catapult, then came to the pile of stones next to it. She grabbed a stone and squeezed it, breaking a corner without much effort. It's not that the density and strength of these stones are not enough, but that the warriors themselves who possess magical powers are too strong. If the strength of the stone can be strengthened, can the problem be solved? Chapter 245 Experiment. Such a thought popped up in Suyu's mind. After all, this was the world of witchcraft. There would be no way out if one was too conventional and stubborn. He picked up another stone weighing about 100 pounds. As his mind moved, the black and white magic power flowed from his palm like liquid and injected into the stone. This was the first time Suyu had seen this form of Wu Li, and she was a little surprised. He thought of Xiao Maisie. Could it be that because of the fusion of her black magic power, some kind of mutation occurred? So, can I also learn Satsumi's elemental evolution ability? Suyu didn't think about it too much for the time being. She just wanted to practice whether her magic power could have an effect on the stone. After the magic power was integrated into the stone, there was no change in appearance. But after Suyu knocked on the corners, she could clearly feel a thick and hard touch. The hardness of this stone has definitely been raised by several levels. But there is a huge gap between the great wizard and ordinary warriors after all, and they still need to do it themselves to achieve the desired effect. Xiao, inject your magic power into the stones, and then use the catapult to test its power. Okay, Sudal. Following the example, Xiao took the lead. He was now a second-rate strength, and his magic power was not that bad. However, it was still difficult to keep the magic power in the stone, spread it through all the gaps in the stone, and change its properties. This requires considerable witchcraft power. In other words, the larger the stone, the more magic power is required. Moreover, this method requires practice and some ability to control witchcraft power. Xiao tried 3 times and finally succeeded. Then he moved the stones to the catapult, and several tribesmen began to debug it. The experiment hadn't even started yet, but Xiao was inexplicably excited because the feeling of picking up the stone just now was obviously different from usual. Which Su, I think it should work this time. Okay, let's try it and see how powerful it is. Suyu replied with a smile. Not long after, a tribesman appeared in the distance dragging a tied one-eyed tiger. The one-eyed tiger has first-class strength and is extremely ferocious. It is a beast in the forest that is dozens of times more dangerous than the moonlight leopard. Xiao smiled innocently and explained, in order to help us do experiments, Elder Yaxiong went out to a distant forest and captured several first-rate wild beasts. After all, only Great Witch Su and the tribe can tame wild beasts, so they were tied up. But this one-eyed tiger was encountered by our tribesmen when they were clearing land in the forest. It must have escaped from another forest and eaten several of our slaves. See, Jiao, the experiment is over this time. Don't touch the other wild beasts. I can tame them. Su Yu reminded. My wife seems to be a bit of a spendthrift, but she is a first-rate beast after all. I couldn't find them before, but I don't know where Yaxiong got the luck from. She managed to catch a few. In addition, the safety of the tribe members when they are opening up the land also needs to be considered, and some combat power should be allocated for protection in a timely manner. Okay, got it, Great Witch Su. Si Jiao smiled and gave orders to his tribesmen. A group of people adjusted the direction, calculated the distance, and, combined with their usual practice, they quickly started the experiment. As the twisted rope rolled, stones flew out. The huge rock, accompanied by the sound of whistling wind, drew a beautiful arc in the sky and fell above the one-eyed tiger. Roar! Even though he was tied up, the one-eyed tiger, as the king of the forest, still made a final struggle. He exhaled a large amount of magic power from his mouth and tried to resist, but the boulder was unstoppable and completely ignored his defense. Only a dull sound was heard. Boom! Smoke and dust rose up, and the wailing sound then disappeared. After a tribe member confirmed that there was no danger, he went closer to check. The boulder was different from the previous ones. It just cracked a gap and did not break into pieces. The problem was it didn't hit the target. After all, it was not a precision strike, which is understandable. Again, Si Jiao was in high spirits and showed no sign of frustration at all. As the saying goes, failure is the mother of success. Su Dao often teaches them this. Great Witch Su, wait a minute. Let us make some adjustments. Si Jiao chattered to several tribesmen again, and everyone nodded. Another improved stone was put up, and the tribesmen not far away used a flatbed truck to transport the stone that had not yet been broken back. As long as it is not broken, it can still be put into use. Frugality is also the rule that Su Dao teaches us every day. There's no need to be so frugal. So he was a little speechless. Get ready. Si Jiao's voice was loud and excited. The one-eyed tiger in the distance continued to howl angrily. Then, boom, a huge rock fell, but there was smoke but no injuries. Su Yu's mouth twitched. This isn't an anime. The tribesmen raised the third boulder as usual, and the one-eyed tiger's heart-wrenching roar could be heard from a long distance away. The bound body struggled continuously before finally giving up. Su Yu was a little embarrassed. This guy hasn't been smashed to death yet, but I'm scared to death. If the one-eyed tiger could speak, he would probably say, "Please kill me quickly, please." The third time, the boulder hit the target steadily, putting an end to the one-eyed tiger's suffering. After the smoke and dust cleared, the tribesmen came forward to check, then swayed their bodies and cheered. It hit the target, it hit the target. The huge rock hit the one-eyed tiger, smashing it into the ground. However, this time the stone was not as big as the first one, and it failed to kill the tiger with one blow. The one-eyed tiger wailed weakly and was already dying. There were broken wounds all over his body, some of which were horrific to look at. The one-eyed tiger died not long after being transported back, and was then sent to the women of the tribe to be broken down into meat. The experiment ends here, which means that it is feasible to use magic power to strengthen ammunition. Then the bow and arrow on the bed crossbow naturally apply the same. Iron ore is not abundant at the moment, and needs to be transported from far away, so the material of the bow and arrow is not considered to be replaced for the time being. Si Jiao, build as many catapults and crossbows as possible. In addition, I need a few that are twice as big as the current one. I might need them soon. So he was quite satisfied with these two things and gave instructions. Which Su, are you planning to go to war with other ethnic groups? Si Jiao asked curiously. Su Yu smiled. You can say that, but it's not certain who will beat whom in the end. Okay, don't worry, Su Dao. We will speed up the production. Si Jiao patted his chest, full of confidence. Also, don't forget to practice martial arts. If the slaves who work with you have outstanding performance, you should give them extra rewards. Su Yu instructed, tell them about those who have made outstanding contributions. I will consider giving them regular positions in advance and getting rid of their slave status. Well, I have told them these things many times, and they work very hard. Si Jiao nodded in response. Afterwards, Si Jiao and others continued to work with full enthusiasm. Seeing how they were working so hard and sweating profusely, Suyu felt embarrassed to entrust the bed to them, so she found some wood and took it back to the tribe. Chapter 246, Xiao Mimi was fooled. At this time, Xiao Huahua had just returned from a tour of the tribe with Xiao Mimi. Since Winnie had already sent a message privately, everyone in the tribe knew Xiao Huahua's current identity. The eldest daughter of the White Tiger Alliance, now a member of the Rose Clan. Although it was quite sudden, everyone felt it was natural. The sister who was tricked into joining the clan also had 2 servants. She was chewing the apple that Winnie gave her, wearing comfortable and smooth underwear, her big eyes blinking, never stopping. Of course, unfortunately, Big Mouth still doesn't like Xiao Mimi. Even though Kokoro agreed and pushed Big Mouth over, Xiao Mimi was still unable to ride on it in the end. Instead, she fell on her butt, which made Kokoro giggle. After dealing with Dazue for nearly half an hour, Xiao Mimi finally announced that she had given up. It was not for any other reason, but because that guy had a strong smell of saliva, and I was afraid of getting my new underwear dirty by being licked a few times. The group of people returned to the stone and wood house with little interest, and saw Suyu standing at the door seriously, cutting wood very attentively. Holding a few iron nails found from the earthen kiln in his mouth, he meticulously checked the horizontal line of the wood. Xiao Mimi recognized him at the first sight. Wasn't this the fair-skinned man she met in the White Pigeon trading tribe a long time ago? In order to trade the mother stone, he had a fight with Xiao Hu's mother. Is he also from this ethnic group? Why are you here too? Xiao Mimi raised the corner of her mouth and jumped close to Suyu, looking proud. I didn't expect to see you here. Xiao Mimi looked curiously at the tools in Suyu's hand, such as saws, planes, resins, etc., and couldn't help humming. Grown man, why don't you go out hunting instead of making these weird things here? The bedboards and legs were also made. Suyu raised her head and looked at the cute face, saying helplessly, I made this for your sister. She will use it for sleeping at night. Xiao Mimi said, shaking her head and pouted. Is that so? Then I won't say you're lazy. I'm telling you, you should be more careful in your work. If my sister gets angry, it will be terrible. Suyu nodded. That's right, otherwise why would I prepare so many tools? Suyu smiled evilly, looked at Xiao Huahua behind her, gave her a teasing look, and said, You said so, Xiao Huahua. Xiao Huahua rolled her eyes, pulled her sister's dimples, then straightened her face and pointed at Suyu. Mimi, look carefully at this man. He is the great witch of the tribe. Onaji, rovnache? Smiley face. Naya. Xiao Mimi's little head suddenly went blank. She looked at Suyu's sly smile, then turned and snorted at Xiao Huahua. Sister, you are fooling me again. How could it be him? He can't even beat Tiger Lady. I'm kidding you. Xiao Huahua covered her forehead. She would sometimes fool her sister, but she didn't expect that she would be so smart at this time. Tiger Mother shook her head vigorously and said, Don't talk nonsense. I didn't do that. You're talking nonsense. Xiao Mimi's impression of Suyu was still stuck on the White Pigeon trading tribe, so it was naturally impossible for her to guess these things. Suyu smiled intentionally to tease him. Of course I'm not the tribe's great witch, because I will be the tribe's chief soon, haha. I don't believe it, you lied to me. Xiao Mimi shouted. Suyu was speechless and could only squat down and touch Xiao Mimi's head. Brother gave you something delicious? Xiao Mimi curled her lips and said, I just ate. Then I'll give you the whole fun. Wow. Let me take a look first. I want the delicious ones too. You really won't suffer any loss. Suyu thought about it, looked at the extra pieces of wood on the ground, and suddenly had an idea. Chapter 247, The Rice is Ripe. At this time, Kokoro, who had been watching the show for a long time, came over while holding back her laughter, tugged at Suyu's collar, and whispered in her ear. Brother Suyu, I want to have fun too. Huh, that's fine. We'll do it together anyway. Kokoro is only 2 years older than Xiao Mimi, so it's normal for her to like playing. Then come with me. Suyu picked up 2 thick boards from the wood pile, and then asked Xiao Huahua to go to the garment workshop to get some ropes made of mountain spider silk. A group of people went to the apple tree next to the planting area. There are only a few trees left in the tribe's land, and most of them have been cut down. The most suitable tree is naturally the apple tree. Under the women's puzzled gaze, Suyu began to punch holes in the wooden board and tie ropes. On the apple tree, Safi was lying leisurely in the holiday home to take a rest, her little tail wagging left and right, eating a few bites of fruit, looking so comfortable. When she heard that Suyu had returned, she had no plan to go and see her. Because of Lynn, the temperature around the clan had been very high during this period, and she really didn't want to go out for a walk. I had just finished eating an apple and was about to take a nap after licking my fingers clean when I heard a series of crunching sounds on my ears as my pillow was resting on the floor. It shouldn't have come from the house, and there was also the sound of a woman cheering. Xiao Ai, who was a little annoyed, stood up and swam out of the holiday home. When she looked down, she met Su Yu's eyes. Hey, Ao Fei, long time no see. I missed you so much. Su Yu looked up and greeted him. Xiao Fei snorted coldly in response. She has completely adapted to the term arrogant concubine. Of course, it is only limited to Su Yu's use. She then looked away and found the source of the strange sound. I saw two women sitting happily on a wooden board with a rope tied to it. The rope was hung between thick branches, and they were swinging back and forth with the movement of the rope. The strange sound just now came from here. There were two women having fun. One of them looked familiar. She was Su Yu's woman. A stranger-looking man, probably a new member of the tribe, who just joined. Brother Su Yu, this is so fun. Wow, sister, try harder. Kokoro and Xiao Mimi were having a blast playing. Their happy and innocent faces were filled with lovely smiles. Even Xiao Fei was too embarrassed to scold them. Women of this era are simple and will feel satisfied just by swinging on a swing. Xiao Huahua, Hunyang, and the others were also a little itchy, and then several women took turns to act up. Su Yu completely turned into a security guard, providing protection on the side. This is called a swing. Ao Fei, do you want to try it too? Seeing Xiao Fei staring at it without blinking, Su Yu suddenly smiled. Boring toy. Safi snorted, flicked her small fleshy tail, turned around, and swam back. Joke. Sister, I'll come over to play alone at midnight. Isn't it nice? The little girl was happy. After playing on the swing, she happily showed off the fruit to Xiao Yin and Xiao Ming. At this moment, Lily came over with golden ears of rice. Brother Su Yu, the rice is ripe. Lily excitedly handed over a handful of ripe rice ears. Cooked. Su Yu took it with surprise and became excited. It had been nearly 2 months. The rice produced by the system was naturally not comparable to ordinary rice, as it saved a lot of time. And there are no too stringent requirements for the growth conditions and environment. As long as there is a piece of land, soil, and water, it can thrive and double the profits. Its survival ability is unparalleled. When I think about it carefully, I have been in this world for almost half a year, and I have almost forgotten what rice tastes like. Lily stared at the rice ears with curiosity. After all, apart from Su Yu, no one here knows this vegetation, let alone how to use it. The only thing Lily knew was that this thing was for eating. Su Yu had told her so. However, after she picked a few grains from the rice ears and put them in her mouth, she chewed them for a while and then spat them out. It's dry and a bit prickly, and has no taste at all, which is very strange. Su Yu reached out and picked the grains, rubbed them a few times with her fingertips, removed the shells, and saw the plump rice grains inside, then nodded. It has indeed matured and looks good. At the same time, Su Yu asked about the system. Xiao Ai, can these rice ears be used as seeds? Ding. Yes, it is produced by the system. Regardless of the type, it can be sown a second time. That's good. At least it saved a lot of money on favorability. I feel inexplicably happy when I think about having rice to eat in the evening. Brother Su Yu, where do we eat these things? At this time, Lioli's voice brought Su Yu back to reality. Xiao Huahua and Kokoro also looked on with curiosity. No matter how good the king of understanding is, he can't guess that this thing is edible. Su Yu chuckled, picked some more rice grains, and demonstrated in the palm of her hand. Remove the husks from the grains. Add some water and simmer until cooked. Then you can eat it. Isn't it ripe? Lioli asked puzzledly. This. Growing to maturity and being cooked are two different concepts. It's like meat. You can eat both raw and cooked meat, but don't they taste different? Su Yu made a random analogy, and the women nodded as if they understood. But do we need to remove the husks from these? Xiao Huahua took the rice ears and looked at them carefully, then frowned. It should be very troublesome. Brother Su Yu will definitely find a way. Kokoro raised his little head on his back and shouted. Su Yu nodded. We call it pounding rice over there, which is basically making a hole in the stone, then putting the millet grains in, and then pounding it up and down with a wooden stick, turning it over and over, and the shells can be removed. This is a relatively simple method. You could try it. Worried that Lioli wouldn't understand, Su Yu found a stone to demonstrate. Although Lioli was not as smart as Xiao Huahua, she was still smart and understood it immediately. Chapter 248 Rice is delicious. I understand, Great Witch Su. I will arrange for the tribesmen to collect all the rice ears. Lioli was about to leave, but was called back by Suyu. You should keep some of the ripe rice ears as seeds and collect them so that you can continue planting them, Suyu reminded. Can it be planted again? Of course, this will be our main food from now on, so don't throw it away. Suyu instructed. Okay, got it. After Lioli left, Suyu took Xiao Ai and Kiki Luo back to the stone and wooden house. Xiao, whose mother had nothing to do, so she helped Suyu by splicing wooden boards and started making a plank bed for the eldest lady. Kokoro seemed to be tired from playing. After yawning a few times, she lay on Suyu's back and fell asleep. When Xiao Ai saw her, she carried her back to the bed in the inner room. When they returned to the front of the house, Xiaohu's mother was fixing the bed legs. Suyu had a rare break, and Xiao Ai stuck to her again. Kokoro was not around, so the woman shouted that I should have the experience all to myself. Xiao Ai leaned against Suyu happily and suddenly asked, Suyu, you just said that rice will be our main food in the future. Is it better than meat? No, but it will fill you up and won't make you hungry easily. People over there call this rice, and when it's cooked, it's called rice. As for the meat, it's considered a side dish. It's the same as adding chili powder when cooking meat. Suyu explained. Oh, then can I eat it tonight? Xiao Ai was a little curious about the taste of the rice. It should be possible. Lioli works very efficiently. Suyu. After all, there are many people and the rice fields are not big, so it is impossible to give everyone a share for the time being. We still have to wait until we expand the fields and start mass production. However, the tribe is still facing the threat from the Crescent Moon tribe, so they may not live here forever. It didn't take long for Xiao Ai's little bed to be completed. As night falls, the tribe remains as peaceful as usual, except inside a stone and wooden house. Because of Suyu's return, the place became lively. Lioli did not disappoint Suyu and sent over several ceramic bowls of rice before dinner. Xiao Ai and others were still thinking about observing and learning how Suyu cooked rice, but they didn't expect that she just washed it, poured some water, covered it with a lid, and put on the fire to bake. Blame me for making cooking so easy. The aroma of the rice soon overflowed, and the first time I smelled this fragrance, it was truly an eye-opener. For Suyu, it was a long-awaited reunion, and she felt a little emotional. In order to have a good meal, Suyu started cutting meat and cleaning fish, and even extravagantly bought a bottle of good taste brand soy sauce and seasonings from the system mall. These things don't seem to be worth much, but they cost a lot of favorability. If it weren't for the rare opportunity to have a meal of rice, Suyu would really be reluctant to spend them. Right now, the favorability value has only reached over 6,000, which is still far from the target number, so naturally I can't use more of it. I'll change to some soybean and corn seeds later, and my life will get better and better. Soon, the aroma of braised pork and braised fish wafted over the rice. After smelling it, the women stared in amazement. This taste is many times more fragrant than the boiled meat I had before. I don't know how Suyu made it and where those weird ingredients came from, but they smell so good just by smelling them. Don't eat anything randomly later. You have to bring some for Lynn and Yaxiang. Suyu instructed as she served the braised pork. In just a short while, there was one more woman sitting obediently at the table in front of him. When he held the bamboo chopsticks and spoon, leaning against Kokoro seriously, not considering herself an outsider at all. Suyu, hurry up, we are waiting to eat. A group of foodies started knocking on the table with their chopsticks. Suyu's mouth twitched. She was not good at anything, but she was the best at eating. She didn't need to learn how to do this. Then the meat was served. Well, at least leave some for me. Suyu spoke while suppressing the chopsticks of several women who were about to move their chopsticks. Oh, I get it, brother Suyu. Lee agreed readily. Can we still fool you? Winnie's eyes were fixed on the meat. Not credible at all. I'll leave it for you. Xiao Ai said in a low voice. Kokoro followed Suyu's instructions and served everyone a bowl of steaming hot rice. Suyu thought, since she was his wife, she wouldn't fool him. Then he turned around to prepare the braised fish. I had just taken 2 steps when I heard the sound of chopsticks clacking behind me. Just a quick look. I'll go. The bottom of the bowl containing the meat was empty. What about the promise you just made? It turns out that the more beautiful a woman is, the less trustworthy she is. There was a lot of braised pork in each bowl, and the people eating it had shining eyes and exclaimed in amazement. Good times. It smells so good. Brother Suyu, I want more. Gun. There is none left. Chapter 249 Bath. Taking care of the group of foodies in front of her for dinner, Suyu looked at them with their swollen bellies like they were pregnant, licking their fingers eagerly and picking at the ceramic bowls with chopsticks, and she chuckled. Even a starving ghost couldn't create something like this. Of course, except for Xiao Hunyang, who had just eaten half full. Fortunately, I separated the portions for Yaxiang and Lynn in advance. Otherwise, there would be no soup left. After finishing their meal, the women found some fur blankets, spread them out, and lay down on them to rest comfortably, chatting about their own topics. He rubbed Kokoro's face, and the little cutie giggled again. "Brother Suyu, when are you going to visit my sister?" Kokoro was in a good mood and hugged Suyu's arm with her little hands. Suyu lowered her head and smiled. "I'll stay with you for a while." "Well, let's take a shower first." Kokoro blinked her big eyes and suggested. Hearing this, Suyu touched her chin and nodded. "That's fine. We need a wash too," Xiao Ai also said. "Then go prepare the water first," Suyu said. Of course, he had no objection to this. "Yeah." Xiao Ai nodded happily, then called on Tiger Mother to get busy together. Fetching water is hard work, but for Tiger Girl, it is just a piece of cake. I saw a woman as big as a mountain, carrying buckets of water outside the house, and then cooking in a large clay pot over a fire. Xiao Hunyang worked hard, and while boiling water, she also found some bones to roast. The meal was so delicious, and there were so many people, she didn't even eat half of her fill. She was too embarrassed to bring it up again, so she could only find some food to make do. Li lay comfortably for a while, and saw Keklao and Xiao Hua bring the hot bath water and fill the bathtub. Then she let out a sigh, quietly ran into the inner room, climbed onto the soft big bed, and lay down to sleep. Normally, I would have to cover myself with a duvet, but the temperature has been so warm recently that I don't feel cold at night. "Are you going to bed so early?" The two people looked at each other, and the guy opened his eyes wide unconsciously. "I've been busy these 2 days. The tribesmen over at the earth kiln said that the space inside is not enough, so I have to think of a way to expand it." Li spit out her finger, muttered, and glanced at the skylight. Suyu understood immediately, smiled, and said yes. "Then go to sleep first and get enough rest." Just as Suyu finished speaking, she heard Kokoro's tender cry in her ears. "Brother Suyu, the bath water is ready. Let's take a bath first." "Good." In the hall, Xiao Hua had just closed the door when Xiao Hunyang took the roasted bones and went back to Xiao Mimi. "What are you standing there for? Take off your clothes." While helping Kokoro take off her clothes, several women looked at Xiao Hua, who seemed a little embarrassed, and reminded her. Yeah, I see." Xiao Hua responded blankly. To be honest, she was a little uncomfortable because it was her first time taking a bath with other women. Kokoro stretched her hands high, being well-behaved and obedient. These days, she always took time to accompany Lynn. The color of her little arms and legs was in sharp contrast to her body. The healthy tan and the original wheat color complement each other, making it look like it has been dyed. "Ha, little black girl." Everyone couldn't help but laugh again. They touched Kokoro's tan part and found it was not as soft as before. Chapter 250 Hairstyle. Kokoro, who had taken off all her clothes, pouted her little mouth and got into the bathtub with a whoosh. As if trying to hide its tan body, it sank all of a sudden, leaving only its head above the water. "It's obviously not that dark." Kokoro snorted and stuck out her tongue. But when he saw other people, he immediately wilted. Compared with Xiao Hua, I am as black as charcoal. After testing the water temperature, Xiao Hua imitated Kokoro and sank underwater, hugging the little cutie. "Oh, you're too white, don't stick to me," Kokoro said bitterly. "It's not that white. Kokoro, you smell so good." Xiao Hua rolled her eyes and immediately changed the subject. "Hee, that's the smell of soap. Brother Suyu gave it to me." Kokoro blew away the hot steam rising from the water, smiling broadly. "Sister Hua, you smell good too? Stop tickling me." She twisted a few times, but found that being held felt quite comfortable, so she gave up. The feeling Xiao Hua gave her was the same as Sister Lynn's, not annoying. Suyu watched from the side and went in as well. "Brother Suyu, Sister Hua's hands are so soft." Kokoro pinched Xiao Hua's arm and said to Suyu, "Is your hair getting longer again?" At this time, Suyu discovered that the little cutie's hair seemed to be longer than before. You can't see anything when it's dry, but when it's wet, it's obviously hanging down to the collarbone. Although I take care of it on a daily basis, it is still too casual. The people of this era had no concept of hairstyles. Most of their hair was dirty and messy. At most, they would wash it while taking a shower and then tie it up with soft things such as ropes or grass. Some people who want to save trouble will choose to cut it off directly with a bone knife to avoid trouble. It seems so. Kokoro looked down and said, Brother Suyu, please help me shorten it a little. It's okay, I won't cut it short this time. Suyu pondered for a while, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Brother Suyu will give you a whole hairstyle. Hairstyle? What is that? Kokoro and Xiao Ai both looked over curiously. That is to say, it will look better if you style your hair into a special shape, Suyu explained. The two women had not yet realized that they were about to become guinea pigs, but when they heard that they would become more beautiful, they immediately clapped their hands and cheered. Then Brother Suyu, please help me with it. Kokoro giggled. Xiao Ai tugged at Suyu's waist, her eyes flickering. I want one too. Don't be impatient, come one by one. Suyu said with a smile. Kokoro has a petite and slender figure, so too long hair is naturally not suitable for her. This length is just right now, so there's no need to trim it. As for the hairstyle, Suyu immediately thought of Xiao Qiao in a certain game on Blue Star, with her cute bun hair, also known as a ball head. Kokoro is such a pretty and well-behaved girl. She would be very cute if she had double buns on her hair. Just do it. There was some leftover mountain spider silk in the house. It was white, thin, and tough, perfect for using as rope. Of course, due to the lack of suitable fabric, the only options are unwrapped double buns. After some tinkering with it, relying on memory and repeated experiments, I finally succeeded. Kokoro shook her little head and blinked her beautiful big eyes, looking lively and smart. Sister Huahua, does it look good? It's beautiful, so cute. Suyu, it's my turn. Xiao Huahua also came over. How about giving you the whole twin tails? Suyu Ismail. Hurrah! The bathing time was extended a lot because of the hairstyle. By the time Suyu packed the prepared dinner and planned to go to the valley, it was already 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening. Chapter 251, Then I Leave. In the valley, Yaxiang was chatting with Lynn. The magic power gradually weakened, and after stabilizing, the threat to the surroundings was reduced to the lowest level. Lynn changed into a new set of underwear, and the two of them squeezed into a tent, like neon lights of different degrees, shining brightly and emitting red light. Lynn had no way to control it, but Yaxiang's magic power was attracted and reacted automatically. After hearing Suyu's footsteps, the two looked over. Why did you come here only now? Yaxiang asked, moving a little to make room. Busy with something. Suyu smiled awkwardly. Lynn smiled gently, looked at Suyu, and said in a gentle voice, Yaxiang was just missing you. You were away for half a month, and I was so happy to see you back. No way. I missed you guys too. Suyu smiled and put away the braised pork, braised fish, and rice she brought with her. Try it. I made it. We've all eaten. Although they said so, the two women happily picked up the bamboo chopsticks and started eating. What is this? Lynn asked curiously, pointing at the white and fragrant rice. Rice, Suyu replied. It's the rice I asked Liuli to plant in the forest before. Yaxiang took a bite, her eyes sparkling. Is that the golden plant? Why is it like this? It tastes good. The taste is not strong. This is its fruit. Remove the golden shell, and you'll see these white particles inside. Suyu chuckled. Don't underestimate its ordinary appearance. It has a lot of uses. Not only can it be cooked, but it can also be ground in a powder and made into rice and flour. It's very filling. I'll slowly tell you how to make it later. This is the food that will soon replace meat and become the staple food. After Suyu told the two women this knowledge, they never looked away. You know what? Braised pork tastes really good when eaten with rice. Lynn is not as relaxed as the other women in the family. She chews her food slowly and takes a long time to finish a meal. After cleaning up the leftover bones, Lynn returned to her tent. Why are you a great wizard? Yaxiang suddenly asked. Because Suyu's physical strength is much stronger than before. You met a noble person when you go out. Suyu teased while holding Yaxiang and briefly told her about what happened with Song Heihu. Yaxiang's heart tightened when she heard this, but she finally relaxed. Those Miko maidens didn't mention these things. And what about the Miko named Natsumiko? What are you going to do? Take it one step at a time. She is a great witch and cannot be easily detained. At the moment, he stopped reluctantly because he wanted to get information from Patchouli and to fulfill his agreement with Suyu. Yaxiang moved slightly, got closer, and asked again. So what about Lynn? What's wrong with Lynn? Suyu asked suspiciously. Didn't you and her agree that you would resolve your issues when you came back? Yaxiang glanced at Suyu. She was obviously muttering about it in her heart, but she was pretending in front of me. Hee, aren't you here? I'll accompany you first. Suyu said with a wicked smile. Yaxiang snorted and finally felt relieved. Yaxiang and Lin's tents were not far away, only about 10 meters away. After a while, Suyu was seen coming over. "Come in," Lynn said. "Hey," Suyu chuckled. "Then I won't be polite." Lynn turned sideways, leaving half of the carpet free, and Suyu lay down immediately. "Is Yaxiang asleep?" Lynn's heart was pounding, and she could only find some topics to calm herself down. "No, she was afraid that you would be lonely, so she asked me to come and keep you company." Suyu made up a lie. Lynn's restless mood finally calmed down. She turned around slowly and said, "Suyu, is it hot? Why don't you stay away from me?" "It's okay, this is nothing." Suyu smiled. Chapter 252 Tips. I found a stone to sit on, but I didn't expect that even the stone was hot. Wiping the sweat off his face, Suyu looked at the moon in the sky. At this moment, there was no movement in the two tents. Out of boredom, he recalled what happened in Xiao during the day. He spread out his palm, and a drop of black and white magic power flowed out. This was the result of the mutation after the fusion of Xiao Ai's magic power and Song Heihu's golden electric current. Generally speaking, which power would not appear in this color and liquid shape, so Suyu naturally thought of Xiao Ai's ability. Elemental evolution. I wonder if I can do the same as her? Suyu looked at the black and white magic power ball in the palm of her hand that was gradually gathering and growing as big as a fist, and her thoughts changed accordingly. Since it is an attempt, we can't do something difficult and complicated from the beginning. Let's start with the most familiar rabbit. I drew the shape of the rabbit in my mind, the head, body, tail, limbs, even the fur. Every detail was done with extreme detail. As Suyu's thoughts were poured into the magic ball in her palm, its appearance began to distort and change strangely. It seemed to be replicating the same items according to Suyu's thoughts, but the process was slow and a little weird. But after a long period of infusion of witchcraft power, the incongruous aspects were gradually corrected. But this is too mentally taxing. Suyu complained in her heart. After meditating for about an hour, her head felt a little tired. For people at the great wizard level, this level of loss is already somewhat exaggerated. The mental and physical strength of the great, which can be said to subvert the worldview. It can cause fatigue and is definitely a huge consumption. It looks quite good now, but I don't know if it can be used. Suyu looked at the magic power in her palm, which had turned into the shape of a black and white rabbit, and couldn't help but become curious. It's not easy to make it act according to your will. Suddenly, a voice appeared in the darkness. Suyu looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a person standing on a rock not far away. The dim moonlight shone on her face, which was no longer as pale as before, but now rosy and cold, like a beautiful flower. "When did you come?" Suyu frowned. "He doesn't sleep late at night, and comes out to scare people," Xiao Ai said, jumping in front of Suyu, looking at Lin's tent for a long time, a flash of disappointment in her eyes. "I observed her for 2 days and was convinced that this magical power was what attracted me here before." Originally, Shimiko thought that such a strong power was most likely Patula's, but in the end the facts were before her. She was somewhat disappointed, but not completely disappointed. When he retracted his gaze and looked at Suyu, there was a hint of disgust, but also helplessness, and at the same time, an inexplicable hope. Patchouli once told me that if you meet a Miko with outstanding abilities, you should help her as much as possible. Satsumi snorted coldly. "Why are you a man?" "I'm sorry, I'm a man." Suyu pouted. Xiao Ai didn't care about Suyu's teasing, but stared carefully at the two-color rabbit in his hand, with a strange light flashing in her eyes. "You're the first man I have ever seen who can use elemental abilities directly without relying on combat skills. It seems that it is due to the integration of my magic power." She frowned again. "I don't like my abilities being used so ugly." "Don't talk nonsense. This is my own ability." Suyu used her expertise and lied with her eyes open. But this time Xiao Ai didn't indulge her at all. When she raised her hand, a vivid black rabbit appeared in her palm. The difference in appearance of the two rabbits was obvious. She looked disdainful. "You are also the first shameless man I have ever seen. It seems that I hold a very high position in your heart." Suyu smiled. Xiao Ai. If it weren't for the fact that the man in front of her had saved countless witches, she really wanted to punch him in the head. Ignoring Suyu's cheeky smile, Xiao Ai turned her face away and spoke to herself. Elemental evolution is not entirely controlled by spiritual thoughts. It can also be a process you set in advance. It will repeat the thoughts you put into it until you withdraw them or your magic power is exhausted. In other words, This thing is just an empty shell, and you need to write an action program for it? Suyu's mind gradually became clear. Why are you telling me this? Suyu asked warily. As a reward for telling me where Patchouli is. Samiko said seriously, you promised me. If I tell you now that I actually don't know, will you be angry? Suyu said, covering her mouth. Okay, already angry. Xiao Meizi's face looked very bad, and her eyes shot out piercing glances. The black rabbit became emotionally unstable and instantly turned into magic power and disappeared. She was annoyed, but not completely annoyed. As if he already knew the answer, his eyes finally dimmed. Perhaps she was just giving herself hope so that she could hold on. I brought the Miko back for you. I'll leave tomorrow, Satsumi said coldly. Are you still planning on going outside the water? This was the only place Patchouli might be. Based on her personality, Suyu felt that this woman would most likely die in the mouth of a wild beast at the bottom of the sea. None of your business. We had an agreement between us. You said 3 years. Suyu reminded. Xiao Meizi shook her head and sneered, as if she was mocking herself. It won't take 3 years for me to admit that I lost. Seeing the development of this ethnic group and the priestess's evaluation of Suyu, Xiao Meizi had actually guessed the result long ago. Especially when seeing Suyu's attitude towards them, Xiao Meizi felt inexplicably sad. I won't forget what I promised you if I'm still alive, said Natsum. Suyu looked at Xiao Meizi's resolute eyes and couldn't bear to see her go away and never come back. He stopped Xiao Meizi, who was about to turn around, and asked, How long have you been looking for Patchouli? Xiao Meizi was slightly stunned, thought for a moment, and replied, A long time, so long that I have forgotten the time. In that case, you might as well wait another half a year. Suduismaïv. Satsuki asked in confusion. What do you mean? Chapter 253 Evolution. I can help you leave the water safely. This time it's genuine and there's no deception. So you look serious. There are wild beasts in the waters that are at the level of a great wizard, or even beyond that. With your current strength, you can't get out. Why don't you trust me again as a thank you? Suyu's expression didn't seem like she was joking, and Xiao Meizi couldn't help but hesitate. The fact is, just as he said, only half a year, compared with the time wasted before, it is as insignificant as dust. She couldn't die, and didn't want to die, before she saw Patchouli. Can I trust you? Xiao Meizi was a little confused. She didn't know whether she should stop. She was afraid that if she stopped, she would never be able to move forward again. Without Patchouli around, Shimiko was alone for countless years. She had completely forgotten how she managed to hold on. She didn't dare let this forward force stop. Suddenly, I seemed to hear familiar words in my ears. They were the voice of Patchouli, who used to tease me. Zamiko, don't just keep looking in my direction. Stop and look around occasionally. You may find something unexpected. At that time, it was just a simple joke, but I didn't expect that it would become one of the few memories I have. Satsuma's mood suddenly became lighter and no longer so heavy. Just half a year. If I can't do it, you can leave. Suyu's voice sounded again. Food and lodging are provided. If you are willing to join my tribe, you can learn a lot of knowledge. Have you been planning this from the beginning? Xiao Meizi regained her composure and suddenly smiled. She is no longer as cold as before, but has a touch of feminine sensibility. Very beautiful, very attractive, but does not give rise to any evil thoughts. Don't talk nonsense, I didn't. I'm sincere this time. Suyu retorted. So, you really did trick me last time. Hey, why do you always like to slap people in the face? Before Suyu could respond, a pair of pitch-black wings spread out from behind Xiao Meizi, and the flapping airflow hit her face, feeling warm and comfortable. She disappeared into the night and into the horizon, leaving only one sentence echoing in my ears. I remember you said that you would make me the elder after you came back. You really don't want to suffer any loss. However, it doesn't seem excessive for a third awakening, which a woman at the level of a great witch, to just be an elder. Immediately, there were constant reminder sounds in Suyu's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for recruiting a great wizard for the first time. The rewards for the mall exchange resources will be permanently halved. Ding! The divine skill of strong luck is triggered, and the additional reward is a bottle of ultimate physical strength potion. Huh, this wave is pretty good. The mall's exchange resources are permanently halved, and this 50% discount card offer came so suddenly that Suyu almost suspected she was hallucinating. In other words, the most expensive Mother Stone, which originally cost 10,000 favorability points, can now be exchanged for only 5,000. Opening the system all, Suyu confirmed it again. As the system said, all item exchange resources were halved. This wave is definitely a huge profit. If you click on the introduction column of the Shrine Maiden, you can see the information about Satsumi. Satsumi. Identity, member of the Black Rose tribe. Age, 28. Theoretical data. Level, 46. Favorability, normal. Favorite things, unknown. Favorite person, Patchouli. Ability, Witch's Third Awakening, perfect, Great Witch Realm, Elemental, Evolution, Dark Element, Affinity Max. This is the strongest fighting force in the clan, except for himself. Moreover, the ability of Elemental Evolution can do much more than that of ordinary wizards. In addition to being excited, Suyu began to study the ability of Elemental Evolution. Xiao Ai had just explained the principle, so of course he had to put into practice. He set a mission of monitoring patrols and instilled it into the black and white rabbit's body. Then, the rabbit jumped off the palm of the hand somewhat awkwardly and started moving on the ground. Although it is not as flexible as Samiko's, it also has the basic concept of action. The black and white rabbit seemed to be chewing on the program in its mind, and then ran into the woods at the edge of the valley. As the rabbit left, the connection between Suyu and it became more magical. He could even switch his vision at will and see everything that the rabbit saw. Xiao Ai seemed to have said that she could only sense whether these evolutions were in danger and passively obtain information about the surroundings. In this way, she was better than her teacher. However, rabbits have low fighting ability after all, so they can only be used for training. If you're going to do it, you got to do something big. The best case scenario is that it can be used as a clone. So you close his eyes and began to meditate. As his will manifested, a huge amount of magic power condensed in front of him, then evolved and took shape. She had big breasts, a nice butt, and a curvaceous figure, but she had no looks at all, and was instead a witch body in the form of a woman. Well, it is big enough. Black and white are intertwined, and the whole body looks like a zebra crossing, which is extremely weird. This time, the mimicry is of the earth element that can be found everywhere, so it looks like an earthen person. Don't underestimate her, because she looks so ordinary. Her strength is actually top-notch. Suyu tried to infuse stronger magic power, but found that the magic power body had a tendency to collapse, so he stopped at the first-class stage. Of course, this does not mean that it cannot be further strengthened, but requires constant practice and proficiency in use. Afterwards, Suyu tried the evolution of water elements, wood elements, and wind elements. However, both the water and wind systems failed. There is basically no possibility at all, and it is completely impossible to take shape. Then why are only earth and wood elements successful? Logically speaking, the Shrine Maiden can sense the elements of heaven and earth, so it is easy for her to undergo various evolutions. This is also the core reason why Satsumi is able to perform omnipotently. But for ordinary people, this is almost impossible to accomplish, because they cannot sense and be friendly with the elements of heaven and earth. According to this theory, Suyu felt that she should have failed completely. Therefore, the current success is not accidental, but there is a certain causal relationship. He was sure that he could not be compatible with the earth and wood elements, and the rabbit at the beginning was also in the form of pure magic power. So, why can I evolve these elemental abilities? Earth type? Wood type? Suyu seemed to suddenly think of something, and her eyes lit up. As he meditated in his mind, the two-color magic power in his palm slipped down and turned into a leaping red flame the moment it fell to the ground. Although it was not as red as a real flame, it gradually heated up and became scorching hot in an instant. After Suyu continuously supplied magic power, the shape of the flame expanded rapidly and evolved into a person with blazing flames all over his body. Fire elements can also evolve. Suyu couldn't help but smile. He seemed to have found the problem. Chapter 254, I'm sleepy. It cannot be said to be completely correct, but there is at least a 90% chance of it being correct. The elemental abilities he can evolve come from the witch. The earth element represents Li, the wood element represents Kokoro, and the fire element represents Yashion. In other words, although Suyu herself could not directly interact with the elements of heaven and earth, she somehow gained some kind of blessing from them. While harmonizing his combat skills and magic power, it is possible that his body has also acquired the ability to use elements. To put it simply, it means that those who are close to vermilion will be red, and those who are close to ink will be black. After guessing the general reason, Suyu felt relieved. It was already good enough that he could evolve into 3 forms at present. The rest will be discussed later. The top priority at the moment is to thoroughly familiarize yourself with your new skills. The first thing is to test its mobility and the duration of its magic power. Suyu instilled in them the idea of being on call at all times, and their main job for the time being was to handle trivial matters within the tribe. He took back the wood and fire elements, leaving only the earth element clay figure. Since it is made of mud, it is impossible to ask her to fetch water or catch fish. The clay man stood there motionless, waiting until dawn. Ding! Congratulations to the host for learning the combat skill Elemental Evolution. Currently, you can use the following elements: wood, fire, and earth. Elemental Evolution. Through the induction of various elements of heaven and earth, partial mimicry is performed, and one's own magic power is endowed with the same characteristics, and then a specific appearance is granted to obtain corresponding different abilities. The type of mimicry, the strength of magical power, and a number of mimicry vary with the host's strength, including the type of mimicked object, but will not exceed the limit that the current elemental form can withstand. The host can obtain the vision of the organism by mimicking the organism. This should be a little more advanced than the map radar. Before I knew it, it was already 2 or 3 in the morning. It was indeed too hot in the valley to fall asleep. So you plan to go back to the stone and wooden house to sleep. The sun hadn't risen yet, and the sky was still a little gray. The chickens were really too hard-working. Even if you shout so loudly, no one will pay you. Wait, let's eat Kung Pao chicken tomorrow. As if by magic, Suyu came to Winnie's tree house, lifted the animal curtain, and went in. There was only the dim morning light in the tree house. The bonfire in the corner had already turned into black ash. On the other side were several rows of small wooden blocks. Some of them had not been cleaned up yet and were thrown crookedly in the middle. Without Lynn around, Winnie lived a more casual life. Suyu walked around the small wooden stool that looked like a trap and touched the edge of Winnie's carpet. Whoa, yi jia, oh. Winnie twisted her waist slightly, opened her eyes drowsily, turned her head to look at Suyu, then immediately closed her eyes and turned back. What are you doing? You're here so early. The sound became blurred and faint, as if he could fall asleep at any time. Didn't you ask me to come early? Suyu kicked him lightly again. Infected by the lazy guy's aura, he felt even more sleepy. This time, Winnie didn't even turn her head. She hugged the quilt tightly and hummed. Don't bother me, I want to sleep. Go a little further inside and make some room for me. Suyu said, okay. Although I was groggy from sleep, I still knew how to respond. Winnie was like a worm, moving left and right, but she couldn't move very far for a long time. Suyu was a little speechless, so she simply lay down on her side and soon fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 255 Pico. I don't know how much time passed. When a second batch of roosters crowed, the tribesmen got up one after another and started a new day's work. Ichu. Suyu sneezed suddenly and opened her eyes and saw pairs of clear, curious big eyes crowded together, surrounding her. Baiwa was pulling Guagua's furry tail and teasing her face. Hua hua. Don't pull too hard, or my tail will become numb. Guagua showed a sad expression and curled up his body. Wow, you're awake. Run. Don't squeeze me. When Baihua found that Suyu had woken up, he immediately let go and ran away. However, it was as if the network cable had been unplugged and it just kept spinning in circles. With Suyu holding onto the clothes on the back, there was no place he could run. The children were laughing and making a mess. Sitting up, Suyu coughed deliberately and scratched her messy hair, and the children immediately became quiet and motionless. The child of the ghost tribe covered the horn on his forehead and squatted on the ground with his eyes narrowed. Oh. The orc children held their heads, lay on their backs with their bellies exposed. Is this begging for mercy or surrender? Outside the treehouse, the sun shone in obliquely, like a narrow, straight beam of light piercing into the ground. You can see dust flying in the air and heat waves coming one after another. The temperature should be slightly lower than yesterday, which means that Lynn's influence of the fire element is gradually weakening. Why are you running? Suyu pulled Baihua back, and the little girl turned around and closed her eyes. We didn't see anything. All the children nodded. What did you see? Suyu was puzzled. There was nothing good to see. Okay. Find a small wooden stool to sit on and recite what you learned before. Suyu let go of her hands, and the children seemed to be pardoned. They made a commotion and ran to the corner to move the small wooden stools. Baiwa started giving orders like a class monitor. Wake up quickly. The sun is shining on your butt. Suyu rubbed Winnie's face and called out. Woo. Winnie raised her eyelids blankly, then stretched, and then pouted as if she remembered something. Seeing Winnie like that, Suyu was immediately happy. What's wrong? Who bullied you? You bully me. Winnie snorted. Suyu widened her eyes. This time, I'm being honest with you. I really didn't bully you. What should I do? Stop making trouble. I was afraid that you couldn't handle it alone, so I specially asked Xiao Ai to come and help you. From now on, you can teach the children knowledge together with her. Suyu said, Okay, I forgive you. After getting dressed, Winnie asked again, thinking about what happened in the Stonewood house last night. What on earth do you want to talk to me about? Just to tell me that Xiao Ai is going to be my teacher. Of course not. Suyu smiled and said, I want to be the patriarch. This should be the happiest time for Winnie. Suyu wanted to be the clan leader, and she had been waiting for this day for a long time. She no longer has to worry about the trivial matters and future of the tribe, nor does she need to always be concerned about the dignity of the tribe leader. She can live peacefully and be an ordinary woman again. Not long after, Xiao Ai also came over. The two women had a clear division of labor, and the tribe's primary school finally began to take shape. Winnie decided to hold a replacement activity for the position of patriarch in the evening, so Suyu had nothing to do at the moment. He stayed for a while and then left the treehouse. A lot of things happened in the tribe during this period. In addition to Lynn's change in magic power, there were also problems with Pico. As the first person to experiment with the Mother Stone, Suyu naturally needed to confirm the situation. As we walked through the camp, the witches greeted us. Something seemed to be wrong, which made Suyu feel a little uncomfortable. This group of women, it seems some subtle changes have occurred. It was not until she passed the animal pen and saw Kokoro combing the hair of the women surrounding the city that Suyu suddenly realized what was going on. They started paying attention to their hairstyle. Maybe it was because I saw Kokoro's bun and Xiao Ai's twin ponytails that I became curious. Some women began to try to figure out on their own, while others went directly to Kokoro to learn. Although Kokoro looks cute and silly, she is actually very interested in this knowledge and remembers it very well. There wasn't much work to do in the animal pen, so after finishing her work, Kokoro started to tinker with the hairstyles of the tribesmen. It can be said that they are enjoying themselves. Their lively and cute appearance and serious movements are pleasing to the eye. Not long after, Suyu arrived at the big house where Pico and Yuzu lived. Chapter 256 Annihilation. At this time, Yuzu was boiling water to wash the mountain spider silk that the tribe had just sent over. This was a necessary step to remove the mucus. After washing and drying, other witches would send it to the clothing house. After seeing Suyu, Yuzi immediately put down his work and dusted his dirty hands off. Sudao, you are here. Suyu nodded. Well, let me come and see Peiku. Is she in the house? Yuzu smiled softly. Yes, I'll go call her over. Suyu shook her head. It's okay, just do your thing. I'll go in and find her myself. Well, I was afraid you wouldn't recognize her. Yuzu frowned awkwardly, then ran briskly towards the house. What? I don't recognize her? Suyu was puzzled. Have you mutated into a monster? Don't scare me. I'm timid. Following Yuzu's footsteps, Suyu also entered the house. Inside the house, a woman sat quietly on the ground, carefully processing the animal meat at hand. The profile looks familiar, but I haven't seen it before. Under Suyu's suspicious gaze, Yuzi quickly ran over, patted the woman's shoulder gently, and said, Pico, Sudao is here to see you. Okay. The woman responded hurriedly and stood up. It wasn't until the woman turned around completely that Suyu swallowed hard. Is this Pico? Looking from the side, it's a mountain range, and from the front, it's a peak. It looks different from all distances and heights. It's too big. Age. The legal little lowly had disappeared, and what appeared in front of him was a sexy beauty who was about the same age as Yaxiong and full of charm. His face hasn't changed much, but he has lost his childishness and become much more mature. He just keeps his eyes closed, which makes people feel that he no longer has the agility he once had. Are you Pico? Suyu opened her mouth in shock for a long time before she asked. Yes, Sudao. Don't you recognize me? Pico smiled sweetly, like a beautiful flower blooming. Yuzu also explained, Sudao, she is Pico. I didn't believe it when I first saw her. Then the two women told the reasons. It turned out that on the day Lynn had the accident, after Pico had released the time stagnation in his body, he awakened twice in succession, causing a huge consumption of his body's magic power. Fortunately, with Lynn's help, we were able to get through it safely. However, the abundant magic power also allowed Pico's abilities to develop rapidly, and he completely recovered to his normal state. Why are you closing your eyes? Is there something wrong with your eyes? Suyu noticed that Pico kept his eyes closed while talking and couldn't help but ask. Pico frowned and said helplessly, "The time magic power in my body is not very stable. After my body became bigger, my eyes seemed to become the medium for the flow of magic power. If I open my eyes, I am afraid that the time magic power will affect everyone. However, I can know what is around me through my sense of time. Whether it is a person or a plant, the natural time of each object is different." As she spoke, she took out the mother stone that Suyu had given her. The original palm-sized mother stone has completely turned transparent, like a piece of glass crystal. It seems that the color corresponding to the element of time is colorless. "Your abilities are quite impressive." Suyu was a little surprised and took a look at the introduction and system. PCO. Identity: member of the Black Rose Tribe. Age: 21. Level: 16. Favorability: friendly. Favorite things: unknown. Favorite person: mother. Abilities: Witch Perfect Second Awakening. First Class Realm. Time Stops. Annihilation. There is no distinction between inside and outside ages, and there is an additional skill in the ability column. Annihilation. What effect does it have? Suyu asked. Peiko was a little shocked. She didn't quite understand why Suyu knew her new skill so clearly. But among the Rose Clan, Suyu is the most trustworthy person for the witch. That ability can accelerate the natural time of any object to its end. Peiko tried to explain, fearing that Suyu would not understand, and suddenly pointed to a piece of animal meat that she had just processed. When I opened my eyes, I saw a bright night sky like stars, with crystal lights shining brightly, which was very beautiful. Suyu was attracted by Peiko's magical eyes, and even had the illusion that her body consciousness had become slow. "Master Su, don't stare at me, or you'll be affected," Peiko reminded him quickly. After looking away, the wonderful feeling she had just felt slowly disappeared. What a peculiar ability. "Witch Su, look at that piece of meat. I'll use my power to show you." Suyu looked in the direction that Pico pointed and saw an ordinary piece of raw meat. It seemed to be isolated and began to shrivel, rot, and turn into carbon powder at a strange speed visible to the naked eye. Suyu walked closer and squatted to take a closer look. The shape of the flesh was still there, but the color had turned gray and black. Just a light touch with the hand, and it seemed to crumble into dust. I have only seen similar scenes in special effects movies on Blue Star, and now that I see it with my own eyes, I still feel a little shocked. "Have you tried it on a living creature?" Suyu turned around and asked. Pico had closed her eyes again and nodded. Yuzu exchanged a chicken from Kokoro, and it became like this. However, if it is used on a living creature, it consumes more magic power. Yuzu on the side scratched her head awkwardly and chuckled. Peiko ate a lot in the first 2 days when she just grew bigger. I wanted to give her some nourishment, but in the end she didn't get to eat anything. Suyu was speechless. Eating chicken had become like eating dirt. However, it is good to understand Pico's abilities. However, it is still unknown to what extent this ability will be effective against opponents who are a higher level than oneself. It would be really scary if even the great wizard could not resist the butcher knife of time. All in all, Pico, like Sally, is definitely a good killer. When you do experiments in the future, try to use plants, and then try to control the intensity of time acceleration and try to control it as freely as possible. Suyu said to Pico, "Okay, Sudal, if you feel any discomfort, come to me." When they reached the door, Suyu reminded him, "You must also keep the mother stone safe and don't lose it." Since Pico is fine, there is no need to worry for the time being. When Suyu returned to the stone and wooden house, she saw Xiao Mimi playing with a sexy clay figure, and her mouth twitched involuntarily. "Boy, I forgot about it. Is it fun?" he asked out of the blue, which scared his sister-in-law so much that she screamed. Xiao Mimi cried out, hid behind the clay figure, and then puffed up her lips. "Why is it you? You scared me." Suyu threatened. "What do you mean, call me Su Dao? I'm Fluyalu." Xiao Mimi didn't care at all, and instead made a face. Chapter 257, Making a Wooden Man. As expected of her being the daughter of the Great Witch, she is completely different from ordinary members of the tribe. Seeing that Suyu was not really angry, Xiao Mimi pouted and ran over. "I'm here to look for my sister." "Where is she?" "I don't know where my sister is, but I know where my father is." Suyu teased. "What is Dad?" Xiao Mimi asked with a pout. Suyu showed a strange smile. "Dad is another name for the Great Witch. You could try to call me, and I will tell you where Xiao Hua went." Xiao Mimi blinked her eyes, stared at Suyu for a long time, and suddenly threw a forward punch aiming directly at Su Yu's lower abdomen. You want to trick me? I'll beat you up. Ouch, it hurts. Your stomach is made of iron. Before the person being beaten could even cry out, the one beating him fell down first. You are scamming me. Su Yu lifted up her clothes. This is called muscle. It's meat. Don't you understand? Chicken. Xiao Mimi looked at his 8-pack abs with disgust. Chicken tastes better than your meat. Forget it. We're not on the same channel. Su Yu shrugged speechlessly and asked, How did you know I was fooling you just now? Xiao Mimi crossed her arms, stood up straight, and smiled smugly. You never expected it, did you? My sister told me that you're old and bad. If you don't understand what you say, you are just fooling people. Oh, Xiao Hua, you understand me very well. I'll give you a good lesson when I come back in the evening. Why are you looking for your sister? Su Yu asked. Xiao Mimi's face suddenly fell. My sister asked me to learn some counting and pinyin knowledge, saying that if I can't learn it, I won't have dinner. This miserable little look is very similar to myself during the 5 years of college entrance examination and 3 years of simulation exams. Su Yu immediately patted Xiao Mimi's shoulder and laughed. You are so pitiful. I am very happy, huh? You're still laughing at me. I'm gonna beat you up. Aw, it hurts, it hurts. The little girl cried because of the pain, and she blew on her fist. Seeing that she was trying so hard, Su Yu felt embarrassed to tease her any further and pointed in a direction. Your sister is in Winnie's treehouse. Go there by yourself. Woo-woo, I'll go tell my sister that you bullied me again. Xiao Mimi yelled and ran away. Well, maybe it's because you're young. Even if your sister comes, she will only be treated like a Pia. Afterwards, Su Yu looked at the clay figure and fell into deep thought. This was mainly to test the duration of the magic power. What should he do? Please tidy up the house for me first. Su Yu issued an order and instilled the memory related to cleaning into it, and the clay man immediately went into the big house. Then she began to clean carefully and orderly, mopping the floor and making the bed, doing everything in an orderly and meticulous manner. Su Yu found a few pieces of wood and started tinkering with them in the hall. After a while of cutting, the wooden strips replacing the limbs, the body, and the head were completed, and the shape of the wooden man was almost the same as that of a dwarf. Afterwards, Su Yu opened the system mall and spent 5,000 favorability points to exchange for a mother stone. This mother stone is slightly different from Xiao Huahua's. It is square, translucent, and palm-sized. Ding! The host has replaced the mother stone for the first time. The data of the mother stone types on the commodity shelf has been updated. Ding! The shells have been updated, the replacement value has been discounted, and the following goods have been added. Medium mother stone times 7,000 favorability value, 50% off. High-quality mother stone times 8,500 favorability value, 50% off. High-level mother stone times 10,000 favorability value. Ultimate mother stone times 15,000 favorability value, 50% off. Wow, I didn't know until I changed it, and I was really shocked when I did. So what I have is still a bargain. The most important difference in the quality of the mother stone is the amount of magical power that can be stored. The better the quality, the higher the upper limit of the storage capacity. After secretly despising the values set by the ghost system, Su Yu put her focus back on the things at hand. According to the shape of the mother stone, Su Yu hollowed out a space in the middle part of the wooden man's body, and then made a perfect covering lid according to the curvature of the surface. The task was now complete. The craftsmanship is a bit rough. After all, my main job is not carpentry. Next, the key is the transformation of the mother stone and the engraving of magic patterns. The transformation of the mother stone is relatively simple. You only need to inject the magic power into it, destroy all the original veins, and finally use skills to plan a new internal circulation system of magic power. After the original translucent mother stone was transformed and mixed with Su Yu's magic power, it became a strange black and white jade. The two colors of magic power were freely flowing inside like clouds in the sky. Magic pattern technology is more complicated. Su Yu concentrated her magic power at her fingertips, and then began to draw low-level universal primordial magic patterns all over the wooden man's body according to the low-level universal primordial magic patterns generated in her mind. This primary magic pattern should be considered the source of all magic patterns. All subsequent high-level and even ultimate patterns are updated and evolved on its basis. The lines drawn by the magic power at the fingertips penetrated in like water drops, and nothing could be seen on the surface at all. However, this pattern was complicated and required great concentration, which consumed some mental energy. It took Suyu half an hour to complete the drawing. Although the process is a bit difficult, the final victory is always so exciting. Suyu couldn't wait to place the energy mother stone in. After it came into contact with the magic power, for a moment, the magic pattern seemed to be activated, and it appeared on the wooden man as a whole, and then disappeared again. After installing the lid covering the mother stone, Suyu found some animal skins and wrapped it with 3 layers inside and outside. This is a primary magic pattern, so currently it can only handle daily chores, similar to the function of a clay figure that is cleaning. However, there's an essential difference between the two. The clay man possesses first-class strength and can fight. It can also replace Suyu's eyes for reconnaissance and monitoring, making it a good clone. Secondly, the existence of the two is different in itself. One is an elemental energy body that cannot be mass-produced, and its quantity is directly related to the caster's own magical power. The other is an independent individual that can be produced in unlimited quantities, requiring only props, media, and mother stones. The wooden man woke up under Suyu's observation, moved his heavy and stiff limbs, and then looked around. Then, the wood and the soil met each other's eyes, and they both tilted their heads and were stunned for a moment, looking silly and a little cute. Suyu couldn't help but chuckle. His job was taken away, so he was questioning his life? The magic pattern is the vein that provides the basis for action, just like a circuit board. The current wooden man is relatively a blank sheet of paper. We also need something like a chip, which is the memory of life and work. Of course, combat memories can also be injected, but it would be unlikely to be effective. After all, the system won't be so kind as to let you take this bug shortcut. Chapter 258, Event Opening. The original magic pattern should not have the ability to control combat movements. If you use it forcibly, it might crash. This is like an old, big-headed computer. In essence, it can download various versions of the system and store them on the hard disk, but it cannot be loaded and used because the hardware does not support it. After Suyu instilled the life memories in her mind into it, the wooden man immediately seemed to come alive and began to creak as it moved. It seemed that after recognizing the situation in the room and what he could do at the moment, he walked to the corner, used his wooden hands to hold the bamboo tube filled with water, and poured it into the ceramic bowl. Then, he picked up the ceramic bowl and walked over slowly. Served tea and water. Suyu looked at the wooden man who looked like a penguin and couldn't help but touch his chin. Should I cut out its hands? Wow! Just at this moment, a lively voice full of energy was heard, and Kokoro jumped in like a rabbit, playfully scaring Suyu. Hey, our hairstylist is back. Suyu teased, turned around, and opened her arms. Hihi. Kokoro laughed triumphantly, then opened her eyes wide and looked at the wooden man who was still holding the ceramic bowl. The wooden man looked Kokoro up and down, his eyes fixed on her feet. He then put down the pottery bowl, walked over with a few creaking steps, knocked on Kokoro's little feet, and then pointed outside. Kokoro tilted her head, looking confused. Not to mention her. Even Suyu couldn't understand it quickly. Looking at the dirty straw sandals that Kokoro was wearing in the mud that they brought in, I suddenly realized what was going on. I couldn't help laughing out loud. Brother Suyu, what is this? It moves. Kokoro squatted down curiously, her big eyes not blinking. The wooden man performed his duty, knocking on the shoe surface while driving Kokoro out. Unfortunately, his strength was too weak, and Kokoro soon lifted him up by the head, dancing in the air. There was a dangerous light in Kokoro's eyes. Wow, Brother Suyu, this is so fun. Ahem, this is not a joke. Suyu said helplessly. Kokoro, take off your straw sandals and put them outside and try. Although she didn't quite understand, Kokoro still did as she was told. After throwing the dirty shoes out of the house, the wooden man's movements were not as intense as before. After being put back on the ground by Kokoro, he ran to the mud without stopping and started scratching it with a wooden stick. Obvious. Even if you work hard for a whole year, you still won't be able to clean it up. However, this time a tall figure approached, wiped the dirty mud with an arm made of mud, and the wooden floor became clean instantly. The wooden man raised his head and the soil and would look at each other again, although both of them have no facial features. Suyu seemed to hear the ridicule coming from the clay man. The wooden man creaked back to Suyu's feet, lay on the ground, and pretended to be dead. The corner of Suyu's mouth twitched, and she tapped its body, and it fluttered twice symbolically. You two have different models. Why are you so angry? Okay, I'll get you a pair of hands later. There was no way he could do the work anymore. The woodman's job suddenly became Kokoro's toy. When held in Kokoro's hand, it looked like an Australian lobster with its claws and fangs bared. Naturally, the clay man was not able to stay out of it. Kokoro switched his target between the two and had a lot of fun. When Lee came back, the clay man's pain had just begun. His protruding breasts were almost flattened by Lee. It was soon dusk, and the tribesmen put down their work one after another, washed themselves, and changed into new clothes distributed from the garment workshop. Someone had spread the word early on that there would be a grand event in the evening, but no one knew what it was specifically about. Because of the large number of people, plus the more than 2,000 slaves they absorbed later, the activity site was set up on the open space that had been cleared on the edge of the tribal land. A dozen witches arrived at the site in advance and built several huge piles of firewood. When almost everyone arrived, they lit them one by one. In an instant, the flames that shot up into the sky seemed to be a successor to the beacon fire, illuminating the place into daylight. The tribesmen looked at the temporary platform in the distance excitedly, their eyes shining. This should be the first time in a long time that the tribe has held such a grand event. Some tribesmen have already cheered happily, causing laughter all around. Even the group of slaves were infected by the atmosphere before them and showed expectant eyes. Soon, Winnie came out accompanied by several witches and stepped briskly onto the platform. The entire Rose clan, except for Yaxiong and Lynn who were unable to attend, was present. Under the booth, Kokoro rode on the tall Big Mouth and waved happily at Winnie. Big Mouth looked up to the sky and howled, and some witches also looked over in surprise. The witches were busy with their own affairs every day, and few of them witnessed Big Mouth's growth. They were frightened by the mountain beast that was as big as a hill and could hardly believe that this was the mountain beast cub that Su the Great, which brought back. Shimiko was wrapped in an animal skin robe and hiding in the deserted treetops, her huge black wings looking like the wings of a devil in the night sky. Accustomed to living with Patchouli, she didn't like such noisy scenes, but it was difficult for her to refute Suyu's affairs, so she had to find a relatively quiet place. Her gaze shifted among the crowd, from the slaves to the witch, then from the witch to the mountain beast Big Mouth, the ghost people, the orcs, and finally fixed on a woman with a human body and a snake tail. The witches, mountain beasts, ghosts, orcs, transformed wild beasts, including the various constructions of this ethnic group, the strange weapons and equipment, the food and accommodation, everything were refreshing her three perceptions. Shimiko and Patchouli are travelers that Yunyan cannot compare to. The two of them have traveled to every corner of this continent and seen countless groups, ethnic groups, tribes, and alliances, but none of them were as shocking as the scene they saw today. Shimiko felt a hot emotion stirring in her chest. This was a piece of history that no one else could replicate, and it was the most magical journey in her life. If Patchouli were there, she would surely look surprised. Gently licking her dry lips, Satsumi searched the crowd for the source of all this. After a while, her gaze stopped and fell on a handsome face. Because of Su Yu's appearance, the tribesmen began to riot and made way for them. A clay figure with a deflated chest followed behind him, causing some people to exclaim in surprise, but most people were used to it. Satsuma's pupils suddenly shrank, as if she had seen something incredible. Of course, she could tell that it was a body made up of elements, a product of elemental evolution. He succeeded? Shock flashed across Natsumi's beautiful eyes. When she first learned this skill, she practiced for a long time because she was not proficient in it. With Patchoula's guidance, she was finally able to use it perfectly. What's wrong with this man? You don't play by the rules at all, and that's how you learned it. And judging from the quality of the clay figure, nearly first-rate magical power is flowing through its body, making it much more powerful than those small parts that can only detect danger. Chapter 259, Becoming the Patriarch. If she knew that this clay figure could share vision and hearing with Suyu, I wonder how she would feel. Comparing yourself with others will only make you angry. Xiao Meizi hated Suyu even more for no reason. However, this unpleasant feeling is a bit strange, hard to explain, and makes people feel a little uncomfortable. On the field, Suyu finally arrived in front of the platform. Princess Xia at the side swam over slowly, raised her fair chin, looking charming and pretty, yet still cold and arrogant. Hurry up, I need to go back and rest after I'm done. The sound was not loud, probably because it was made soft on purpose. Suyu curled her lips into a smile and clapped her hands out of habit. When she realized that the people around her were not women like Xiao, Huahua, and Winnie, she suddenly felt a chill. The palm of his hand slapped the area below Princess Xia's waist, which was covered by the skirt. Unlike ordinary women, it does not have a soft and elastic touch at all, but cold leather, similar to the scales on the tail. Of course, it doesn't matter whether it's straight or not. It seemed that Xiao had not expected Suyu to do this. By the time she reacted, her dirty hands had been pulled back like lightning. The good mood disappeared in an instant, and the little tail swung wildly. The lazy aura that Xiao had turned into cold anger in an instant. Well, see you later. Suyu shrank her neck, ran away, and ran straight onto the stage. He was used to treating his women with ease on weekdays, and he really didn't mean to tease Princess Xia just now. But to be honest, the feel is really bad. Ha 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 ha. Xiao shot a deadly ray from under the stage, like a poisonous cobra, locking Suyu tightly. Suyu felt creepy all over. Before she even started her speech, she was already thinking about how she was going to sneak away. Fortunately, the woman was sensible and did not lose her temper on the spot. Naturally, no one knew the undercurrent between the two people. Winnie raised her little hand, signaling the tribesmen to stop making noise. The main reason why I called everyone here tonight is for one thing. Winnie turned her head and glanced at Suyu, revealing a sweet smile. From now on, Su Dao will replace me and become the leader of the Rose Tribe, leading everyone to continue living. From now on, I will no longer be your leader. Perhaps Winnie was the first person in history who was so happy to give up her seat, with a constant smile on her face, as beautiful as a flower. Some people have been scheming and plotting for half their lives just to get the position of clan leader. Some people just need a simple sentence. Having lost the title of clan leader, Winnie seemed to have let herself go and no longer cared about the so-called dignity. The tribesmen were stunned for a moment, and then they were completely excited. They had never expected that there would be such a day. After all, in the eyes of all the witches, it didn't matter who was the tribe leader, Winnie or Suyu. Both gave them the grace of rebirth. However, their respect and admiration for Su made them lean towards this side to some extent. Chief Su, Chief Su, Chief Su, Si Jiao, who was doing daily operations, began to take the lead in the charge. Waves of noise then arose, sweeping across the entire venue. The corner of Suyu's mouth twitched. She felt that this title was not as good as Su Dao. At the same time, amid the tribesmen's excited shouts, mechanical voices rang out in Suyu's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for becoming the clan leader. Ding! The host meets the conditions. The magic skill, Root Clan, is activated. Xiao Ai. In view of the fact that the host has gone through hardships and obstacles and finally has his own power on this continent, I hereby reward you with a doubling of your favorability points, which will last for 1 month. Is there such a good thing? Suyu immediately asked. Xiao Ai. Can this effect be combined with the doubling effect of the Root Clan? Xiao Ai. Answer. There is no exclusion between the two. They can be superimposed. Oh no. Suyu seemed to see a large amount of favorability points coming, and she felt more excited than when she became the clan leader. After replacing the Mother Stone during the day, there's still more than 3,000 favorability points left, which should be able to be earned back quickly. At the moment when everyone was cheering, several surges of magic power rushed up into the sky, like an energy explosion, spreading out to the surroundings and forming a magic power ripple. This sudden change made Xiao Meizi and Xiao look over at the same time, their eyes filled with shock and confusion. Wow, Brother Suyu, I made a breakthrough. The first one to exclaim in surprise was Kokoro, who was sitting on the back of Big Mouth. She looked at the magic power overflowing from her body with an incredible look on her face. The gentle wood elements spread out, and even the weeds on the ground came back to life. The green bushes and blooming flowers create a powerful vitality that makes everyone feel inexplicably comfortable. Perhaps because the lower the magic power, the easier it is to break through the realm, Kokoro went directly from second-rate strength to first-rate. Near the platform, Li was also touching her skinny body in surprise, feeling the sudden and huge changes. Is this first-rate? The magic power just now surged instantly, and she broke through the realm before she could even recover. Li raised her hand and tried to mobilize her magic power. In almost the blink of an eye, a large amount of earth elements gathered in the air and condensed into an extremely huge earth spear. It is larger than its previous form, more powerful, and can cast spells faster. The surrounding tribesmen were so scared that their eyelids twitched. At the same time, in the valley in the distance, Yaxiong was sitting with Lynn, looking at the forest with flames shooting up into the sky, and talking about things related to Suyu. All of a sudden, Lynn's magic power, which had already stabilized, suddenly changed and surged, which scared Yaxiang. Not only Lynn, but even Yaxiang herself felt that her magic power suddenly grew dramatically, breaking through the shackles without any hindrance and entering a wonderful state. Flames shot up into the sky, and Yaxiang's fire elemental magic power instantly increased to the limit that she could bear. This is a half-step great wizard. The power that was completely disproportionate to the top-notch level, and the thrill of reaching the sky in one step almost made Yaxiang lose herself in it. This is the disadvantage of forcing things to grow without corresponding growth. After suddenly gaining extraordinary powers, many people with weak minds will be swallowed up by the power and become lost and degenerate. However, Lynn's magic power fell back in an instant and returned to a stable state. Apart from the fact that its own strength had gone from third-rate to second-rate, basically nothing had changed. Lynn didn't feel too much about this. After all, she had just fallen from heaven to earth a few days ago and had basically tried many levels. Only Xiao Ai was puzzled and stood there, wondering what had happened. 0 multiplied 10 times is still 0. I guess that's the truth. Chapter 260, Granting a Surname. The women's data was updated, and Suyu also received a prompt. This was an inevitable result because of the passiveness of the Root clan. Of course, except for Xiao Ai, who was too ashamed to watch. Well, at least she's smart. The witch's strange behavior caused a commotion, and the tribe members focused more of their attention on Suyu. After all, after following for so long, a certain instinct has already developed. Anything that is incomprehensible most likely comes from Su Dao. Suyu waved to Kokoro and Li, and the two women ran up happily. Because it was a grand gathering for the whole clan, and more than 2,000 people were watching, Kokoro was a little reserved. She did not jump directly into Suyu's arms, but leaned against her side happily with her hands behind her back. Winnie pinched Kokoro's little face, full of envy. Suyu then raised her hand and asked the tribesmen to be quiet again. From now on, I will be the clan leader of everyone. Although I was a great witch before, I actually also do the work of the clan leader. Suyu said with a smile. When I think about it this way, I seem to be at a disadvantage. The tribesmen couldn't help but laugh. Next, there's another important matter. Suyu looked at the nearly 1,000 pairs of eyes below the stage and said slowly, I will grant surnames to some of the clan members. Wei and I should have told everyone before that the clan is now divided into 2 types, ancestral lineage and branch lineage. The people of the ancestral lineage are the original members of the Rose tribe, while the branch lineages are mostly people who joined later, as well as slaves. Having said that, many people have already understood the meaning. The slaves' eyes all dimmed a little. After all, what happened afterwards obviously had nothing to do with them. However, Suyu's next words once again ignited everyone's hope. Including Shei and Xiao Meizi, everyone felt moved. The tribesmen who are given surnames by me will receive my blessing, which means their strength will be improved. It's not like those tribal alliances, where they simply get surnames and have complete names. As for the strength that each person can improve, it depends on their original physical constitution and magic power. You just saw that Kokoro and Li received blessings. Because they're my women, I skipped the process of bestowing surnames. Suyu's words were originally just an imaginary description, but with the 2 actual results of Kokoro and Li, they gave the tribesmen a clear impression. Just being given a surname can increase one's strength, which is probably something no one can imagine or hope to obtain. Kokoro and Li looked as if they knew it. At this moment, everyone closed their lips, suppressed the throbbing in their hearts, and listened carefully. Suyu continued, Only those who serve the tribe wholeheartedly and are loyal to the tribe will receive the blessing. If you are not sincere and do something to let down the tribe, the blessing will disappear. Suyu did not use the word betrayal, but the meaning was clear. Those who were granted surnames this time are members of the ancestral lineage, but that doesn't mean people from the branch lineage don't have a chance. Suyu coughed lightly and began to spread chicken soup. I've said before that anyone who has made a certain contribution to the tribe can escape from the status of a slave. Conversely, ordinary people from the branch lineage, if they have made enough contributions, can also be promoted to members of the ancestral lineage and have the opportunity to be granted a surname. As the tribe leader and the great witch, I treat everyone equally and give them the same opportunities. Suyu looked in the direction of Si Jiao and asked loudly, Anyone who is transformed from slave to a tribe member can raise their hands so that everyone can see. In an instant, hands were raised in every corner of the crowd. Among them, some are tribesmen who I once knew together, and some are companions who work together on a daily basis. They're all real people who are within reach. This scene undoubtedly strengthened the faith of the group of slaves and gave them great hope. Suyu raised the corner of her mouth, asked everyone to put down their arms, and continued to shout loudly. Anyone who is transformed from an ordinary branch vein into an ancestral vein, raise your hand. This time, Xiao led all the former Black Snake clan members to excitedly raise their hands again, wishing everyone could see it. The hope in the slaves' eyes was ignited. This group of people have just raised their hands, which means that they have been transformed from the lowest level slaves to ordinary tribesmen, and then promoted again to become members of the ancestral bloodline. Anyone can make promises and just talk about it, but only a small group of people can be touched. But once there are real results in front of people, giving them the most authentic sensory stimulation, more than just a few people will be touched. This event not only bestowed the surname, but also made the slaves more dependent on this ethnic group and willing to devote their efforts to the greatest extent possible. After all, in their cognition, whether it is the Horde or the Alliance, the only person who could escape from slavery was a warrior with extraordinary strength. Chapter 261. Princess Xiao was fooled. People like them, who are weak and mediocre, can never change their identities at any time. Therefore, Suyu's people had to give them hope in order to truly keep them and make this group of people loyal to them. Chief Su, Chief Su, Chief Su, Chief Su. This time, earth-shaking shouts came one after another, not led by Xiao, but the roar from the bottom of the hearts of all the slaves. Even when they saw that this group of ancestors could receive blessings, they couldn't just stand there in envy, because they believed that in the near future, they will also be able to receive this honor. After that, the activity of bestowing surnames began, and all members of the ancestral line stood in front of the stage one by one. Although the process of granting a surname is very simple, Su only needs to move her mouth and give recognition. However, the effect of the root clan will automatically drain Suyu's mental power and magic power, and the consumption is huge. Even at the level of a great wizard, Suyu could clearly and deeply feel the disappearance of wizard power and the loss of mental strength. According to Suyu's silent calculation, the consumption of magic power is not a big problem. The problem is mental power. Just as Suyu said, the wizard power levels of all the clan members who were given a surname had improved to varying degrees, and breaking through on the spot was almost a common occurrence, except for a few people who were slightly better than Xiao Ai, who only greatly improved their wizard power but failed to break through directly. But this scene was shocking enough, not only conquering the branch tribesmen and slaves, but also shocking Xiao Meizi and Sha Fei. The scene before my eyes was unheard of like a fairy tale, but it really existed. After more than 100 people were given surnames, Suyu looked at Sha Fei and then glanced at Xiao Meizi on the top of a tree not far away. Logically speaking, the two people were just ordinary members of the tribe and did not meet the requirements. But these two are high-end combat forces, so they naturally need special treatment. Moreover, the ability of protection, to put it more intuitively, will be like a rope that will tie you up tightly. Come to Princess Sha. Ao Fei, do you want it? Sha Fei frowned. To be honest, she really wanted to nod, but she couldn't open her mouth. Suyu was still trying to persuade impatiently. You can get protection and increase your strength. You have always wanted to break through, right? This may be the closest you will ever get to becoming a half-step great wizard. Suyu smiled and said, at least you can experience that feeling and prepare for future breakthroughs. Princess Sha lowered her brows and remained silent, with 1,000 thoughts in her mind. It seems that what he said is right. Even if it is impossible to break through, it should be feasible to feel the power that is almost like shackles in advance. And my father also said, don't be afraid to try. Since you have chosen the path of transformation, all that is left for you is endless attempts to practice various possibilities. In this way, you will have the chance to break the history of the wild beast snake clan and become the first wild beast to successfully transform. If I give up this opportunity just because of personal reasons, then my determination to become stronger would be too cheap. Yes, that's it. Sha Fei had already made up her mind. Okay, I accept. I'll accept your suggestion for now. Ahem, then I will give you a surname. Bring it on. Sha Fei snorted coldly. However, after waiting for a long time, there was no response. There is absolutely no noticeable increase in the magical power in the body. Failed. For a moment, Princess Xia was extremely disappointed, her long eyebrows trembling, and she looked very unwilling. "Humph, I'm going back to rest." She snorted angrily and didn't even have the energy to swing her tail. Suyu stopped him with a smile. "Don't be anxious, just give me your hand." "What?" Xia Fei was in a bad mood and couldn't help feeling a little angry. "Don't you feel the protection and the increase in magic power?" Suyu asked. "Yes. There's nothing to hide." Xia Fei snorted coldly. "I guess it." Suyu tsk her mouth and said with a look of beating. "That's nonsense. I never gave you a surname. There's no way you can get promoted." Xia Fei resisted the urge to beat Suyu violently and asked, "Do you know the reason?" Suyu nodded. "Of course I know the surname I gave you." "Why?" Xia Fei's depressed mood instantly improved a little. Her eyes were shining, and she didn't realize that the bad guy was right in front of her. Suyu supported her chin and explained, "It's probably because of your race. Since you are a wild beast, the ordinary methods of the human race are not applicable." "What do you mean?" Xia Fei's eyebrows jumped. "That is to say, the ordinary bestowed surname is not suitable for you." Suyu shrugged. "That's why I asked you to reach out." "Are you sure you are not fooling me?" Xia Fei asked with a frown. "How can that be possible? I can fool anyone else, but I can't fool you." Suyu explained with eyes wide open, righteously. Chapter 262, Take It. At this moment, most of the tribesmen have already started holding banquets, eating, drinking, and having fun. Li also came over, and could only twitch her lips in response to Kokoro's remarks. Of course, she wouldn't expose it. The only person in the entire tribe who trusts Suyu most unconditionally is Kokoro. If he could hear her say even a word bad about Suyu, it would be a miracle. Li looked at Shei-Fi with some pity, muttering to herself, "Don't believe Kokoro. She's just a silly, cute little girl." Everyone can see from Suyuega's look that he is clearly planning to do something bad. However, "Okay, I believe you." Shei-Fi looked at the innocent and lovely Kokoro and nodded. In fact, she is in a difficult situation. After all, he had already agreed to Suyu's request to give him his surname. Besides, it was just touching his hand, so it shouldn't be a big deal. Xia Fei stretched out her slender arms a little stiffly. Her fair and delicate skin was incredibly good. There were a few lines of light blue scales on those well-proportioned and beautiful arms, which corresponded to the scales between her eyebrows, making them look somewhat strange and beautiful. Suyu pretended to cough twice, held Xia Fei's palm with her hand, and examined it carefully. It was like a sorcerer reading people's palms, and he did it very well. After a while, Xia Fei felt an invisible magical power begin to grow in her body, like a spring erupting, venting wildly in her body. The surge in witchcraft power shook the surrounding space, with crackling sounds of thunder and lightning, and the atmosphere became unstable. It really works? Suyu was also surprised and retreated quickly. He actually had some doubts as to whether the Root Clan could be used against the wild beasts. After all, wild beasts are more bizarre than humans and foreigners. It seems that this magical skill does not discriminate by race. The tribesmen were frightened by this strange power. Those who got too close could even feel the air brushing against their skin, giving them a tingling sensation. Boom! A magical power burst out from Xia Fei's head, and her whole aura suddenly rose to a higher level. Is this a half-step great wizard? Suyu watched carefully and had some guesses in her mind. Shei-Fi looked at her body in disbelief and almost cried for joy. In the past, she tried her best, but still couldn't reach this level. There is no way to even shake the barrier between the realms a little bit. If it weren't for the strange recovery potion that Suyu gave her, which loosened her long-standing bottleneck in witchcraft power, she might not have been able to break through so smoothly. All in all, my father's words were verified. The man in front of her is her benefactor and an irreplaceable person. Seeing the man's naughty, handsome face approaching, Shei-Fi didn't hate him so much anymore. Who knows? After taking a few glances, Suyu turned sideways and looked behind Xia Fei, then smacked her lips in disappointment. Why hasn't your Geo appeared yet? Where are your long legs? I want to enjoy it too. The momentary good impression was gone in an instant. Xia Fei snorted coldly, turned around, flicked her tail, and hit Suyu's calf. Sure enough, this man is still as annoying as ever. Even if one day she completes her transformation and has the slender long legs of a human female, she will not even look at this man. With this belief, Shei-Fi disappeared into the night. Oh, I miscalculated. Suyu smacked her lips, her ankle feeling a little stung by the whip. It means tail. Actually, I can accept it. When I looked up at the dark treetops again, Shimiko had already run away. Oh shit. This woman was really smart. She directly put an end to all her thoughts. Suyu, when will you go back? Suddenly, Winnie came over. On the other side, Xiao Ai was playing with clay figures with her sister. Suyu glanced at the noisy tribesman and said, "Let's play for a while longer." After playing with the tribesmen for a while, Suyu returned to the tribe. Chapter 263, Getting Better. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. Suyu was awakened by the sunlight slanting in through the window. Yawning, Suyu got out of bed, twisted her waist in front of the bed, and did a set of morning exercises for the elderly. In the hall, a pile of mud was piled on the floor, and the magical power of the earth element had dissipated. Suyu calculated with her fingers and found that the natural duration of the clay figure was 5 days, which was an acceptable result for now. The wooden man that was made earlier was taken away by Kokoro and became her other loyal servant. Not only does she have to help feed the poultry, but she also has to fan, carry shoes, and peel fruit. It would be a shame not to be a housekeeper. After eating some breakfast, Suyu returned to the bedroom. Hurry up and get up. Teachers should set an example. The children all get up earlier than you too. The kids have learned almost everything these past 2 days. They're too tired at night. Let me sleep a little longer. Winnie muttered. Xiao Ai on the side also closed her eyes and echoed softly. You don't even feel sorry for us. Suyu said unhappily. Whether you are tired or not is your own fault. Okay, God, I'll get up in a minute. Suyu, I'm going to see how Si Jiao and the others are doing. If you're hungry, find something to eat. Is it the tank? There's nothing to do with the kids. Sister Winnie can go alone. I want to go and take a look too. Wait for me. Hearing this, Xiao Ai suddenly perked up. There was a gleam in her eyes. She loved this kind of strange thing the most. I want to take a look yesterday. The chariots they're making now are very large. They should be many times more powerful than the smaller ones. Of course. Suyu smiled proudly. Let's see if we can complete one today and test its power. Okay, wait for me. I'll put on my clothes. Xiao Ai was extremely excited. What about you? Do you want to go and take a look too? Suyu looked at Winnie. The woman's long eyelashes trembled, and she blinked her beautiful watery eyes. No, it's too hot outside. Winnie's face turned slightly red, and she wrinkled her nose cutely and said with a turn of her eyes, I still have to teach the children to study. Lazy guy. Suyu could only pinch Winnie's face helplessly, then go to the tree house by herself later. After putting on clothes and washing up, Xiao Ai's lazy aura disappeared, and she instantly turned into a sexy and beautiful young lady. After leaving the stone and wooden house, the two men walked towards the forest where Si Jiao and others were working. While responding to the greetings from a tribesman, he opened the system interface. Since becoming the clan leader and activating the root clan effect, the most direct benefit is the improvement of the clan's overall strength and the surge in favorability. Women who are given a surname will receive double the favorability points. Not only that, after becoming the clan leader, the extra reward of doubling the favorability value for 1 month will increase the final amount obtained to a higher level. In just 5 short days, Suyu's total favorability points have exceeded 10,000. Protagonist, Suyu. Position, Chief of the Rose Clan. Age, 19. Level, 30. Strength, 322. Physical fitness, 312. Agility, 350. Witch power, 650. Experience, 23 out of 100. Favorability, 28,200. Skills, Magical Harmony level 10, full. Damage Immunity level 4. Map Radar level 10. Visible range 5,000 meters. Iron Smelting Technology Max. Pottery Technology Max. Wine Making Technology Max. Mother Stone Transformation Technology. Magic Pattern Technology Primary. Weapons. Overlord, Sword and Stone. Strength Stage, Great Wizard. Magical Skills, Super Serious Fist level 6. Magical Shadow level 5. Taming level 4. Magical Combat Skill, Evolution Infinity. Divine Skill, Elemental Evolution. Divine Skill, Strong Luck. Divine Skill, Root Clan. Divine Skill, Invisible. Suyu calculated that after harvesting nearly 2,000 slaves, excluding the males, there were less than 20% females. At the current state of favorability, including his wife, the basic favorability value he could continuously obtain every day fluctuated between about 1,200 and 1,500. Compared with the last statistical value, 600 to 800, it has almost doubled. Chapter 264, The King of Heaven and the Tiger of Earth. Even if we calculate based on the lowest value, 1,200 favorability points per day, plus 2 doubling buffs, multiplied by 4, and then by 30, we can get at least 144,000 favorability points this month. Of course, if we calculate the upper limit, it would be around 180,000. This should be the closest time to the favorability value of 200,000. So you would never think this kind of happiness was too much no matter how many times it came. Not long after leaving the clan's territory, so you heard the chaotic shouting of Xiao Ai and others. From a distance, he could see several tribesmen hammering iron nails on a huge wooden frame. These nails were specially made at the earthen kiln at Xiao's request. Each nail is as thick as a bowl and more than 1 meter long. Combined with a specially made, super strong adhesive resin, it can more effectively strengthen the stability of large catapults and crossbows. The transportation of a new batch of iron, or to the tribe's land, solved the urgent problem. In the crowd, one could see a girl with flying flaming hair, a slender body, and a slightly tan complexion. The dull sound of Yaxiang's hammer hitting her was so deafening that it hurt people's ears. "Why didn't you go hunting today?" Yaxiang came over without saying a word to help build the bed crossbow, which Suyu did not expect. Not only her, but Shimiko was also very interested in this. A strange creature evolved using magic power was standing nearby, helping to carry the heavy wood. That's not all. After Lynn's magic power was completely stabilized, the temperature around her returned to normal, and Princess Xia, who had stayed at home for a long time, also came out of the cave. Her seemingly pointed little tail swung lightly at the root of the tree, and a sound of breaking through the air was heard, followed by a few crackling sounds, and the big tree that several people could hug together fell down. On one side of the valley, countless figures can be seen, including Ninian, many witches, and slaves, who are using pallet trucks to transport trees that have been cut down from afar. Everyone tried their best to get this batch of heavy weapons. The scene was very lively. Obvious. If you guys work so hard, want to make me look lazy? I slept until noon and came here leisurely, just like a leader inspecting our work. Suyu's face rarely felt hot, and Xiao Huahua held her arm and pulled her over. "Chief Su is here." Where?" "Morning, Chief Su." The tribesmen who had inherited Xiao's true teachings immediately started shouting. After Yaxiang hammered the iron nail in her hand firmly, she jumped down. It was when she went out hunting that she saw her tribesmen were unable to hammer a nail for a long time, so she changed her mind temporarily. The Root clan can enhance the strength of its members, but is also based on their respective qualifications. Among the male warriors, only a few, such as Xiao, managed to break through to the first-class level. If no one helped, it would probably take several days just to stabilize the shelf. "Have you eaten?" "Xiao and the others are too busy, so I'll come over to help." Yaxiang pointed to the pile of nails left and said, "Ordinary soldiers can't hammer these nails down at all." "It's okay, I'm still here." Suyu rolled up her sleeves righteously and smiled. "We can work together. Men and women work together. It won't be tiring. You are the tribe leader now, so be serious in front of the tribe members." Yaxiang rolled her eyes. "Don't let them be corrupted." No, I really didn't say anything nasty this time." Suyu looked at Xiao Huahua, who blinked her eyes smartly and smiled playfully. "I also know that the pagoda can suppress river monsters." "Hi, my mouth." Suyu was speechless and shouted, "Tianwan Gadihu, go to work. You can just play here." With Suyu's joining, the progress of the two large tanks was naturally accelerated a lot. Those who were responsible for transporting materials, assembling, and providing water and food each performed their duties, and the group of people were busy. As the sun sets, a gorgeous sunset glow appears in the sky. The warm, rosy light shone on the faces of every tribe member. Even though their heads were covered in sweat and their backs were soaked, it did not affect everyone's heartfelt enthusiasm at all. Labor is glorious, and people who work are the most beautiful. Their sweat represents everyone's contribution, and it will never change in any era. Compared to what I have seen in other tribal alliances, the faces of the enslaved people were full of despair. They were starving and freezing, but still had to work endlessly, and were even whipped and eventually died in pain. The harmony and peace among the Suyu people is like heaven. This scene made Siam Maisie look sideways, and her heart inexplicably palpitated, as if there was an invisible flame burning slowly, peaceful and warm. Xiao Ai looked at her man, who was sweating profusely. His muscular back, which was like that of an ordinary man, seemed to have instantly become taller and more handsome. At least, in her memory, she had never seen any clan leader or great witch work as hard as he did. As dusk approached, the large crossbow was finally completed. As for the large catapult, the last step could not be completed temporarily because there was not enough tendon for making the bowstring and the twisted rope was a little short. Done. Chief Su, the bed crossbow is ready. Si Jiao and others cheered while standing on a huge wooden frame. Su Yu smiled slightly, fell back to the ground, and her forehead was instantly covered by a cool palm. Don't move. I'll wipe it for you. Xiao Huahua's eyes were full of peach blossoms. Your clothes are soaked too. How about I go back and get you some dry ones? It's okay. Su Yu shook her head. Just change it when you go back to take a shower at night. Here, water. At this time, Yaxiang also came over and handed over a bamboo tube full of water. Su Yu gulped down a few sips and handed it back. Su Yu, how powerful is this thing? Yunyan walked over from a distance and asked curiously. Having traveled all over the country, this was the first time she had seen such a strange weapon. She hadn't had the chance to see the small catapult test because she was out helping with hunting, so she certainly couldn't miss it this time. Not only her, but also Shei-Fi and Xia Meizi were very interested. After all, they had been busy for so long just to see with their own eyes what this thing could do. In addition to being excited, Si Jiao also jumped down happily, full of anticipation. Chief Su, do you want to try it now? The brothers are all very curious. Try. Su Yu smiled proudly. Why not try it after it's already been done? Let the brothers load the crossbows. Chapter 265. The Universal Use of Magic Patterns. Great! Si Jiao's eyes lit up, and he shouted solemnly to the back. Old 4, Old 5, start the test. The crossbow arrows are actually cut-out logs of relatively good quality, which are hard and heavy, with a diameter of about 40 centimeters and one end is sharpened to inflict heavy damage to the opponent. A small crossbow can carry 5 crossbow arrows at a time, while a large one has an additional track for installing crossbow arrows. Although the attack direction of the crossbow with a track is fixed, its emphasis is on high stability, which is slightly different from the target selection of the catapult. However, as the experiment progressed, an obvious drawback was exposed. Insufficient manpower. Such a large crossbow uses an extremely thick bowstring, which is simply not something an ordinary soldier can pull. The bowstring is connected to the steering wheel at the back. Even with the combined efforts of 7 or 8 people, it is difficult to fully pull the bowstring. According to Su Yu's calculations, if the crossbow in front of him was pulled to its limit, the steering wheel at the back would need to rotate about 6 full circles. But now it could only rotate 3.5 circles and could not move at all. If Su Yu or Yixiang took action, perhaps there would not be much of a problem. But this is obviously inconsistent with the original design intention. If ordinary soldiers cannot control it, the effectiveness of the chariot will be greatly reduced. After all, there are very few top-notch warriors, and they are necessary combat forces in war. It is even more impossible for a great wizard to stay behind the battlefield just to control a crossbow chariot. Si Jiao, gather all the top warriors in the tribe and do a test first. After thinking for a while, Su Yu said to Si Jiao, Okay, Chief Su. After a while, all the people arrived, a total of 13 people. After several rotation experiments, Su Yu came to the conclusion that it would take about 10 first-rate warriors to use their full strength to operate this bed crossbow. The strength of a first-rate warrior is between 700 and 800 kilograms, which is nearly 10 times the strength. In other words, to fully control this bed crossbow, at least 5,000 kilograms of strength is required. It really is something that only top-notch and great wizards can achieve. Of course, this is just the result of superimposing the apparent data, and there may be some discrepancies in the actual operations. But no matter what the data is, the result is not in line with expectations. It is impossible for Su Yu to arrange a top-notch warrior to operate the bed crossbow. Moreover, if the strength is not properly controlled, the bowstring may break and cause damage. Just now, 10 first-class warriors almost broke the tendons and mountain spider silk because they wanted to fully pull the bowstring. In other words, this bowstring has its limit, and there is a slight gap between its limit and the full bow. This requires control of power. Besides, it's just a crossbow now. There will be catapults and more heavy equipment in the future. Where can I get so many first-class fighters in such a short time? The strength of the bowstring and the power of the operator are the two problems we are facing right now. As if seeing the doubt in Su Yu's mind, Xiao Ai suddenly came over and whispered in her ear, "Suyu, I saw that when Xiao and his men used the catapult, they used magic power to strengthen the stones. Can this method be applied to the bed crossbow?" Suyu's eyes turned. "You mean to temporarily strengthen the bowstring and increase its toughness?" "Yes, at least we don't have to worry about the bowstring suddenly breaking." Xiao Hua nodded and replied, "It can also be used on crossbows, and the power should be improved to a higher level. You can also apply poison on the crossbows to increase additional damage." "Hee, you're getting smarter and smarter." Suyu pinched Xiao Huahua's little face, and the woman lowered her head shyly. "After all, being watched by so many tribesmen, I couldn't act too blatantly." In fact, Suyu had thought about Xiao Huahua's proposal. It was not impossible, but completely feasible. The problem is that the operator's original strength is not strong, and sharing the magic power with a bowstring and crossbow arrows is like robbing Peter to pay Paul. Suyu frowned and thought for a while, looking at the huge crossbow, bowstring, stirring wheel, and first-class warriors, and suddenly his head hurt a little. It would be great if this could be powered by electricity. I could just let it move on its own, and I don't have to worry about it. Suyu smacked her lips and murmured. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly lit up as if he remembered something. At the same time, Xiao Huahua, who was listening to Suyu's mumbling, pinched Suyu's waist again. Although she didn't understand what the word electric power generation meant, she understood the second half of the sentence. "The wooden man you gave Kokoro to play with moved on his own, didn't you? Why don't you try using that method?" In the tribe, including all the women of Suyu, no one knows the existence of magic pattern technology yet. So Xiao Huahua only thought of this and does not know the principle behind it. However, the fact that she was able to connect this in an instant was enough to prove that she had a quick mind. Suyu smiled happily in the woman's ear. "I'll make braised pork tonight as a reward for you. Besides this, I have something good for you." Suyu smiled mysteriously. "What good stuff?" Xiao Huahua asked with her head tilted. "We'll know in the evening." Suyu said, "Don't worry." If it weren't for Xiao Huahua's reminder, Suyu would have really forgotten about the magic pattern. The magic pattern can be regarded as a set program, which can be used as long as enough kinetic energy is given. And this kinetic energy is the transformed Mother Stone. Of course, if you only see this superficial explanation, you may really fall into a misunderstanding and think that only the Mother Stone can drive the magic pattern. The core reason why the Mother Stone can drive the magic pattern is very simple. That is, magic power. Therefore, fundamentally speaking, witchcraft is the source of all this. So, is it feasible to simply use witchcraft power to activate magic patterns? For this reason, Suyu also asked the system. After all, it's a waste of time to do another experiment for this. The sun is set, and everyone is rushing back to eat and sleep. You could just ask directly, why do we need experiments? Xiao Ai also responded responsibly. Answer, it is feasible. The existence of the modified Mother Stone is only to allow the magic pattern to obtain a continuous supply of kinetic energy, so as to achieve the purpose of long-term use. The magic power internal circulation system inside the modified Mother Stone exists for this purpose. Its core operating principle is still activated by magic power. The host's idea is just to temporarily change the continuous kinetic energy into one-time kinetic energy. The core operating principle remains unchanged. Please feel free to practice it. In other words, if the Mother Stone energy is not used, then a certain amount of magic power must be consumed every time the magic pattern is used. That is, one-time use. To put it bluntly, it is plug and play. Chapter 266 Competition. That's much simpler, and there's no limit on the strength of the user of the bed crossbow. Even if you're not a first-rate warrior, you can still infuse your magic power into it to achieve the effect of activating the magic pattern. The only thing that changes is the number of users. After all, when a magic power is low, the only way to win is by quantity. Too much saliva can even drown a person. Just do it. Suyu's confidence increased greatly, and he immediately asked Si Jiao and others to get down from the wooden frame of the bed crossbow, and then released his magic power. The black and white magic power flowed through the fingertips, and the brush moved smoothly on the wooden frame and the steering wheel. Even Siam Maisie, who had seen it once, was amazed. This kind of mysterious magic power may not be found anywhere else on this continent. Even Patchouli, who can use many magical elements, can't do it. Princess Xia was watching from a distance, with a strange light in her pupils. Now that she is already a half-step great witch, She is completely convinced by her father's words. Before this, maybe it was all because of my father's teachings, but what about after this? How far can this man go? How far can she follow him? And what kind of fantastic and brilliant future will she see? She began to look forward to it unconsciously. The magic pattern was completed after about half a quarter of an hour of work. The best thing about the origin magic pattern is its versatility. It's like a blank piece of paper. It depends on what color you can paint on it. If it is instilled with the memory program of the trivialities of life, then it will be a qualified master of cleaning. If the combat memory program is instilled, it can also become a deadly weapon. Of course, a suitable memory program also needs to be matched with a corresponding external device. Even if you draw a battle magic pattern on a piece of wood, it will not be able to grow hands and feet to fight. The magic pattern does not match its appearance, and there are a lot of bugs. Between the operator and it, one of them will always break down first. After finishing her work, Suyu waved to see Xiao and others. Next, you will continue to operate as before, but when you turn the steering wheel, you need to release your magic power. You don't need much control, just send your magic power normally. Suyu looked at the steering wheels on both sides and continued. 10 people should come first. I will see the effect. Okay, Chief Su. 10 sturdy male warriors nodded and repeated the previous operation. From a moment, they touched the steering wheel and injected magic power. The magic pattern drawn by Suyu flashed for a moment and then disappeared immediately. They all looked at each other in surprise, full of confusion. Compared to just now, the effort I put in has been greatly reduced. Relatively speaking, the magic power is consumed a little quickly, but it is still acceptable. After all, witchcraft power is different from human power. It takes 10 people to turn the steering wheel, and the combined force of nearly 5,000 kilograms. However, when converted into the use of magic power, and the power generated by the medium of magic patterns, it may be a lot less. The tribesmen at this time are, in a sense, batteries, and the magic patterns have replaced the original tribesmen and become levers. A creaking sound was heard, and the crossbow was successfully pulled open. The tribesman who was operating the steering wheel was not as strenuous as before. There was a look of surprise in everyone's eyes, and Suyu was extremely excited. This experiment has given him enough clues that the magic pattern technology has the ability to transcend time. Not only war equipment, but also industry and agriculture can be developed in depth. Afterwards, Suyu replaced them with a group of second-rate fighters, and, after many experiments, he obtained some good data. Not bad. The next step is to test its power. Suyu nodded in satisfaction. The last ray of light in the sky gradually disappeared, and the tribesmen had already lit a bonfire around them. This was the first time that people were busy outside the tribe until so late, but the darkness did not extinguish the tribe members' high enthusiasm. But what should I use as the target this time? How about I go and capture those top-notch wild beasts in the animal pen? Yixiang suggested. Stop it. I've already tamed them. Don't bother with them anymore. Suyu shook her head and said, No, I'll make a target. Make one. Yaxiang was a little confused. Among the tribesmen present, perhaps only Xiao Meizi knew what Suyu meant. Let me help you too, and see whose evolved beast is more powerful. Xiao Meizi suddenly came in front of Suyu with a provocative look. Elemental evolution is her most powerful skill with the highest potential limit. It was beyond her expectation that Suyu could learn it, not to mention that she could use it so skillfully. When the clan leader was in an abnormal position, Shimiko was shocked enough when she saw the clay figure evolve from the earth element. Okay, let's compete. Suyu accepted it happily. Suddenly, her eyes rolled and she said, Whoever's evolved beast can stand to the end will be the winner. The loser must agree to one of the winner's requests. Okay. Xiao Meizi nodded in response without hesitation. I will lose in a contest of elemental evolution. Joke. The two people then released their magic power. Although their movements were similar, the magic power that flowed out was very different. Xiao Meizi's magic power is as black as ink and very strange. Suyu's is a mixture of black and white, mysterious and unpredictable. This time, Xiao Meizi did not disperse her magic power, but concentrated it to evolve a wild beast. The witch power element evolved into the earth element, and the shape of the beast was very familiar to everyone. It was a mountain beast. Its entire body was covered in pitch-black mud, and it was 5 or 6 times larger than Big Mouth. Every step it took was so heavy and thick that it shook the earth and scared away the birds and beasts. Wow, Her strength is actually at the top level, and this is not all of Shimiko's strength. Sui was a little surprised and admired Xiao Meizi's ability to evolve. According to Xiao Meizi's idea, the evolved mountain beast then walked away, heading toward the attack site set by the bed crossbow. How is it? Xiao Meizi curled the corners of her mouth. She was quite satisfied with her work. Her current ultimate goal was to evolve into a top-notch existence, but doing so would take too much time and magic power, which was not suitable for the current situation, so she could only settle for the second best. Now it's your turn. Don't worry, it's coming soon. Suyu smiled, and her magic power seemed to be undergoing some kind of transformation, changing from black and white to red little by little. Then, the temperature around her quietly rose. Yaxiang, who was sensitive to the element of fire, immediately felt something was wrong. She looked at her man in shock and really couldn't understand how he did it. Chief Su's magic power is changing. It's a little strange, it seems. It's a bit like fire. Yeah, I feel the heat. But Chief Su is not a witch, so how can she use fire? Is a combat skill? The tribesmen all looked at him curiously, and were as confused as Yaxiang. This is of course all thanks to his wives, Yaxiang and Lynn. Chapter 267 Rebirth from the Ashes. Xiao Meizi knew that Su Yu could evolve elements because he absorbed her magic power, but she had no idea about the elements he could evolve. Last time, it was the earth element. This time it became the fire element. How many more elements can he evolve? After all, it is something that cannot be verified, and Satsumi is also very curious. The black and white magic power finally disappeared and completely evolved into a scarlet flame. Not only that, the fierce flames kept twisting in the open space, as if they had life, and gradually revealed their shape. The head, body, limbs, each one was extremely clear, which surprised the tribesmen even more. Chief Su is so powerful. I am the fire elemental priestess, but I can't do this. That's Chief Su, just watch quietly. It seems so ha. The witches looked at the fireman in front of them with admiration, without blinking. The strength is also first class, but not very stable, always hovering between the peak and ordinary. The fireman radiates extremely high heat all over his body, and every step he takes leaves a scorched black footprint on the ground. Afterwards, the fireman and the mountain beast all stood in the distance. One big, one small, one black, one red, forming a sharp contrast. If there were no light from the fireman, I'm afraid we would only be able to see the huge black shadow of the mountain beast. If we only compare the appearance, Suyu's fireman may be inferior. The defense of the mountain beast is definitely much stronger than that of the fireman, but nothing is absolute in the world. Both are mimicry creatures evolved from witchcraft elements, and a large crossbow is a new weapon. No one knows to what extent it can do. Jiao, let's start the test. Seeing that the two targets were standing still, Suyu spoke immediately. Okay, get ready. Jiao shouted. The tribesmen instantly tensed up their nerves, not blinking for fear of missing any scene. As the stirring wheel made a creaking sound, the bowstring was pulled to the limit. Jiao immediately waved his hand. The bowstring bounced with a buzzing sound, and the thick crossbow arrow was shot out instantly. The crossbow arrow broke through the atmosphere, making a dull whistling sound, like a ghost in the darkness, rushing towards the distance at an incredible speed. The atmosphere was violently broken open, forming a spiral airflow. Everywhere it passed was in a mess, as if washed by a violent storm. Then, everyone opened their eyes wide and stared at the fire in the distance. The fireman and the mountain beast seemed to be competing secretly, neither giving in. They're different from those evolved small parts. They're full of magic power, have first-class strength, and naturally have the ability to protect themselves. The two of them instinctively defended themselves based on the battle memories instilled in their minds. Almost in the blink of an eye, two crossbow arrows pierced through his chest. The one that pierced the mountain beast directly crushed the magic defense on its body, pierced through the thick mud armor, and penetrated its back. Although the mountain beast did not feel pain, it could feel that its existence was rapidly disappearing. The huge body seemed to be hit by a huge force, and cracks of varying degrees began to appear everywhere. The magic power was like a stream of water flowing out from the cracks. However, it still managed to stand firm, maintaining its shape that was about to collapse, even if only for a brief moment. In contrast, Suyu's fireman can only be described as miserable. The crossbow arrow broke through its chest almost unhindered, and the fierce whirlwind it brought with it directly tore its body into pieces. The momentum did not even decrease as it rushed towards the dark night sky behind it. The fireman is just an ordinary passerby, just like the plants and trees he has destroyed along the way. The flames scattered and shattered, and the gorgeous flames turned into elves dancing in the night sky. The results are already obvious. The brilliant firelight reflected in the eyes of the tribesmen, and they all felt a little lost. After all, it was their clan leader who lost. In their minds, Suyu had never failed before. It must be because the flames are too fragile. How can they be as hard as the hide of mountain beasts? Chief Su simply chose the wrong elemental ability. Yes, if we compare it with the clay figurines from before, it will definitely not lose. Anyway, I think Chief Su didn't lose. The witches began to whisper. Xiao Meizi was speechless. In order to speak for Suyu, these priestesses had learned to lie with their eyes open. I am a witch too, okay? I'm the same kind as you. He is the patriarch, yes, but I'm also an elder now. I don't care about my face. Besides, he is not your man. Why are you always so ungrateful? Xiao Meizi glanced at Suyu, somewhat surprised that this man was not depressed at all. On the contrary, his face was calm, and he had a confident smile. Suyu raised the corner of her mouth. That's not necessarily true. A man should be able to afford to lose. Xiao Meizi snorted coldly. The facts are right in front of us. The witches will help you, but I won't. However, before Suyu could explain, a witch's voice screamed. Si Jiao's depressed instinct with nowhere to vent, and the new words he had just learned finally found a place to be used. Look everyone, the flames are gathering again. Chief Su is awesome. The witches also screamed. The fireman did not disappear. He recovered again. He, as expected, Chief Su is the most powerful. Chief Su did not lose. Satsuki was stunned. Watching the flames that had just shattered gather together again and condense into the original fireman. As she is proficient in elemental magic, she naturally understands the essence of it. Fire element. Different from the others, although it is not as hard as the earth element, as gentle as the water element, or as domineering as the thunder element. Its vitality is the most tenacious. A single spark can start a prairie fire. Even if there's only a tiny spark left, it is possible for the fire to revive. Suyu looked at Xiao Meizi, who was frustrated with a deep meaning, and said with a smile, This wave is called rebirth from the ashes. If we only talk about defense ability, it is naturally inferior to your mountain beast, but in terms of success or failure, the result is different. Suyu smiled and pointed at the mountain beast that was already breaking into pieces and returning to its elemental state. So, in the end, only my fireman is left. I win this round. Wow, plus. Xiao Meizi's mouth shrank. She felt so aggrieved. It seems like I lost, but not completely. In her opinion, Suyu's victory was just a trick which she couldn't accept, but she had to accept it. Just like what she had just said to ridicule Suyu. A man should be able to afford to lose. Women, of course, have to be able to afford to lose. Okay, you win. Xiao Meizi shook her face, turned her head, and prepared to spread her wings and run away. Don't forget, you owe me another request. Suyu's proud voice came to my ears. And myself, the sound of raindrops falling in my heart. The tribesmen cheered excitedly after the patriarch won a complete victory and witnessed the power of the crossbow. Chapter 268 is great. At Si Jiao's signal, several tribesmen went forward to retrieve the crossbow arrows that had been shot in the dark. Suyu, you are so great. Xiao Huahua looked at Suyu with admiration and jumped happily. Only Yaxiang came over quietly, pinched Suyu's waist with her hand, and whispered, Have you been plotting against Xiao Meizi from the beginning? Hey, the one who knows me best is my wife. Suyu grinned. If the elements of a serious competition were to evolve, Suyu wouldn't necessarily be able to beat Xiao Meizi. You can only evolve 3 natural elements over and over again. If you compare them head-on, no one knows who will win or lose. That's why we have to take shortcuts. One person casually stated the conditions for victory, and the one who stood to the end was the winner. In fact, it was a trap. The results would naturally change if the conditions for victory were different. The second is to let Samiko take the first move and then respond. This is what is called a counterpick in the game. Look at what you can do. Yaxiang couldn't help but roll her eyes and warned, Xiao Meizi is different from us. You can bully us normally, but don't make her angry. He is a great wizard after all, with a ceiling of combat power. If he was teased away, it would be a huge loss. Suyu laughed and pinched Yaxiang's wrinkled face. Don't worry, I know she won't leave. Pooh! In the middle of a while of playing, the tribesman who had just gone to retrieve the crossbow arrows came back, panting heavily. There was no crossbow arrow in his hand that had just been shot, but instead there was a little man in a black robe. There was a large tear in the black robe on his arm, revealing his delicate white skin. It looked as if a large piece of flesh had been scraped off, and blood was oozing out. Chief Xiao Ai, I found a person. He was almost shot to death by a crossbow arrow. It seemed quite normal at first glance, but under the light of the fire, Xiao soon felt something was wrong. A black robe? That color is definitely not the original color, but was dyed later. My own tribe still wears grayish-white cloth and has no time to study dyeing knowledge, but there are already tribes that have figured it out. To be honest, Xiao didn't believe it. After all, judging from what we have seen and heard, the level of civilization in this world is probably not yet at that level. Show me. He took the little figure in black robe from the tribesman, lifted the hat on her head, and pulled open the small cloth button on her chest. The light pink underwear revealed inside once again confirmed his point. This is a little girl who looks to be about 10 years old, and she has been frightened into fainting by the crossbow arrow. Everyone looked at this strange little girl curiously, wondering where she came from. Suddenly, Yaxiang reached out and lifted her hair, then gently pushed Xiao with her elbow. This shouldn't be a human child. It's true. Xiao frowned. The ears under the black hair are somewhat different from those of humans. They are pointed, narrow, and trembling slightly. Elf, no matter how you look at it, it's pretty similar to the elves in the anime he saw on Blue Star. It's a cute-looking kid. It doesn't look like a ghost man. It doesn't have horns on its head. He's not an orc either. He doesn't have any fur or a tail. The witches made their comments one after another. Only Xiao Ai, after observing carefully for several times, gently lifted the little girl's eyelids with her slender fingers and saw the sky-blue pupils inside. Said somewhat uncertainly, Xiao, this child might be a member of the Sun Jing tribe. Xiao looked at Xiao Ai in surprise. Why not an elf? The tribesmen were all surprised by Xiao Ai's speculation. After all, the elves are too mysterious to all the tribal alliances on this continent. No one ever knew where they lived, and even fewer people had ever seen them. The only thing people know is the rumors about the elves, who possess more advanced knowledge than the outside world. Oh, have you forgotten that I happened to save a forest elf before? The mother stone I gave you was given to me by them. Xiao Ai explained. He pointed at the little girl's eyes again. I didn't dare to confirm it at first, but the forest elf told me that their people all have sky blue eyes, and the elves have emerald green eyes. Okay, take her back first, and then ask her when she wakes up and you'll know. So you put the little girl in Xiao Ai's hands. Xiao Ai was holding the thing in a panic, and due to the inadvertent shaking, 2 white stones of different shapes suddenly fell out of the little girl's pocket. This is? Xiao was slightly stunned, somewhat unable to believe it. Good job. Pie in the sky. The memories of the black and white cartridge games I played in the past seem to echo in my head. After the protagonist completes the task, a familiar prompt music will play. Ding, 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 ding. You were extremely lucky and picked up 2 mother stones. Here you go. It's great. Morning time. The sky was gray, and wet dew was dripping from the leaves and branches. Dark clouds drifted in from the west, covering most of the night sky. There was total silence in the clan's land, except for the occasional snoring of wild beasts in the animal pen. There was a sudden snapping sound in Xiao's stone and wooden house. It should be the sound of a small stool being tripped. At the same time, there are cat sounds. Meow. It must be the cat that Xiao Ai raised. Lee said. Chapter 269 Green Willow. Maybe. Xiao narrowed her eyes. Another period of silence passed. In the dark living room, strange noises were heard again. He rummaged through the storage boxes as if he was rummaging through drawers. What are you looking for? Suddenly, a beam of light appeared, and a red flame burned fiercely, illuminating the entire house. The little girl in the black robe screamed in fright and immediately sat down on the ground. Hush, keep your voice down. Xiao smiled slightly, and the flame in her palm jumped down like an elf, and actually grew a pair of flaming legs and ran to the campfire in the corner of the wall. This magical scene made the little girl even forget her fear, and only curiosity and disbelief remained in her watery eyes. The little girl was exactly the forest elf that Xiao brought back from the forest last night, but she had been unconscious all night, so she was left in the big house. Unexpectedly, I woke up by myself in the early morning. Who are you? How did you do that? The little girl stared at the fire in a daze for a while before she came to her senses. Of course it's magic power. Suyu smiled, took a small stool, and sat on it. My people found you fainted in the forest and brought you back. In fact, the truth was that he was testing the crossbow and almost pierced her through. I really hope this little girl doesn't remember. You're lying. It was your tribe's weapons that almost hurt me. Humph. The little girl pouted and said, I saw it all. You were testing strange weapons. Ouch. So you couldn't help but narrow her eyes and asked, How long have you been peeking? Under the light of the fire, the little girl could see Suyu's appearance clearly, and her eyes widened unconsciously. It seemed to be very different from the impression she had of the human race, and it wasn't ugly at all, so she was very surprised. The little girl seemed to have no reservations. She raised her neck, crossed her arms, and retorted, You are the ones who stole. The weapon knowledge must not be yours. My sister can't make that kind of thing, let alone you humans. Oh, how can you be sure that we didn't make it ourselves? Suyu was amused and asked with a smile, Who is your sister? The little girl's eyes sparkled, and she hummed, My sister is the smartest person in the forest elves. She has also developed a magic pattern technology that can control the movement of objects. You won't understand, even if I tell you. This. I don't seem to need to understand. So you can at least be sure that this little girl only appeared during the test and did not see the process of him drawing the magic pattern. My sister and the tribe leader both said that our technological heritage is much more advanced than that of humans. You are a barbaric race that only knows how to hunt and eat meat, so it is impossible for you to make that kind of weapon. The little girl said unhappily and walked towards the animal curtain at the door. I want to go back. After saying that, he hit his forehead on the door panel behind the animal curtain. Bang! Does it sound good? If it sounds good, it's a good melon. No, it's a good door. It hurts, it hurts. The little girl opened the animal curtain and saw the thick wooden board that was more than twice as tall as her. Her eyes widened. Tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. She turned back to look at Suyu. Where is the exit? That's the exit, Suyu said with a chuckle. We have been professionally trained not to laugh, no matter how funny something is. Unless you can't help it. You're lying again. This is clearly a piece of wood. The little girl stomped her feet in anger. That's called a door. Suyu put aside her joking attitude, pointed at the small stool in front of her, and said fiercely, I'm the barbarian you said who only knows how to eat meat. Sit here, or I will eat you now. He had long seen that the little girl wanted to run away, and the reason she was rummaging through the drawers in the big house was probably because she was looking for something. Frightened like this, the little girl immediately lost her previous domineering attitude and turned into a well-behaved sheep, moving over fearfully and shyly, step by step like the devil's pace. Hurry up, or I'll start. I heard that little girl's meat is tender and fragrant. Ah, here it comes, don't eat me. The little girl ran over sobbing and sat down on the small stool, her two short legs shaking. Suyu coughed and continued to ask, What's your name? The little girl raised her little face cautiously and glanced at Suyu secretly, hooking her little fingers between her legs, just like a child who had made a mistake and was being scolded. My name is Green Willow. What were you looking for? The mother stone was given to me by my sister, and I lost it. I'm afraid that everyone will blame me when I go back. Lavlayu pouted. Just as she guessed, Suyu nodded and continued to ask, Are you from the forest elves? How did you know? Lavlayu raised her head in surprise. Logically speaking, their ethnic group rarely sees the world, and humans know very little about them. Plus, they look similar, so it's impossible to tell them apart at first glance. Suyu smiled and did not hide it. My people once saved one of your people, so I know a little bit. You're lying. My people rarely come out alone, unless. Lavlayu's face turned a little bad, as if he recalled some bad memories. Unless what? Suyu asked curiously. No, nothing. My sister said that those things cannot be told to others casually. Lavlayu immediately shook her head, her eyes flickering and a little flustered. Then let me change the question. Suyu thought for a moment and asked, Since you are here, your people should be nearby. How many people are there, and where are they? Lavlayu immediately huddled up in a ball in vigilance, her voice trembling but very determined. You can't tell me. You better eat me. I won't tell you. There was nothing more to be asked from the man in this state. So, Suyu gave up decisively. Anyway, with this child here, the so-called forest elves should show up on their own initiative. At worst, he could use the map radar to search around the tribe's territory and find them. Suyu stood up, pointed to the animal hair carpet on the floor in the corner, and said, "If you are tired, just lie down there and sleep. If you still want to see your sister intact, don't think about running away." This threat made Lavlayu tremble and nodded hurriedly. Although the man in front of me was good-looking, he was too scary. Moreover, Lavlayu clearly felt that Suyu's oppressive power seemed to be greater than that of the most powerful warrior in their tribe. Could it be that he is also a great wizard? No, he is too young. Lavlayu found it a little hard to believe. She remembered her elder sister saying that this area was the most remote corner in the northwest of the continent, and there were no large tribes or alliances at all. Chapter 272, Little Cuties. Since it is not a tribal-level force, how could there be a great wizard? And she's so young and good-looking, it doesn't look like that at all. Maybe I was feeling wrong. She somewhat hoped that her tribe members could find her quickly, but at the same time, she was afraid that she would be scolded by her sister when she returned. After all, the situation of their tribe is not good now. Lying on the fluffy carpet, looking at the unfamiliar environment around me, I felt sleepy. Luyo fell asleep tremblingly, and in her dream, she seemed to be lying in her sister's arms, warm and comfortable. I don't know how long it took, but the little girl couldn't help but wake up when she felt an itch in her ears. When he opened his eyes, a young and pretty face came into view. The woman in front of him looked only a few years older than him, with a strange yet cute hairstyle. She was squatting beside him, gently stroking his pointed ears with her hand. For the elves, the ears are the strongest sense organ. Her sister told her that this is a place that only her man can touch, and she must not let outsiders touch it. But the one in front of me is also a woman. She was a little overwhelmed. I just felt my ears were sore and itchy, completely different from the feeling when I touched them myself. Chuckle. Finally, Lavlayu couldn't help laughing, and her cheeks turned red. "Your ears are different from mine." Kokoro also smiled innocently, then turned her face and put her ear close to him. "Of course we're different. I'm an elf, and you're a human," Lavlayu muttered, and touched Kokoro's small earlobe. "It's cool, fluffy and soft, like some kind of flower." Perhaps because Kokoro looked small and friendly, Lavlayu seemed less nervous. She sat up, lifted the robe over her head, and after a slight hesitation, stretched her ears out again. "My ears are pointier than yours." She really liked the tingling, numb, and slightly itchy feeling just now, so she was not averse to being touched by Kokoro. "Let me let you touch mine too." Kokoro tilted her head, her eyes sparkling. "Good." The two little guys just touched each other's ears and laughed happily. Xiao Ai and Winnie, who came out of the inner room and were about to go to the treehouse, really couldn't understand the source of the two people's happiness. They could only frown and give a reminder. "Kokoro, so you said not to let her run around." "I know." Kokoro readily agreed. "Brother Suyu asked me to accompany her." After the two lazy guys left with twisted waists, Lavlayu asked quietly, "Who are they?" Kokoro blinked and said, "They're my sisters." "So, what about the man from before?" "Brother Suyu. He used to be the chief witch of the tribe, and now he is the tribe leader." Kokoro explained proudly and sat down side by side with Lavlayu. "That man is indeed a great wizard, but you are too young." Lavlayu thought of the great witch in her tribe, who was almost old enough to be a grandfather. "My name is Luyo." Feeling Kokoro's enthusiasm, she thought about it, and felt that the only thing she could share with Kokoro seemed to be her name. "I know, Brother Suyu told me." Kokoro smiled and said, "My name is Kokoro." Although it seemed unlikely, Luyo still tried to plead with Kokoro. "Kokoro, can you let me go back? My sister must be worried after I've been away for so long." Kokoro frowned, crossed her arms across her chest, twisted her small eyebrows together, and shook her head. "No, Brother Suyu specifically told me not to let you leave the clan." Seeing Lavlayu's aggrieved look, the little cutie was helpless. Instead, he comforted her. "But I could take you to play in the tribe. Have you ever played on a swing? I can also lend you my big mouth." The friendship between little girls is much purer. Luyo is also a simple-minded little girl, which is why she gets along well with Kokoro. "Swing? What is that?" She rolled her sky-blue eyes in confusion, her interest piqued. "Let me take you over to have a look." Kokoro stood up with a whoosh, grabbed Lavlayu's hand, and pulled her out. Following closely behind them, the little clay figure that had been standing in the corner suddenly began to move and followed the two of them. When the animal curtain was lifted, the wooden door that hit Lavlayu's head in the early morning was open to one side. The little girl looked at this peculiar design curiously and felt it was unnecessary. Even though they had hung animal curtains, they still put a wooden board at the entrance, which caused me to bump my forehead and get a small bump. The sky was gray and the sun could not be seen. A howl attracted Green Willow over. Outside the stone and wooden house, a wild beast that was 5 or 6 times taller than Kokoro was lying on the ground. Upon hearing Kokoro's footsteps, it immediately jumped up. He opened his mouth wide, his tongue swung around, and saliva splashed everywhere. Wow, Ron, it's a mountain beast. Lavlayu looked at the wild beast rushing towards her and was so scared that her heart almost jumped out of her chest. She grabbed Kokoro's hand and planned to run away together. However, it didn't move. Only then did Lavlayu realize that Kokoro was much stronger than herself. That seemingly fragile little hand just slapped the nose of the mountain beast and blocked it outside. Big mouth, stop coming close to me. Your saliva tastes too strong. It seems like this guy has never understood anything since he was born. After sniffing twice, he turned around and exposed his back. The protruding scales on its back also shrank back all at once. Lavlayu was stunned and still hasn't figured out what happened. She was surprised at why Kokoro was so strong, and at the same time wondered why the name of this mountain beast sounded familiar. Kokoro seemed to have told her before that she could lend her big mouth to ride on. Big mouth. Is that it? So it belongs to a mountain beast. Lulio instinctively thought it was a horse. Did you raise this mountain beast? Green Willow asked tremblingly. Yes, Big Mouth was brought back by Brother Suyu and then given to me to take care of. Kokoro patted the strong back and laughed. How is it? I raised it to this size. I'm awesome, aren't I? So awesome. Even for Lavlayu, it was the first time she saw humans raising mountain beasts. There are ferocious beasts in my own tribe, but they are just ordinary wild beasts. Compared with the wild beasts, there is a world of difference. Not to mention it can be used for riding. There was something wrong with the look in Lavlayu's eyes when she looked at Kokoro, and there were some starry eyes in them. Kokoro, sister, you just said you could lend it to me to ride. Is that true? What did you call me? Kokoro's eyes lit up and her ears fell numb. Sister Kokoro. Hey, that sounds nice. Kokoro was so happy. It was the first time in her life that she was called sister. She grabbed Dazue's ears and warned him, Dazue, don't throw your sister down later, or I won't give you meat. Chapter 271, The Old Man. Xiao Mimi also wanted to ride before, but she never called her sister Kokoro, so naturally she didn't get this treatment. After finishing the instructions, Lavlayu came over excitedly. It was the first time that Lavlayu was so close to the rumored ferocious mountain beast, and she seemed very nervous and excited. Just like the humans who made their first contact with aliens in the Blue Planet movie, he squinted one eye and stretched out his slender little finger. Just be gentle. When her fingertips touched the mountain beast's back, it was like an electric shock, causing Lavlayu to feel unprecedented throbbing and excitement. She slowly opened her eyes, the corners of her mouth curled into crescents, and her watery eyes were full of joy. Go ahead and try riding it. Big Mouth is very well behaved. Kokoro started to promote it. Little Green Willow nodded vigorously, unable to suppress her excitement any longer, and climbed up with a whoosh. The back of a mountain beast is much stronger than that of a horse, and when it stands fully upright, the rider's field of vision is also improved. This new and strange feeling of overlooking the earth is shocking. It's completely different from the uneasy feeling on the top of the cliff. As Big Mouth walked, Green Willow hugged his neck tightly. She looked at the scenery flashing quickly around her, as if she understood her sister's obsession with the sky. It's not just my sister, but all the other members of the tribe are like this. They want to have the ability to fly in the sky, like the birds flying in the sky. Big Mouth ran all the way to the apple tree with Green Willow, called her twice, and then let her down. After a while, Kokoro ran out from Lioli's planting site, happily holding a few brightly colored fruits. Eat some fruit first, and then play on the swing later. Kokoro handed one over and introduced it. This is called an apple, and it's delicious. Apple. Seeing this kind of berry for the first time, Green Willow took it hesitantly and took a small bite. The sweet juice wrapped around her tongue and mouth. The taste spread quickly. The little girl's eyes sparkled. She was captured in an instant. Crunch, crunch, and eat it. Eat slowly. I won't fight with my sister for it. Green Willow. The two of them sat on the wooden board of the swing, and Lavlayu felt curious about everything around them. Kokoro, why are the places you live in so strange? I can't see any animal skin tents. Green Willow licked her tongue and asked curiously. Kokoro shook her head and explained. These are called stone and wood houses. They were built by Brother Suyu. They are much more comfortable than animal hide tents. They are big and safe, and you don't have to worry about storms and heavy rains. And the fruits you eat are also grown by Brother Suyu. Is it that young great wizard again? The strange houses and delicious fruits, the weapons and the clothes they are wearing now. When did humans become so smart? Although Vlayu is not very old, she has followed in the footsteps of her tribesmen and has witnessed many human tribal alliances, including discussions with my sister and elders. In their eyes, the human race is a race with backward knowledge and technology. That's why Vlayu said, humans are barbarians who only know how to hunt and eat meat. What she saw shocked her and slowly changed her mind. But Vlayu still couldn't believe that the human race could achieve this. Perhaps they had the help of other people's wisdom. That must be the case. Are all these things that you mentioned thought up by Brother Suyu himself? Vlayu asked seriously. Kokoro raised her little face proudly. Of course, Brother Suyu is the smartest. He can even tame wild beasts. Kokoro's confidence left Vlayu speechless. At least, she knew that her sister couldn't do something like taming a wild beast. However, the young Vlayu was still somewhat unwilling and gave a tough reminder. My sister is also very smart. Who is your sister? Can she also tame wild beasts? Kokoro didn't think deeply about it at all. She was just a little surprised. Tianron's words made the green willow wilt immediately. She pouted her lips bitterly and resisted weakly. Although my sister can't tame wild beasts, she has learned a lot of other knowledge. She can draw magic patterns, in which patterns dye clothes and make powerful weapons and armor. She also taught the tribe members how to use witchcraft to disguise themselves. She is the smartest person in our tribe. Not willing to be outdone, Vlayu almost sold her sister's underpants. Suyu, who witnessed this scene through the little clay figurine, had her eyes wide open. Kokoro was confused by what she heard. She shook her simple head and said, "Oh, that should be pretty amazing. Green willow. My resistance is like hitting cotton. It is useless." I'm very angry, but there was no way to get angry with the girl in front of me. Kokoro didn't know why Vlayu suddenly became depressed, so she took out another apple. Would you like another one? One. Dark clouds fell from the distant sky, and the humid air gradually affected the mountains and forests here. Suyu was accompanying Si Jiao in building a new heavy chariot when she suddenly frowned. On the side of the tribe, facing the valley, in the empty forest, a hunched figure appeared at some point. He was an old man over 50 years old, with a weathered face, deep wrinkles on his forehead, white hair and beard, and his eyes were narrowed so that only a thin line could be seen. He seemed to have a hunchback, and he walked slowly with a hunchback, step by step, unhurried and steady. The old man's silent appearance was like a stone falling into a calm lake, causing slight ripples. No matter how you look at it, this is an old man who is barely surviving in his twilight years. However, this scene was too weird and made people's scalps numb. Logically speaking, the tribesmen had already thoroughly explored the area within a radius of several miles, including the other side of the valley, and there had been no signs of invasion by foreigners in the recent period. Where did this old man come from? When the old man was 100 steps away from the tribe's territory, the warrior guarding the entrance clenched the iron knife in his hand and shouted orders. Something's happening. The guard waved his hand, and several female warriors from inside the fence climbed up to the platform and drew their bows and arrows. The other witches took out their iron swords and bone spears and surrounded them instantly. Suyu, Yixiang, and the newly joined Great Witch were all in the tribe, and the tribesmen were not as reserved as before. They stopped the old man outside, looked at him for a few seconds, and then shouted at him. "Don't go any further. This is our tribe's land. Who are you? Which tribe are you from? Why are you here alone? If you don't tell the truth, we will be rude to you." Of course, even if the old man explained his purpose, he would still be tied up. Chapter 272, Confrontation with the Old Man. The old man stopped and glanced around casually. He stroked his messy beard and suddenly opened his eyes. Those eyes were completely different from the old man's. They were like the eyes of a giant eagle, bright and sharp. The old man seemed to have grown taller in an instant. His body was no longer hunched but stood straight. There was no sense of witchcraft power flowing around his body, but the witches felt an unprecedented pressure. They only felt that the weapons in their hands suddenly became extremely heavy, and their shoulders seemed to be pressed down by huge rocks, making it difficult to move. With a loud clatter, his arms felt sore and weak, and his weapons fell to the ground. The old man glanced at the women and was also slightly surprised. Are they all witches? And their strength is not weak. They're all around second-rate. The quality of weapons and clothes is also quite good, even better than some tribes. They're not slaves either. At least none of the slaves are fat and white. But something is wrong. This human heresy should have been on the verge of extinction, not to mention that it was living so comfortably. But right now, the old man has other things to do and has no time to take care of these. Did you capture a little elf girl last night? If you don't tell the truth, I don't mind killing you. The old man threatened the witches. The witches looked at each other in confusion, wondering what was wrong with this old man. We never captured any little girl, not even an elf. That's bullshit. Lavlayu was brought back by Xiao Ai, and the guard didn't even notice it. No. Who are you? If you're just looking for someone, you might be in the wrong place. The witches were not stupid. At least they understood that they could not defeat the old man in front of them. It's just for scaring people. The witches were abandoned by their loved ones, expelled from their tribes, and experienced hardships that ordinary people could not imagine, surviving on the brink of life and death. A few brief threats, of no consequence at all. I couldn't even make them tremble. Moreover, some tribesmen have already gone back to report, and I believe that Chief Su will come to rescue them soon. When the time comes, I must pull out this old man's beard and let him scare people here. Do you think I'm kidding? Facing a group of fearless witches, the old man's expression was slightly gloomy. It seems that there is nothing more to be gained by asking. At the same time, behind him, people in black robes seemed to appear out of thin air and leaned out from all directions. Qinglian, did you really see Lavlayu being brought into this tribe by the humans? A female voice was heard, and the robe on her head was lifted, revealing her long black hair. I'm not sure. That night I saw Lavlayu fainted from a sudden attack. I didn't dare to follow too close. I only judged from the fire in the forest. The little girl, named Qinglian, nodded timidly and lowered her head in self-blame. The woman touched her head helplessly and turned to look at the old man. Uncle, can you sense the aura of Green Willow? This tribe is the only human camp around, so it must be here. The old man called Uncle swept his eyes around the huge clan territory, but still shook his head. No, the witch power is too mixed, and Green Willow's power is too weak. It will be difficult to find it accurately if it is mixed in. It seems that we can only go on a look for it. This is just a small tribe. With Uncle here, nothing will happen. Sister Hongwan, don't worry. If the humans knew that Lavlayu was from the Sinjing tribe, they would never hurt her. Yes, the knowledge we have is what they want to learn the most. Green Willow is a smart kid too. Maybe he's already found a way to escape. The tribesmen began to comfort each other, but some were not optimistic. I'm afraid these humans are too barbaric and don't understand the importance of knowledge. What if they're just like what Father and the others said, and only know how to hunt and eat meat? Okay, stop talking. Come with me in and look for it. You'll find out naturally. As Uncle Lao spoke, his expression suddenly darkened, and the wrinkles on his forehead instantly deepened. How could it be? Hongwan, things seem to be getting troublesome. Uncle Lao would never have thought that there would be a great witch in this inconspicuous little tribe. Miscalculated. I've been cautious for most of my life, but I actually made such a low-level mistake. Uncle Lao felt a little guilty. Perhaps it was just because he looked down on the other person too much. But no matter who it is impossible to connect this small ethnic group with the Great Witch. For a tribe of about 1,000 or 2,000 people, it would be a blessing if they could produce one top-notch warrior. A great witch would be confined to such a place unless he has a mental problem. Maybe there's something wrong with his brain. What's wrong, Uncle? Hongwan noticed the change in Shu Lao's expression and his instantly tense nerves. He even stopped concealing his realm and fully revealed his surging magic power. Catching these witches might be helpful. Uncle Lao suddenly spoke. Hongwan and her clansmen were slightly stunned, but immediately understood what was happening. However, just as they were about to take action, there was suddenly nothing underneath those witches. The earth element dispersed rapidly, and the priestesses cried out as they fell into the narrow pit. The ground was restored to its original state in the blink of an eye. There was no trace of crack at all. Why is there suddenly an extra hole? This sudden change scared Hongwan and others. Uncle Lao's eyes focused, and he took a step forward. The magic power flowed on his toes, and huge destructive force poured out. Come out! Pung! The earth was pierced through by a point and cracked instantly. The ground collapsed directly, but no one was seen. From the feeling of the touch on the soles of his feet, just now, Uncle had already guessed the result. The person who made the move was instantly moved away along with the Earth Pit. Earth Elemental Priestess. And it can achieve such delicate operation and speed. First class. Or superb. Uncle Lao's frown deepened a little. But fortunately, he can still accept it. At the entrance of the tribe, not far away, a lean and capable woman waved her hand, and the ground cracked instantly. Several witches climbed out of the pit while coughing. Thank you, Lee. Ahem. I'm choking to death. I thought it was dark. The priestesses were truly brave. No wonder they were able to survive with such a fearless attitude. Oh, from the elves? While Lee was rescuing the priestesses, a nimble figure had already landed in front of Shu Lao. Suyu glanced at the tribesman behind the old man, with turquoise eyes and slightly pointed ears. There were 14 of them in total, 8 women and 6 men. The women are all very delicate and good-looking. Although the men are not as rough and hairy as the humans, they are all very strong. However, these people looked pale, and their magic power was somewhat unstable. Uncle, be careful, Hong Wan exclaimed. Including her, almost no one in the tribe noticed Su Yu's appearance. He appeared in everyone's sight like a ghost. Fine. Uncle waved his hand. There was no sign of joy or anger on his weathered face, but his heart was already in turmoil. Chapter 273, Why don't we sit down and have a good talk? It's not because of the realm of the great wizard Su Yu or his surging wizard power. Although great witches are rare, they are not invisible and untouchable, not to mention that Uncle Lao himself is a great witch. The reason why I was shocked was because the other person was too young. Such a young great wizard somewhat subverted his cognition. Are you the chief witch of this tribe? Uncle asked in a deep voice. This simple sentence made Hong Wan and others behind him all stunned and dumbfounded. The words that were on the tip of his tongue were swallowed back consciously. Some members of the tribe even wondered if the uncle was too old and his eyesight was blurry. How could this young human in front of him be a great witch? People may lie, but strength will not. The oppressive force exuded by Su Yu is no less than that of Uncle Lao. That's why they choose to shut up. Yes, I'm also the leader of this tribe. Su Yu smiled gently. Among the dozen or so elves in front of him, only this old man is strong enough, so give him some face. It was beyond Su Yu's expectation that the elves would show up so quickly. Of course, it also saves a lot of trouble. I'm here to look for someone, a child from the forest elves. The old uncle didn't waste any words and directly stated his purpose. His eyes were fixed on Su Yu, and he was alert to the fluctuations of the surrounding magic power so that he could detect the other party's next move from the subtle movements. The great wizard is moody, especially the human race, who are even less trustworthy. Su Yu couldn't help but sneer. Why are you looking for your Sun Jing people to come to my human race? Do you want to capture my people? I saw you guys take Liu away. You still want to cheat? The young Qinglian shouted behind Uncle Lao. Uncle Lao waved his hand and told the child to shut up. His deep and sharp gaze once again met Su Yu's bright eyes. Human, return the captured child to me. This matter ends here, and we will leave here. This will not harm anyone. If you want to get something from that child, I advise you to give up as soon as possible. Hearing this, Su Yu laughed and shrugged. I said, I have never captured any of your people. The word catch is not used properly. I did manage to save one person. However, this old man captured the witch as soon as we had a disagreement and wanted to take his people back easily. Do you think this is your home? Save? Uncle Lao's face was slightly gloomy. He didn't know what the truth was. He heard everything from Qinglian when she came back. In essence, Qinglian did not lie. Su Yu's crossbow arrow grazed the peeping of Liu, so she took the unconscious little girl back to the clan's territory. This is what she saw. No matter what the truth is, Uncle Lao doesn't intend to delve into it. Whether you save him or catch him, since you have admitted it, just return the child to me and the matter will be over. Uncle Lao said in a deep voice. Let's not talk about your attempt to capture my people for now. Su Yu remained calm, but her calm face gave people a huge sense of mental oppression. Your people deliberately spied on my tribe and stole my tribe's technical knowledge. This is not a problem that can be solved with just a few words. After saying that, Su Yu pointed at the Qinglian that had just emerged and smiled slightly, which instantly sent a chill down the little girl's spine. I also have to thank you for sending the other people over here. I think you, the elves, are more aware of the importance of knowledge and technology than any other tribal alliance. That's natural. Uncle Lao couldn't deny this, but he also wouldn't agree with Su Yu's words. Not only him, but all his people are like this. How can a small human group like you have any advanced technical knowledge? We, the forest elves, have so much advanced knowledge. Why would we need to go and spy on your technology? At least find a decent excuse. You are such a shameless human race. The elves blushed and refuted. In terms of knowledge and technology, they would never bear to suffer such humiliation. Slandering an elf for stealing human technology? You have to be kidding me. It might be a joke to others, but to the elves, it is a naked humiliation. Not only that, this human race also planned to capture Qinglian again in front of Uncle Lao, which was extremely arrogant. Who gave you the courage? Even if you're a great wizard, you are too arrogant. At this point, Shu Lao and Hong Wan also began to feel angry. Concerned about her sister's safety, Hong Wan asked directly, "Human, tell me, what do you want me to do in exchange for your letting my sister go?" "Exchange your technology." Suyi was too lazy to talk nonsense and smiled playfully. "It must be something I like." He actually just wanted to see what kind of knowledge the so-called elves possessed. You don't even think about it. Ultimately, it was all for technical knowledge. The human race in front of him was no different from the humans he had seen before. Hong Wan's chest heaved with anger. It's not that they couldn't reveal the knowledge and technology, but they didn't dare. Because the cost of doing so is simply too high. The root of all this lies in their origins. Uncle Lao's old face was so gloomy that water seemed to drip out of it. The magic power in his body was roaring wildly, as if it would explode completely in the next second. However, the battle between the great witches will affect many things, and Uncle Lao does not want to go to war unless it is absolutely necessary. However, there are exceptions to everything, and he doesn't mind teaching this arrogant and ignorant human wizard a lesson. Uncle Lao looked at Suyu, who didn't care, and issued a final warning. "Boy, although you're also a great witch, you are still too young. If we fight, you're no match for me just based on your witch power and experience. I will only give you one chance. Hand over the child of Liu, and we will give you some resources as compensation, and then leave. If you insist on refusing, I can guarantee that your tribe will definitely." Uncle was talking. In the corner of her vision, a witch covered in a cloth robe suddenly appeared, folded the black witch wings behind her, and quietly landed on a huge thorn fence outside the tribe's territory. The familiar realm of magic power made him speechless for a moment, and his face turned green as if he had swallowed something unpalatable. "Ahem." The uncle coughed twice and said, "I will definitely let your tribe realize that this may be a small misunderstanding. Liu is still a child. Maybe she just ran to your tribe for fun. It is absolutely impossible for her to spy on technical knowledge. As long as you agree to let her go, I will not pursue the matter any further." "Suyu, what happened?" "Suyu, why does your tribe have so many enemies? You can't even have a good sleep." The dashing Yaxiong and the sleepy-looking Shafai appeared from two different parts of the clan and looked in the direction of Uncle Lao. Two half-step great wizards. "Ahem, young man." The uncle's weathered face seemed to wrinkle a small flower, and his eyes were gentle. "Fighting will only bring pain to both sides. Why don't we sit down and have a good talk?" "Equals?" Smiley face meow meow meow. A group of elves? Chapter 274, Negotiating Conditions. "Uncle you," Hong Wan asked in a puzzled voice. Uncle Lao just shook his head. "What the hell is this?" "Including the young humans, there are two great wizards, two half-step great wizards, and one super first class. Their combined strength is about the same as that of an ordinary tribe. Are you sure this is just a small tribe?" "Just teasing me. Want to talk?" Suyu grinned. "Okay, come with me." Suyu turned around and walked a few steps, then suddenly turned back and pointed to a few bushes in the distance that looked normal. She smiled slyly. "By the way, call those who are hiding as well." "Uncle." "Hongwan, how do you know?" "There are 20 people in the forest elves, including the uncle and those who have been hiding. 13 women and 7 men. Rather than being a conversation with the tribe, it felt more like being coerced and forced." Following behind Suyu, Hongwan's mind was full of questions. How did he figure out his own people's disguise? That is a means of using magic power to assimilate the surrounding environment, blend oneself into it, conceal one's aura, and thus disguise one's existence. This is the innate inherited skill of the elves, and it is also one of the fundamentals of their mysterious survival in this world. However, it was hard to accept that the human race in front of him discovered it so easily. Hong Wan wanted to ask her uncle to find out the reason, But the moment she stepped into the clan land, she was completely shocked by the sudden change in the scene before her. What are those huge buildings? Why is it completely different from the scene we saw outside the clan territory? It's a magic power. I added the magic power. Suyu looked at the frightened elves and laughed. The animal skin tents that looked the same as those of other tribes from the outside disappeared in the blink of an eye and were replaced by huge stone and wood buildings. Some of the elves could not believe their eyes and were all shocked. This is a normal reaction to the huge change in visual perception. This is the ability of the witch Dong Shuang, illusion. Now, she can easily create illusions and disguise the entire tribe. In the eyes of outsiders, is still the ordinary, dilapidated place. Of course, everything will return to normal after entering the tribe's territory. These are stone and wood houses where we live, and they have the same function as animal skin tents, Suyu explained. On the one hand, it is also to strike a blow against the arrogance of these people and let them know that there are always people better than you. Hong Wan remained silent. At least she could see that this kind of building was countless times better for living in than an animal skin tent. In general tribal alliances, huge buildings like this are mostly reserved for great witches, clan leaders, and the like. I didn't expect it to be so common in this small, ethnic group. Chief Su, are these new members of the tribe? She's very pretty. It doesn't look like a human. Huh, really? The ears are a little different. On the side, several witches were turning the handle to draw water. The clean and cool well water was pumped out of the well and poured into the wooden barrels prepared in advance. The priestesses greeted the elves and walked past them carrying water. Is that water? Extracted from underground? Hongwan finally couldn't help it and asked the witches. Yes, it's normal that you don't know anything when you just arrived. This is what Chief Su taught us. The water pumped up from underground is cleaner and more delicious than the water in the lake. The witch giggled. Hongwan. Uncle Lao's eyebrows and eyes twitched, just like his fellow tribesmen, as he listened to these incredible words. Is there water underground? Extracted from the soil? Can we drink it? These are not our clansmen. They are guests. Suyu suddenly reminded. The witches immediately cried out, ouch. Their pretty faces turned red, and they were embarrassed and at a loss. After Yaxiang waved her hand, she covered her mouth and slipped away. Then, Yaxiang told the tribesmen to pass it on and not talk nonsense to strangers. Suyu herself didn't mind it much. Even if these elves knew that there was water underground, they would not be able to immediately understand how to use it. No matter how deep you dig a well to get water, it cannot be used in all areas. Moreover, having never seen the space at the bottom of the well, they might have thought that they were simply extracting water from the soil. When passing by the apple tree, Hong Wan and others' attention was attracted by the planting area. They could tell at a glance that those strange plants and fruits were edible. Some tribesmen were still beating the strange golden vegetation, extracting small white particles, but no one knew what they were for. Everything about this ethnic group is so strange and incomprehensible. They were so focused that they didn't notice Liu playing with Kokoro under the apple tree. It was not until Liu shouted that Hongwan woke up. Sister, I'm here. Liu shouted, but did not dare to go over. Because she saw Suyu, she was instinctively a little scared. Green Willow. Hongwan was surprised and delighted, but she was stopped by Uncle Lao just after taking a step. Uncle, my sister is there. I saw it. Uncle shook his head. Don't go, it's dangerous. Following the uncle's gaze, I saw a wild beast several meters tall howling and wagging its tongue. In the eyes of Suyu's tribesmen, it was just a silly mountain beast whose favorite habit was to lick people. But for the elves, the scene was completely different. The howling turned into roars and screams, and the flailing tongue turned into a bloody mouth, waiting to swallow. This is horrible. It's actually a mountain beast. Uncle Lao couldn't help but admire that this tribe not only possessed the combat power of the Great Wizard and the half-step Great Wizard, but also raised mountain beasts. Moreover, among their tribes, there are not only priestesses, but also ghosts, orcs, and transformed wild beasts, which is simply unheard of. Don't worry, my woman is with her. Nothing will happen to her. Suyu didn't explain, just gave a slight reminder. Hongwan bit her lip and nodded helplessly. Soon, everyone arrived outside the stone and wood house. Suyu glanced at the forest elves who seemed a little at a loss and reminded them. Most of my people live in stone and wood houses. Mine is huge, you can all fit in it. But you'd better not touch my things. Shu Lao and Hong Wan looked at each other, gave some instructions to their clansmen, and then followed. Just as Su Yu said, the space in the stone and wood house was more than 10 times larger than the animal skin tent, and was divided into the main house and the inner room. The tables, stools, furniture, and other items inside attracted the group's attention. They came closer out of curiosity, wanting to touch them, but were afraid to move. Everyone, please sit down. Su Yu pointed to the small stool and sat down first. Except for Shu Lao and Hong Wan, the rest of the elves were standing. Chapter 275, No Need. Before anyone could speak, Kokoro's voice was heard from outside the house. Brother Su Yu, are the people from Lavlia's clan come and pick her up? Sister. Following Kokoro back, Lavlia also plucked up her courage and moved step by step like a robot, while observing Su Yu's attitude. Su Yu was speechless. I'm not a devil. He waved his hand, and the little girl immediately whimpered and threw herself into Hong Wan's arms like a frightened bird. Kokoro was also laughing and sitting obediently on Su Yu's lap. Luyo, are you okay? Have you not been bullied by humans? Hong Wan rubbed her sister's face and asked softly with her head down. No, Kokoro is so nice to me. She takes me to play on the swing and gives me sweet fruits. Lavlia shook her head hurriedly and took out a red tomato from her clothes. Sister, have a bite too, it's delicious. Hong Wan frowned. Lavlia, how can you eat foreigners' food so casually? Looking at the attractive color and strange fragrance of the tomatoes, even Hong Wan inexplicably moved closer. He was obviously scolding his sister for being careless, but the next second he took a bite naturally. How can I? Hong Wan felt a little embarrassed. She felt a refreshing sweetness on her tongue and suddenly chewed a few bites subconsciously. Whoa, I was suddenly speechless. I can't say it's really delicious. That's too embarrassing. Hey sister, it's delicious. When it comes to betraying her sister, Luyo never hesitates. Hong Wan was so confused that she stuffed the tomato into Lavlia's mouth under the curious gaze of her tribesmen. Eat your food and don't talk too much. Green Willow. Woo, a woo woo woo. If my sister doesn't want to eat it, I'll finish it. After the farce was over, Su Yu finally spoke slowly. Okay, since we are negotiating peace, we have to be polite. My name is Su Yu, and I am the leader of this tribe. Shu Lao and Hong Wan also introduced themselves. Then, Su Yu Ismail, tell me, what are you going to talk about? Su Yu's purpose has been made very clear, exchanging knowledge and technology for people. It's that simple. Uncle Lao glanced at Hong Wan, and they both nodded helplessly. Leaking the tribe's technical knowledge is likely to bring unimaginable crises to the tribe. But if they are too stubborn and don't know how to adapt, they will not be able to leave here either. The endings of the two are the same. The only difference is the time. If they hand over their technology, they will die later. If they don't hand over their technology, they will die immediately. Everyone is afraid of death, so it is better to choose the opportunity to survive. Uncle looked at Su Yu and smiled. We agree to exchange technical knowledge for Green Willow. Hong Wan suddenly interrupted. But there is a condition. What conditions? I want to exchange the seeds of your food. Even with just a glance, Hong Wan could feel the difference in the value of those edible plants, including the red fruit brought by Green Willow. Their tribe is now facing a huge dilemma and needs a lot of resources and food. One is for survival, and the other is to satisfy the elves' natural curiosity for knowledge. You have a sharp eye. Su Yu smiled playfully. This woman was as smart as Xiao Ai, and she knew much more than Xiao Ai. But do you think you are qualified to negotiate terms? Yes. Hong Wan looked straight over without changing her expression. I know why Uncle gave up. You have the absolute power to control us. But if you do that, you won't get anything you want, and I believe you don't want to see that result. Moreover, my proposal is not a condition, but an exchange of resources. I don't mean to let you suffer any loss. Then you really overestimate me. So you curled his lips in his heart. He actually wanted to capture all these people and make them his tribe members. But doing so won't earn you any favor. It's thankless and troublesome. So you pinched Kokoro's face and asked, it's okay to exchange, but it depends on what resources you can provide. We'll talk about this later. Let's solve your sister's problem first. What technology do you plan to exchange? Hong Wan thought for a moment and frowned. Water purification technology. I see that most of the water you drink is extracted from underground, which is definitely not clean, just like a turbid pond. Long-term drinking will cause physical discomfort, and in serious cases, you will get sick and die. My technology allows you to purify all that water and turn it into a clean and harmless water source. Whether it is water you extract from underground or water from a pond, mountain spring, or lake, it can be purified. Such technology is definitely the most tempting to the human race. That's indeed true. Suyu nodded. Then do you agree? Hong Luan curled the corners of her mouth and breathed a sigh of relief. It was not a loss to be able to use the simplest technology to exchange for her sister. However, Suyu did not respond, but patted Kekaluo's head and said, Kekaluo, it's rare for guests to come. Go, and pour them all a glass of water. Okay. Kokoro stood up happily, walked to the corner of the room, and fiddled with it for a while, then brought several bowls of water. The elves never liked things from other races, but before they could refuse, their eyes were attracted. This is a vessel made of clay. It seems so, but it's not the same as ordinary mud. Is it made with witchcraft? The elves were talking about it, but when they saw the water in the bowl, they were speechless. Just now, they were talking about water purification technology. The water in the bowl was clean and clear, and it didn't seem to have any impurities. It didn't look like it was drawn from a pond or lake at all. This is what you just saw. It's the water we pumped up from underground and purified it a little. Try drinking it. Suyu said. Originally, Hong Wan would never drink the water, but when she saw such clear water with her own eyes, her unyielding spirit was aroused. She couldn't believe that the underground water could be so clean. A light touch on the lips. Cool and refreshing with a hint of sweetness. Hong Wan couldn't help but take another big sip. She looked at Uncle Lao, and for the first time, frustration appeared in her eyes. Uncle Lao frowned, picked it up and took a sip, took a deep breath, and then slumped down. I know every tribe needs water purification technology. Suyu smiled and said, Unfortunately, I already have it. Hong Wan's eyes twitched, and she sighed helplessly. No matter how good Suyu's skills are, they will not be worse than his own. Then the dyeing technique. Hong Wan spoke again. No need, I can do it too. Suyu shook her head. You'll be an egg. The clothes of your people are all in primary gray and white. Hong Wan wanted to curse, but there was nothing she could do. If the other person doesn't want it, you can't force it on you. Chapter 276, Witch Mark. That weapon forging. I can. Armor refining. I can do that too. Low-level transformation of the Mother Stone. I still can't. Hong Wan went crazy. You are just a braggart. Even in the tribal alliance, there are not many people who are proficient in this technical knowledge. She felt that Suyu was teasing her on purpose, and flames appeared in her beautiful sky-blue eyes. What on earth can't you do? That depends on what you can do. Suyu grinned. In his arms, Kekaluo giggled and praised him generously. Brother Suyu is the best in our tribe. He knows everything. Don't talk nonsense, I didn't. Hong Wan's face turned pale, while Vlaio looked at her sister worriedly without saying a word. Then, the magic pattern technology will be fine. This is her final bottom line. Hearing this, Uncle Lao sighed helplessly. For the human race, this technology is definitely an era of innovation. It is high-end knowledge that can raise the strength of the race to a higher level. The human in front of him was greedy, and it was difficult for him to stop Hong Wan's decision. However, handing it over is not always a bad thing. Whether humans can learn it is one thing, and whether there are enough resources to use, it is another. After all, the most suitable resource for magic pattern technology is the Mother Stone. In the human world, this thing is rare, and even fewer people know its value. Suyu blinked and suddenly spoke. I think I'm thirsty too. Then he snapped his fingers. A wooden man creaked out from the inner room, his two wooden hands tightly holding a strange device that was only slightly shorter than him. It looked like some kind of water container, but inside the long and narrow interior there were strange flower-shaped iron sheets. The moment they saw the wooden man, Hong Wan, Shu Lao, and others were all dumbfounded. Outsiders may not be able to see the tricks, but they know it clearly. Isn't this the magic pattern technology? This wooden man's body must be embedded with Mother Stone that serves as energy. In other words, Suyu was not kidding them. He not only knew the magic pattern technology, but also knew how to transform the Mother Stone. Suyu asked Kokoro to bring an apple from the inner room, cut it into several pieces in front of the group of stunned people, and then threw it into the container. After putting on a special lid, he pressed down with his palm. Then, a magic pattern flashed and disappeared. After being activated by the magic power, the iron sheet inside was forced to move, making a humming sound. What is he doing? No one knows the reason, including the elves who think they are smart. Only Kokoro opened her bright eyes wide and licked her tongue expectantly. This is what Suyu said last night about preparing drinks for the wives. Kokoro remembered that Suyu introduced this thing as a juicer, and the juice squeezed out of it was incredibly delicious. After a while, the stirring inside stopped. When the lid was opened, the tempting apple aroma filled the air, making Hongwon swallow her saliva. Kokoro excitedly took 2 ceramic bowls and poured out the blended fruit juice. Brother Suyu, drink. Yeah. Suyu nodded, drank it in one gulp, and explained, this is called juice. You won't understand, even if I tell you. Anyway, it tastes good. You wouldn't understand, even if I told you. I don't understand. As a member of the forest elves, I was actually mocked by humans for not understanding. Hongwon wanted to strangle Suyu to death. Her mouth was pouting, and she looked aggrieved like a bullied young wife. Because she really doesn't understand. Kokoro took several sips, and her face instantly turned sweet. Seeing his good friend Lavlayu looking at him eagerly and smacking his lips, he reluctantly pushed the remaining half bowl to him. Green Willow, you should try it too. Really? Lulio was overjoyed. He raised his head and saw his sister's face turning away helplessly. Then he quickly took the drink and drank it all in one gulp. The feeling of eating an apple and drinking juice are completely different. This is so cool. He drank it all in one breath. Lavlayu burped, and his face turned red with embarrassment. Unlike her sister, Hongwon is not concerned about whether the juice tastes good or not. She had already seen that the wooden man, including the juice extracting device, all used magic pattern technology. How did he, a human being, learn it? Hongwon racked her brains, but couldn't figure it out. So to speak, what use am I in Suyu's eyes? For the first time in her life, Hongwon felt that she was so useless. I used to look down on the human race. The little hands were clenched and the toes were scratching on the floor, so awkwardly that one could dig out a villa. Suyu did not respond to her previous proposal, but this series of events was already very clear. Hongwon looked at Shu Lao as if to confirm. The old man was naturally aware of the embarrassment of his people, so he just nodded. Magic pattern technology is Hongwon's last bottom line, but it is not the last bottom line of the forest elves. For some reason, Uncle Lao suddenly felt that it would be a good idea to pass on the last bit of technology to this human race. His existence and this ethnic group are like a mystery, mysterious and unpredictable. But he brought some possibilities. Therefore, Uncle Lao wanted to try and see if he could find a result from Suyu. Then, Hongwon carefully took out a piece of animal skin from her arms. He placed it solemnly in front of Suyu. This is the result of my long research with the elves. Even the elves don't know about its existence. Although it is not yet complete, it already has enough potential. Looking at the animal skin covered with technically drawn patterns, Hongwon regained her former confidence. Suyu raised her eyebrows and looked over. At the same time, I noticed Hongwon's speech. She mentioned another race, the elves. What is the connection between the elves and the forest elves? As far as the eye can see, the animal skin is carved with a cylindrical weapon, a disassembly diagram, a sketch, and some strange patterns next to it. That one looks similar to the magic pattern, but there are subtle differences. What is this? Suyu asked. Hongwon curled the corners of her mouth and said, You finally don't know about it. She pointed at the barrel-shaped weapon and explained, This is called a magic power projection cannon. It's a weapon that uses magic power to attack. It's very powerful. The patterns next to them are magic patterns after my constant modification and testing. Hongwon thought about it, shook her head, and said, They can no longer be considered magic patterns. They should be called witch patterns. Witch pattern? Yes, since you can use magic patterns, you naturally know that magic patterns can control the actions of an object and make any object an independent individual. But witch patterns are different. They have only one ability. Hongwon explained carefully, in high spirits, and didn't seem to care at all that Suyu was an outsider. Suyu seemed to see the shadow of a scientist in her. In other words, this is an ordinary woman who loves technology very much. Chapter 277, talking about God again. Witch marks can be used to gather and concentrate witchcraft energy, allowing it to condense into an energy body between balance and explosion. It can then be launched through a projectile cannon to achieve the goal of destroying the opponent. As she spoke, Hongwon frowned and sighed again. Unfortunately, the technology of Wuan is still unstable. The energy that is concentrated will only explode at this stage and cannot be balanced. Those patterns need further improvement. She looked at Suyu and said seriously, Do you need this technology? Semi-finished product. But the future is limitless. This is just a cannon. except that the ammunition it fires is replaced by magic power. So you looked at Hong Wan with eyes wide open. She really didn't understand what was going on in these people's minds. How could they think to this extent? Okay, I accept this. Suyu nodded. I can give you the technology, but I have conditions. Hong Wan said, without hesitation. What are the conditions? I hope to study this technology with you until it is completed. Seeing the mystery of the man in front of her, Hong Wan also had the same idea as Shu Lao. Are you planning to stay? Suyu's eyes lit up. Yes. Uncle nodded. This is my clan's land. It's not so easy to stay here. Suyu said slowly. Shu Lao and Hong Wan looked at each other, then looked at the tribesmen, and continued. We can get food and resources ourselves, or we can exchange things with you. You can rest assured about this. Moreover, we will never go to places we shouldn't go, never ask questions we shouldn't ask, and never look at things we shouldn't look at. According to the legend of the elves, Suyu believed that they could do it. After all, in the eyes of this group of people, humans are much dumber than them, so there's no need for them to peek. Suyu pointed at the animal skin on the table and sneered. I can understand that this is a cooperation. If it is a cooperation, it must be based on mutual honesty. So, I would like to know the other reason why you decided to stay. Suyu sneered, emitting invisible witchcraft oppression. Don't try to deceive me. Beads of sweat appeared on Uncle Lao's forehead. He would never have thought that this young man would think so deeply. Maybe he was deliberately threatening, and Uncle Lao was still planning to persist. He put on a smile on his old face and asked in confusion, Chief Su, what do you mean by this? Suyu leaned back slightly and stretched her muscles. First of all, based on the impression that all humans have of you, the elves, you will not take the initiative to contact any tribal alliance, let alone agree to live with humans. Apart from that, I know everything about this forest. Whether it's the valleys, the forests, or the little bit of wilderness around, there are no signs of outsiders living here. So, your original tribe couldn't be here. There could be many reasons for your appearance here at this moment. Maybe it's hunting, or you like to roam around like the Ronin group. Or maybe it's fleeing. As for hunting, that can basically be ruled out. Suyu looked at Liu and Qinglian. It is indeed possible to bring the children out hunting, but they will definitely not go too far from the tribe. Nomadism is even more impossible. The forest elves are extremely rare in the eyes of humans, and the location of their land is also mysterious. If they like nomadism, they may have been discovered long ago. It is impossible for them to be called the most mysterious race. Suyu looked at Hong Wan and her tribesmen, whose faces were red, and said coldly, So, the biggest possibility for you is to flee. When I first saw you, I felt that your magic power was unstable and your faces were pale. This is due to the accumulated fatigue. What reason can make you not take time to rest and run around in this wilderness? So, tell me the real reason why you fled here. Suyu thought for a moment and reminded, If you are honest and the resources you hand over satisfy me, it won't be difficult for you to stay. Although my tribe is not strong, I can still protect you. Suyu smiled leisurely. Even if the opponent is an elf. At this moment, Shu Lao, Hong Wan, and all the forest elves looked at Suyu in amazement. It was as if he was looking at a monster with deep fear in his eyes. How do you know it's an elf? Uncle asked in a deep voice. Suyu smiled calmly. I guessed it, and it seems that I guessed it right. Having been tricked invisibly, Uncle Lao was filled with anger, but in the blink of an eye, he collapsed like a deflated ball. Hong Wan gently patted her uncle's slightly hunched back and sighed. Uncle, we lost this time. Since he wants to know, there's no harm in telling him. Hong Wan looked directly at Suyu with a serious expression. This is about some secrets of the elves and the forest elves. Are you sure you want to know? Once the elves know this, they may point the finger at you. What they hate most is for the scandals of their tribe to spread out. Suyu smiled. I like to hear secrets. The elves have already entered their territory, and it is too late to break away now. Besides, a lot of debt is better than nothing. If you are afraid of a race that has been hiding in the dark for hundreds of years, then there's really no point in moving forward. Okay, Hong Wan nodded. In fact, we, the forest elves, are the descendants of the elves. We are the children born from the union of elves and humans. However, the elves claim to be servants of the gods and look down on any outsiders. They do not allow their bloodline to be tainted. But not all elves think this way. As time went on, some elves fell in love with women from other tribes and had offspring with them. When the elders of the elves learned about this, they were furious and used various means to kill the foreigners. If they were pregnant, the babies would be taken out. As for their own people, They would be severely punished, and the worst-case scenario would be expelled. Elves, no matter what the circumstances, must not easily reveal the knowledge and technology of the tribe. Once you violate this ancient precept, it will be regarded as betrayal, and you will be hunted down endlessly. Suyu raised her eyebrows. If you are so strict, why not just use the heavenly oath to suppress it? They're chasing us as if it's just a joke. Hong Wan laughed bitterly and shook her head. They claim to be servants of God and are loyal to God their whole lives. This is already a heavenly oath. Do you really believe in gods? So you found it funny. Pledge allegiance to something that doesn't exist. However, Hong Wan nodded cautiously. Believe it. The old uncle standing by also made a voice full of vicissitudes of life. His eyes became dim, as if he was lost in memories. I saw it when I was young. Chapter 278 Morning Meeting 1. What does it look like? Suyu asked curiously. They have the same bodies as humans, with huge wings growing from their backs. They can't feel any witch power, but they can easily kill the great witch with a flick of their fingers. Suddenly, cold words came from the door. That's not a god. Xiao Meizi's face was as cold as ice, and she said coldly, they're just a group of beasts in human skin. Haha, maybe. Uncle sighed and did not refute Xiao Meizi. It seemed that the memories of those years were not very good. Hong Wan continued, our existence is a shame to the elves, so they have been trying their best to find and kill us. This time, the tribe where we have lived for decades was discovered, and the tribesmen escaped after a hard battle. Hong Wan's eyes were red, and she was full of resentment. For the future of the tribe, the two great witches fought to the death to stop them. They are all my childhood friends. If it weren't for the children's future, I would probably choose to stay there. The uncle seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant, and his figure was sad. So, after seeing your abilities and the strength of your tribe, I decided to stay. Hong Wan explained awkwardly. On the other hand, I also wanted to fulfill my wish and create the witch pattern technology completely. If you don't agree, we won't say anything more. Hong Wan's voice became low. Return Green Willow to us, and I will take my people away. If I let you stay, I will have an unknown enemy, and I will have to take care of your safety. Suyu said, I will lose money on this deal, no matter how I look at it. The faces of Shu Lao, Hong Wan, and others became much worse, but they did not seem very disappointed. After all, this was just a sudden idea and did not deviate from the original intention. Continue to escape and find a new home. Or, being found by the elves, it would be the end of everything. However, Suyu smiled again. Of course, it's not impossible to stay, but it requires some price. What's the price? My tribe is not strong enough and needs fresh power injection. The meaning is very clear. Join us and become one of my people. Suyu said, I'll give you some time to think about it. Give me an answer tonight at the latest. Now, let's talk about food seed replacement. Hong Wan and Shu Lao were speechless for a while. Can't you slow down and give us some time to think and calm down? And if we agree to join, we will give you everything. You really don't want to suffer any loss at all. Hong Wan said unhappily, but for some reason her mood was not as heavy as before. Suyu ignored him and smiled awkwardly. Let's keep things one. He thought for a moment and said, I am no longer interested in your technology. Let's exchange it for resources. What resources do you need? We fled here and don't bring much with us. Hong Wan said weakly. Suyu smiled evilly. Don't worry, you definitely have it. Lavlayu can carry 2 on her body. How could you be short of 1? What is that? Hong Wan became alert, her eyes flickering. Mother Stone. Late at night, there was firelight in Suyu's inner room. It was a small ball of fire that he created using elemental evolution. It was placed on the wall next to the bed, in a tray similar to a candlestick, as a light bulb. The ball of fire looks like an elf, with flames surrounding it, which is very beautiful. If not taken back, the small flame ball can last for a whole day, which is much more convenient than campfire lighting. Most of the women had already gone to bed. Suyu leaned against the head of the bed, carefully studying the diagram of the beast's skin projecting magic power that she had obtained from Hong Wan. Kokoro arched twice in her arms, curled up her petite body, and made some mmm sounds. Suyu smiled and rubbed the little cutie's face. Suddenly, Xiao Ai's reminder came to her mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for learning the witch pattern technique. Current completeness, 75%. Friendly reminder. The witch pattern technology the host has learned is not yet complete. Do you want to spend 2,000 favorability points to supplement the remaining knowledge points? Suyu was immediately delighted. There is such a good thing. It's just 2,000 favorability points. We are rich now. Under the current circumstances, what Suyu lacks most is time. He needs to develop the tribe to the strongest state as much as possible in a short period of time. Therefore, there is no need to hesitate to spend your favorability points on these technologies. Spend. Ding. Data is being updated. The witch pattern technology learning is complete. Then, rows of pattern knowledge emerged in Suyu's mind, which were exactly the missing parts of the witch pattern designed by Hongwan. That woman was very smart and had improved the witch pattern technology to perfection. The only thing missing was the closedness after the witch power energy was concentrated. The witch power was gathered into an energy body but could not be properly sealed, which caused instability. The witch power leaked out through the tiny gaps between multiple witch patterns and thus merged and collided with each other, eventually exploding. Once you understand the cause, the solution will be much easier. Suyu believed that as long as she gave the woman a little advice, she could solve the problem herself. However, the timing is not yet right. At least we have to wait until this group of people is completely settled in the ethnic group. While thinking about when the time would be right, Suyu suddenly felt someone pinching her waist gently. Looking down, the woman who was sleeping soundly just now had her eyes brightly open. "Why did you wake up?" Suyu asked softly. He believed that he did not make any noise to disturb his wife. Yixiang carefully climbed up and leaned against Suyu's chest. His long eyebrows trembled slightly, and there was a hint of worry in his eyes. "Have the elves agreed to join the tribe?" "Yes." Suyu nodded. In the evening, Hongwan and Shu Lao came forward and discussed all the matters. The elves, including those who stayed in the camp and those who were injured, totaling about 180 people, were all transferred here. Suyu seemed to see Yaxiang's worry, scratched the woman's nose, and comforted her. "Don't worry. They and I can only be regarded as a cooperative relationship now. They need strong protection, and I need them to help develop the tribe. We both get what we need. Although I know how to dye and forge weapons and armors, as Hongwan said, materials and time are still issues. I can't teach my tribe members everything in a short period of time. The most important thing is that I don't have enough time to do it myself. Their appearance has helped me solve some problems and accelerated the development of the tribe." Yaxiang hummed, then said, "This way, we will have one more enemy. The elves, this ancient and mysterious race, possess unknown powers. Generally speaking, no tribal alliance would be willing to be their enemy." "You're scared." Suyu smiled softly. "In fact, from the lives of Hongwan and the others, we can more or less infer that even if the elves are strong, they won't be that powerful. They're an organization that believes in gods. Maybe the knowledge of their ancestors was bestowed by those so-called gods. As for whether it is a god or a birdman, you have to see it with your own eyes to know." Chapter 279 Morning Meeting 2. Yaxiang raised her eyebrows and regained her former heroic spirit. "What am I afraid of? We witches have gone through such difficult times. No one is afraid of death." Her beautiful eyes looked at Suyu, full of tenderness. "Before, I only had my people in my eyes, but now there is you, and none of us want you to be in danger." Suyu felt warm in her heart, and she hugged Yaxiang tightly and kissed her. "I will also protect you. This is my responsibility as the clan leader and a man." It is undeniable that at the beginning Suyu was just doing it for the mission and to be able to survive in this strange land. But after going through all these things, those things have already changed quietly and become fetters and responsibilities. The woman closed her eyes with a rare tenderness. "For a long time. After dinner, I washed up." Yaxiang lay on Suyu's chest, feeling a little tired. Suyu rubbed the woman's soft belly, feeling the comfortable warmth. After such a long period of being well-fed, those eye-catching scars had faded a lot. "Seems to have lost some weight," Suyu suddenly said. "Really?" Yaxiang didn't feel anything and replied, "Maybe I've been helping build the chariot these days, and the amount of exercise has increased." Suyu heard this, patted Yaxiang on the shoulder, and said righteously, "If you continue like this, you will be exhausted. You can leave those tedious tasks to the tribe members. Your most important task is to protect the safety of the tribe." "Yeah, I know." Yaxiang understood what he meant. She knew that Suyu was concerned about her. The responsibility of protecting the tribe had actually fallen on his shoulders a long time ago, and she just needed to cooperate. The two were speechless for a while. The night sky outside the window fell through the window and caressed Yaxiang's body. Suyu glanced at her, and a thought flashed through her mind. After a long time, she sighed softly. "Why is your stomach still?" I think I've tried hard enough. Counting the time, it has been 4 or 5 months. Yaxiang placed her hand on the back of Su Yu's hand and smiled helplessly. Why are you in such a hurry? What is supposed to come will eventually come. Didn't I tell you that the stronger the witch power, the slower the baby will come out? It took me more than a year to be born in my mother's belly and to have consciousness. Well, after all, it's quite different from our hometown. If we get pregnant there, we'll see signs of pregnancy in 7 or 8 days at the earliest, or about 11 or 12 days. After another 10 months of pregnancy, the little guy will be out. So you explained. So fast. Yaxiang couldn't help but be a little surprised. It was the first time she heard Su Yu mention these things. Yes, the contrast is quite big. In fact, Yaxiang didn't want to have Su Yu's child. At the moment, he could only comfort himself and kiss Su Yu's cheeks silently. Don't worry, there will be a child who belongs to us. Su Yu nodded, looked at the charming woman in her arms, and said unconsciously, I will wait, or you can think of a name for the child first. Name? Yaxiang turned around and smiled helplessly. It's too early. We don't even know whether it's a boy or a girl. Looking at Su Yu's sparkling eyes, he chuckled again. It's up to you. Think whatever you want. Su Yu also scratched his head and laughed. I'm just kidding. Anyway, our child must have a resounding name. One that sounds crazy, cool, and awesome. Chapter 280 The End of the Sky Beast Tribe. A few days passed quickly. A mountain forest hundreds of miles away. Under the warm and gentle sunshine, it is actually a cold hell. Rocks collapsed. Huge trees fell down. Broken roots and limbs were everywhere, and countless camps were reduced to ruins. The wailing sounds were everywhere in the mountains and forests. The sounds of fighting and the collision of weapons had not yet disappeared, and occasionally a huge roar could be heard, and the mountains were shaking, making people feel as if the sky was falling and the earth was collapsing. This is the Sky Beast Tribe. The tribe leader Wang Xian's hair and beard were all stained with blood. His old body was shaky and his face was pale. His body was shaking constantly, as if he would fall down at any time. He didn't look like a warrior with top-notch witchcraft power at all. The building was about to collapse. Wang Xian stood on a high place, looking at his clansmen who were retreating step by step, and he couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of blood. The century-old foundation passed down by our ancestors worked hard, but we didn't expect that it would be destroyed in our own hands. When Sun Tian disappeared, he already realized something was wrong. Losing the fighting power of a great wizard is a huge hidden danger for any tribal alliance. If this hidden danger is magnified by someone with ulterior motives, it can be fatal. The great wizard is not omnipotent, but without the great wizard, nothing can be done. Even though he had made many guesses and preparations, and had temporarily succeeded in dealing with the Crescent Moon tribe, Wang Xian was still unable to completely relax. However, what he worried about still happened. What he didn't expect was that among the many tribal alliances, the first one to bare its fangs to him was not the Cunning Crescent tribe or the brutal Black Iron Alliance, but the White Tiger Alliance, which had always maintained a neutral attitude and treated all tribal alliances equally. The other party's reasons are very convincing and can make all other forces shut up. He openly attacked the daughter of Xiao Yunfei, the Great Witch Xiao, within the protection area of the Beige Trading Tribe, attempting to kill her and seize her resources. This is to ignore the two major forces at once. Everyone is trying to seize resources, but it is all done in secret. As long as it is done perfectly and there is no evidence, no one dares to say anything. But this is a dirty matter after all, especially for a big force like the Tribal Alliance. There's also an extra layer of face involved. Once it is brought to the surface, it will inevitably become the target of public criticism. Even if it is your friendly forces, they will have to think twice before speaking for you. After all, it is much better to be spitted on and eaten by everyone else than to stand behind you and be beaten together. When a wall falls, everyone pushes it down. This is the reality of this continent. Of course, as long as your alliance is strong enough and can still gain the support of a lot of people, all problems will not be a problem. The Sky Beast Tribe is obviously the former. Their strength was damaged and the scandal was exposed again. After the White Pigeon Trading Tribe's vigorous publicity, the White Tiger Alliance's crusade became a completely just army, from an invasion at the beginning to a justified pursuit of justice. Anyone with a discerning eye can naturally see that there is no one to help, but there are quite a few who are trying to take advantage of the situation and want to get a piece of the pie. However, the White Tiger Alliance was too powerful, and some small tribes did not want to make enemies, so they simply stopped fighting and chose to sit back and watch the show. This battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Wang Xian watched his tribesmen fall one by one, and the younger generation of warriors continued to die, his eyes bloodshot. The great wizards of Chu and Wei tried their best, but failed to turn the tide of the battle. The White Tiger Alliance sent 3 great witches this time, and they almost suffocated the Sky Beast tribe the entire time. Although the number of the tribesmen was almost the same as that of the enemy, they were completely crushed in momentum, which eventually led to their defeat and collapse. Chief, run away and take the rest of the tribe away from here. Otherwise, we will all die here. The animal bone helmet that he usually wore on his head was gone, and Aguda, with messy hair, dragged his injured body back to where Wang Xian was. Escape. Wang Xian sighed sadly. This is the land that my Sky Beast tribe has guarded for 100 years. If we flee from here, we will never be able to come back. But if we don't run away, all our tribesmen will be gone. Agudo advised, and suddenly he spat out a mouthful of blood foam and cursed loudly. Do the people of the Crescent Moon tribe have lumps on their feet or broken legs? We have sent in waves of faithful slaves, and it has been 2 days, but they haven't made any movement. They are really not human. Aguda was so angry that he threw the broken bone knife in his hand far away, his eyes full of bloodshot. They were also involved in the sneak attack. At worst, we can tell everyone about it. Don't think it will be easy for everyone. Wang Xian couldn't help but sneer when he heard this. Is it still useful to say this now? Do you think the rest of the tribe will care about the truth? This is true for the White Tiger Alliance as well. From the day they attacked, it no longer mattered what the truth was. There's no way the Crescent Moon tribe will come. Wang Xian sighed dejectedly. If Yi Fei was in power, there might be some chances of a turnaround due to the long-term friendship between the two sides and Yi Fei's temperament. But this is where the bad things go. The Crescent Moon tribe had long been split into 2 factions. In recent years, Song Heihu's power had gradually expanded and had become a powerful force. This person is much more powerful than Yi Fei. He is extremely cunning, and his personal strength is quite terrifying. Others may not be clear about it, but Wang Xian knows it clearly. After all, this is more than the first or second time he has collaborated with Song Heihu. Of course, the more important point is that Wang Xian was unwilling to be inferior to others and serve as a subsidiary of other tribal alliances. The tribesmen became slaves and were driven around by others, while he himself became a cheap elder, powerless and waiting to die. It was simply ridiculous. After being used to being an emperor for a long time, who would bother to be an official as insignificant as a sesame seed? Aguda was not stupid. He understood after thinking about it for a while. He could only curse inwardly and return to the battlefield again. On the battlefield in the distance, 2 great wizards were still fighting to the death. Wang Xian thought for a long time, and 2 cold lights suddenly flashed in his sinister eyes. Xiao Yunfei, don't you just want achievements and resources? I don't want this clan land anymore. One day Wang Xian will come back. As he said that, he looked towards the southwest again, his face gloomy. Song Heihu, you are very good. I will remember this. When facing a dying situation, even the most stubborn and hard stone will be softened. Although Wang Xian is old, he still wants to live. After making the decision, the old man did not stay and just walked away. However, he would never have imagined that in the valley in the southwest, there was a large group of people resting quietly. The sturdy Song Heihu rubbed his palms, lay down on the wooden chair, patted his knees gently, and closed his eyes to rest. Next to him was Li Ming, the great witch who was sitting on a rock, waiting quietly. Amid the rocks in the valley, there was a pile of corpses lying in a mess. They were all human slaves with animal head patterns tattooed on their bodies. This group of people were all buried here before they reached the Crescent Moon tribe. Chapter 281 Stockings. Not long after, a loyal slave came back from the front and ran to Song Heihu's side. Great Wizard Song, the people from the White Tiger Alliance have already penetrated the innermost part of the Sky Beast tribe. I can't get in. Chu Han and Wei Xiaoxian are quite resilient. It's been 3 days, and they haven't been beaten to death yet. Li Ming smiled sarcastically, picked up 2 fruits, and started eating them. Song Heihu did not respond. He had some understanding of the strength of these 2 great wizards. At the very least, he is not like those 2 cowards around him who can be knocked down in one move, even if they are 2 against 1. Explore further. No need to go deeper. Keep a close eye on the people who escaped from the Sky Beast tribe. Song Heihu pondered for a long time and shook his hands lightly. Yes. Xinu turned and left. Li Ming then asked in confusion. Brother Hu, we have been waiting here for 5 or 6 days. How long do we have to wait? You keep saying that the time has not come yet. What time is it? Outside each major tribal alliance, there are often trusted slaves on guard to learn about any emergencies in the tribal alliance. It is impossible to eavesdrop on internal affairs, but the large-scale dispatch of troops would make too much noise, and anyone with eyes could see it. Ever since Xian Nu came back to report the unusual movements of the White Tiger Alliance, Song Heihu guessed their destination from the direction they set out. When the White Dove trading tribe gave its reason, Song Heihu had already brought his men to wait here. This time, he was determined to win, so he completely ignored the rule that the Great Wizard could not leave the base for a long time, and made arrangements in advance. In response to Li Ming's question, Song Heihu slightly raised his eyelids and smiled coldly. Once Wang Xian dies, it will be the opportunity. Everything in the ethnic group is developing in an orderly manner. Ever since Hong Wan and other forest elves joined, Su Yu's camp has had a touch of color and has become colorful. Once you join a tribe and become a member, many things become beyond your control. The dyeing and other technologies that were originally used for trading were soon requisitioned by Su Yu. It's not that she can't accept this change, but Hong Wan feels inexplicably depressed. Did I sell myself out without realizing it? I still feel like I'm counting resources for the other party. However, all the discomfort disappeared after Su Yu taught her how to improve the witch pattern. Whether it sells or not, or if you feel uncomfortable, that's not a problem. The experiment of Wuwen's concentrated energy was a huge success. The technology that I have been researching for so long has made a breakthrough. Nothing can make me feel more gratified than this. At the same time, Hong Wan and other forest elves' understanding of Su Yu was once again elevated, and they had to admire the intelligence of this human race. I also became very interested in the hometown blue star that he mentioned casually. Many of Su Yu's wonderful ideas, even the magical story she talked about after dinner, were talked about by everyone with relish. They were even specially collected and circulated among the tribesmen. After all, the characters, the world, and the imaginative abilities in the story are all so desirable. Between heaven and earth, there are actually humans, ghosts, immortals, and gods. Immortals and gods cannot talk about love, get married, have children, or pursue desires and demands. They live in the sky and on mountain tops, rule over the human world and the underworld, and control reincarnation. Heaven is called the Heavenly Palace. The top of the mountain is called the Fairy Mountain Cave. The most bizarre thing is that monkeys can actually jump out of stones. Su Yu herself didn't expect that journey to the west, which was used to cheer up Kokoro, would be so popular and brainwash everyone. It developed faster than teaching, and countless terms began to emerge among the tribesmen. There are many masters, monks, thieves, idiots, and senior brothers. When people saw the tribesmen with shaved heads, they joked that they were going to the West to worship Buddha and seek scriptures. Even if no one understands what one is praying to Buddha for, what exactly one is praying for. The somersault cloud and Tathagata's palm became everyone's favorite topic of discussion. After all, a somersault can cover a great distance, and a palm can turn into a mountain. These abilities are completely unimaginable, even if you rely on your imagination. For the first time, the tribesmen felt that God, this special existence, was so close to them. Brother Su Yu, can you travel a great distance? After Kokoro was poisoned, he would occasionally ask Su Yu this question. The women were also very curious. Su Yu said, "What's the point of doing somersaults? It's better to do it to you." After the garment workshop, Su Yu also opened a dyeing workshop, which was led by a member of the Xinjing tribe and specialized in dyeing work. However, what made the forest elves curious was that the first thing Su Yu dyed was not some ordinary clothes, but 2 long tubes made entirely of mountain spider silk and a lot of underwear. He separated these from the clothes and asked the tribesmen to dye them in different colors. He explained everything clearly and then left mysteriously. After 2 days, the dyed clothes were dried, simply washed, and then dried in the sun, and they were finished. The clothes were delivered to Su Yu's stone and wooden house. After a busy day, Su Yu suddenly became energetic when she saw them. There are 9 sets of black stockings and underwear, and 6 sets of white stockings. After dinner in the evening, the women were playing and fighting, so Su Yu took it out. "I have clothes to give to you. Try them on after you take a shower." Su Yu coughed twice and said very seriously. The women were stunned by the strange clothing. They did recognize the underwear, which only had more colors than before. But no one knows what those pairs of socks are. This one is war on the legs, Su Yu explained. Yaxiang took it and looked at it, frowned, and looked at Su Yu with sharp and cautious eyes. I'd better not wear it for now, but it's okay if I just try it on. After living together for such a long time, Yaxiang was still able to not be aware of Su Yu's bad intentions. I'm afraid this pair of black stockings is more than just something you wear on your feet. Oh, what a pity. I'll keep it for you. Su Yu pretended to be regretful. He knew Yaxiang's character well, so he couldn't be impatient. Then he looked at Lynn and Li. Lynn was a little confused. She held the black stockings and underwear, blushing and not saying anything. After a long time, she nodded slightly, which was considered as her consent. Li's eyes darted left and right, as if she was considering which team to stand on. Hey, I'll just try it. It feels weird to sleep in this. Li quickly got behind Yaxiang. Chapter 282, The Lost Man. A few days passed quickly. Soon it was evening, and the tribesmen, tired after a day's work, were ready to rest. The sunset illuminated the entire tribal land, and the camp ended as usual in an atmosphere of laughter and joy. However, at the same time, an uninvited guest came in a hurry from the forest outside the camp. The thin little girl carefully recalled the words and routes that the young master had told her, and groped her way through the forest cautiously. After running all the way, she had eaten all her dry food, and her straw sandals were worn out and torn, so she just threw them away. In order to avoid ferocious beasts, she even took a detour through the wilderness. However, the last section of the journey was all mountains and forests, which were unavoidable. She gritted her teeth, and with the determination to die, she resolutely went in. Fortunately, she did not encounter any ferocious wild beasts along the way, and she did not even see a single coyote that was stronger than a rabbit. This is obviously not in line with the biological laws in the mountains. But she didn't think much about it, but kept running towards the end of the forest. After running for a whole day, she felt that the last bit of strength in her body had been drained out. There was no more jerky in her arms, and stars began to appear in her eyes. If she couldn't find the tribe that the young master mentioned, she would probably starve to death or die of exhaustion. But it didn't matter to her. Her purpose this time was to convey the young master's words to the great witch, nothing more. Therefore, she cannot die before completing the mission. Relying on this belief and persistence, the little girl passed through one jungle after another and climbed over countless small hills. But she still had no intention of stopping. Until, accidentally, he stepped on empty air. The picture in the sky turned upside down. His head buzzed, and his body fell onto the soft soil. This should be a dirt pit, which is twice as tall as her. It is impossible for her to climb up with her current strength. In her narrow field of vision, the evening sky was dotted with colorful clouds. It was such a beautiful scene, but she had never had time to observe it. The little girl looked at the sky stupidly, and for some reason she recalled all the past scenes. Looking back, I was thrown into an abandoned corner of a campsite along with other people, left to fend for myself. The colorful clouds dissipated and the sky gradually darkened, just like the little girl's dimming eyes, slowly losing their light. Finally, I can go to bed. Just as the little girl was about to close her eyes, a cold yet warm voice floated into my ears. Who are you? How did you fall? Her hair was flying in the air like flames, looking very beautiful. The woman frowned and then jumped down. So weak. Even as a child, Yaxiang was very alert. She checked the other person's condition briefly and frowned even deeper. The child's life force was extremely weak, and he was covered in wounds, looking like a refugee. But there was no tribe around him at all. If I hadn't happened to be here, the little girl would probably have died. Yaxiang no longer hesitated, quickly picked up the other person and brought him back to the tribe. Along the way, he didn't even respond to the greetings of his tribesmen and ran straight to his own stone and wooden house. Su Yu, who was eating, was suddenly startled. Chapter 283, Uninvited Guests. Yaxiang, who is this? A member of the tribe? Winnie asked. That shouldn't be the case. There doesn't seem to be any children this old in the tribe. Xiao Ai replied. To be precise, there is no child who lives such a miserable life. No, Yixiang shook her head. I just encountered it in the dirt pit outside the tribe's territory. She looked at Su Yu, who was also observing, and asked, Can he be saved? Of course I can. Su Yu nodded, then touched Kokoro's head. Kokoro, use your magic to stabilize her first. Can I? Kokoro herself had a very cute look on her face. Of course you can. Your skill can restore vitality, so it should be useful to people as well. Su Yu smiled. Then I'll try. This was the first time Kokoro used her skills on a human, and she was both cautious and excited. The small hand was placed on the little girl's hand, and the light green magic power immediately flowed into the other's body. Soon, the little girl's whole body was lit up with light green light, and the vitality that had been gradually disappearing slowly recovered. The recovery potions in the system store are of course useful, but the little girl is not injured, so there is no need to waste them. It seems to be working. Kokoro is the caster, so naturally she can best sense the other person's condition. Seeing that the little girl's breathing became steady, he stopped and said happily to Suyu, "Hey, that's awesome." Suyu praised him again, making the little cutie feel a little embarrassed. She's awake. At this time, Lee reminded. The little girl opened her eyes and looked at the group of unfamiliar faces in front of her, and suddenly felt a little nervous. She was not afraid. After all, the group of women in front of her were much gentler than beasts and death. Moreover, they are all very beautiful, including the man, who is several times more handsome than the male warriors in the tribe. The little girl was suddenly stunned. She remembered that the young master had once told her that the great witch who saved them was a very handsome man. The little girl will remember his name for the rest of her life. "Who are you? Where are you from?" Suyu looked at the little girl's eyes, which had regained their light, and asked, "Kuishi." The little girl murmured a name. However, she did not say where she came from, but looked straight at Suyu and asked, "I am here to find Suyu, the great witch. Looking for me?" Suyu and the women were all stunned. Yixiang seemed to understand why she was here, and couldn't help asking, "What do you want to do with Suyu?" Chuisher shook her head slightly. I can't tell you. I can only tell you when I see Suda Wu. I am Suyu, you can tell me," Suyu said with a smile. Chuisher's heart moved, and the light in her eyes became brighter. Of course, she remembered the instructions given by the young master before he left, and could not easily trust any stranger. "Can you be invisible?" "Yes." Suyu nodded, and seeing Chuisher's expectant eyes, she seemed to understand something. At the same time, there was also a guess about her identity. "What you say is never as real as what you see with your eyes." Suyu then performed an invisible act on the spot, which shocked Shueisha so much that he opened his mouth wide. What the young master said was indeed correct. This great wizard is so powerful. And this is also another criterion that the young master uses to judge whether the other party is Su Dao. He looks young and handsome, has great strength, and can become invisible, so it should be him. Shueisha immediately supported the blanket with her hands and tried to stand up to salute Suyu, but her weak body didn't allow her to muster any strength at all. "It's okay, just lie down." Suyu smiled and stopped her behavior, then said, "Are you a child of the Crescent Moon tribe? Did Song Yuanshan ask you to come here?" Kuishi nodded. Chapter 284, Jadestone. At the same time, I finally breathed a sigh of relief, as my guess was correct. Now, the women also understood the purpose of the little girl coming here. The original trace of doubt also disappeared, and the look he gave Shui sure became softer. "Does Song Yuanshan have something to tell me?" Suyu continued to ask. However, Lynn quietly touched Suyu's waist at this time and spoke softly. "Suyu, why don't you let her eat something first? I think she's starving." "That's right." Chuisher was so hungry that his face was pale and his body was thin. In addition, he had been running around for days. Now was definitely not the time to ask him questions. Suyu scratched her head awkwardly and smiled at Lynn. "It was my negligence, Sister Lynn. Please bring some food to feed her." Lynn smiled sweetly. "Brother Suyu, let me go squeeze some juice for her." Kokoro also shook her little head. Seeing the girl younger than herself, she automatically acted as an older sister. "Okay." Suyu touched Kokoro's head. "I'll go ask someone to prepare some bath water." Winnie also said, "Then I'll go find her some clothes to wear." Xiao Ai followed. Chuisher was obviously frightened by the enthusiasm of these women and was a little at a loss. Especially the beautiful woman beside him with the most familiar face and smell, who brought him back from the pit. At this moment, she felt the tears in her eyes welling up again. Tears welled up in my eyes, but the feeling was completely different from before. Yaxiang looked at the flustered Chuisher and gently held her hand. "Don't worry, everything will be fine once you get here." After eating, taking a shower, and changing into new clothes, Chuisher felt like she was living in a dream. Everything seemed so unreal. The women took care of her like older sisters or mothers, and were all very gentle. The young lady, who looked only 2 heads taller than me, brought me some water of a strange color. It was so sweet that it touched my heart. Compared with the Crescent Moon tribe, life here is like heaven. Shui sat on the blanket, carefully touching the brand new clothes on her body. They were cool and comfortable. She had not seen what new clothes looked like since her father and mother died. Suddenly, she wanted to take off her clothes, thinking it would be a waste to keep them on herself. If they got worn out, she would have nothing to replace them with. However, just as this thought came to mind, the handsome great wizard appeared before him. Suyu sat cross-legged in front of Shui. After some tidying up by her wives, the little girl finally regained her energy. Kokoro lay on Suyu's back and was also very curious about why Shui came all the way here. Not only her, but also Winnie, Lynn, Yaxiang Li, these women who were originally from the Crescent Moon tribe, all wanted to know the current situation there. Are you full? Well, thank you, Master Witch Su. Shui responded immediately to Suyu's gentle inquiry. Brother Suyu is no longer a great witch, but the patriarch of the tribe. Kokoro made corrections on the side. Chief. Shui was surprised and quickly lowered her head to change her words. Chief Su. It's okay. You can call me whatever you like. Suyu Ismail. To him, being a great witch here is almost the same as being a clan leader. It's just a change of title. Okay, Chief Su. Shui nodded like a chick pecking at rice. How many people did Song Yuanshan call over? Are there other children? Suyu asked patiently. If there are other people who have carried out this mission together, Suyu hopes to find them so that they won't die alone in the wild like Shui. The little girl had recovered her strength at this moment. After hearing the question, she sat up straight, raised her head, and looked carefully at the man in front of her. She tried hard to recall every word the young master had told her and shook her head slowly. No, the young master said that not too many people should leave, otherwise the tribe members would notice. He asked me to blend into the hunting team and sneak away when the adults weren't paying attention. I walked for a long time and thought I had lost it. Shui's voice gradually became weaker, and she sounded a little self-blaming. This is indeed a feasible solution. Chapter 285, The Dispute Begins. These orphans were dispensable to the tribe members, and few people paid attention to them during hunting. Even if they disappeared, they would only be considered dead in the mouths of wild animals and finally forgotten. It's cruel, but also realistic. Shui was able to cross the wilderness alone and find his own clan land. This kind of perseverance was something Suyu could not have imagined. If it were my original planet, some children of 11 or 12 years old have not even established the correct 3 views, and they still snuggle in their parents' arms, doing whatever they want. Suyu touched Shui's small head, and her eyes became softer. You've worked really hard to find this place by yourself. Being cared for by the clan leader so much. The young Shui seemed a little embarrassed. His skinny body trembled slightly, but the light in his eyes was still shining. She looked at Suyu's face, as if she wanted to imprint him deeply in her mind. We were almost starving to death, but the young master gave us food and water, which allowed us to survive. But he said that it was all the Su clan leader's idea, and that you saved our lives. So, even if I die outside, I will complete what the young master said. Shui's firm attitude surprised the women, and they liked this little girl even more. What does Song Yuanshan want to tell me? Suyu rubbed Shui's head and continued to ask. Shui blinked and answered while recalling. Young master asked me to tell Chief Su that there might be a war in the Crescent Moon tribe. The White Tiger Alliance attacked the Sky Beast tribe, and the chief of the Sky Beast tribe was killed. At the last moment, Great Witch Song stepped in and reached an agreement with the 2 defeated Great Witches of the Sky Beast tribe and brought them in. Young master guessed that Great Witch Song might take action against the chief's lineage in the near future, so he arranged for me to come and inform you. Shui's words undoubtedly made the women feel uneasy. There was an internal fight in the Crescent Moon tribe, and the fathers of Yaxiang and Winnie would definitely be involved. Once Song Heihu takes action, there will be no way back. Suyu also narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect that Song Yuanshan had previously warned Patriarchy about Song Heihu's conspiracy, which temporarily delayed the matter. Things have gone round and round and are back to the starting point. The attack of the White Tiger Alliance directly accelerated the decline of the Sky Beast tribe, allowing Song Heihu to get what he wanted. In this case, a civil war is inevitable. The combat power of the 5 great wizards on Song Heihu's side and the number of clansmen who are not weaker than Yi Fei's lineage have formed a crushing trend. The results are obvious. After Song Heihu unified the Crescent Moon tribe, the spearhead naturally turned towards himself. Therefore, there are only 2 choices before Suyu at this moment. One is to intervene in the war, help Yi Fei defeat Song Heihu, and stabilize his position. The second is to sit back and wait for everything to be over and for the final battle to take place. Su Yu couldn't help but frown. Su Yu. Suddenly, Yaxiang half squatted down, gently held Su Yu's hand, and stared into her eyes. No matter what decision you make, I will always support you and stand by your side. Winnie on the side also came over, and the three of them put their hands together. Su Yu, this is our home, so you don't have to worry about anything. It's not that they don't worry about their father's safety. However, this ethnic group is their real home. For them, Su Yu's decision is their decision, and everything about Su Yu is everything to them. Don't worry, I know what to do. He wants to choose the third option. Not only does he have to deal with the enemy Song Heihu, but he also has to protect his father-in-law. When Su Yu met Han Lai once, she could feel that he was very strong. There's a reason why the two great wizards Jiang and Han have been able to restrain Song Heihu for so many years. They will lose this battle, but not so quickly. Song Heihu's original intention was to seize the entire tribe and become the new patriarch, so he would not let the tribesmen of both sides suffer too much loss. At the same time, the Great, which is the tribe's top combat force, and also a deterrent to the outside world. The more such people there are, the better, and no tribe would think it is too few. Therefore, Song Heihu's first decision is most likely to suppress the enemy first and then persuade them to surrender. As long as Yi Fei is willing to give up the position of clan leader and make the two great witches Jiang Han submit to him, all this will be temporarily over. As for whether Yi Fei can survive, according to Song Heihu's character, he might become a nominal elder and continue to live in the Crescent Moon tribe. But once Song Heihu completely gains the recognition of Yi Fei's lineage, only death will greet him. It's just a matter of time. From the moment Song Heihu took action, Yi Fei's fate was sealed. Ye Fei. Su Yu murmured the name, with a hint of cruelty in her eyes. What he wants to rewrite is the fate of Jiang Zhan and Han Lai, which does not include Yi Fei and cannot include Yi Fei. After some thought, Su Yu had made a decision in his mind. He looked at Cui Shi and said seriously, Cui Shi, I need you to take a letter back to Song Yuanshan. Are you scared? If it weren't for special circumstances, Su Yu wouldn't want to give this task to Cui Shi again. But apart from himself and Cui Shi, no one could easily enter the Crescent Moon tribe and find Song Yuan Mountain. The little girl opened her eyes wide, hesitated for a moment, and nodded. I'm not afraid. I remember the way back. It would be a lie to say that I'm not afraid. No matter who I am, I'm afraid no one would want to repeat this experience again. Immediately, Cui Shi looked at Su Yu expectantly again and asked in a weak voice, Chief Su, can I ask you for a favor? What's the matter? Su Yu asked puzzledly. For the first time, the little girl's eyes were evasive. She hesitated for a long time before she answered bravely. After this is done, can I come back to your side? I want to live here. Cui Shi lowered her head, anxiously waiting for Su Yu's answer. Before Su Yu could speak, Yixiang beside her gently pinched her face. Of course you can. Not only you, but also the children with you can come. Really? Cui Shi raised his head excitedly. Su Yu followed with a smile. Really, you don't have to worry too much when you go back this time. I will arrange for the tribe members to send you there, and there will be no danger. When you return to the tribe, tell those children that if a war breaks out in the tribe, they should immediately find Song Yuanshan and ask him to take you to hide and look for an opportunity to escape to the west. Cui Shi nodded, but was a little confused. Why are you running west? Su Yu smiled and rubbed Cui Shi's head. This is why I want you to go back. Through Song Yuanshan, he conveyed his meaning to the two great witches Jiang and Han. When you really can't resist, just run to the west. The great witch won't die so easily. The White Tiger Alliance was so powerful that they attacked the Sky Beast tribe, but the two great wizards were able to survive. This is a clear example. If you want to kill the great wizard, you must pay an almost equal price. This is the case with the battle between Sun Tian and Heishan. It is either you die or I die. Song Heihu would definitely not be willing to bear such a price. Chapter 286 Hong 1. As for whether Jiang Han and the others will follow Su Yu's advice, it depends on one key point. Ye Fei. As long as he is alive, the two fathers-in-law will not be able to make their own choices. Of course, Su Yu had reason to believe that facing the suppression of the 5 great witches, Yi Fei would have no chance of survival unless he surrendered. Su Yu already had a candidate in mind to escort Cui Shi back. A helper who can come and go freely and is very reliable. Naturally, she is the best choice. Xiao Ai, who was eating in the house at this time, suddenly felt hairy all over and couldn't help frowning. Then he sneezed and shuddered. What the hell? I felt like someone was nagging at me, which was quite uncomfortable. For some reason, Su Yu's face appeared in her head, and the woman couldn't help but snorted and shook her head vigorously. Why did you suddenly think of him? Bah, bah, bah. In the last competition, the elements evolved and were calculated. But the woman still remembers it. Although it was only a short day and a half, it was the happiest day that Sorcerer had ever had. Especially with Su Yu's promise, she saw hope of survival. After being taken away by Xiao Ai, Su Yu also rearranged all the subsequent matters. Of course, Xiao Ai's mission is not only to escort Sorcerer back, but also to confirm the situation of the next battle. As long as the two great wizards Jiang Han start to retreat, everything will begin. As for the ethnic group, first of all, the focus is to give regular rewards and surnames to the tribesmen and slaves based on their contributions in order to gain more favorability points. The second is combat power. 1. Construction of heavy tanks and projection training. 2. Research, develop, and build the magic power projection cannon. 3. The combat skills training of ordinary tribesmen must not be neglected either. Finally, he arranged the tribesmen to set up ambushes in the mountains and forests and make all preparations for war. With the addition of Hongwan and other forest elves, the burden on Su Yu's shoulders was slightly lighter, and there were fewer things to think about. Knowing that Su Yu's tribe was about to face a war, the woman took the initiative to observe and count all the existing combat power of the tribe, combined with the new knowledge she learned from Su Yu, and made more detailed adjustments. On a silent and deserted night, Su Yu stayed in Hongwan's laboratory, and the two of them continued to streamline the magic power projection cannon in front of them. This small stone and wood house was built by Su Yu specifically for Hongwan. It is located at the back of the clan's land, facing the direction of the valley. The surrounding houses and animal skin tents were also placed far apart to prevent them from being affected by the destructive power of the experiment. Several tiny fireballs kept jumping in the tray on the wall. The warm red firelight reflected on Hongwan's profile, revealing a hint of red. The pointed ears trembled slightly, and the woman gently lifted the black hair beside her ears. Her pretty and serious profile looked very beautiful. According to Su Yu's system introduction, Hongwan is 26 years old this year, 1 year older than Yaxiang, and can be considered her older sister. Although her figure was not as hot as Yaxiang and the others, she was still curvy and feminine. The light pink silk dress she wore, combined with the dim firelight, made her look even more charming and seductive. Not far away, her sister Liu was smacking her lips and had fallen asleep. In order not to wake up her sister, Hongwan spoke very softly, but the passion in her eyes did not diminish in the slightest. She put the information about the magic power projection cannon aside, took out other animal skins, walked a few steps to Su Yu, who was sitting on the carpet to rest, and half knelt down. These are some small changes I summarized. Take a look and see if there are any problems. Is there anything on my face? No. Su Yu smiled awkwardly. The two of them were alone together late at night. The atmosphere was somewhat charming, but the woman in front of him didn't feel anything at all. He really didn't know how to comment on her. No wonder Hongwan is still single at her age. She is beautiful, with a slim waist and long legs, but all she thinks about is technical knowledge. I just want to see if you're tired. Me? It's okay. Usually in the tribe, I go to bed very late. Hongwan responded. So you took the animal skin from the other person and began to look at it. At the same time, Hongwan pointed to several places on the animal skin and explained in detail. Here are the improvements to the chariot's weapons. The stones can be coated with flammable materials such as resin and animal oil to increase damage. As for the crossbow arrows, they can be coated with toxins extracted from snakes. When the next batch of iron ore is shipped back, we can also consider making iron crossbow arrows. It's best to set up an ambush at the edge of the forest. There are a lot of earth and gravel hills over there, which are convenient for concealed deployment. In this way, we are in the dark and the enemy is in the light, so we can strike effectively. The tribesmen are not yet proficient in fighting skills. Try to use bows and arrows and bone spears to weaken the enemy's fighting power first. This way, you will have a greater chance of winning. There are 5 great wizards in total, including my uncle and 2 half-step great wizards. There is also 1 top-notch wizard. We don't have to worry about their combat power. Hongwan said her opinion and came closer unknowingly. So you could almost clearly smell the fragrance on Hongwan's body, the light floral scent lingering at the tip of her nose. It seemed that she was using the soap that she gave her. The long hair must have been washed just now, so it is still a little damp. The Miko has a lot of abilities, and I can't understand them all. You have to decide for yourself. After saying that, Hongwan raised her head and found that Su Yu's face was very close to her. The man's breath hit my face, and a heat wave stirred something in my heart. A strange feeling arose, and my heart began to beat wildly. Ah, Hongwan screamed subconsciously, moved her butt, but quickly covered her mouth. After looking back at his sister, who was still sleeping, he finally relaxed. It's okay. That guy was very tired after playing with Kokoro during the day, so he usually can't hear anything else when he falls asleep. Suyu grinned. After spending so many days together, I have gotten to know some of the habits of Liu and her sister. To be honest, he was a little surprised that Hongwan would help him so seriously. Although the forest elves had now joined the tribe, they were only cooperating out of helplessness. To put it bluntly, it is a temporary measure, and no one knows how long it can last. Suyu put down the animal skin and looked at the beautiful woman in front of him with a simple mind. She couldn't help but teasing. You help me take care of the tribe so much. What should I do if I can't bear to let you go in the future? Hongwan was surprised and looked at Suyu in disbelief, obviously unable to understand. Isn't that what we have agreed on? We will temporarily join the tribe and provide all the skills and knowledge. If we want to leave, we can leave at any time. Oh my God, this woman has become stupid from reading too much. I don't know how evil people's hearts are. Such a simple and straightforward idea made Suyu embarrassed. Compared with her own Kokoro, she seemed to have an extra layer of gauze. Do you trust me so much? Suyu's mouth twitched twice. Hongwan nodded, then shook her head. My uncle actually told me that we can't trust the human race too much. This is what we have been taught since we were young. Chapter 287 Newbie. But I think you can trust it. How are you sure? Suyu was speechless. He doesn't even believe that he is a good person. Where does your confidence come from? Hongwan tilted her head slightly and replied, You know more knowledge than me, and your skills are better than mine, so I think you're different from those humans. Oh my, this compliment makes me feel a little ashamed. Fortunately, after coming to this world, Suyu had already trained her skin to the point where it wouldn't break even if a train ran over it. Have you ever thought about when to leave? Suyu suddenly asked, looking at Hongwan's clear and beautiful eyes. Hongwan shook her head. No, the tribesmen are all living well now. Besides, the elves will come looking for us sooner or later. But I won't make things difficult for you. The feud between us and the elves will not involve you. When the time is right, we will leave. I will talk to Uncle Lao myself. But he forgot about the elves. Suyu couldn't help but frowned. The time they have spent together has changed a lot of Hongwan's ideas, including the members of the forest elves, who have greatly changed their views on the human race. Realizing that they had inadvertently gotten very close again, Hongwan's cheeks turned slightly red and she moved her body again. This is very annoying. Suyu noticed the bright moonlight reflecting in through the window and realized that it was already very late. It's getting late, take a rest. Suyu reminded. Ah yes. Hongwan responded softly and stood up from the carpet. Perhaps because I'd been sitting for too long, I suddenly felt dizzy and my legs were so sore and numb. My limp feet could not support my body and I fell down. Suyu didn't understand what was happening before his eyes. He felt a black screen. He instinctively hugged Hongwan's fallen body and took a deep breath. This was the first time in her life that a man held her in his arms. Hongwan's mind went blank, and she didn't know what to do. Hongwan just stared at Suyu blankly, her breathing becoming rapid. Thank you, thank you. Her cheeks fell hot, and she was a little afraid to look Suyu in the eye. She turned her face away quickly, thinking about trying to stand up again, but her legs were numb, and she couldn't muster the strength. Suyu was actually a little confused and at a loss, and could only hug the other person blankly. Looking at the pretty and blushing beauty in his arms, he slowly moved his face closer. Don't move. Your foot will be healed in a while. You've been sitting for too long. Okay. Hongwan really didn't move at all, just staring at Suyu's face with wide eyes. Too close, Chief Su. Hongwan reminded Suyu, but the other party seemed not to hear it and remained unmoved. For a moment, the two were silent, with only the flickering firelight remaining. How are you? Are you feeling better? It was not until Hongwan tried to move her feet again that Suyu asked with a faint smile. Much better. That's good. Do you want me to take you to rest? No, thanks. Hongwan lowered her head and answered softly, her heart a little confused. How can I be so close to humans? If my uncle saw this, I'm afraid he would give me a lecture. It was not until Liu babbled in her sleep that Hong Wan suddenly woke up and quickly moved away. Only then did she remember that her sister was there at the moment, and she couldn't let her see her. Chapter 288. My sister was bullied. Outside the stone and wood house, a hunched black shadow disappeared in an instant. He calmly returned to his room, sat on the carpet, took a few sips of water from the bamboo tube, and sighed after a long time. Whatever. The uncle's originally frowned brows relaxed, revealing a helpless and relaxed smile. Let her be. This is the child's own choice. Uncle knows better than anyone that the elves need a comfortable place to call home, a stable home. They also don't want to hide in the corner of the world all the time. After observing for a period of time, Uncle Lao has been able to confirm that Su Yu's people possess this ability. As long as he is given enough time, he will be able to develop into the most powerful tribe on this continent. By then, even if the elves combined their entire strength, they would not be able to shake anything. Thinking of this, Uncle felt more at ease. Hong Wan falls in love with Su Yu. This is an excellent start. 2 rays of light shot out from Uncle Lao's weathered eyes. In order for the 2 tribes to completely merge into one family, he needs to work harder. In the upcoming battle, we naturally cannot fall behind the other great wizards. The development of the tribe was refined by Hong Wan, and the work of the tribesmen became more serious and efficient. Su Yu was busy day and night. Seeing the tribe leader so busy, the tribe members naturally would not be lazy. Except Su Yu's women. Outsiders don't know the tricks involved, and they are not so easy to fool. At least, they could smell the scent of a woman on Su Yu. Of course, they didn't mind having one more woman. In Yaxiang's opinion, there would be nothing wrong even if all the priestesses became Su Yu's women. But why do we have to be so sneaky? Even Green Willow doesn't know. It's hidden really deeply. The race has entered an era of great advancement, and everyone is working hard to make their own contribution. This, of course, does not include a few little cuties. Xiao Mimi and Liu have quick minds, so they learn faster than the other kids in school, and thus have more boring free time. In order to prevent these guys from causing trouble, Su Yu specifically handed the 2 little girls over to Kokoro's supervision. At this point, the 3 cobblers were formed. When they were really bored, the 3 of them would occasionally go to the stream on the other side of the valley to play. With Big Mouth protecting her, Su Yu was not worried about safety issues. Although Big Mouth only has the strength of a top-tier warrior now, his skin is so thick that even a top-tier warrior may not be able to cause fatal damage to him. The 3 cobblers were exhausted from playing and finally stopped by the stream. Upstream of the stream, there were a few witches catching fish with their eyes fixed on the water. The 3 of them found a clean stone downstream to sit on, took off their straw sandals, and began paddling in the water with their little feet. Big Mouth let out a few howling sounds and started to drink with slurps. Alas! Suddenly, the youngest of the 3 sisters, Liu, lowered her head, sighed, crossed her arms, and pouted. What's wrong, Liu? Is there something that makes you unhappy? Tell us, and make us happy. Xiao Mimi came over with a hoarse voice. Have you been bullied? Tell your sister, and I'll go and settle the score with him for you. Kokoro acted like an older sister, humming with her hands on her hips. Her breasts were so magnificent that they dazzled her 2 younger sisters. Liu grumbled for a while, then said, It's nothing, it's just that these days, Sister Hong Wan doesn't love me that much. She studies technical knowledge with Chief Su at night and always asks me to go back to sleep. You never chased me away before? Huh. Liu frowned and waved, asking the 2 sisters to come closer. Then he whispered, Chief Su is definitely bullying Sister Hong Wan. I've noticed that every time Sister looks at Chief Su, her face turns red and she stutters when she speaks. Xiao Mimi and Kokoro were filled with questions. It would be strange if they could understand. Of course, Kakaluo stood by Su Yu unconditionally. She pinched Elvie Lu's cheek and corrected her. Brother Su, you will never bully your sister. He always praised your sister for being smart in front of us. When Liu heard this, she became a little anxious. Oh, Sister Kokoro, I didn't lie to you. Sister Hong Wan has been acting strange lately. Xiao Mimi also adhered to the principle of helping her brother-in-law instead of outsiders, and slowly shook her head. Liu, you are definitely wrong. Brother Su Yu is not that kind of person. Although I always tease myself and make myself mad. Maybe Sister Hong Wan is sick, so her face is red. Kokoro also explained. Chief Su also secretly asked me to call him Brother Su Yu. Don't you find it strange? Liu snorted. It doesn't seem strange. Xiao Mimi tilted her head and said, Sister Kokoro also calls him brother. Yeah. Kokoro nodded quickly. Chapter 289, Beautiful Mountains and Waters. By Xiao Ai. Favorability from Hong Wan plus 300 critical hit. Xiao Ai. Hong Wan's favorability has increased. Current status. Admiration. Ding. Congratulations to the host for reaching 100,000 favorability points for the first time. Unlock 100,000 rewards. Randomly select a current skill mutation of the host. Successful selection. Elemental Evolution Mutation. Friendly reminder. After the Elemental Evolution Mutation, the host will gain all the communication abilities of the evolved creature. Please experience it yourself for details. Ding. The divine skill of Strong Luck is triggered, and an additional reward is obtained. A bottle of ultimate physical strength potion. Ding. System repair increased by 10%. Current repair status is 40%, and repair is ongoing. A familiar voice sounded in her ears, and Suyu couldn't help but open her eyes. The moonlight outside the window is still bright, and the moonlight is scattered in the house. Counting the days, it has been only about 8 or 9 days, and Hong-Wan's favorability has soared from ordinary at the beginning to admiration. It seems that in the entire tribe, only Lynn can compare with her. This may also be related to the views of the elves and the fairies on men and women. Once an elf woman falls in love with a man, she will never change her mind. This is also one of the reasons why elves would betray their tribe and leave after falling in love with human women. Hong-Wan's love will lead to the complete submission of the elves, and the first person to change most obviously is Shu Lao. This old man, who appears stubborn on the surface, now always says when he speaks, "If our tribe needs any help, just let me know, as long as my old bones can still move." Suyu closed her eyes, and as her thoughts changed, she opened them again, and the scene in her eyes suddenly changed. This is actually no longer his vision, but a small clay figurine. When Xiao Meizi escorted Shui Shi to the Crescent Moon tribe, Suyu evolved a small clay figurine and handed it over. One is to test the distance of shared vision, and the other is to better observe the situation. Especially the accidental reward just now. The elemental evolution unexpectedly changed, Suyu naturally wanted to experience it even more. Although Xiao Meizi found this request strange, she didn't ask any more questions. Many things about Suyu are mysterious. Even she can't figure them out. She could only guess that Suyu was probably experimenting with elemental evolution skills, so she just thought it was an ordinary elemental evolution product. As Suyu's consciousness was connected, the Clayman's vision was taken over by Suyu. It was not until then that Suyu understood what it meant to unlock all communication abilities. Because when Suyu took over the Clayman's vision, he instinctively became aware of all the surrounding perceptions. Not only does he have vision, hearing, and smell, he even has the ability to speak. To put it bluntly, at this moment, the clay figure has all the feelings of a normal person except pain. This doesn't seem to be much different from an external incarnation. However, the moment Suyu opened her eyes, she seemed to have cataracts. The sound of water can be clearly heard in the ears, but the clay figure is very short, only slightly higher than the ankle, so the range is very limited. Satsumi was sitting sideways on the animal hide, wiping her body with the clean water at hand. Who? Satsuma looked back warily and turned around. Suyu looked confused. The black magic power also turned into a thin film in an instant, covering the body instead of clothes. "Get out here, I see you," Shimiko shouted. The cold, gloomy, and angry voice echoed in the small cave, and the sound continued. "You see it, her." Suyu Wakai didn't believe that Xiao Meizi saw it. Chapter 290, A Little Bit. Impossible. After a long while, Xiao Meizi muttered and slowly retracted the scattered magic power. "I clearly heard a sound just now." Then he looked around. In the dark little cave, under the light of the faint fire, all he could see were stones. The cold and suspicious gaze finally fell on the little clay figure. A strange thought flashed through my mind, but I immediately shook my head. Probably not. She knew the skill of elemental evolution better than anyone else, and it was impossible to do this. Xiao Meizi's eyes suddenly moved inexplicably. Then, the black magic power covering her body began to dissipate, from top to bottom, layer by layer, like a peeled egg. The light in Suyu's eyes also lit up, until an inexplicable chill hit my head. Suyu raised her head, and her sight finally met that pair of eyes full of coldness. It turns out you are the one behind this. Shimiko grabbed the little clay figurine and gave it no chance to escape. The little clay figure twisted twice, symbolically, and then pretended to be dead. Are you kidding me? You can admit this. Xiao Meizi's eyes swept over the little clay figurine, and suddenly she said coldly, "Pretend? You keep pretending, Suyu. I don't remember any little clay figurine that drools." Even though she was extremely shocked, Xiao Meizi had to face this reality. Suyu's elemental evolution ability has exceeded her expectations and evolved into new abilities. Of course, she still had a glimmer of hope, hoping that she was mistaken. "Nonsense, how could I drool? You are slandering me." Sudwipratisti subconsciously. Satsumi's expression darkened again. "I miscalculated, but it seems not completely miscalculated. Just a slight fry, and the little clay figurine really spoke. But she really didn't want this to be true. Moreover, this little thing was jumping around in my hand and speaking human words, which made me feel disgusted." Shimiko raised her hand and fell down. "Suyu, how do you want to die?" An extremely cold voice came. "Oops." Suyu finally reacted. "Oh, I said I didn't see anything. Do you believe me?" Suyu smiled mischievously. The little clay figure smiled, and the dirt around its mouth fell off, making it even more disgusting. Xiao Meizi looked at it indifferently, with the corner of her mouth curled up and black flames burned on her palms. I believe. Even though she was hundreds of miles away, Suyu, who was lying in the stone and wood house, felt hairy all over. He tightly grasped Hongluan's breasts in his arms and regained a sense of security. On the other side, the little clay figure also followed suit and got down from his seat, saying in a loud voice, "Well, lady, spare my life. The little clay man is a coward. What does it have to do with me, Suyu?" But it was of no use. Then, the sound of soil breaking could be heard from the cave. Of course, it doesn't hurt at all. After a while, the little clay figure with its arms broken lay obediently in front of Xiao Meizi. It can recover on its own, but it will waste unnecessary magic power, and Xiao Meizi is angry and will definitely kick it again. "Tell me, when did you learn this ability? What can you do now?" Xiao Meizi asked coldly. I really just learned it. Before, I could only see, but now I can see, hear, and speak." Suyu's voice came from the mouth of the little clay figurine. The mutation of abilities is the result of each shrine maiden's unique luck and is difficult to replicate. Xiao Meizi knows this, so she won't ask Suyu about anything deeper. But I am very angry. Not only did his strongest skill get learned, but his opponent also evolved new abilities. He's obviously not even a witch. Of course, there are even more infuriating things. "How much did you see just now?" Xiao Meizi's voice was wrapped in a cold wind and got to the point. Not much, just a tiny bit. If I could give this a score, I would give it 99 points. The 1 point less is because I am afraid you will become too proud. If I tell the truth, there's a chance that this woman might fly back overnight to kill me. This is the time to follow your heart. Does it look good? Xiao Meizi asked softly. Nice. I really want to smash it. What should I do? Can Suyu's lies be believed? Apart from the word beautiful, Xiao Meizi would not believe a single word. Noticing the flames above Xiao Meizi's head soaring, Suyu rationally closed her mouth. One man and one mud fell into a brief silence. After a long time, Xiao Meizi finally let out a long sigh. The loss has already been suffered. Is it really possible that he will run back and beat Suyu up right away? So, I can only remember it first. We'll figure it out later. Although she was still fighting, after calming herself down, Xiao Meizi still recounted the current situation. Shueisha had been sent back to the Crescent Moon tribe for 2 days. As Song Yuanshan had expected, the war between the two clans, Song Heihu and Yi Fei, was finally exposed. Song Heihu, who had 5 great wizards under his command, no longer concealed the fact and openly put pressure on Yi Fei to force him to abdicate. As the party with almost overwhelming strength, Song Heihu gave Yi Fei a little time to think. However, after a day and a night of silence, the sound of fighting broke the dawn, and the war between the two clans officially began. Song Yuanshan and his group of children retreated to the end of the front line and hid in a cave that was still being rebuilt in the valley. Taking advantage of the gap between the two forces in the battle, they evacuated directly in the early morning of the next day and fled towards the wilderness and mountains in the west. A good-for-nothing young master and a group of young children, no one would care about their life or death. Song Heihu was extremely disappointed with his son and ignored him even more. Besides, this is a clan war, and whether they can survive depends entirely on their own abilities. Song Haehu knew exactly what he should do at this time. He used the power of the 5 great wizards to form absolute suppression. As long as Jiang Han and the other man are unable to take action, Yi Fei will be trapped. However, what actually happened was far more complicated than what appeared to the eyes. Satsumi adjusted her somewhat upset mood and said with a frown, "See, in the past 2 days, I have found many slaves from other tribes around, including some powerful alliances. The ones that have been confirmed now should be the Giant Elephant Alliance and the Black Iron Alliance." Chapter 291, The End of Youth. After a little thought, Suyu smiled faintly. This is normal. The internal fighting of the tribe is different from the war between the 2 tribes. This is an internal consumption, so normally, the loss of combat power will be more severe. Therefore, many major forces will sit on the mountain and watch the tiger fight, hoping to profit from it and get a share of the pie. This is also one of the reasons why Song Haehu did not let go and kill wantonly. He needs these tribesmen as a foundation to face the outside world's covetous eyes. Therefore, Song Haehu's battle should not delay any time. From the moment he starts working, it will take no more than 3 or 4 days for a result to come out. Of course, if Jiang Han and the other great wizards followed Su Yu's suggestion and chose to avoid the battle and evacuate, the battle line would be forced to be extended. There's only one way, or one person, who can lead the situation in this way. Su Yu looked at Xiao Meizi and warned, "Since Yi Fei has chosen war, he will not surrender easily, but nothing is absolute in the world. In the face of pressure and strength, even the most stubborn person will bow his head." Su Yu didn't want her plan to be disrupted, and it couldn't be disrupted. Because if things continue like that, it would be extremely cruel to one's own ethnic group and one's own women. "What do you want to do?" Xiao Meizi asked suspiciously. "If Yi Fei chooses to surrender, kill him." The development of the situation was just as Su Yu had expected. At noon on the 3rd day, Yi Fei was forced into a desperate situation. It's not just because of Song Haehu's fighting power, but also because of the 20,000 special troops that suddenly appeared in his hands. All of them were made of iron weapons, as well as heavier armor, well-trained javelin throwers, and even 2 teams of well-equipped cavalry. Yi Fei had never heard of these new technologies and tribal armies. When facing them, Yi Fei's tribesmen had almost no room to fight back. At the beginning of the war, Song Haehu and the 2 great witches Chu and Han Pin downed Zhangzhan and Han Lai, while the other 3 great witches led their tribesmen to devour their tribes bit by bit. Simple suppression is much more difficult than massacre. Song Haehu made this decision just to minimize casualties. If they just kill without surrendering, and the 3 great witches show their skills, such a large tribe may be littered with corpses in less than a day. After subduing most of the tribesmen, Li Ming, Zheng Dagong, and Wei Shaoxian immediately turned their guns and joined the battle between the great witches. 5 versus 2, a battle without suspense. No matter how powerful Zhang Zhan and Han Lai were, they couldn't withstand the attacks of so many people. What Song Haehu wanted was for the 2 of them to be exhausted. Perhaps the only thing that surprised Su Yu was Yi Fei's attitude. The man refused a last attempt to surrender. He failed to keep what his ancestors left him, so he resolutely chose death. Of course, it is also possible that Yi Fei saw through Song Haehu's true nature, and even if he surrendered, his final outcome would not change. If that's the case, why should he be cursed before dying and hand over the 2 great wizards Jiang and Han to his enemies? Once people start to think positively, many problems will be easily solved. Yi Fei hopes that his father's Crescent tribe can survive forever on this continent. The tribe can have the surname Yi, Jiang, Han, or even Su, but it is not allowed to have the surname Song. This is Yi Fei's last stubbornness. The young man gently stroked the iron sword in his hand and pulled it out. The expression on his face was helpless, but also revealed a sense of stubbornness and determination. He had no way to choose the outcome of the war, nor did he want to leave his fate to Song Haehu. At least in the end, he still had something to choose from. "Uncle Jiang, Uncle Han, you are free now. I have failed my father's last wish. I hope you can help me continue the Crescent Moon tribe and save the people from Song Haehu's clutches." This was the last sentence Zhang Zhan and Han Lai heard. It's like a heavenly oath with a different meaning. Jiang Han and others were silent. I watched the young man bleed to death on the spot. They did not try to stop Yi Fei. Although the oath that had bound them for more than 7 years disappeared, the 2 of them did not feel the slightest bit of relief. In fact, All three of them knew in their hearts that as long as Yi Fei didn't die, everything would never end, and there would be no new beginning. Song Heihu narrowed his eyes and looked at Yi Fei falling in a pool of blood and just sneered. He broke the oath of heaven by himself and prevented Jiang Han and the others from being backlashed. Could it be that he really wanted to use their hands to stop me? It's ridiculous. I will continue the Crescent Moon tribe. It would be naive to rely on those two old ghosts, Jiang Han, to overthrow me. Since the source of the war has disappeared, Song Heihu naturally stopped talking nonsense. He looked at Jiang Zhan and Han Lai with cold eyes, and his voice was indifferent. Jiang Zhan, Han Lai, Yi Fei is already dead. Do you still want to resist? If you surrender, swear an oath to God that you will still be the great shaman of the Crescent Moon tribe. Li Ming at the side smiled contemptuously. Otherwise, you will have to accompany Yi Fei. Whether to choose life or death is up to you. Zheng Dagong said quietly. In fact, everyone knows that these words are just threats. After all, killing Jiang Han and the others is not an easy task. However, Song Heihu's patience is limited. Being difficult to kill doesn't mean it can't be killed. Not far away, hundreds of tribesmen who were still fighting desperately were already at the end of their strength. Jiang Han looked at each other, and the light in their eyes became firm. Yi Fei could die standing, so how could they kneel down? Surrender? Surrender to your uncle. Jiang Zhan shouted. His magic power surged to the extreme, and his fist rushed towards the 5 people with a surging wave of air. Old Han, let the tribesmen run first, as far as they can run. Those hundreds of tribesmen were the 2 men's most loyal subordinates. Their tenacious resistance had already made Song Heihu's tribe extremely angry, and it was only a matter of time before they were massacred. So, at this moment, the best way to run is to run as much as possible. Act recklessly. Song Heihu's eyes twitched, and he suddenly became furious. His figure flashed, and he threw a punch at Jiang Zhan. Then, the other 4 split into 2 and started a melee. In terms of personal strength, Li Ming and Zheng Dagong are at the bottom, and Chu Han and Wei Xiaoxian are slightly inferior to Jiang Zhan and Han Lai. But even if they're just 4 fakes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. What's more, with Song Heihu there, Jiang Zhan was suppressed almost the entire time. If he was not careful, he would be knocked away and smashed into the ground. The tribesmen bought some time to catch their breath and hurriedly began to evacuate, but Jiang Han and the other 2 were in deep crisis. If you can't win, just run away. There's nothing to be ashamed of. However, it is very difficult to take into account the safety of the tribe members and to escape the encirclement of the 5 great witches. Just as the 2 of them were looking worried, a dull sound was heard. A heavy roar resounded through the sky, and everyone subconsciously looked over. All of them were shocked and puzzled. A mountain beast that was more than 10 meters tall suddenly appeared in the field of vision, without any warning, as if it appeared out of thin air, which was very strange. Moreover, the color of its skin is quite rare, as black as ink, as if it was wrapped in a layer of iron. The mountain beast actually bypassed the subordinates of Jiang Han and the other man, roared and rushed into the crowd on the opposite side, and began to trample on Song Heihu's men, causing them to howl incessantly. Chapter 292, Song Clan Leader. Song Heihu couldn't help but stare. This mountain beast looks wrong. The natural elements all over his body are so strong that there is no trace of flesh and blood at all. Brother Hu, I'll go and help. Seeing the mountain beast wreaking havoc on the tribesmen, Li Ming could no longer sit still and rushed over. At the same time, pierce them. A cold voice echoed in the sky. One by one, pitch-black iron spikes, sharp and long, as thick as fists, fell on everyone's heads like raindrops in an instant. What the hell? Who is it? Stand out if you dare. Don't let me find you. Zheng Dagong, Chu Han and Wei Xiaoxian were busy protecting themselves and couldn't help but curse. Song Heihu waved his hand to flick off the iron spikes on his head and stared at the valley not far away. The source of the sound is there, and it seems familiar. Then, a black shadow rose into the sky, and its huge black wings looked extremely strange in the sunlight. It's you, Song Heihu said coldly. Countless thoughts flashed through my mind in an instant, but I gave them all up in an instant. He really wanted to grab the woman in front of him, but the current situation did not allow him to be distracted. He could only make one choice: to capture a witch at the level of a great witch at all costs, or to kill Jiang Han and the other 2 first and stabilize the turbulent tribe. The more important issue is that if we don't use all means, we may not be able to catch this witch. The opponent was seriously injured last time, but he managed to escape, not to mention that he is in his prime now. At this moment, Song Heihu hated Li Ming and others a little. If these great wizards were not all fakes, he would have enough ability to have both. Is it a witch? He's still a great witch. Chu Han and others were also shocked to see the woman flying in the air. Li Ming and Zheng Dagong looked at Song Heihu, waiting for his decision. As soon as Xiao Ai raised her hand, the ground shook slightly. Several pitch-black flames broke through the soil and burned out a long dragon, directly separating Song Heihu and Jiang Han's tribes. Ignoring Song Heihu, Xiao Ai looked directly at Jiang Zhan and Han Lai. Are you still not leaving? Jiang Zhan and Han Lai were stunned. Han Lai and Xiao Ai had met once before, but they never spoke to each other, so he didn't know the other's intentions. As Samiko pointed in a direction, the two finally understood. Run west. A name appeared in both of their heads at the same time. So, this witch at the Great Witch level is also a member of Su Yu's clan? Without time to be surprised, Jiang Zhan and Han Lai evacuated immediately. Want to run? Just as Chu Han and Wei Shaoxian were about to stop them, several huge earth spikes shot out from the ground and forced the two back. Immediately afterwards, thick earth walls rose from the ground, sealing off the men. Brother Hu, what should we do now? Jiang Han and the other two old ghosts are trying to run away. Do you want to chase him? Zheng Dagong and Li Ming reminded one after another. Xiao Ai's appearance disrupted Song Heihu's original plan. A few earth walls were naturally unable to stop him. However, if you want to keep all three of them, it would be difficult to do so in a short period of time if he did not use his last resort. But that was his trump card, and he did not want to expose it so easily. Song Heihu had already noticed that there were many forces outside the Crescent Moon tribe that were looking at him unkindly. It would be foolish to create trouble at this time. He didn't have much hope of conquering Jiang Zhan and Han Lai, so even if the two escaped, it wouldn't have any impact. Looking at the woman in the sky spreading her wings and flying away, Song Heihu couldn't help but frown. No need to chase them. Just send the trusty slaves to follow Jiang Han's people. There's so many of them, and they are injured. They can't run fast. I want to know where they are going. Good. Knowing Jiang Han's movements is equivalent to knowing the location of this witch. This is also another consideration of Song Heihu. When the time comes, if he catches the man from last time in one fell swoop, he can completely solve all the troubles. Then, Song Heihu looked at Zheng Dagong. From now on, reorganize all the tribesmen and make sure to stabilize the tribe completely within 2 days. Kill those who should be killed and imprison those who should be imprisoned. After 2 days, I need to see a new Crescent Moon tribe. Okay, Brother Hu. Zheng Dagong nodded hurriedly. Song Heihu frowned. This subtle movement was noticed by Chu Han. The middle-aged man immediately arched Zheng Dagong's waist and spoke loudly and deliberately. Chief Song, what are we two brothers doing? Yes, Chief Song, my brother and I are all tribesmen brought from the original Shinsho tribe. There is no need to reorganize them. Wei Shaoxian also smiled flatteringly. Zheng Dagong listened to the emphasis in the two people's words and finally understood. A complex look flashed in his eyes, and he quickly changed his words. Song clan leader, I'll get busy then. Yes. Song Heihu nodded and suddenly said to a few people, come to my room in the evenings. It's time to teach you my fighting skills. This sound immediately dispelled all the unhappiness in the hearts of several people and replaced it with endless joy. Song Heihu had promised long ago that he would teach them his own fighting skills at the appropriate time. He did not expect that this day would really come, and so suddenly. All four men bowed respectfully and spoke in loud voices. Thank you, Patriarch Song. Song Heihu snorted lightly, turned and left. In fact, if it weren't for Xiao Ai's appearance, he would have kept them hanging for a while longer. What Song Heihu needs at this moment is strong teammates, not useless ones who can only be used as combat units. Otherwise, do you still want to easily take the fighting skills created by me? Song Heihu? There is no such easy thing in the world. 2 days is neither long nor short. The power of the entire Crescent Moon tribe has been completely controlled by Song Heihu. The succession ceremony was held as scheduled. After 7 years, Song Heihu finally became the patriarch of the Crescent Moon tribe as he wished. Late at night on the same day, a trustee who had followed the Jiang Han people came back and told them all the information they had gathered along the way. Jiang Han and his 2 men led hundreds of tribesmen and headed west, stopping and starting, traveling through the most remote wilderness and forests in the west, with little deviation in direction, not like a headless fly. As for the specific destination, it is not clear yet, and the remaining slaves are still following. However, due to the recent heavy rains there, their speed is very slow. The mountains and forests in the west. Sure enough, they went to look for their daughter. Song Hehu thought of his son Song Dingtian's failed attempt to wipe out the witch tribe, and couldn't help but smile coldly. That's good. It saves me from wasting my efforts. Everything is under control. This time, he not only wants to kill the 2 old ghosts Jiang Han, but also wants to capture all the witches to achieve his great goal. Chapter 293. The Simple Folks of Miao. In the tribe, a lot of new armor and weapons have been made, all of which were technologies he learned from the elves. Now that I have become the patriarch, there is naturally no need to hide anything anymore. However, the elf has yet to reveal all of his technology, which makes Song Hehu a little annoyed. Fortunately, what he has the most now is time. Owning the Crescent tribe is just a starting point. What he has to do is much more than just being the patriarch of the Crescent tribe. This is just a step, and he wants to stand higher than everyone else. Is there still no news from Ding Tian? Suddenly, Song Hehu turned his attention to another trustee. Feeling the tremendous pressure, Xiao Ai was so scared that he knelt on the ground, his body shaking like a sieve. No, patriarch. More than a dozen people, almost a month, and no news at all? Why should I support you? Song Hehu was furious and slapped him with his palm. The bright red blood plasma immediately covered the people around, and the remaining slaves were so scared that they dared not move. I'll give you another 10 days. If you can't find the young master, you don't have to come back. Yes, Chief. At the same time, far away at the edge of the remotest mountain forest in the west, Su Yu was checking the progress of the trap making. The earth pits were all dug by Li and most of the slaves, and the bamboo, spears, and spikes inside also needed to be placed manually. Of course, one of the reasons for coming here was to leave a good impression on the 2 fathers-in-law who had fled here. However, no matter how much they planned, they never expected that the climate in the western region would be abnormal during this period, with heavy rains continuing and even several earth pits being washed away. Jiang Zhan and Han Lai were naturally much slower as they were carrying the injured tribesmen. Even Song Yuan Shan and the children, who had escaped before them, were forced to stop, and the 2 groups of people came together in a strange way. The air in the mountains and forests washed by heavy rain is unusually fresh and cold. As the rain disappeared, furry ears popped out of the cave. The dark clouds in the sky above have not yet dispersed. The tribesmen were concerned about whether the traps had been affected, so they slipped out one by one. This time, the orcs are in charge of the front line. Under the leadership of a Miao, the orcs carefully set up each trap, but they did not expect that the heavy rain destroyed many pits, forcing them to start all over again. Oh no, I have to do it again here. The wooden stake hanging on the tree also fell down. Woo-woo. Plus. Miao's ears drooped, and he looked a little depressed. Su Yu stood at the edge of the pit, watching the woman bend down and start working again. I don't know if Miao did it on purpose, but when she felt Su Yu looking at her from behind, she began to twist her body constantly, humming and secretly glancing at Su Yu from time to time. Originally, 2 tribesmen were responsible for 1 earth pit, but with the addition of Su Yu, there was only Miao here, so he was extremely insolent at the moment. Ahem. Su Yu pretended to cough and prompted. Miao, do you need me to go down and help? It's okay. Chief Su, just watch. I can do it alone, Miao. Miao said without turning his head. She is a bold and carefree person and doesn't like others to help her with her work. However, just as the tribesmen had been busy for a while, the drizzle in the sky began to fall again. A few thunders rang out, and every orc, including Miao, seemed to have their fur exploded. The hair on their tails and ears stood up straight at once. Wow! Miao yelled and jumped out of the pit. Are you afraid of thunder? Su Yu was a little surprised. After a while, the raindrops poured down like crazy. Chief Su, let's go back to the cave. The rain is too heavy. Hurry up, your clothes are all wet. Huh? Why is the inside of your clothes black? These are the new underwear distributed by the tribe. Didn't you go to pick them up? The beastmen shouted, grabbed the huge leaves to cover their heads, and ran towards the cave. When Su Yu carried Miao back to the cave, they were already soaked. Miao was naturally not in a much better condition. Her clothes were soaked and stuck to her body from front to back. He really couldn't imagine how a tomboy could like such feminine underwear. Although Meow is very beautiful and has a hot body, her personality is too heroic and she doesn't act like a woman at all. This may be related to their customs. The way orcs look for partners always starts with fighting. Starting with sticks and fists, then people and consciousness. One of them must go first. He could be described as a leader with simple folk customs. Because Meow is the most powerful, no male orc has ever caught her eye. Suyu brought a Meow to the deepest part of the cave. The orcs looked at their leader, a Meow, their tails wagging constantly, their eyes rolling around, and their smiles full of meaningful meaning. A very few male orcs all wore masks of pain. He opened and closed his mouth in a babbling manner. Are we there, a Meow? Suyu said. A Meow then raised his head. The breath exhaled has a strange fragrance. This guy looked a little strange. He twisted his body but didn't want to come down. You are the leader of the orcs after all, and everyone is watching you. Suyu reminded. Chapter 294, A Meow. Suyu originally thought that Meow was afraid of being laughed at by the tribe members, so he was so clingy. But after waiting for a long time, there was no movement. Even when I found a place to sit down, this guy showed no intention of letting go. Fine, I won't suffer any loss anyway. Suyu smacked her lips. Hee. Sister A Meow is relying on the clan leader. Yes, I also want to be hugged by the clan leader like that. It must feel very comfortable. Bah, you already have a man. Why get back? I'll tell Ahu that you were having an affair with the clan leader outside. Come on, you've been drooling over the chieftain. You're just a cat that wants to eat fish. Why are you pretending to be so high and mighty? It won't be a problem if we all come together. Ugh, I'm not like you. I've never had a man before. The orcs were chatting quietly on the side, and they didn't seem to care much about being overheard. In short, the topic was a little hard to look at. Wow, woo, Chief Su. I feel a little uncomfortable, Meow. A Meow suddenly spoke in his arms. His ears and tail suddenly stood up straight, and his whole body trembled for a while. Xiao Ai immediately looked at Suyu with a smug look on her face. What's wrong? Suyu saw from the gap buried in her chest that Meow's face was a little hot. She twisted her body anxiously and hugged Suyu tighter. This change made Suyu frown. Could it be that he had a cold? The gloomy and rainy weather in recent days and the abnormal climate can easily make people feel uncomfortable. But considering Meow's physique, he shouldn't get sick so easily. Compared to Suyu, who had no clue, the orcs were more sensitive. Do you smell any strange fragrance? It seems so. Wow, run. Go to another cave. Don't smell it. As if they had discovered something, the orcs ran out all at once. Their speed was astonishing. Only the youngest orc girl, about 17 or 18 years old, ran to Suyu shyly. Zuio looked at Meow's condition carefully and blushed unconsciously. What's going on? Why did you run away? Suyu asked in confusion. In fact, he also smelled the smell, which was coming from Meow. It had a slight fragrance, but not that scary. The orc girl hurriedly explained. Chief Su, you are a human, so it's okay to smell it, but we orcs will be infected and feel very uncomfortable, so everyone is afraid of that period. It may be because of the weather. Sister A Meow came early. So what happened? Suyu's eyes twitched, and she had a vague guess. It can't be such a coincidence. The orc girl blushed, leaned close to Suyu's ear, and whispered, Sister A Meow, it's time to think about again. After saying that, the little girl ran away. Because she was young, the impact on her would not be that strong. So she was kind enough to come and tell Suyu. Now, the whole cave was suddenly quiet, leaving only Suyu, who was dumbfounded, and Meow, who was eager to make a move. No, you better give me some advice before you run away. Wu Chief Su, you smell so good. After a moment's silence, Meow finally raised his head, sniffed a few times, and then meowed nonstop like a pet kitten. Suyu was so confused that it would be fine if it was really a cat. Meow, although I don't understand the habits of the orcs, but you pretended to be unconscious. At least it was more convincing. Don't they look like Meow? Meow asked doubtfully, looking up. Like a ghost. Meow's ears drooped immediately. But I can't pretend. In the past, when it came to this period, we just endured it. If someone in the tribe didn't have a suitable partner, they would choose to stay in the cave alone to endure it. But that's not necessary this time. Meow blinked and said as a matter of course. You said that as long as I become stronger, it's okay, Meow. I'm a top-notch fighter now, Meow. The rainstorm finally ended after 3 days. The rain washed the entire wilderness and the forests, and muddy puddles and puddles could be seen everywhere. The rain mixed with some witchcraft in the air, drifting in the air and dripping from the treetops and leaves. Chapter 295 Deterioration. Jiang Zhan and Han Lai, who had been trapped for several days, walked out of the damp cave, looked up at the first ray of sunshine in days, and the clouds of worry on their faces finally eased a little. However, their situation remains grim. Jiang Zhan looked at Han Lai, frowned again, and said, "Due to the heavy rain in the past few days, many of the tribesmen's injuries have worsened. In addition, the cave is too closed, and most of them are sick or fainted. They may not be able to continue their journey in the short term. What if Song Heihu's men catch up?" Such concerns are not without reason. Even Han Lai did not expect things to develop so badly. The weather and the tribesmen's own problems made it difficult for them to move forward. Han Lai looked into the dim cave and saw that the injured tribesmen were not as mobile as the group of children brought by Song Yuanshan. Those children who were once abandoned by Song Heihu according to the cruel rules of survival now gave them a lot of care in return. From finding firewood to making fire, barbecuing, and taking care of the wounded, we tried our best to do what we could. Song Heihu treated them like beasts, but they still had not lost their humanity. At this time, Song Yuanshan happened to come out for some fresh air. Jiang Zhan and Han Lai did not have much hatred towards Song Heihu's youngest son, and of course they would not get too close to him for the time being. I have been busy taking care of my tribesmen these days and have not had time to talk to them. Han Lai had a lot of contact with Song Yuanshan and knew his relationship with Su Yu, so he asked directly, "Yuanshan, how far is this place from Su Yu's tribe?" Jiang Zhan also looked over, wanting to know a more exact answer. Song Yuanshan lowered his head and thought for a while before speaking. "If we estimate based on normal operations, it will take about 2.5 days to get there. We are now approaching the edge of the forest. We can reach their abandoned campsite in 1 day." Song Yuanshan clicked his tongue again and frowned as well. "However, based on the tribesmen's current condition, I'm afraid there will be a big time difference. We need to rest for a while before we can set off." To be honest, Song Yuanshan was not optimistic about the current situation. Even if this group of people could get up and move on, they might be caught up by the pursuers. So, it depends on whether Song Heihu wants to chase him. 2.5 days. Jiang Zhan and Han Lai narrowed their eyes slightly. This was really not good news. Naturally, they felt that what Song Yuanshan said was very conservative. What did he mean by rest more? Some of the injured tribesmen were seriously injured and their condition worsened to the point where they needed to be carried. In any case, let all the tribesmen come out to get some fresh air first. Those who can't move should be carried out. This will help them recover. Han Lai said, "The cave is too closed and stuffy, and it's easy to feel suffocated." When the news reached the cave, the tribesmen began to come out one after another. At this moment, a rustling sound came from the jungle in the distance, attracting the attention of the three people. A man wrapped in hay and lotus leaves appeared in the field of vision. His face was very pale, his forehead was soaked with sweat, he was seriously depleted of energy, and he even stumbled as he walked. "It's my faithful slave," Jiang Zhan said. When Xiao Ai saw Jiang Zhan and others, hope appeared in his eyes, and he quickened his pace. Seeing the tribesmen gasping for breath, Jiang Zhan felt quite distressed and spoke hurriedly. "Slow down, don't rush." The man showed no intention of stopping and hurriedly ran to Jiang Han and the others. He staggered and almost fell but was caught by Jiang Zhan. "Aoyang, take a rest first, we can talk about it later." The slave named Aoyang quickly shook his head and spoke while gasping for breath. "Great Wizard Jiang, Great Wizard Han, the people of the Crescent Moon tribe are not far from us. We can't rest any longer." "What?" Jiang Zhan and Han Lai were stunned for a moment. They grabbed Xiao Ai's arm and found that he had multiple knife wounds on his hands. No wonder his breathing was disordered. "What's going on?" Xiao Ai took a breath and continued. "It's okay. When I was investigating, I encountered spies sent by Song Heihu and killed a few of them. The first information was obtained from them. On the afternoon of the 4th day after we escaped, Song Heihu gathered his tribesmen and chased us. I didn't quite believe it at first, so I secretly went back to check, and they were not lying." Han Lai's heart suddenly shrank, and he asked hurriedly, "How many people did you bring? Who was the leader?" Xiao Ai's lips turned pale, and he trembled as he replied, "I can't count them all. I only saw a huge group of people occupying the entire wilderness. There were also our own people among them. I don't know who led the group, but I saw a huge lion, 5 or 6 times bigger than a human. It was at night when Xinu discovered the lion by sneaking to the edge of their temporary camp and seeing some tribesmen feeding the lion. As we all know, Song Heihu's son Song Dingtian likes tigers, so he raised a vicious tiger as a mount. Song Heihu liked lions, so he caught a huge mutant lion and raised it. The lion is the symbol of Song Heihu. Jiang Zhan's face also turned pale. Song Heihu was the leader of the team, a fusion of the two tribes. It seemed that he had made up his mind to kill them this time. Xinu finished speaking, his body trembling. Great Wizard Jiang, Great Wizard Han, we can't stay here any longer. Their team is moving very fast. I'm afraid they will catch up with us in a day or two. It will be difficult for us to escape then. Escape, or continue to recuperate. Jiang Zhan and Han Lai couldn't help but become extremely conflicted. Looking at the tribesmen coming out one after another to get some fresh air, Han Lai hardened his heart and said, Lao Jiang, rest for another half a day. We must set off at night no matter what. As long as we can hold on until Su Yu, everything will turn around. The witch who helped us has been gone for 2 days, and she may have already reunited with Su Yu. If you stay, you will die. If you keep going, there might be a glimmer of hope. It is better to save yourself than to rely on anyone else. Jiang Zhan has never met Su Yu in person, so he is still unfamiliar with this name. I don't feel as much as Han Lai. However, that man changed the entire tribe of priestesses and became the priestess's man. Such ability is truly amazing. Okay, by nightfall, Jiang Zhan and Han Lai had conveyed their ideas. Although the tribesmen felt that the decision was hasty, no one refused. The tribe that once gave birth to and raised them is now like a knife hanging over their heads. Even if their bodies are too weak, they must keep going. The children follow behind, packing what food they could carry and carrying huge packages on their backs. The healthy tribesmen were responsible for supporting and carrying the injured tribesmen. A group of hundreds of people hurriedly set out on their journey under the moonlight. Time seems to have become a weapon that takes lives, irritating everyone's nerves all the time. Chapter 296, Mantis Yellowbird. In the empty wilderness, there were crowds of people. A dark mass could be seen, among which were mixed a number of wild beasts, horses, and strange walking machines. However, despite the tens of thousands of people, there was no excessive disorder. The members of the Crescent Moon tribe were divided into several groups based on the weapons they held. In addition to the bone knives and bone spurs that can be seen everywhere, the iron spears and lances in some people's hands are more eye-catching. The tribal army was well organized and marched in a square formation, so they could stop, move, and fight at any time, thus maximizing their overall combat capability. Of course, this does not include the prisoners and slaves who were temporarily forced to join the war. After only 2 days of training, their movements were obviously very awkward, and they could not keep up with the rhythm. Song Heihu rode on a giant lion, following slowly in the center of the team, glancing around with great satisfaction. There were cavalry, beast cavalry, spearmen, long gun teams, including projectile vehicles. There were 20,000 special forces alone. In order to train these tribal troops, Song Heihu spent nearly a year and completely blocked the news, covering it up thoroughly. Now that the Crescent Moon tribe has belonged to him, he naturally doesn't need to hide anything anymore. This time the whole clan is fighting after careful planning. One is to completely wipe out the remnants of Jiang Han and capture all the witches. The second is to take this opportunity to give other tribal alliances enough deterrence so that these people would not dare to have any improper thoughts about themselves. At the very least, seeing that the Crescent tribe has such strong combat power, other tribal alliances will think twice before taking action. MOing, those projectile vehicles are your technology, so I'll leave them to you to command. I hope you won't let me down. Song Heihu spoke to a middle-aged man in a black robe in front of the giant lion. MOing is the original name of the elven man. After providing the new technology, Song Heihu kept his promise and gave him partial freedom. But after all, these were hastily produced devices, and Song Heihu was very skeptical about their power. Haha, don't worry, its lethality is no worse than that of a top-notch fighter. Mo-ing smiled coldly. I said I would help you build the strongest alliance, and I will definitely do it. On the other hand, don't forget what you promised me. The overall strength of the Crescent Moon tribe was not weak, and Song Heihu was a man with sufficient ambition and personal ability. Mo-ing also saw this and decided to cooperate. He wants to use Song Heihu to fulfill his wish of revenge. Just do your own thing. I remember the agreement between you and me very clearly. Song Heihu responded indifferently, his eyes drifting into the distance. The strongest alliance? The corners of the man's mouth curled up slightly. he wanted more than just this. Even the strongest alliance is still just a group of ants in the face of absolute power. He understands life better than anyone else. Even a great wizard will grow old and die, and in the river of time, will eventually become a corpse eaten by wild beasts. However, all these worries will no longer exist in the near future. His ultimate pursuit is to break the limitations of this continent, become the Wizard King, and possess power comparable to that of a god. The funny thing is, no one would have thought of that. The coven is the key to all of this. Song Haehu couldn't help but think of the young man with great strength who rescued the witch. Perhaps he was able to possess such talent because he had glimpsed the secrets of the witch. Therefore, the young man could not stay. The elves must die too. Anyone who knows this secret needs to be eliminated, including the one in front of you. At this moment, a short figure rushed in from the team in front and ran quickly to Song Haehu. Chief, we found them. Jiang Zhan and Han Lai's tribesmen are walking very slowly, and most of them are injured. The short Xinu turned around and pointed to the southwest direction and continued. They are in the wilderness not far from here, not far from the nearest forest. Chief, once they enter the forest, it will be difficult to chase them. Should we let the cavalry chase them first and delay them? Said Li Ming, who was riding a young wolf lion on the left. Song Haehu waved his hands and snorted. It's okay. Let them run. There's no need to chase them so hard. Tell all the tribesmen to speed up the journey and shorten the distance as much as possible. Make sure to catch up before dark. As he spoke, Song Haehu squinted his eyes, glanced at countless tribesmen, looked at several locations in the endless wilderness, and smiled contemptuously. Let the tribesmen shout out some strength, so that those ungrateful people can feel the power of our Crescent Moon tribe. Jiang Han and his men, along with hundreds of their clansmen, were already exhausted and not to be feared. However, the smell here still attracted a group of hungry wolves. What Song Haehu did was to intimidate the enemies hiding in the dark. On the other hand, it was also to destroy the last will of the Jiang Han people, like a beast treating its prey, destroying their spirits and toying with them to death. By the way, I'd like to take this opportunity to test out the technical means researched by Mo Ying to see how powerful they are. Of course, there's the most important point. Through this group of people, the exact location of the witch tribe was found. Jiang Han and the other chose to join their daughter, which was exactly what Song Haehu wanted. Yes, at a command, several messengers ran away, and nearly 70,000 tribesmen couldn't help but quicken their pace. On both wings, wild beasts roared, war horses neighed, and clouds of dust were raised. They seemed to be chasing the setting sun. Their coordinated footsteps shook the earth, and their shouts were deafening like thunder. This huge momentum swept out like a storm, spreading throughout the wilderness. It was so powerful that it made many people frown. Song Haehu was too aggressive. He integrated the Broken Sky Beast tribe and took over the Crescent Moon tribe with absolute power. It had only been a few days, but he dared to start such a big fight. This was both a deterrent and a provocation, and he didn't take others seriously at all. Everyone knew that Song Haehu knew of their existence, and this was a warning to everyone. Interesting. A man as burly as a mountain slowly opened his eyes from a force in the distant mountains. The Black Iron Alliance, the great wizard Huang Mo, under the orders of his brother, has been keeping an eye on the turbulent Crescent tribe. Just as Song Haehu expected, the earthquake of the Crescent Moon tribe attracted a lot of people's attention, and the Black Iron Alliance, which made its fortune through war, came here upon hearing the news. Great Wizard Huang, I heard that Song Haehu is usually very cautious, calm, and scary, but now he seems a little different. A top-notch warrior under his command suddenly said. Huang Mo smiled faintly and sneered. If I give you 5 great witches, power over a tribe, and technology that is ahead of other forces, you will be even more arrogant than him. I dare not do that. The top-notch warrior smiled awkwardly, with a hint of fear in his eyes. Oh, really? Chapter 297, Arrow Gun. Don't joke with me, Witch Huang. I will be the most loyal member of the Black Iron Alliance for the rest of my life. The top-notch warrior lowered his head quickly. Everyone who is familiar with Huang Mo knows that the Black Iron Alliance, the brothers Huang Mo and Huang Shan, started out by relying on brutality and ruthlessness and fought their way up. No one dared to betray them, and even the slightest idea would be strangled in the cradle. The top-notch warrior was afraid of being noticed by the great wizard, so he had to change the subject immediately. Wizard Huang, we have been following you for a while now. It has been raining heavily, and the brothers have suffered a lot. Do we still need to follow you? Huang Mo has also been thinking about this matter. In fact, after the unrest in the Crescent Moon tribe was quelled by Song Heihu, there was not much need to continue investigating. But the problem lies in the 20,000 strange and bizarre soldiers who displayed technical knowledge unknown to the world and the amazing marching and deployment methods in front of them, which almost whetted the appetite of many people. Everyone wants this kind of technology, and everyone wants to learn it, and Huang Mo is no exception. Moreover, was Song Heihu really going to such great lengths just to eradicate the problem? Huang Mo was very curious. That man is so eager to achieve success. Could he have some purpose that others don't know? Huang Mo waved his hand, and immediately a loyal servant followed. Are there any unusual movements from the other forces? Xiao Ai thought for a moment and shook his head. Except for a few small tribes that had left, there was no movement from the rest. They were all just staring at the Crescent Moon tribe and could not find out anything. Which ones are left? The Silver Wolf Alliance, the White Tiger Alliance, and the Flame Dragon tribe. It seems like none of them will give up. Van Montauk smeated. The meat smells so good that it is really impossible to drive away all the flies. And they're all cunning foxes, and no one wants to be the stupid bird that sticks out. I just don't know if Song Heihu can afford the consequences of doing this. Huang Mo waved his hand, signaling Xiao Ai to explore again, and then looked at the top-notch warrior. Pass the order down and continue to follow. If the food resources are insufficient, send people to go back and get them. The sun sets in the west. The sunset glow in the sky was as red as blood, like some kind of omen, making Jiangzhan and Han Lai look extremely bad. Behind him, clear shouts could be heard, and the dust and smoke from the galloping horses and wild beasts rolled up layer after layer. The sound of tens of thousands of people trampling made Jiang Han and his companions' hearts sink to the bottom. Even though Song Heihu intended to play the cat and mouse game and did not deliberately try his best chase, he still caught up at this moment. Song Heihu, riding a giant lion, came to the front of the formation and stared at Jiangzhan, Han Lai, and the hundreds of tribesmen who could not even stand steadily from afar, finding it funny. Jiangzhan, Han Lai, don't say I didn't give you a chance. Song Heihu's deep voice mixed with magic power echoed for a long time in the empty wilderness. I'll ask you one last time, surrender to me or die. Li Ming on the side also shouted, Chief Song, remember the old friendship. All of you hundreds of brothers, as long as you are willing to surrender, can come back. From now on, the Crescent Moon tribe will still be your home and your clan land. Behind Jiangzhan and Han Lai, dark forest could be seen. But everyone knows that even if you escape into the mountains, you may not be rescued. Bah, you killed the chief and betrayed the tribe. You are the sinners. We can't surrender and serve a traitor. Before Jiangzhan and Han Lai expressed their opinions, the group of tribesmen started cursing. At this point, who would be afraid of death? Song Heihu's character is well known to everyone. He treats children who have lost their parents like a beast, not to mention them who are incapable of being loyal to him. Even if they chose to surrender, they would only go back to being slaves of Song Heihu and end up with a tragic end. Jiangzhan and Han Lai stood in the front and smiled coldly. Kill if you want to. Why waste your words? But if you want to kill us, it won't be that easy. Song Heihu smiled contemptuously. It's not that difficult. Let me see how long you can hold on. After saying that, Song Heihu looked at Mo Ing, Li Ming, and others. I'll leave it to you. Mo Ing nodded slightly. To be honest, it was a bit of a waste to use a bunch of injured chickens and dogs to experiment with his weapons. 7 machines that ran on rollers were then pushed to the front of the formation. The first time Jiangzhan and Han Lai saw it, they felt something was wrong. It's not that they themselves realized how dangerous it was, but they were blocked by the tribesmen behind them. They were rows of square iron boxes with many round holes of different sizes on the facing side. And in each hole, there were iron spikes so densely packed that it made people's scalps numb. Those who operate these iron boxes are all first-rate fighters, and everyone's face is filled with an eager expression. Then, Mo Ing raised his palm and shouted coldly, Kill! 7 first-rate warriors immediately grabbed the pull rod at the back of the iron box. The pull rod was connected to a push-type iron plate. They injected magic power and stretched it backwards at the same time. Then strange magic patterns emerged and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The pull rod drove the noose, and when it reached full force, it was released instantly. There was a crisp bang, and the iron plate suddenly hit and under the violent vibration, countless iron spikes flew out in an instant. Because it was rushed into production and many aspects were not perfect, Moying adopted the simplest design. But even so, the lethality cannot be underestimated. The sky was filled with iron arrows flying, pouring down like a rainstorm. At this moment, almost everyone opened their eyes wide and watched this spectacular scene. Those iron arrows were still wrapped with some magical power, and the body defense of the lower-level warriors was completely ineffective. The magic power that protected the body was pierced in an instant and shattered like a fragile and pale piece of paper. With a few pu sounds, some tribesmen were pierced by sharp arrows and fell to the ground in pain. Jiang Zhan and Han Lai faced this kind of attack for the first time. They were horrified and wanted to block it, but found that their fists could not cover everything. They had little choice between attacking their opponents and protecting their people. Moreover, the attack range of the rain of arrows was too large, and two people could not protect all the tribesmen at all. Run! Jiang Zhan came to his senses and shouted loudly behind him. The constant sound of iron blocks colliding in their ears was like the life-threatening sound of Sanskrit, which made everyone's heart and soul shattered. They were already injured. How could they escape? Countless sharp arrows pierced their hands, feet, and bodies, harvesting their lives like cutting weeds. Song Heihu, I will fight you. The tribesmen kept wailing, and blood was spilled all over the ground. Jiang Zhan's eyes were bloodshot, and he was about to rush out. Han Lai, however, grabbed his brother and pulled him back. Jiang Zhan was undoubtedly seeking death by doing this, and this was exactly the result Song Heihu wanted. Chapter 298, Desperate Situation. Protect our people first, Han Lai shouted with red eyes. However, a wave of attacks followed, making Jiang Han and the others even more desperate. At Li Ming's command, the phalanx of spear throwers stepped forward and threw out the bone spears in their hands one after another. In their eyes, the hundreds of tribesmen, led by Jiang Han, were just sitting ducks, completely unable to fight back. Seeing the once high and mighty which being beaten so badly, the strange sense of satisfaction in their hearts completely aroused the deepest evil thoughts in their hearts. I'll find a way to stop them. Let the tribe members retreat into the forest quickly. Han Lai pushed Jiang Zhan away. All the magic power in his body burst out, and he punched the ground. The enormous force directly cracked the earth. The mud and rocks were squeezed into a high barrier wall by the magic power, forming a natural barrier. But this is far from enough. The rain of arrows and bone spears penetrated almost every hole. Some sharp arrows were blocked outside, but more of them directly penetrated the soil and continued to fall down. The screams of pain stimulated Han Lai, and the man's eyes were already bloodshot. Body of rock, strength of mountain beasts. Han Lai roared towards the sky, and the magic power around his body became almost tangible, transforming into layers of hard light gray armor. His limbs also mutated, expanding more than twice their size in an instant. Just standing there, he gave people the illusion of a full-grown mountain beast descending, like a mountain pressing down on one's head, making it hard for one to breathe. One could even faintly hear the wild beast roaring inside him, violently venting its anger. Han Lai raised his fists high and pounded the ground with his sandbag-sized fists again. This time, it was not just defense. The force of the impact directly pushed all the soil layers in front, and the mud and rocks rolled, like surging waves, one higher than the other, and roared directly towards Song Heihu's army. His target was the spear throwers and the 7 strange machines. Han Lai, with these 2 fighting skills, became a famous wizard of the Crescent Moon tribe, making foreign forces dare not easily become his enemy. It can be said that the stability of the Crescent Moon tribe for decades was supported by 4 people: Jiang Zhan, Han Lai, Song Heihu, and the old patriarch. This is also the reason why Song Heihu has always been wary of the 2. As the saying goes, one force can break all laws. Han Lai not only has an inhuman defense, but can also borrow the power of mountain beasts in battle to achieve a terrifying power that can shake mountains and earth. Old Han, I'm here to help you. Jiang Zhan also realized this. If those devices were not destroyed, it would be almost impossible for the tribesmen to escape into the mountains. Some tribesmen were already using their weakened bodies to block the sharp arrows for their brothers and children, making their final effort. In just a few breaths, only a few of the hundreds of tribesmen were still able to stand. Jiang Zhan took a step forward and his figure seemed to become taller in an instant. His magic power gushed out and formed a layer of mist in his body. This layer of mist gradually expanded and almost reached the size of a mountain range. Giant elephant incarnation! Jiang Zhan shouted loudly. The virtual and real air layers gradually condensed into an outer shape, and the roar of the elephant beast shook everyone's eardrums. He slowly raised his right foot, and the giant elephant phantom raised its long trunk high, with its two huge paws directly leaving the ground, and its entire front body standing straight. Jiang Zhan seemed to be extremely exhausted with every move he made. His veins were exposed, his bones were creaking, and the sound of his teeth grinding made people's scalps numb. His every move seemed to affect the atmosphere, causing violent vibrations. As Jiang Zhan gritted his teeth and stepped down hard, the giant elephant roared and dropped its foot towards the group of machines. These two men were the embodiment of brute force, and after witnessing this horrifying scene, the tribal soldiers guarding the front line became panicked, their hands and feet trembling, and they wanted to escape quickly. But Song Heihu is there, and if you dare to escape, you will die. Besides, he couldn't just sit there and do nothing. Mo Ying just admired all this spectacular sight, with no emotion in his heart. There was nothing in this world that could excite him anymore. He looked at Song Heihu, who had already calmed down. If this man couldn't even deal with the great wizard in front of him, there was no need for him to continue helping. Song Heihu looked at the huge wave of mud sweeping over, raised his head, and stared at the figure of the giant elephant, and couldn't help but sneer. Sucker punch. To the side, for a figure shot out like lightning. Now is the best time for them to demonstrate their value. After studying Song Heihu's golden fighting skills for several days, they also felt this strange ability for the first time. It seemed as if his fists could ignore everything that existed. The feeling of being able to destroy things at what was really great. This fighting skill created by Song Heihu has no name, or rather, it doesn't need a name at all. However, the four did not feel arrogant because of this. People have inherent self-knowledge, and this is their greatest reliance in being able to survive to this day. Li Ming and Zheng Dagong rushed directly towards the falling paw of the giant elephant. Wei Xiaoxian and Chu Han came to the front of the huge earth wave. The golden light shone brightly on the fists of the four men. With the combined strength of the two, this seemingly devastating attack no longer posed much of a threat to them. After seeing the familiar golden light, Jiang Zhan and Han Lai both felt a sinking feeling in their hearts. They would never have thought that the self-created fighting skills that Song Heihu had regarded as treasures for more than 10 years would actually be handed over. No wonder these four great witches are willing to work for him. The four forces of magic collided in an instant, and the huge impact force stirred up a storm. The terrifying attacks of Jiang Han and the others gradually disappeared in the impact and returned to dust. Song Heihu glanced at the four great wizards who were a little out of breath. He still had a calm expression, showing no joy or anger. The methods of these people could be considered to be somewhat presentable, but it's still not pleasing to the eye. The only thing that made Song Heihu satisfied was that the four of them had a good understanding of their own positioning and knew what to do and when. Jiang Zhan, Han Lai, use whatever tricks you have. I'm not in a hurry. We could take our time. Song Heihu smiled coldly and raised his hand slightly. Mo Ying continued. The ink shadow in the distance immediately understood. The iron spikes were quickly installed by the tribesmen in charge. The bang 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 sounds rang out again. Great Wizard Jiang, Great Wizard Han, leave us alone and take the children away. The tribesmen behind them had already given up hope, and the shivering children were hiding under them. At this moment, they only hoped that these children would have a chance to survive. Faced with another wave of arrows and bone spears coming from the sky, Jiang Zhan and Han Lai felt deeply powerless. They are strong enough, but they can't protect everyone. The cruelty of reality made the two men filled with grief and anger. The nails of their clenched fists almost dug into their flesh, and blood stained their palms red. I seemed to hear the sound of wind whistling in my ears, as if a huge bird was flying towards me with its wings spread. Don't just stand there. Take your people and hide in the mountains. A familiar voice sounded above their heads, and Jiang Han and the others couldn't help but look up. Chapter 299 Chase. It's actually the elves' projectile weapon. Shamiko frowned. She and Patchouli had the honor of seeing this thing once before. Although she didn't understand the principle, She knew that this thing was very lethal, especially against a large number of enemies. It was a powerful weapon in war. I just didn't expect to see him again in the human camp many years later. No wonder Suyu felt her eyelids twitching, so she asked herself to come over to protect this group of people and escape into the forest safely. Xiao Ai looked at the countless iron spikes in the sky and snorted coldly. I want to see how powerful it is. The black wings behind her liquefied instantly and then diffused out, as if they had turned into a huge black membrane, covering half of this small world, as if night had fallen. The range that Xiao Ai's magic power can cover is not wide, but it can still cover hundreds of tribesmen. Jiang Zhan and Han Lai were amazed at the witch's ability and immediately began to evacuate with their tribesmen. To be honest, they did not expect Xiao Ai's defense to be very effective, but even a delay of a few seconds might save a few more tribesmen. The truth is not as bad as imagined, but it is not as good as expected either. Xiao Ai frowned. She felt that the black curtain formed by the magic power was pierced, and some iron spikes penetrated in. Wrong. This is different from the previous iron spikes. Soon, Satsumi saw why. Li Ming, Zheng Dagong, Chu Han, and Wei Xiaoxian actually replaced several tribesmen who were operating the equipment and personally injected golden magic power into the iron spikes. In other words, these iron spikes also have the ability to destroy witchcraft defenses. Even though their power was not strong, many of them broke through the darkness and landed among the crowd. Xiao Ai glanced at Song Heihu with displeasure. This man's existence was simply a bug. The fighting skills he created were naturally the nemesis of all witchcraft defenses. How could such a cruel person be blessed by God and be given such a special talent? Perhaps it is just as Patulus said. The so-called heaven is simply a blind man. Xiao Ai's appearance relieved most of the pressure on the Jianghan people. The number of iron thorns was reduced by half, but they were still fierce. Song Heihu didn't make any movement, just looked at everything in front of him quietly. Suddenly, his pupils shrank, as if he saw a familiar figure. Song Yuanshan. How could his son be in the Jianghan tribe? He was as disheveled as before, his clothes soaked with blood. Even though he is extremely weak, he is trying his best to protect a group of children who are even more useless than him. Song Heihu couldn't help but snorted coldly, and the slight ripple that had just arisen also calmed down. No matter what the truth is, it doesn't matter anymore. After killing all of Jianghan's people, he will naturally have enough time to find out. When he saw what was happening, Song Heihu was stunned again, because in that forest, dozens of figures suddenly rushed out. This group of people was mostly women, with a few men, all holding a huge black iron weapon in their hands, and rushed straight to the back of the hundreds of people. They pieced those strange weapons together and formed a solid defensive barrier. Retreat. As a woman's high-pitched and heroic voice was heard, the barrier formation began to retreat in an orderly manner towards the mountains and forests. Countless iron spikes hit it, making a crisp metal collision sound, and then all fell off. The presence of this group of people, coupled with Xiao Ai's sky curtain, provided almost perfect protection for all the tribesmen. At this moment, not only Song Heihu, but also Mo Ying were all shocked. Their eyes flickered as they stared at the black weapons in the hands of the group of people. A plate-shaped defensive weapon made of iron, or a shield. This is undoubtedly the nemesis of iron spike-type projectile weapons. But where did they get this kind of knowledge? Song Heihu's face was gloomy. He had never seen such means before. Where did this group of people come from? Anyone who dares to show up and help Jiang Han and the others at this moment is either stupid or seeking death. It was not until he saw a woman with flames all over her body appear that Song Heihu could not help but look sideways. Which looks familiar. Even after so many years, the girl's appearance has not changed much. The buds that once were have blossomed, and the childishness has faded, replaced by a woman's sexy maturity and a dashing and heroic demeanor that is different from other women. Even Song Heihu had to admire Han Lai for being able to give birth to such a beautiful and outstanding daughter. Of course, compared with his son Ding Tian, he is still much inferior. Moreover, Yashan's magical power seems to be quite strong, which just meets his requirements. So, those women are also witches. It really is effortless. Song Heihu's mood, which had just been ruined, suddenly improved a little. Father and daughter meet again after 7 years. Han Lai stared at his grown-up daughter, who was as beautiful as her mother. For a moment, he felt excited and guilty with mixed emotions. Xiao Xiang. Hanlai hesitated for a long time before he squeezed out a word. At this moment, there was not a trace of the aura of a great wizard on the middle-aged man. Jiang Zhan, an old partner, was also stunned for a long time and was frightened by the familiar girl in front of him. Girls change a lot when they grow up, but the changes of which are more obvious than those of ordinary people. In comparison, Jiang Zhan was much more sober than Hanlai. He quickly patted Hanlai awake and said, "Don't just stand there. Go into the woods first. You and your daughter will have plenty of time to reunite later." In fact, the moment Jiang Zhan saw Yaxiang, he began to look forward to having a daughter. Hanlai opened his mouth and was silent for a long time. Finally, it was Yaxiang who broke the awkwardness. The woman looked at her father, whom she had not seen for many years. She also felt a surge of emotions in her heart. She didn't know what to say, so she just called him softly. "Father." Hey, a simple name, but like thousands of words, instantly warmed Hanlai's heart. One sound is enough. Hanlai's old face was almost wrinkled from laughing, which made Jiang Zhan feel quite sad. The two men, one in front and one behind, followed the footsteps of their tribesmen and immediately retreated into the woods. Then, Yaxiang threw her hands, and the raging flames were like a fire dragon, burning a wall of fire on the ground. She looked up at the sky and shouted loudly, "Natsumi, it's okay." "Good." Shimiko did not want to fight. She frowned slightly, and her black magic power turned into huge wings, and she flew towards the woods with a roar. Many main targets have appeared, which was something Song Heihu had not expected. But as long as the result remains the same, the process doesn't matter. The appearance of Yaxiang and others also indicated that his direction was correct and what he wanted was within reach. Song Heihu sneered, looked at the hundreds of people gradually retreating into the forest, and raised his hand indifferently. Chase. Chapter 300. People and Horses Fall. At the command. This time there were no more restraints. The cavalry and beast cavalry burst into joyful shouts. The warriors raised their weapons high, their eyes full of the fiery light of battle. The earth was shaken by the sound of the beasts trampling, and the two cavalry teams, nearly 3,000 men and horses, immediately rolled up a thick cloud of smoke and left in a cloud of dust. The other phalanxes of the clan army followed closely behind, while Mo-ing mixed in with the equipment team, observing everything silently. "Chief, we two brothers will lead the charge for you first." Li Ming and Zheng Dagong were ready to go and came to Song Heihu to ask for instructions. This is the best time to gain military merit, and they don't want to share it equally with the two great wizards from outside. Since he had already decided to let go, Song Heihu naturally would not refuse. "Except for the witch, don't let anyone else live." Song Heihu shouted coldly. "Okay, Chief, just watch." Li Ming and Zheng Dagong nodded quickly, jumped up, and disappeared. Suddenly, Song Heihu looked at Chu Han and Wei Xiaoxian again and spoke lightly. "What about you two?" Chu Han immediately bowed and said with a playful smile, "Since Li Dao and Jing Dao have already taken action, if we intervene again, we are afraid that we will steal the credit of the two great witches. Now that group of people are already at the end of their strength. As long as Jiang Zhan and Han Lai do not take action, they will surely die. If Jiang and Han lose their patience, it will not be too late for us brothers to help." Clan Leader Song. The witch at the great witch level has strange methods and can come and go freely. We are staying here because we are worried that she will suddenly attack us. Wei Xiaoxian on the side echoed. "Okay, take your people and follow." Song Heihu said no more and snored softly. Two old foxes. Although Li Ming and Zheng Dagong are two fakes, they are much more useful than outsiders. The other side. Roar. Hiss. The roars of wild beasts and horses intertwined, and a cavalry team of thousands of people rushed forward, like a huge wave that instantly rolled into the mountains and forests. Kill. The clan leader has issued an order that whoever captures the witch will be rewarded with resources. Ugh. Brothers, we can't let the people behind us take away the credit. Follow me. Excited shouts rose one after another, echoing among the mountains and forests, and the fiery vibrations caused the leaves to rustle and fall. In their eyes, the witches were nothing more than a group of weak women who were powerless. Even if there is an inexplicable witch like the one who can fly in the air, Li Dao and Zheng Dao will step forward to solve the problem. What they have to do is to completely crush the enemies in front of them and seize the credit that is within their grasp. Not far away, the group of shield-wielding warriors were protecting hundreds of people as they retreated. Their route was a bit strange. They refused to take the wide road and insisted on weaving through the woods. Not only were their movements slow, but they also had to cross tall bushes and avoid prickly thorns. It was simply courting death. Brothers surround from both sides. The leader of the beast cavalry shouted loudly, separated from the leader of the cavalry, and galloped on the not-so-wide road. Li Ming and Zheng Dagong were staring at Zhang Zhan and Han Lai closely. After a few leaps, they were almost approaching the shield-holding witch at the back. The two men showed a grim smile on their faces. Although the weapons of these priestesses were strange, they were weak and posed no threat at all. Moreover, Jiang Han and the other two seemed to have no intention of stopping them, and they fled in a hurry to protect their tribesmen. The miserable appearance of the two great witches made Li Ming and Zheng Dagong feel refreshed. After being oppressed by others for more than 10 years, they had a perfect catharsis at this moment. However, just as they extended their claws towards the witch, something strange happened. Suddenly, I heard the neighing of wild beasts and horses, mixed with the curses and wails of countless tribesmen. What's this? My feet, Why is there a pit here? Listening to countless people's abuse, the two of them turned around subconsciously and were suddenly stunned. The cavalry team at the forefront, where are they? It was as if it disappeared out of thin air, and a large area disappeared in an instant. The cavalry troops behind also fell into the trap due to inertia, one after another, unable to stop. There's something wrong with the ground. This is an ambush. The two realized what had happened in an instant. The pits were filled with tribesmen and mounts. For unknown reasons, the cavalry behind them simply stepped on their bodies and continued to charge forward. The familiar scene repeats again. Smoke and dust rolled. The ground broke, and the war horses fell and were quickly buried. Damn, these idiots won't stop. Li Ming and Zheng Dagong cursed loudly and were about to give a reminder when they felt something unusual happening under their feet. There was a gathering of hot energy underground, which frightened the two men and made them step back immediately. Heaven's wrath explosion. Yaxiang's cold voice came. A raging column of fire shot up into the sky, and the raging flames brushed against the corners of their clothes. The burning sensation spread across their faces and hands, feeling extremely hot and uncomfortable. But the danger has not stopped yet. The exploding pillar of fire seemed to have locked onto the two of them, erupting continuously beneath their feet, forcing them to retreat again and again, dodging and moving around until they reached the top of a giant tree. Li Ming and Zheng Dagong gritted their teeth, and wherever they looked, they saw a sea of fire. The red-hot stones and charred ground produced billowing waves of heat. At this time, they finally saw the entire situation of the cavalry team. The seemingly open road was actually full of potholes and countless huge earth pits. The beasts and horses rushing in the front fell underneath, their bodies pierced by sharp objects and bleeding profusely. The mounts and tribesmen buried at the bottom obviously did not survive. Only those tribesmen who were caught later were still cursing. A cavalry unit of several thousand men lost more than half of its troops in a short period of time. Li Ming and Zheng Dagong could already foresee Song Heihu's anger. The death of the tribesmen was a small matter. What was important were the wild beasts and horses. They died so quietly. Who wouldn't be angry? No, I have to find a chance to make amends. And this opportunity is to kill as many enemies as possible and capture the witch. Don't just stand there, go through the woods, don't take the main road. Hurry up and chase them. Follow the steps of those women. The two men roared, waking up the panicked cavalry behind them. The group reorganized their team and rushed around the road, imitating Zhang Han's tribesmen and moving through the woods. What's going on up front? The moment he entered the woods, Song Heihu smelled a strong smell of blood. The cavalry team that had been so full of vigor just now was now lying on the ground. Some of them had abandoned the main road and were rushing towards the woods, while the other part was so frightened that they were at a loss and were still standing still in front. Looking at the tribesmen who were crawling out of the pit, covered in blood, and the mounts that were flapping their limbs on the ground, unable to move. Song Heihu's calm mood finally changed a little. What's going on? Where are Li Ming and Zheng Dagong?
Wait. Just as Zheng Jia's mental power was about to retreat, he felt another mental force chasing him. That mental force was very powerful and seemed to be curious about him as well. But then this force attacked him. Pop! Zheng Jia only felt a collision in his head, and then his throat felt sweet and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Guyu hurriedly supported him, and quickly stuffed a crystal core into his mouth. What happened to Zhang Jia? Gu Jin and Feng Zi originally went to the guard post to ask how to enter the experimental building. Unexpectedly, when he turned around, he saw Zhang Jia vomiting blood and falling on Gu Yu's shoulder, so he hurried back. I'm fine. Zhang Jia wiped the blood from the corner of his lips with a heavy look in his eyes. There must be someone in this experimental building whose mental power is even stronger than his. Why is he vomiting blood out of nowhere? Feng Zi and the others didn't know that Zhang Jia had a second superpower. Apart from Gu Yu, only manhwa had seen him use his psychic power, but manhwa was not clear about the circumstances. At least she had not fully understood Zhang Jia's second superpower. Are you still feeling uncomfortable? Gu Yu looked at Zhang Jia with heartache. She was not aware of the battles between psychics and thought that Zhang Jia's psychic power encountered an obstacle, so he was injured. It's okay, I'll tell you later. Zhang Jia glanced at Gu Yu and shook his head slightly. Gu Jin turned his head to look at the guard, but snorted coldly. You need a pass to enter there. We can't even get close to it. If we want to see Yuan Yumin, we can only wait. Time goes by day. Isn't this making people anxious? Hey, someone came out. Feng Zi suddenly pointed towards the building. Gu Yu turned around and saw a group of people walking out of the building, and Yuan Yumin was among them. It's really the third young master. The driver got out of the car at some point and waved at Yuan Yumin when he saw him coming out. Yuan Yumin was covered in dust, with fatigue still in his eyes, but he quickly ran up to Gu Yu and the others. At this time, the security guard also opened the automatic iron door, but Gu Yu and the others did not step into the door. Instead, Yuan Yumin ran out by himself. Colonel Yuan, you've been gone for such a long time. Gu Jin was naturally angry when he saw Yuan Yumin. This man had been gone for 3 days, which really left them feeling disappointed. Gu Yu didn't say anything, but just looked at Yuan Yumin indifferently. After not seeing him for 3 days, his chin was already covered with stubble and his eyes were full of red bloodshot. It seemed that he definitely did not get a good rest in the past 3 days. I'm sorry. I arranged someone to take care of your family's affairs when I return to the Gu family. We'll make a phone call when we get back. When Yuan Yumin said this, Gu Yu and Gu Jin's eyes lit up. It turned out that they had not rested for the past 3 days, and things in S province were going on. Then weren't they blaming Yuan Yumin wrongly? Gu Jin looked at his toes, then slowly moved away and stood behind Gu Yu. Virtue, Feng Zi smiled gently. Although Gu Jin and Gu Yu were the same age, their personalities were completely different. The elder sister is responsible and capable, but the younger brother, he is capable, but sometimes acts like a child. Colonel Yuan, are these your friends? A cold voice suddenly sounded behind Yuan Yumin. Gu Yu raised his eyebrows and looked at him with a little surprise. It was a man sitting in a wheelchair, about 40 years old, wearing a white suit and a pair of rimless glasses. He looked gentle and knowledgeable. Professor Xiao. Yuan Yumin turned around and responded with a very respectful attitude. They are indeed my friends. Xiao Huajia's eyes swept over Gu Yu and the others. When his gaze stopped at the bloodstain on Zhang Jia's lips that had not yet been wiped clean, a meaningful smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his lips. Since you are friends of Colonel Yuan, you are also friends of me, Xiao. Since you have come to the capital, let me show my hospitality as a good host. This, Yuan Yumin hesitated. If it was someone else, he would have made the decision directly. After all, he still had to give face to Xiao Huajia. But the other party is Gu Yu and his group, and he can't be the master of Gu Yu. No, I have something else to do. Let's talk about it another day. Gu Yu refused directly without any hesitation. Xiao Huajia's face froze. In the capital, his words were still effective, but these people had just arrived and were probably not aware of his name. Professor Xiao is just being polite and giving you face. Don't be shameless. A young woman stood up behind Xiao Huajia. She was also wearing a white gown. She was tall and plump, with long wavy hair full of Western beauty. Her facial features were also very prominent, except for a pair of black eyes. She should be a mixed race. What did you say? Feng Zi instantly got furious. This woman's words were really too rude. Are you deaf? Lynn laughed, but her eyes were full of mockery. Feng Zi couldn't bear it. She didn't move her hands, but the pistol floated in a hidden place beside her and chose a very tricky corner to shoot the bullet. Chapter 99 Provocation. Bang! After a dull gunshot, the bullet landed at Lin Ji's feet. Her face suddenly changed. She jumped up and swung her hands forward. Swish, swish, swish. A row of black arrow feathers instantly nailed to the place where Fong Zi had just stood and made 3 holes in the ground. Fong Zi was startled. She also wanted to warn the other party, but she didn't expect the other party to fight back so fiercely. If Guyu hadn't grabbed her collar and squeezed her away in time, would she have 3 more holes on her body? Miss, you were too harsh, weren't you? Guyu looked at Lin Ji with a sullen expression. Oh, I don't think so. Lin Ji stretched out her slender fingers to fiddle with the hair that fell on her cheek. At the same time, she looked at Guyu vigilantly. She didn't see clearly when this woman made her move, but her movements were quite fast. Do you want to fight? We'll keep you company. Gu Jin glared at Lin Ji. He didn't see many femme fatale, but the one in front of him was obviously a typical one. You're quite angry. Xiao Huajia looked at Yuan Yumin with a half-smile. A layer of cold sweat had already appeared on his back. He quickly winked at Gu Jin and said to Xiao Huajia respectfully, Professor Qiu, they are just a few kids. Don't bother with them. Lin Ji is Xiao Huajia's capable subordinate. This woman has always been cruel and ruthless. The move she made just now was murderous. If Guyu hadn't taken action, Fong Zi would not be her opponent at all. The child. It is indeed a child. Xiao Huajia glanced at Guyu and the others, his focus still on Zheng Jia. It was indeed a young face, so energetic. Professor, they bullied me. Lin Ji called Xiao Huajia in a coquettish voice, which gave Gu Jin goosebumps. She was so fiercely attacking them just now, but in the blink of an eye she turned into a little woman. Lin Ji, who can bully you when I'm here? Xiao Huajia glanced at Lin Ji with deep meaning in his eyes. She immediately stopped talking and just stood aside obediently. So we can go now. Guyu looked at Xiao Huajia deeply. This Professor Qiu, sitting in a wheelchair, is not simple. She always feels that the black feather hidden weapon released by Lin Ji is somewhat familiar, and this woman is quite powerful. If these two were famous in the apocalypse, she should have heard of them. Moreover, in the capital, it would be even easier for them to become famous. Go ahead. I'll invite you guys to visit me another day. Xiao Huajia waved his hand, and Lin Ji immediately pushed him back, but she snorted as she turned around. It was obvious that she didn't care about Gu Yu and the others. They were just country bumpkins from outside. If it weren't for Yuan Yumin, they would probably have difficulty taking a single step in the capital. As soon as Xiao Huajia left, a group of his men turned around and left. Could it be that these people were his bodyguards? Gu Jin and Fong Zi were stunned. This man was so grand. Let's go back and talk. Yuan Yumin greeted in a low voice and got into the car first. Gu Yu and Zheng Jia looked at each other and got into the car. There were 5 people when they came and 6 people when they returned. Yuan Yumin acted as the driver himself, and the driver had to walk home. After all, they were all adults, and it was really inconvenient to squeeze one more person in. Of course, they couldn't let the guests walk, so the young driver had to inconvenience himself. Colonel Yuan, is that Xiao Huajia? I see you are so wary of him. Is he very powerful in Beijing? Gu Jin was so angry that he wanted to ask for a long time. That woman named Lin Ji was too arrogant. He really wanted to fight with her. Yuan Yumin glanced at Gu Jin and shook his head. He is a rising star in Beijing's scientific research community, specializing in genetic research. After the virus outbreak, he was appointed to form an expert group. Xiao Huajia is specifically in charge of this. Don't you think he is amazing? Even the genes he brought back this time were ordered to be handed over to Xiao Huajia, and in order to verify the authenticity of the genes, he was kept in the experimental building for a few days. Today, it was finally confirmed that the genes were useful, so he was released. Otherwise, it would be equivalent to being imprisoned. But Yuan Yumin didn't know the research progress of Xiao Huajia and his team. He was just following orders. Gu Yu fell silent. No wonder Yuan Yumin was somewhat in awe of Xiao Huajia. This man must be a real talent, and his research results might even affect the situation in the capital. Otherwise, who would support him so much if they held such great power? Gu Jin was shocked when he heard this. Fong Zi asked about the woman named Lin Ji again. That woman was so fierce. I didn't even see clearly whether she used a hidden weapon or her special ability. Today they have made a feud, and she doesn't know what will happen next time they meet. Fong Zi always wants to find out the other party's background, to know herself and the enemy. She's a 3rd-level psychic. I don't even know what her specific abilities are. Yuan Yumin said cautiously, but this woman is ruthless. I heard that she likes to dissect her opponents the most. Her methods are very cruel. So you'd better not leave the Yuan family and leave my sight during this period of time. So scary. Feng Zi's face turned pale. It turned out that the person she had just provoked was a third-level psychic. She just wanted to test the other party's strength. She never thought that there would be such serious consequences. Would Lin Ji hold a grudge like that? Sister Gu, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have been so impulsive. Feng Zi lowered her head. She was now trying to reach the second level. She also felt that she could definitely reach the second level. She just needed an opportunity. It's okay. Gu Yu patted her shoulder to comfort her, then turned around and held Zheng Jia's hand. Zheng Jia's fingertips were cold, and his face was as pale as paper. He looked very uncomfortable, and his whole body was as tense as a string. Gu Yu was shocked and quickly stuffed another crystal core into Zheng Jia's mouth, motioning him to lean on her wrist. Don't be stubborn. Concentrate on regulating your breathing. Yeah. Zheng Jia took a deep breath and leaned on Gu Yu's shoulder to rest. Yuan Yumin saw his appearance in the rearview mirror, and a deep light flashed in his eyes. I forgot to tell you that Professor Qiu is also a fourth-level psychic. His brain development is incomparable to ordinary people. After a slight pause, he said, he may have carried out a mental attack on Zheng Jia just now. Fuck, this guy dares to use dirty tricks? Gu Jin was immediately furious. We didn't provoke him at all, but he actually dared to attack Zheng Jia. Gu Jin turned to Gu Yu and said indignantly, Sister, we can't tolerate this. After all, Zheng Jia is his brother-in-law in name only, his sister's official boyfriend, and he also works part-time as their top chef. Zheng Jia's position is so important. How could he be hurt so easily? I don't know why Professor Qiu attacked Zheng Jia. Yuan Yumin pursed his lips, his eyes extremely cautious. But I once saw someone who was attacked by his mental power, and that person became a fool. Chapter 100 Call. Zheng Jia was originally leaning on Gu Yu's shoulder to recuperate and rest. But when he heard Yuan Yumin's words, he suddenly opened his eyes, and a silver light flashed in his eyes. The light disappeared in a flash, so no one in the car saw it. Gu Yu just gently squeezed Zheng Jia's hand, signaling him to stay calm. Mental attack is invisible. It can destroy a person's brain. Not only can it turn a person into a fool, it can also cause direct brain death. This is the most terrifying thing about it. A psychic who has reached a high level of mental power can also tamper with the memory of others or even control another person. So the obstacle Zheng Jia encountered when he used his mental power to investigate just now was Qiu Huajie. Was a match between two psychics? No wonder Qiu Huajie's attention was always vaguely on Zheng Jia just now. He had already seen that Zheng Jia was the psychic. Gu Yu pursed his lips. They could no longer stay in the capital, a place of trouble, and had to leave as soon as possible. Yuan Yumin was trustworthy and called S Province as soon as he got home. Gu Yu and Gu Jin followed him in the study, waiting with bated breath for the voice on the other end of the phone. Is it Xiao Yu? Gu Ma's voice was trembling uncontrollably. The end of the world had come suddenly, and the couple hadn't even reacted when they were frightened out of their wits by the successive news. But what to do since the child was still outside? They were suddenly as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Then they remembered that Gu Yu had called them before and asked them to stock up on supplies and not go out, as if this girl had foresight. On the other end of the phone, Gu Yu's eyes turned red when she heard the familiar voice, and she choked up and called out, Mom, it's me. She traveled thousands of miles and visited several cities just to bring Gu Jin back and be with her family. Although she is in Beijing now, her heart has already flown back to Provinces. Her parents' safety is her greatest comfort. After worrying for so long, she finally heard her daughter's voice. Tears started to fall from Gu's eyes, and she hurriedly told Gu Yu about each other's situation. Mom, let me say a few words. Gu Yu hadn't said a few words when Gu Jin was waiting anxiously by the side. In fact, Dad Gu doted on him the most. He had been wandering outside for so long and hadn't been able to go home for years. He had missed his parents for a long time. You go. Gu Yu handed the microphone to Gu Jin. He was stunned for a moment, but when he took the phone, he didn't know what to say. He stammered a few times in response to Gu Ma's questions and handed the phone back to Gu Yu. Gu Yu is now his backbone. Mom, where's Dad? Gu Yu held the receiver, suppressing his inner excitement. He just heard from his mother that the military of Provinces had sent a team of 10 people to protect them, and they were now staying at Gu's house. After hearing what Gu Ma said, Gu Yu felt relieved and couldn't help but look at Yuan Yumin with gratitude. It seems that their trip to the capital was not in vain. Your dad, Gu's mother hesitated in the microphone. Gu Yu couldn't help but clench the microphone and even lowered his voice a few notes. Dad, what happened to him? There were too many unexpected events and changes in the end of the world. In her previous life, she had always been with her parents, but in the end, without food, the three of them could not survive and had to go out to make a living. The two elders could not survive the hardships of the end of the world, which also became a pain in Guyu's heart. If she could be stronger, even stronger, would she be able to protect her parents and relatives? As Mrs. Gu spoke, she began to sob. Guyu's heart was in her throat. Her little face turned pale, and her hand holding the microphone was shaking slightly. It couldn't be what she thought. Could it be that after going around in circles, she still couldn't protect everyone? Guyu looked at Gu Jin blankly. His brother was still by his side, but his father was gone? I'll answer the phone. Gu Jin's face suddenly changed when he heard it. He grabbed the phone and said, Mom, don't cry. What happened to my dad? Your father wanted to go out to inquire about you, but he didn't expect to have his hand bitten off by those monsters. Fortunately, he found that he had acquired superpowers after he had a fever. It's only been 2 days since he woke up. Unfortunately, he went out now. When he comes back later, I will tell him that you called. Gu's mother told the story intermittently, and Gu Jin and Guyu were relieved. Dad has a broken arm. Gu Jin was a little sad. Guyu said with red eyes, This is a blessing in disguise. At least Mom and Dad are still alive. Don't worry now. That team will stay at your house to protect them before you go home. Yuan Yumin took the phone handed to him by Guyu. This phone was a military-dedicated line. There were only 3 in their Yuan family. If he hadn't made a contribution this time, the old man would not have awarded him one for his exclusive use. Thank you, Colonel Yuan. Guyu nodded. If there is nothing else, we would like to leave tomorrow. She always felt that the capital was a place of trouble, especially after meeting Xiao Ai. She felt very bad and wanted to leave quickly. You're leaving so soon. I haven't fulfilled my duty as a good host yet. Yuan Yumin looked surprised. Did I fail to entertain you well enough? Or is it because of what happened to Professor Qiu and the others today? No. Guyu waved his hand. I'm just worried about my parents and want to go home quickly. Yuan Yumin thought about it and didn't force him. He just said with regret, If you really want to leave, I won't force you to stay. But I don't know if we will have the chance to meet again in the future. It will happen. Guyu raised the corner of his lips, and Yuan Yumin also smiled. Then you guys have a good sleep. I will personally send you out of the city tomorrow. After waiting for Guyu and his brother to leave the study, the housekeeper came in to report to Yuan Yumin, and then mentioned that Yi Meihua asked him to find someone, that Yi Bangwen is from the Jiang family. What do you think we should do? Third young master. Yuan Yumin thought for a moment before saying, Just tell Miss Yi that the person has been found. If she wants to go to her uncle's place, send someone to take her there. Yi Meihua has been staying in the Liangshan base, and there has been nothing wrong with her journey. I'm afraid she doesn't know the relationship between the Yuan and Jiang families, so it makes sense for her to come to the capital to seek refuge with her uncle. Yes. The butler took the order and retreated. At this time, Yuan Yumin's phone rang again. He saw that the number was from Province S. He was immediately surprised. Guyu had just talked to her parents on the phone. Was they calling again? Although he thought so, Yuan Yumin still answered the phone, but he didn't expect that the person on the phone was his former subordinate Tong Rue. Colonel, I have something to report to you. A strong voice came from the other end of the microphone. Even though Yuan Yumin hadn't seen him in person, he could imagine Tong Rue's fierce appearance through the microphone and couldn't help laughing. I didn't expect your division commander to let you go on this mission. After returning home, Yuan Yumin hurriedly gave some instructions and went out to the test building. He didn't know who was sent from Province S to carry out the task, but he felt relieved to know that it was an old acquaintance. He was assured that Tong Rue did his job properly, and he didn't mess things up for Guyu. If you have anything to say, just tell me. Yuan Yumin made himself a cup of coffee and sat in his big office chair. The soft touch of the leather wrapped around his body made him feel like he was back home. He couldn't help but let out a long breath, but Tong Rue's next words almost made him jump up from the bench.
Chapter 3, A One Mutation. Chu Han and Wei Shaoxian sensed the anger of the clan leader and immediately jumped forward. Seeing the tragic situation of the cavalry in front of them, their brows immediately frowned. The injured people seen on the road are considered lucky. Those in the pits are the most miserable. The pit was at least 7 or 8 meters deep, and there were a terrifying number of sharp bamboo spears inside. The longest one could almost pierce 2 people, stringing together the beasts and the tribesmen like a candied hawse. Viscera and blood were scattered everywhere. Some tribesmen who were still alive were soaked in blood, unable to make a final struggle. It was a horrific sight. Chu Han looked around and found that the road ahead was not only filled with earth pits, but also with thick fire elements. The flames were raging like evil spirits and had not yet been extinguished. Heat waves were rolling and the temperature was rising. Beyond these, the woods in the distance connected to a low hillside. Jiang Han and his companions were leading their tribesmen to climb up the hill. The witches followed closely behind them, alert to any weapons thrown at them. Their formation was not at all disordered. For some reason, Chu Han's heart started pounding as he watched, and he had a bad feeling in his heart. From the first sight of the flying witch to the strange camp holding iron shields, everything seemed to be developing in a weird direction that was unpredictable. Wei Shaoxian was not as sensitive as Chu Han, but he also realized that something was wrong. The two people glanced at each other and then went back. Chief, the cavalry seems to have been ambushed. There are a large number of earth pits ahead, and sharp bone spears, bamboo thorns, and other weapons are set up inside them. There have been heavy casualties among the tribesmen and the beast and horses. Coming in front of Song Heihu, Chu Han began to report the battle situation. Li Dao and Zheng Dao are chasing Jiang Han's people. They seem to have climbed up the hill in the distance. Song Heihu listened with a gloomy face. This was not the result he wanted. Shocked, Song Heihu rode a giant lion to the front of the formation and looked at the pit full of corpses with a sinister look. Pits and spikes. Good, very good. The man thought of his youngest son, Song Sheng, who was murdered. His team encountered such a trap, countless people were killed, and he himself eventually died on the spot. So, the enemy who killed his youngest son is also here. The anger was ignited, and the burly man's iron heart beat so violently for the first time. These methods are very interesting. Suddenly, Mo Ying appeared beside Song Heihu and looked at the tragic situation in front of him with interest. In his eyes, he seemed to see only pits and spikes, without any corpses or rivers of blood. Interesting. Song Heihu snorted with a gloomy face. He knew the elves' preferences and their inexplicable obsession with technology and knowledge, so he did not think that the other party was gloating. Mo Ying nodded. Yes, the human race who designed this device should have been inspired by some methods used to hunt large wild beasts, including the iron plate weapons held by the witches before. Our people call it a shield. It has good defensive capabilities and can be said to be the natural enemy of projectile weapons. Mo Ying walked around the pit and continued. These technologies may seem simple, but there are very few humans who can actually manufacture them, put them into use, and use them so skillfully. At least I haven't seen one. It can be said that he is very smart. Song Heihu glanced at Mo Ying indifferently. Smarter than you elves? Ha! Mo Ying grinned and pointed at his head. He is indeed very flexible here, or lucky, but that's all. To be able to come up with these methods, he has probably used up all his knowledge. The upper limit of the human race is so high that Mo Ying even classified this mysterious human race as lucky. Sudden, the wailing of the tribesmen could be heard again, attracting everyone's attention. The battle situation ahead changed, and the cavalry team crossing the woods was once again thrown into disarray. However, this time it's not a dirt pit, but it's those seemingly harmless bushes, grasses, and vegetation. Each of them seemed to come alive and suddenly attack the cavalry's mounts, entangled their ankles, and tripped up all the wild beasts and horses. The beasts and horses were dragged away alive and disappeared into pits that suddenly appeared one after another. There were also huge sharp tree trunks tied with vines and hemp ropes that fell from the sky, instantly defeating team after team of cavalry. At the same time, some rocks, short trees, and even small earth slopes suddenly began to move. They stretched out their legs, stretched out their hands, and drew out their sharp iron swords and bone knives to chop at those who fell to the ground. People with sharp eyes have already noticed that those stones and short trees are fake, but they looked real just now. In just a few breaths, the remaining 1,000-strong cavalry had suffered heavy casualties, leaving only 100 or so people who were so panicked that they pulled the reins and turned around to run away. Brothers, retreat. The group of disguised tribesmen moved quickly and in unison, without even a second's pause. They swarmed toward the hillside and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Li Ming and Zheng Dagong were like spectators, watching the whole process but doing nothing. They wanted to stop the situation from developing, but the horses and beasts were dragged by vines, and they could not tell who was responsible. Moreover, those earth pits that appeared and disappeared in the blink of an eye were even more elusive. After swallowing up the horses and beasts, It was as if they had never appeared from beginning to end. What's more, there are more than 1,000 cavalrymen in the team, and there are only 2 of them. How can they manage it? Even if they wanted to kill the enemies disguised in various forms, they were forced back by the sudden attack of huge earth guns and flames. 2 powerful priestesses had been protecting them, but they were worried about another ambush, so they had to give up in the end. Seeing that Jiang Han and hundreds of people were almost retreating to the top of the mountain, and the witch had not been caught yet, Li Ming and Zheng Dagong felt like vomiting blood. After returning covered in dust, the 2 men hardly dared to look Song Heihu in the eye. Thousands of cavalry were gone in the blink of an eye. You still have the nerve to come back and call yourself a great witch. Song Heihu wanted to beat them to death, but he finally held back. He clenched his fists until they made a creaking sound and spoke coldly. Chuhan, Wei Xiaoxian, flatten the road from here to the top of the mountain. Then he looked at Li Ming and Zheng Dagong. You 2 should go too. It is impossible for tens of thousands of tribesmen to all walk through the woods, but if they continue to be consumed like this, no one can accept it. Yes, yes, Patriarch. Li Ming and the other man trembled and immediately obeyed the order. After all, the great wizard is no small fry. He uses his unrivaled power to clear the way. This may be a waste of time under normal circumstances, but at this moment, it has amazing results. Some of the earth pits and wooden spikes that had not been triggered were swept out, revealing their true forms, and then destroyed one by the tribesmen behind them. After seeing how vines and plants harmed the tribesmen, this group of people did not even intend to let go of any grass, tree, or stone, and they pulled out their bone knives and iron swords and started poking and poking. Looking at the wide road being cleared in front of him, Song Heihu raised his eyebrows and his eyes were as cold as if they were poisoned. Chapter 3:02 Notice. Where do these methods of controlling vegetation and camouflaging the body come from? How could that small tribe of witches become so troublesome? Is it because of that man? Thousands of cavalry disappeared silently, without even a splash when they fell into the water. Song Heihu narrowed his eyes slightly. It seemed that his son, Song Dingtian, had not deserved to be defeated. He looked at Mo Ing again and asked, "Do you still think that the other party is lucky?" Mo Ing, what do you think this time? Forehead. For the first time, Mo Ying's face felt hot and ashen. These are the special abilities that only the witch possesses. They manipulate the natural elements of plants and trees and do not rely on human intelligence. Mo Ing explained lamely. As an elf, I know a lot about the abilities of the witch. But the problem is that on this continent, there are only a handful of witches who can use their natural powers so skillfully. Many witches can't even get past the awakening stage and will be attacked by voodoo and die at a young age. Not to mention learning to use the power of natural elements and becoming extremely powerful. Moreover, the magical powers of these witches are all very wrong. They seem to have obtained some kind of help that can change their own destiny. Mo Ing said with a frown. The great witch-level witch and the witch with flames burning all over her body can both be described as miracles. Not only did she survive the awakening, but she also broke through to the level of a half-step great witch or even a great witch. Such a witch can be said to be rare and 1 in 10,000. If things had developed normally, the witch's fate would definitely not have been like this. Want to ask why? Because it is not allowed. Who is not allowed? Mo Ing stared at the dark sky, beads of sweat oozing from his forehead. They won't allow it. Song Heihu raised his eyebrows. Oh? A help that can change one's own destiny? What do you think it will be? Or who? No matter what it is, Song Heihu will find a way to get it. He will not stop the priestess from becoming stronger, because only a stronger priestess can become his strength. Mo Ing remained silent, then spoke slowly. That ability to disguise originated from the elves. In this continent, the only people who can use this ability are the elves and the forest elves. If you understand this, you will be able to understand the matter of the witch. After all, the 2 tribes are one family in origin, and they both control the resource of the Mother Stone and know the lifeblood of the witch. But Mo Ing couldn't be sure whether the one who helped the witch transform was an elf or a forest elf. But no matter who it is, by doing this, aren't they afraid of being discovered by the group above and bringing about a catastrophic disaster? At this moment, Mo Ing actually hoped that the man was from the elves, but being born there, he knew very well how fanatical and deeply rooted the thoughts of that group of people were. It was impossible for them to betray their beliefs and offend the gods. Thinking of this, Mo Ing suddenly felt better because he was not slapped in the face. How could a human race be able to research those technologies with just its IQ? He looked at Song Heihu and said firmly, "It seems that we are all wrong." "What do you mean?" Song Heihu responded indifferently. The people who helped the group of witches were mostly from the forest elves, so they had the technical knowledge to make traps and shields. They didn't rely on luck at all, but on the methods of the forest elves. Ing straightened his back and snorted. "So, that was originally the technical knowledge of my tribe." Another elf, Song Heihu, also learned a general idea about the secrets between the two tribes through Ing. But he didn't expect that the weak group of priestesses did not rely on the talented young man he thought. That's great. He can kill the other party without any scruples, and also have one more elf serving him. In this case, why would he worry that Ing, this old stubborn man, would control him and refuse to hand over all his skills? The cavalry suffered heavy casualties, but this did not affect the overall situation. Song Heihu rode a giant lion to the front of the battle formation, and tens of thousands of tribesmen split into two sides and stopped at the foot of the mountain. The hill in front of me was about 10 feet high. It was not very steep and was filled with rubble and a few haystacks. The view is wide, and there aren't many obstacles that could block hundreds of people. Moreover, compared to the flat wilderness, the speed of climbing mountains will be more limited and the physical energy consumption will be more intense. In addition to the height difference, even the witch's shield couldn't play a very good role, and escaping to the top of the mountain was simply seeking death. The equipment vehicle had already creaked into position, aiming at the hundreds of people still struggling to climb the mountainside. "Knock them all down." Song Heihu raised his eyes and scolded coldly. The leader of the squad next to him immediately called out to the spear throwers and raised his hand. "Everyone get ready." The spear throwers immediately raised the crude bone spears in their hands and stared at the live targets with excitement. Li Ming and Zheng Dagong gritted their teeth and came to the equipment vehicle, wishing they could pour all their magic power into the iron spikes. They wanted to avenge the cavalry team that was killed in a trap, but they did not dare to rush up the mountain to kill people. Not to mention that the flying woman and the fire-setting woman were still protecting them. The witch's strange ability to control vegetation and create holes alone made the two of them unable to start and felt a little scared. The cavalry team is already gone, and we can't let any more teams fall into their hands. Otherwise, Song Heihu will never give up. To put it bluntly, they're just cowardly and afraid of taking responsibility. Chu Han and Wei Xiaoxian on the side were calm and ordered their men to move a lot of huge stones. Chu and Han saw clearly that the group of shield-wielding witches would ultimately be a problem. Once they followed the crowd to the top of the mountain, the attacks from weapons and spearmen would no longer be effective. "Chief Song, we two brothers will take care of those witches holding shields." The most obvious difference between stones and iron spikes is strength. Chu Han chuckled, picked up a child-sized stone, injected golden magic power into it, and smashed it at the witch camp that was fleeing on the mountainside. The stones mixed with the whistling sound of the wind seemed like golden streams of light, containing infinite destructive power. The witches suddenly felt a chill on their backs and turned their heads subconsciously and immediately screamed in fright. "Aksu, they're throwing rocks at us." Who has ever seen a stone that glows with golden light? Those spearmen and weapons are also preparing to attack. Should we stop them? The leader, Aksu, frowned. How could they stop them? Now, Jiang Han's tribesmen were on the top, and they were on the bottom. They were the only ones who could stop them. Protect yourself first. Their mission was only to escort the group up the mountain, which was now beyond their capabilities. Aksu didn't think too much about it. The witches raised their shields, inserted them into the cracks of the rocks, and tried their best to hide their bodies behind them. They thought that by doing this they would be able to survive this round of long-range attacks. But there was a loud bang, which made the eardrums of dozens of people buzz. The two witches who were hit by the stones were directly smashed away along with their shields. Chapter 303, I gave you a chance, but you didn't use it. The shield sank instantly and turned into a piece of scrap metal. The witch's whole body was numb, and she was knocked away like a kite with a broken string. Realizing that something was wrong, Yaxiang leaped forward and grabbed the Miko in her hands. In midair, Satsumi landed on top of the Miko and reminded her, "Don't try to stop us. You can't stop the power of the Great Witch. Just run to the mountain. We will handle the rest." "Okay." Aksu nodded and left with the witches. In the blink of an eye, several more stones shining with golden light flew over. Yaxiang jumped to the front and swung her fist with flames, causing the stone to break instantly. However, the feeling of the stone hitting her arm was extremely bad. The golden light was like a sharp object, ignoring the flames, piercing her skin, and paralyzing her arm like an electric current. If they were to compete in strength alone, Yaxiang, a half-step great witch, might not be much weaker than Chu Han, but the golden witch power that could penetrate defense was too restrained. Yaxiang frowned deeply, and faced with the flying stones again, she gritted her teeth and took them all. His arms felt numb, magic power was surging in his chest, and the fire element in his body was difficult to control, erupting wildly. At the same time, iron swords, bone spears, and bone spikes flew over from the sky. Satsuma's wings suddenly spread open, and black magic power turned into a sky curtain that instantly enveloped everyone. She wanted to take everyone into consideration, so her defense was naturally much weaker. Moreover, the stone with golden magic power could penetrate the black curtain and smash into the crowd almost without any hindrance. At the foot of the mountain, members of the Crescent Moon tribe had already begun attacking the mountain, and a dense crowd was crawling up like ants. A few more stones flew at her, and Yaxiang clenched her fists and prepared to fight back. But this time, a tall figure blocked all of them for Yaxiang. Xiao, take your people to the top of the mountain first. Father will support us here. Han Lai, who was originally escorting his tribesmen, turned back at some point. He never expected that 7 years later, he would once again stand in front of his daughter and protect her from the wind and rain. Using his body of rock, Han Lai accepted the impact of all the stones. Facing the bite of the golden magic power, the man didn't even blink. Father, I can do it, Yaxiang said stubbornly. Just like when she was little, she held her head high and never gave up. Hey, thinking back to the little things in the past, as a family of 3, that stubborn little girl wanted to learn everything and do everything. She was even angry with me because I didn't take her out to learn hunting, and she pouted at me for several days. This resolute man smiled for the first time in 7 years. Somehow, a young boy popped up in my head, eating the cabbage he had grown. Han Lai immediately frowned in dissatisfaction. Where's Suyu? Why doesn't that brat come? He lets his woman lead the charge. I'll take care of him. Upon hearing this, Yaxiang also frowned, and the father and daughter were exactly the same. Father, I came here on my own. Don't blame Suyu. He's my man. Do you want to beat up your daughter's man? I just said that. Han Lai suddenly felt that the stone containing golden magic power was just a tickle compared with his daughter's words, and his heart suddenly felt cold for no reason. Suyu, who was hiding nearby, had a twitching mouth and looked at her father-in-law with some pain in her balls. I gave you a chance, but you didn't use it. The reason why I agreed to come down with Yaxiang was because I thought you could take this opportunity to re-establish the image of a tall father to Yaxiang and deepen the relationship that has been missing between father and daughter for 7 years. You said you were talking about me for no reason. Now you still want to punish me. Got dealt with. Ah ha ha ha. Suyu looked at Chu Han and Wei Xiaoxian at the foot of the mountain and touched his chin unconsciously. He didn't expect that the great witch would do such a shameful thing. Throwing stones? Okay, let's hurt each other. He grabbed Han Lai and Yaxiang, one on the left and one on the right, and revealed his figure under the surprised gaze of his father-in-law. Suyu chuckled. Father, long time no see. Yaxiang didn't seem surprised by Suyu's sudden appearance. Instead, she felt warm in her heart because her man also called Han Lai father. Han Lai's mouth twitched, and his eyes widened in shock. Who are you? When he saw Yaxiang's sharp gaze, he immediately changed his words. Ahem, long time no see. Okay, come back with me first. Suyu did not delay and pulled the two of them and jumped directly to the top of the mountain. The sudden appearance of this agile figure made all the great wizards present look sideways. Song Heihu, who was standing at the foot of the mountain, looked at the familiar figure with gloomy eyes. Is it him? The great witch who peeped into his secret in the tribe and kidnapped the witch. How did he end up here? Or is he also a member of this witch tribe? A man living among the witches? In Song Heihu's mind, the two cognitions suddenly overlapped, and he couldn't help but clench his fists, with his nails digging deep into his palms. So, is this the man who killed his son, Song Sheng? The person I let run away some time ago turned out to be the enemy who killed my son. Suddenly, Song Heihu loosened his fist again. It was not too late to know now, because no matter what the truth was, this man would die today. But not at this moment. What he really wanted to see had not yet appeared. There wasn't much detectable presence on the top of the mountain, and it was obvious that this was not their destination. Su Yu, who had already returned to the top of the mountain, looked down at the densely packed Crescent Moon tribe members at the foot of the mountain and inadvertently met Song Heihu's eyes. The second time she saw this man, Su Yu couldn't help but smile. The two men looked at each other across the mountains. Song Heihu's eyes were sinister, and he was extremely confident from beginning to end. Su Yu's gaze was fiery, and she didn't look away. Ding! Data update completed. Lead the tribe out of darkness and survive the first siege of the Crescent Moon tribe. The mission reward will be determined by the completion of the mission. The countdown ends. Along with the turmoil in the Crescent Moon tribe, Su Yu's main mission was also affected. Although the mission date was brought forward, Su Yu is not too panicked at the moment. Nearly 3,000 tribesmen are fighting against an army of about 70,000. If she were just an ordinary member of the tribe, Su Yu would probably change her choice. The so-called right time, right place, and right people. He had the last two, enough to give it a try. As Su Yu raised her hand, Si Jiao and others behind him controlled 10 small catapults and entered a state of preparation for battle. Hundreds of people were carrying stones and thorns tied together with heavy sharp wooden spikes, smearing resin and animal oil on them, and working hard to do the best they could. The stones and wooden stakes were set ablaze, creating a raging fire. Looking at the enemies who were as dense as ants, Su Yu smiled. Let's see whose stones are bigger, whose stones are more, and whose stones are better. Chapter 304 Temptation. Prepare. Si Jiao shouted loudly, and the soldiers operating the catapults gathered their concentration and gripped the capstans tightly. The magic power was continuously transmitted, and magic patterns emerged. Immediately following. Squeak, squeak, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The capstan made a sound of ropes grinding against each other. Accompanied by the whistling sound of the wind, the huge rocks were catapulted out, and the wooden spikes kept rolling in the air, whizzing away like a gorgeous fire wheel. In an instant, half of the sky was covered by boulders and wooden stakes, and the flames seemed to disperse the dark clouds and illuminate the sky. At the foot of the mountain, more than 70,000 members of the Crescent Moon tribe could not help but look up and were completely attracted by this magnificent scene. In the field of vision, those objects burning with brilliant flames grew from small to large, and before I had time to react, they had already landed on top of my head. Everyone, including Song Heihu, was completely stunned by this sudden scene. Boom! Ayua! My legs! Puff, puff, puff. The huge rocks fell, shaking the earth. The entangled wooden spikes looked more like giant, attacking hedgehogs, tumbling among the crowd. The Crescent Moon tribe, which had been so vigorous just a moment ago, was now like a hell on earth, with constant wailing and flying blood and flesh. The stones thrown by the great wizard were indeed brutally powerful. But the stone thrown by Su Yu was even more brutal and cruel. They couldn't even see who threw it or how it was done. It just fell on their heads. Li Ming and Zheng Dagong were stunned. Chu Han and Wei Shaoxian were stunned. Mo Ying's mouth opened and couldn't close. Song Heihu's eyes were sinister. He raised his hand and punched, and his magic power shattered everything, thus preserving his own little world. Fuck, what the hell is this? Hide, hide. Find big trees and boulders. The people, whose faces were splattered with blood and whose organs were thrown all over their bodies, finally reacted. The crowd immediately panicked and almost collapsed. After hearing many people's suggestions, they began to flee behind trees and rocks without caring whether it was feasible or not. But with tens of thousands of people, it is simply a pipe dream to think of escaping and hiding in an instant. The huge commotion caused a stampede. Many people were knocked to the ground and trampled to death, without even the huge rocks or wooden hammers hitting their heads. Stop the fucking thing. Don't run around. Mad, are you deaf? Li Ming and Zheng Dagong, along with several top-notch fighters, started shouting loudly. However, the sound was instantly drowned out by the crowd, and no one paid any attention. Stones are hitting the top of their heads, fire is burning their foreheads, and wooden spikes are piercing their bodies. Who will still be able to stay still and listen to your orders? Faced with a situation that was already out of control, Song Heihu's face was so gloomy that water could drip out of it, and his magic power skyrocketed several times in an instant. Countless thoughts flashed through my mind, and finally my sight fixed on the top of the mountain. Defense can only passively take the beating. Only by solving the source of all this can we stop the riots and avoid the deaths of more tribesmen. Song Heihu exerted his strength slightly, and the giant lion under his crotch roared, shocking quite a few people. Listen to me. Anyone who dares to retreat will die. Song Heihu's cold and domineering voice echoed throughout the forest, making all the tribesmen feel a chill in their hearts, and actually temporarily curbed the crazy commotion. Chu Han, Wei Xiaoxian, Li Ming, Zheng Dagong, take your respective tribesmen and prepare to attack the mountain. Yes, Chief. After Song Heihu finished speaking, he took the lead and rode the giant lion onto the rocks. With one punch, a golden light flashed, and the falling stones turned into powder. With the Great Witch leading the way, the tribesmen who had just been frightened to death finally regained their courage and climbed up the mountain, holding their weapons and shouting. Due to the angle of the projectile, the attack range of the catapult is only at the foot of the mountain. The group of people seemed to have noticed this and began to rush towards the top of the mountain. But after all, there were a large number of people, and the Crescent Moon people who were unable to go up the mountain were squeezed in the back and were still enduring the huge rocks and wooden hammers from the sky. In this wave of catapult attacks, more than 70,000 people were directly killed and nearly 6,000 to 7,000 were injured. The crowd at the foot of the mountain was like a rice field swept by a storm, and the scene was collapsed. Su Yu on the top of the mountain saw for the first time the tragic scene of so many people, and her eyes twitched. But this is the cruelty of war, and he must face it. If he had been kind-hearted, the ones falling down and wailing now would be his own people and his own women. You can't help it. Su Yu looked at Song Heihu and others who were at the forefront and curled the corners of her mouth. Li Anayan, Brother Su Yu, I'm here. Su Yu, what do you want me to do, meow? Li and a meow came closer and looked at Su Yu expectantly. Su Yu pointed at the Jianghan people who were almost at the top of the mountain and said, when they reach the top, you two will immediately evacuate with Si Jiao and the catapults to the second line. Destroy anything that cannot be taken away. Okay, Brother Su Yu. Li nodded immediately. Meow's tail drooped down. I want to follow Su Yu, meow. Su Yu knocked on Meow's head in annoyance. Surely, he didn't know what this orc woman was thinking. Meow has a bold personality. Even though she and Su Yu have done something shameful, she has no intention of sticking to each other. When she wants to, she will come to Su Yu to play the card game. When she doesn't want to, she will do her own work, just like a free-range woman. You just want to fight. Su Yu sneered. Woo-woo. After being exposed, Meow held his forehead and pouted, looking aggrieved. Su Yu had no choice but to rub her furry ears again and said, you will have a fight later, so go back with Li first. Okay. Meow was dragged away by the giggling Li. Afterwards, Su Yu came to Yaxiang again and whispered, my two fathers-in-law have been tired for a few days. Let them follow the tribesmen to the rear line later. Leave this to us. What I mean is that you go and say it. After all, Han Lai can't refuse Yaxiang's words. Yaxiang rolled her eyes and nodded helplessly. However, the father-in-law glared at Su Yu and said that it was absolutely impossible. He had finally made it to this day and was reunited with his daughter. How could he let her take risks alone again? The opponent is a great wizard, not some ugly guy. Moreover, after learning Song Heihu's fighting skills, the strength of those fake guys also improved a lot. In the end, Su Yu had no choice but to agree, but Jiang Zhan had to evacuate. There were too many great witches, and if they scared Song Heihu away, wouldn't that mean all the efforts would be in vain? This was also Su Yu's initial consideration. What he has to do today is not as simple as saving Jiang Han and hundreds of his tribesmen. There are only a few hundred people on this hill, so it won't be too difficult to evacuate. What Su Yu has to do later is to delay Song Heihu's steps and lead the man and his tens of thousands of clansmen into her circle step by step. Xiao Meizi, who had already been alerted by Qi, noticed Su Yu's movements and immediately dived down the mountain. Chapter 305, The Second Front. Xiao Meizi, Yu, Yaxiang, and Han Lai will be in charge of the four great witches. I will take care of Song Heihu. Remember what I tell you to do. I know, stop being long-winded. Satsumi snorted. Han Lai looked at Xiao Meizi and then at his daughter, feeling very melancholy. Well, look at them. They don't even treat Su Yu well. Why is my daughter so obedient? In the mountains and forests dozens of miles away is the old homeland of the Rose tribe. It is now desolate and overgrown with weeds, but it is also the only natural open space that has been developed. The terrain is flat and open, surrounded by woods and hillsides, so Su Yu took a fancy to it. On the outskirts of the old tribe's land to the east, A dozen women could be vaguely seen hiding in the rocks and bushes in disguise. On the hills and woods not far away, a crowd of people were busy and bustling. 5 large catapults were pushed up the hillside, and 5 large crossbows were hidden behind the trees at the foot of the mountain. There were nearly 20 small catapults and crossbows distributed in a fan shape around them. Hongwan was leading the Sunjing people to check the safety performance of the equipment and the applicability of the magic patterns over and over again. She was about to face a big battle, and even though Su Yu didn't give her detailed instructions, she didn't relax at all. Beside Hongwan is Xiao Ai, a woman who combines interests and responsibilities. As a smart woman recognized by Su Yu, and with an interest in strange things, she often learns about the elves from Hongwan. Of course, the main reason was that the two women got along well. Hongwan also liked dealing with smart women. Whenever a piece of knowledge was mentioned, the two women could always study it together, and they could also hear a lot of topics about Su Yu, which made Hongwan very happy. Both sides felt that they had met too late. Thousands of slaves, under the instructions of elders such as Princess Vanessa, continued to prepare ammunition for the equipment vehicles. Among these thousands of people, the only one who couldn't sit still was probably Uncle Lao. The old man stroked his white beard again and again, with an imperceptible anxiety in his eyes. Originally, he wanted to follow Su Yu to the first battlefield, but was rejected. Left behind with him was a transformed wild beast Sha Fei. That woman seemed leisurely and carefree, and showed no sense of urgency or enthusiasm for the impending battle. This is clearly a great opportunity to bring honor to the community and make great contributions. Why do you take it so lightly? I heard that this time you're facing a powerful force with tens of thousands of people, which recently annexed a broken tribe. Its strength should not be underestimated. You should at least have a sense of crisis. I, a latecomer to the elves, am fully prepared for a big battle, but you, a little girl, don't take it seriously. Snort. Don't blame me for taking all the credit when the time comes. This will help create a better future for the elves. Uncle was a little angry and didn't want to stay in the same place with Shafai, so he ran to the temporary tent alone to wait. In another camp, Kokoro, Lavlayu, and Xiao Mimi were disciplining Big Mouth and a group of ferocious beasts. Wolf lions, porcupines, moonlight leopards, big black blinds, and so on gathered together. All kinds of ferocious beasts occupied a large area of the forest. As their leader, the mountain beast Big Mouth was shaking his tongue with a laugh, lying on the ground, rubbing Kokoro's body. Today is the first time that Big Mouth goes to the battlefield, and Kokoro feels both distressed and excited. Big Mouth and the ferocious beasts represent her, and she is the woman of the clan leader Su Yu. So in short, they are fighting for Su Yu. Big Mouth, when we get to the battlefield, you must defeat more enemies and don't let them break in. Kokoro touched Big Mouth's eyelids and put her head against them affectionately. Although it still smelled fishy, Kokoro did not push it away in disgust today. As she said this, she even made a ferocious and aggressive gesture of baring her teeth. Be more aggressive, show your teeth like this, and scare them to death. Don't keep flicking your tongue. Your tongue is so long. If someone gets hurt, I wonder how you will be able to spit in the future. Big Mouth means I don't understand what you said anyway. In short, just hit and step on it as hard as you can later. Today, Big Mouth is nearly 30 or 40 meters tall, and his leather armor allows him to fight against top-notch warriors. He is a veritable beast-shaped bulldozer. Lavlayu and Xiao Mimi were counting the number of ferocious beasts in the back so that they would know the exact number of casualties after the battle. Every beast here has been tamed by Su Yu. In the eyes of Chupi Jiang, they are actually not much different from their people. But war means casualties, which no one can change. As the captain of the Marine clan army, Yin Yin, who has now changed his identity and officially joined the clan, is patrolling all the camps. The priestesses and the ordinary tribe army were formed separately. The spearmen, shield and sword men, archers, and cavalrymen who did not yet have horses, although their combined number was not large, only a mere 2,000, their equipment and training quality were unmatched by other tribal alliances. Yin Yin could even be sure that any one of these phalanxes could defeat 100 at a time. Finally, there are the witches, including those who joined later. The number of priestesses was close to 90, excluding cute little ones like Kokoro who were not allowed to enter the battlefield, and young children, there were only about 60 people who could be used. But the power of this group of people is the most immeasurable. As their temporary leader, Shaylee has a deep understanding of this. However, as it was their first time facing such a grand clan war, many girls were inexplicably nervous. Just as everyone was preparing for battle, a faithful slave from the front ran back, shouting excitedly, "See, Xiao and his men are back, and they brought back a lot of horses." Hearing this exciting news, the uncle who had been sulking alone suddenly brightened up his eyes. Su Yu's second line of defense has accumulated enough power, waiting for the sword to be unsheathed. At the same time, the group of people who were also paying attention to the war in the Crescent Moon tribe also began to move. In the White Tiger Alliance, Xiao Yunfei listened to Xi News report over and over again, his brows sometimes furrowed, sometimes relaxed, inadvertently twisted into a flower. This is so interesting and a little magical. Song Heihu had nearly 70,000 soldiers, advanced weapons and armor, but he was beaten to the ground after taking the initiative. According to Xi News' description, the mysterious tribe that was confronting Song Heihu used some unknown method to throw stones and wooden spikes on the top of the hill. The excellent terrain and the use of throwing weapons ultimately determined the victory of this small-scale war. Song Heihu's 2 cavalry teams of nearly 3,000 people were destroyed in vain. It would be a lie to say that I didn't feel sorry for them. Those domesticated beasts and horses, the armor worn by those people, and the iron tools in their hands were all coveted resources. Moreover, all tribal alliances knew the power of the cavalry. Even if there were not 3,300 or even only 30, a squad of cavalry soldiers was enough to defeat a team of 100 people in an instant. Song Heihu must be heartbroken. Chapter 3:06 Acting. In between feeling distressed, Xiao Yunfei was also very happy. The Crescent Moon tribe suffered heavy losses, which meant that they had another chance. It is unclear what the unknown tribe's true strength is, but one can guess that the tribe's power will not be too great, and the result will inevitably be annihilation of the entire army. After all, they have to face the full force of nearly 70,000 people from the Crescent Moon tribe, so it would not be a problem for them to flatten the entire forest. Xiao Yunfei didn't care about the origin of that small tribe. Just destroy it. As long as he could consume Song Heihu's power to the maximum extent, it would be considered as providing them with an opportunity. Of course, Xiao Yunfei knew that he was not the only one who was staring at this place eagerly. The Silver Wolf Alliance, the Black Iron Alliance, and the Flame Dragon tribe were all competitors, including the Crescent tribe in front of them. No one would openly become an enemy of them, unless it was absolutely necessary. Everyone is enduring and waiting. For everyone, as long as they can obtain the technology, knowledge, and fighting skills in Song Heihu's hands, everything they do today will be worth it. Go back to the Alliance immediately and inform the clan leader of what happened here. I need to mobilize the clan army as soon as possible in case of emergency. Yes, Shinu knelt down and nodded, then asked, "How many people do you want to mobilize?" Xiao Yunfei paused for a moment and said, 10,000 first. If there are too many people, it will make too much noise. Battle on the mountainside. The crowds are bustling. The 4 great witches did not retreat at all when facing the 5 great witches and tens of thousands of tribal troops. In Li Ming's opinion, they were fighting a final and desperate battle. It would be foolish to put yourself in danger just to protect a few hundred people. But after fighting for nearly half an hour, Li Ming and others felt more and more uncomfortable. The way he fought this battle was very inappropriate. The punches really hit the flesh, but it didn't feel refreshing at all. Su Yu and the others were simply stalling for time and did not choose to confront head-on. They spent most of their time dodging, mainly fighting off the tribesmen behind them who were trying to climb up the mountain. However, knowing this, Song Heihu did not seem overly impatient. Even though some of his tribesmen were still in dire straits, this man always looked calm and composed. On the other side, Xiao Meizi fought Chu Han and Wei Xiaoxian alone. The 2 pairs of fists with golden light really gave Xiao Meizi a headache. She also had to distract herself to stop the others from climbing up the mountain and was hit several times inadvertently. Yaxiang and Han Lai were more comfortable. Facing Li Ming and Zheng Devon one-on-one, they were not as flustered as the others, but as time went by, they also showed signs of defeat. Li Ming and Zheng Dagong were originally nervous about fighting Han Lai, but as the fight went on they found that this old ghost didn't seem as brave as before. Their golden fists could even hurt his body, causing him to retreat and get injured. That which was only half a step away from being a great witch. Apart from the fire element, which was a bit tricky, The rest of her witchcraft power was almost at her fingertips. They had more or less guessed the reason why Han Lai would be in decline, and they couldn't help but feel overjoyed. After this calculation, Li Ming and Zheng Dagong gained confidence and began to take the initiative, beating Han Lai up. Ha ha, Han Lai, you also have a day like this. You've been running for your life for several days in a row. You must be exhausted, Li Ming teased while punching. On the other side, Zheng Dagong dispersed Yaxian's flames with his bare hands and sneered. Han Lai, this is your daughter. I didn't expect she's still alive. Today is a great day for you and your daughter to meet and keep each other company. Don't worry, I will feed your bodies to the wild beasts, which can be regarded as my final contribution to the tribe. It's a pity that your daughter is a witch. Otherwise, we two brothers could take her home to take care of her, right? Li Ming laughed out loud. He just wanted to provoke Han Lai so that this old rival would reveal his flaws. You are looking for death. Han Lai's face turned pale. His magic power suddenly surged. His body became like a rock, and he punched forward. The surging magic power swept over, making Li Ming panic, and his face changed drastically. Old Li, be careful. That old ghost wants to fight you to the death. Zheng Dagong reminded hurriedly when he was at ease. That's not right. How could he have such strong magical powers? Moreover, the two people were too close to each other, and there was no way to avoid each other. Li Ming was surprised and fought back subconsciously, and their fists collided instantly. But with a muffled groan and a sound mixed with whistling wind, it was Han Lai who fell out. Not only was Zheng Dagong dumbfounded, but the person involved, Li Ming, was even more confused. Who am I? Where am I? Am I so strong? Wrong. Although he is a fake, fortunately Li Ming has self-knowledge and knows that he can never beat Han Lai. So, ha, old ghost Han, it looks like you're really no longer able to do it. I was just joking about Jiang Han being busy these days, but I didn't expect that I actually guessed it right. Li Ming jumped up with a grim smile, chased after him, and punched him again. Kill him while he is ill. For Li Ming, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Father, seeing Han Lai being injured, Yaxiang's eyebrows jumped, and she immediately wanted to help. However, Zheng Dagong sneered and blocked his way. Are you in such a hurry to reunite with your father? Then I'll give you a ride. Han Lai fell between the rocks and spurted out a mouthful of blood. But before he could catch his breath, Li Ming punched him on the head again. Want to help? Song Heihu saw that his four men had the upper hand and beat the other side step by step, and he was satisfied. He punched Suyu again and couldn't help but sneered. That's how you beat my son Song Shang to death. I will kill you today, just like you killed my son, Song Heihu said coldly. Suyu smiled calmly. You can only blame your son for seeking death. But if you want to kill me, your fist strength is not enough. You're still stubborn even when you're about to die. I want to see how many more punches your body can take. Song Heihu used more strength in this punch, and the golden light burst out, and the eyes of those who flashed were stinging. Suyu was stunned for only half a breath, and then she felt a pain in her chest, and the punch had hit her. The chest felt as if it had been hit by a huge rock weighing thousands of pounds, and as if it had been pierced by thousands of needles. The blood and energy were churning, and it was extremely uncomfortable. Suyu's body was smashed into a huge rock, which shattered into pieces and splashed sand and gravel. Ahem. Suyu coughed twice, and her eyes narrowed when she saw Han Lai, who had just vomited blood and was fighting with Li Ming. Wow, my father-in-law has already gone through the process of vomiting blood. Then shouldn't he also look pale for a moment? And my father-in-law is so cunning. No, I have to spit out some blood, otherwise my wife will definitely feel so sorry for her father-in-law. While the smoke and dust were still there, and Song Heihu was about to say a few harsh words, Suyu immediately held her breath, and her face turned visibly paler. Chapter 3:07 It's not too much. The hand speed he had 18 years ago came in handy at this time, and he punched himself in the chest. Puff! The energy and blood that had surged up to his throat finally rushed to his throat and spurted out. Suyu then stood up, looked at Song Heihu coldly, and silently wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Han Lai, who was fighting with Li Ming, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and stared in amazement. Convex Cao Min Cao. I thought, good boy, you copied me. Due to a momentary distraction, he was really punched by Li Ming this time. Han Lai's eyes suddenly lit up. He grabbed Li Ming's fist, his voice full of sadness. Xiao Xiang, father can't take it anymore, run. Natsum, who was forced to fly into the air because she couldn't use her fists or feet, suddenly had the urge to beat up both men. That's enough of you two. The flapping of its wings created huge waves. The woman flew over Su Yu's head and rolled her eyes at him. It means I don't want to serve you anymore, so I'll leave first. Yaxian glanced at Su Yu, who was vomiting blood, and Han Lai, who was in danger. She felt the subtle relationship between her father and her man, and her mouth twitched unconsciously. What are you two arguing about at this time? Yaxian was speechless and simply ignored everyone, glared at everyone, forced Zheng Dagong back with fire, then jumped up and grabbed Xiao Meizi's ankle. Run! The words were spoken to Samiko and also to the two men. Su Yu, who received a cold look from his wife, understood the meaning and calculated the time it would take Si Jiao and others to escape. It felt like it was about time. He grabbed the stone at hand and threw it at Song Heihu, but he jumped towards Han Lai. He kicked Li Ming and made him roll far away. He grabbed Han Lai's shoulders and spoke in a loud and urgent voice. Wizard Han, Song Heihu is too strong. Let's retreat first. Good. Han Lai understood what he meant. It was finally done. If he stayed a little longer, he would not be able to continue acting. He was afraid that if he didn't hold back, he would beat Li Ming to a pulp. The two of them were arm in arm, and they ran off like good brothers. Still want to run? Damn it. If I let you get away again this time, I won't be named Zheng anymore. Chase. Chu Han and Wei Xiaoxian looked at each other, nodded, and chased after him. All this happened in a flash. When Song Heihu and others came to their senses, almost all the people in front of them had run away. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he gently clenched his fists with a hint of sneer on his face. I want to see what other tricks you can come up with. Just because Li Ming and others are stupid, that doesn't mean Song Heihu is also stupid. He had already noticed that the actions of Su Yu and the others were a little strange, and seemed to have some purpose. So, from the beginning of the fight, he was not serious. He didn't mind playing with Su Yu. Behind him, tens of thousands of tribesmen were free of obstacles and finally began to climb the mountain in a mighty manner. Song Heihu called the giant lion and rushed to the top of the mountain. At this time, the top of the mountain was empty, with broken stones and wood everywhere, as well as traces of people's trampling. Song Heihu looked behind the mountain and saw that Su Yu and Han Lai had already jumped down the hillside and were fleeing desperately. Li Ming, Zheng Dagong, and others followed closely behind. The distance between the six people was very clever. They chased each other, but they could not catch up or escape. Looking at this weird scene, the sneer on Song Heihu's mouth became even more intense. Maybe he will see what he wants soon. Song Heihu suddenly thought of his youngest son who was killed by Su Yu and barely suppressed his anger. His own army is still 60,000 strong, and this is a gap that cannot be overcome by some small tricks. Of course, Song Heihu's confidence and arrogance were never due to any external force. In his eyes, tens of thousands of tribal soldiers and Li Ming and others are actually the same tools, with not much difference between them. From childhood to adulthood, this man has always firmly believed that only these indestructible iron fists and tremendous magic power are the foundation of his life. Thinking of this, Song Heihu raised his hand high. Chase! He looked at several top-notch fighters and ordered, "You guys always pay attention to the traps in the forest. Don't fall into the same trap again." Yes, Patriarch. These people rushed forward while taking the lead. They are very powerful, and even if they fall into such a trap, they can protect themselves at the critical moment. Leaving behind the wounded who had lost the ability to move, more than 60,000 people marched up the mountain in a mighty procession and then rushed down the back mountain in a hurry. The dense crowd rushed towards the forest like a wave. As the sun sets, the blood-red sunset glow gradually dissipates, and the already dim sky is gradually covered with a mysterious black veil. But this did not affect Song Heihu, who was chasing him at all. He rode a giant lion and rushed to the front of the formation, and had already caught up with Su Yu's escape tail. The chase and escape lasted for more than 10 miles. "Chief, they can't run away." Li Ming shouted loudly and suddenly kicked the stone at his feet. The stone shot out like a sharp arrow, and bits of golden light emerged and hit Su Yu's back directly. Careful! The sharp-eyed Han Lai immediately pushed Su Yu away and used his rock-hard body to resist. No matter how many complaints he had against Su Yu, he was still his daughter's man, and was regarded as the apple of his daughter's eye. If Su Yu was really injured, her daughter would be very sad and might even blame herself for not being able to protect Su Yu. "Oh, now that I have a daughter of my own, She is no longer the child who once only revolved around me. Han Lai felt mixed emotions as he experienced for the first time what it meant to have a daughter with a home. In the past 7 years, he has been thinking about his daughter's life all the time, but he has never thought that his daughter will have her own man. Perhaps I just instinctively felt that the girl who was once stubborn and unyielding could not possibly have a man she liked. As a father, I failed to protect you 7 years ago, and I must make it up to you 7 years later. Including your man. At least this boy is pretty good. Therefore, for Han Lai, making amends starts with protecting Su Yu from disaster. Li Ming's sneak attack was too fast and mixed with the power of golden light. His rock body had not yet been fully exerted, and this piece of stone hit his back. It was really fucking painful. Han Lai bared his teeth, took a breath of cold air, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Su Yu, who was pushed away, was suddenly stunned. She turned around and looked at her father-in-law with a look of surprise. "Father, you've overacted." Han Lai spat out the blood and glared at Su Yu. The slight good impression he had in his heart disappeared in an instant. "Forget it. Just protect my daughter, and don't include Su Yu. This is real blood." Han Lai cursed. "I didn't say the blood was fake." Su Yu didn't understand the meaning. He just smiled and gave a thumbs up. "Father's acting skills are extraordinary. He is worthy of being a great wizard." Han Lai raised his palm anxiously, muttering in his heart, "Daughter, it's not too much for your father to slap your man." Chapter 3:08 Awe. After the little episode, the two were already surrounded. Li Ming and the others, who were panting with anger, were like 4 guardian beasts, standing in all directions, glaring at each other with sneers on their lips. Not far away, wild beasts were roaring, and Song Heihu, riding a giant lion, was also in sight. Han Lai realized something was wrong and immediately put his thoughts aside and gave a reminder. "Stop messing around. Run away first. How far is it?" Su Yu winked to Han Lai and said, "We're here." The empty area was right under the feet of Su Yu, Han Lai, and the others. "Run. Keep running. Haha, why don't you run anymore?" Seeing that the two seemed to have given up on escaping, Li Ming smiled playfully. Zheng Dagong also came closer, rubbing his hands together. "Han Lai, since we have been in the same clan for more than 10 years, tell me how you want to die. We 2 brothers will fulfill your last wish. It's a pity that Jiang Zhan is not here, so we can't put you 2 brothers in the same corpse pit." Chu Han and Wei Xiaoxian did not say anything. After all, this was an internal conflict within the Crescent Moon tribe, and it was not their turn to talk trash. At this time, Han Lai let go and looked at the 2 of them coldly. "Are you so sure you can kill me?" "Why not?" Song Heihu's voice came from afar, and he was riding on a giant lion and looking down at the 2 of them. "Your people have already abandoned you. Do you still expect Jiang Zhan to come back and help you?" He looked at Su Yu with disdain in his proud eyes. "What other means do you have? Feel free to use them. But after this, I will step on your corpse, go to your tribe, and capture all the witches you protected. I will treat them the same way you treated my son. As a member of your clan, you are offering sacrifices to my son. This is not excessive, right?" Song Heihu's cold voice sounded like the devil's voice from hell, icy and bone-chilling. However, facing such a desperate situation, Su Yu grinned. "It's not too much, not at all. If you knew that your eldest son also died in my hands and your second son became my subordinate, would you even demolish my family land?" Su Yu shrugged her shoulders, looked directly into Song Heihu's poisonous eyes, smiled, and quietly moved closer to Han Lai. "But you have to wait until you fall asleep before talking in your sleep. If you want to step on my corpse, it depends on whether you can do it." As soon as the words fell, Su Yu and Han Lai's feet suddenly felt empty. A pit appeared quietly and swallowed the 2 of them. The familiar scene appeared again, and Li Ming couldn't help but think of the horses that were dragged away. "Oh no, they're trying to run away." The alert Li Ming rushed over instantly and punched the ground. But under the cracked soil, there was no trace of the 2 people. This mysterious method shocked everyone. This is an ability that only a shrine maiden possesses, and this shrine maiden's strength is not low. There was a gleam in Song Heihu's eyes. With one more powerful witch, he would have a better chance of becoming stronger. He looked at the bumpy ground dimly and snorted coldly. They can't run far. No matter how powerful the witch is, how far can she teleport a living person? However, to their surprise, a voice responded directly to him. "Who said I was going to run away?" Under the dim glow of the sunset, Su Yu's figure appeared on the distant hillside, her face still filled with a smile. This smile made Song Heihu very uncomfortable. Although he had long guessed that Su Yu had some purpose, He was still infected by everything in this area and felt an indescribable sense of depression. Suyu on the top of the mountain raised her hands high, and the whole mountain was suddenly lit up with flames. In the mountains and forests, there are countless terrifying blue eyes, making low roars and staring at you hungrily. Countless warriors hiding in the shadows clenched their weapons tightly at this moment. Song Heihu, I have been waiting for this day for a long time. These are all prepared for you. Song Heihu frowned, and after using his magic power to investigate for a while, he found it funny. This is your last resort. Although the great wizard's perception of wizard power cannot detect the exact location, he can vaguely know how many living things are around. But that's enough. You have a tribe of more than 3,000 people. What can you use to fight me? On your own? Can you beat me? Chief, we seem to have been ambushed. Li Ming also swallowed and said, What are you afraid of? How many people can they have? We have 70,000. If everyone spits on them, they will be drowned. Zheng Dagong said bravely. Wei Xiaoxian also nodded. In terms of strength and numbers, we have the upper hand. Even if there is an ambush, it won't change anything. With the four of us plus Chief Song, can't we defeat his small tribe? Chu Han was silent and just looked at Song Heihu quietly. He really didn't want to speak. What the brother said was right. But what if the other party uses the same method again? Have you just ignored those thousands of cavalry troops? Do you have the brains of a fish? You are so forgetful. Song Heihu looked at the presumptuous man coldly, with a sneer on his face. So what if you're ambushed? Even if you still have the same mysterious methods as before, the fate of you and your people will not change. Really? Suduismaid. You could try. Song Heihu's face was gloomy, his eyes flickering. Following his orders, tens of thousands of tribal soldiers behind him began to advance. The dark crowd itself was a powerful deterrent. You four keep an eye on the hill. If he uses those kind of tactics again, just rush up and tear those things apart. In war, there are not many things that can stop the Great Witch. This is one solution. Good. Li Ming and others immediately accepted the order. On the top of the mountain, the hands of many tribesmen had begun to tremble. Faced with such a large number of enemies, the mixed emotions of excitement and fear made everyone extremely excited. But they believed they would win because they had the Su chief. Kill. Following Su Yu's order, the witch Xuanxin beside her directly conveyed her thoughts. Dozens of captains who were linked mentally shouted slogans and raised their weapons. Kill, 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 kill. Although there are some strange slogans mixed in, they are harmless. In an instant, the fire lit up half the sky. The dazzling light made the eyelids of everyone in the Crescent Moon tribe twitch, and even Song Heihu, who was at the forefront, felt his heart sink suddenly. And Mo Ing opened his mouth. The confusion in his heart was even more shocked than those great witches. He really couldn't figure out what kind of equipment could achieve what he saw. Song Heihu had already anticipated many possibilities. Even if Su Yu used the same strange methods as before, he still underestimated the opponent's ability. Chapter 309 Prologue. This time, there were still flames of burning stones, wood, and thorns everywhere. But the problem is it's too big. Each of those boulders looked like giant beasts that had fallen from the sky, and they were incredibly large. In terms of weight alone, they were estimated to weigh thousands of pounds, and some of them were difficult for even top-notch warriors to lift, let alone throw into the air like this. So how did he do it? Being able to throw these huge creatures over so easily. Could it be that all those hiding on the hilltops are great wizards? Absolutely not. There's only one remaining explanation. And Mo Ing mentioned before that there's a high possibility that there are elves hidden in the man's tribe, and these methods must be derived from their technology. If the Crescent tribe can use this technical knowledge for their own benefit, there is no doubt that it will become the most powerful alliance. There were so many huge rocks and thorny logs that Song Heihu had no time to take care of them. This also made him more certain of his initial decision. Li Ming, Zheng Dagong, Chu Han, Wei Xiaoxian, follow me and sweep the top of the mountain first. If this method is not curbed in time, countless of his 60,000 people will be killed. No one can accept such a result. Order the tribesmen to spread out and charge forward. These attacks cannot reach close range. In the previous battlefield, Song Heihu had already discovered the disadvantage. The attack range of the boulder was very limited. It could attack at a very long distance, but it was helpless at close range. Moreover, he could also use this to infer the specific locations of those attacks. Boom! After Song Heihu gave the order, The huge stone and wooden hammer, with flames, smashed into the crowd. Huge rocks rolled down, directly creating a bloody path. The wails resounded throughout the world, and the brilliant flames became almost everyone's nightmare. Wooden spikes were scattered and smashed again. They finally understood what kind of terrible attack the previous cavalry team had encountered. The clan leader has ordered that these stones cannot hit nearby areas. Try to spread them out in all directions. Charge forward. To avenge our brothers in the cavalry corps, don't just stand there. Charge into the woods ahead. There was a team leader who conveyed orders, organized the team's direction, and calmed the frightened people's hearts. The fact is, just as they said, as long as they get out of the range of the stone attack, the mountains and woods ahead will be safe areas. Now, almost all the tribesmen rushed forward desperately, fearing that they would be hit on the head if they ran less than a second. With more than 60,000 tribesmen, it was naturally impossible for them to avoid the attack of the catapults. Song Heihu could only choose to ignore the wailing of the tribesmen. He knew very well that only by destroying the thing that used such means could he truly save them. However, there's a prerequisite to achieve all this. On the mountainside, Suyu appeared in front of him, clenching his fists and looking at him with an unfriendly face. I'm afraid you can't get to the top of the mountain today. Song Heihu couldn't help but sneer. Don't be afraid of biting your tongue when you brag. You couldn't stop me before, and you can't stop me now. On the side, Li Ming, Zheng Dagong, and others did not stop, because Song Heihu had already told them that their task was to clear the top of the mountain. However, compared to Song Heihu, their situation is worse. An old man walked down slowly. His tremendous witchcraft power caused the surrounding sand and stones to vibrate. The old man's spirit was incredibly strong. His hair and beard were blown all over the place, and his eyes were full of dazzling light. This road is blocked, Uncle Lao said calmly. This old guy is a great witch. Why is there still a great witch? At the same time, the witch with flapping black wings also landed aside. The black magic power in her hands continued to erupt, turning into several beast claws. She looked extremely terrifying. The magic power emanating from her body seemed to be much higher than before. On the other side, Chu Han and Wei Shaoxian were also forced to stop. They looked at the opponent in front of them in amazement, with its constantly swinging snake tail and stunning appearance, but a dangerous light flashing in its beautiful vertical pupils. Why does this woman have the aura of a wild beast? And he is at the level of a half-step great wizard. Beside her was Yaxiang, whose whole body was on fire, looking at the two of them with a cold expression. Sister Yaxiang, I'll go downstairs to help. Good. Behind the two women was another petite witch. She leaped a few times, and the ground seemed to make way for her, forming a series of dirt steps that led her straight to the battlefield at the foot of the mountain. Li is very clear about her own strength. Even if she is top-notch, it is best not to get involved in the war between the great wizards. If you act rashly and show off your strength, you won't be of much help and may even hold everyone back. Now, the greatest use of her power is in tribal wars. It is her responsibility to lead the tribe to fight against the Crescent Moon tribe's army. So Li did not hesitate and ran down without stopping. It's not good. For the first time, cold sweat appeared on Chu Han's forehead. This is not just bad, it is very bad. He would never have dreamed that this small tribe actually had 3 great witches and 2 half-step great witches. With such strength, you told me it was a small tribe? Who would believe it if I told them? But it's 4 against 4, and 2 of the opponents are half-step great wizards, so it shouldn't be too much of a disadvantage. The 4 people who had originally been hoping for a lucky break were completely disheartened after seeing Han Lai and Jiang Zhan. Forget about these 2. However, Li Ming still didn't give up and shouted in a low voice. Don't panic. Jiang Zhan and Han Lai have spent too much effort in escaping these past few days. They are not to be feared for now. If you really count them, they only have 3 real great wizards. The 2 half-step great wizards are not a problem. There is nothing wrong with counting the weak Jiang Zhan and Han Lai as one. Although a half-step great wizard is strong, it is true that he is still a little short of the mark compared to a great wizard. The 4 people's tense hearts finally found a little comfort. Leave these 2 half-step great witches to me. I will deal with them as soon as possible and then go to the top of the mountain. Chu Han took the brunt of the task and started to take on the work. Although the other 3 were unhappy, they didn't say anything. Now was not the time to compete with their opponents. The ultimate goal was to quickly deal with the opponent and rush to the top of the mountain. This scene was naturally seen by Song Heihu. He narrowed his eyes slightly and stared at Suyu. The shock in his heart was no less than that of Li Ming and others. Ever since he entered the forest, his heart had been feeling depressed. He had never experienced such a strange feeling before. He felt that it would not be too difficult to wipe out a remnant force of several hundred people and 2 corrupt witches, even if there was a small tribe of witches involved. However, the development of things was somewhat beyond his expectations. The cavalry team was ambushed and almost wiped out. Those strange methods were almost unheard of. Now, another great wizard has emerged as an opponent, plus Han Lai and Jiang Zhan. This situation is obviously disadvantageous to him. Chapter 3, Ten Fist. Shock is shock, but Song Heihu never thought that he would lose. As long as he was there, as long as his tens of thousands of tribal soldiers were still there, he would never lose. The other side only has a few thousand people, that's all. As long as his army starts charging, it will mean the end of everything. And in terms of results, this is exactly what I wanted. Jiang Zhan, Han Lai, Su Yu, and the tribe of that witch. These people are all here. Therefore, what he had to do now was just as he had thought at the beginning, to defeat them and put a perfect end to all this. This time he will not hold back, so that the man in front of him will pay the price for his arrogance. Boy, you should be thankful that no one has been able to make me so serious for a long time. Song Heihu indifferently ignored the situation of Li Ming and others around him and slowly took a step forward. Since the opponent has already revealed his ultimate means, he naturally doesn't need to pretend anymore. In an instant, rocks collapsed, the earth trembled, and invisible witchcraft pressure swept out. The violent agitation even affected the crowd on the top of the mountain. Some people with low witchcraft power even had difficulty taking a step. Carrying the stones became difficult, and the soldiers operating the catapults felt that their magic power was disordered and somewhat out of control. This brief pause gave the members of the Crescent Moon tribe at the foot of the mountain a chance to catch their breath, and they rushed into the mountains like a tide. Jiang Zhan and Han Lai frowned immediately. It seemed that Song Heihu had not been so serious for a long time. Even during clan wars, people had the illusion of being restricted. Li Ming and others had shining eyes. Song Heihu's strength laid the foundation for all victories. This man has never disappointed anyone, just like he did more than 10 years ago. Brothers, don't just stand there. Use all your strength to crush them completely. Li Ming shouted first, pointing his golden fist directly at Han Lai. He was so powerful that it seemed as if he could smash his opponent to pieces with just one punch. The tens of thousands of Crescent Moon Tribe soldiers at the foot of the mountain felt Song Heihu's unrivaled aura and seemed to be greatly encouraged at this moment. They waved their weapons in high spirits with fierce and bloodshot eyes. Boy, this is my real strength. Song Heihu's tone was cold. Every step he took seemed slow, but it gave people a pressure as heavy as Mount Tai. In Song Heihu's eyes, so he was almost crushed by this force and could not move. His body was bent and hunched, and his eyes were filled with shock and confusion. I don't understand why he is so different from before. I don't understand why he is so powerful that he can surpass the great wizard. I don't understand why he gives his opponent chances again and again, even though he is so terrifying. In the blink of an eye, Song Heihu had arrived in front of Su Yu. He looked down at the man who was half a head shorter than him with a gloomy and arrogant look and smiled coldly. Do you think everything I did was just for Jiang Han and the other two? Miko is my real goal. The golden light enveloped Song Heihu's entire body, and his fists and arms seemed to be coated with a layer of gold. The man raised his arm indifferently and punched down. A huge amount of magic power erupted and hit Su Yu's cheek. To Song Heihu, Su Yu was already a dead man. He even ignored the man's final counterattack and sneered at the fist that he raised with difficulty. Who could be killed with this limp fist? D. Song Heihu's tone was cold. Time seemed to begin to speed up, about to destroy everything in front of it. However, in an instant, Song Heihu's eyes suddenly focused. From disdain to suspicion, from suspicion to surprise, and then from surprise to fear, the visible changes in his expression took only a few breaths. The fist that he called soft suddenly became extremely hard. The man's seemingly difficult movements gradually became smooth. He seemed to have experienced rejuvenation, and his hunched and slightly bent body straightened up. The corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a bright smile. The surging magic power instantly stirred up everything around it, competing with his own magic power. His fists and limbs continuously emanated huge waves of magic power, which gradually condensed into a misty shape outside his body. The shadow of witch power. Alternating between reality and illusion, the tall body of the phantom outside the body is like an undefeated god of war. Why do you think I dare to wait for you here? Suyu smiled awkwardly, as if responding to Song Heihu's previous question. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind it. Unfortunately, you are not the oriole, and I am not the cicada. Now that everyone has stopped pretending, let's speak with strength. Song Heihu was shocked. He didn't think about the meaning of this sentence, because Suyu didn't give him time and opportunity. The two men's fists collided, and golden light instantly illuminated the sky and the earth, and penetrated the mountains and forests. Everyone was shocked by this scene and watched intently. In an instant, a stream of air swept out from the mountainside, and the roaring air waves rose layer after layer, carrying a black shadow into the air. Everyone subconsciously used all their magic power to protect their eyes, but many people were still blown far away and fell to the ground. Song Heihu was completely stunned and looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. The backlash of the two fists pushed Suyu back dozens of meters, and his body smashed into the crevice between the rocks and got stuck inside. But he himself was like a kite with a broken string, unable to even keep his body steady. His bones were creaking and his muscles were bursting with pain. Under the shining golden light that has not yet disappeared, he saw Li Ming being kicked far away by Han Lai. I saw Zheng Dagong being slapped directly into the crevice by his uncle. I saw Chu Han being beaten by a transformed wild beast and the fire witch and was fleeing everywhere. Seeing Wei Xiaoxian being strangled by the black claws evolved by Xia Meizi, Jiang Zhan vented his resentment of the past few days like beating a sandbag. His eyes swept across the battlefield. In that forest, one could see countless ferocious wild beasts ready to attack and running wildly. I saw a young mountain beast that was howling and scratching the ground, looking extremely excited. I saw neat rows of people holding shields and iron swords. I saw the archer holding his breath as he drew his bow and arrow. I even saw strange devices that were constantly being equipped with sharp wooden spikes. That forest was like a monster with its bloody mouth wide open, waiting for its people to fall into its mouth. For a moment, Song Heihu found it difficult to understand everything he saw. More than 3,000 people, not much difference in numbers. However, the quality is very different. The confidence in his heart began to be eroded little by little with Suyu's punch. Boom! Song Heihu's body, as strong as a mountain, fell to the ground. The earth cracked and collapsed, and the waves of sand, gravel, and mud that were raised blew away the surrounding tribesmen. This dull and violent sound was like a signal, sounding the clarion call for war. Chapter 3:11 Melee. Having escaped the attack range of the catapults, the Crescent Moon tribe members finally breathed a sigh of relief. They readjusted their formation, and just as they rushed into the forest, they heard the sound of whistling wind. Woo, woo-woo, whoosh. Countless dull sounds were heard in the forest, and a huge black creature came rushing towards them with the sound of wind, like a ghost. Puff, puff, puff. Bang, 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 bang. The crowd that had just rushed into the edge of the forest was like waves. They were pierced, knocked away, screamed, splashed, and danced in the air. The huge wooden spike made a buzzing sound, as if it was bombarding the city wall, directly knocking down and piercing a large area of it. The wooden spikes fired from the small crossbow stabbed countless people randomly, stringing them together like gourds. The crowd was like a wave, and large sections of them were blown down in an instant by the strong wind. The wailing sounds echoed throughout the mountains and wilderness, but no one could bear the pain for them. The people at the back tried to avoid the stones and charged forward desperately, but the people at the front planned to retreat and get away from the man-eating forest in front of them. For a moment, the people of the Crescent Moon tribe were in chaos and trampling on each other. Casualties are increasing rapidly. If this continues, the result will be no different from being crushed to death by rocks. At this moment, several top-notch fighters had no choice but to take the lead and charge into the forest. Brothers, charge into the forest. Matt, fight them. There are so many of us, there's no need to be afraid of them. There were many people in the crowd who were cheering for their tribesmen. When someone took the lead and boosted morale, others would follow blindly. Finally, wave after wave of people rushed in, looking for their enemies with red eyes. However, what greeted them was a merciless bombardment of muskets and countless tiny feather arrows. The spiral earth spears in the sky were like a rainstorm, smashing violently on everyone's heads. The tiny feather arrows were penetrating every hole, aiming at their heads, necks, hearts, and other fatal places, and shooting continuously. What's even more strange is, the entire forest seemed to have come alive. The vines and bushes seemed to be given life, stretching out their branches to wrap around their ankles, cutting their flesh and slowing down their movements. Ice spikes pierced their heads, and the seemingly gentle wind blowing across their cheeks could cut their skin. Their bodies seemed to be suddenly pressed down by the mountains, and their legs were too heavy to move. The enemy was clearly in front of them, but they seemed to be standing still, and no matter how they ran, they could not get closer. Some people even had cloudy eyes, shouted strange words, and stabbed the tribesmen around them with weapons in fear. These strange phenomena made the scalps of the people charging behind explode. They vaguely guessed that it was the power of the witch, but they could not believe that those weak women who had been expelled from various tribes, despised by their relatives and clansmen, and had low witchcraft power, could become so terrifying. Their legs and feet were trembling a little, and they felt instinctive fear in their hearts. In their ears, they could hear the creepy screams of pain from their tribesmen, but they could not stop. The accumulation of countless people and the desperate charge finally allowed them to break in. The fighters from both sides finally fought face to face. Since the distance was too close, the effect of the bed crossbow had been ineffective at this time, and the soldiers also grabbed their iron swords and put on armor to go into battle. Today, the Crescent tribe is well-equipped and capable of fighting against any opponent. In addition to the heavy casualties among the tribesmen, this group of people were almost all filled with ruthlessness. Now that they had the opportunity to take revenge, everyone's eyes were bloodshot, like evil spirits. But after they really fought, they were numb. Why does the other person look more ferocious than me? With the sound of neighing of war horses, the warriors, riding on horses stolen from the Crescent Moon tribe and holding long spears made of black iron, rushed into the crowd like an avalanche. One shot swept across an area. This extra-long and sharp weapon made people's scalp tingle just by looking at it. Not only that, there were also teams of hundreds of people also holding such weapons with great power and uniformity, strictly guarding their own defense lines and directly preventing their own tribal army from getting close at all. From the beginning to the end, those annoying and terrifying feather arrows never stopped, like a violent storm constantly wearing away everyone's will. Every time a feather arrow hit, there was almost always a scream, and the splattered blood had already covered the ground. The members of the Crescent Moon tribe finally couldn't bear it anymore and started pushing forward frantically, trying to break through another line of defense. They believed that if they can break through one level, they can break through the second level. As long as they could get rid of those archers first, they could kill all these thousands of people without any scruples. However, the reality is much more difficult than imagined. In front of the group of archers was a phalanx holding shields and iron swords. This group of people formed a solid barrier like rocks and complemented the spearmen to perfectly keep them out. The people of the Crescent Moon tribe thought that they could change the situation of the war by rushing into the mountains, but then they realized that they had thought too simply. Even if those top-notch warriors wanted to break through the shield formation with their own magic power, they were forced to retreat by the spiral earth spears that followed. That short-looking witch who was guarding everyone was obviously of the same top-notch level. But why were her fighting skills so terrifying? If that were all, that would be fine. As wailing came from the flank, they discovered that a huge wild beast 5 or 6 people tall was rushing in with a roar. This thing is more terrifying than a wild horse that has broken free from its reins. It can charge and trample at will, and even a slight flick of its tail can sweep away members of the tribe. Behind it, there were countless ferocious beasts with bared fangs and claws, which had already pounced on the crowd and started biting them. This is a fucking mountain beast. Even though it is just a cub, it cannot be measured by ordinary people's standards. They can understand that wild beasts have been tamed. But what happened to the mountain beast? Can anyone explain this to me? Why can this tribe even command mountain beasts? Tragedies continue to occur in the mountains, but they would never have imagined that at this critical moment, a disaster would befall them. And Mo Ing, who was far behind the clan army, looked indifferently at the sea of corpses and blood in front of him, and heard the wailing of countless human beings in his ears. Even though he saw Song Heihu being knocked away by a punch, his calm expression did not change at all. Boulder throwing machines, throwing devices similar to quivers, shields, spears, bows and arrows. There must be elves living in that tribe. How could all these things be possible with human wisdom alone? He came to the front of the 7 muskets and gave cold orders to the dozen or so people who were still guarding the equipment. Attack that forest. The soldiers couldn't help but be stunned, feeling a little unbelievable. Chapter 3:12 Falling into the Well. The leading warrior asked with a puzzled look on his face, Master Mo-ing, our people have already invaded that forest. If we fire this now, will it hurt them? Mo-ing couldn't help but sneer. Don't you understand that they can't break through the other side's defense formation? If they continue to waste time, they will only increase casualties and die in vain. In this case, it is better for them to be used as our bait and make the final contribution for our tribe to break through. But the tribesmen were still hesitant. But what? If you hesitate for one more second, one more member of our tribe will die. If the iron spikes you send out kill one more enemy, fewer members of our tribe will die. Don't you understand this? Mo Ying's cold rebuke silenced the soldiers operating the equipment. What he said does not seem to be wrong, but after all, they're brothers who have lived together for several years. They can't do it. Looking at the dozen people with conflicted expressions, Mo-ing couldn't help but sneer. Listen, another person has died from the arrows of the enemies and the mouths of the wild beasts. This is all because of what you humans call sympathy. The screams continued to pour into their ears. Finally, a dozen soldiers could no longer bear it and nodded with red eyes. Good. Their hands were shaking and they were mumbling to themselves. I was trying to save you. Don't blame me. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of iron plates colliding was heard suddenly, and countless iron spikes turned into a rain of arrows and fell into the forest. Mo Ying's cold eyes stared at everything in front of him, with a cruel smile on the corner of his mouth. Those who died were all from your race. Do I need your sympathy? The rain of arrows seemed to have cut off their last straw, and the members of the Crescent Moon tribe were somewhat desperate. Damn, are they blind? Can't they see we're still in there? Who gave the order? We're still inside. Are they going to shoot us to death too? Fuck ah. Some people began to curse loudly, but no matter how they vented their anger, this had already become a fact, and no one could change the trajectory of the rain of arrows. Li and other warriors also frowned. They did not expect that the Crescent Moon tribe would be so heartless. A row of shields can protect hundreds of people, but not thousands. Looking at the countless iron spikes that were about to fall from the sky towards her head, Li shouted loudly. Everyone gather together. In an instant, the lineup began to shrink, and the shield-holding warriors merged their shields with clangs. Li raised her arms high, and the surging earth elements in the air instantly raged and condensed into a huge earth wall dome. The wild beasts seemed to sense the danger and began to run around in the woods, avoiding the rain of arrows, but many of them were still stabbed and fell to the ground in pain. The members of the Crescent Moon tribe fled in panic. Some even hid directly under the dead bodies, leading everyone to follow suit. In the entire forest, the only one who expressed that he didn't understand what was happening was probably Big Mouth. After going crazy for a while, Big Mouth suddenly realized that no one wanted to play anymore. That won't work. The mistress asked it to knock down more enemies. The rain of arrows hit his body with a clanging sound, creating a little spark, but that was all, not even a tickle. It looked around, howled a few times, and then rushed into the crowd on the opposite side, kicking out the members of the Crescent Moon tribe who were hiding under the corpses one by one. Stop hiding, come out and play. The people of the Crescent Moon tribe were in great pain, and their cries of ouch, ouch, ouch were heard everywhere. Everyone felt bitter and wanted to curse. You're a real dog. The battlefield was littered with boulders, corpses, burning wooden stakes, and screams, like hell on earth. On the mountainside, the situation of the 4 great witches is not much better than that of their tribesmen. They were defeated quite cleanly, with almost no chance of fighting back. So what if they have Song Heihu's fighting skills? Their own strength is not good enough, and the improvement of their fighting skills to them is also limited. The fighting skills are indeed powerful, but they are not omnipotent. Li Ming was beaten so badly that he began to doubt his life. The opponent, who was clearly able to be suppressed before now, seemed like a different person. He had many broken bones in his body and looked at Han Lai stupidly, with a question always in his mind. Aren't you physically weak and your magical power greatly reduced? Li Ming's lips trembled and his voice began to shake. Why? Why is this happening? Han Lai sneered. Why? Go down and think about this question slowly. Zheng Degong, Chu Han, and Wei Xiaoxian were also forced into a corner and were covered in wounds. Shu Han spat at the still, dazed Li Ming. It seemed that this guy's stupidity was innate. At this point, do you think it matters what the reason is? He was hit by Sha Fei's tail and flew backwards, but suddenly rolled in the air and landed next to Wei Xiaoxian. Almost without hesitation, Chu Han grabbed Wei Xiaoxian's shoulders, jumped down the hillside, and fled into the forest on the right. Run. If you stay any longer, you will die. They are not members of the Crescent Moon tribe, and they only have a cooperative relationship with Song Heihu. When the Tianqiu tribe was facing destruction and its chief Wang Xian was killed, both of them surrendered. So why would they care about escaping again? Of course, the more important reason was that he saw Song Heihu being knocked away by a punch. Song Heihu fell into the hands of that young man. Their persistence was no different from seeking death. It's not worth risking my life for the Crescent Moon tribe. Anyway, the fighting skills are already acquired, so it's not a loss at all. Wei Xiaoxian was still in a daze from being beaten, and Chu Han grabbed him by the collar and disappeared into the woods. Although he couldn't beat his opponent, he still had a chance to escape if he put in enough effort. Besides, Shimiko, Sapphire, and Akane had never thought of such an outcome, and they were unable to react for a while. The prey that was about to be caught ran away. Shafei was a little angry. She swung her tail angrily and tried to chase it, but was stopped by Xiao Maisie. No need. Let's deal with these two first. There are too many people in the Crescent Moon tribe. With our current numbers, it will be difficult to defeat them all in a short time. Moreover, so you had already explained it before. Don't chase the desperate enemy. After dealing with Li Ming and other great witches, their task is to cooperate with their tribesmen to deal with the remaining members of the Crescent Moon tribe as much as possible. Those who should be captured will be captured, and those who refuse to surrender will be directly eliminated. If you want to kill a great wizard who is trying his best to escape, it will take a lot of time and energy, which is really not cost-effective. Boom! At the foot of the mountain, there was another earth-shaking sound. Several women also looked over subconsciously. The two familiar figures faced each other with fists again. Chapter 313, The Final Madness 1. The sturdy and thin formed a sharp contrast. Although his physique looked a little weaker than Song Heihu's, Suyu still pressed down the mountain and beat it hard. Xiao Maisie and Shu Lao understood what was happening, and their eyelids twitched slightly. Suyu's majestic external shadow, the added magic power, is too strong. The black and white magic power flows around the shadow, the two intertwined. Like playful fish, each other looks so strange and soft. Under the feet of the two men, the ground collapsed for hundreds of meters, and everything around them seemed to have been swept away by a strong wind, leaving nothing behind. The group of people from the Crescent Moon tribe didn't dare to get close at all. The top-notch warrior who had bravely tried to help the tribe leader and launch a sneak attack on Suyu was shattered into pieces by the turbulent flow of magic power in the blink of an eye. With the lessons learned from the past, no one would dare to interfere in the battle between the great witches. Don't look at it, so you won't lose. Let's just do our own thing. Yixiang looked at him reluctantly, then turned her gaze to the group of dark enemies. The power of Chief Su is so great that the old man can no longer fathom it. Ha! The old uncle raised his eyebrows and seemed to be in a good mood. Jiang Zhan and Han Lai looked at Su Yu's back and smacked their lips. If you want to talk about happiness, it was quite satisfying to see Song Heihu suffer a defeat. If you want to say he's unhappy, this guy even made his own daughter happy. The two of them have really become good brothers. Jiang Zhan and Han Lai looked at each other, both with bitter faces. But when they turned around, the corners of their mouths curled up slightly. Hey, after all, I have such an outstanding son, and he's the head of the family, so I am not at a disadvantage. Although Xiao Maisie didn't want to admit it, she turned her face away arrogantly and snorted softly. Only Sha Fei felt unsatisfied because her opponent had run away, which made her feel a little suffocated. Looking at the crowds of Crescent Moon tribe members at the foot of the mountain, she licked her lips in hatred. Let us hunt those who hide in the darkness. At the foot of the mountain, Song Heihu's face was gloomy and his eyes were filled with anger. He still refused to believe that he had lost with his decades of accumulation and indestructible fists. Wrong. He hasn't lost yet. His golden fighting skills did not lose their effect, and each of his punches caused visible damage to Suyu. Suyu's complexion was no longer as rosy as it was at the beginning, and a trace of blood was flowing from the corner of her mouth. The reason why this man has not collapsed yet is simply because the magic power in his body is too strong. Song Heihu couldn't help but frown, but on what basis? How could he possess such tremendous magical power at such a young age? It is even more than what I have, as if it will never be exhausted and will continue to flow. He couldn't explain why Su Yu's magic power was so strong. There is no way to explain why Su Yu's magic power is black and white, different from that of ordinary people. There is no way to explain why Su Yu's fighting skills are so strange. There were so many things he couldn't explain, and the confidence he had built up over decades was crumbling bit by bit. Looking at Song Haehu's ferocious face, Su Yu shook her numb arms, reached out and touched her arms, then took out a bottle of super physical strength potion. The feelings are deep and can be swallowed in one gulp. Song Haehu was indeed a fierce tiger. His brute strength and golden fighting skills were so overbearing that even his own body could not fully withstand them. The golden light can pierce through defensive magic power and destroy muscle and blood vessel tissue. If it were an ordinary person, his body would have been shattered long ago. But unfortunately, his evolved black and white magic power can absorb most of the damage, and the dozens of bottles of super stamina potions he carries with him can perfectly sustain the power. The tiger's fighting skills have lost their effectiveness, and half of its fangs have been pulled out. Even if you have 6 pieces of equipment, what can I do? I'm standing at the fountain and fighting you. What do you do to me? Don't blame me. There is no fairness in this world. If the situation is reversed, you will only be more cruel than me. Su Yu's eyes narrowed, and she wiped the remaining liquid of the super strength potion from the corner of her mouth. The magic power in her body raged wildly again. He will not be the slightest bit lax or careless in dealing with this beast that can bite people at any time. It's impossible not to make up the blow. If I can kill someone, I will never cripple them. Song Haehu, everyone is so busy. Just let me kill you. Su Yu smiled faintly, and her figure flashed strangely, and she was already approaching. Song Haehu, who was still gasping for breath, also had a ferocious look on his face and punched again. After a series of fierce battles, Su Yu's momentum and magic power did not decrease much, but he had been consumed a lot. The two men's fists clashed again, and the obvious gap between them was revealed. A huge impact of magical power instantly exploded between the two fists. Su Yu was knocked back several steps and broke the ground with one foot. Song Haehu flew backwards with a bang, like a cannonball, and created a new path in the forest behind him. Wow! Song Haehu finally couldn't bear it anymore, and a mouthful of blood surged up from his throat, and he spat it out. The injury is actually not serious, but the pain in the heart is the most fatal. Confidence was shattered and faith collapsed. Impossible. Impossible. Song Haehu stood up and tore off his clothes, revealing his strong muscles and a series of eye-catching scars. This is a testament to his decades of hard work and the glory of having once been a warrior. No one is born a great wizard. Like everyone else, he started out as an ordinary tribesman and warrior, and through continuous efforts and fighting, he has come to where he is today, step by step. The former Song Haehu also had family affection and friendship. He adhered to the concept that tribesmen were family members. He took the prosperity and eternal prosperity of the tribe as his glory. He trained, honed, and constantly improved his strength, striving to become an awe-inspiring great wizard one day, with the power to protect the Crescent tribe. Finally, he did it, and he did it perfectly. But when did my beliefs begin to distort and slowly change? After becoming a great wizard? After realizing the indestructible golden light? Or what happens after you obtain that God-given fighting skill? Everything was replaced by power, and power was the only basis for survival. He even began to chase after the legendary god, who was omnipotent and could survive for hundreds of years. This man has forgotten his original intention, or rather, he does not want to remember his past self. The pure him has been killed and torn apart by the years, leaving only a cold-blooded and ruthless shell. I have clearly absorbed a lot of power from the witches and surpassed the Great Witch, but why did I still lose? Song Haehu muttered to himself with a ferocious face, looking at Su Yu with a vicious and fanatical light in his eyes. I must not have absorbed enough. This must be the case. There is a witch at the level of a great witch here. As long as I can absorb her power, I can definitely do it. He couldn't help but laugh wildly at Su Yu. You are so strong because of the witch, ha ha ha. That's the secret of how you can become so strong. But only I know this secret. So you must die. Chapter 314, The Final Madness, 2. In the sky, the sunset glow has dissipated, and a half-moon has climbed up into the starry sky at some point. The dim moonlight appears and disappears under the cover of dark clouds. While Song Hei-hu was going crazy, Suyu's figure had already appeared above his head. He looked at the somewhat twisted man, and his brows furrowed. There was a bad feeling growing in her heart, which made Suyu feel inexplicably uneasy. So he didn't want to delay any longer. The huge shadow clenched into an iron fist, and Suyu's fist fell from midair. This moment was surprisingly quiet. The magic power in the air was like stirred waves, forming an invisible vortex above the fist. The vortex was spinning at high speed, as if it was going to tear apart the surrounding space, and a faint crackling sound could be heard. Song Hei-hu instinctively raised his hands to defend himself, like a dying beast. Take your secret with you and go down honestly. Suyu snorted coldly and smashed her fist heavily on Song Hei-hu's arms. Bang! The air was squeezed out in an instant. Immediately following, boom! Song Hei-hu and the ground beneath his feet fell into the abyss in an instant. The huge air wave mixed with sand and gravel created a wave tens of meters high. With this as the center, a plot of land of nearly 100 meters disappeared, revealing a dark pit with no bottom. This attack not only scared the tens of thousands of Crescent Moon tribe members who were still fighting, but also scared the slaves of various alliances who were scouting the battle situation from distance. They opened their mouths wide, staring blankly at the scene in front of them, not knowing how to describe to their own great wizard what they saw when they returned. From beneath the pitch-black pit, there were continuous sounds of the ground collapsing and falling. Rich witchcraft power flowed freely in the pit, and suddenly a violent storm rose up and rushed straight into the sky. Along with a sudden sweeping force, a black shadow rose high and was pushed out. Under the moonlight, Suyu's face flushed, and she stared at the pit with a serious look. The huge black abyss was like the bloody mouth of a man-eating demon, spewing out a thick and bloody breath. A voice seemed to come from hell, deep and terrifying. Divine punishment, wild beast. A red force rushed out, like a blood curtain, or like a scarlet beam of light. It broke through the dark clouds in an instant and illuminated the entire sky red. This strange and terrifying sight made everyone stare in awe. Their hands and feet seemed to have lost their strength and became weak. Bite. Friendly reminder. Divine punishment. Wild beast. This is a God-given combat skill, the strongest skill level under the current world will, equivalent to a divine skill produced by the system. Please treat it with caution. Vang Difa. In Suyu's understanding, there are 4 types of combat skills. One is to create your own fighting skills. The second is natural combat skills, similar to the innate skills of the witch. The third is the God-given fighting skills. For is the magical skill produced by the system. God-given fighting skills can be said to be a gift given by the will of the world under the luck and opportunity. This is how Li's large spiral gun came about. But what Song Hei-hu learned was obviously of a higher level. After all, Li at that time did not have any active prompts from the system. Forced into such a situation, Song Hei-hu has nothing to fear and no longer hides. At the moment when Su Yu was surprised, an angry roar resounded through the sky. He could already clearly see that a creature of huge size, emitting a blood-red light all over its body, was leaping up from under the pit. The figure leaped high into the air, then landed heavily on the ground, lying on all fours. Its hard claws seemed to be able to tear apart anything, emitting a cold light. Boom! The strange red creature just fell, and instantly caused the mountain to shake and smoke and dust to rise. Suyu looked at it carefully and felt her scalp tingling. Song Hei-hu's face became distorted and hideous, so terrifying that it didn't look like a human. His limbs had grown 3 or 4 times thicker and were covered with dark scales, and on top of those scales were sparse blood-red hairs. His back was arched high, and his spine bones were protruding like sharp knives, stacked one on top of another and still twisting. The crisp crackling sound makes people's hair stand on end. Just by looking at the strange scene, one can feel how strong the spine is, as if it can withstand any mountain. The man's hair had turned completely red, exploding as if he had been electrocuted. In his bloodshot eyes, golden light flowed, and at the same time, he was burning with a raging flame for Su Yu. His palms also mutated and grew larger, and his nails shone silver, sharp and cold. With every breath Song Hei-hu exhaled, one could see surging witchcraft power gushing out, thick and terrifying. I'm no longer a human being? Su Yu's eyes widened. alarm bells ringing in her heart. At this moment, Song Heihu's realm is still at the great wizard level, but his true strength may be much higher. Suyu subconsciously glanced at the skill introduction provided by the system and frowned even more. God-given fighting skills. Divine punishment. Wild beast. Abandoning human identity and transforming into a demon beast. The power can be increased several times in an instant. Demon beasts are cold-blooded and ruthless creatures without any emotions. Killing is its survival instinct. It will kill all creatures around it at all costs, including the main enemy that makes it violent. As a human emotion, it has been buried in the heart of the beast, but it can still be stimulated. This is its only weakness. Once the consciousness of the main body is awake and coexists with the consciousness of the demon beast, it will produce rejection. The longer a creature transforms into a beast, the stronger it becomes. At the same time, it will lose the ability to return to its original state. If it is not awakened by special means in the middle of the transformation, it will completely become a demon beast. That's Chief Song. No, that's impossible. That's obviously a monster. But why does its face look like Chief Song's? Did it eat Chief Song? Mom, I want to go back to my tribe. Attracted by Song Heihu's roar, the members of the Crescent Moon tribe gradually poked their heads out and all looked at the monster in front of them with terrified eyes. They felt a danger from Song Heihu that was more terrifying than that from wild beasts. Some people couldn't believe that their chief had turned into a terrifying monster. The chief they were loyal to was not a human. Impossible. That is definitely not the patriarch. Roar. Just when everyone was unable to understand and was filled with fear and anxiety, Song Heihu was attracted by the strong smell of blood on the battlefield. The blood and fishy smell stimulated his nerves, causing his ferocious aura to surge once again. It roared at the terrified crowd, and the magic power that came out of its mouth instantly stirred up a violent wind, bloody rain, flying sand and rocks, and it actually turned the nearest people into sieves. A row of people suddenly became riddled with holes and fell to the ground with thuds. Song Heihu didn't hesitate at all. He exerted force with his limbs and rushed into the crowd with several leaps. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere, limbs flew everywhere, and wailing continued. Fuck! Oh my god, it's a monster! Run! That is not a human being at all, but a complete monster. In their hearts, Song Heihu no longer exists, and it has completely become a bloodthirsty monster. Chapter 3:15, No Big Problem. No matter how loyal Song Heihu's clansmen were, they could no longer deceive themselves at this moment. They sat on the ground with their eyes wide open, dumbly. Even though the monster was right before their eyes, even though it ruthlessly cut off their heads with one claw, they seemed to be in the dark. I lost all my faith and even the ability to escape. Run. Are you stupid? He is no longer the clan leader. He is just a monster. At this moment, the remaining 50 or 60,000 people had no intention of fighting the Rose Tribe anymore. The clan leader is gone and has become a monster. Is there any point in continuing to fight? Li Ming and Zheng Degung, whose arms were broken and who were almost unable to hold on, had dull eyes, and the surprise in their eyes was no less than anyone else's. That is their former brother tiger? The big brother I followed for half my life. How is that possible? Can humans really turn into such terrible monsters? With such doubts, Li Ming stared blankly at the monster wrapped in red light, until I heard a clear click. It seemed as if something broke, and warm liquid flowed down his forehead, obscuring his vision. The vision turned red, and the pain seemed to disappear. Li Ming suddenly laughed. It turned out that his head was cracked. No big problem. At the end of the battlefield, Missouri Ing, dressed in a black robe, silently retreated while all the Crescent Moon people were frightened by Song Heihu. His figure disappeared into the woods, as if it had merged with the forest, making it difficult to distinguish. Only his eyes were still shining brightly as he watched Song Heihu slaughtering his people indifferently. The man couldn't help but sneer. God-given fighting skill, wild beast. I didn't expect Song Heihu to use this as his ultimate trump card. Is this a joke God played on him? If one is at the level of Wizard King, possessing such combat skills can help enhance one's strength, and there won't be any major side effects. But he is still a great wizard. The cost of this fighting skill is something he cannot afford. There are only two outcomes waiting for him. One is death. One is to become a monster forever, waiting to be hunted by a stronger person. As for recovery midway, Haha, this man is so cold-blooded. What else in this world can irritate him? If I had known this, I shouldn't have pinned my hopes of revenge on him. There are many powerful alliances on this continent, not just the Crescent tribe. However, I must carefully examine my next collaborator. Song Heihu's brutality caused panic among the Crescent Moon tribe members, and the chaos it caused was even more terrifying than being hit by Su Yu's catapult. This time, they fled towards the woods almost desperately. Behind him is the monster Song Heihu who is slaughtering his people. On the right is a broken Jedi and a bottomless pit left behind after the fight between two great wizards. The only forest on the left has been blocked by the people of the Rose tribe. If you want to live, put down your weapons. Drop your weapons and surrender. Drop your weapons and surrender. Put down your weapons, and we will let you live. Or else wait to die. Song Heihu mutated, and although the witches were frightened, they did not intend to miss such an opportunity. Li took the lead in breaking down the earth wall dome, allowing the tribesmen to form a battle line around the city. This group of people who still had hope planned to rush forward with the will to survive, but they were shocked by the sudden arrival of 4 great wizards. Shu Lao and Xiao Ai stood there quietly. They didn't care how Song Heihu was fighting in the distance. If you want to get through and survive, it's very simple. Just lay down your weapons, surrender, and become a slave. Yaxiang and Shaifai broke all the bones in Zheng Dagong's body, left him and Li gang together and followed them down. They were still considering how to make this group of people surrender, but Song Heihu's sudden change actually gave them an opportunity. At this time, Zhang Zhan and Han Lai undoubtedly became the most suitable people to persuade them to surrender. Brothers, now that Song Heihu of the Crescent Moon tribe has become a monster, are you still going to work for him? Follow me, Zhang Zhan. Follow me, Han Lai. You are still the most loyal members of the Crescent Moon tribe. Among that group of people, there were many who had just been branded as slaves and were former members of the Zhanghan tribe. At this moment, they dropped their weapons without hesitation and rushed over, breaking through the crowd. Great Wizard Jiang, Great Wizard Han, we listen to you. Yes, everyone listen to the 2 great wizards Jiang and Han, it's right. Song Heihu doesn't treat us as human beings. Should we still work for him and be slaughtered by him? Brothers, this is your last chance. Do you really still want to follow that monster? Someone shouted loudly, pointing at the surging blood waves and the wailing voices in the distance. The group of people who were closest to him were almost cursing. Are you guys having a meeting in front of here? The enemy is right in front of you, but you are still hesitating. Do you want to die? Okay, we surrender. I surrender too. We listen to Great Witch Jiang Han. With someone taking the lead, things will naturally go much more smoothly. They dropped their weapons, watched the witches' formation disperse, and rushed over in a swarm. At this time, no one can supervise tens of thousands of people. Even if there are cunning people among them who pretend to accept and then choose to escape, no one will care. Su Yu had previously told Yaxiang and the others that they would absorb those who were willing to stay, and would ignore the life or death of those who were unwilling to stay. However, with the guarantee of the 2 local great wizards, Zhang Zhan and Han Lai, naturally a large proportion of people are willing to stay. They knew in their hearts that even if they escaped, what would happen? With hundreds or thousands of people, without the protection of the Great Witch and the leadership of the tribe leader, would they return to the Crescent Moon tribe and wait to be captured and enslaved again? Rather than being captured by an unfamiliar tribal alliance, it is better to follow a familiar witch. Now, tens of thousands of people finally began to evacuate without any hindrance and all poured into the mountains and forests. Just as Su Yu expected, the only ones who were planning to escape were the dozen or so people. Most of them were clansmen loyal to Song Heihu. They held some power in their original tribes and were used to being treated as superiors by their subordinates. Becoming a slave? How could I accept that? After rushing into the forest, these people ran towards the wilderness under the moonlight without hesitation. Xiao Ai watched everything from the air, but just sneered and ignored it, because she knew that in that wilderness, someone would naturally decide their fate. At this moment, what they really need to focus on is the last remaining enemy. Roar. Song Heihu probably would never have imagined in his dreams that his last trump card would become a bargaining chip that made him deserted by his friends and relatives, helping him to become a perfect loner. All that had been painstakingly built up over the past few decades was destroyed in one night. Chapter 316, Killing Battle. Countless bodies had fallen beside this insane monster. Blood formed a river, and body parts were scattered everywhere. Song Heihu roared in a deep and furious roar, and the red light on his body was absorbing the blood on the ground. His body made a crackling sound, and his muscles and bones changed shape strangely. The Crescent Moon tribe members all around were running for their lives. Having lost their targets to attack, Song Heihu roared like a madman, and his strong body suddenly bent like a shrimp and jumped high into the air. It wanted to continue chasing the prey, fleeing in front of it, but a black shadow followed its footsteps and suddenly appeared behind it, raised its arm, and punched down. Boom! The earth trembled, and Song Heihu was like a cannonball, once again creating a deep pit. But this time it recovered extremely quickly. In the blink of an eye, it grabbed the wall of the pit and climbed up with a roar. It stared at the man who punched it, and the blood and anger in its eyes merged together. To Song Heihu, whose body shape had changed drastically, Suyu looked pitifully small at this moment. Suyu frowned and met Song Heihu's murderous eyes. From the previous punch, he could already feel the thickness of Song Heihu's leather armor. At this moment, Song Heihu was completely furious because his mind was deeply imprinted with all his anger towards the man in front of him. It seemed as if there was a voice telling it that it must tear this man to pieces. This was the meaning of its existence. Roar! Song Heihu roared, but was greeted with another punch on the head. Suyu's magic shadow clenched his fist again. At this moment, the Qilin arm grew several times larger due to the abundance of magic power. Song Heihu, who had become a monster, did not understand what defense was at all. His fighting instinct was only to tear, bite, and attack desperately. Super serious punch. Bang! This punch hit Song Heihu's face, but it was like hitting a hard stone wall. The collision of force produced a sonic explosion. In an instant, a stream of witchcraft energy erupted behind Song Heihu, directly cracking the earth. The hurricane it created crushed the giant tree and pulled out a deep and hideous gully. Suyu couldn't help but widen her eyes. It was actually blocked. Ding! The woolly shadow has enough experience, and its level is upgraded. The current level is level 6. The system's prompts also poured into Suyu's mind, but she had no time to pay attention to them. Her vision was covered by darkness, and Song Heihu's claws, which were flashing with cold light, were already waving towards her. Careful! I heard Satsumi's urgent reminder. When Yaxiang and others saw this from afar, their hearts instantly tightened. Suyu retreated instantly, but the sharp claws were like a leech on his tarsal bones, and Song Heihu pressed down on her with his entire body. Roar! As the claws were about to scratch him, a chilly air blew on his neck, making his hair stand on end. In desperation, Suyu stretched out his left hand, and the black and white shadow palm also grabbed it, trying to twist its wrist with bulging veins. Swish! The sharp claws under the moonlight suddenly burst into golden light and easily cut through the obstacles. His original fighting skills are still there. While Suyu was shocked, her body retreated again. The shadow's arm had been chopped into pieces, and the sharp claws brushed against her left arm. Even if I was just touched lightly, I felt a burning pain. His tilde. On his left arm, there was a foot-long cut with the flesh turned inside out and blood oozing out. Before he could stand firm, Song Heihu leaped up again, hovering above Suyu, and slapped down with his heavy fleshy palm as big as a palm leaf fan. But this time it didn't happen. Song Heihu, who was still in midair, was suddenly bound by a dark tentacle that fell from the sky and was thrown out. Its huge body slammed heavily on the ground. The earth made a crackling sound, and then collapsed again with a loud bang. Then, blazing flames burst out from the ground, and the raging flames soared into the sky like a roaring dragon. The entire pit was instantly engulfed in a sea of fire. Its magic power is much higher than before, and its physical strength has also increased several times. Xiao Meizi bit her lip and appeared above Suyu's head, her brows deeply furrowed as she stared at the huge energy that was stirring in the sea of fire. "We'll help you," Yaxiang said from the side, looking at Suyu's blood-soaked arm with unbearable eyes. "Uncle, and this old man, including us, Song Heihu has become a monster. We can't let it go." Jiangzhan and Han Lai also came over. Not far away, the members of the Crescent Moon tribe had already evacuated to a safe area, and almost all of them were watching this side with eyes wide open. "Good." Suyu curled her lips and smiled, then tore open her clothes and simply wrapped her left arm. In fact, he was quite depressed. Song Heihu's claw attack did not trigger his passive damage immunity. It seems that in many cases we still cannot rely too much on things like probability. As he spoke, the raging sea of fire suddenly flashed with white light and was cut in half by the sharp witch power. Song Heihu's roar was so loud that it hurt people's eardrums, and the air waves he exhaled directly blew away all the flames. This guy's power has increased again. Try this move of mine. Jiang Zhan frowned, and a giant elephant incarnation appeared, stepping directly on Song Heihu's head. However, Song Heihu raised his head, his whole body glowed red, and he roared towards the sky. The surging magic power burst out of his mouth like a laser, filling the sky with red and directly shattering Jiang Zhan's virtual image. It didn't stop at all. It pushed its legs hard and rushed out. Not good. Satsuma sensed the crisis coming, and the black magic power instantly gathered in front of her, forming a thick shield. All I heard was a loud bang. The magic power was shattered in an instant, and Xiao Meizi was knocked away. Song Heihu, in his mad beast state, could no longer be judged by ordinary people's standards. At this moment, it is like a human tank, and all its magic power has transformed into the purest and most terrifying force. His blood-red eyes subconsciously swept across the crowd in the air, and then locked onto Yaxiang, whose whole body was burning with flames. Just now, it was this woman who burned herself with fire. Any damage would turn into anger, making Song Heihu even more brutal. Body of rock, strength of mountain beasts. With the help of two fighting skills, Han Lai immediately stood in front of his daughter. Song Heihu, who was swooping down from the sky, was grabbed tightly by Han Lai's arms. The strong impact directly forced everyone around him to retreat. Han Lai crushed the ground with one foot, and they began to wrestle like two gladiators. What shocked Han Lai was that even with the power of a mountain beast, he was unable to shake the monster in front of him. He clenched his teeth with great effort, and his arms, which were bleeding profusely, were gradually pried apart by Song Heihu, as if they could be torn apart in the next second. Chapter 317, Fallen Strike. Father. Yixiang's eyes narrowed, and she rushed forward. Her agile body drew a graceful arc in the air and landed directly above Song Heihu. Her palm burning with flames slapped Song Heihu's head hard. Heaven's wrath explosion. A cold shout was heard. Song Heihu's ferocious face began to turn red and white, and large amounts of flames flowed out of his fur, like red-hot coal that was about to burst. However, in an instant, it took a big breath, and the huge amount of magic power in the air was instantly absorbed by it, and it actually suppressed the flames that were about to explode. Its arched spine scales suddenly made a strange crackling sound, and two butterfly-shaped shoulder blades suddenly pierced the skin, turning into sharp bone spurs that directly stabbed towards Yaxiang. You dare! The bone spur arrived in the blink of an eye, and Yaxiang didn't have much time to react. Seeing this scene, Han Lai couldn't remain calm after all. His cheeks flushed red, and his arms made crackling sounds. The huge force exerted in an instant seemed too much for his arms to bear. His skin cracked in many places, and blood splattered everywhere. This man actually used his magic power to throw Song Heihu out. The bone spur almost brushed Yaxiang's cheek as it passed by. Han Lai also vomited blood with a scream. His limbs felt like they were exploding with pain. His legs went weak, and he almost fell to the ground. The combat power is completely unequal, and Song Heihu's improvement has somewhat refreshed Su Yu's views. Take good care of father, and leave the rest to me. He didn't have time to pay attention to the backlash Han Lai suffered from overdrawing his strength. He stretched out his left arm and shouted towards the top of the mountain. Sword! The sword in the stone, made from the teeth of a black mountain, was caught and thrown over by a black and white falcon. It was really disadvantageous to fight against Song Heihu's claws with bare hands. Su Yu grasped the bone-white sword of victory, and the two-color magic power immediately entangled it, and she slashed at Song Heihu, who had just climbed up. With a clang, sparks flew. Song Heihu's sharp claws met the sword blade, and were cut in half in the blink of an eye. Such a result seemed to be beyond its expectations, causing the monster to stagnate briefly. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any weapon harder than his claws. The strong aura of the wild beast on the sword also made it feel uncomfortable. Song Heihu seemed unable to accept it, and waved his other hand angrily. The golden magic power filled his palm, and he wanted to beat Su Yu and the sword into a meat patty. A crisp crackling sound was heard, accompanied by sparks. The claws fell off, and the bone sword broke with a snap. Su Yu threw away the sword of victory without hesitation and clenched his fist to meet the giant palm coming towards him. The phantom condensed, and the misty body seemed to be several times larger than before. In the previous battle, the level of the witch power phantom was unexpectedly increased by 1 level, which also further enhanced Su Yu's power. Bang! 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 In just a few breaths, Su Yu threw several punches, each one more powerful than the last, forcing Song Heihu to retreat repeatedly. But this alone is obviously not enough. The strength of a fist is almost the same as that of the opponent's body, so it is difficult to cause substantial damage. He still needs more powerful strength. Xuanxin's mental connection was still there at this moment, and Su Yu's voice instantly rang in the minds of all the witches. Then, Su Yu jumped high and shouted loudly, "Gun!" The surging earth elements gathered above his head in an instant, and a huge spiral spear that was several times thicker than him gradually solidified. This is Li's God-given fighting skill, the second form with the most powerful attack. Juge, super CZ spirale au lance. At the same time, a figure was thrown out from the woods. Yuzu, who was still in a daze, bumped into Su Yu's back with her eyes wide open. "Hold on tight. Don't let go," Su Yu shouted softly, and the woman instantly grabbed Su Yu's back tightly, pressing her whole body against him. She knew the purpose of being thrown here, and she also understood that she couldn't just be afraid at this time. It was because Su Yu needed her that she appeared here. The woman hugged Su Yu's waist tightly, and all the magic power in her body bloomed in an instant and merged into Su Yu's body. Magic power and physical strength are strengthened. Su Yu felt her strength and physical condition increasing violently again. She held the huge, spiral holy spear that had materialized in the air with both hands, and fell straight towards Song Heihu on the ground like a cannonball. The gun body was infused with black and white magic power, making a buzzing sound. The tip of the spear rubbed against the atmosphere, as if it wanted to pierce through space, emitting dazzling streams of fire. Su Yu and the spear merged into one, like a meteorite falling from the sky, becoming a ray of light, a flame, and an unstoppable divine punishment. Roar! At this moment, Song Heihu also seemed to feel the terrifying sense of oppression. His body was completely pressed down. The invisible pressure made it difficult for his limbs to straighten up. He felt like he was being pressed to the ground and couldn't move. In that pair of eyes, there were a mixture of gold and blood. Only the flames in the sky remained. It raised its head with difficulty, as if fighting against the injustice of fate, and let out its last roar. Roar! Bang! The spear fell, and the tip of the spear hit Song Heihu's raised arm. Dying! Su Yu gathered all her strength into one point and smashed it down heavily. Like the calm before the storm, the picture freezes at this moment. Everyone opened their eyes wide, held their breath, and watched this astonishing scene with their hearts clenched. Immediately, boom! The deafening sound of the explosion swept across the entire forest, and even several alliances hiding dozens of miles away felt the shaking of the earth. These great witches frowned and even saw the huge waves rising above the mountains and forests. Without the report from the letter slave, they could not be sure what had happened in the mountains, but the horrifying noise had already made people feel uneasy. As great wizards, there are very few things that can make them feel a sense of crisis. The group of people squinted their eyes, looked at the spectacular scene, and muttered to themselves. Could be Song Heihu. Maybe things are really taking a turn for the better. They could no longer wait for the report from Xinu, and after a moment of hesitation, they left the temporary base with hundreds of their tribesmen. The violent tremors gradually subsided, and everyone in the forest swallowed subconsciously, including the members of the Crescent Moon tribe who had already hidden deep in the forest. Their eyes were somewhat dazed. Under their feet, cracks in the ground stretched out from afar for several miles, and many people had even accidentally fallen into them. Around Su Yu, an area of hundreds of meters collapsed, not to mention any grass or trees. Even small stones were hard to find. In his hand, he held a handful of yellow earth, which was the trace left by the shattering of the huge, spiral holy spear. Chapter 3, 18 Ding Tian, My Baby. Gurgle. In front of Su Yu, Song Heihu groaned with difficulty and tried to raise his right arm, but the seemingly strong arm suddenly shattered and turned into powder. Not only that, half of its body began to crack, and the sturdy and terrifying scaly skin shattered like a shell, revealing the flesh and blood hidden inside. Roar! The intense pain finally reached its head, and Song Heihu let out a heart-wrenching roar. He's not dead yet. Almost everyone had this question in their mind. Song Heihu's physical strength in a mad beast state was too abnormal. Only Suyu knew clearly that this was the proof that she was extremely close to the Witch King. Although its realm is still at the Great Wizard, but with the ability of the Mad Beast, its physical body has already reached that realm first. It's a pity that it can no longer be called a human being and has no consciousness of its own. Go back and hide. Suyu panted, grabbed the pomelo, and threw it towards Lee in the distance. His battle with Song Heihu is not over yet. The pain stimulated Song Heihu, and it also brought out all his potential. The man in front of it became the only human it wanted to kill, so it didn't hesitate to tear off its broken arm and rushed over with a roar. Bang! The fists, which were about the size of an egg and a stone, collided again, and for the first time, Suyu felt a stinging pain in her arm, as if she had been electrocuted. The previous attack consumed too much energy, and even drinking several bottles of super stamina potion is not enough to recover. The two men were repelled by each other's tremendous force, and their eyes burning with anger met each other, but Suyu was suddenly stunned. It seemed that for a moment, he saw Song Heihu's eyes regain their human brightness, but it was gone in a flash. This change made Suyu think of the introduction of the wild beast fighting skills. The introduction of the system had a hint that once the wild beast fighting skills were used, there was no turning back. However, after becoming a monster, his human emotions still had a chance of being stimulated, which was also his only weakness. Human consciousness and Warcraft consciousness cannot coexist. As long as they can be made to repel each other, it will be the best opportunity. Suyu's brain raced quickly, and her eyes suddenly lit up. Anything that can stimulate Song Heihu's emotions? It is not entirely true to say that Song Heihu is cold-blooded and heartless. At least there are people he cares about. He couldn't help but look at the monster that was rushing toward him again and shouted loudly. Song Heihu, don't you want to know where your son Song Dingtian is now? Song Dingtian. The monster's body paused, and intermittent human words came out of its mouth that could only roar. The pain just now somewhat awakened his original consciousness, which led to the current scene. Although it still swung its fist and hit back, the shock in its heart had weakened a lot of its force. Suyu's heart moved, and she thought to herself that there was a way. After knocking him back with a punch, he spoke again. What a pity! Your son Song Dingtian is already dead. Song Heihu's swinging fist stopped in midair. He was stunned for a moment, and then let out a painful howl. He hugged his head with his only remaining arm and began to pound it hard, as if he was trying to stuff something back into it. Bang, 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 bang. However, Suyu obviously did not want to let go of such an opportunity and continued to stimulate its heart. He died in this forest, and his body might be buried right under your feet. No, impossible. You lied to me. My Dingtian will not die. Song Heihu was like a two-faced man. Half of his eyes showed a sober look, while the other half still retained the brutal and bloody color of a monster. It wanted to get close to Suyu and kill this human who irritated its heart, but its legs seemed out of control and it had difficulty moving. Finally, all the anger and excitement were completely released by Suyu's final blow. Suyu pointed at the crowd behind her and spoke loudly. I think your second son should know whether he is dead or not. The crowd in the woods began to surge, and a familiar figure walked out. He looked at the tall and majestic figure he once admired with complicated eyes, and finally gritted his teeth in anger. Once upon a time, what was the difference between Song Yuanshan and ordinary children? He was proud that his father was a great wizard and longed for his father's love, appreciation, and warmth. However, he had never had any of this. My father gave all his love to his elder brother, even skipping himself and giving it to his younger brother. He was like a marginalized person, completely isolated from the outside world. He was bullied by his tribesmen, bullied by his brothers, his women were taken away from him, and his resources were robbed. Song Heihu knew everything, but that's all. Song Heihu doesn't even care about his mother, so how could he care about his useless son? The only thing Song Yuanshan had not told Suyu about was his mother. That humble woman never made Song Heihu feel pity for her enough to visit her until she died of illness. Now, looking at Song Heihu, who had become half human and half ghost, Song Yuanshan showed an angry smile. He uttered a few words clearly, word by word. Song Dingtian is dead. I buried him with my own hands. As his younger brother, I saw him off for the last time. Song Heihu, do you know how he died? Song Yuanshan sneered. Just like you, his arm was broken and he was beaten to death. After a brief silence, Dubra, Song Heihu finally roared loudly. No, it's impossible. You all lied to me. My son is a genius and my pride. How could he die? He looked at Song Yuanshan with bloodshot and gloomy eyes. Suddenly, he raised his leg and kicked away. You betrayed your people and killed your brother. I will tear you to pieces, you beast. At this time, Song Heihu's red hair fell off, his scales cracked, and his strong body was gradually shrinking. The effect brought by the mad beast was collapsing at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this time, he had a broken arm and his strength plummeted, even worse than at the beginning. How could he be a match for Su Yu and others? Before he could rush to the woods, he was stopped halfway. The old uncle with flowing beard punched him and knocked him away. He rolled on the ground for dozens of meters before finally stopping. This punch completely shattered Song Heihu's faith and awakened him from his eyes blinded by hatred. Song Heihu stood up with difficulty and glanced around. Tens of thousands of tribesmen surrendered. Li Ming and Zheng Dagong died tragically on the mountainside, and Chu Han and Wei Shaoxian disappeared. The situation is over, but he was unwilling to give in and looked up at Su Yu viciously. Chapter 3:19 Huang Mo. Song Heihu knew that no matter how much Song Yuanshan hated him as a father, he would not be able to kill Song Dingtian. You kill my son. That's right. Su Yu raised her finger. Your two sons have paid the price for what they did. Now it's your turn. Ha ha ha. Song Heihu laughed loudly towards the sky. I didn't expect that even after I gave up being a human and turned into a monster, I still couldn't kill you. You are indeed very strong, but I can't die now. He glanced at everyone with a vicious look. My son's revenge has not yet been avenged. I cannot die. If you want to kill me, I'll see if you have the ability to do so. Song Heihu roared, and golden light burst out from his body. His blood-stained hair stood on end, and he stomped his feet on the ground, like a golden stream of light, rushing towards the wilderness outside the forest. Song Heihu never thought in his life that there would be a day when he would have to escape in such an embarrassing way, but he had no way to stop. In order to be able to come back one day, to avenge his dead son, and to kill his enemies with his own hands, he had to give up his last dignity. Want to run? How can I let you run away? I don't want to complete my mission. Su Yu didn't say anything and ran away immediately. In midair, Xiao Maisie spread her black wings and soared in the sky like a night demon, locking on his Song Heihu's position. Today, this tiger cannot be released back into the forest under any circumstances. He possesses a God-given fighting skill, wild beast. If he really reaches the level of Wizard King one day, he can do whatever he wants. Song Heihu used up all his remaining magic power to escape, but his arm was as fleeting as a flash of lightning. The blood on his broken arm had not yet completely coagulated, and due to the rapid consumption of his magic power, it was showing signs of collapse. Damn it! Song Heihu couldn't help but curse as he managed to spare a bit of his magic power to suppress the wound. If left untreated, the patient will inevitably lose consciousness due to excessive bleeding. He didn't look back, as he could already sense two powerful magical powers following him. He gritted his teeth and increased his speed once again. Escape. Escape from this forest, and escape into the wilderness that you are familiar with, where there is a chance of survival. However, he was in such a hurry that he felt as if he had forgotten something. Things that were important at first, but not so important later. It was not until he saw a dark figure and a few rays of fire on the way he had to escape that he suddenly reacted. There are more than just the two enemies behind us here. A tall black shadow blocked the way, with its mouth wide open, revealing sharp white teeth. The corners of his mouth curled up, and the smile at this moment looked so sinister. A big guy as strong as himself, with a body as steady and tall as a mountain, and powerful and solid magic power. If that face had not been so different from his own, Song Heihu would have thought he had seen a reflection in the water. The visitor is not a stranger, but he is not familiar either. But at this moment, appearing here, it is obvious that there is no good intention. Yellow ink. Song Heihu was forced to stop and stared coldly at the man in front of him. Huang Mo was slightly startled, then smiled. Who was I thought it was? It turned out to be the great wizard Song. Song Heihu was surprised, and Huang Mo was also surprised. Song Heihu, the once legendary war god of the Crescent Moon tribe and the genius wizard, actually ended up like this. One of his arms was broken, his body was dirty and covered in blood, and he looked like a wild dog that had been beaten to a pulp. It should be said that all the great wizards who were paying attention to this war would never have thought that the loser in the end would be Song Heihu, and lose so tragically. A gleam of light suddenly flashed in Huang Mo's eyes. Song Heihu lost? Isn't this exactly what I want? But before the two of them could have further negotiations, Su Yu and Xiao Meizi had already caught up. Looking at the small team of hundreds of people in front of him, Su Yu frowned. He had the honor of meeting the man who looked very similar to Song Heihu in the Beige trading tribe. His name seemed to be Huang Mo. He was a great wizard of the Black Iron Alliance. He had once had a fight with Xiao Ai in the trading tribe over a competition for combat skills. He's a tough guy. The question is, how could he appear here at this time? Just thinking about it for a moment, Su Yu's frown deepened. Things don't seem to be going well. But Xiao Meizi didn't care about that. She grabbed Song Heihu with her sharp black claws, determined to crush him with one blow. Song Heihu instinctively swung his right arm and raised his hand to punch. The fierce impact of the magic power directly knocked him away. Now his magic power is rapidly dissipating, and he is no match for Xiao Meizi. Huang Mo, who was standing aside, seemed to notice nothing and just watched everything happening in front of him quietly. No help? No kicking when someone is down? Su Yu glanced at Huang Mo suspiciously. Or was he observing how much strength Song Heihu had left? Was everything in front of him real? He was wondering if everything before his eyes was a deliberate illusion created by Song Heihu. This man is really cautious. Su Yu couldn't guess what Huang Mo was thinking, but his purpose would not change because of Huang Mo's appearance. Xiao Meizi alone can deal with Song Heihu, but Su Yu is still worried and decides to do it herself. Song Heihu, let's end it here. Song Heihu got up from the ground and was about to continue running away when Su Yu's fist fell on his head. The punch landed on Song Heihu's raised arm, knocking him directly into the ground. His legs cracked and his bones broke, and he fell directly to his knees on the ground. No more. The despair at that moment made the man completely depressed. He looked at Su Yu, Xiao Meizi, and Huang Mo with resentment. Blood flowed from the corners of his mouth, and he laughed miserably and crazily. If Huang Mo hadn't suddenly appeared and blocked his way, he might have already escaped. I, Song Heihu, have been successful all my life, but I never thought I would die here. Who are you, kid? Even if I die, I won't let you go. Now that I mention it, it seems like this guy still doesn't know his own name. Isn't it a bit too miserable? Su Yu raised her fist and smiled slightly. My name is Su Yu. I hope you will remember this name in your next life. In the night sky, the dark clouds dispersed. An array of moonlight sprinkled on Song Heihu. Su Yu's fist just fell down. Bang! A broad palm took the blow steadily on Song Heihu's head. My friend, should I still call you Su Dao? Huang Mo's sturdy body appeared like a ghost, and even the sharp claws that Xiao Meizi tried to block were shattered. Huang Mo, want this person. You can't kill him. The fist wrapped in that palm suddenly felt a piercing magical power. Su Yu frowned and dodged immediately. Sure enough, what I worried about happened. Only after he was sure that Song Heihu was really in desperate situation did the man reveal his purpose. Oh, Su Yu glanced at Huang Mo coldly and smiled faintly. Song Heihu must die today. You can't stop him. Chapter 320 by Pound. Song Heihu's legs were broken, and there was no possibility of escape for the time being. The man looked at Su Yu, whose magic power was skyrocketing, and smiled playfully. Throughout his life, he and his brother Huangshan climbed out of the mud with their fists. They had never been afraid of anyone, and no one dared to look down on or threaten them in person. The boy in front of me is the first one. Su Yu? Interesting. Such a young great wizard does have some abilities. No wonder he is so arrogant. Huang Mo was ready to fight. His magic power was surging, and the atmosphere between the two of them had reached the point of drawing a sword. At this moment, several dark shadows rushed out, and Lang Lang's laughter reached everyone's eardrums. Young man, don't talk so big. If Wuchuan can't stop you, what about me, an old man who was a few years younger than Uncle Lao, pinched his goatee and smiled gently. The Yanlong tribe, the chief and great wizard, Shi Jingtian. Even though the tribe has begun to decline, its power should not be underestimated. Such an interesting thing. How about including me? The man's heavy footsteps were heard, and the gray robe he was wearing rustled in the wind. This should be the person Su Yu is most familiar with. White Tiger Alliance, Xiao Yunfei, is also Xiao Huahua's biological father. At the same time, on the other side, a figure gradually faded out of the darkness, hiding in the shadow of the night, and no one knew when he appeared here. This is a middle-aged man with a pointed face and monkey cheeks, but his magical power is still strong. Great Witch Xiao, Chief Shi, and Great Witch Wang, you are not going to exclude just me, are you? Xiao Ai, the Great Witch of the Silver Wolf Alliance, laughed strangely. In an instant, 3 great wizards appeared at the same time. In fact, Suyu had predicted such a result when she met Huang Mo. But guessing and being able to solve are 2 completely different things. Even though one of them could be considered her father-in-law, Suyu could still imagine Xiao Yunfei's purpose. Based on her current impression of this person, Suyu doesn't think that she can get him to stand on her side by relying on Xiao Huahua's relationship. It wasn't great, but it wasn't terrible either. At least, these 4 great witches come from different tribal alliances, which means they are not united. Xiao Meizi came over quietly and whispered, "What should we do?" There was a gleam in her eyes, and she glanced at the forest behind her, which was dotted with firelight in the night, as if to ask her whether she should go back and call for help. As long as Uncle Lao and the others come over, these great witches will not dare to do anything excessive. It's okay, let's take a look first. Song Heihu can no longer run away. If these people really intend to protect him, they're not afraid of falling out. This place was very close to the forest, so there was no need to worry too much. At this moment, he really wanted to know what these people were planning to do. Turning to look at the few people, Suyu's eyes rolled and she asked with a smile, "What? Are you going to stand up for Song Heihu? Protect him from death? Are you going to share the secrets from him?" Equal. It's wishful thinking. The 4 of them all sneered in their hearts. The army of the 4 tribal alliance was already on the way, and they had always looked down on Suyu and did not think he could cause much trouble. Song Heihu is no longer a threat in his current state. We have been following him for several days, and we all know what's going on. There's no need to pretend anymore. The old chief of the Yanlong tribe, Old Man Shi, smiled kindly, but no one thought that this old guy was kind-hearted. Several people have already determined that Suyu does not pose a threat, so they talk as if no one is around, but they still don't want to delay time. Zhang Yi followed up and said frankly, "Patriarch Shi is right. Since both Xiao Dao and Huang Dao are here for Song Heihu, then let's discuss the terms." Xiao Yunfei was silent for a moment, looking at Song Heihu, who was sitting on the ground like a dead dog, and said, "I think it is better to let Song Heihu decide on his own rather than letting us decide on this matter. We can set our own conditions and let Song Heihu choose. This will be fair to everyone, but there is only one chance, and it cannot be changed after it is opened. Huang Dao, what do you think?" Huang Mo's gloomy eyes turned, and he nodded unconsciously. Okay. Of course, he was unwilling to agree. It would be better to say that no one wanted to agree. Song Heihu was already in such a state. Did he still have a right to choose? But this is the best solution right now. Otherwise, the 4 great wizards would probably be in a stalemate until the end of time without being able to figure out what was going on. It's impossible to cut Song Heihu into 4 or 5 pieces. At this time, Suyu was not in a hurry anymore. She just watched the 4 great wizards perform quietly. In fact, everyone knows that who to give it to is just a temporary measure in the first step. After this, the real challenge is whether or not one can bring the people back to the tribe safely. However, none of the 4 old foxes was willing to make the first move. They were competing in conditions rather than strength, and they all wanted to strike back and gain the upper hand. After a long silence, Huang Mo snorted coldly and reminded, "Since the solution was proposed by Patriarch Shi, please go first." I agree. Xiao Yunfei and Zhang Yao added fuel to the fire. Shi Jingtian had no choice but to come to Song Heihu, glanced down at him, smiled, and said, "Song Heihu, if you are willing to come back to the tribe with me and help me develop, I can save your life today and let you become the elder of the Yanlong tribe with supreme power. Of course, you need to swear an oath of loyalty to me and abolish all your witchcraft power." Yo-ho! Everyone could understand the first condition, but the last condition surprised everyone and made them look at this kind-looking old man with a new respect. Shi Jingtian is indeed an old fox. He has nipped all conceivable threats in the bud. Abolishing one's own witchcraft power is tantamount to becoming a real useless person, which is a huge shame for a great witch. Shi Jingtian's purpose is very clear. Why one is not you as a person, but all your secrets. Old man, It is impossible for me to bury a thorn next to me, a poisonous thorn that can pierce me and kill me without a burial place. If it were any other time, Song Heihu would naturally not agree, but now he has no choice. The other three great wizards also felt nervous. Sure, Jingtian's condition reminded everyone. Song Heihu is no pushover. He is very powerful, and his fighting skills can restrain many abilities. Can Tianshi really restrain him? After all, it is impossible for everyone to be like Su Yu and think about the contents of the oath so carefully and flawlessly. They don't intend to bear unknown consequences. Song Heihu is strong, but if his heart is not for his own tribal alliance, then his strength will become a huge threat. Looking back at the decades that Song Heihu has been in the Crescent Moon tribe, several people have some idea of what kind of person he is. Then, Zhang Yi came closer, still with an arrogant attitude. Song Heihu, if you decide to come back with me, I can ask the clan leader to still give you the position of the Great Wizard, and you can enjoy all the treatment of the Great Wizard. I guarantee that you will have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of your life. Of course, you still need to swear an oath of loyalty. Zhang Yi smiled expressionlessly. And abolish all your wizard powers. Song Heihu watched coldly and remained silent. But everyone could see the resentment and hatred in his eyes, which made the several great witches feel that their decision was not wrong. If you want to raise a tiger, you have to pull out its teeth first. Chapter 321, Tiger Death. Xiao Yunfei walked forward slowly, but unlike the two who had been so arrogant before, he half squatted down and said, Great Wizard Song, the White Tiger Alliance's patriarch will also give you the right to freely choose between the position of Great Wizard and the position of Elder. Resources, women, as long as you ask, I can get them for you. I don't need the heavenly oath, but I can't do anything about abolishing the wizard power. It always sounds better to be a great, which who has not sworn an oath to heaven. Besides, the witch power is gone. So what difference does it make whether or not to swear an oath to heaven? The last person was Huang Imo. He strode up to Song Heihu with a gloomy look in his eyes, showing neither contempt nor pity, as if he was facing an insignificant passerby, and his tone was cold. Great Wizard Song, I can make the decision on behalf of my brother. Not only will you be treated the same as a great wizard, but you will also be allowed to have your own tribe to help you with revenge. Resources and women will naturally not be a problem. Similarly, you can choose to establish the heavenly oath or not, but the wizard power must be abandoned. As soon as Huang Imo finished speaking, the other three people all looked at him sideways, thinking in their hearts that he was so cunning. In comparison, they were indeed defeated. What's the use of just giving someone title? Calling yourself a great wizard, but not having any real power is the same as nothing. Now that he has lost his strength, what else can Song Heihu use to seek revenge? Today, Song Heihu was defeated and the Crescent Moon tribe was completely destroyed. He was filled with hatred for the young man named Su Yu. Being able to take revenge one day in the future may be the purpose of his living. Huang Imo saw through this, but they didn't realize it, and the result is predictable. But these were the conditions proposed by the four people, and no one was too embarrassed to change their words. They could only look at Song Heihu and wait for his final decision. After hearing the conditions of the four great witches, Song Heihu was suddenly filled with sadness. He looked up at the half-missing moon and smiled bitterly. Unexpectedly, as a great wizard, he would have such a miserable day. These people will do anything to get the secrets and fighting skills they know. Abandon your own magical power? How could you think of that? How different is this from treating the great, which is a wild beast or livestock? I, Song Heihu, really want to live, want to take revenge, and want to become the best among men. But it will never become a wild beast that you raise, an animal that can be killed at will. Immediately, he looked at Su Yu, who had been watching the show, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Su Yu, you win. But I won't lose either. Su Yu couldn't help but frown when she heard these words, and she felt that something was going to happen. Song Heihu looked around at everyone, glanced at the four great wizards, and said coldly, Don't you just want to know my secrets? Don't you just want to learn my fighting skills? The man suddenly laughed out loud, madly and tragically. How dare you? A few shameless people. You want to use my life as a threat and make me a dog under your hands? Bah! I, Song Heihu, would rather die standing than agree to any of your conditions. Suddenly, the crazy man changed the subject, his eyes filled with ferocious light. But I can share a secret with you. He looked at Su Yu resolutely, his face gradually becoming ferocious, like a demon who wanted to devour human flesh and blood, with his mouth grinning. As great wizards, you must have sensed that there is an even more powerful realm above the great wizard. Under one person, everyone is an ant. Walk on the clouds and look down at the world. It's for the Witch King, and the only way to reach that level is to absorb the power of the witch. Song Heihu looked at everyone with a grim smile, and blood suddenly spurted out of his mouth. His strong body was shrinking little by little, the light in his eyes dimmed, and his vitality disappeared. So wait a minute. It won't be long before you and all the witches you protect come down to accompany me. With a plop sound, the body, which was shattered into pieces by the backlash of its own magic power, fell down. Song Heihu is dead. The death was very quick. The death was very awkward. The system's prompts kept ringing in Suyu's mind, but her mood was extremely cold. The silence at that moment made everyone look gloomy. How could they not be shocked by the secret that Song Heihu revealed before his death? The realm above the great wizard, the Wizard King? They have all experienced that empty feeling of wanting something but not getting it. And in constant training, they're still unable to touch that layer of illusion that is so vague and yet so present. It turns out that feeling is the Witch King. And the only way to possess this ability to dominate the world is to absorb the witch's power. It is unknown whether what Song Heihu said is true or false. But a terrible thought arose in everyone's heart. Whether it is true or not, you'll know it by trying it yourself, right? How to try? Which? Xiao Yunfei, Zhang Yi, Huang Mo, Shi Jingtian. Their hearts were touched, and mixed rays of doubt, shock, and confusion pierced Suyu from their eyes. Such a young great wizard, a young genius? Then, all the wanton gazes fell on Satsumiko again. So you could even feel the heat of magic power brewing in those people. It's bad. Suyu, did you catch up? Suyu, don't worry, we are here. At this moment, several figures quickly attacked from the forest behind. Jiang Zhan, Han Lai, and Shu Lao arrived in the blink of an eye. The four burning gazes finally realized their mistake and retracted their gazes at the same time. I don't know Uncle Lao and the others, but Jiang Zhan and Han Lai are old acquaintances. The four were a little surprised, but not shocked. Jiang Zhan, Han Lai, and Song Heihu didn't get along well with each other, so it's not surprising that they would turn against each other and help this young man. It seems that, including the witch at the great wizard level, this young man has obtained the help of four great wizards at once. No wonder he could force Song Heihu into a desperate situation. The previous passion in their hearts was completely extinguished by the arrival of these three people, and their minds became clear. The current situation has exceeded their expectations and requires long-term consideration. Wizard Huang, Chief Shi, Witch Xiao, Witch Zhang, you are in such a good mood, appearing here at the same time. Jiang Zhan and Han Lai guessed what had just happened without asking. But when he saw from afar that Song Heihu had fallen to the ground with his body broken into pieces, he breathed a sigh of relief. The tiger finally died. Haha, Song Heihu made such a big fuss, so naturally we were curious and followed him to take a look. Shi Jingtian stroked his goatee and said with a smile. Zhang Yi on the side said coldly, since Song Heihu is dead, there is no point in staying here. Great wizards, see you later. Zhang Yi clasped his fists and disappeared into the shadows. Indeed, once Song Heihu died, they lost the source of their conflict. Although he failed to obtain Song Heihu's technology and fighting skills, the secret of the Witch King was already an astonishing gain. I won't stay here for long. When you have time in the future, you great witches can come and visit the Yanlong tribe. Shi Jingtian left with a smile. See you later. Huang Mo said coldly, but his eyes swept over Suyu several times, and then he left with hundreds of people. Great Witch Jiang, Great Witch Han, the matter of the Crescent Moon tribe has been settled. Are you two going to join the Great Witch Su in front of you? Xiao Yunfei smiled faintly. Jiang Zhan and Han Lai smiled and nodded. My daughter was given to him, and he was the one who saved the tribesmen. He had no choice but to surrender to him or not. Isn't it natural to help your son-in-law? That's right. From now on, there will be no more crescent moons, only roses. Jiang Zhan and Han Lai spoke at the same time. Okay, see you later. Xiao Yunfei laughed and turned away. After turning his back, the smiling face suddenly became solemn and his brows furrowed. This young man, named Suyu, annexed the Crescent Moon tribe. I think things will not be easy in the future. At the same time, Those two words emerged in my mind again. Which king? Is it really possible to do that? Chapter 322 Rewards. Su Yu and others were busy all night long with the finishing work for nearly 60,000 people. If it weren't for the presence of Jiang Zhan and Han Lai, two great witches who were familiar with the Crescent Moon tribe, it would have probably taken even longer. Xiao Ai and Hong Yuan are in charge of the internal cleansing, division, and placement of personnel, as well as future planning and indoctrination. Influenced by Su Yu, and with the help of Si Jiao and others, Xiao Ai has become proficient in the process of soothing, looking forward, and gathering. Su Yu himself returned to the stone and wood house alone, ready to carefully check his reward this time. In the stone and wood house, the cutie who is usually the most common has also gone to the animal pen. He is accompanying Big Mouth and counting the casualties of the wild beasts. The momentary quietness made Su Yu a little uncomfortable. He lay down on the fur blanket in the hall and woke up the system. In the task column is the completion interface for the Crescent Moon Tribe Encirclement and Suppression mission, and a host of bonus tips. Lead the tribe out of darkness and survive the first siege of the Crescent Moon Tribe. The mission reward depends on the completion of the mission. Current status completed. Mission completion. Assess. Reward. 10 Ultimate Stamina Potion. The favorability of all female members of the tribe is increased by 1 level. The amount of favorability gained is doubled, and the duration of the effect is increased by 6 months. Main mission special reward. Favorability value 100,000. Divine skill. Strong luck triggers. Additional reward. Divine skill. Reckoning passive. System repair rate increased by 20%. Current repair status is 60%, and repair is ongoing. Kokoro's favorability increased. Current status until death. Yaka's favorability increased. Current status until death. Lynn's favorability increased. Current status in love. Hongwan's favorability increased. Current status in love. Li's favorability increased. Current status in love. Xiao Huahua's favorability has increased. Ding! The state of loyalty until death is activated. In this state, the host's personal favorability value increases by 20 points per hour. Friendly reminder. The current world direction has changed and is under development. Please be prepared to face unknown forces. The danger level of unknown forces is extremely high. There is too much information, and Su Yu couldn't digest it all at once. The acquisition of yet another magical skill made him excited, and he quickly clicked to check it out. Magical skill, Reckoning, passive. Note, when the host enters combat, the skill will be automatically activated. During this period, all attacks on the host will not be offset, but will be converted into different levels of energy, and the burst of energy can be controlled by the host. There are 4 levels in total. Primary level with 50% burst, level 1 with equal burst, level 2 with 3 times burst, and level 3 with 9 times burst. There is no limit to the energy charging time, and the energy burst interval CD is 2 minutes. The level can be increased by using the favorability value. Upgrading to level 1 consumes 10,000 favorability points. Level 2 consumes 30,000 favorability points, and level 3 consumes 90,000 favorability points. Friendly reminder, please do not play with fire and destroy yourself in order to accumulate super high burst. The meaning is very clear. The power of these attacks will not be offset. Even if it is triggered by the damage immunity passively, it will be calculated as the actual damage suffered. Once the body can't hold on, you may fall down before it explodes. However, the favorability points consumed by leveling up are a bit explosive, and Su Yu is only willing to upgrade once at the moment. As for the other reward, it is an increase in the favorability of all females in the tribe, and a doubling of the favorability gain rate buff. Although nothing substantial can be seen for the time being, it is enough to make people's eyes light up. For Su Yu, favorability is equivalent to all resources, and this is what he lacks most now. Therefore, the special reward of 100,000 favorability points is what Su Yu covets the most. I subconsciously clicked on my own introduction, and the data has been updated. Protagonist, Su Yu. Position, Chief of the Rose Clan. Age, 19. Level, 38. Strength, 366. Physical fitness, 335. Agility, 360. Witch power, 690. Experience, 23 out of 100. Favorability, 197,000. Skills, Magical Harmony level 10, full. Damage immunity level 4. Map radar level 10. Visible range 5,000 meters. Iron smelting technology max. Pottery technology max. Wine making technology max. Mother stone transformation technology. Magic pattern technology primary. Witch pattern technology. Weapons. Overlord's force bow. Sword in the stone destroyed. Strength stage. Great wizard. Magical skills. Super serious fist level 7. Magical shadow level 6. Taming level 5 magic power combat skills, evolution infinity. Divine skill, elemental evolution. Divine skill, strong luck. Divine skill, root clan. Divine skill, invisible. Magic skill, reckoning, passive. Magic pattern technology. Due to the previous favorability doubling buff, so you hadn't paid much attention to the favorability amount recently, but she didn't expect that it would already be more than 190,000 after adding the rewards. Suyu was in high spirits and inexplicably excited, feeling as if she had become rich overnight. But what does the last hint mean? Are you ready to face the unknown forces? The danger is extremely high. This made Suyu a little confused, but she could understand it to some extent. This means there will be new enemies, and they will be very powerful. Could it be the same alliance that attempted to recruit Song Heihu today? But then Suyu shook her head again, thinking it was unlikely. The reason why those alliances of forces are so eager to capture Song Heihu is simply because they want to obtain all his secrets, combat skills, technologies, etc., which means that they do not have these things at this stage. With their current strength alone, it is impossible for them to be evaluated as extremely dangerous by the system. Perhaps it is another existence that I am unknown to myself. This view is currently very vague, and Suyu has no way of guessing how deep it is, so she can only give up. However, since the system has given a reminder, you must strengthen your construction and be prepared. This also made Suyu understand a truth. Song Heihu's death is far from the end. Perhaps it is just the beginning. I don't know how long it took, but the chicks crowed at the dawn and the sky brightened. Several spirited figures appeared at the door. After temporarily settling the group of surrendered tribesmen, Jiang Zhan and Han Lai appeared in the field of vision. Yaxiang walked in front, holding the already asleep Kokoro. When she saw Suyu, who was also awake, a gentle and concerned look appeared in her eyes. I'll take Kokoro to the inner room to rest first. Okay. Suyu smiled slightly and pinched Kokoro's tear-stained face. Those wild beasts encountered Mo Ying's arrows and guns, and many of them were killed or injured. The kind little cutie was naturally very distressed. Suyu, I'm going to sleep first too. Winnie's big, dodgy eyes glanced at Jiang Zhan, then at Suyu. Her face flushed, and she ran away. Chapter 323 Test. Then, let's go to bed too. Then I will go back too. If the clan leader needs anything, just send someone to look for him. Uncle Lao gave Hong Luan beside him a look and left. In an instant, Jiang Zhan, Han Lai, and Suyu were the only ones left in the big house. The three men sat on the ground, and Suyu found a juicer and squeezed a bowl of juice for each of them. Jiang Zhan and Han Lai finished drinking and smacked their lips. The juice is sweet and refreshing, much better than cold water. I really don't know what's in this guy's head to come up with so many weird little gadgets. Suyu, from now on, the Crescent Moon tribe is yours. Jiang Zhan looked at Suyu and said seriously, Han Lai and I will also stay to help you. As a thank you gift for taking care of my daughter, Han Lai said with a smile. Jiang Zhan patted Suyu on the shoulder and said, although this rose tribe was founded by my daughter, it has been able to survive until now, and the witches can live so peacefully because of your appearance. Old Han and I will never forget this kindness. Oh, look at what you were saying. We three brothers, who are we following? If Winnie hadn't saved me, I would have died a long time ago. It's a rule in our hometown to repay a life-saving favor. After a brief greeting, the two middle-aged men seemed to have aged a few years in an instant. Then get to the point. Suyu, regarding those more than 60,000 people, we have settled most of them. As for those who are loyal to Song Heihu, it is up to you to decide whether to exile or kill them. Han Lai asked, how many people are there? Suyu couldn't help but frown. Jiang Zhan smiled and said, don't worry, there aren't many, just over 100. They are old subordinates who followed Song Heihu in his early years of fighting. They're used to a good life. Some of them are close relatives of his women. Suyu thought for a moment and said, let's exile them. Our tribe has just accepted them. If we kill them, it will have a bad impact, and the disadvantages will outweigh the advantages. We in the Rose tribe need to instill in those slaves a concept of not being bloodthirsty and valuing promises. The bright future we envision for them is real and promising, and there are only a few of them. There won't be any problem if we release them. Naturally, someone will take care of them for us. In fact, all three of them knew that exiling them to the wilderness was not much different from killing them. In today's mountainous forest area, many eyes will be staring at this place because Song Heihu's battle has been exposed. This group of people escaped from the Crescent Moon tribe, and they will definitely not let them go. In order to get Song Heihu's secret, all they encountered were dungeons and torture. As for the so-called secret, Suyu didn't care about it at all. Compared with what Song Heihu revealed before his death, it was not worth mentioning at all. Thinking of this, Suyu couldn't help but look at Jiang Zhan and Han Lai. There is a question lingering in my mind. He hesitated whether to tell this matter. Even if he wanted to hide it, he believed that it would not be long before this secret spread throughout the continent. Song Heihu said it in public for this very effect. He wanted all the witches to be buried with him and be treated as sacrifices by the Great Witch. What Suyu wanted to know was whether the person in front of her could resist such temptation. In his impression, Xiao Yunfei had already been blacklisted. Perhaps Xiao Huahua could best understand what decision her father would make. Boy, do you have anything to say? Jiang Zhan looked at Suyu's frown and couldn't help but speak. Just say whatever you want to say. No matter how big the problem is, we too will support you. Han Lai also spoke cheerfully. Transcend the limitations of the Great Witch and become a god praised by everyone. This is really attractive to the Great Witch. In a trance, Suyu suddenly thought of Shu Lao. As a forest elf, he knew the secrets of the witch and must know these things. But he did not show any prejudice or desire towards the witch. Therefore, not all great wizards are lost in power like Song Heihu. Suyu raised her head and suddenly asked, "Father, do you know that above the great wizard, there is a wizard king?" "Which king?" Both men were stunned, but unable to refute. After all, they all had times when they vaguely touched upon that forbidden power. "Yes, I told you before that Song Heihu captured the witch for this." Suyu repeated Song Heihu's last words before he died, and then observed quietly. Their next reaction will determine whether Suyu stays or leaves the two of them. Jiang Zhan and Han Lai frowned for the first time after hearing those words that changed decades of perceptions. "Suyu, it seems we have to prepare for the worst," Jiang Zhan said. Chapter 324, Beyond the Waters. Han Lai's eyes were also solemn, and he agreed with Jiang Zhan's remarks. If the facts are really as you said, then Song Heihu's goal has been achieved. Once this news spreads, not only Zhang Yi Huang Mo, Xiao Yunfei, and Shi Jingtian, I believe that many great witches will want to give a try. There are very few witches on the continent now, so the Rose tribe has naturally become the biggest target, Jiang Zhan said coldly. We ourselves are great witches, so we know the temptation of power better than outsiders. We must make all preparations before these people show their fangs. Han Lai said seriously, "Suyu, this time, what you're going to face may not just be an alliance." Listening to the analysis of the two fathers-in-law, the future was like a sea of fire and a mountain of swords, but Suyu seemed relieved and smiled. He was a little surprised that after his father-in-law learned the secret, the first thing he worried about was his own tribe. Or rather, your own tribe? "Father, have you ever thought about becoming the Wizard King?" Suyu raised the corner of her mouth and smiled. The two of them looked at the meaningful smile on Suyu's face and finally understood. It seems that this guy is testing them. Although they were unhappy, the two men were inexplicably happy. For the safety of the witch and to protect his daughters and their future, this boy even wants to test his father-in-law. Should I say that I found a good son-in-law? Breaking through the great wizard and becoming the Wizard King should be the obsession of every great wizard. Han Lai smiled calmly. But if we do it that way, what is the difference between humans and cold-blooded beasts? Jiang Zhan on the side suddenly raised his fist and hit Suyu in the chest. "Boy, this punch is our apology for testing you as a father. At the same time, we will also give you peace of mind. Today is the day when our brothers officially join your tribe." Jiang Zhan looked at Han Lai, and the two of them nodded. "It's not too much to give you 2 copies of Heavenly Oath as a gift, right?" "Ha ha." Han Lai laughed heartily. The human heart is hard to guess, but God swears that it won't. They were too lazy to prove anything, so they chose the most direct approach. They will protect their daughter, the witch, and the tribe members for the rest of their lives. This is the greatest trust the two have in Suyu. By the way, Suyu, do you have any more of that juice? After finishing, the two men still felt that they had been cheated out and asked half-jokingly. Have. A clear and pleasant sound came from the inner room, causing the three men to look over there. Yaxiang dragged the shy Winnie out. After throwing Winnie next to Suyu, he picked up the juicer and started squeezing the fruit. What's wrong? Did I disturb you? Suyu poked Winnie with her elbow and asked in a low voice. No. Winnie shook her head hurriedly. When she heard Yaxiang's heavy cough, she raised her head shyly and looked at Jiangzhan. Meeting his old father's excited and shining eyes, he finally murmured softly, Ah, father. Ah, okay, my dear daughter. Jiangzhan cried with joy and even hugged Han Lai beside him and laughed out loud. After he met Winnie, the atmosphere between the two of them was always very awkward. For 7 years, the only person this middle-aged man dared not face directly in his life, besides his woman, was his daughter. Unexpectedly, 7 years later, he would hear the word father again. How could he not be happy? After a while, Yaxiang came over with the squeeze juice, and her voice was gentle. Father, if you want to drink, there's more. Suyu has planted a lot of fruits. Han Lai also had a big smile on his old face. Hey, don't worry, I won't be polite to him. I gave him my daughter for free, so it's not too much to eat some of his food. It's not free at all. Yaxiang rolled her eyes and sat on the other side of Suyu. In fact, the two women had been listening for quite a while, and they were not disgusted by Suyu's temptation towards her father. Even if the result was not satisfactory, and Suyu could not keep them, the woman would not blame them at all. Fortunately, father did not let them down. 7 years ago, the majestic figure that protected him had not changed at all. They finally stopped being afraid and came out bravely. Time flies, and half a month passes in a flash. Suyu's tribe annexed the Crescent Moon tribe with more than 60,000 people and has been promoted to the level of a tribe. The development of all aspects of food, clothing, housing, and transportation is proceeding in an orderly manner. This tribe, composed of witches and built from scratch, became famous because of this war. And above these thousands of miles of rivers and mountains, in the seemingly peaceful wilderness, various forces that had been silent for half a month began to stir. At the same time, in the waters thousands of miles away, 3 ironclad ships sailed through the waves. The largest ship was 7 feet high, more than 100 feet long, and was completely black, with a flaming phoenix soaring in the sky. The other 2 ships were not as good, but they were only slightly behind. The ships were like 3 giant beasts, ignoring the raging waves and even the terrifying sea beasts active underwater. On the deck of the largest ship in the lead stood a woman in black leather armor, which tightly wrapped around her body, outlining her beautiful and slender figure. The woman's hair was draped over her shoulders, blown by the sea breeze and fluttering in the wind. It was a deep red fire color. If you look closely, you will find that it is not hair at all, but strands of burning flames. Between the flames, there's a faint crackling of electronic music, and lightning is entangled, which is really weird. Her face was delicate, but she showed no emotion at all. There was a flash of lightning and fire in her eyes as she quietly looked at the endless water in front of her. Under the ship, a huge and ferocious sea beast that was dozens of feet long was circling around the ship. The scales on its back protruded from the sea surface, resembling a small mountain floating on the sea. The deep roar of the sea beast caused huge waves, which hit the ship. Some water droplets splashed towards the woman, but evaporated and dissipated in an instant when they touched her space. However, all this seemed to have never happened, and the woman ignored it completely. Thousands of armored soldiers stood proudly behind her. Even though they were wet by the waves, they remained motionless. On the left side of the woman stood a man as strong as a black bear. He was different from everyone else. The outside world, no matter how wonderful it was like an illusion. His eagle-like sharp eyes always stayed on the woman. Suddenly, the 3 ships that split the huge waves seemed to have sailed into another layer of space, and a huge colorful light film that reached the sky flashed by. The woman and the man frowned almost at the same time, narrowed their eyes, and looked up. The woman's flaming hair seemed to fade and dim a little. She suddenly raised her hand, clenched it slightly, and sneered as she hesitated. Chapter 325, Way Out. Daojio, do you feel it? The burly man next to him immediately lowered his head in response. To the tribe leader, it seems that the rumors that have been circulating among the tribe for many years are correct. There is indeed a special energy that restricts the natural elemental power of this world. And the one who can achieve this level is probably. That was a race that could not be described. Dao Jiao was afraid that this world was still under surveillance, so he chose to keep silent. Huang Ji looked up at the sky, her eyes flickering and the corners of her mouth raised. Whatever their original purpose was, it's a good thing for us. The restrictions on the natural elements of heaven and earth undoubtedly told her a possibility. It is impossible for an opponent of the Witch King's level to exist in this area. How can one achieve perfection if one is unable to touch and absorb the natural energy of heaven and earth, and if one's wizard power cannot be effectively integrated? How can one break through to the realm of Wizard King if one's wizard power and body cannot be raised to the limit? It is even more impossible for the witches. They are suppressed by voodoo, and their journey is countless times more difficult than that of ordinary people. In addition, the energy of the natural elements of heaven and earth is already limited and insufficient, making it extremely difficult for them to break through. Without the Witch King, this continent poses no threat. But a dazzling light suddenly shot out from Huang Ji's calm eyes. All these restrictions do not include the woman who turns decay into magic. She actually continued to hone herself in such a harsh environment and achieve the level that all the priestesses had to look up to her. But why did she betray me? Why did she disappear for no reason? Abandon all the witches. With her strength and prestige, no matter which side the witch stands on, no one will feel resentful. But in the end, she chose to leave. This problem troubled the witch for several years and made Huang Ji angry for several years. A few days ago, that magical power that shocked the world, could it be hers? It must be her. Huang Ji never doubted her intuition. This was her hometown, so it was natural for her to come back. All the answers will be revealed after finding her. Huang Ji bit her lip, her voice cold. This time, I won't let you escape again. Southern part of the wilderness. Yinzi Mountain. It gets its name because the overall shape of the mountain resembles a flying goose. Under the steep mountain wall was a forest that had been carved out and exploited. To the southwest of the forest was a lake that connected to waters hundreds of miles away, making it a resource-rich place. Under the stone wall, wisps of green smoke drifted away, and one could see densely packed animal skin tents and a few stone houses. This is the Black Iron Alliance's clan territory, where the two brothers Huang Mo and Huang Shan started from scratch. This is usually a quiet time period, but now it is crowded with people and busy. The tribesmen were transporting wood, stone, and iron tools in large quantities, while some of them were supervising their subordinates to cut the wood. The unusually noisy sound from outside did not seem to disturb the largest stone house. There were only a few people sitting inside, and the atmosphere was still unprecedentedly cold. Unlike his younger brother Huang Mo, clan leader Huang Shan is not tall, and his body can only be considered strong. However, his powerful and domineering magic power and the faint smell of blood emanating from his body can scare everyone who comes into contact with him into silence. Huang Shan sat high up, quietly looking at the people on both sides, while his younger brother Huang Mo sat in the first seat, looking calm and composed. If Suyu was present, she would definitely be able to recognize that among the several people present, nearly half of them were familiar faces. Shi Jingtian, the chief of the Yanlong tribe, sat opposite Huang Mo with a middle-aged great wizard and a young superclass boy standing beside him. He looked around at the people who were invited and was also secretly amazed. Even though the Huangshan brothers are known for their brutality and ferocity, they were able to attract so many important figures to gather at a time like this. It seems that the benefits of this meeting have indeed been recognized by many people. White Tiger Alliance, Xiao Yunfei and Great Wizard Chu Hong. Silver Wolf Alliance, Zhang Yi, Wu Daniu, and Fong Chun. Giant Elephant Alliance, Old Man's Son. The only thing that surprised everyone was Chu Han and Wei Xiaoxian, who were standing behind Xiao Yunfei. According to the information sent by Xin Nu in the battle with the Sky Beast tribe, these two surrendered to Song Heihu of the Crescent Moon tribe. Now that Song Heihu is dead, how could the two of them appear beside Xiao Yunfei and work for the White Tiger Alliance? But all those present were great wizards who had experienced many ups and downs, so they quickly figured out the reasons and stopped delving into it. These two prodigal sons of bitches and fence-sitters are nothing to be concerned about except their impressive abilities. Everyone came here because of Huangshan's words, but at this moment they were all silent. The scene seemed a little ridiculous at first glance. They all knew the truth, but no one wanted to be the first to speak. Of course, as the host, Huangshan couldn't let this atmosphere continue and could only raise his eyebrows and say, "Which king?" These two simple words made everyone excited. As great wizards, there are very few things that can attract their attention. But this existence that was suddenly made public really touched them. This is a whole new realm and also represents a possibility. Since the legend says that those people who can walk up to the sky and look down on the world and are called gods really exist, does it mean that extending one's life by 100 years is also true? According to legend, the gods are not restricted by heaven and earth. Their magical powers are unfathomable, and the sky is no different from the earth to them, and they can trample on it at will. Not only that, they also broke the limits of lifespan and lived as long as heaven and earth. They could easily live for hundreds of years and become legends of their generation. Perhaps it is precisely for this reason that these great witches are flocking to it. After decades of hard work, they finally reached the level of great wizard, but they still could not escape the rules of birth, aging, sickness, and death. Life is only 100 years long, and some great witches may not even live to be 100 years old before they die of old age due to exhaustion of qi and blood. For an ordinary soldier who can live for 70 or 80 years, this is already very good. Who is not afraid of death? Even the great, which is no exception. Sure, Jingtian, who is already in his twilight years, knows this best. Already 82 years old, he can feel the life slipping away almost every day and cannot stop it. He was also afraid and scared because of this. Even if he had magical power as vast as the ocean, what could it do? Magic power cannot replace vitality. This was the cruelest fact. One day, he will die, turn into yellow earth, and disappear from this world with the wind. By then, what will all the power, women, resources, and glory mean? There is no point in dying if you don't bring anything with you. But now that there is hope, how can they not be excited? Another leap in strength and a change in lifespan is a test for everyone. As it turned out, they failed. Maybe it's a quest for power. Maybe it's in pursuit of immortality. They chose to embark on this path. Chapter 326 Meeting. I believe you all know that there is a realm above the Great Witch, which is the Witch King. Huangshan said slowly. Song Heihu disclosed this secret before his death, saying that the only way out is to absorb the power of the witch to break through the realm. What do you think about this? Everyone was silent. After a long while, Shi Jingtian continued. I think it's credible. Most of you here are famous witches, and they must be more deeply touched than an old man like me. All along, there has been an illusory power beckoning to us above the witches, as if we can touch it, but we can never get it. I have been searching for many years without any results, but the word Witch King gave me a sense of pleasure that opened my eyes. Silver Wolf Alliance, Zhang Zhaozhong. Me too. At the side, Zhang Yi, a man with a pointed face and monkey cheeks, immediately spoke up. What Chief sure said is true, and we all understand it. But the secret that Song Heihu was willing to tell before his death also seems to be a deliberate attempt to direct hatred towards the great, which surnamed Su. Those who have experienced that war know that Song Heihu was defeated by the young man named Su Yu, and the entire tribe was annexed. This hatred can be described as a life-and-death feud. If he deliberately used this false information to attract us, wouldn't we all become the blades of his revenge? How can the living become tools of the dead? On the opposite side, Old Man's son sneered. Stop talking nonsense. If it's true or not, just catch some witches and try it out and you'll know. Xiao Yunfei shook his head. Great witch son, even if what Song Heihu said is true, it is impossible to test it out with just a few witches. Otherwise, why did Song Heihu lose? Didn't he break through to become the Witch King and dominate the world? Therefore, the conditions required for this matter must be more stringent, and it is not something that can be determined by one or two witches. In recent years, almost all witches have been expelled, killed, or wandered away by various tribes. There are not many left. If you really want to test it out, there is only one way. Xiao Yunfei's tone suddenly turned cold. Attacking the Rose tribe and capturing all the witches is the fastest and most effective shortcut. This way, it can be regarded as fulfilling Song Heihu's wish before his death. Sitting high up, Huangshan glanced at everyone and smiled grimly. If you plan to do this, I suggest you decide as soon as possible. If the Rose tribe is completely stable, things will not be so simple. I think that Great Wizard Chu and Great Wizard Wei must know this best, so why not let them explain what happened in the war? Xiao Yunfei was slightly startled. He happened to meet the fleeing Chu Han and Wei Xiaoxian and took them in. Thus, he learned the details of the war. But, judging from the profound meaning in Huang Shan's words, he should also know some secrets. Logically speaking, in that war, the believers were afraid of being affected by the magical power of the battle and did not dare to get too close. Those who were able to come back alive were those who hid on the periphery. How did Huang Shan get the specific information? Xiao Yunfei couldn't understand it, but he didn't think about it too deeply. Because since you were here, it means you agree to cooperate. Xiao Yunfei naturally couldn't refuse Huang Shan's proposal, so he could only give Chu Han and Wei Xiaoxian a look. Wei Xiaoxian was not a talkative person, so Chu Han stood up on their behalf. He glanced at the crowd. Although he didn't like the contemptuous looks they gave him, he could only swallow his anger and said, "Patriarch Huang is right. The Rose tribe composed of witches is not as weak as we thought." He paused, recalled the tragic situation that day, and said coldly, "That great witch named Su Yu used our impression of the witches as weak and made a good disguise. On that day, more than 60,000 people from the Crescent Moon tribe were trapped in the mountains and forests, facing them with overwhelming boulders, flowing fire, and flying spikes. I have never seen such means and techniques. Not only that, they also kept many ferocious beasts in captivity, including a young mountain beast. Those witches who you think are weak used all kinds of strange abilities to trap and kill countless people from the Crescent Moon tribe." Everyone listened quietly. Shi Jingtian stroked his goatee, thought for a long time, and then shook his head. "Although it does sound a bit strange, we underestimated the strength of that tribe. But relying solely on these, we can't defeat Song Heihu." That's right. No matter how powerful those women are, no matter how strange their abilities are, can they fight against the Great Witch? Fang Chun of the Silver Wolf Alliance sneered. "If I were there that day, I would have uprooted that Rose tribe." This point has been agreed by many people. They didn't think Fang Chun was that strong, but they felt that Chu Han and Wei Xiaoxian were bringing shame to the Great Wizard, a small tribe. Just because of some technical tricks, you 60,000 to 70,000 people plus 4 great witches are finished. It's ridiculous. Upon hearing this, Chu Han frowned and smiled coldly. "Fang Dao, you should be thankful that you were not there at the time. Otherwise, it's still unknown whether you can stand here and talk today." "What did you say?" Fang Chun stood up immediately, and as his magic power surged, the atmosphere in the stone house instantly dropped to freezing point. "I told you the truth." Chu Han did not back down. He looked at Fang Chun, who was already furious, and sneered. "Do you think the Rose tribe won by these means? If you were to go there, your fate would be even worse than Song Heihu's." "Damn it!" Fang Chun clenched his fists. The two men confronted each other, and the situation became tense for a moment. "I'm not here to fight with you today," Huang Shan shouted from the first seat. Zhang Yi and Xiao Yunfei also waved their hands, signaling the two to calm down. Chu Han sat back in anger, and Wei Xiaoxian had no choice but to go on. He clasped his fist to the crowd and said, "Everyone, Master Fang, before Chu Han has finished speaking, you are eager to mock us brothers. Although we brothers are not strong, we're at least real masters. Do you really think that the other party can take us down with those little tricks?" Fang Chun turned his face away and snorted. "It's not me who was beaten anyway." Wei Xiaoxian was not angry either. He just laughed. If Grand Wizard Fang can be as confident as he just said when facing a tribe with 3 Grand Wizards and 2 half-step Grand Wizards, I have nothing to say. Wei Xiaoxian's words stunned everyone. 3 Great Wizards? 2 half-step Great Wizards? Are you kidding me? Even their tribal alliance cannot underestimate this amount of combat power. Xiao Yunfei narrowed his eyes, observing Huang Shan's expression. The man remained calm from beginning to end, as if he didn't care at all. After hearing this, Fang Chen's face turned red. After a long while, he snorted, "Impossible. How can such a small tribe have so many great witches? Whether it's possible or not is not up to you to decide. My brother and I were facing this situation that day." Wei Xiaoxian sneered. "This doesn't even include Jiang Zhan and Han Lai who escaped from the Crescent Moon tribe. Moreover, one of the 3 witches is a witch. Her strength is much higher than that of ordinary witches. It is precisely because of this that the Crescent Moon tribe was defeated and Song Heihu died in the battle." Chapter 327 Preparation. Song Heihu committed suicide, but no one cares about this fact anymore. Huang Shan looked at the silent crowd and couldn't help but remind them, "You all heard it. If what Great Witch Shu and Great Witch Wei said is true, Then, after the Rose tribe completely swallows up the people of the Crescent Moon tribe, it will become a tribal-level force. By then, it will be difficult for us to do anything. Huangshan no longer hides himself and speaks directly. Those witches were born with curses that hindered the reproduction of the human race and killed many of our people. They can be said to be our common enemy. Back then, our tribes, out of kinship, mostly expelled them and spared their lives. But now it seems that their existence is ultimately a scourge. I don't think there's anything wrong with getting rid of these hidden dangers and taking this opportunity to allow us to touch the realm of the Witch King. Everyone knows that those witches are just trying hard to survive. Where do disasters and hidden dangers come from? If it weren't for the so-called temptation of the Witch King realm, who would set their eyes on this group of women? Listening to Huangshan's righteous words, no one spoke out to refute. Because everyone understands that we are all beasts, so why should we pretend to be human? At this time, Huang Yimou saw that the time had come and spoke as well. Now we know that, with Jiang Zhan and Han Lai, the Rose tribe has 5 great shamans, 2 half-step great shamans, and they also possess unknown and terrifying technical means to tame wild beasts, forge armor and weapons. As for whether they have hidden more things, no one knows. If we are still as conceited as Song Heihu, thinking of using our own power to monopolize those witches, our end may not be much better than his. So today's gathering is here. Huang Yimou smiled faintly. Of course, if you feel that you are strong enough to do what Song Heihu failed to accomplish, you can ignore the invitation of our Black Iron Alliance and leave now. All I need are allies with the same goals as mine, not useless idiots who run away from the battlefield. Chu Han and Wei Xiaoxian were both implied to be wrong. They stared at each other in anger, but were unable to vent their anger. The witches and resources obtained in the end will be shared by everyone. Those who contribute the most will get the most. Whether or not you can break through the Witch King is up to fate. Huang Mo's last words echoed in everyone's ears for a long time. For a long time. Shi Jingtian snorted softly. I have no objection. Then, I have no objection either. I'm in. Count me in. After everyone left, the stone house became quiet again. The 2 brothers Huangshan and Huang Yimou looked at each other and smiled. It seemed that the plan was going very smoothly. Suddenly, a man walked into the stone house. This person was wearing a black cloth robe, and his pair of emerald green eyes emitted a sinister light. Did they agree? Mo Ying asked indifferently. Of course. Huangshan raised his lips and smiled. The temptation brought by the Witch King is not comparable to ordinary resources. Mo Ying nodded. I never doubted this. Huang Yimou looked at the man in front of him dimly. His sudden appearance 3 days ago really shocked the brothers. The elves took the initiative to come to us and were willing to provide technical knowledge. This was probably a rare event that had never happened in decades. Of course, there's a price to pay for obtaining this technical knowledge. Help destroy the elves? This is not an easy job, but for the immediate benefits, the 2 brothers did not hesitate too much. This is also the main reason why Mo Ying chose the 2 brothers from Huangshan after careful selection. These 2 started from scratch, fierce and decisive, and worked hard for many years to climb to their current position. What they like most is war. They are not as timid as the great witches and clan leaders of other forces. However, to destroy the elves, it is still somewhat dangerous with the current strength of the Black Iron Alliance alone. Mo Ying didn't want to fail again, so he provided the 2 brothers with a plan. In the name of the Witch King, he tricked many tribes into joining forces to attack Su Yu's tribe. Take this opportunity to greatly deplete their strength. After experiencing that war, Mo Ying was sure that Su Yu's tribe had immeasurable potential. Facing the joint attack of so many tribes, even if he couldn't win, he could make everyone pay a heavy price. By then, this is the opportunity for the Black Iron Alliance. I'm afraid that this group of people will want to take advantage of the situation, just like us. Huangshan suddenly said. Mo Ying sneered. Perhaps they think so now, but they have never encountered those terrible attacks. Once they are really involved, it will be difficult to escape unscathed. The Dark Iron Alliance won't allow it. The Rose tribe will not tolerate it even more. When the overwhelming raging fire and flying rocks come, how many people can sit back and do nothing? You just need to pretend and let them fight hard. Ding! A new mission is triggered and prepare for the upcoming Alliance attack. Rewards will be issued based on the completion rate. Attackers, Flame Dragon Tribe, White Tiger Alliance, Silver Wolf Alliance, Black Iron Alliance, Giant Elephant Alliance. Countdown to 9 days. Ding. New mission triggered. Choice. Foreign forces are coming. The danger is extremely high. Friendly reminder. Please be prepared. There are no obstacles in life that cannot be overcome, and there is no reset button. It's all lies to say that you can be a brave man again in 18 years. So, try your best to survive. Hey, early in the morning of this day, Suyu returned from Hongwan and was about to take a nap when she was suddenly startled by the reminder sound in her mind. Two tasks popped up at once, and both looked extremely unfriendly. Suyu frowned immediately. He had actually been alert to the siege of the tribal alliance after Song Heihu revealed the secret before his death. Suyu knew that all this would not end so easily. But in the end, he still underestimated the appeal of the Witch King to the Great Witch. The joint siege of the 5 tribal alliances would probably have resulted in destruction for any other tribe. It seems that this group of people have reached some kind of agreement and are determined to capture all the witches. This war is inevitable. Suyu calculated in her mind that with armor, witches, heavy equipment, and the magic power projection cannon, the combat effectiveness is self-evident. But this time they have to face the army of 5 tribal alliances. The number of tribal troops and great witches has exceeded his expectations. Suyu's frown twisted together, then suddenly relaxed, and she retracted the foot that had just stepped into the door. Beat. And this time, I will beat him till the sky is dark and the earth is dark. Beat him till he is covered with flowers. Not only that, Suyu no longer intends to stick to this place as usual. Do you really think our tribe is easy to bully? Do you really think that our tribe can only stand there and take your beatings? He wants to make sure that these people will never forget this battle in their entire lives. If it were before, Suyu might have chosen to evacuate in time, but now, after receiving the reward, he has a better choice. 9 days is more than enough. Chapter 328 The Storm is coming. Leaving the tribal land and passing through the temporary tent camp built by tens of thousands of people, Suyu found the orcs who were responsible for dividing the slaves and branding their identities. Dozens of meters away, the busy Miao smelled Suyu's scent, wagged its tail, looked around, and then locked onto the direction. Suyu waved under a big tree, and Miao immediately came running over. Suyu, I'm here, Meow. Miao swung his animal ears, with excitement in his eyes. Suyu smiled. Miao, how much work is left for branding identities? There are probably still 10,000 or 20,000 people, Meow. Miao counted on his fingers and thought for a while. Oh, that will be soon. For the time being, please hand over the tasks on hand to other orcs. I have something else to talk to you about. Suyu said, What's the serious matter, Meow? Suyu opened her eyes wide. Suyu touched the guy's cat ears and said, I'll come to see you tonight. You lead the orcs to make preparations first. What are you going to do, Meow? The more Meow listened, the more confused he became. Suyu smiled slightly and said, Relocation. Nightfall. Normally it would be time for rest, but at this moment the Rose tribe's territory was brightly lit. Under the apple tree, all the witches and thousands of clansmen from the ancestral lineage gathered together, all without knowing why. The clan leader said he had something important to tell you. This is the message they heard. Sister Yaxiang, what is Brother Suyu planning to do now? Li asked Yaxiang in a low voice. Yaxiang also shook her head and secretly glanced at her man's profile. He didn't say, and I don't know. Kokoro, what about you? I don't know either. Brother Suyu is acting so mysterious today. Kokoro hugged her chest with her hands and pouted, indicating that she didn't know either. On the other side, Wei and I and Xiao Hua shook their heads directly. Don't look at us, we just woke up. Forget about Sister Lynn. She stayed in the garment workshop the whole day and never came out. However, with such a big commotion, it is probably not a small matter. Seeing people arriving one after another, Suyu clapped her hands and signaled everyone to be quiet. In an instant, all eyes were focused on him. Everyone must be wondering, why are you all gathered here so late? What's the matter? Suyu didn't intend to hide it. After all, everyone would understand it later. He glanced at everyone's eyes and said loudly, In a few days, our Rose tribe will face a great war. Another big war? Hasn't the Crescent Moon tribe been wiped out? Which tribe is it this time? Who cares? With Chief Su here, anyone who comes can be beaten. Yes, Song Heihu is so strong, but he was defeated by Chief Su. The witches whispered to each other, showing absolute trust in Suyu. See Jiao's eyes lit up. It's my turn to show off. Chief Su, just tell us what you want us to do. As long as you give the order, we will never retreat. The Rose tribe will not be afraid of any enemy. See, Xiao is right. Chief Su, with you here, the Rose tribe is invincible. Chief Su awesome. Chief Su awesome. Chief Su awesome class. Suyu, you guys are better at learning this than practicing martial arts. Just shouting, do you know what it means? Everyone here is from our ancestral lineage, and there are no slaves who need chicken soup, so don't try that on me. Seeing Suyu's mouth twitching slightly and her expression unnatural, Si Jiao immediately understood what she meant. Oh, miscalculated. No audience today. The noise gradually stopped, and Suyu coughed and continued. The enemies this time are different from the past. They're the Flame Dragon Tribe, the White Tiger Alliance, the Silver Wolf Alliance, the Giant Elephant Alliance, and the Black Iron Alliance. In an instant, everyone was stunned. Isn't this a bit too much? And they are all at the alliance level. Everyone swallowed subconsciously and looked at Suyu blankly. Chief, what are you talking about? We didn't seem to understand. When Xiao Huahua heard about the White Tiger Alliance, her heart tightened as if she had a bad premonition. Regarding this matter, Suyu planned to talk to Xiao Huahua alone later. After all, this was an unavoidable fact. At this moment, no one was whispering anymore. They didn't even believe in the impending war. But Chief Su shouldn't play such a joke on them. Suyu looked at the dull expressions on everyone's faces and couldn't help but smile. Now, are you still afraid? The one who still says he is not afraid at this time is a true warrior. But Suyu underestimated the tribe's worship and persistence in their faith. In the witch's heart, their faith was Suyu. This time it was not Si Jiao who took the lead. In the crowd, the skinny Aksu raised her little fist, her eyes shining. We are not afraid. With Brother Suyu here, we are not afraid of anything. The witches are not afraid of death. So how could they be afraid of a war that hasn't happened yet? Yes, we are not afraid. We are not afraid. We are not afraid. The witch's voice came one after another, full of absolute trust and fearlessness, which made Suyu feel a little embarrassed. He waved his hand, and the sound died down again. Not only the witch, but also the tribesmen who joined later, the orcs and the ghosts, everyone had no fear on their faces, and their eyes were filled with determination and unyielding light. This spectacular scene also infected the elves. After experiencing the battle with the Crescent Moon tribe, they had already looked up to this tribe, and now they were even more yearning for it. For hundreds of years, they have lived in secret darkness, and the tribesmen have always longed for light. At this moment, they seem to see hope, just like the ideas that Uncle Lao instilled in them every day. Perhaps this man can really bring them a different future. Feeling the rising enthusiasm below, Yaxiang and others also came closer. Kokoro held Suyu's hands tightly with both of hers, raised her head, and smiled sweetly. They didn't need to speak, but the feelings in their hearts had already been thoroughly conveyed to Suyu's heart. Suyu couldn't help but curl the corners of her mouth and looked at everyone. I told you I would protect you all to the best of my ability. Chapter 329, Sky City opens. It's okay to be afraid. It's not something to be ashamed of. But being afraid doesn't mean backing down. As long as I'm here and you're here, the Rose tribe will always exist no matter where we are. If they want to start a war, we will fight them to the end, and beat them until they're scared, beat them until they are terrified, and beat them until they dare not easily bare their fangs to us again. The crowd was in an uproar, and the witch's eyes were shining. As long as there are people, there is home. The battle with the Crescent tribe has greatly increased the confidence of the tribesmen. Even in a war with such a huge disparity in power, no one is afraid at this moment. Because they believe in Suyu, he will protect them and lead the tribe to victory again. Chief Su, tell us what you want us to do. Chief Su, as long as it is something we can do, just speak up. Chief Su, Suyu waved her hand, and the crowd instantly became quiet. Actually, there's no need to do anything. Let's move first. Suyu suddenly spoke. Everyone. Suyu explained it again. Everyone looked at them with confusion. They understood it, but the question was where to move? They are now in the southwest corner. If they go deeper, they will probably reach the edge of the water, and then they will have nowhere to retreat. Besides, didn't they just say they were going to fight? Why are they suddenly going to evacuate again? Oh, I see. This is called retreating in order to advance. Baiwa, who had just learned some new words in school, clapped his hands and shouted loudly. Pretending to retreat is actually a false alarm, so that the enemy will think we're scared and let down their guard. Finally, we will seize the initiative and turn defense into offense. Wow, Baiwa, you are so smart. Guagua on the side praised generously. The little corners on the little girl's forehead are almost sticking up to the sky. As expected, you studied in school. You know a lot of knowledge. The tribesman also looked at you sideways. Hey, my child is almost old enough to learn knowledge. So Chief Su has already thought of a solution. I said, Chief Su called us all here not to let us escape. But where should we move? Yes, a witch wondered. In the past, our tribe was small and we could find any area to live in. Now, there are more than 60,000 of us. Everyone's eyes turned to Suyu again. Suyu, who told you that I was retreating to advance? I mean, it literally relocate, move house, move ethnic group. But I couldn't slap Baihua's little face in front of her. Otherwise, the little girl would be ashamed to death on the spot. If her father knew about it, he would probably have a man wrestling match with me. Suyu coughed twice, thought about it, and decided to get straight to the point. If they imagine the story of sleeping on straw and tasting gall, should I still pretend to surrender? I've already thought of a place to move to. Don't worry, it will be our new clan land in the future. So this time, except for unnecessary waste, don't leave anything else behind. New clan land? Since the clan leader has already thought about it, the clan members naturally have no objections. In the crowd, Lily raised her hand weakly and asked, Brother Suyu, do we have to take away the unripe fruits and vegetables we planted? Of course, this apple tree also needs to be transplanted. Suyu said. Beside her, Yaxiang tugged at the corner of Suyu's clothes and frowned deeply. If we are moving, we should leave those things behind. It will take too much manpower and we can't take them with us. It will also delay the process, and the tribesmen will be caught up by the Alliance army. Chase. It's not certain who will chase whom. My wife probably thought I was planning to run away. Suyu chuckled, patted Yaxiang's hand, and comforted her. Don't worry. This is not an ordinary relocation. Yaxiang blinked suspiciously. What is the difference between ordinary and extraordinary relocation? Han Lai, the father-in-law with a generous personality, also asked at this moment. Suyu, where do you want to move to? Yes. This is also everyone's question. Hearing Han Lai's active question, everyone pricked up their ears and waited expectantly for the answer. Suyu smiled mysteriously. You'll find out in a moment. At the same time, he opened the system's properties bar. Looking at the favorability value of 202,000 on my own interface, I felt a little painful. But this is a decision he must make, and it is also the most perfect response strategy at the moment. Facing the encirclement and suppression of 5 alliances at once. No matter how powerful he is, he will be swallowed up by the waves of hundreds of thousands of people. When the tribe's territory is occupied and its members are forced to retreat, that will be the biggest loss. Skip the attribute bar and open the space warehouse. In there, quietly lying was a reward from long ago, a shining SSS level item. Mobile Fortress, Castle in the Sky. Seeing this again, Suyu became excited. After all, unlike before, this time he came with enough capital. When Suyu's thoughts fell on the object, the system responded at any time. Ding! Mobile Fortress, City in the Sky. Activation condition, favorability value, 200,000. Do you confirm to activate it? Confirm, Suyu said excitedly. Ding! Opening data updating. Ding! Congratulations to the host, activating the SS level item Sky City. Mobile Fortress, Castle in the Sky. Category, Ultra-Modern Technology Product. Introduction, a floating mobile fortress with intelligent core energy fused by ancient creatures with a range of 6 square kilometers. Surface planning possibility, suitable. Construction possibility, suitable. With its own defensive turrets, energy used, magic power. With a main fortress. Comprehensive evaluation, suitable for living and migration, can evolve into a strategic superweapon, evaluation level SSS. Ding! Mobile Fortress, Sky City activated successfully. Passive skills activated. Concealment, space teleportation, space connection, equivalent exchange. Hide. The host can use his thoughts to connect with the ancient creatures and issue a hide command. The Sky City will blend into the surrounding environment and disappear. A large amount of magic power will be consumed during the duration. After actively attacking, the invisible state will be lifted within 5 minutes. Space teleportation. The host can use his thoughts to connect with ancient creatures, initiate space teleportation commands, consume his own magic power, and the Sky City will teleport creatures and objects within the specified range to his back within a short distance. Space connection. The host can use his thoughts to connect with ancient creatures, initiate a space connection command, consume his own magic power, and connect any small visible area within a short distance to the Sky City through a space channel. The host can then directly mine and use the area in the Sky City. Equivalent exchange. The host is within the range of the Sky City and can actively consume favorability points to borrow the magic power of ancient creatures. Within a certain period of time, the current realm will be broken through by one level, and the magic power can be consumed without limit. Chapter 3:30 Defense Battery. Oh shit, is there such a good thing? Having personally experienced the benefits of being invisible, how could Suyu not know the usefulness of this skill of invisibility? This concealment can be said to have greatly increased the security level of the Sky City. Suyu was originally worried that such a large piece of land floating in the sky would be too eye-catching, and it would be inconvenient to move it around. Now she really has no worries when traveling around the world. As for this space teleportation, it should be a channel function specially designed to facilitate entry, exit, and transportation. No matter what, it has greatly facilitated Suyu's migration. Spatial connection. Based on the introduced function, what Suyu could think of was resource acquisition. He connected the mines and lakes in the Sky City for direct mining. I have to say it is considerate and practical. The last one is what makes Suyu excited the most. Although it is a matter of consuming favorability points, the benefits obtained are definitely considerable. Improve the current realm and consume magic power without limit. Isn't this equivalent to me being the boss on my own turf? As long as you don't encounter monsters like the Wizard Saint or Wizard God, it is possible to trick the dog in and kill it. Hee hee hee. Suyu's excitement and anticipation were seen by the women, and they looked at their men with some surprise. Why is he grinning like that for no apparent reason? He must be thinking about something bad again. Suyu said that she felt very wronged. This time it really didn't happen. Then, on the map radar, an incomparably huge dot appeared quietly, which was several times larger than the red dot of the Great Witch. Suyu couldn't help but stare up with eyes wide open. Under the cover of night, it was pitch black, and even the fires everywhere could not illuminate very high. Although the tribesmen could not see anything, they were suddenly startled, as if something heavy was pressing on their shoulders, and their hearts were pounding. Moo! A dull and distant roar came from above my head. Even Big Mouth was so scared that he crawled on the ground, covering his head and howling. The other wild animals were so frightened that they lay on the ground and trembled. What's that sound? It seems to come from the sky. It's so scary. I heard it too. Did a monster appear? Wow. My legs are weak now. I can't seem to run anymore. The tribesmen were also frightened and looked up, but everything was dark, and they could not see anything at all. It would be strange if I could see it. The Sky City is 6 square kilometers in radius. From the perspective of people on the ground, especially at night, it is impossible to see the edge of the city. Don't you feel that the sky seems to be falling down, as if it is about to fall down? That's true. It seems like the moon is invisible too. Panic spread among the tribesmen, but compared to them, the Great Witch saw a different picture. It was as if a huge magical power covered the sky and the earth, coming in overwhelming force and hanging directly above the head. It should be a creature that can make a dull and heavy roar. But even Xiao Ai and Yin, who had traveled all over the continent, were puzzled as to what kind of creature could have such a huge body. The elves, including the old uncle who claimed to have seen a god, all opened their eyes wide with disbelief on their faces. He felt the breath of ancient vicissitudes from the creatures floating in the sky. It seems as if it has experienced thousands or tens of thousands of years, and it is thick, old, sacred, and powerful. No one understood what was happening, but they all looked at Suyu at the same time, because they instinctively felt that all these visions came from this man who had repeatedly created miracles. Suyu was also attracted by the Sky City and forgot that it was the first time for her people to come into contact with this kind of creature, and they could only feel panic. He immediately spoke to comfort her. Don't be afraid. This is the new tribe land I just mentioned. Suyu smiled and pointed to the dark sky and said excitedly, from now on, we will not live on the ground but in the sky. The 5 major alliances were initially estimated to have hundreds of thousands of tribal armies and a dozen great witches. You wanted to hit me without saying a word. It was an accident. I'm driving an airship to beat you up. It's a favor. This is not too much to say about the ways of the world. Suyu just didn't believe it. Hundreds of thousands of people could flood the ground, let alone the sky. Meow, meow, meow. Everyone's heads were buzzing, and they were completely unable to comprehend this series of developments. What the hell is living in the sky? Can people live in heaven? Only Xiao Ai is the most realistic. Although she doesn't understand, she can fly. The rich magic power evolved into black wings, whizzing into the night sky. Since Suyu said that it was arranged by him, there is no danger. Xiao Ai no longer hesitated and shuttled out along the vast area above her head until she came to the border of this ancient creature. Under the bright moonlight, Satsumi looked at the tiny corner of this huge creature, her eyes widening into the size of copper bells. She could no longer tell whether the existence before her was an ancient creature or a piece of land. On the back of the giant beast is a piece of land with mountains, land, forests, lakes, and even an extremely spectacular stone wall fortress standing at the end. She circled around this huge existence, her heart pounding, and her confusion gradually turned into bewilderment. She saw the head and body of this giant creature. It was like a fat and long fish with a nose, a mouth, two flapping fins, and a strong tail. It was floating in the air and swimming comfortably. Every movement seemed slow, but it inadvertently brought up huge waves, giving people a heavy and steady feeling. She seemed to have seen a similar ancient creature underwater in the water, but compared to it, those ferocious sea beasts were nothing but rotten fish and shrimp. Roar! The ancient creature groaned again, and finally woke up the stunned Xiao Ai. With thousands of doubts, she wanted to land on this continent dragged by the fish's back and wanted to take a look at the majestic stone wall fortress. But as long as she tried to get too close, there would be a violent wave of witch power, which would push her back more gently. Shimiko knew that this was probably because the ancient creature had not yet developed any hostility towards her. Otherwise, the force of the recoil would definitely not be so gentle. She then gave up, flapped her wings, and went back to her tribe. In the tribe land, everyone was still looking up stupidly, unable to imagine the feeling of living in the sky. Suyu didn't intend to let them imagine it out of thin air. She immediately glanced at the huge black shadow in the sky, and her mind automatically connected to it. Suyue, hello. Castle in the sky. Suyue, fai. Castle in the sky. Suyu, open the space transmission. Castle in the sky. Roar. Although I didn't understand what he said, I could clearly feel that the other party had given their permission. Suyu couldn't figure out whether this creature, which was similar to the Sky Curtain beast, had its own consciousness, but as long as it was obedient, everything would be okay. Suyu looked at everyone. Let's go up and take a look first. Let's get familiar with the place. As thoughts were exchanged, the area and people to be teleported were selected, and a light curtain suddenly fell. Everyone only felt a flash of white light before their eyes and subconsciously avoided it. When they opened their eyes again, the world in their eyes had completely changed. Where's this place? Is it the heaven that Chief Su mentioned? It seems to be no different from ground. Above my head, a bright moon hung high in the sky. The dark curtain that had just blocked the sky disappeared, and everything seemed to have returned to normal. There seems to be another stone house over there. It's so big, much bigger than the one we built. Really? What a beautiful house. The sharp-eyed tribesmen also discovered the fortress that came with the Sky City. But no matter how curious they were about the outside world, everyone still stood in front of Suyu obediently. Chief Su, is this really heaven? A member of the tribe asked carefully. The tribesmen opened their eyes as wide as the curious babies. Suyu smiled slightly and explained, "Of course it is in the sky. You're standing on the back of the creature that just covered our entire tribe. This continent is also a part of it, which is just right for us to live in. Wow, it's really true." I said that Chief Su would not lie to us. The tribesmen immediately became excited. Suyu continued, "We will live here in the future and rebuild our home. You can look around later, but don't run too far for now. It will be no fun if you ran to the edge and fell off. Although whether it can fall down is still a problem. Suyu feels that since this creature has consciousness, it should also have corresponding protection measures." He looked at the excited tribesmen and waved his hand. "Gather here in an hour." "Oh, hurry up and check it out." Hee. The tribesmen ran away in a rush. As for why their Sioux chief owns this magical continent, no one would ever think about it. It's enough that Chief Su is awesome. Why think so much? Of course, this does not include Satsumi and others. Xiao Ai approached Suyu and snorted. "I just wanted to come in directly from the sky, but was blocked outside by the flow of witchcraft. This creature seems to listen to you. Did you do it on purpose?" "No way. Why should I stop you? You are the elder of our tribe. You can go wherever you want." Last time, Suyu accidentally saw Xiao Meizi's mountains and rivers in the cave. She always remembered that she must not make her unhappy again, so she expressed her opinion immediately. Humph, I hope so. Xiao Meizi curled her lips, her eyes fixed on the huge fortress. I'll go over there and take a look. Is that okay? No problem. I'm fine with you living there. Sudue Chekiv. Xiao Meizi narrowed her eyes, with an unfriendly look in her eyes. For some reason, she always wanted to give Suyu a slap on the head. How could I live there? Joke. Anyone can see that it's her house. Live with you in a big house. Shimiko, will never agree to this. After strolling around the castle. Hey, this room belongs to me from now on. With so many rooms, it can't be said that we all live in one big house. Yes, that's it. Satsumi still haven't lost. Don't go to the forest for now. Go to the fortress first. Suyu said to Kokoro and others around her, we will live in there from now on. Mountains, forests, and lakes are nothing new, come to think of it. Yaxiang and the others nodded, and Kokoro rode on Big Mouth and rushed towards the fortress with a roar. I'll go take a look too. The old uncle looked energetic, with a gleam in his eyes. This was the first time in his life that he had lived in the continent in the sky. How can we not have a good tour? I'll go and keep an eye on Big Mouth. Make sure he doesn't break the house. Shei-Fi grunted and disappeared while shaking her waist. For a moment, the surroundings were empty. Why don't you go? Suyu looked at the only remaining cute little person in surprise. Hongwan stuck out her tongue and smiled playfully. I want to follow you around. We don't usually have the chance to stick together, so this is a chance for us to enjoy this experience alone. Okowo. Suyu smiled. This sky continent seems to have a defensive turret. I'll take you to see it. Really? Hongwan suddenly became interested. She is indeed a woman who likes technology. Defensive batteries were placed at the highest points of the fortress and at the edges of the continent. It is controlled by the thoughts of Suyu and the ancient creatures, and the source of its energy is magic power. Suyu's first impression of it is that it is not much different from a magic power projection cannon. But only after seeing it with her own eyes did Suyu realize that she was totally wrong. It was a large cylindrical statue cast from mixed iron, as tall as 2 adults and as thick as 3 people could hug together. It was pitch black and felt extremely cold to the touch. Hongwan circled it several times, but couldn't figure out what it was. This thing is just a lump of iron. As Suyu injected magic power, a magic pattern lit up, and all the defensive turrets within the 6 square kilometers were awakened at this moment. Suyu could almost clearly sense all the turrets. There was an invisible magic power connection between them, and the source was all concentrated on himself, watching his magic power being absorbed. Suyu was stunned. How about become a power bank? Friendly reminder. The magic power used by the defense turrets of the Sky City is all drawn from the host. This. Aren't you afraid of draining me dry? Of course, Suyu was just joking. He could sense that the turret was only absorbing the activated magic power, and the amount was not large. Immediately, in front of the 2 of them, the iron pillar suddenly emitted a white light and made a crackling sound. The cylinder suddenly broke in the middle, and the upper and lower halves moved slightly and actually separated completely. In the middle, there is a soft white magic light connection. Ding! Defense turret has been activated. Passive skills. Patrol. Volley. Patrol. The turret will actively move around the edge of the Sky City, patrolling and alerting the surrounding dangers at all times. Once an intruder with bad intentions is discovered, it will promptly inform the host and obtain the next step of the order. Salvo. An attack commanded by the host. You can specify a target to attack. It shares the time interval with the host's own attack. The CD is 10 minutes. After reading the introduction, Suyu's eyes lit up. This thing is really good. I also heard Hongwan's exclamation. Suyu, it's moving. It really moved. The 2 men watched as the cylinder floated more than half a meter high and then began to move along the edge. Suyu looked at a hill far away in the lower world and suddenly wanted to try out the power of this artillery. How about a shot? Chapter 331, The Final Destination. As thoughts spread, Suyu suddenly felt that her magic power was being sucked away crazily, and she felt a little dizzy. All of a sudden, the 55 defensive turrets on the continent emitted light above her head. OMG, forgot to set the quantity. Suyu couldn't help but smack her lips. No wonder I had the illusion that I was about to be sucked dry for a moment. These defensive turrets absorb so much magical power that you can imagine how powerful they are. Not only Suyu, some curious tribesmen were also following these moving iron blocks and witnessed the magnificent and extremely gorgeous scene that followed. Magic patterns suddenly flashed on the upper body of the iron pillar, and 55 white lights gathered on the top of the cylinder and then shot out at the same time, instantly bombarding the top of the mountain. There was a loud boom. It was a terrifying scene, as if the heaven and earth were collapsing. Along with the continuous sounds of rocks breaking and ground collapsing, thick smoke suddenly rose and mud and rocks flew everywhere. Not only the top of the mountain, but the entire mountain disappeared in an instant. A huge sinkhole appeared on the ground. The tribesmen were all dumbfounded and stunned. Wow, this power is too strong, many times stronger than the magic power projection cannon I designed. Hongluan also screamed and grabbed Suyu's arm excitedly. Suyu said, "What are you arguing about? Just sit down. The power is really strong, but my legs are a little weak. Suyu, I want to see it again." Hongluan's eyes were full of stars, and she was a little crazy. "Suyue, please spare me. Early morning. The moonlight is bright and shines on my body." Suyu sat alone in front of the house, thinking about the future development of the tribe. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound behind me. "Can't sleep," Suyu said with a smile. In fact, he understood why Xiao Ai did that, but he just didn't know how to start the conversation. "I'm thinking about the White Tiger Alliance." Xiao Ai sat down next to Suyu, leaning on Suyu's arms. She suddenly raised her head, stared at Suyu's face, and asked, "Do you think my father will participate in this war?" "Maybe not." Suyu thought about it. In fact, on the day Song Heihu committed suicide, he discovered that something was wrong with Xiao Yunfei. But that was Xiao Huahua's father, and he didn't want to say it so directly. Xiao Huahua smiled bitterly. "Don't lie to me. I have been with my father for 20 years. I know his character very well. Although he is not as sinister and ruthless as Song Heihu, he is also the kind of person who worships power. It is better to say that the development of the alliance and the years of power have changed him. In order to protect those glories, he has changed a lot. Even if he is still the same as before, he can't disobey the clan leader's orders." Xiao Huahua hugged Suyu tightly and murmured. Suyu was speechless. Xiao Huahua was a smart person, so she saw it very clearly. She also knew that she could not change anything. The two fell into a brief silence. Xiao Huahua did not ask Suyu to do anything for her. She just leaned quietly in his arms and closed her eyes silently. Now, this is her home and where she will live in the future. For a long time. "Suyu, don't let Mimi know about this. She is still young," Xiao Huahua suddenly said. "Good." The relocation of the tribe went very smoothly. For 3 consecutive days, the tribesmen were extremely busy. Suyu had said not to leave any blade of grass or tree behind, and they really wanted to pull out all the grass in the clan's land. The space teleportation skill has many uses, but Suyu discovered that this thing can only teleport things on the ground. For example, he directly teleported the stone and wooden house, and the foundation was left bare underground. Fortunately, with this experience, Suyu's apple tree was spared from harm. Otherwise, the tree would be forced to be amputated below the trunk and transported up to be used as a decoration. The vast forest seemed to be hit by a wave and was completely plundered in a short period of time. The witches even formed a group and ran to the valley, drained the stream, and did not even spare a single small fish. During the rest of the day, they hunted a lot of wild animals. After catching the Sky City, half of the young ones were released into the mountains to be raised in the wild, and the other half were kept in temporary animal pens. Suyu divided the Sky City into 2 large areas with the mountains and forests in the middle as the boundary. The tail is the natural ecology, and the middle, including the head, is the living area of the tribe. Most of the stone and wooden houses that were teleported up were in pieces and had no foundations, so they had to be rebuilt. But now that the tribe has a large number of people, it is not difficult to build it. There seemed to be a natural protective film formed by magic power above the Sky City, so there was no need to worry about strong winds and rainstorms, and most people temporarily moved back into animal skin tents. Earthen kilns, schools, animal pens, weapon refineries, clothing workshops, and equipment workshops were built as a priority. On the morning of the 4th day, the ancestral tribesmen stood on the edge of the Sky City, while Suyu, Yaxiang, and others stood on the top of the fortress. They took a last look at the mountains and forests where they had lived for more than half a year and officially embarked on their journey. For Yaxiang and the others, the memories carried by this forest are much longer than those of Suyu. They migrated from somewhere in the east and finally arrived at this valley. However, no one would have thought that so many things would happen in such a short period of time. By chance, she met Su Yu, the man who changed the witch's life. Where are we going now? With the breeze blowing across her face, and looking at the mountains and forests gradually receding, Yaxiang's restless heart finally settled down. She turned her head and asked, "Teach those alliances a lesson?" With the invincible base of Sky City and those defensive turrets, plus a batch of magic-powered projectiles, heavy catapults, and crossbows that the tribesmen had hastily made, Yaxiang felt that she had never fought such a rich battle in her life. Because of Song Heihu's counterattack before his death, those people set their sights on the witch, which they absolutely could not agree with. The witch is also a human being, and is not a sacrifice that can be consumed at will by any great wizard in order to achieve a breakthrough. If they do that, how different are they from wild beasts? Therefore, they must be taught a profound lesson. Su Yu gently touched Yaxiang's face and smiled faintly. "Don't worry, we still have to go somewhere first." Calculating the time, it will take at least 2 days for the 5 alliance armies to fully assemble, and that will be the best time to attack. Where else are we going? Yaxiang frowned in confusion. "Are you just going to abandon our people who are working hard to mine outside?" Su Yu teased. Ahua's old father must be jumping on the ground in anxiety. Yaxiang blushed in embarrassment for the first time and rolled her eyes at Su Yu. Chapter 332 Black Mountain, Long Time No See. Su Yu smiled and came closer, saying mysteriously, "We can't forget about the old snake Black Mountain. It's a good opportunity to let it come up and see how fat and plump Sha Fei's little lazy snake is now." Yixiang looked at Su Yu with suspicious eyes and asked abruptly, "Are you targeting Sha Fei or Heishan?" "Huh, don't slander me." Su Yu rolled her eyes and coughed. "Sha Fei is a transformed snake. Isn't a Meow also an orc?" Yixiang said softly. "This. How did you know?" Roar. A low and cheerful voice interrupted their conversation and suddenly echoed in everyone's ears. This ancient creature seemed to be in a very good mood because it had gained freedom and was able to soar in the sky again. Its speed is not fast, but it is quite steady and comfortable. It feels more like traveling than traveling. "I'm going to get busy first." "Good." Return to the bedroom alone. There was no one else in the fortress at this time except a lazy snake. This castle, built of red bricks and white stones, has 3 floors and more than 10 rooms of various sizes. There are long and narrow corridors, a living room, a study, a kitchen, a utility room, an underground storage room, and a spiral wooden staircase connecting to the lookout tower at the top of the fortress. It should be an architectural model based on a certain historical era on Blue Planet, but for people of this era, many things seem redundant. There's a natural skylight in the bedroom, from which you can see the blue sky outside. No one was disturbing her for a while, and Su Yu took out the ultimate stamina potion that she had received as a reward from a previous mission. Breaking through the Witch King is attractive to everyone, and Su Yu is no exception. It's just that his approach is simpler and more direct than anyone else's. After this period of training and taking potions, he could already feel that the magic power space in his body had the potential to continue to grow. The quality and stock of magic power have not changed much, but the space that carries them has expanded a lot again. This should also be due to the role of the ultimate physical potion. Unlike super strength potions, the ultimate stage potions already have the ability to expand the limits of wizard power. Although it's very small, everyone knows the principle of accumulating little by little. Such changes seem to tell Su Yu that his strength had the foundation to enter the next stage. The next stage of the Great Wizard is the Wizard King. In order to deal with unknown dangers in the future, he must become stronger as soon as possible. This time, Su Yu simply drank all 10 bottles of Ultimate Stamina Potion. This was also the first time he used the Ultimate Stage Potion so luxuriously. Soon, huge amounts of energy surged in his abdomen. They were violently absorbed by the black and white magic power. Su Yu felt as if all his limbs were being cleansed, and he felt an inexplicable sense of comfort. This feeling lasted for a while, but the energy was still being supplied continuously. The speed at which the 2-color magic power assimilated the original magic power gradually failed to keep up, and his arms and thighs became thicker as a result. Su Yu frowned somewhat uncomfortably, as if he had eaten too much. Some of his magic power began to flow from his flesh and blood to his bones, constantly sharpening the strength of his body. Song Heihu's battle, with a strength equivalent to that of the Witch King, really surprised Su Yu. This also made Su Yu understand that in order for the magic power to be strong, the physique also needs to be strong. Su Yu's body was unable to absorb all of the excessive magical power, and a huge amount of magical power leaked out from her pores. She thought it would be wasted, but unexpectedly, it was pulled by some force and seeped towards her feet. Su Yu looked at this scene in surprise. There were red bricks under her feet. Under the red bricks was land, and under the land was an ancient giant beast. Could it be that it was absorbed by this giant beast? Su Yu couldn't understand, so she simply asked the system, Xiao Ai, can the Sky City absorb my magic power? Answer, in essence, the ancient beasts are living creatures that can absorb any magical power to grow. So, it has a realm? Su Yu suddenly asked. Rolling eyes. Host, please don't trample on your intelligence. The ancient beast can fly in the sky, so it must have reached the level of Wizard King. It's just that it belongs to the category of wild beasts with gentle temperament, not as ferocious and bloodthirsty as ordinary wild beasts. I'll go. I was actually mocked by the system, but there was no benefit in arguing with it, so Su Yu simply chose to ignore it. He closed his eyes quietly, allowing the raging magic power in his body to transform his body. The witch power not only tempers the body, but also Su Yu's willpower. He felt as if he was on a rough sea, being beaten by endless waves. Time passed by minute, and Kokoro seemed to come back once and got into his arms to play. But Su Yu didn't react at all. The little cutie was tired from playing, so she took a nap and ran out again after waking up. I don't know how long it had been, but the melodious roar of the ancient beast suddenly echoed in my ears. The surging magic power had been almost completely absorbed, and Su Yu finally opened his eyes. However, the world in his eyes was not his bedroom, but the scene seen by a falcon soaring in the sky. In order to keep an eye on the dynamics of the lower world, Su Yu evolved a falcon in advance as his other eye. Seeing the familiar forest, the densely packed black spots working below, and a huge black hillside, Su Yu's eyes lit up. This is the place. The empty nest old snake Heishan and the empty nest old father Honglang. The man and the snake were chatting boredly. It was not until a beam of light fell on his head and a petite body pounced over that the Red Wolf was suddenly awakened. Father! The sudden vision caught Red Wolf off guard. He originally planned to draw his sword, but that familiar soft voice instantly melted his heart. The Red Wolf couldn't help but open his arms and let Bai Hua jump into his arms. Father, we are here to see you. You guys? Red Wolf was stunned for a moment. In fact, he couldn't even understand how the white flowers appeared. At the same time, the originally clear sky was suddenly shrouded in darkness, and all the tribesmen who were working looked up in fear almost at the same time. Heishan's huge vertical pupils stared at the sky. The sudden appearance of a huge creature made it doubt its snake life for the first time. The scales on its body opened automatically and then closed in an instant, until a man's teasing voice appeared. Hey, Montenegro, long time no see. Chapter 333, Meeting 1. 2 days later, the wilderness 100 miles outside the Dark Iron Alliance. This was once an extremely evil place where the grass and trees were withered. The sky was covered with yellow earth, and even there were few birds and animals. Now it has changed into a different scene. There was a bustling crowd, the sound of instruments, the clashing of metals, and occasionally some incomprehensible little tunes and the cursing native language. The noisy voices almost broke the sky. There were fires and tents everywhere. Some warriors were playing, some were slaughtering wild animals, some were sleeping soundly with women in their arms, some were tearing into the barbecue, and some were concentrating on sharpening the weapons in their hands. All the different aspects of human life are here, at a glance. The lust had disappeared, and all that could be seen was trampled dust, tents, countless moving heads, and resting war horses and wild beasts. Who could have imagined that former enemies, strangers, and even two alliances that had never had any contact for years would be able to gather together today to talk about the smell of wild beasts, what kind of women are beautiful and interesting, and which is the most unrivaled in the world. This is the place where the 5 major alliances agreed to meet. Once all the members are present and the witches have made their decision, they will head directly to the western mountains and forests. Discussing strategies and making plans are the business of the witches, and the warriors under them naturally don't have to worry about it. So what they have to do now is to eat well, drink well, have fun, and conserve their energy to prepare for the upcoming war. As for winning or losing the war, no one would even consider it. The 5 major alliances are attacking an unknown emerging tribe. Can you tell me what they can use to have a chance of losing? The total number of people in all tribal alliances exceeds 200,000, and there are more than 10 great witches. With such a huge disparity, even if they just stand still, they can probably scare the other side to death. Lose? It's impossible even in dreams. The extinct Tianshou tribe and Yuya tribe became the most talked about topic among the warriors, and Song Heihu, who died tragically, became a laughingstock among everyone. A great wizard who had been famous for decades, along with his 70,000 people, was defeated by an unknown small tribe. Not only that, 2 great witches died, countless tribesmen were killed or injured, and all of them were swallowed up. In the end, he himself was left with no intact body. It was really funny. This is the result of the battle that was circulated among the tribesmen. They would not consider whether the matter was true or not, but would only think how unsuccessful the great wizard named Song Heihu was. Therefore, they would not even consider what Song Heihu had experienced and how tragic the war was. In the largest tent among thousands of soldiers, more than a dozen great witches sat together, but the atmosphere was not as harmonious as that in the outside world. Naturally, they think much more than the warriors. Who contributes the most? The final allocation of resources, the allocation of witches, and strategic deployment are all conditions that need to be discussed in advance. Everyone has the right to bargain, and on the basis of peaceful distribution, we try to be as fair and just as possible. Of course, you can choose not to agree, but then you will be excluded by the other 4 forces and expelled from this great alliance. And in the end, you won't get anything. Since you are all here, please report the numbers so that I could do a statistics. Huang Shan, the proposer of this great alliance, smiled and said, "This time, our Black Iron Alliance has 45,000 soldiers, 3 great witches, and 6 super first-class warriors. 45,000 of the tribe's troops were neither too many nor too few. They did not put in too much effort and would not be criticized by outsiders. The allocation of resources could not be the lowest either. This was quite calculating, and everyone sneered in their hearts. The White Tiger Alliance has an army of 50,000 for great witches and 8 top-notch ones," Xiao Yunfei said lightly. For great witches. Everyone was shocked. The White Tiger Alliance had been accumulating strength for many years, and it seemed that it was not an exaggeration. But none of the people present were young, and they understood the cunning behind the scenes after a little thought. Having a lot of people doesn't mean that they can all go to the battlefield. The first thing is to establish power, and the second is to maintain stability. The battlefield is changing rapidly, and with a great wizard around, at least you can ensure that your losses can be greatly reduced. The White Tiger Alliance is really generous. It's a pity that this time they are not comparing numbers. The criterion for judging is who contributes the most in the end. Xiao Ai, the great wizard of the Silver Wolf Alliance, said sarcastically, "The Silver Wolf Alliance has 40,000 tribe soldiers, 3 great wizards, and 5 top-notch wizards." On the other side, Shi Jingtian's somewhat embarrassed old face suddenly relaxed. He pulled his goatee and smiled gently. What Grand Wizard Zhang said is right. If the 5 of us unite, the outcome is a foregone conclusion. It's not just the numbers that count. Whether we can make more achievements on the battlefield and take down the opponent's Grand Wizard and Elders still depends on our own methods. Although the Yanlong tribe is not as prosperous as before, its combat capabilities in all aspects are still not bad. This time, my tribe only has 30,000 soldiers, 2 Grand Wizards, and 4 top-notch warriors. The Giant Elephant Alliance has an army of 45,000, 3 great witches, and 6 top-notch ones. At the end, Old Man Sun also pondered, but did not say anything more. After being treated sarcastically, Xiao Yunfei was not so good-tempered. He raised the corners of his mouth and smiled faintly. What Chief Shi and Great Witch Zhang said is indeed correct. The fighting capabilities of the tribesmen are uneven. Having more people does not mean that you can gain more military merits. Xiao Yunfei glanced at Shi Jingtian with contempt, turned to look at Huang Shan, and changed the subject. Chief Huang, the number of tribal troops and great witches dispatched by the tribal alliance in this battle also represents their respective determination and strength. Shouldn't this be counted as military merit? If not, can I only leave a few thousand people and 1 or 2 great witches? Anyway, as long as the more I kill, the more I will be captured, right? That's true. Huang Shan nodded and said, when the tribesmen go to war, they consume their own resources. Originally, This meeting was to seek a fair distribution. Chief, sure, this time everyone's tribe soldiers and great witches are almost the same, only the Yanlong tribe has the least. If you can't provide so many people, you'll have to lose a share of the gains from this war. Oh shit. Sure, Jingtian was fuming with anger. I was just trying to save face and didn't want to lose face, so I said a few sarcastic words to Zhang Yi. Why are you arguing with me? He looked towards Zhang Yi, but saw that the pointed-faced man curled his lips into a sinister smile. Damn, I was hunting geese all day and got my eyes pecked by goose. I have been scheming against others my whole life, but in the end I was schemed against by a young man. In fact, everyone knew at a glance how many people each tribal alliance brought. Zhang Yi saw this and deliberately set up a trap for Shi Jingtian to fall into. Shi Jingtian brought the least number of people with him, and he also had to worry about his reputation, so they would definitely follow what he said in order to gain a false sense of peace of mind. Chapter 334. Meeting 2. You don't contribute manpower or effort, but still want to get the same benefits as everyone else. How can that be possible? In fact, few of these young, great wizards like him. You are an old immortal, competing with young people for the opportunity to become the Wizard King. It is already a great honor for everyone to count you as a share. Look at old man's son. You learn from him. You know you can't please him, so you keep silent and never talk nonsense. You send people out when necessary, without any ambiguity. Shi Jingtian was stunned for a long time and found that everyone present was laughing at him. Old man's son from the Giant Elephant Alliance didn't say a word and could only bow his head. Okay, I don't make any sense, Patriarch Huang. Just remember this. Huang Shan smiled and nodded. In that case, Master Xiao, are you satisfied? Satisfied. Xiao Yunfei hummed. He didn't mind slashing the old man with a knife before the battle. There were only so many priestesses in total. If others got less, wouldn't he have more? The evaluation of military merits will be based on what we decided before. The more enemies above the first rate, the more military merits you will get if you kill or capture them. In the Rose tribe, there are 7 great witches in total, including the 2 half-step great witches, as well as Jiang Zhan and Han Lai. These are our main targets. Huang Shan said. Whoever can capture them will naturally get the most military merits. I won't explain the resource allocation anymore. Everything will go according to our usual way. Huang Shan paused for a moment and suddenly said, however, the unknown technologies in the Rose tribe must be traded afterwards, with all parties exchanging things. The resources obtained from the exchange will be equally divided among the other 4 alliances. Do you have any objections? Chu Han and Wei Xiaoxian said that the Rose tribe possessed special equipment for throwing flying rocks and streams of fire, and also possessed the knowledge to tame wild beasts such as mountain beasts, which are things that all the tribal alliances coveted. But no matter who gets it in the end, no one else will be happy. Huang Shan's suggestion at this moment made everyone quite satisfied. Everyone competes fairly, and whoever has more resources gets the reward. Although the loser may not get the technical knowledge, he or she can still get good resources, so it is not a loss. As for the notarization of this transaction, we have asked the White Dove Trading Alliance. I believe in their reputation, and you all know it. Huang Mo said from the side. Outside the tent, a fat man walked in respectfully. It was the first time for the man to face such a group of great witches. He kept smiling and his eyes were shining. Hello, all great witches. I am Zhao Hu from the White Dove Trading Alliance. I was invited by Patriarch Huang to come here for the post-war exchange transaction. As an elder of the White Pigeon Trading Tribe, Zhao had met some great witches before, so naturally he did not doubt his identity. Since Patriarch Huang is so well prepared, the White Tiger Alliance has no objection. Xiao Yunfei spoke first. I agree as well. Shi Jingtian said coldly. I agree. Zhang Yida said. I have no objection. Let Patriarch Huang arrange everything. Old Man Sun said with a smile. Now that the allocation of resources and priestesses has been worked out, the next step is to plan for the war. Huang Shan took out a piece of animal skin, placed it on the stone table, and said slowly, for the sake of everyone's future, we must not let anyone from the Rose tribe go this time. So, in order not to give them a chance to escape, my brother and I prepared all the battle plans in advance. Under the seemingly silly-looking great wizard Wu Danyu of the Silver Wolf Alliance spoke in a deep voice. Chief Huang, what kind of bullshit plan is this? The 5 alliances have a total of more than 200,000 tribesmen and 15 great witches. Even if each of them spit, they could drown the enemy. In my opinion, why don't we just attack them directly, so that those witches won't know the news in advance and scare them away. Wu Daniu's words were reasonable. With more than 200,000 tribesmen and 15 great witches, it would be easy for you to destroy the entire continent, let alone a tribe. Why did you have to plan so carefully and procrastinate? I think what Great Witch Wu said is right. Why should we care so much? Let's just rush over and catch them off guard. A great witch echoed. I haven't moved my body for many years. How can we, a group of great witches, be afraid of a small tribe turning the tables? That's right. I heard that the chief of that tribe is a young wizard who can stand shoulder to shoulder with Song Heihu. I really want to see how young he is. It's probably just bragging. A great wizard sneered. Although Song Heihu was already dead, the reputation of that fierce tiger was not something that everyone could step on, let alone an unknown little character. Defeat Song Heihu? Don't be afraid of exaggerating. Maybe Song Heihu was surrounded by several great witches at that time and was forced to flee because he was unable to defeat them with his own fists. I think so too. How strong can a young wizard be? This is all deliberately exaggerated by others so that everyone will think that their defeat is not so ugly. The sarcastic voice drew everyone's attention to the direction of the White Tiger Alliance. There was an uproar in the tent, but everyone knew what the witch was mocking. Wei Xiaoxian was so angry that his liver ached. He wanted to explain, but Chu Han beside him grabbed him and told him not to speak. They haven't experienced that war, so why are they laughing at us, brothers? Wei Xiaoxian complained. Chu Han smiled at the group of unfriendly gazes, and then looked at Wei Xiaoxian with a sneer. Old Wei, just let them laugh. There will always be a time for them to cry. When they see the weirdness of that tribe with their own eyes, I don't think anyone will be able to laugh anymore. Don't you think we are cowards? Don't you think that we two brothers can only run away? Don't you think that we two brothers are not as skilled as others? Okay, if you have the guts, don't ask for help when the time comes. I want to see how thick-skinned you are. Chu Han had no doubt that Su Yu's tribe would lose. Facing such a powerful alliance of 5 tribes, no one could escape unscathed. But the price of winning will not be as low as these overconfident wizards think. They will feel pain, pain that reaches deep into their flesh, pain that will make them unable to speak big words or look down on themselves anymore. When that time really comes, this group of people might be in an even worse situation than me, including Xiao Yunfei and Chu Hong. Chu Han understood that these 2 people looked down on them and their brothers equally. Although Chu and Han have submitted to the White Tiger Alliance, it does not mean that they cannot laugh at their jokes. Wei Xiaoxian nodded vigorously to show his agreement. They suffer injustice wherever they go. It's nowhere like when they were in the Sky Beast tribe, where they were respected by their fellow tribesmen and could show off their power. It's rare for a great witch to live to this level. Chapter 335 Earthquake. Facing the disdainful faces of the great witches, Huangshan coughed slightly and then spoke. I never doubt your strength or whether we can win or lose this war. But in order to ensure that no witch escapes, we must have a more detailed plan. This is also for everyone's benefit. There are not many witches left on this continent now. The witches in the Rose tribe may be your last chance. Are you willing to watch them escape? Huangshan's words resonated with everyone, and the great witches nodded one after another. Okay, let's listen to Patriarch Huang. Tell me, how should we fight this war? As long as we can catch those witches, I can stand in the front. Sure, Jing Tian said. At the front? Are you sure you don't want to take the witch for yourself? A group of people cast unfriendly doubts at him, which made sure Jing Tian angry again. Huang Shan then gave his younger brother a look, and Huang Imo understood. He stood up and bowed to the great witches. Let me speak for my brother. We have some knowledge of the forest where the Rose tribe is located through the captured refugees from the Crescent Moon tribe. Combined with the investigation we did some time ago, we have a general idea. There are dense forests on 3 sides, and a deep valley on the west. The mountains behind the valley stretch out for about a day's walk. There is also a long and narrow river in between, leading directly to the water in the distance. If we don't think about it and attack head-on, this group of people will most likely use the valley as a boundary and flee to the westernmost part. Once they reach the water area, the danger will increase greatly. These great witches were well aware that there were vicious sea beasts living in the waters. If they forced the priestesses into the water because of their stubbornness, they would get nothing. So, the best plan is for us to arrange for our tribesmen to block all their escape routes in advance. Then, we will surround them from 4 directions and make sure not even a bird can fly out. My brother and I planned that Great Witch Xiao from the White Tiger Alliance would lead his people to attack from the front, while Great Witch Zhang from the Silver Wolf Alliance would attack from the north. The southern forest is the largest, so Chief Shur from the Flame Dragon tribe and Great Witch Sun from the Giant Elephant Alliance would join forces to block it. My brother and I would lead our people to sneak through the valley in the west, hoping to stop all the people from the Rose tribe inside. What do you think? Huang Mo finished speaking and stared at everyone. This was also the strategy proposed by Mo Ying. His own Black Iron Alliance would break away from the Great Alliance and set up an ambush in the valley alone. By then, even if they fought a big fight with the Rose tribe, they would not be suspicious of the Black Iron Alliance's army. Rather, it is a situation that this group of people would like to see if the Black Iron Alliance does not take the initiative to attack and compete for military merits. Okay, I agree. Xiao Yunfei was the first to express his opinion. The arrow was already on the string, and they didn't find any tricks. I agree. Patriarch sure nodded. I agree too. Old Man's son replied. Since you all have no objection, I naturally agree. Zhang Yi's small eyes flickered, and after a moment of silence, he nodded in response. Huang Shan, who was sitting on the first seat, smiled heartily and stood up as well. Since everything has been agreed upon, there is nothing to worry about. Tomorrow morning, your tribes will start to move. It is rare for so many great witches to gather together today. My two brothers have prepared meat and berries. Why don't we celebrate first? Thank you very much. I'm hungry now. Hee hee. Then we won't be polite either. The great witches thanked one after another. Someone, bring in all the prepared barbecue berries. Huang Mo gave an order, and the guarding soldiers immediately responded. Pieces of roasted, juicy meat were brought in, as well as countless berries. The women posed coquettishly, bringing bamboo tubes filled with water and pouring them for the great witches one by one. The two brothers Huang Shan and Huang Mo raised their stone bowls and shouted loudly. This matter is over. If any of the great wizards here gets help from heaven and breaks through to the Wizard King realm, please don't forget all the brothers. Chief Huang said it well. Although success or failure depends on one's luck, you all come from different tribal alliances. It is a miracle that we can gather together to discuss the war today. Regardless of success or failure, we will remember this day in our hearts. I'll never forget it. I'm not very good at talking. Not far away, Wu Daniu stood up, biting a berry, and said naively, today's action is unprecedented in history. The tribes have only fought and annexed each other for years, and there has never been a big union. So today is definitely worth commemorating. I'm happy today, and I promise everyone here that if I can break through the Witch King in the future, I will definitely share this opportunity and experience with everyone. If I lie, the gods will punish me, and I will be struck by lightning. This is of course a joke, and no great witch would take it seriously. But as soon as Wu Daniu finished speaking, a loud roar exploded above his head. Boom! The loud noise was like thunder, shaking the earth and the tent. The women who were still pouring water spilled all over the floor. They screamed, hugged their heads, and squatted on the ground. Wu Daniu was so frightened that he covered his mouth with his hands. Good job. I just said it casually without thinking about it. Is God so wise? You live in my head, listening to what I say. But not everyone is as foolish as Zhang Zhaozhong. Huang Shan and Huang Mo were the first to frown and had a bad feeling in their hearts. Immediately following this unusual movement, the restless sounds of the tribesmen could be heard outside the tent. The noise was so violent, it was obviously not fake. What happened? Where is Xinu? Huang Shan shouted loudly. After a while, a tribesman ran in from outside the tent trembling with fear and lowered his head to respond. Reporting to the tribe leader, the noise just now seemed to come from the southwest, the area of the Yanlong tribe. I heard that the ground suddenly broke and caused the strange phenomenon. The specific situation is still unknown. Fuck you. Sure, Jing Tian was furious. Why did the Yanlong tribe always have to deal with all sorts of issues? He looked at Zhang Zhaozhong with resentment and cursed inwardly. It's all because of his stinky mouth. I'll go back and take a look. The old man was so angry that his liver and gallbladder exploded, and he stood up in a hurry. Xiao Yunfei also stood up and said comfortingly, don't panic, Chief Shur. If the ground really broke suddenly, it might just be a common mountain earthquake. It won't be a big deal. Yes, this continent experiences earthquakes several times every year, especially in the mountainous areas. There are also occasional earthquakes in the water areas, causing huge waves. Someone echoed. That's right. In the first half of this year, our tribe also encountered this incident, and more than a dozen people in the tribe were injured. It's a common incident in the mountains. How big of a problem can it be? Said Fong Chun of the Silver Wolf Alliance. Chapter 336. The Giant Snake Falls from the Sky. Indeed, all tribal alliances have experienced such things. Such shocks often occur in the mountains, with rocks rolling down and the ground breaking, but the casualties are not serious. It really has nothing to do with me, so it's not a big problem? Sure, Jingtian was anxious, stamped his feet fiercely, and shouted, "You all said that earthquakes are prone to occur in the mountains, but this is a wilderness." For a moment, all the great witches were speechless. It seems so. This is a wilderness, and the wilderness will shake. They have never seen it before. At this moment, boom, there was another deafening explosion. The shaking continued, and there was an uproar outside the tent, and the screams of the tribesmen could be clearly heard. Another servant came in hurriedly, looking extremely panicked. Report to the clan leader. This time it was the Silver Wolf Alliance that had firestones falling from the sky, injuring many people. Now, everyone finally couldn't sit still anymore. Huang Shan asked in a deep voice, "Is someone attacking us?" Everyone found it funny when this was said. They have more than 200,000 soldiers from their tribe here, and more than a dozen great witches gathered here. Who would be so blind as to dare to attack? But even with such an outrageous guess, no one laughed out loud at this moment. "No, I don't know. We didn't see the enemy." Xin Nu said tremblingly. "Let's go out and take a look." Zhang Yi said with his eyes flashing. "Yes, just take a look and you will know." Xiao Yunfei also hurried away. In an instant, 15 great wizards swarmed out. Huang Mo, who was walking at the end, winked at a corner of the tent, and a figure suddenly separated from the tent in that corner. No, to be precise, this person used some ability to completely blend himself into the environment of the tent, making it impossible for people to detect him. Mo Ing was also somewhat curious about what turmoil was happening in the outside world. After seeing Huang Mo's look, he immediately followed him and left. Outside the tent, a commotion came from the two tribes' armies where something unusual had happened. There was already a commotion in those two places, with shouting and cursing everywhere. The members of the Flame Dragon tribe were constantly rescuing those who had fallen into the fault line on the ground, while the members of the Silver Wolf Alliance were putting out the flying broken fire and carrying those who had been crushed to death or scalded to one place. Is it really a natural disaster? Huangshan climbed to a high place and watched the disasters happening in the two places from afar and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Sure, Jingtian and the Great Witch of the Silver Wolf Alliance were rushing to their respective tribes. Xiao Yunfei and Old Man Sun were hesitating whether to go back and take a look. At this moment, something strange happened. At the western edge, a shock several times more violent than the previous one came crashing down. At that moment, the earth shook and the mountains began to tremble. Huge waves swept in from the outside, and that group of tribesmen were like floating grass, swaying on the water, and were all blown away. Almost everyone, including the Great Wizard, had their pupils shrink and were suddenly horrified. Yes, it's a wild beast. Quick, quick, get your weapons. It's a wild beast. It's too big. Are there snakes this big? But the question is, how could a wild beast appear here? It just suddenly appeared in the field of vision, as if it appeared out of thin air. When Huang Mo saw this, his cheek muscles twitched as well. A wild beast from the Great Wizard realm. Damn, this is not something interesting. Under normal circumstances, any tribal alliance that wanted to deal with it would have to bleed heavily. Fortunately, with hundreds of thousands of tribal troops and 15 Great Witches here at this moment, scary things will become less scary. Great Witch Xiao, Great Witch Sun, let's destroy it together. Huang Mo shouted loudly. Good. I can do it without Patriarch Huang telling me. Old Man Sun replied. Wild beasts can be said to be the default targets of attack for all tribal alliances. Moreover, if we don't get rid of it now and let it go crazy, our own people will inevitably suffer the same fate. Heishan stared coldly at the dark crowd in front of him. To be honest, it had never faced so many humans at once in its life. There were hundreds of thousands of them, just like ants. It was still confused when Suyu teleported it down from the Sky City. Suyu, this kid, helped his daughter Sha Fei break through to the half-step Great Wizard, which should have been a cause for celebration for the Wild Beast Snake clan, but Heishan always felt that he was at a disadvantage. This kid now uses it like he uses his tribesmen. The problem is that I can't refute it. Oh, I'm so angry. With a swing of the tail, the human race splashed in the air like waves. At the same time, Heishan's instinctive crisis alarm rang loudly, and he saw through his vertical pupils that several great wizards were rushing towards him. Everyone thought that it was a lost wild beast that raided the human territory, but Huang Mo, who was at the front, suddenly discovered that a densely packed crowd suddenly appeared behind the wild beast. There was nothing special about those people. The key point is the equipment they are promoting. Seeing the sharp wooden spikes on it makes everyone's scalp tingle. Chu Han and Wei Xiaoxian, who had personally experienced the battle with Song Heihu, felt their hearts pounding and slammed on the brakes. Fuck, it's the Rose Tribe. That weapon is definitely theirs. Although the two brothers had never seen a device that fired wooden spikes, who else could use them as weapons? How brave. Huang Mo was not one of those two weaklings after all. A sinister light flashed in his eyes. They actually dared to attack us? It saved us a lot of effort. Are they really not afraid of death? Xiao Yunfei on the side also narrowed his eyes slightly. So, this wild beast is also raised by them, said the great wizard Chu Han with a frown. That's a bit too scary. Such tribes must be eliminated. Huang Mo suddenly stopped and looked at Xiao Yunfei. Wizard Xiao, how about we team up with Wizard Sun to deal with this wild beast first, and leave the other enemies to Chu Han and Wei Xiaoxian? Okay. Xiao Yunfei said nothing else and immediately looked at Chu Han and Wei Xiaoxian. Don't let them get close. Okay. Chu Han and Wei Xiaoxian responded through gritted teeth. In fact, they were really reluctant to face the people of the Rose Tribe, but as a great witch, they were afraid of a group of weaklings who relied on equipment. This would be a joke to anyone who heard it. However, what surprised Xiao Yunfei was that the group of people pushing the heavy crossbows had no intention of getting close at all. As the captain raised a slogan, he shouted, "Fight!" The operators all infused their magic power, and the magic patterns became bright. Whoosh! Whoosh! Swoosh! Countless wooden thorns flew towards him. If it were just these, it wouldn't be much of a threat. But at the same time, above the vast blue sky, it suddenly seemed like a rain of fire, and huge flints, thorns, and brambles poured down in an instant. The flames all over the sky illuminated the sky red. This gorgeous and spectacular scene made hundreds of thousands of people raise their heads at the same time. This may be the first and only time in their lives that they see such a beautiful picture. But what greeted them was the completely opposite hell. Chapter 337 Routine 1. Boom. Crash. Boom. Ah, run. Damn, where on earth are these flints flying from? My feet. Ah, my hands. Mom, I want to go home. The flint, thorns in the ground formed a line, like a stone thrown into boiling water, instantly stirring up 1,000 huge waves. The wailing, crying, and bloody body parts merged into a horrific scene of purgatory. A moment. The great wizards were having a hard time adapting, and some even experienced a brief period of stagnation. Are there any wars like this in their daily lives? Have they ever experienced such a war in the past? Could this be the war they are familiar with? Even though his clansmen were already trapped in a sea of fire and a mountain of knives, Huang Mo's eyes were bloodshot as he still shouted calmly, "Kill the wild beast first. Kill the wild beast first." Xiao Yunfei nodded. After all, those flying rocks and gushing flames are dead objects. If this wild beast is not dealt with first, the casualties will be incalculable. Seeing his own people being smashed beyond recognition and blood flowing like a river, Huang Shan was furious at this moment. He didn't expect that what he had said to Mo Ying in the past would come true for all the alliances, and the words are still fresh in his mind. Huang Shan, I'm afraid this group of people will be just like us, try to take advantage of the situation. And Mo Ying, maybe they think so now, but they have never encountered those terrible attacks. Once they are really involved, it will be difficult to escape unscathed. It's ridiculous, so ridiculous. It's better to say that what Mo Ying said is right. Once you are really implicated, it will be extremely difficult to get out of it unscathed. No eggs are left unbroken when the nest is overturned. At this moment, no alliance can stay out of it. Human race, if you want to kill me, it's not that easy. Heishan spoke in human language, and his cold breath shocked everyone in front of him. He actually got wiser. Huang Mo was also stunned. Then we must kill him. Old Man Sun said coldly. Don't hesitate. Any further delay will result in greater losses, Xiao Yunfei reminded. The three of them no longer hesitated, and each used their strongest means to attack Black Mountain's vital points. However, just as Montenegro said, it's not that easy to kill it. Father, I'm here to help you. A powerful magical power came, and the sound of crackling thunder and lightning suddenly appeared in the air. Let me see how powerful the great wizard of the human race is. A white light flashed, and a hunchbacked old man appeared above Heishan's head. The other side of the battlefield. Chu Han and Wei Xiaoxian gritted their teeth and rushed towards the equipment team. However, just after the two of them took a dozen steps, a familiar laughter echoed in their ears. Great Wizard Chu, Great Wizard Wei, long time no see. Today, don't run away without saying a word again. Jiang Zhan and Han Lai rubbed their hands together and surrounded the two men from the front and the back. The tribesmen are already in dire straits. The battle between the great witches is about to break out. At the same time, the empty sky suddenly became psychedelic, and a huge shadow covered the sky and gradually enveloped the entire world. For the first time, Mo Ying and Huang Shan's eyes widened, almost bursting out of their sockets. Not only them, but also Shi, Jing Tian, Zhang Yi, and others who were still rescuing the wounded, all looked up with fear on their faces. Those tribesmen who were smashed and injured, with missing limbs, almost forgot the pain and looked over there in unison. What is that? Wild beast? Mainland? But how is that possible? Mo Ying muttered to himself in shock, looking at the scene in front of him in disbelief. How could there be a giant beast that could float in the sky? How could there be a continent that could float in the sky? The sky belongs to the world of God. Only they can control that area. This is an existence that even the elves can only look up to, rules that must be followed. The Rose tribe, a mere mortal, why? Roar. As the ancient beast roared, its shape gradually emerged from the transparent illusion. A tiny human figure stepped on the back of the black and white eagle, swooped down, and floated quietly above everyone's heads. The Black Iron Alliance, White Tiger Alliance, Flame Dragon Tribe, Silver Wolf Alliance, the Giant Elephant Alliance. Every time the young man spoke the name of an alliance, the hearts of the tribesmen would beat violently. It was as if he was announcing the death list, making everyone tremble with fear. Suyu looked at the densely packed crowd below and the dozen or so great wizards whose presence was obvious, and couldn't help but smile. I heard you guys are going to beat me. The rain of fire and flying rocks continued, and this horrific scene, like a natural disaster, served as the man's background, making him look even more terrifying. This is the first time Huang Shan faces Suyu. Only then did he realize how ignorant he was in the past. He actually thought that the young man in front of him could be manipulated at will. Putting aside the wild beasts, the equipment and technical knowledge, and the behemoth in the sky, the strength of this young man alone is enough to make people shudder. Huang Shan had never seen such vast and solid magical power in his life. Even though the two brothers had crawled out a mountain of corpses in a sea of blood, they still felt their scalps tingling at the first sight. However, the brothers Huang Shan and Huang Mo will not surrender after years of fighting. As a great wizard, he has never looked up to others. Turtle beast! Huang Shan shouted loudly, and the ground beneath his feet suddenly cracked. The huge witch power condensed and transformed into a giant turtle covered with black armor. The man stood proudly on the tortoise shell, rising higher and higher, until the phantom turtle beast reached its limit and covered this piece of land. Pity. Even so, his efforts were as fragile as a piece of white paper. Huang Shan still couldn't look Suyu in the eye. He could only raise his head helplessly and stare at the figure of the young man who was thinner than himself. Being so close to this enemy, Huang Shan became even calmer. Huang Shan asked, "Are you Suyu?" Suyu replied, "Yes." "Are you already the Witch King?" Huang Shan's eyes suddenly focused. Suyu smiled, "Not quite there yet." The conversation between the two was not loud, but it touched the hearts of all the tribesmen and the Great Witch. "But it will be soon." This response made many people's hearts sink. Huang Shan narrowed his eyes, still fearless, and shouted, "You took the witch for yourself and cut off the opportunities of all the great witches. There will be no place for you on this continent. Today we have 5 major alliances. Tomorrow there may be 10, and the day after tomorrow there may be 20. How long can you a tribe hold on? Yo. You really know how to talk." Suyu couldn't help but sneer. "You can't represent all the great witches. Not everyone is like you, willing to become a beast in order to gain power. If you're willing to follow Song Heihu's old path, you must accept the same fate as him. Don't you think about how many years have passed since the witch appeared?" Chapter 338 Routine 2. How many years have passed since the legend of the Witch King? If only a witch can become a Witch King, then the legend of the gods from hundreds of years ago is nothing but lies. I have been a witch for nearly 20 years. The legend of the gods has been around for more than 200 years. The time difference between the two is so obvious. The witch is the only key. Do you think it is possible? Could it be that the ancients had to travel back in time, absorb the witch's energy, and then return to the past to become the Witch King? Sui was too lazy to explain any further. Considering the brain capacity of these people, if they could think about this, they would not be bewitched by Song Heihu's dying words. The ability of the witch may allow the great wizard to break through the realm, but it is not absolute. What Suyu absorbed was only the natural elemental qualities of the witches, not their complete witch power. God knows who spread this rumor and for what purpose. Huang Shan was stunned and suddenly felt that what the other party said made a lot of sense. However, they have been trapped in the Great Witch for many years, and the glimmer of hope before them is like the last straw, and no one is willing to give it up. The man said coldly, "Whether it is true or not, we will test it ourselves. You can reach this level at your current age, isn't it because of the witch?" Forehead. It's useless to argue with someone who is too picky. Besides, the reason why Suyu was able to break through so quickly was indeed due to the witch. But what he consumed was the favorability of the witch, and he couldn't say such things out loud. Huang Shan shouted, "Hand over the witch and share the opportunity with everyone. Otherwise, you will be the enemy of the tribal alliance of the entire continent. At that time, your people, the witch, and everyone else will die because of you. This continent is so small, you have nowhere to hide." Huang Shan said sinisterly, "Yes, Chief Huang is right. Boy, hand over the opportunity, and your people will be safe. A witch is a woman cursed by the gods. We are just helping the gods get rid of the harm. Do you really want to be an enemy of our entire continent's alliance? You have to think it through." Huang Shan moved an entire continent, and the great witches and tribesmen below could not help but start to rebuke him. They seemed to feel that Suyu's move had completely affected the future of all the strong people on the continent, and doing so was undoubtedly courting death. "Ah." Suyu suddenly laughed. He pointed at the sky and looked at Huang Shan and others as if they were idiots. "Did I say I would live on the ground? If you are really capable, just come to my territory. I can wait for you there for 3 days and 3 nights. However, I can wait for 3 days and 3 nights, but I'm afraid you can't wait. A bunch of pretentious idiots chatting with you, really taking themselves seriously. If any alliance realizes its mistakes and makes concessions, so you will take care of the other party a little. After all, if we really kill hundreds of thousands of people at will, it would be against the will of nature. In other words, I didn't hit them hard enough and failed to damage the foundation of this group of people." Suyu stepped on the eagle and slowly went up, her voice cold. "The witch is my woman, my people. Since you're still stubborn, let's see who can hold out longer. Boy, it's a pity that you can't hold on until then." Huang Shan's gloomy voice suddenly came from behind. The burly man suddenly had a long black iron sword in his hand. The blade was cold, shiny, and extremely sharp. It is obvious that the cast iron of this knife is not ordinary. It is a meteorite that the Black Iron Alliance accidentally obtained from outer space. It is made of real meteorite black iron. It can cut iron like mud and cut hair with a blow. Of course, no matter how sharp a knife is, it is just a dead object. What matters is who uses it. Huang Shan's most powerful skill is not the turtle beast, but the god-given fighting skill Phantom Shift, which allows him to jump a short distance in an instant, take people's heads when they are not prepared, and kill people invisibly. The reason why he stepped on the turtle beast and moved forward was not just because of the arrogance of the great wizard. The reason why he wanted to be on par with Suyu was not just because of the great wizard's self-esteem. The reason why he was so close to Suyu was not just to ask the doubts in his heart. All of this was just his preparation for the final fatal blow to conceal his tracks. For many years, ever since Huang Shan became the great wizard and took the position of clan leader, he has seldom taken action, and many people have even forgotten how terrifying he once was. Unlike Huang Mo, this man is not as strong as his younger brother, nor does he give people the same explosive feeling as his younger brother. What he gives to the enemy is not the violence and terror in his eyes, but the fear in his heart, like a thorn in his back. "Ha ha, this kid is dead." The tribesmen's eyes lit up and they laughed loudly. I forgot that once Chief Huang has identified his opponent, few people can survive in his hands. Even a great wizard can't completely defend against Huang Shan's strange attacks, let alone catch him off guard. Huang Mo, who was far away, was also relieved. When he saw his brother using the turtle as a cover to approach Su Yu, he had already guessed this result. After all, that boy was too young and inexperienced, so how could he possibly be a match for his brother? No matter how Su Yu answered the question just now, his fate would be death. Xiao Yunfei just watched coldly, without any doubt about Su Yu's ending. As long as this man dies, his tribe will surely become meat on the chopping board. Those mysterious instruments can give the great witch the future of the witch, including the land that can float in the air, all of which have become possible. Who wouldn't be jealous of such a harvest? Desire can make people lose their minds, and the great witch is no exception. Okay, it turns out that Chief Wang is the one who hides the deepest. In the distance, Xiao Ai, who was furious because of the casualties of his tribesmen, also laughed out loud. Almost every great wizard in the Alliance is now thinking about how to divide up the other party's resources. Far more numerous and powerful resources than they could have imagined. The tip of the long sword had already touched Su Yu's back, breaking through the thin cloth. Almost no one doubted the success of this knife, and they were just waiting for the young man to be pierced through the chest by the sharp knife. Such a thrilling scene also made Heishan, Shaifai, Shu Lao, and others tremble with fear, but none of them could stop Huangshan's actions. Only, Su Yu curled the corners of her mouth. Do you think I was negligent in letting you get so close to me? Do you think I was careless by showing you my back? Do you think I've been talking nonsense with you for so long because I'm a saint? Those who play tricks are dirty. Since everyone is playing tricks, let's see who is dirtier. Getting closer is to better lock you. The back is exposed to you so that you can stay in one position. All this bullshit is for the purpose of accumulating energy. Su Yu knew that in order to shock this group of people enough and scare them, she had to do something earth-shattering. Chapter 339, Landslide. The castle in the sky is a place that can scare them. The second is to start with the witch, which can better scare them mentally. However, even with his current strength, it is almost impossible to kill the great wizard in a short period of time. Hence, the current scene happened. Whether this person is Huangshan or not, it doesn't matter who else he is. Under such circumstances, anyone who dares to negotiate with Su Yu head-on is definitely someone who is extremely confident in his or her own abilities. Such people are also bolder and more willing to take unconventional approaches. Bang! Following Su Yu's snap of fingers, 10 white lights suddenly attacked the city in the sky. It was faster than Huangshan's, more powerful than Huangshan's, and sharper than Huangshan's sword. It was like several heavenly punishments hitting all parts of his body in an instant. Puff! Several streams of blood splattered. The light penetrated through the body, coming out from the man's thighs, abdomen, soles of feet, and neck, and continued to pierce the ground with undiminished momentum. Su Yu turned around, grasped the blade of the long sword with one hand, and smiled slightly. Nice knife, I want it. Time seemed to stand still, and everyone stared at this scene in a daze. Huangshan's strong body fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. With a bang, it shattered and scattered all over the ground. The huge magical turtle beast also disappeared in an instant. Brother, the first one to react was Huang Mo, who had the deepest feelings. The two brothers supported each other and worked hard for decades, going through all kinds of hardships to get to where they are today. My brother suddenly disappeared right under my nose. Huang Mo turned around and ran away, completely ignoring the wild beast Heishan that was still in confrontation with him. Looking at his brother's already unsightly corpse, this mountain-like man suddenly vomited blood with a wow. His face turned pale and his eyes were bloodshot. Dead. Patriarch Huang is dead. Is it fake? The tribesmen muttered to themselves and did not react even when a wooden splinter suddenly fell from their heads and pierced their bodies. That was a great witch, and he died just like that. Did you see the attack just now? It seemed that the man didn't even make a move, and the light penetrated the great wizard. Thinking back to what had just happened, everyone felt cold feet and trembled all over. It's so scary. A great wizard was killed so easily by a beam of light. Aren't these cannon fodder going to die faster? What should we do now? Should we run? You must be joking. We have more than 200,000 people. There is no need to be afraid of him. Then why are you shaking so much when you speak? Panic has already occurred among the tribesmen. The extremely powerful great wizard in their hearts couldn't last even a second, which caused most people's psychological defenses to collapse completely. Suyu, I'm going to fight you. Huang Mo roared. The flames of anger burned to his head. His magic power was raging. His whole body was like a hedgehog, and millions of sharp thorns grew out in an instant. He leaped up, using the recoil of his magic power to bounce dozens of feet high. But even so, he still couldn't reach the corner of Suyu's clothes. It's helpless, but very realistic. Suyu's words just now really made everyone understand this time, and they echoed in everyone's ears. If you're really capable, just come to my territory. I can wait for you there for 3 days and 3 nights. He is right. He can live in the sky. If you don't have the ability of the Wizard King to walk on the sky, what right do you have to compete with him? Why do you ask him to admit defeat? Why do you think that you can force him to have no place to stand by relying on the power of the entire continent? They already have the foundation to be invincible, have weapons for fighting, great wizards, and even wild beasts to help them in battle. What does the Alliance have? Hundreds of thousands of people? What's the point of not being able to fly? You're just standing there and getting beaten. In the Sky City, the tribesmen led by Xiao have already put dozens of magic power projection cannons in place, aiming them at the hundreds of thousands of people in the lower world. Suyu was silent for a moment, then raised her hand and waved. Beat! He needs this group of people to always remember the pain of today and the horror of the Rose Tribe. He needed this group of people to spread the news of today's tragedy so that no one would dare to attack the witch. Bang! 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 Balls of light kept falling from the city in the sky. The sound of magic power exploding came one after another, and the crowd was wailing. Retreat, Master Xiao. There's no point in fighting this battle. Old Man Sun avoided Heishan's attack and suddenly spoke up to persuade. Xiao Yunfei clenched his fists, his eyes filled with reluctance, desire, and fear. Zhang Dao, I think if we don't run away, we'll all be finished. Wu Danyu said naively. A huge rock burning with flames fell on his head and was easily smashed by him. They are great wizards, so they can naturally defend themselves. But the tribesmen below suffered the consequences, and how many of them could withstand such an attack? Chief Huang is dead, and the other side has a clan territory that can float in the sky. How can we win? Shi Jingtian listened to the advice of his top-notch warriors, his old face trembling uncontrollably, and his goatee was almost pulled off by him. Damn! Nothing good has ever happened since that idiot Wu Danyu opened his foul mouth. Huang Shan is dead. What a good death. But Huang Mo is not dead yet. Otherwise, if he returns in the future and swallows up the Black Iron Alliance, wouldn't that be a good opportunity for the Flame Dragon tribe to recover? The Great Witches had different thoughts and had already thought about retreating. Only the Black Iron Alliance, which had initially wanted to reap the benefits, was more active and ferocious than anyone else. Huang Mo fell to the ground dejectedly and suddenly turned around to look at Mo Ing in the crowd. Mo Ing, push out the musket and shoot him down for me. And the stone cannon. I want him dead. Huang Mo no longer intends to hide. He wants to kill Suyu at all costs to avenge his brother. Good. Mo Ing nodded, showing no sign of rejection. In an instant, the equipment hidden in the tents was pushed in front of everyone. Only, after giving the order, Mo Ing disappeared from everyone's sight again. It's Suyu again, the Rose Tribe again, and the Witch again. This man destroyed the Crescent Tribe and is now defeating all the alliances without any resistance. He even has a land that can float in the sky. Why? Why don't those things belong to me? With those technologies and abilities, there's no need to worry about the elves' extinction. It was just that the tribe had a connection with the witch and the help of the elves. You can't rebel against the gods. You can't go against the will of the gods. This is a mark engraved in the bones of the elves, and Mo Ing had to give up many ideas. Mo Ying's disappearance was no longer important. Huang Mo just wanted to vent his anger at this moment. Arrow guns and stone cannons were placed on the battlefield, and a rain of arrows and stones instantly swept across the entire sky. Huge rocks collided and shattered, and a rain of arrows clanged and hit the leather armor of the ancient beast. At this point, the rest of the alliance was dumbfounded. How could the Black Iron Alliance have such technology? Chapter 340, the problem is still not big. Xiao Yunfei, who had gathered Chu Han and Wei Xiaoxian, was even more suspicious. This kind of technology should belong to Song Heihu, so why did Huang Shan also have it? A terrible thought emerged in my mind. It is obvious that Huang Shan has learned some of Song Heihu's secrets through other means, but he still concealed it from everyone, leading to this large-scale joint operation. What he wants may not be as simple as the wish. The two brothers Huang Shan and Huang Mo really lived up to everyone's expectations and had sinister intentions. I want to take all the tribal alliances into account. Huang Mo's method and intention were clearly revealed. These cunning witches all understood what happened in the battle between Song Heihu and Xiao Yunfei, so they immediately came to the same conclusion. Damn it, Huang Shan, you want to trick us into working for you? You deserve to die. Sure, Jing Tian cursed. It turns out that you already knew Song Heihu's secret. Huh, you two brothers are really amazing. Zhang Yi said sinisterly. Fuck you, Huang Mo. If I don't beat you to a pulp today, I'm not Zhang Zhaozhong. In fact, everyone was just cursing. Faced with the overwhelming flying rocks and fire, as well as the dangerous light balls, who had the time to settle the score with Huang Mo? The winner is the king. You are willing to be deceived by me, just thinking that you can share the witch resources in the future. You're not a good person. Don't pretend to be noble now. Huang Mo scolded harshly. If you don't die today, I will settle accounts with you one by one later. Sure, Jing Tian blew his beard and glared. Okay, I'm waiting for you to come. Zhang Yi also shouted coldly. The Silver Wolf Alliance awaits your arrival. Old Man Sun from the Giant Elephant Alliance remained silent. Xiao Yunfei frowned and responded in a deep voice. The White Tiger Alliance will definitely remember what Huang Dao did today. We will not let this account go just like that. Would Huang Mo be afraid of these? Not to mention that your brother is dead. With these muskets and stone cannons, as long as they are mass-produced in the future, all of you will be beaten and screaming, and then we will see who has the tough talk. Huang Mo no longer paid attention to the rebukes from the group of great witches. He looked up at the sky with bloodshot eyes and shouted, Suyu, do you dare to come down and fight me? If you are still a great wizard and a warrior, come down. Suyu chuckled, sat cross-legged on the eagle's back, looked at Huang Mo, and said quietly, Great Wizard Huang, do you dare to come up and fight with me? If you are still a great wizard and a warrior, come up and show me. I'm so fucking. If I could get up there, I wouldn't have to waste time talking to you. In the corner of the field of vision, Chu Han and Wei Xiaoxian were violently beaten by Jiang Zhan and Han Lai. It was almost like a fight between adults and children. They were pressed to the ground and rubbed continuously. The two were planning to go back to their old ways and run away again, but Shimiko and AK suddenly fell to the ground with sullen faces. This. Chu Han looked at Wei Xiaoxian with a wry smile. All words are implied. Brother, we're really going to wrap up the filming this time. I'll go first, you follow? Wei Xiaoxian responded with a miserable smile. Goodbye. Let's stay together as brothers. The two men, who had been friends for decades, were both smashed into the ground. There was a crackling sound in my ears. The warm liquid blurred my eyes. So this is what death feels like. It doesn't hurt or itch. The problem is not big. Xiao Yunfei and Old Man Sun were already afraid of fighting. And on the other hand, they also did not intend to be the Black Iron Alliance's thugs anymore. Without any obstacles, Black Mountain rushed into the crowd in an instant, roaring and spitting venom. Spiral Holy Lance. Suyu waved her hand, and the magic power element evolved into beautiful skills, which were continuously projected towards the crowd on the ground. He knew that the hundreds of thousands of people in front of him could not be considered the entire alliance. But to make them suffer, he had to be cold-blooded. Some tribal alliances have already begun to evacuate, and with the Great Witch leading them, it is not impossible to escape the catapult's fire range. But of course it is impossible to run away so easily. Defend the turrets, keep a close eye on the perimeter. Anyone who runs will be attacked. Suyu issued an order. The defensive turret, which already had a patrol function, naturally executed the order immediately. Although the CD interval of the defensive turret is 10 minutes, any shot can make that group of people terrified and afraid to approach. Some people were so confused by the bombardment that they didn't know whether to run or stop. Seeing the Great Witch escaping with the leading warriors, some weak warriors simply gave up resistance, knelt on the ground, and grabbed the ground with their heads. They were just the lowest warriors, and some were even slaves. How could they be valued by the Great Witch and be turned back for their sake? Therefore, having lost their shelter, they had no choice but to save themselves. I surrender, let me go. I could be a slave, stop beating me. I surrender to. Suyu naturally noticed that part of the crowd, pondered for a moment, and turned away. The war has begun, and many things are beyond his control. He can order the artillery to stop attacking them, but the flying rocks and flames have no eyes. Whether you can survive depends on your luck. The great wizards, whose retreat was blocked, finally became furious and pointed at Suyu in the sky and cursed. Suyu, do you really want to kill us all? We already know the ugliness of the two Huangshan brothers, and we plan to leave this place and not attack you anymore. Why are you still refusing to let us go? Sure, Jingtian shouted coldly. So many people died at your hands. Aren't you afraid of incurring the wrath of the gods and punishing you? Zhang Yi cursed. I just told a lie and got slapped in the face by the gods. You are so cruel and inhumane that you will be struck by lightning. Wu Dania said naively. Just shut up. It all started with your stinky mouth. Everyone glared at Wu Dania. Suyu stood up and sneered. Oh, you are talking to me about human nature and heaven now? If I don't have these abilities, will you show leniency to the witches and let them go? Are you angry with the gods? If there really are gods in this world, you should go to hell first. Sorry, I'm an atheist. Suyu said. He had seen the will of the world, but he had never seen the will of the gods. On the top of the Black Mountain, Uncle Lao wanted to refute Suyu. Gods really existed, and he had really seen them when he was a child, but he couldn't slap his own clan leader in the face. So what exactly do you want? Xiao Yunfei separated the crowd and looked up. Facing this father-in-law, Suyu frowned slightly. He looked back at the Sky City, but Xiao Huahua's figure did not appear on the fortress. Perhaps she really didn't want to see the confrontation between Suyu and Xiao Yunfei. But after all, she is my woman. After a long time, Suyu spoke. Xiao Yunfei, the White Tiger Alliance can leave. I will let you go only because you are Xiao Huahua's father. You made a different choice from Jiang Zhan and Han Lai. From today on, we will only be enemies. Chapter 341, Foreign Forces. Ahua. Xiao Yunfei was stunned. He didn't understand why Suyu mentioned his daughter. After Xiao Huahua and Xiao Mimi left the White Tiger Alliance, there was no news. He never had any doubts after not seeing them for such a long time. He has many sons and daughters. To put it bluntly, it doesn't matter if one or two are missing. But Suyu's words still reminded him of the incident in the Trade Alliance. How did Xiao Huahua and Xiao Hunyang survive in the wild for more than 2 months? After returning, they looked normal and even healthier than when they were in the Alliance. Xiao Yunfei had thought about this question before, but since his daughter brought back all the technology and combat skills, all these problems were no longer a problem. There are only so many things that could be involved between women and men, and Xiao Yunfei quickly came up with a guess. In the western wilderness, the Rose Tribe. Maybe the person who saved her daughter's life that time was not Xiao Hunyang, but Suyu. His own daughter lived with the witch. No wonder he didn't say a word about it after he came back. Xiao Yunfei felt mixed emotions. When the two people's eyes met, it was like a sharp thorn in the side of a thorn, icy cold. White Tiger Alliance, thank you. Xiao Yunfei shouted coldly, and then quickly evacuated with his clansmen. Damn it! Why did they let only the White Tiger Alliance go? Zhang Yi and Shi Jingtian, who were also planning to escape, also started cursing. Perhaps Xiao Yunfei has already colluded with the Rose Tribe. Otherwise, how would he know that we are united here? Yes, that must be it. Fuck, Huangshan Huangmo is nothing, and Xiao Yunfei is nothing either. Old Man's son finally couldn't remain silent anymore and started cursing. The hell on earth was still going on, and Suyu actually had no intention of really killing them all. He tried his best to slow down the attacks of his tribesmen and reduce the number of boulder thorns. He has already won this battle because the system's prompt sound cannot be false. However, before Suyu could stop, a huge and distant humming sound resounded through the sky. Suyu's heart skipped a beat. How could this voice be so familiar? It looks very much like Tongqin, also called the Dafa horn. It is a huge horn on the blue planet. But logically speaking, there is no way such a musical instrument could exist in this world, where no one has the knowledge to make such a musical instrument. The flying rocks and flames in the sky also stopped, and the tribesmen looked down. Huang Yimo, Shi Jingtian, Zhang Yi, and others were also attracted and looked at it attentively. Xiao Yunfei and others who were just about to leave were blocked. In a vast wilderness, smoke and dust rolled, like a tsunami wave rushing in from afar. Along with the crisp sound of scales clanging, a group of galloping war horses came into view, and everyone's pupils shrank and their brows furrowed. Which alliance force is this? But the problem is that the impression given by this group of people is too shocking and too strange. Those war horses were covered in heavy iron armor and had solid horseshoes on their feet, things that had never been seen on this continent before. On top of the war horses were countless warriors wearing armor. Not just armor, but also wrist guards, leather boots, and helmets to protect their faces. Their weapons were also more sophisticated, all made of fine iron. Their swords, spears, and sabers flashed with a sharp cold light. In contrast, the iron weapons of those in the Alliance were completely scrap iron. They're all first-rate fighters. My goodness. Wu Danyu stared for a long time and swallowed unconsciously. To the great wizard, first-rate warriors were no different from ants, but such a huge number of first-rate warriors also created a visual shock. In the tribal alliance that they knew of, no other one possessed such strength. Xiao Yunfei's White Tiger Alliance was the closest, so they saw more. He coldly observed the mysterious army, and his heart instantly tightened. Behind the galloping war horses was a team of hundreds of beast riders. They were all wolves and lions, extremely ferocious, bearing their sharp fangs, with endless fighting spirit in their eyes. Excellent. All of them. Damn it. Even Xiao Yunfei, who is so patient, couldn't help but want to curse. Hundreds of top-notch fighters. It feels like a dream. Is it an illusion? But the earth-shaking vibrations, the deep and long trumpet sounds, the neighing of wild beasts and war horses constantly bombarded their eardrums and stimulated their nerves. Xiao Yunfei suddenly didn't dare to look anymore and even began to feel scared. First there were thousands of first-rate fighters, then there were hundreds of top-notch fighters. What will happen next? Disperse them. At this moment. Roar. With a crazy tiger roar, a burly man riding a giant tiger rushed forward from the flank, waving the long sword in his hand and shouting, I am Dao San of the Fire Phoenix clan. Following the orders of Princess Huang, I hereby give you a warning. Those who surrender will be spared, but those who disrespect will be killed. The thousands and hundreds of soldiers charging forward were like machines, all with no expression on their faces. Even when facing tens of thousands of people in front of them, they had no intention of stopping. Disperse quickly. Xiao Yunfei widened his eyes and shouted subconsciously. But the cavalry team was so fast that they broke through the tens of thousands of White Tiger Alliance soldiers. The shadows of their swords and spears flashed, and blood flowed everywhere they went. They were like an extremely sharp thorn, piercing directly into the hundreds of thousands of soldiers, catching them off guard and forcibly splitting a road in the middle. In their eyes, there is no mercy or sympathy, and everything in front of them is an enemy. Dao San rode a giant tiger into the crowd, looking at everyone with contempt. Even though he was locked in by the auras of more than a dozen great witches, he did not feel panicked at all. The man raised the long sword high. His magic power was rampant, and the phoenix pattern on the blade emitted a dazzling light. I have received the order from the Fire Phoenix clan's Princess Huang. You fools, surrender, and you will be spared. If you dare to resist, no one will be spared. This move by the mysterious army is already a declaration of war on all alliances. Just relying on a few thousand people and a great witch, you expect us to surrender? Do you think we don't exist? What Fire Phoenix clan? You are so arrogant. I will teach you a lesson today. Shi Jingtian was furious. Today, firstly, he was bullied by the great witches of the Great Alliance. Secondly, his tribe suffered from natural disasters one after another. And thirdly, he was attacked by this group of people of unknown origin. The tribe suffered heavy casualties, and the loss was incalculable. The Yanlong tribe, which was already on the decline, could not withstand this series of misfortunes. Shi Jingtian's goatee stood up in anger, and he jumped up as high as he could, turning his palms into claws and attacking Dao San directly. Most of the spectators present were injured or killed by this sudden cavalry team. Except for a few great witches who chose to wait and see, few others could bear it. Today could be said to be a shame for the great witch. First, they were humiliated by Su Yu, and then their army suffered heavy losses, and they were unable to resist. Chapter 342, Flying Snow. After being persuaded to surrender by this stranger, the cavalry team scattered them. They are great wizards, not trash. When have they ever been insulted like this? Su Yu relied on the Sky City and the strange skill of being able to fly in the air. They couldn't retaliate. The people in front of them were actually stepping on the ground. What about thousands of first-class fighters? What about hundreds of super first-class fighters? We are a dozen great witches, and we can't destroy you. Chief Shi, count me in. I'll vent my anger on them today. Zhang, he said viciously. Wu Danyu and Fang Chun stepped out together. their whole bodies filled with violent witchcraft power. Oh, you're courting death. Facing the fierce attacks from several great witches, Dao San simply raised the corners of his mouth and smiled coldly. Fools are fools. I don't think this remote and backward continent will produce any geniuses. Of course, he was still somewhat interested in Suyu, who could float in the air, and the huge ancient beast. After all, this thing had never been seen even in their own territory. But that is not his goal. Someone else will take care of it. Die for me. Sure, Jingtian, Wu Daniu, Fang Chun, and Zhang Yi, 4 great wizards approached at the same time. Dao San blocked with his sword, and fists from all directions hit his sword and body, and the burly man was knocked away in an instant. So hard. He is also a great wizard, and his magic power is extraordinary. Zhang Yi and others immediately frowned. Nonsense. If he's not a great wizard, how can he be so rampant? Sure, Jingtian shouted. But even if he is a great wizard, can't the 4 of us kill him? Even though Dao San was hit, the thousands and hundreds of cavalrymen turned a deaf ear to it, as if they saw nothing and did not move at all. Their mighty and domineering aura intimidated all the allied forces around them, so that they did not dare to approach easily. Boy, it's no use begging for mercy now. I have never heard of this lousy Fire Phoenix clan. And who the hell is your clan leader? If you have the guts, come out and let everyone see whether you are a human or a beast. Dao San's originally calm face suddenly became extremely cold after being defeated, and his voice was chilling and piercing. You are disrespectful to the Fire Phoenix clan, disrespectful to the clan leader, and disrespectful to Lady Huangji. You are ignorant and your death is imminent. Ha ha, you're the only one who can win. Sure, Jingtian laughed. We're both great wizards, but you're outnumbered by 4. How can you win? Boy, let's take responsibility for the losses of our Silver Wolf Alliance today. Zhang, he said coldly. However, facing the cold, murderous intent of the 4 people, Dao San grinned grimly. Although I really want to kill you with my own hands, I am not your opponent today. My mission is only to convey Lady Huangji's order. It is not my turn to eliminate the rebels, Dao San said as he put away his sword. In his eyes, the 4 great wizards in front of him were already dead. Why should he waste so much time talking to the dead? But this scene, in the eyes of the great witches, shows cowardice, fear, and the desire to seek refuge. Boy, it's too late to run away now. Sure, Jingtian cursed and grabbed him again. Kill him quickly. I feel something is wrong. Zhang Yi and others on the side followed closely and frowned. Master Zhang, I haven't seen you for so many years. When did you become so timid? Sure, Jingtian got a rare opportunity to mock someone. Just as he opened his mouth to laugh, he suddenly felt a chill in his palm. He looked at Dao San, who was clearly very close, but he couldn't get closer no matter what. Chief, sure, your legs. Zhang Yi exclaimed. Sure, Jingtian had already seen it without Zhang Yi's reminder. Not only his legs, but even his palms were frozen in ice. The scene was extremely weird. At the same time, a sharp and slightly crazy female laugh lingered in everyone's ears like the devil's sound from hell. Hundreds of thousands of people, including some warriors with low magical powers, were so frightened after hearing the sound that made their bones tremble that they even collapsed to the ground. In the sky, a small black shadow gradually grew larger, and a white light flashed, as if some heavy stone hit the ground, causing a huge shock. The tribesmen closest to them were torn into pieces by the powerful airflow of magic power, and blood splattered all over their companions' faces. Ha 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 ha, how funny. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound, and saw that the falling object was actually a young woman. She was wearing a small piece of cloth covering her private parts. Her long silver hair fell behind her, she was barefoot, and had long, slender hands. Her face looked very beautiful, but it was filled with a sense of fear that made one's scalp tingle and the hair stand on end. Her skin was also frighteningly white, as if it were some kind of disease that was hard to get used to. Even the woman's pupils were pure white, which was very strange. There are actually people who dare to resist the Fire Phoenix clan. Hee, Dao San, you're no longer needed here. Seeing the woman and listening to her creepy words that sounded like nails scraping on iron, Dao San got goosebumps and nodded quickly. Okay, Elder Fei Xue? Fei Xue glanced at Shi Jingtian and the other 3. The corners of her pale lips suddenly curled up, and her voice sounded like it came from hell. Ha ha ha! You're disrespectful to Lady Huangji. You deserve to be killed. She stretched out her hand and waved it casually. The ice on Shi Jingtian's legs and palms grew rapidly, freezing the old man completely. Then, Fei Xue grabbed it in midair. Die! Bang! All the ice broke into pieces. Even the blood was frozen into ice, and the limbs and body seemed to be cut by a sharp blade and scattered all over the ground, which was terrifying to see. Previously, Su Yu killed Huang Shan with one blow, relying on strange help and routines, but the woman in front of her was real and easily killed the Great Witch without any effort. In just this moment, almost everyone was numb. What the hell did this guy provoke? Fei Xue looked at Zhang Yi and the other two and smiled wildly. It's your turn next. Run. Sure, Jingtian died without anyone noticing. Zhang Yi and the other two no longer had the confidence to act like great wizards. They immediately ran away with their ghosts, scared out of their wits. I told you, I shouldn't have come today. Shut up, you have such a foul mouth today. Even Fang Chun, who is usually taciturn, started to scold Wu Danyu. Run, great, it's fun to run. Ha, Fei Xue licked her lips, her white eyes widened, revealing her Yandra look. She stood there motionless, quietly watching the three great wizards separate the crowd, their figures flashing rapidly. Just when everyone was wondering why she was so slow to move, the woman suddenly raised her leg. Click! There seemed to be a slight sound of ice breaking in my ears. Immediately following, from under the feet of the woman, ice spikes pierced out from the ground, and the ground was lifted up as if a blanket was covering the floor. The ice spikes rolled towards the distance like waves. Chapter 343, Tactical Master Wu Danyu. Ayya! Puff, puff, puff. Wherever the ice cone went, regardless of ethnicity or caste, all were pierced and shattered. It was several times more tragic than Su Yu's catapult. In full view of everyone, that woman actually stepped on the sky. Her arms turned into sharp ice spikes, and her whole body flashed in the sky like a phantom. At this moment, everyone finally woke up. That woman is a witch. Huang Mo stared at it intently. This was obviously what they were pursuing, and they were willing to form an alliance to capture this tribe. But at this moment, he could not feel the slightest desire. Because she is the Witch King, can easily kill the Great Witch, able to roam the sky freely, able to manipulate natural elements, able to possess enormous magical power that makes everyone fear it. If this isn't the Witch King, then what else could it be? Under everyone's shocked gaze, the witch who looked like the god of death was above Zhang Yi and others in the blink of an eye. She obviously didn't go down. She just waved her icy arms in the air. Ah, my hand! As Zhang Yi was running away, one of his arms flew up, and blood splattered more than a person's height. Ha ha ha, run, faster, faster. Fei Xue laughed crazily and swung out again. Ah! Zhang Yi fell directly to the ground due to the inertia of running. His body kept rolling and hit the huge rock that was still burning with flames. Boom! The boulder was smashed to pieces. But compared to the pain of falling and collision, it was nothing. Zhang Yi hugged his legs that were cut off at the knees and let out a painful wail. Hundreds of thousands of people were stunned. The Great Wizard was stunned. This is the Great Witch. Isn't this a child who can be manipulated by anyone? Strengthless enough to even tie a chicken. This phrase popped up in everyone's mind, but it was obviously a word used to describe weak babies and weak people, and it was not out of place to use it to describe the Great Witch. Next, Fei Xue looked at Fang Chun and Wu Danyu, who were still running. She seemed to be dancing, her graceful figure dancing in the air, and every posture was extremely feminine and coordinated. However, no one dared to watch her dance anymore, because every time the woman danced, blood would splash. Fang Chun could hardly feel the pain in his limbs. Blood from all over his body had stained his clothes red, until his vision suddenly rose up and then fell down. He saw his own mutilated body facing him, still trying to run forward. It turns out that I look so ugly when I run away. Compared to Zhang Yi, who was still howling in pain in the distance, Fang Chun suddenly laughed. At least, I don't have to suffer so much anymore. Just death. No big problem. TSK. The pale gaze was like a thorn, falling on Wu Danyu's back, which was already soaked with cold sweat. He was forced to watch the miserable plight of the other two people in its entirety. Although he was naive, he was not stupid. He knew that the invisible murderous intent had already fallen on him. No, I don't want to die yet. Wu Danyu roared in his heart. Everyone couldn't bear to watch any longer. That woman was so crazy. Wu Danyu's fate would not be much better than Zhang Yi and Fangchun. But the next second, a scene that shocked everyone appeared. Wu Daniu, who was running, suddenly stopped, jumped up suddenly, and leaped into the air. Wu Dao, are you planning to fight to the death? Wu Dao, although he looked silly at ordinary times, I didn't expect that he would show his manliness at a time like this. What a pity. That woman is so scary. Let's surrender later. There's no way we can fight this. The tribesmen no longer had any desire to fight. Compared to Su Yu, this woman is countless times more terrifying. Wizard Zhang, Wizard Wu, Wizard Fang, have a safe journey. Even if we become slaves, we will always remember you. The tribesmen prayed silently in their hearts. At the same time, they also didn't want to forget the scene of that man's final persistence. So they all looked up. Then, they watched Wu Daniu make his final counterattack. This brave man turned his body in the air, and his magic power exploded instantly. The determination on his face seemed to tell everyone that the great which cannot be insulted. Immediately following, bend your legs slightly for better impact. Lower your head to overcome and avoid the fear in your heart. The whole person crawled down for it. I'm Wu Daniel. The man shouted loudly. Surrender. Every word is sonorous, like thunder, resounding throughout the heavens and earth. What? Not only the audience was stunned, even Fei Xue was confused. He wanted to swing the ice spikes, but he didn't have the strength to do so. She thought this man who suddenly jumped up would bring her some fun, but she didn't expect him to. He actually knelt in midair. Spiral surrender. Unheard of before. The question is, how did this guy come up with this idea? Plop. The burly Han Nin fell heavily to the ground, his body prostrated, motionless. Fei Xue's face was full of disappointment. It's boring. I'll spare your life. The tribesmen had mixed feelings. Wudo Wu. He is worthy of being called Wudo Wu. No matter what, his tribesmen will always remember him. The farce on the ground is unpredictable, so you didn't have a moment to appreciate it. Because when the sick woman appeared, a voice sounded behind him. You are very interesting. On this continent, I can even meet a man who can use elemental magic power. The gentle and light voice sounded so soft, but Su Yu retreated instantly like a cat with its fur standing on end. The eagle under my feet flew away quickly, but the voice still echoed in my ears. The fierce heat from the flames burned his back. Su Yu frowned and turned around. If her body shape wasn't different from Yaxiang's, so you would have thought she had recognized the wrong person. She was a woman with a body burning with flames. She was a head taller than Yaxiang, with a slim waist and hips, and was very pretty. Her existence is just like Lynn's. Her magical properties are totally incompatible with her temperament. What are you afraid of, haha? The woman suddenly smiled, looking charming and attractive. Let me introduce myself. I am the first warrior of the Fire Phoenix clan, Huang Yin. I am under the order of Princess Huang to eliminate rebellion and decide life and death. So, do you want to live, or do you want to die? His tone was gentle and polite, but his words were chilling. Fei Xue's appearance had made Su Yu extremely alert, but even in this situation, the woman in front of her was still able to approach her without anyone noticing. Her strength was self-evident. Witch King. In such a short period of time, he met 2 Witch Kings. This was something Su Yu could not have expected. The extremely high risk of system tasks may refer to them. Chapter 344 Recruitment. Xuanxin, tell everyone to stay together and prepare to teleport. Su Yu gave instructions in the mind-linked network while staring closely at the woman in front of her, smiling slightly. No one wants to die. That's easy. Huang Yin took a step forward, and the air began to evaporate. Submit to the Fire Phoenix clan, your life, your people. The woman looked at the huge beast in the sky and smiled. Everything you have, including that good wild beast. In fact, Huang Yin didn't care about Su Yu's response. In her opinion, men did not have the right to choose. If I resist, it will only cause myself more trouble, and I won't even be able to kill time. Endless flames raged in the air, and the agile magic power was like a woman's sight, shuttling between everyone. Suddenly, Huang Yin frowned with flaming eyebrows. Just now, she was so attracted by Su Yu's presence that she didn't even notice any other existence. There are priestesses here? Quite a few. That's an unexpected gain. It saves Lady Huang Ji a lot of trouble. She passed Su Yu directly, her smooth feet stepping on the air, her figure floating like a ghost, and came directly above the Sky City. When everyone saw a human who could walk in the sky for the first time, they were all stunned with shock. Huang Yin looked at the tens of thousands of people below, and his eyes then locked on dozens of women. She smiled gently and opened her arms to the priestesses. Don't be afraid. I am also a witch, and I am your closest person. You can trust me unconditionally. From now on, follow me and leave this cursed continent. There's a home built for us by Lady Huangji. There will be no more oppression, no more death, and no need to fear awakening. You can all live freely. The instinctive connection with the witch made everyone feel a little trust in this woman, so they were not like the other tribesmen who had only fear in their hearts. Huang Yin took another step forward, and the airflow that even Xiao Ai could block was actually ignored. Among the crowd, the priestesses looked up, and one of them suddenly spoke. But we are very happy now. Chief Su has built a home for us and has found a way to save us from the pain of awakening. The tribe we live in now is already very free and happy. Yes, it was Chief Su who saved us, and we are only willing to follow him. You are also a witch. Why don't you live here with us? Chief Su is a very kind person. I don't want to leave Brother Su you. You can go back by yourself. The Micah said seriously, and Kokoro snorted. Such a development was obviously beyond Huang Yan's expectations. The flames around her began to grow wildly. She frowned and scolded. You are foolish. You're just blinded. How can the witch's curse be easily lifted? That man is just using you. Only Lady Huangji is truly considering the witch and seeking a better future for us. She suddenly sneered. The clan leader you mentioned, the man who saved you from danger, has just agreed to surrender. In order to save his life, he can easily sell you out today and abandon you tomorrow. Do you still trust such an ugly and cowardly man? Huang Yin suddenly changed his mind. Although that man was very interesting, he was nothing compared to the witch. He actually deceived and recruited these priestesses, making them work for him willingly, which reminded Huang Yin of some bad past. Why do you have to say bad things about Brother Su Yu? Brother Su Yu will never abandon us. The petite Kokoro couldn't stand outsiders slandering Su Yu, so she shouted immediately. Yes, you are ugly and you are afraid of death. We only trust Chief Su. Go back to your Lady Huang Ji right now. You are not welcome here. The witches started to curse. See Jiao, knock her down for me. Shut her up. Su Yu had witnessed the fearlessness of the witches. They no longer have anything to fear, not even an enemy who can easily kill them. Huang Yan's patience was finally running out, and the flame in his hand turned into a huge claw, grabbing Kokoro directly. You have been deceived for too long and can no longer recognize the so-called reality. For your future, I must wake you up. Heaven's wrath explosion. However, a fierce flame suddenly came and collided with it in the air in an instant, but the flame could not last for a few breaths before being completely swallowed up. Fire elemental priestess? Huang Yin was stunned and looked at the chest-wrapped witch who suddenly appeared from a beam of white light. The strength of a half-step great wizard to be able to break through to this level in such an environment, the aptitude is not bad. She looked at Yaxiang and extended her hand again. You are both fire elemental priestesses like me, so you must be able to sense that I have no ill will towards you. I just want to create a better future for you. Your fire ability is still immature, so follow me and I will show you its true use. No need, Yaxiang shouted coldly. We will create our own future, and I will only follow my man in this life. We will only follow Brother Su Yu. We will only follow Chief Su. Faced with the rebuttals from the witches, Huang Yan's face finally lost its gentleness. He refuses to repent. Then I will kill your so-called man and your so-called clan leader. As priestesses, you have been abandoned by the gods and have no choice. Huang Yan's voice gradually became colder. You are just like those priestesses of the Self-Reliance faction, ignorant and foolish, and you have no idea what kind of future you are facing. I will let you know what a witch should really do. Huang Yin turned around angrily, but the man who was just in his sight had mysteriously disappeared. Impossible. No one can escape under the eyes of the Witch King, not to mention that he is just a great witch. Huang Yan's senses could still detect a trace of Su Yu's presence, but he just couldn't find her. You thought I couldn't find you if you hid. Stupid. Huang Yin sneered, and in an instant, the raging flames swept out like a huge wave, and a series of blazing fire dragons began to devour everything around them. The flame threads were like elves, transforming into thousands and millions, wandering freely in the atmosphere. replacing Huang Yan's eyes and taking in everything. Fire rain fell from the sky, and the flames were like sharp swords, piercing the entire earth into a sieve. She needs to take the witch away, but the others are not so lucky. Chapter 345 Brilliant Flame. Fei Shui on the ground was also laughing crazily, watching hundreds of thousands of people fall into the raging sea of fire. Could it be that Huang Yan has encountered an interesting opponent to be able to be so angry? The coldness spread out from Fei Shui's feet, and the woman also leaped up and pounced into the sky. When gods fight, mortals suffer. The various alliances understood this clearly, and no one paid attention to their wailing. Those flaming swords were even more terrifying than Song Heihu's golden fighting skills. They could easily penetrate a person's body and shatter all wizard defenses. The great wizards were unable to take care of themselves, so how could they care about the lives of their people? The violent Huang Yin observed all movements around her through the flame threads, and any slight change could not escape her perception. But, even so, the man's whereabouts are still impossible to track. Why? Until a voice sounded in her ears. I never promised you to surrender, nor did I plan to hide. Su Yu's figure gradually emerged from the illusion, and her sandbag-sized fist was aimed at the woman's fake face. Ever since she attacked Kokoro just now, no matter how powerful this woman is, she's been put on Su Yu's blacklist. I've never laid a hand on a witch before. You're the first. Huang Yin widened his eyes, watching the man in disbelief as he performed his strange fighting skills. Being able to hide his body and avoid detection, the man could have used this opportunity to escape. But he still stood up and waved his fist at himself without knowing his own limitations. Is it for men's so-called self-esteem? Or is it because of those witches? But it doesn't matter anymore. Huang Yin raised the corners of his mouth. Court death. Bang! Su Yu's fist hit Huang Yan's face hard. To be precise, it hit the raging flames of Huang Yan. The fire in her body had become a defense in itself, blocking Su Yu's fist completely. The fist that was once able to shake the world now seemed limp and powerless, and even Huang Yan's protective magic power could not be broken. The woman didn't move, a triumphant sneer on her lips. Now you understand the gap between us, right? She looked at Su Yu with contempt, just moved her fingers slightly, and spoke softly. The flame star is shattered. In an instant, the space around Su Yu seemed to be squeezed violently, trapping him tightly. This woman could manipulate the magic power in the atmosphere at will. Su Yu's hands and feet suddenly became extremely heavy. At the same time, the several fire dragons circling in the sky swooped down with roars, engulfing Su Yu in the sea of fire. The flames could not hurt Huang Yin at all. She just watched quietly as the man was swallowed by the fire dragon and gradually turned into a huge fireball burning with flames. Su Dui, brother Su Yu, Su Dui, a.k.a. Ray, and Shimiko had already attacked at the same time a second ago. However, the thick and sharp earth spear shattered in an instant. Yaxiang's flames were completely engulfed. The black claws that Shimiko had evolved actually melted and dissipated. The three of them combined were no match for the enemy. Black magic power? Huang Yin stared at her, as if he remembered something. His previous indifferent expression changed, his pupils suddenly widened, and he locked his eyes on Xiao Maisie. He asked coldly, "Do you know Patchouli? Black magic power is rare in the world. Even Huang Yin has never encountered it. Only from that woman's mouth did they know the existence of this color of magic power. This couldn't help but make Huang Yin feel confused. Whether you know her or not is none of your business. The priestess in front of her was already certain to be her enemy, and Shimiko could not possibly tell her anything about Patchouli. However, this obviously angered Huang Yin even more, and made her believe that the two must have some kind of connection. She angrily waved her palm at Shimiko, and the flames instantly expanded and turned into huge claws. It's not up to you whether to speak or not. Since you are related to that traitor, I can't let you go. Finding Patchouli and bringing that woman back to the Fire Phoenix clan is the purpose of Lady Huang Ji's trip. Now that he had received information from relevant people, Huang Yin was excited and didn't want to waste any more time. She planned to capture Xiao Maisie directly and then wait for Huang Ji to arrive. The other party is just a great witch, a third awakening witch, so it is easy to catch him. However, for Huang Yin, it was just a matter of moving her fingers, and her huge flaming claws disappeared in an instant. The proud woman was suddenly startled. A strong hand suddenly grabbed her wrist, and even with her enormous strength of tens of thousands of pounds as the Witch King, she was unable to break free. She looked at the arm sticking out from the ball of fire, and her brows frowned for the first time with an extremely serious expression. The man who had been sentenced to death was not dead yet. No, that's not the point anymore. Not only did this man not die, but his strength was completely different from before and was incredibly great. Bang! In front of Huang Yan's eyes, the shattered fireball in the starry sky seemed to be broken and shattered in an instant. A man with a red body appeared in front of him. So you didn't waste any words and punched him again. Ding! Equivalent exchange in progress. Completion rate 50%. The system's voice echoed in Su Yu's mind. The flames just now almost burned all his clothes. If he had not taken a large amount of ultimate physical strength potions before, his physical condition would have changed greatly. He might have been seriously injured by the Huang Yin before the equivalent exchange was started. The force of this punch is several times greater than the previous one. However, apart from surprise, there was still no fear on the woman's face. Huang Yin stared at Su Yu coldly and sneered. You are indeed a worthy opponent to survive the shattered starry sky. Unfortunately, you are still a great wizard after all. As long as you can't cross that level, everything is a joke. Really? Su Yu sneered in response. Bang! The fist once again hit the solid protective magic power. The vibration of power formed ripples. Even if this barrier formed by flames was slightly shattered, it was instantly filled by other flames, which really refreshed Su Yu's three views. To be precise, it is the quality of the wizard power of the Wizard King, which is far different from that of the Great Wizard. I told you, you don't understand the gap between the Witch King and the Great Witch. Huang Yin laughed again. She flipped her palm, grabbed Su Yu's wrist, did a double reversal, and pulled him over. The woman looked at the many witches below, and her voice was cold. I will show you the consequences of disobeying Lady Huangji's orders. Convict! With Huang Yan's cold shout, the fire elements in the atmosphere suddenly gathered and transformed into sharp flaming spikes. The sharp spikes all pointed at Su Yu at an extremely fast speed, and with the sound of breaking through the air, they pierced through Su Yu's body in an instant. Chapter 346 Equivalent Exchange. Puff. Puff, 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 puff. Countless flaming thorns turned Su Yu into a hedgehog in the blink of an eye, and his blood evaporated due to the high temperature before it could spill out. Su Dui. Don't want. Chief Su, Yaxiang and others who wanted to rush over were blocked by a flame that Huang Yin casually waved, and were all shaken back to the ground. What? It's over. At this time, a girl with long silver hair came up to Su Yu with her slender body hunched over. After taking a look at her, she showed a look of disappointment. Fei Xue looked at Su Yu, whose face was rapidly turning pale, with a slightly bored tone. The humans here are not fun at all. They are too weak. She grabbed a few flaming spikes, broke them easily, shook them in her hands, then smiled with wide eyes. Huang Yin, he is much more handsome than those guys. I like him very much. He. The smile gradually became morbid, and the woman actually stabbed Su Yu's face with a flaming spear. Knowing the character of his companions well, Huang Yin also returned to his original gentle and calm personality. Stop playing around. Don't worry about those people underground for now. Take these witches back first, especially that woman. She has a relationship with Patchouli. Lady Huangji will definitely be happy to see her. Fei Xue, I'm talking to you, can you hear me? Flying snow. Huang Yin shouted twice and suddenly felt something was wrong. She wanted to take back her hands that were holding Su Yu, but they were still held tightly by her hands. What's going on? Fei Xue had her back to her, and the hand that was trying to scratch Su Yu's face seemed to have not moved from beginning to end. Immediately following, bang, papa, the sound of the flaming spikes breaking was as loud and crisp as firecrackers. Fei Xue, who was just playing around, suddenly had countless ice spikes burst out from all over her body, stabbing straight forward. Ha ha ha, interesting, so interesting. Her hand was held by Su Yu's other hand. Even though her action was frustrated, Fei Xue still laughed loudly with excitement. Those ice spikes continued to pierce out of the body and shattered into pieces after hitting Su Yu's body. But, different from Fei Xue's madness, the powerful magic power bursting out of Su Yu's body at this moment has made Huang Yin, a woman who thinks she is invincible, inexplicably uneasy. Ding. Equivalent exchange completed, realm upgraded. Suyu turned her head and suddenly smiled at Huang Yin, who was behind Fei Xue. He took a light step, and all the flaming spikes on his body shattered almost instantly. Unrest spread quickly. The woman panicked. For unknown reasons, a sense of fear arose. But the distance between the three people was so close, and his wrists were restrained, so he couldn't escape at all. Suyu just pulled hard with both hands, and the two perverted and powerful women were pulled into her arms. His arms were like a pair of pliers that tightly trapped the two people. This powerful magic power had already made Huang Yin sense the great danger. It's not too much to give you a gift when we meet for the first time, right? Suyu's smile is bright and sunny, harmless to humans and animals. But in Huang Yan's eyes, it turned into a horrible nightmare. Huang Yan's calm face turned into fear, and he shouted, "Let me go." Perhaps the only thing that hasn't changed is Fei Xue, who is excited and smiling morbidly. "Great, I like gifts the most." He immediately. "Liquidation," Suyu said lightly. "Oh no, get down quickly." Xiao Ai, who also sensed the danger, instantly released her magic power, covering everyone. In the small space where the three people were, the magic power seemed to be instantly absorbed and concentrated into Suyu's body. The space was stagnant, the magic power was isolated, and it was terrifyingly dead silent. This kind of calmness only lasted for a few breaths. Boom! The terrifying energy exploded in an instant. Like the collision of stars, it emitted a dazzling light. Roar! The ancient beasts were all blown to one side, and above the ground, the shock wave from the explosion created huge waves that almost completely washed away this small piece of wilderness. The wind and waves were far from subsiding, and no one dared to look at what was happening in the sky. The commotion spread to areas hundreds of miles away, causing birds and beasts to flee in panic, and all living things to become terrified. In the huge explosion, a stream of fire and a beam of ice shot out one after another, drawing a beautiful stream of color in the air. The flowing fire did not stop at all and fell straight to the ground. Instead, the icy light suddenly stopped in midair and then rushed back with a strange, excited, and terrifying laugh. About 100 miles away, Huang Ji, who was leading tens of thousands of her clan soldiers, suddenly opened her eyes. Something happened. The witch's perception, coupled with the hurricane that had just hit her head-on, made her vaguely aware of something strange. The strong fire and water elements mixed in the wind and wave belonged to Fei Xue and Huang Yin. But in this backward continent, who on earth could make the two of them so serious? Daojia ordered the clan army to speed up. Huang Ji didn't want to sit and wait, so she jumped off the horse. There was a flash of lightning and fire in the sky, which turned into a huge flaming phoenix. Powerful lightning crackled around the phoenix. This powerful evolved beast caught Huang Ji and flew away. Fei Xue, come back. On the battlefield, an area was engulfed by flames, and charred soil was everywhere. Huang Yin struggled to get up from the broken strata. She no longer had her former reserve and confidence. She looked up at the sky. The silver-white light of Fei Xue was already heading towards the ancient beast. She had already felt it in the explosion just now. The man whom he despised somehow managed to break through to the level of Wizard King in an instant. Not only that, his methods were too weird. The explosive magic power was almost powerful enough to be compared with Lady Huang Ji. This man is a heretic and an unknown, and Huang Yin has to re-examine him. But Fei Xue, who has a weird personality, is obviously not as calm as Huang Yin. Interesting, so interesting. Ha. Why can you suddenly break through to the Witch King? Why is your witch power so strong? What kind of combat skill did you use just now? Fei Xue licked her lips. The few clothes on her body were cut into pieces by the airflow just now. There were also many minor scars on her arms and body, and blood was flowing out. But she didn't care at all. She stared at Suyu with a fiery gaze and a very crazy smile. It doesn't matter. As long as I catch you and dig open your head, I will definitely know all the secrets. The crazy laughter accompanied by silver-white light instantly rushed to Suyu. The woman's palm had been completely replaced by sharp spikes made of solid ice, and she chopped down at Suyu's head. However, bang! A deafening sound echoed in the ears of the two men, and the sharp spikes of ice shattered instantly. Chapter 347 Reversal. Fei Xue's magic power evolved weapon was completely shattered by the defensive magic power released by Suyu. Heavy magic power, strong physique, and an incomparable feeling of freedom. This was Su Yu's most direct feeling after breaking through and becoming the Witch King. The witch power flowing in his body was like thousands of oceans converging, lingering steadily in every part of his body, solid and heavy, not afraid of any consumption. Compared with the Great Witch, it was simply countless levels higher. His limbs and torso were as hard as iron, and with the slightest movement, he could feel a surge of power pouring out, which could easily stir up the wind and clouds. The most comfortable thing is the feeling of freedom from all constraints. No longer restricted by heaven and earth, no longer affected by the atmosphere, no longer disturbed by the rules of the universe. I am me. I do not belong to all things, but I can control everything. This feeling is quite strange, but also extremely beneficial. It seemed that because of the breakthrough against the Witch King, the world in Su Yu's eyes began to change. The world that once seemed ordinary was now shrouded in a layer of mystery. Why is there an invisible iris force covering this world? Why is it that only after becoming the Witch King can one feel an inexplicable gravity forcibly suppressing everything in the world? Why is the body of the witch in front of him being devoured by his own witch power? No one came to answer Su Yu's question. All that came towards her was Fei Xue's beautiful but crazy smile. This woman's ability was water or ice, and her combat experience was much stronger than that of an ordinary witch. Her body was filled with cold witch power, and even if you got too close, you could still feel the bone-chilling cold surrounding her. Break the vertebra! The woman was repelled once again, and the ice in her hand suddenly expanded and turned into a huge hammer, smashing down towards Su Yu. This force was several times stronger than the previous attack. Su Yu raised his Qilin arm, and the huge fist of the witch power phantom was clenched in the air. Bang! The ice hammer and the fist collided instantly, crushing the phantom almost unhindered and hitting Su Yu's fist heavily. So cool. What is more uncomfortable than the falling gravity of the ice hammer is the chill. Su Yu frowned immediately. My fists felt like they were pressed against an iceberg dozens of degrees below zero, freezing my skin and making it crack and my scalp numb. The cold current rushed into Su Yu's body from the ice hammer and began to bite and destroy like a hungry wolf. Su Yu was very surprised. Based on her intuition, the ice hammer just now should not be able to do this. After wrestling with the phantom, the ice hammer itself has shown signs of fragmentation, and the spiderweb cracks can be clearly seen inside. But why? Laugh! The next second, Su Yu saw the crazy witch named Fei Xue. Her arms were suddenly torn into multiple wounds, and blood spurted out like crazy. I didn't even touch her? This scene was really strange, and it suddenly made Su Yu think of a possibility. Could it be a damage transfer? In order to allow the ice hammer to come into direct contact with her, this woman was willing to destroy her own body. Regardless of how she did it, this alone is enough to scare a normal person. To achieve the goal, use any means necessary. Even one's own body has been regarded as a disposable tool. My cold energy has entered your body. The woman smiled strangely. Soon, very soon, your magic power, your body, everything will be frozen. She looked at her arms covered with wounds, not caring at all. The wounds were gradually eroded by the cold air, and the splattered blood was frozen into slag. Click, click. A subtle sound was heard. Icy white frost continued to appear on Su Yu's arms and cheeks. He seemed to be covered in a layer of fine snow mist, and a cold current was constantly raging on his body. Do you feel that your witch power has been blocked and your body can't move? No one can stop my coldness. Not even the Witch King. After licking the blood on her arm that had frozen into residue, Fei Xue showed a satisfied smile. The coldness in her body was one of her greatest weapons. After breaking through the Witch King, this innate coldness also mutated and evolved to the point where it could ignore any defensive witch power and could penetrate anywhere. It has the same abilities as Song Heihu's golden fighting skills, but is more destructive, controlling, and corrosive. 2 Witch Kings have died at Fei Xue's hands because they were swallowed by the cold. But those people could at least hold on for a long time before Bing Jie's condition appeared. On the contrary, Su Yu was so quick, as if she didn't resist at all. You're the third one. The woman with a sickly smile just moved slightly and was already in front of Su Yu. She got so close to Su Yu's face, looking at him carefully, as if she wanted to see every pore on a man's face clearly. The layer of frost covering her face had begun to turn icy, which made Fei Xue a little annoyed, and she pouted. Boring. You're far worse than the previous two. Where's your magic power? Where's your fighting skills? Let me dig open your head and take a look." Unable to bring fun, Fei Xue raised her palm angrily, and the eye spikes evolved and chopped straight towards Suyu's forehead. However, the raised hand could not fall down. Click, click, click. The sound of the ice breaking was so faint that Fei Xue could hardly hear it, but she could hear it clearly. The man, whose hands and feet were previously bound by the cold, suddenly broke free and disappeared along with the frost and mist. Suyu suddenly reached out and grabbed Fei Xue's arm, smiling. "I caught you again." Fei Xue widened her eyes in surprise. Why? Why could he only feel a slight chill in his body? Why did his magic power, which had such a strange color, penetrate into his body? The contact of the two people's arms made Fei Xue realize instantly that all the phenomena that had just appeared in this man's body were fake. He was not deeply affected by the cold at all. He had been fooling himself from the beginning to the end. Her wrist was restrained, which reminded Fei Xue of the previous scene. If I were to be hit by a close-range attack using that level of combat skills, I would probably have to lie in bed for a few days. If these were not scary enough, Fei Xue's morbid smile froze for the first time, and fear appeared on her face. She seemed to understand why the man could ignore her coldness. The strange powers that rushed into her body were absorbing and integrating her magic power. Although the progress is slow, it cannot be ignored. Moreover, the fused magic power absorbed the aggressiveness of her coldness, and a part of it would remain in her body. This strange power made her instinctively reject it, and she didn't want to be involved with it at all. Chapter 348 Backwater. No, impossible. Get out of here now. The woman screamed wildly and tried hard to break free. But Suyu's palm did not move at all, sticking their arms together like cast steel. Suyu discovered the ability to absorb other types of magic power after the battle with Song Heihu. At that time, with the addition of Xiao Ai, the magic power of the three people merged with each other and eventually mutated. The most powerful feature of the mutated black and white magic power is fusion. After Fei Xue's cold air invaded his body, Suyu's dormant magic power began to backfire, absorb, and fuse. It has to be said that the quality of the Witch King's magic power is extremely high, and the growth of power can be clearly felt. Having tasted the sweetness, Suyu also set a trap for this crazy woman. The direct contact between the two people's bodies made the cold air attack from Fei Xue even more fierce. The sharp and piercing coldness was like falling to the bottom of a 1,000-year-old iceberg, which was almost paralyzed and made people lose consciousness. If it weren't for Su Yu's strong magic power, they might not have been able to hold on for even 2 breaths. But fortunately, the benefits of the exchange are worth it. No, no, no. Fei Xue finally became afraid. She didn't want to lose any power, nor did she want the man's magic power to remain in her body. She didn't want to go back to her previous dark, damp, and life worse than death. She thought about driving Su Yu's magic power out of her body, and she also thought about using stronger cold air to completely freeze this hateful liar. However, even though the man's lips were trembling from the cold, he didn't show any intention of letting go. He was having a great time sucking it. Fei Xue gritted her teeth and said, "If anyone is going to suck, it should be me who sucks you." The woman raised her other hand, and ice spikes condensed, and she began to slash at Su Yu's body and head like a madman. However, Su Yu's other fist could always shatter her ice spikes, and even if she stabbed Su Yu's body, it would be blocked by the defensive magic power. As a wizard king, it is not so easy to cause physical damage to the enemy. His own cold magic power seemed to be making a deal with the other party, fusing the black and white powers and becoming more pure and powerful. Lose some but keep some. Fei Xue had no idea whether the remaining strange magic power would be of any benefit to her. She just instinctively rejected it and hated the presence of a man's thing in her body. Finally, the woman gritted her teeth, swung the ice spike, and slashed directly at her clamped arm. She knew it was impossible to cut off Su Yu's hand, so she could only cut off her own. So cruel. This trick of self-harming to escape really stunned Su Yu for a moment. However, before the ice spike fell, it was instantly swallowed by a roaring fire dragon. The flames brushed against Su Yu and Fei Xue's faces, melting away all the coldness around them. Fentian, Huang Yan's voice came to Su Yu's ears. The woman finally took action at this critical moment. There were violent fire elements surging under her feet, in front, behind her, and above her head. Su Yu felt as if she was being locked in from all directions, as if she was in a furnace, and her skin was burning with a burning pain. First, he was corroded by the cold air of the flying snow, and then he was burned by the flames of the brilliant flames. In a short period of time, he experienced both ice and fire. Suyu couldn't help but be shocked. These two sisters are awesome. The service is really great and seamless. A bad premonition immediately arose in Suyu's heart. Without time to tease, Suyu immediately let go of Fei Xue's arm and retreated quickly. He thought about getting close to Fei Xue to make Huang Yin afraid to act rashly. But this idea only flashed through her mind for a moment before she gave it up. The two women had worked together for many years and knew each other's strengths well. Moreover, the witch power elements restrained each other, and the damage they could cause to her might not even be half as good as Fei Xue's. Therefore, Huang Yin was not afraid of Fei Xue getting hurt at all, and he might even have had such a plan from the beginning, thinking of using Fei Xue as a hostage so that he could get hurt. Huang Yin stopped Fei Xue from hurting herself, but did not take into account that she was also within Fenshin's attack range. Through this, Suyu quickly understood the woman's intention. Let Fei Xue go, and both of them will be fine. If you don't let Fei Xue go, then we'll be devoured by the flames together. Suyu didn't want to gamble, and there was no need to gamble, so she chose the safest decision. Fei Xue, who regained his freedom, retreated several meters, staring at Suyu. It didn't look like he was afraid of the fire, but rather was wary of Suyu. At the same time, she tried her best to release her coldness, trying to squeeze out the power that did not belong to her from her body. But no matter how hard she tried, the magic power remained motionless and even clung to her coldness like a dogskin plaster, coming and going, completely cutting off her thoughts. Dubra! The woman was furious but helpless. She could only stand there, stomping her feet madly, turning around and screaming. It seemed that he finally chose to give up and gradually recovered his emotions. Then he gave Huang Yin a strange laugh. Huang Yin, were you planning to burn me too? Lady Huang Ji will be angry. Huang Yin sneered and said unhappily, if you don't do this, can you escape? This little fire can't burn you to death. But you, what were you crazy about just now? Don't you even want your own hands? Hihi. That was my own embarrassing thing, and of course I couldn't let Huang Yin know about it. Along with Fei Xue's sinister laughter, a giant flaming dragon instantly ignited in the space that had just been burned, interrupting the conversation between the two. The raging flames flew wildly, as if to dry up the world. One end rushed straight into the sky, and the other end pounced on the earth, forming a huge and fierce fire tornado. Not only Suyu, who was closest to them, but even the hundreds of thousands of clan soldiers on the ground were sweating all over. Their skin and flesh were burning, and those who were directly touched by the flames were instantly burned and turned into ashes. If it were just a human, it would be fine, but the mortal body cannot withstand the flames. This flame actually burned the elements in the air, burning out the natural elements around the fire dragon almost in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, I didn't gamble. This was the first time Suyu had seen a flame with such terrifying power. The warning I had just had in my mind turned out to be correct. At the same time, he felt that Fei Xue could indeed be considered a cockroach-level figure, since he could survive such a fierce flame. Roar! The ancient behemoth carrying the Sky City on its back let out low roars from time to time, and it seemed that it also hated this blazing fire dragon. Although Fenshin's power is strong and covers a wide range, its release efficiency is too slow, and it is obviously not suitable for single combat. Huang Yin had never expected to hurt Suyu. He did this just to free himself from Fei Xue's grip. She looked coldly at this extremely unexpected man, finally put aside her arrogance, and shouted at Fei Xue. Let's go together and take him down as soon as possible. I believe this will be the best gift for Lady Huang Ji. Chapter 349, Purgatory Xingtai. This man was born on this continent, and he actually possessed a strange ability that allowed him to instantly break through to the level of Wizard King. Moreover, the witch under his command seemed to be related to that woman. As long as it is something related to that woman, Lady Huang Ji will definitely be very interested. He, you don't have to tell me. Fei Xue licked her lips, her eyes flickering for a while, and she still reminded him. However, it's best not to get too close to him. Too dangerous? Huang Yin didn't understand, but he felt that Fei Xue's suggestion was not wrong. If Suyu were to suffer another blow from the same attack she just made, she would be completely finished. Quick battle and a quick decision. Don't hold back. We must get rid of him before Lady Huang Ji arrives. Huang Yan's eyes suddenly became stern, and his expression was cold. Okay. Fei Shui nodded, and the cold current in her body overflowed from the pores all over her body. The huge elemental power erupted instantly, breaking through the atmosphere and rising into the sky. Her eyes and skin also turned pale, and her body surface made a strange crackling sound. The water droplets from the cold air turned into ice cubes, like crystal ice flowers falling on the ground. The ice flowers are reflected by the sunlight, twinkling and shining like stars, which is extremely beautiful. The soldiers on the ground were attracted by this brilliant scene, and some of them even looked dazed. What is that? It's beautiful, like the points of light in the sky at night. Is it a miracle? They subconsciously reached out to take it, and their fingertips touched. Click, click, click. Even if just the fingernails touched the cold air of the ice flowers, the whole person would be frozen instantly. Then, the sound of crack, crack, crack of things breaking was endless. No body was found. Run. Don't touch that. It's the power of that witch. It's a cursed power. The onlookers saw the broken ice and countless body parts, and a horrible and bizarre scene frightened them so much that their hair stood on end. They stumbled and ran away, dodged and shouted loudly. However, all the tribesmen whose eyes were illuminated by the reflection of the ice flowers were confused and did not know what to do. Run? Why run? Obviously, so beautiful. The thousands of cavalrymen, standing in uniform and motionless, followed Dao San's footsteps and hid far away. Dao San, who had been so domineering and heroic before, was now grinning, his mouth twitching as he looked up into the air with his eyes wide open, obviously unable to believe it. He actually forced Fei Shui and Huang Yan to this point. Is that man really that strong? Of course, these things have nothing to do with him. As the vanguard, they have their own tasks. Dao San turned around and looked at Huang Mo, who was also stunned. He glanced at the muskets, stone cannons, and other equipment and couldn't help but sneered. You are the leader of the human race? How come you are related to the elves? Hand over that elf, and perhaps Lady Huang Ji will consider sparing your life. Fei Shui's aura had completely changed at this time. She was a true iceberg goddess. With every step she took, the temperature in the air would drop. Even the previous sky-burning flames seemed to weaken and gradually dissipated. Su Yu's whole body was stimulated by the cold current. Just when she was about to avoid this range, she felt that something seemed to be wrong with the surrounding space. In a large area here, the flow of magic power is becoming slow, and a terrifying and hot energy is gathering above the head. Not Finchin, but it is something more terrifying than burning sky. Huang Yan's flaming eyes suddenly looked up at the sky. The corners of his mouth curled up in a cold smile. You can't escape. A strange magic pattern emerged in her eyes, and a flaming pupil pattern formed by a flame suddenly appeared on her forehead. His pupils suddenly opened, and a flaming sword slowly emerged from inside. Without hesitation, the woman clenched her hands and thrust directly into herself. Purgatory Xingtai. Following Huang Yan's light shout, her whole body floated up, as if she had accepted a call and dedicated herself to the world. In an instant, above the sky, click, a red crack appeared, and the sky was like broken glass, with a long and narrow crack. In the crack was endless darkness, and it seemed that there were countless pairs of red eyes blinking in the darkness, staring out. Click. The sounds of collapse and shattering came one after another, crisp and harsh. Click. The cracks continued to lengthen and expand, stretching for miles. At this moment, not to mention the confused tribesmen and great witches, even Su Yu was deeply attracted. This should be the first time in his life that he had seen such a spectacular sight. The accompanying great terror had inexplicably formed some kind of restraint, pressing everyone in place. Almost everyone was watching, staring at the sky that was almost collapsing. Next second, bang, the sky is broken. It's better to say that it was torn apart alive. A pair of white and soft hands burning with flames just casually pulled away, as if lifting a curtain, and tore a huge crack in the sky. These hands were huge and terrifying, like pillars supporting the sky, dozens or hundreds of times larger than Heishan's body. The skin was white and smooth and incredibly beautiful. The raging flames covering them devoured everything around them, but could not hurt her body at all. The crack in the sky was torn to its limit, and then a soft and delicate female face appeared from it. She only showed her upper body, which was already about the same size as the fictional giants and ancient gods in Suyu's memory. In their eyes, humans are no different from ants. There was no expression on her face. Her eyes were replaced by deep red flames, and her eyebrows were made of flame threads, sacred and inviolable. At this moment, even if someone said that she was a god, Suyu would not refute it. She has no emotions, but can give people a gentle and pure feeling. She burns with flames that can burn the world, but can also make people feel warm like spring. Her every move could shake the world, but she didn't give people the slightest sense of danger or fear. Wrong. Black and white magic power flowed in Suyu's eyes. The roar of ancient beasts echoed in his ears, and he suddenly woke up. This woman who tore open the sky. Her very existence is a terror. Cold sweat oozed from Suyu's forehead. She was almost deceived and gave up struggling. Beep, 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 beep. The woman in the sky was lying outside the crack in the sky, making a strange sound, as if she sensed that someone had desecrated her sanctity, and she lowered her head to look. The crowd locked on Suyu's location, and she pointed lightly. Above the broken sky, more than a dozen flaming chains pierced through the sky and attacked Suyu directly. Not only that, in the empty sky beneath their feet, hundreds of fiery red light beams lit up, and raging fire dragons roared, exploding one after another like a volcanic eruption. Xiao Ai, what on earth is that? Chapter 350. The inferior overcomes the strong. Suyu shattered the flame chains, but those things quickly recovered and locked onto his presence as if they had eyes. This vast sky seemed to have become the Xingtai, where the woman judged sin and the world she dominated. Answer: God-given combat skill, Purgatory Xingtai. The main body search shows that it is the queen of fire spirits, a summoned creature. Huang Defa. If Suyu had known that Huang Yin had such a trick, she would have said anything to silence her and interrupt her spell. This space has been shrouded in flames and cold air, is freezing cold, like hell. The pillars of fire shot up into the sky, as if playing a piece of music, and started a new round of attacks. However, the woman did not chase Suyu closely, but was suddenly attracted by something else when she was scanning the lower world. She looked at the sky city floating in the air and suddenly reached out her hand. Compared to her palm, the ancient beast in the sky city was no more than a small turtle. Oops. Suyu was stunned for a moment. Then he jumped up immediately, using the power of the Witch King to the extreme for the first time. At this moment, he could consume magic power infinitely, but the magic power loss from this attack was so great that even the ancient beast let out a low roar. Hide, evacuate. While issuing instructions, Suyu waved his Qilin arm to meet the huge palm. Since she is a summoned creature, she must not have all the strength of the original body, and her form is also an illusion that has evolved, so you can give it a try. Only, Suyu obviously forgot that he had more than one enemy. The cold white woman also appeared in the corner of the field of vision. At this moment, Feishua's magic power had been condensed. She raised her white arm and drew a line in the air. The world is torn apart. An ice spike formed by cold air quickly appeared above Feishua's head. The ice spike was like a vine containing infinite vitality, constantly growing towards the sky, and eventually turned into a huge ice sword that was powerful enough to cut through the sky. With a giant palm in front and an ice sword behind, Suyu had no way to avoid it. His instinct told him that he might be able to withstand attacks from two abilities at the same time, but the consequences of doing so would not be good. If he avoided it, the Sky City would be the one to bear everything for him, and this was the outcome he least wanted to see. Compared with the Great Wizard, the Wizard King has surpassed more than just a realm. Every gesture and movement is full of endless power. Suyu, leave the back to me. Boy, you must repay this favor in the future. Suyu, you still have us. A familiar voice sounded behind me. The huge figure of Heishan appeared in the sky. Above its head, Sheifai, Yaxiang, Zhang Zhan, Han Lai, Shu Lao, and others were all there. And its huge body was actually pulled up by Xia Meizi's black claws. If everyone was captured at once, they would inevitably be distracted by the control of witchcraft power. So Shimiko chose the most direct and convenient method. In the Sky City, Kokoro's childish voice was extremely loud, and the tribesmen did not retreat at all. Brother Suyu, come on. Brother Suyu, don't worry about us. Chief Su, Chief Su, Chief Su. At this moment, Suyu no longer hesitated. He swung his fist and smashed towards the palm that covered the sky and the earth. Faced with the hundreds of feet high cold ice sword, Heishan and others made a very decisive decision. This sword, a single person would definitely not be able to resist. The cold wind blowing in the face alone was enough to freeze a person's nerves. The sword's edge was not sharp, but it gave people a terrible feeling of death if touched. Use all your strength. We can't let her cut it down. Try your best. Han Lai's loud shout rang in everyone's ears, and everyone was betting all their magic power. The surging flames, the phantom appearance of a giant elephant, and endless magical elements rushed forward and gathered into a strong magical defense aura. Then the ice sword fell. Clang! It sounded like the sound of iron clashing. The ice sword sank deeply into it, and the airflow of the witch power defense was completely cut off, and huge waves were raised to both sides in an instant. Squeak! Hiss! The first to be hit were Jiang Zhan, Han Lai, and Shu Lao, who were in the front. Their limbs and arms were all torn with countless wounds, and blood splattered everywhere. Black Mountain let out a painful wail, and dozens of clearly visible blood waves splashed from its huge body from top to bottom, turning into a scarlet blood curtain. Sapphire and Yaxiang were blown away, their blood boiling in their hearts. As they fell, Samiko caught them back in time. As for Xiao Ai, who was bearing the greatest force, her face turned pale in an instant, and she spurted out large mouthfuls of blood. This sword is stronger, more powerful, and more terrifying than anyone imagined. The knowledge of the Witch King is deeply engraved in their hearts. However, everyone's persistence and hard work were not in vain. The seemingly indestructible ice sword's powerful momentum was stopped abruptly. Fei Xue frowned, not understanding the stupid behavior of the people in front of her. At the same time, we have to admire their attitude of facing death with indifference. But will it be useful to forcibly block the Witch King's attack? If I can deliver one strike, I can deliver a second strike. Then it will all be over. She raised her palms high, her eyes becoming fiery. The world is torn apart. The other side, super serious punch. Su Yu's magical shadow was the first to touch the flaming palm, and it almost naturally shattered instantly and disappeared into smoke. Then the fists met. The raging flames burned along Su Yu's fist and spread all over his body. Completely different from Huang Yan's own flame power, the flame of this elf queen is like a sharp steel needle, piercing into the body little by little, causing unbearable pain. In comparison, the heavy pressure from the giant palm was even more shocking. The pressure of Mount Tai falling on one's head was just like this, but the gravity that Su Yu was bearing at this moment was almost 10 or 100 times greater. Boom! The powerful penetrating force of the super serious punch collided with the huge palm, producing an instantaneous recoil, and a dull sound spread throughout the wilderness. At this moment, even the hundreds of thousands of United Tribes troops who were still enemies on the ground could not help but pay attention to him, secretly hoping that the tiny man could defeat the powerful and smash the devil's giant palm. Of course, Huang Yamo was an exception. He just hoped that Su Yu would be smashed into pieces, and he wished that the terrifying palm was transformed by himself. Although she had no ability to speak, the Fire Elf Queen was still slightly stunned. My hand that was about to slap down was actually held back by a force. It's that human man. But why does he possess such great power? And why does he possess such courage? How dare tiny human beings disobey God? The Queen's gentle face finally showed a hint of displeasure. Anger burst out from his eyes as bright as the sun, making a piercing sound. However, the palm only fell slightly half an inch, and it was difficult to fall anymore. At the same time, a dangerous signal jumped out in the woman's heart. What? The Elf Queen was stunned for a moment. She didn't understand why such a signal appeared. She was just slapping a tiny insect. But the elf's perception can't be wrong. Chapter 351, Phoenix Princess. The flames on the woman's body paused for a brief moment, and just as she was stunned, a devastating force suddenly exploded in her palm. Beep, 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 beep. She let out a sharp hiss, and before she could retract her hand, her palm shattered into pieces right before her eyes, transforming into the most primitive fire element. In the air where flames were flying, the woman finally saw the man's face clearly. Delicate, handsome, and immature, he seems out of place among the human race of this era. There was blood at the corner of his mouth, but he had a smile on his face. The pale lips opened and closed, as if he was saying something to himself. Triple reckoning, enjoy it. It turned out that in the blink of an eye, just now, Suyu used all the remaining favorability points to upgrade the magical skill of liquidation. Now, it has reached the second level of liquidation, and the power of the backlash has been directly increased to 3 times. So what if the favorability value is reset to 0? The favor bestowed by the witch is naturally to be used to protect them. Beep, 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 beep. Perhaps the real Fire Elf Queen is truly a godlike existence, but the one before her eyes is just an incarnation, a summoned creature. She can't stop the horrific backlash at all. With an unwilling roar, her body collapses faster and faster, and even the sky that she tore apart is slowly merging together. Humans, when it was shattered into pieces, leaving only a broken face, this summoned creature that could only scream actually shouted out 2 words in an eerie voice. Then the mouth, nose, and finally the eyes turned into nothingness. One of my wills was actually wiped out by humans. Human, I will remember you. As Suyu's eyes finally disappeared, she seemed to see an unusual flash of light. Vomit. The disintegration of the Fire Elf Queen caused Huang Yan's condition to return to normal. But the backlash caused by this made the woman unable to suppress her vomiting of blood any longer, and she turned into a ball of fire and fell to the ground. At the same time, Fei Xue's second sword has been solidified. Huang Yan was defeated. Even the Fire Elf Queen was shattered in an instant by that strange fighting skill. Fei Xue was inexplicably excited, and she herself couldn't tell whether she was excited or scared. In the past decade or so, Suyu should be the strongest warrior she has ever seen. Hihihihi. The woman's sickly white cheeks were tinged with a hint of red. It's only meaningful to kill such a person. She was not afraid of Huang Yan's failure, but instead tried her best to chop down her second sword. Fei Xue knew that the group of people were already at the end of their strength and could not be stopped at all. So, that man is the only hope. But why didn't the magic power in his body seem to be weakened at all? Logically speaking, this is simply impossible. After being consumed by the Huang Yin and himself in succession, even the most powerful Witch King will eventually run out of strength. But this man was completely the opposite. Not only did he show no signs of his magic power declining, but he became more courageous as the battle went on, and his magic power became unprecedentedly strong. He is so weird. It was so strange that Fei Xue didn't want to kill him so quickly. She just wanted to find out all the secrets about him. Natsumi, take them back. Suyu looked at the sword that was powerful enough to split the heaven and earth and shouted coldly, "Big fish, let me lend you my magic power for one last time," he said to the ancient beast in his heart. For hundreds of years, the ancient giant beast had never had a name. When Suyu suddenly gave it a name, it was unable to react for a moment. But the connection between the two has already proved everything. Roar! The cheerful voice of the ancient beast instantly resounded through the sky. This sudden movement made the tribesmen a little confused. Super serious punch. With a punch, the magic power surged like a wave, flowing endlessly. Clang! The huge ice sword made a crackling sound before it was completely cut down, and cracks appeared on the sword. Bang! Suyu didn't waste any words, and once again gathered all his strength and punched again. The collapse spread instantly like a landslide and mudslide that could not be stopped. Even though his ice sword was smashed into pieces, Fei Xue was not disappointed. His fanatical and crazy eyes were fixed on Suyu. His pretty face was slightly distorted, and his little mouth was grinning. Too awesome, too awesome. Why is it so awesome? She looked up at Suyu in the sky with extreme excitement and suddenly asked, "Can I take a look at your brain? Just for a second." Wang Defa. This woman must be really crazy. However, before Suyu could respond, a fierce murderous intent suddenly rushed up from the soles of his feet and rushed straight to the top of his head. The system prompts also respond immediately. Warning, extremely high danger is approaching. Host, please evade in time. Warning, extremely high danger is approaching. Host, please evade in time. Warning, the system is already stored in the cloud. Don't panic at all. Hey. I am so stupid. The collapse, withdrawal, and selling are all in one set. Are you so good at playing? Before Suyu could complain, in the corner of her vision, there seemed to be a fire approaching rapidly from a few miles away. The phoenix, burning with raging flames, let out a roar that shook the heavens and earth and flashed before our eyes like a stream of light. On top of the phoenix stood a woman wrapped in leather. But her existence itself is enough to make people feel terrified. The woman noticed the light of Huang Yan's fall. She just moved slightly and appeared beside Huang Yan. She dispersed the momentum of her fall and gently grabbed her and lifted her up. Huang Yan, who hurt you? When Huang Ji saw the Fire Elf Queen appear from a distance, she knew that something was wrong. However, even using Purgatory Xingtai could still cause such serious injuries, which forced her to be more cautious. Huang Ji looked at the entire battlefield and then locked onto the huge city in the sky and the man who was still confronting Fei Xue. It's that man. Huang Yan's face turned pale and he nodded. A strange wild beast, a strange man, the realm of the Wizard King, and strong wizard power. It's indeed strange that it would appear on this continent. But there is nothing to be afraid of. Withdraw. The first time Su Yu saw Huang Ji, she knew something was wrong. The power of thunder and fire swirled outside her body. The powerful magic power was even more terrifying than the phantom of the Elf Queen just now. Su Yu no longer hesitated and turned back. The city in the sky also entered a process of concealment. Everything seemed to be coated with transparent camouflage and gradually became transparent. Want to run? Huang Ji's eyes turned cold. You're kidding. I can still let you run away. The woman just stomped the ground slightly and flew into the sky. But the one who is faster than her is Fei Xue. This crazy woman no longer had the disgust and vigilance she had towards Su Yu before. She followed closely, her palms transformed into huge ice claws, and slapped him down. Chapter 352 Hostages. Play with me again. Lady Huang Ji is here. You can't run away. Fei Xue's crazy laughter sounded behind him. Su Yu did not resist this attack at all, because there is no extra time to play with this crazy woman. Lightning and thunder struck from afar, and Su Yu was hit hard on the back and was slammed directly onto the continent of the Sky City by the ice claws. At this time, the city in the sky was almost completely hidden, and its entire shape was between reality and illusion. Huang Ji saw that the situation was not good and waved her hand. Thunder punishment. In an instant, the sky darkened, dozens of thick lightning bolts swirled, and crackling sounds were heard in the thunderclouds. This horrific scene was like the end of the world. With such a vast area, the Sky City cannot avoid it completely even if it hides its form. Just by seeing those giant lightning dragons that were almost as big as Black Mountain, Su Yu had reason to believe in its power. Su Yu stared at the terrifying woman. Countless thoughts flashed through her mind, and finally she gritted her teeth and looked at Fei Xue, who was closest to her. Look at her try. Don't you want to play? I'll play with you. Come here. Su Yu looked at Fei Xue with a sneer and shouted loudly. Big fish, space teleport. The next second, a white light suddenly appeared under the feet of this crazy woman who was still jumping left and right. While she was still wondering, the man's face that made her uncomfortable was already close at hand. Huh? Who am I? Where am I? What am I going to do? Fei Xue asked. How did I get here? Although she didn't know how she got here, she really wanted to know how to leave. Even though the woman was very interested in Su Yu, it didn't mean she liked the two of them being so close. The uncomfortable scene of having her magic power sucked away was still vivid in her mind. Her heart tightened, and she immediately planned to escape. However, Su Yu in front of her suddenly sneered, raised his fist high, and hit the woman's forehead heavily. If you don't have women in your mind, you will become a god when boxing. Boom! Does it sound good? Good-sounding melon is good. The punch was like a muffled thunder, and the force penetrated from the top of the head to the woman's bare feet. Fei Xue only felt that the sky was spinning and stars were shining all over the sky. This man's fist must be made of iron. Why does it hurt so much when it hits the head? She wanted to rub the stinging forehead, but found that her arms had been grabbed tightly and twisted behind her back. The man's palm was as hard as an iron pair of pliers and could not be broken apart at all. Same method, same taste. The only difference is that the man did not let his strange magic power in at this moment. Su Yu looked at Huang Ji, who was coming from a distance with a smile on her face. If you dare to flirt, I guarantee she will be the first one to get familiar with you. Everything is implied. Although Su Yu did not speak, the meaning is already very clear. The first thing he bet on was that Fei Xue held an important position in Huang Ji's heart. The two priestesses can be said to share a common destiny, and Fei Xue is Huang Ji's subordinate, which is enough. What Su Yu wanted was Huang Ji's hesitation, even if it was only for a moment, to stop moving forward. As it turned out, Su Yu's guess was correct. Huang Ji's eyebrows, which were once flaming with flying flames, suddenly frowned deeply, and she stopped. The intense anger made the bulge in front of her chest even bigger. She clenched and unclenched her fists, unclenched and clenched them again, but in the end she couldn't do it. "Let Fei Xue go. I'll let you go," Huang Ji shouted coldly. "Let it go." Su Yu breathed a sigh of relief, but her tone was firm. "Of course you can let it go, but not now." He was not stupid enough to believe everything the other party said. Moreover, Su Yu had no intention of betting everyone's lives on Fei Xue. Taking advantage of the final stage of the Sky City's hiding, Su Yu suddenly shouted, "Beat!" In an instant, 55 strong white lights lit up in various places in the Sky City and shot towards Huang Ji. Even Huang Ji, who thought herself invincible, couldn't help but shrink her pupils and quickly retreat. These lights are not powerful individually, but their power when combined together cannot be underestimated. Huang Ji also found it difficult to understand why there was a witch king on this continent. Why did this strange wild beast continent exist? Why did such a terrible witch power device exist? Is it because of the existence of that woman that everything has changed? So, that woman really came back to this continent? The end point of the 55 lasers was exactly where Huang Ji had just stood. Within half a second, a huge white light burst out, and the brilliant light illuminated the entire world, causing everyone to subconsciously cover their eyes. The blast waves rolled away until the light faded away and the sky in front was empty. I can't even feel the slightest breath. I was fooled by that man. Huang Ji's face was gloomy. Angry thunder and fire crackled in the air, and she snorted coldly. "I wonder where you can escape to." Huang Yin was seriously injured and Fei Xue was captured. The development of things was completely beyond Huang Ji's expectations. She didn't expect that this continent was more complicated than she had imagined. Or rather, it was simply that man who was more complicated. Huang Ji was not worried about Fei Xue's safety, because as long as she didn't want to die, no one could really kill her. The most important thing right now is to wait for Huang Yin to wake up and find out the reason behind the incident. Although Dao San and others are great wizards, they cannot intervene in the war between wizard kings, so naturally they don't know much. The appearance of Huang Ji finally put a perfect end to this chaotic war. Her existence itself, that terrifyingly powerful magic power, has made everyone feel desperate, and they can't even think of the slightest resistance. The tent that was previously used for the grand joint meeting had now become Huang Ji's interrogation room. She looked coldly at the group of great witches lying prone below and sneered lightly. "Next, what do you answer when I ask you questions? Don't try to hide anything or lie to me, or you will end up in a terrible situation." The woman's cold voice echoed in everyone's ears. Some people were afraid, while others felt disdainful. It is true that Huang Ji is the Witch King and possesses strength that surpasses all of them. But the Witch King is not omniscient and omnipotent. Can you know what they are thinking? They've already lost all their face as great witches, but they are not willing to just sit there and do nothing. Everyone had different thoughts, and then Huang Ji spoke again. "You may have been great witches before, leaders of various tribes or clan leaders, but now in my Fire Phoenix tribe, you are no different from slaves. Of course, I acknowledge your strength as great witches. If you are willing to work for me and be loyal to the Fire Phoenix tribe, I will not only give you the glory of the past, but even let you surpass your current status and become the Witch King respected by everyone." Chapter 353, The Truth About the Witch King 1. Witch King? Really? It seems that all of Huang Ji's words are no match for the two words, Witch King. The reason why this group of great witches formed a great alliance and gathered here is not because of this. But the problem arises again. Should they reveal the full purpose of their great alliance? If they tell the truth, will this woman from the Fire Phoenix clan become furious and kill all the great witches? They want to become the Witch King by absorbing the power of the witch. As a priestess, can Huang Ji still treat them well and equally after knowing the reason? After all, no one knew this scary woman, and no one knew anything about her words, deeds, and preferences. If someone accidentally touched her reverse scale, they would be killed without a burial place, so no one wanted to be the first to stand out at this time. The examples of the three great wizards Zhang Yi, Fang Shun, and Shi Jingtian are there. When these wizard kings kill people, they don't care whether you're a great wizard or a clan leader. Only, everyone overlooked one issue. I'm not afraid of godlike opponents, but I'm afraid of pig-like teammates. As long as there are interests, There will be people who are willing to risk their lives for it and act as pioneers of the revolution. There was a rustling sound. Someone was crawling forward. The sound of his knees rubbing against the ground was particularly harsh in the dead silence of the tent. Dao San, Dao Jiao, and others who were standing nearby looked at the scene with contempt and mocking looks on their faces. A sturdy figure finally pushed through the crowd and lay down in front. I, Wu Daniu, Zhang Xiaozhong, changed his name to Wu Daniu from now on, am willing to work for the Fire Phoenix clan and be loyal to Lady Huangji. I have actually surrendered to Elder Fei Xue of the clan before, but she is not here now, so no one has mentioned this matter. Silly Wu Daniu said loudly. The great witches looked at him with disdain, but at the same time, they couldn't help but feel relieved. Now that someone has stepped forward, the atmosphere will not remain deadlocked, and it will indirectly give them time to think. However, Wu Daniu's repeated surrender made everyone get to know him again. Xiao Yunfei, Huang Mo, Old Man's Son, and Chu Hong felt uncomfortable, but they suddenly understood. Over the years, their minds and original intentions have been blinded by the title of Great Witch, and they seem to have gradually forgotten them. The Great Witches are high and mighty and highly respected, but they're also real people who have climbed up step by step from the bottom of the ladder. Since we are human, we have emotions and desires, and we have shortcomings. Not all great wizards can stick to their original intentions and achieve perfection. They themselves are the same. In order to break through the so-called Witch King, they point their spearhead at a group of women abandoned by the gods. It can be said that compared with Wu Daniu, no one is clean. So there is no need to think that you who are lying here are nobler than anyone else, or that Zhang Xiaozhong is lower and more shameless than anyone else. Huang Ji listened to Wu Daniu's words and looked up at Dao San. Dao San immediately bowed and answered uncertainly. That seemed to be the case at the time. Huang Ji waved her hand. Whether you have it or not, since you are willing to submit and choose to be the first to pledge allegiance, I will naturally give you preferential treatment. From now on, you will be considered a member of my Fire Phoenix clan, except for your status as a slave. Only by giving benefits in a friendly manner can I truly let these great witches know that I am not lying. Although it has not reached the point of beating one's chest and stamping one's feet, some people have already begun to feel regretful and annoyed. Huang Ji then signaled to Wu Daniu that he could stand up and talk. The silly man immediately climbed up and spoke respectfully. Hey, thank you, Chief. Dao Jiao, who was standing by, heard this and immediately spoke in a cold voice. Don't be unreasonable. Lady Huangji is the priestess of the Fire Phoenix clan, and the clan leader is Lady Huangji's sister. It's okay. Ignorance is not a crime. Don't do it again in the future. Huangji smiled. Yes. Wu Daniu responded with his head down. Only then did Huangji begin to ask questions. Let me ask you, is the strongest realm on this continent stagnant at the Great Wizard? And why have so many of your tribes united here? Others might think about it, but the answer to the second question is not very pleasant after all. But Wu Daniu was different. He just said everything without thinking. No one knows whether it is out of sheer stupidity or intentional. My Lord Huangji, as far as I know, the strongest person in our tribal alliance is of course the Great Wizard. As for the realm of Wizard King, we only learned about it recently, and no one knows exactly what it is. As for the purpose of gathering here, it is also to seek a chance to break through to Wizard King. Previously, there was a Crescent Moon tribe in the southeast area. There was a great wizard named Song Heihu there. He told this secret when he was dying. So it goes. Wu Daniu narrated everything he knew, including Song Heihu's dying words, the way to become the Witch King by exploiting the power of the witch and the tribe established by the witch and protected by Suyu. Wu Daniu spoke eloquently, but the great witches below were nervous. None of them knew whether Huang Ji would get furious and take her anger out on everyone in the next second. However, apart from frowning, Huang Ji had no other reaction. On the contrary, the eyes of Dao San and Dao Jiao's group became increasingly cold. You deserve to die, Dao Jiao shouted loudly. That great wizard named Song Heihu died too easily. You should be thankful that you haven't followed his path. Dao San shouted coldly. After a long time, Huang Ji asked again, and her voice was a little colder than before. Who told you that only by absorbing the power of the witch can you break through the Witch King? The man named Song Heihu who grew up on this land would never have thought of this. The person who told him this way is the one who deserves to die. Huang Ji glanced at everyone, her voice full of disdain and contempt. You are great wizards, but you were fooled by such a stupid argument. The Wizard King existed 100 years ago, and the Wizard Girl has only been around for more than 20 years. If there is really only one way to break through, there would be no Wizard King. Can't you use your brains? Such words seemed strangely familiar to everyone. Oh, right. The young man named Suyu had said this before, but who listened carefully at that time? If it weren't for the fact that Huang Ji was so powerful that they had no intention of resisting, no one would have thought about it at this moment. They would only be attracted by the existence of the Witch King and would have to experiment with that slight possibility. Huang Ji suddenly sneered. Do you want to know why it is so difficult for a being like the Witch King to be born on this continent? At this moment, everyone held their breath, waiting for the touching answer. Ever since the existence of the Witch King was exposed, this has become a knot in the hearts of all great witches. Everyone wants to find out. Chapter 354, The Truth About the Witch King, too. Huang Ji didn't need to tell them these facts, but the great witch was still of some use to her. At least on this continent, she still needs these people. It's not a bad idea to tell them, and it can also allow this group of people to make choices for their own future. Huang Ji looked at everyone with some pity and spoke. Because this is an abandoned place, the land you live on has been cursed by a group of people who claim to be gods. They have used their powerful strength to restrict all the energy in this world. The witch power you can absorb and the natural elements you can touch are all set by them. Not only you, but even a witch cannot break this rule and break through to the realm of the Witch King. You may have never heard of the race of gods, but you must know the races related to them. Huang Ji's gaze lingered on everyone one by one, and every word was clear. Elves. In an instant, everyone was stunned for a moment. The real reason why they couldn't become stronger turned out to be this. It's not because of the witch, it's not because of talent, and it's not because of lack of effort. Instead, the road ahead has been completely cut off by God. They're like tiny creatures living on a solitary boat. From birth to death, everything has been determined by humans, and they can only wander in this small place. Such a fact undoubtedly caused all the great wizards to become stunned and despair for a moment. Huang Yimou was even more stunned. He seemed to feel that he had touched some truth, and as he recalled the face of a certain man, a fire suddenly ignited in his head. Was Song Heihu also deceived? Who deceived Song Heihu? Did the person who deceived him also deceive himself? What kind of crappy which can help people break through the Witch King? What a bullshit equal trade. So, my own brother died because of this lie. Ah! The flames of anger burned in Huang Mo's eyes. At the same time, Huang Ji's eyes fell on Huang Yimou. Do you know something? The woman asked coldly. Lady Huang Ji, there are muskets and stone cannons in the alliance of this great witch. They should be the knowledge of the elves. I think he may be related to the elves. Dowson also reported at the right time. In this way, Huang Yimou could no longer hide anything. The other great wizards also showed expressions of as expected. It turned out that Huang Mo's knowledge did not come from a legitimate source. Huang Yimou gritted his teeth and raised his head. That's right, those knowledge and technologies were obtained from the elves. The man's name is Moing, and he was the one who deceived Song Heihu and told him that the witch was the key to breaking through the Witch King. He lied to me, lied to all of us, and my brother died in Suyu's hands because of this. It's all his fault. Where is he now? Huang Ji didn't care about Huang Mo's brother's life or death. When she learned that there were indeed elves hiding in the tribe's territory, she immediately asked. Huang Yimou shook his head. I don't know. He disappeared after the previous battle. The elves have the technology to hide their bodies, so he may have escaped. Huang Yimou told everything he knew. After all, this was a chance to ease relations with the Fire Phoenix clan, so he even told Mo Ying's conditions. Huang Ji lowered her brows and thought. He wants to use you to destroy the elves. The elves and aliens gave birth to a new race, the Forest Elves. But those lackeys of the false gods did not want their blood to be tainted, so they tried their best to erase the existence of the Forest Elves. Huang Ji had heard of such things, but at this moment, she was more concerned about another fact. So, there are also elves' lands on this continent. It should be, although he didn't tell me the address, he told me the general direction. It's in the mountains and forests near the water in the northeast region. Wang Montauk replied. Well, now that it's here, let's destroy it too. Huang Ji smiled coldly. She killed those lackeys of the false gods one by one, without any mercy. The woman pondered for a moment before she regained her composure. She looked at the people in front of her who were already shaken by the truth, and continued. You should understand, As long as you still live on this continent, your chances of breaking through the Witch King are almost zero. Of course, you can try to escape and leave this cage, but the surrounding waters and the sea beasts living in them may not let you leave so easily. The great wizards felt nervous, and no one was willing to refute it. Everyone knows how dangerous the waters are, and the woman is definitely not exaggerating. Do you want to rely on perseverance, hard work, talent, to touch a higher level of power? Come on, how can you break through when your way forward is blocked? But everyone believed that the woman in front of them definitely had a way. The water area alone is proof enough. She can come on water, and of course she can leave on water as well. Really? Huang Ji changed the subject and said with a smile, "Of course, as long as your tribal alliance is willing to submit to the Fire Phoenix clan, swear an oath, and work for me loyally, I may be able to take you away from this land and go to a new world where you can truly fly. My ship cannot carry everyone, but I will find a way for those who are determined to follow me." For a moment, the crowd surged. Every great, which had a changeable expression on his face. They were thinking and struggling. After all, giving up their current identity and leaving the hometown where they had lived for decades was not an easy thing to do. But the temptation, power, and longevity from the Witch King successfully overwhelmed everything. Moreover, unlike Song Heihu's last words, that was just a possibility that needed to be tried and experimented with, not to mention that it turned out to be just a lie in the end. What Huang Ji promised now can be said to be tangible results. It is a future that can be seen. As a result, some people no longer want to hesitate and express their opinions immediately. I'm willing to pledge my allegiance. I'm willing to do so, but I can only represent myself because I am not the patriarch. We would like to do that too. At this moment, there is no dignity of the great wizard, no clan leader. Being able to survive is a good thing, and having the opportunity to break through to the Wizard King is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and no one wants to miss it. In the end, even Xiao Yunfei lowered his head heavily and spoke in a low voice. "I, Xiao Yunfei, am willing to surrender." Of course, surrender is easy, but problems will also follow. "Lady Huang Ji, we are willing to surrender, but now we are already bound by the heavenly oath. Not all great wizards are free like Huang Mo and Old Man Sunday. Many of them have already sold half of their lives for combat skills and resources." The woman in front of him was the Witch King, a very important figure in the clan, so it was impossible for her not to guess something like this. However, Huang Ji just smiled slightly. "Although I can't solve the heavenly oath for you. However, I can deal with the person who made you swear the oath." Chapter 355 Purpose. As the leader of the surrender, Wu Daniu has already put himself in the role position. Seeing that all the great witches have surrendered one after another, he is naturally quite proud. "Look, even though you agreed, you still have to start as slaves." "I'm different," he asked immediately. "Master Huang Ji, if you have any instructions, just tell me. I have hundreds of thousands of soldiers here, so it won't be too difficult to do it." "Good man, are these hundreds of thousands of tribal soldiers all your credit?" The great witches looked at him with contempt, but no one dared to reprimand him. Now they were all on the same boat, and their status was much lower than Wu Daniu's. Huang Ji heard this, nodded, and said, "In that case, I should also let you know the purpose of our Fire Phoenix clan's visit this time. First, I need you to help me find a woman, a witch named Patchouli. She might be hiding somewhere on this continent. I'll give you more details about her appearance and body shape later. If you find any trace of her, just notify me directly. Don't think about catching her back. If you're tired of living, you can give it a try. That woman is much scarier than me. Second, search the northeast area and find the location of the elves. I will leave this matter to Dao Jio, and you just need to report to him when the time comes. Third, if anyone knows more about the giant beast flying in the sky, the continent, and the man, please stay and tell me later. I will stay in this continent for 3 months. Whether you can leave here with me in the end depends on how big a surprise you can bring me." After explaining everything, Huang Ji dismissed everyone. After all, the battlefield outside was brutal and they needed to go back to deal with it. As for whether they dared to escape, Huang Ji was not worried at all. Even if someone could resist the Witch King's temptation, women had the power to make his tribe disappear in an instant. There have been many people who dared to betray the Fire Phoenix clan, but only one has survived so far. The great wizards retreated one after another, and only Wu Daniu stayed. After all, he still needed to provide information about Su Yu. Huang Ji sat peacefully on the tiger skin chair with her eyes closed. The Witch King's extraordinary abilities, coupled with the unique connection between the witches, allow her to have a vague sense of the existence of her own kind, which is also one of the most effective means to find patchouli. Dao San, Dao Jiao, and others on both sides also said nothing, waiting for the next instruction from Huang Ji. Afterwards, Wu Daniu began to tell everyone what he knew about the Rose tribe. Not long after, a witch opened the curtain and ran in, saying to Huang Ji, "Lady Huang Ji, Huang Yin has woken up." Woke up. Huang Ji opened her eyes and hesitated for a moment. Dao San, Dao Jiao, go and help that group of people to reorganize the tribe's army. I will go to Huang Yin alone. Yes. How are you? It's okay. The Fire Elf Queen was forcibly sent back because of excessive use of magic power. The backlash on her body was a bit strong. Being able to defeat the Queen of the Flame Fairies, that man's strength seems to be much higher than I thought. In the small makeshift tent, Huang Ji sat cross-legged opposite Huang Yin, her eyes deep. Fei Xue was also taken away by him. The woman continued. What? Huang Yin was stunned, then frowned and said angrily, "She's always so reckless. I warned her that the man was very strange, and she shouldn't let her guard down." Huang Ji waved her hand, interrupting the angry and helpless Huang Yin. "Fei Xue will be fine. We all know her abilities. If she doesn't want to die, no one could do anything to her. It's just that the price is a bit high. Don't forget why we came to this continent. Finding that woman is the purpose of our trip. Understand, Lady Huang Ji." Huang Yin lowered his head. "Okay, there are no outsiders here, so don't be so reserved with me." Huang Ji moved closer. Huang Yin and Fei Xue were both her most capable clansmen, and as both were priestesses, the connection between them was closer than that between ordinary people. They are superiors and subordinates, but they are also like sisters. Afterwards, Huang Ji recounted the story of the tribal alliance gathering here, and Huang Yin gritted his teeth as he listened. The experience of the witches on this continent was much more miserable than theirs. Because of the awakening and the manipulation of those false gods, the witches had no way to become stronger. Needless to say, the fate of a race that could not strengthen itself was unpredictable. Being expelled from the tribe and abandoned by relatives would be bad enough. But now he has to become a tool for the great wizard to break through because of an unproven lie. This truth is an extremely cruel fact in the eyes of any witch. Huang Yin seemed to understand why there were so many witches on that floating continent, and why they were so united and had such great trust in that man. They have been through so much pain, facing the threat of death when they awaken, and they only have each other to rely on. Suddenly one day, someone brings them a stable life, provides them with food, clothing, and a warm home. Anyone would follow that person wholeheartedly. Isn't that how I used to be? That's why I became a member of the Fire Phoenix clan, and the most loyal member of Huang Ji's clan. The one who was wrong was not the group of ignorant witches, but the man who deceived them. Would he be so kind as to help the witch? Would he become an enemy of the entire continent's alliance for the sake of the witch? That man must have a special purpose, perhaps just like that group of people, just to gain more powerful power. The fact that he can use elemental magic power and unique combat skills says it all. He even tricked the priestess into becoming his woman, using this relationship to get closer to the priestess and make them work for him. It was simply shameless. No matter how backward this continent is, all men should know one fact. Reproducing with a witch will only lead to death. He dared to do this, yet he is still alive and well. Isn't his purpose obvious? Fraud. It would be better to say that the witch who was his woman was really stupid. She was just a name without substance. She gave up her dignity and even her life for a man for a false name. Damn it, damn it, damn it. These people deserve to die. That man deserves to die even more. They should all be killed. In the face of greed, nothing becomes important. Even if some of those witches were once their relatives or tribesmen, they could not escape the same fate. It's fine that the man has escaped, but those great witches are still here. Huang Yin looked at Huang Ji with red eyes. She didn't understand. Why should we keep them here? They can attack the witch today because of a lie, and they may betray us tomorrow because of a greater desire. Chapter 356, Misunderstanding. Huang Ji smiled slightly. It's easy to kill them, but these people are still useful now. This is the land where these people were born and raised. They are much more familiar with this place than us, so the possibility of finding Patchoula's trace is greater. Huang Yin, you should understand that there are many things that cannot be solved by killing alone. Everyone has his own value, and this group of people is very valuable. If we exploit and squeeze them until they lose their value, that will be the best time for them to face death. Although the Fire Phoenix clan is powerful now, we still need to inject more strength because we have more than one enemy, and the enemies we need to face in the future will not be ordinary enemies. I said before, I will do better than that woman. I will create a future that belongs exclusively to witches. That woman abandoned us and all the witches. Everything she failed to do will be accomplished by me personally. Huang Ji sneered. I did promise that group of people that I could lead them to a new world, but the Fire Phoenix clan does not need trash, and not everyone can have such an opportunity. The woman patted Huang Yan's shoulder and continued. As for the man you mentioned, his name seems to be Su Yu. He is a very interesting man. He appeared from nowhere and joined the small tribe formed by the witches, and then developed step by step to today. This tribe is different from other alliance tribes. They do not exclude foreign races and even accept the joining of the ghost people and orcs. This man has also received help from the forest elves. He has high-end defensive equipment and technical knowledge to tame wild beasts. I met him once, and he gave me a very strange feeling, not like a native of this continent. Facing Huang Ji's narration and doubts, Huang Yin suppressed his anger and said coldly, "He is a liar who deceived the witch." Huang Yin expressed his previous guess, and Huang Ji frowned with emotion. He can use elemental magic? And there's also a witch who looks like the one Patula mentioned. That's right, so I'm sure that Patula may have really returned here. Huang Yin nodded. Moreover, that man's fighting skills are quite strange and powerful. Those witches trust him very much, and I can't persuade them at all. For the first time, Huang Ji's face turned cold and her fists clenched, because she knew one fact clearly. If one wants to break through to become a wizard king, one must not only temper the body to a certain strength, but also achieve a perfect balance in the wizard power elements in the body. You may not be able to use natural elements, but you must have this kind of power within you. The magical power that humans absorb from the atmosphere in their daily lives actually already contains some of the power of natural elements. However, unlike the continent they were on, this world was restricted and natural elements were scarce, or in other words, cut off at the root. In addition, the witches are naturally friendly to natural elements. Even if they don't deliberately absorb it, their mere existence will automatically absorb the magical power of the natural elements around them. Compared to this, how can an ordinary person compete with the witch? Even if they could barely snatch it away, the lack of any natural element would make it impossible to enter the balance stage. Therefore, breaking through the Witch King became a joke. Some things cannot be obtained through hard work and talent alone. Therefore, relying on absorbing the power of the witch to achieve elemental balance naturally becomes a possible way. However, the witch herself is not strong, so where does she get sufficient elemental power from? So, to be precise, this is not actually a lie. It's just that the probability is too low and there's a lack of sufficient experiments, so no one has ever succeeded. It is not impossible to break through the realm by absorbing the elemental power of the witches, and thus break through the Witch King. Huang Ji couldn't help but think of Su Yu's real purpose in helping that group of witches. After all, everything this man did was too strange. It was inevitable that people would be suspicious that he could gain such powerful strength at the age of 17 or 18. If we don't find him in time, those witches might meet with accidents, and Fei Xue will also be in danger. Huang Yin reminded. Huang Ji was silent for a moment and shook her head. Now that he has broken through the Witch King, the witches are not that valuable to him. Plus, the floating wild beast has the ability to hide, so it's a bit difficult to find them. Fei Xue doesn't need to worry. If she really senses that her life is in danger, she will use the last resort. By then, no one will be able to hurt her. Besides, the fact that Fei Xue is on that continent will also help me find them. The connection between the witches can't be cut off just like that. Huang Yin did not refute this. There's a natural and subtle connection between the witches. As long as they are within a certain range, they can sense each other's presence. But this requires a prerequisite. What if they left this continent? Huang Yin suddenly said. Huang Ji smiled unconsciously. No, that man is very smart. He knows how to advance and retreat, and he won't do anything he is not sure of. He was able to swallow up a large tribe of 60,000 people with a tribe of a few thousand people, which is not something that anyone can do. He has calculated everything very clearly, including strategies, calculations, and his own strength. I am sure that the ancient beast that can float was also obtained by him recently, which is also an important reason why he dared to confront this group of united tribes head-on. It's just that our appearance was beyond his expectations. Huang Ji analyzed it bit by bit, as if she had seen it with her own eyes, and asked Huang Yan, "Why do you think such a smart person didn't choose to retreat immediately after seeing you and Fei Xue, but ran away without hesitation after seeing me?" Considering the situation at that time, Huang Yan suddenly woke up. He doesn't think Fei Xue and I can completely threaten him. Yes, because he has the power of the Witch King. He believes he can deal with you. Huang Ji nodded and said, if he can fight, he will never retreat, and if he can't win, he will let go immediately. He is very decisive and can see the difference in strength very clearly. Honestly, I don't dislike such people because they can usually survive in any situation. But such people also have a biggest flaw. Huang Ji smiled and said, they are content with the status quo. When facing unknown forces, they lack the courage to fight. He is not sure whether he can safely cross the waters, whether he can survive in the world outside the waters, and whether the world outside is more dangerous than here. He is uncertain and cannot accept the risks he bears. This is his biggest limitation and will prevent him from taking that step. Chapter 357. The System of Taking Advantage of the Fire. Since he is already the Witch King, he must have seen the truth of this continent to some extent after fighting with us. He also knows that the world outside the water is several times more dangerous than here. The Great Witch is not the end, and there are many Witch Kings. When he encounters an enemy like me, he can only run away. However, he can't be sure if he can get the same good luck as this time. If he wants to truly leave this continent, he needs to consider a lot and have a lot of concerns. That's one of the reasons why I don't think he'll leave this continent. Of course, if he changes his mind and decides to gamble his life and everyone else's, it depends on whether he can get through the water first. Huang Ji sneered. If he thinks that he can get through the water safely with a levitating beast, then in the end, I can only look for his bones in the stomach of the sea beast. Let me go. No. Then stay away from me. I'm sorry. I'm afraid my people will get hurt. Then please stop sucking me. You're not a cat. Why should I keep sucking you? Suyu grabbed Fei Xue's hands, her brows twisted into a knot. It's not that he didn't want to absorb some high-quality water elemental magic power. The problem was that the woman was too cold, and she was shivering with cold. The old face was all red, completely from the cold. At this moment, the Sky City had flown far away from the battlefield and was quietly hovering above a forest to rest. The tribesmen were all busy with their own work, building when they should, eating when they should. After all, none of them could get involved in the troubles of the tribe leader. Are you kidding me? Are you going to compete with a crazy wizard king? Even the priestesses, such as Kokoro, Aka, and Natsumiko, were forced to stay away due to the strong cold air and stood guard anxiously from a distance. Suyu pressed Fei Xue to the ground and sat on her back, having suppressed this sick woman for half an hour. Dubra. Fei Xue felt unwell when she felt that the strange magic power that Suyu had left behind was starting to play tricks on her body again. This abominable man didn't think of sucking her, but ran out by himself, and there he was posing to seduce Suyu's black and white magic power to come in. I can tolerate it, but I can't tolerate it, my aunt. But no matter how Fei Xue suppressed her magic power, the evil part would always pop up from special places. Fei Xue then realized that the fundamental reason was that the two people were too close. That part of the magic power was attracted. But this man refused to change his mind. Even if she released all her extreme cold magic power, the man would not let go even though he was shivering with cold. It's not just Fei Xue who is feeling uncomfortable. In fact, Suyu couldn't stand suppressing this cold woman for such a long time, but letting her go was even more impossible. Letting a crazy Witch King run around in his own Sky City would only lead to chaos. Brother Suyu, why don't you put her back? We are safe now. On the side, Kokoro felt distressed when she saw Suyu with pale lips. She just took half a step closer and felt the chill that was spreading all over the place, making it impossible for her to move forward. Little sister is right. You're the most gentle witch. Go and persuade your chief. As long as you let me go, I will leave obediently. Fei Xue forced a self-proclaimed kind smile at Kokoro, but she didn't expect that the morbid smile scared the little cutie so much that she shrank back with a cry of ouch. The little cutie ran back behind Yaxiang and didn't dare to come out. Stay. He was hit on the forehead again. Why are you scaring my woman? Suyu cursed. I was clearly smiling. Fei Xue was furious, but her body could only wriggle like a loach, and she couldn't move at all. "Oh, your smile is uglier than a big mouth. I beg you to leave your face at home when you go out in the future." So you suggested. "Who's the big mouth?" The woman focused on the wrong point. "That's it." She followed Su Yu's gaze and saw a silly mountain beast with its teeth bared, mouth wide open, and tongue flailing. "Ah, that's a wild beast. I'm much better looking than it. I'm going to kill you." The furious Feishue could only spit out ice flowers to vent his anger. The ice flowers hit Su Yu's face, icy and cold. Even though they were as sharp as needles, they could not even pierce Su Yu's skin. It is not a solution to keep suppressing it like this, and Su Yu's equal exchange is time-limited. It was naturally impossible to let the person go, and Su Yu also wanted to use this woman to learn more about the outside world. However, at this moment, he was at his wit's end and could not think of any practical way to completely control the Witch King. He himself is just a fake Witch King, and it is unrealistic for him to suppress a real one. Fortunately, he has a system. Xiao Ai. Is there any way to control the Witch King? Answer. Prompt message. Spend 100 favorability points. Do you want to deduct it? Knock, knock, knock. Knock you. Taking advantage of others' misfortunes, this system has become more and more capable of doing business since it was repaired. I have upgraded the settlement and used equivalent exchange before, so now I only have 600 favorability points left on my body. Su Yu is not afraid of wearing shoes even though she is barefoot, so at worst she can just spend it all. The favorability value has been received. Thank you for your patronage. Bye. Tip. There's a magic power sealing potion in the system mall, which can seal the flow of the user's magic power and most of the physical strength for a period of time. It is honest and effective. The host can check it out for himself. WDNMD. In the end, it was still in her own system mall. Su Yu was anxious to forget about it. After all, she hadn't visited the mall for a long time. He immediately opened the mall, flipped through the catalogs one by one, and finally found the magic power sealing potion that Xiao Ai mentioned. The notes for the potion are fairly concise. Applicable to all wizard kings and below, lasting for 6 months, and can be continued after 6 months if needed. If you want to remove the effect, please replace it with a wizard seal removal potion. Note, oral administration only. 500 favorability points per bottle. Damn it, system, you must have calculated my remaining favorability points and set the price on purpose. When it comes to shamelessness, who else can the system do better than me? But there was no other way at the moment, so you could only buy it. But does it have to be taken orally? So you took out the magic power sealing potion from the system backpack, rolled her eyes, and suddenly said to the angry Feishue, "Come on, open your mouth." Huh? Feishue didn't understand and subconsciously opened her mouth and looked back. A small bottle of white liquid was poured into her throat. The cool feeling slid down her throat, and the woman choked and coughed repeatedly, spitting out liquid continuously. Pooh, pooh, pooh. But I'd already drunk it, and it melted as soon as it entered my throat, so there was no way I could spit it out. The woman looked at Su Yu angrily and puzzledly, and immediately asked, "What did you give me to drink?" Chapter 358 Chaotic Snow. Infant and Young Child Oral Liquid. Su Yu casually picked up a name, and then quietly observed Feishue's reaction. As expected, the crazy woman seemed to realize something was wrong, and her eyes widened in disbelief. My magic power? What happened? The chill around her was rapidly dissipating, and the temperature of the air around her returned to normal. Yaxiang and the others did not come closer because of this strange change, but instead became more alert. It really works. Su Yu chuckled, and when the woman realized that her magic power was completely unusable and she began to doubt her life, she immediately let go of her hand. He waved to Yaxiang and others and said, "Don't worry, it's okay. Brother Su Yu." Hearing Su Yu's voice, Kokoro was finally the first to run over and threw herself in her arms. She nervously and carefully touched Su Yu's chest, stood on tiptoe, and touched her still cold face with her hand, feeling very worried. "Brother Su Yu, your face is so cold." Hee, it's okay now." Su Yu kissed the little cutie on the face and picked her up. "What on earth did you do to me?" Feishu on the side finally reacted and got up frantically. She could sense all the magic power in her body, but it seemed to be completely isolated and she could only touch a very weak trace of it. All these strange phenomena were because this man fed her a bottle of strange liquid. She didn't lose her power, but it was no different from losing her power. Without power, I am just an ordinary witch. Without power, who would be afraid of themselves? Without strength, The dark life I once lived began to echo in my mind. She didn't want to live a life worse than that of a wild animal anymore. I don't want to live a life worse than death every day. The woman's body began to tremble, and she screamed wildly, grabbing her hair constantly, and pounced on Suyu with red eyes. What on earth did you give me to drink? Why can't I use my magic power? However, this time her madness was completely stopped by someone. Any one of those priestesses whom she had looked down upon before now had the power to control her. Xiao, who was walking over, subconsciously punched Fei Xue, and the crazy woman flew backwards with a bang and fell to the ground. Her magic power was sealed, and her physical strength was also largely restricted, but her strength was still there, so she was not seriously injured. Xiao looked at her fist in confusion, feeling like she was dreaming. He actually knocked a wizard king flying with one punch. I can brag about this for the rest of my life. So you looked at Fei Xue, who pounced on her again and shouted coldly. If you want to never be able to use your magic power in your life and become a second or third-rate warrior, go ahead and make a fuss. I'm not in a hurry. Fei Xue stopped halfway, like an angry buffalo, unable to charge or retreat. He turned around in circles angrily and ran around Suyu twice angrily before he finally calmed down. What do you want to do? This man had no intention of killing himself, but chose to control himself in a weird way. He definitely had other purposes. However, Suyu did not respond in time, but looked at the woman with disgust. You're too dirty. You should take a shower first. We'll talk about the details in the evening. In fact, Suyu's equivalent exchange time was about to end. At that moment, all his strength would be drawn back from him, and it would also be the most exhausting time. In addition, he had restrained Fei Xue for too long, so he just wanted to take a rest. However, Fei Xue didn't seem to want to wait and spoke anxiously. Tell me now, as long as it's not about betraying the Fire Phoenix clan, I will consider it. Suyu responded without even turning her head. I said night is night. If you don't want to wait, I can let you go now. Leave? It's impossible. Okay, when you are under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Finally, Fei Xue gritted her teeth and nodded. Aksu, take her to wash and change clothes. She can be considered a guest now. Suyu then called out to Aksu beside her. The thin Aksu jumped over, approached Suyu, blinked her eyes, and asked in a low voice. Brother Suyu, what if she goes crazy? Can I beat her up? Suyu's eyes widened in surprise. Okay, little girl. This guy's really brave. Okay, if she really makes trouble, just beat her up. Suyu touched Aksu's head and said with a smile. Hey, could you please not say this in front of me? Fei Xue's chest kept rising and falling with anger. In her eyes, what was the difference between this group of people and her own people? Because she was a witch and because she was weak, there was no limit to the bullying. She has long been accustomed to this kind of life. However, as he became stronger, those memories were deliberately hidden and buried deep in his mind. The group of witches in front of him had been bewitched and deceived by this man, and were not his companions at all. She has no feelings towards them and will not ask for help, just like before. I will come to see you in the evening. I hope you are not lying, otherwise, I will let you know the price of deceiving the Witch King. The woman emphasized her tone and then left with Aksu. I'll have someone come and call you then, so you'd better not run around. Suyu smiled slightly. A light flashed in her eyes, guessing that Fei Xue must have some final trump card. But the cost of using that might be too huge. Otherwise, she would not be willing to be controlled by others with her personality. So, as long as she is not forced to death, it should not be a big problem. In summary, the Witch King is really a troublesome existence. Due to the previous battle, Fei Xue's clothes were torn into pieces, and her exposed white arms and thighs were covered with scars. She looked very sloppy, which was completely inconsistent with her delicate face. The woman followed behind Aksu in a mysterious manner, constantly looking around vigilantly and whispering in a language that outsiders could not understand. The unfamiliar environment and her current situation made her feel uneasy. After leaving Suyu's sight, the woman was more like a paranoid enemy, and any slight movement would make her stare nervously. She was obviously a head taller than Aksu, but she liked to hunch her body slightly, staring at Aksu's back in front of her, and her hands could not help but clench and unclench over and over again. An idea was born in her mind, but was extinguished immediately. Knock out the woman in front of you and run away. She will definitely torture herself in an invisible place like the group of people before. No, my strength has been sealed by that hateful man. Without strength, I can't escape at all. Even if I escape, it will be meaningless. Otherwise, capture this woman and use her as a threat to force the man to compromise. Chapter 359 Bang Bang. Only. Now, I might not even be able to beat her. Ah, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. Without power, you can't do anything. Without power, you can only be at the mercy of others. Strength is everything. Strength is the guarantee of safety. Take the power back. You must take the power back. Otherwise, Lady Huang Ji will give up on herself. Yes, people without power are useless. The Fire Phoenix clan doesn't need trash. The woman who had been muttering all the way followed Aksu through the area of stone and wooden houses that were still under construction. After going through several temporary camps, they came to the area where the witches lived exclusively. Aksu's mother is a witch, so she lives here too. After entering the camp, there are not many people to be seen, only a few witches doing their daily chores. Fei Xue's uneasiness grew rapidly. She seemed to have foreseen that the woman in front of her would reveal her true colors and treat her like a beast. For strength, one must be patient. I could even hear the whispers between the witches. The glaring gaze can also be felt from behind. They are not of her own kind, and she should not place any hope on them. Fei Xue kept telling herself this in her heart. However, after walking for a long time, the expected scene did not appear. The woman in front of him even deliberately slowed down her pace because of her hesitation and slow progress. The witches around him only showed a hint of fear towards him, with complicated expressions in their eyes. Fei Xue didn't quite understand, or rather, she couldn't wrap her head around it. While she was thinking about other possibilities, Aksu's voice came. We're almost there. Don't just stand there. After you take a shower, I'll go get you a new set of clothes from Sister Lynn. The woman was grabbed by Aksu's hand and was dragged forward while struggling. Soon they arrived in front of a stone and wooden house, and Aksu shouted into the house. Mom, I'm back. A woman in her early 30s walked out of the room. She was also stunned when she saw Fei Xue, and was subconsciously so scared that she dared not move. But not all witches are as bold and reckless as Aksu. They are not afraid of death, but that doesn't mean they don't have this feeling of fear. The terrible scene of Fei Xue holding up the ice sword that could cut through the sky was still right in front of her eyes, which could not help but make the woman feel fear. Mom, don't be afraid. She has been subdued by Brother Suyu. Aksu jumped to her mother's side and whispered in her ear. After explaining the purpose of the visit, Aksu's mother nodded immediately. Then I will go prepare water for her to take a bath. You don't need to get clothes. Lynn just sent a new set over. You can give it to her. Fei Xue thought that the mother and daughter's whispers were a malicious plot. She didn't want to stay in this place any longer, so she said coldly, Take me to wash quickly. If there is no puddle, any water will do. This continent was originally suspended in the air, so there were no big lakes or mountain springs. Fei Xue didn't believe that these people would really give her a bath. She didn't know if they would use dirty, smelly water or filth to treat her. She had had these experiences before, so she didn't find it strange. At this moment, the woman just wanted to end it all quickly, no matter if it was beating, humiliation, or abuse. If she could satisfy the desires of this group of people, everything would calm down, and she could wait quietly for the night to come. However, after hearing her words, Aksu and her daughter looked at her strangely. What puddle? We stopped bathing in places like puddles a long time ago. Aksu responded puzzledly. Do you like bathing in the pool? Are all witch kings so weird? Fei Xue was unable to recover until her body was forced into the warm, misty water. The development of things seemed somewhat unexpected. No, it was completely different from what I thought. There were no puddles of water, no dirty, smelly sewage, and even the bathing utensils were strange containers made of wood. What's this? Bathtub. Faced with Aksu's response, Fei Xue was already unable to think. In the Fire Phoenix clan, the bathing utensils they use are also wooden buckets, but they are not as big or spacious as this one and can only accommodate one person. Lady Huang Ji and her sister built a pit with stones and filled it with clean lake water. They occasionally take a bath with hot water, but that is a luxury and not many people are willing to waste time and resources on it. Fei Xue herself is a water elemental witch, so in many cases she uses witchcraft to remove filth, not to mention taking a bath with hot water. The nearly tattered clothes fell off completely with a slight pull from Aksu's mother, and she was manipulated by the two men like a puppet and dragged into the bathtub. It's useless to resist. She is so weak now, only at a third-rate level, that she is of no use at all. Hey, I can wash myself. To be honest, Fei Shue was a little panicked. Because Axu and her mother had no intention of leaving, one of them found a strange little object with a fragrant smell, and the other brought a white fabric that looked very soft. The two women put their hands on their hips and looked at her energetically. What are you going to do? Fei Shue was no longer used to not being beaten, scolded, or abused, and she had no idea what kind of treatment she would receive next. I'm just washing it for you. What else can I do? Brother Suyu told me to help you wash it more cleanly. This is soap, specially used for bathing. Axu frowned and said. Axu's mother also raised her eyebrows as she looked at the multiple wounds on Fei Shue's body and said, Your wounds haven't healed yet. I found you a better cloth to clean them. It's made of mountain spider silk and is very soft. Don't worry. I'm also a witch. You should be able to feel that I won't hurt you. You can't fool me. These can make the wound more painful. Bang, bang, bang. The woman who just gave a professional morbid smile was immediately hit on the forehead by Axu's small fist. Be quiet and don't move, or I'll beat you up. I don't want to take care of you bathing. It would be great if it was Brother Suyu. I will definitely wash him clean. Is my daughter so fierce? That's the Witch King. My mother was so scared that she almost threw the cloth in her hand. Moreover, my daughter has always been thinking about Chief Su. But it's normal to think about it. There are many priestesses who have the same idea as Axu. After being hit, Fei Shue finally became obedient and made strange noises in his throat as a protest like a little wild cat. Chapter 360, Pity Woman. Although they said they didn't want to take care of it, Axu and her daughter still washed it very seriously. At the same time, Axu also discovered something strange. The skin on the left arm of this slightly crazy and delusional witch, from the elbow to the shoulder, was replaced by transparent crystals. Those crystals made people feel very uncomfortable, as if they had grown out of the body, and flowing blood could be vaguely seen. Neither the mother nor the daughter touched that place, nor did they ask the reason. They silently washed Fei Shue from head to toe, and then put on a brand new cloth dress for her. I have to say, this witch with extremely pale skin looks quite good. The dirt on her face was cleaned, revealing a delicate white face, and her silver hair was also eye-catching. She had a slender figure, with a medium-sized chest and hips. Even though they were both women, Ashue and her daughter couldn't help but take a few more glances at her. That's why it's a bit of a pity. Such a beautiful woman. It's a pity that she can talk, laugh, and walk like a monkey. It is only noon now. The time agreed with Su Yu is in the evening, and Su Yu said that she would send someone to pass on the message. During this period, Axu will not let her leave alone. The rest of the time became boring. Fei Shue did not belong here, and naturally she did not have her own job like other witches. Axu's mother still needed to help at Lynn's garment workshop, so she left after explaining some things. Axu went outside and started to continue the work that she had not completed before, dealing with a half-decomposed beast. The woman, who was suddenly undisturbed, just wandered around, looking at the priestesses in front of her who were working for a living. Their movements were skillful and experienced, and their faces showed ease and happiness, as if they were used to such a life. This was a scene Fei Shue had never seen on her continent. You will never see smiles on the faces of the tribes and alliances there as long as they have anything to do with the witch. Even among the Fire Phoenix clan, the only emotions the priestesses could harbor, besides the fear of death, were resentment towards those who had driven them out and abandoned them. The existence of the witch is a curse and the source of spreading death. Since the day when Fei Shue was driven out of the tribe by her relatives, this truth has been engraved in Fei Shue's soul. So, at this moment, she was a little dazed, and the anxiety of waiting was soothed by the peaceful atmosphere in front of her. She squatted near Axu, tilting her head and carefully looking at everything she saw. She wanted to discover the truth that was covered up by this group of people. She hoped to find that this was an illusion they had deliberately given her. This isn't how a witch's life should be. However, for the first time, the woman seemed a little confused. Isn't this what a witch's life should be like? Could it be that everything that man did was really to protect the witch? No, that's not right. This must be fake. Only Lady Huang Ji truly cares about the priestess and is truly seeking a stable and beautiful future for her. Only a witch can truly understand a witch. Nothing that man does or says can be believed. Gurgle. Just as they were daydreaming, a strange sound suddenly came out, floating in everyone's ears. Axu and other witches looked up in surprise and looked at Fei Shue's belly. They were so familiar with such sounds. When they had nothing to eat and were starving, they could often hear similar sounds coming from their bodies. Hee 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 hee. Fei Xue's eyes flickered left and right, and she grinned. She then recalled that she had been traveling in the water for too long, and after coming down to land, she and Huang Yin served as the advance team because of her curiosity about the new world. For more than 10 days, she had not eaten well. His magic power and physical strength were severely depleted in the previous battle. It was no wonder that he felt hungry after taking a bath and relaxing. Although Fei Xue was a maverick and was even crazier and more fanatical than ordinary people when fighting, she was inevitably a little embarrassed when the witch heard such an embarrassing sound. She touched her shriveled stomach and sniffed the air around her. Unfortunately, there was no other smell except the stench of the beast that was decomposing. The Rose tribe previously annexed more than 60,000 members of the Crescent tribe, and much of the food was divided equally according to custom, so the priestesses don't actually have much food left. Aksu also frowned. She had overlooked this point. Everyone must eat, and the Witch King is no exception. But the dried meat that I had roasted and stored before is gone too. The beast in my hand is still decomposing, and it will take a long time. Are you hungry? Even so, Aksu couldn't help but ask. Fei Xue turned her head away shyly, her eyes flickering, and she shook her head. No, he gurgle. Aksu, then what's your stomach growling about? Fei Xue patted her flat, pale belly and said, It remembered something happy. Pooh, your stomach is quite humane. Ashue was too lazy to complain to a lunatic, and after a while she said, Wait a minute, the beast in my hand is almost decomposed. I will roast some meat for you later. Ah! Fei Xue blinked her eyes, saying nothing, staring at the beast that was still in the process of decomposing, and couldn't help drooling. At this moment, a witch came out from the house opposite, walked over in 2 or 3 steps, covered her mouth, and handed Aksu something wrapped in a lotus leaf. Sister Shaylee, what is this? Aksu asked in confusion. The apple was given to me by Lynn before. Shaylee smiled slightly. As a fellow water elemental priestess, although Shaylee felt closer to Fei Xue than others, she was still a little bothered by the fact that she had previously injured Yaxiang and others. She was afraid of getting too close to that scary woman and being infected by her and becoming a horrible lunatic. Aksu immediately understood and rubbed her nose. He came to Fei Xue holding the lotus leaf. Eat some fruit first. Sister Shaylee gave it to you. Fei Xue took the lotus leaf, tore it open, and found several red fruits wrapped inside. She looked at Shaylee's back as she left, blinking her pale eyes, and asked, She is also a water elemental witch? Yes. Aksu nodded. Too weak. Fei Xue commented immediately. Aksu was almost so angry that her nose was crooked. She snorted and stretched out her hand, pretending to take back the apple. The woman laughed and hid it in her arms. Just kidding, you gave them all to me. I can hit you on my clean forehead, but don't even think about eating it. Okay, take your time eating. Aksu puffed up her cheeks and snorted fiercely, feeling helpless towards this woman who spoke so harshly. Chapter 361 All. Aksu didn't want to waste time talking to the other party, so she turned around and prepared to continue processing the beast meat. A familiar weird laugh came from behind. Crunch, crunch. Fei Xue was already nibbling on the apple. She seemed to remember something and asked again, Will there be barbecue later? Yes, yes, yes. Aksu responded unhappily. Hee crack. In this era, food is food, no matter where it comes from, even if it is sent by the enemy. Not to mention, the food was very delicious and I had never eaten it before. Fei Xue bit the apple in her hand, and her tongue and throat were filled with the sweet taste. She recalled the berries she had eaten in her memory, and it seemed as if nothing could compare to it. Moreover, she had never seen the shape of this fruit before. Is it unique to this continent? Even though it's such a remote and boring place, the berries grow very deliciously. After a while, the 3 apples were eaten, the feeling of hunger disappeared, and my lower abdomen swelled slightly, giving me a feeling of fullness and satisfaction. Fei Xue looked around, licked her lips a few times, and then walked towards Shaylee's stone and wooden house. As she was within her sight, Aksu did not try to stop her. She heaved a sigh of relief when she saw the silly and crazy woman stop at Shaylee's door. At least the other party had no intention of making trouble, and it saved unnecessary trouble. Even though Aksu and Suyu had mentioned that if they didn't behave themselves, they would be beaten up, but most of that was just a joke. Relatively speaking, Shaylee was a little troubled by this uninvited guest. She didn't expect that she sent a few apples over and instead brought this trouble upon herself. Of course, I couldn't chase her away, but being stared at by her made me feel uncomfortable all over. Shaylee had never looked at Fei Xue's face carefully before. When the two of them looked at each other for the first time, she realized that this woman with the power of the Witch King had eyes and eyebrows that were as strange as her hair. Her hair was silver white, while her eyes and eyebrows were terrifyingly white, like two ice holes, which gave people goosebumps and made their hair stand on end. Fei Xue didn't say anything, but just quietly observed Shaylee, watching what this priestess who was also friendly with the water element was doing. At this time, Shaylee was honing her elemental magic power, constantly manipulating a small basin of scarlet animal blood. She wanted to be able to more skillfully control the blood flow in the beast's body so as to accurately make the opponent fall into a coma or even kill him suddenly. This requires mastering a scale and having a certain understanding of the different conditions caused by the stagnant blood flow time. At the same time, one's own witch power is also a problem. One must improve the realm as quickly as possible to have stronger and more detailed control. However, the increase in strength will also bring about a new problem, which may easily trigger signs of awakening prematurely. In the past, the priestesses would probably try their best to avoid such things from happening. But now that Su Yu is here, the witches no longer have any last worries. After the forest elves joined, Su Yu gave the priestesses new hope, a strange stone called the Mother Stone. He said that it could effectively absorb the voodoo in the bodies of the witches, allowing them to safely pass through the awakening stage. Hiko is the best example. She is the first witch to successfully awaken using the Mother Stone. Of course, if special circumstances arise during the awakening process, Chief Su has more direct and obvious ways to perfectly solve the suffering of the witches. Although he did not directly state what the method was, most of the priestesses understood it tacitly. After all, everyone knew that Kokoro had safely survived her awakening. That's why the witches have discussed secretly among themselves which one is better, Mother Stone or Chief Su. The result speaks for itself. What's so tangled about this kind of issue? What to choose? Chief Su didn't say that only one could be chosen. You can't have them all. No matter how you think about it, you won't lose anything. As one of them, Shaylee's attitude gradually changed from vague to firm. She never thought that she could be with Su Yu every day like Yaxiong and Kokoro. At least, on the night of awakening, she hoped to wake up in Su Yu's room the next day. Just thinking about it, it doesn't seem to matter. At least most of the witches think so. Sister Yaxiong has heard them talking about this kind of thing and didn't say anything against it. What are you afraid of? You should always have dreams, just in case they come true. Fei Xue's gaze followed Shaylee's face. To be more precise, it was as if she could see through the flow of water elements in Shaylee's body. She glanced at her arms and lower abdomen, and then looked at the basin of smelly animal blood. The blood seemed to solidify, reflecting a layer of light and reflecting one's own shadow. The woman didn't care whether Shaylee was happy or not, and she stretched out her finger and inserted it without permission. It was not frozen ice, but simply stagnant flow. It was a strange technique, and Fei Xue couldn't help but become interested. However, compared with the cold current and ice spikes that she could condense, the lethality seemed a little insufficient. Fei Xue had done a much deeper study of the water element. She could guess why Shaylee was practicing such combat skills, but using stagnant liquid to kill the enemy was too limited after all. Because when facing an opponent of the Witch King's level, it is very difficult to break through the opponent's defensive magic power and control the opponent's blood. Not every witch who is friendly with the water element can mutate into a cold current with extremely lethal power like herself. To put it more bluntly, his personal strength is too weak. For Shaylee now, converting water into ice will make him more defensive and offensive. Moreover, there seem to be some problems with the flow of magic power in Shaylee's body. If you want to know exactly where the problem lies, you must have further physical contact. The water element can be reversed with ice, but few people know that method. Fei Xue suddenly curled her lips at the witch who looked frightened. He. Then he shook his head and walked back. Only Shaylee was left standing alone in front of the door, looking at him in a mess, wondering what on earth she was doing here. Fei Xue ate the roasted animal meat, and the spicy taste almost made her roll on the ground. She stuck out her tongue, glared at Aksu, who was covering her mouth and laughing, then drank up all the water in the bamboo tube beside her. Because she was mad at this guy before, Aksu secretly punished the woman by putting 3 times the usual amount of chili powder. Really? The hot feeling of the entire tribe can only be contained by Big Mouth, and it's no exaggeration. Fei Xue stuck out his tongue and laughed nonstop, as if he was about to spit out fire. Chapter 362, Don't Look at Me. The woman, who wanted to show her teeth and claws because of the spiciness, somehow became more hungry for the roasted animal meat. This shouldn't happen. It tastes so weird. But she couldn't resist the desire to eat, so she tore off another piece of meat, struggled for a while, and put it in her mouth again. Ha! It's still hopelessly spicy, but it tastes even more delicious. Soon, a lot of sweat had seeped out of his forehead and back. This was the first time in several years that the woman had sweated profusely while eating. Her pale skin was stained a little red, making her look even more sick and terrifying. Are you okay? If it's too spicy, you should eat less. Finally, Axa couldn't bear it anymore and said with some guilt. The woman smiled strangely and took all the meat over. The same thing. You can hit the white head with a hammer, but don't even think about eating it. Axa's eyebrows twitched as she looked at the woman who was eating barbecue, breathing heavily and sticking out her tongue. This witch. There's something wrong with it. The hot and spicy taste lasted for several hours. The woman lay on the fur blanket with her legs spread out, tapping her bulging belly gently. She ate up a whole piece of hind leg and a few large ribs in one go. Even Aksu was stunned with surprise. This witch was such a big eater. How long have you been hungry? Anyway, she had already lost her composure when eating the meat. At this moment, Fei Xue didn't care what Akshu thought of her. She just lay there leisurely, staring at her stomach in a daze. I remember that I had seen a similar scene when I was a child, a young woman stroking her bulging belly and gently touching her hair. The memory was a little fuzzy. Fei Xue couldn't even remember what the woman looked like. Those images were like dreams, illusory, incomplete, and so unreal. Just like what is happening right before our eyes. Fei Xue, who had calmed down, began to feel inexplicably uneasy. From the time he was caught by Su Yu to the time his magic power was sealed using strange means and then thrown to this girl to take care of, more than half a day had passed. There was no abuse, no discrimination, no beatings, and no being locked up in a dark and damp cave. Those bad scenes in memory never happened once. I'm being treated gently. I guess that's how I describe it, gentle. Such a strange word to me. The witches washed themselves thoroughly with warm and clean bath water, fragrant soap, and soft cloth for scrubbing. After that, we had sweet berries and very spicy but delicious barbecue. Is all this true? Fei Xue couldn't believe it. Anxiety gathered in my heart. She was afraid it was real. Yet I hope this is real. The conflicted heart made this woman unable to think. She was not as smart as Huang Yan, so she seemed even more anxious and uneasy at this moment. In other words, wouldn't it be better to just live as heartlessly as before? The woman suddenly thought of this. I don't know how long it took, but the howling of wild beasts was heard outside the stone and wooden house. A young and clear voice came over. Aksu, is that bad woman still here? Bad woman? Aksa nodded. To be honest, after spending half a day together, she didn't know how to evaluate Fei Xue. Is it bad or not? Some nerves for sure. Because Fei Xue was thinking about too many complicated things, he actually forgot the agreement with Su Yu. She woke up instantly and came to the door. Hihi. The professional's scary smile frightened Kokoro so much that she immediately hid behind Big Mouth's neck. Through the gap, Kokoro saw Fei Xue's current appearance. Cool, beautiful, clean, and pale. Then the belly is so big. Why is there a baby in your belly? Kokoro screamed in surprise. What kid? Fei Xue tilted her head. Under the leadership of Aksu and Kokoro, Fei Xue came to the fortress located on top of the ancient beast's head. She was very interested in such buildings, and when she walked along the corridors inside, she would always stop and look at every room around her. Only when I am called back by the little cutie's voice will I be reluctant to leave there. It took nearly 10 minutes to walk through a not-so-long corridor before we finally arrived at the huge conference room. Su Yu and Yaxiang had just finished dinner. It was Kokoro who volunteered to go and call Fei Xue over. After all, she saw that Sister Yaxiang was injured and Lynn and the others were taking care of her, so there was nothing she could do. Brother Su Yu, I'm back. Kokoro cried out happily and then threw herself into Su Yu's arms. Lynn, Xiang, Xiao Meizi, Winnie, and other women also looked over. With Su Yu's recovery potion and Kokoro's elementary recovery technique, Yaxiang and Xiao Meizi's complexion was no longer as bad as at the beginning. They looked at Fei Xue, who followed Kokoro in and immediately became alert. At the same time, his eyes widened in surprise. In unison, why is her belly so big? Almost at the same time, the women turned their heads to look at Su Yu standing aside. Don't look at me. Su Yu immediately felt a chill on her back and shook her head. Don't look at me, it wasn't me. Damn, it's only been half a day. If I really had that ability, you guys would still be sitting around like this. When that day really comes, little Su Yu will come out and let you know what it means to be unable to sleep at night and bark all over the place. The clever Shui also laughed and trotted over to explain. What? She eats a lot of barbecue. How much meat did you feed her? Su Yu was a little bit unbelievable after hearing this. She is such a thin and pale woman, but she has such a good appetite. Do women really have two stomachs? Forget it. Being able to eat is a blessing, and eating a little more meat is nothing. It's too stingy to find faults over a few pieces of meat. Please sit down. There are plenty of stools here. Su Yu then said to Fei Xue. Fei Xue felt the vigilant and unfriendly gazes of the witches, but did not take it seriously. After taking a fancy to a beautiful wooden stool, she jumped on it. This. I told you to sit, not squat. Forget it. Do whatever you want. Su Yu was speechless. Let's not worry about these little details and get straight to the point. Because it involved knowledge outside the waters, Yaxiang and the others were also very interested and stayed one by one. Su Yu knocked on the table, motioning Fei Xue, who was looking around, to pay attention. Chapter 363, Witch Saint. Let me make it clear first. The potion that seals your magic power is only mine, so you'd better not have any other thoughts. Cooperating with me is your only option. Fei Xue blinked and then nodded. Okay, I'll listen. Tell me what the conditions are. In fact, it was a bit complicated and she was too lazy to think about it. In the past, these things that required thinking were left to Huang Yin to handle. So easy to talk to. So you didn't think much about it and asked immediately. I want to know what the world outside the water is like. To be more precise, how different is your continent from ours? Specifically in terms of resources, power, and race. Also, do the witches there have different factions? Huang Yin once mentioned the name of the independent faction to Yaxiang and others, and Su Yu, who was standing by at the side, naturally heard it clearly. Through his understanding of Blue Star, he guessed that there must be some differences among the witches on the continent where Huang Yin was located, which led to the emergence of different factions. Fei Xue shook her head upon hearing this, and then responded. Is that all? That's all for now. It seems that nothing has happened that affects the interests of the Fire Phoenix clan. Moreover, the reason why this man asked these questions was that he wanted to. Fei Xue opened her eyes wide, obviously a little frightened. Are you planning on leaving here? You don't have to worry about this. You just need to tell me what I want to know. This is the purpose of our cooperation. So you said, you are really interesting. Fei Xue grinned. However, our continent is much more dangerous than yours. You have this ancient beast that can suspend itself in the air. If you can get out of the water safely, you might actually be able to reach us. This response made Su Yu frown slightly. Although Fei Xue's answer was very casual, it inadvertently provided a message that the water was not really safe for the continent that could be suspended in the air. It seems that I still underestimated the water area. Su Yu curled the corners of her mouth. Fortunately, this woman was here. She could act as a good guide. You don't need to think about what I said. You just need to answer my questions. Fei Xue stared at Su Yu's face for a long time before slowly nodding. Compared to our continent, if it's just between tribes, your place is a little behind. There's a big gap in the number of tribes, armor, weapons, war horses, wild beasts, etc. Of course, these are not important. These gaps can be completely replaced by the Witch King. Any wizard king, even at the lowest stage of strength, can destroy a tribal-level force with his own strength. It's a pity that your continent has been cursed by that group of hateful pseudo-gods. The power of natural elements between heaven and earth has been restricted for the most part, and such strong warriors cannot be born at all. Fei Xue laughed, and then said something even more shocking. Moreover, the Witch King is not the strongest warrior. Above the Witch King is the one that truly scares and terrifies people. We call him the Witch Saint. Fei Xue's face suddenly turned a little red, and her eyes became fanatical. However, that being is too powerful, so powerful that even the gods would be jealous, so it is difficult for anyone to enter that realm. She looked at Su Yu, as if she wanted to see through this man, but in the blink of an eye, she looked at Xiao Maisie. Except for that woman, Patchouli, a true witch saint. We talked, had meals together, and I even slept in the same room with her. Afterwards, The woman's face showed endless loss and confusion. But she disappeared. Just left us like that, he. Xiao Meizi finally couldn't bear it anymore, and quickly approached Fei Xue and asked in a deep voice, "You mean Patchouli? Is she really in your continent?" Yes. I stayed there for a long time, about 5 years. No, it seems to be 4 years or 4.5 years. I can't remember clearly. She once mentioned that in her hometown, there was a witch who followed her for a long time, who possessed rare black magic power. Is that person really you? I'm looking for her, said Satsumi. Fei Xue's eyes were mysterious and shining. What a coincidence. We are looking for her too. You said she disappeared? Why did she disappear? Where did she go? Xiao Meizi asked immediately. Fei Xue shook her head, looking bitter. I don't know, and Lady Huangji doesn't know either. She only said that Patchouli betrayed us and abandoned us, and no one knows where she went. However, dozens of days ago, a huge magical energy was born on your continent. The power was so strong that even I felt it trembling. Our Lady Huangji sensed it. She thought it was Patchouli, so she came to find her. Forehead. This phenomenon, for some reason, sounds familiar. Suyu touched his chin, and his eyes fell on the woman. Lynn? It can't be such a coincidence. I remember that Xiao Meizi seemed to be attracted by this force at the beginning. The halo on Sister Lynn's head continues to shine. As the instigator, Lynn tilted her head in confusion. Then her pretty face turned slightly red, and she responded to Suyu's gaze. What are you looking at me for? I'm talking about business. We'll talk about other things tonight. Cough, cough. Who do you think I am? Anyway, it all seems to be connected. Because of Lynn, all the unexpected developments were driven forward. However, the supreme strength possessed by that mysterious continent is indeed worrying. Yaxiang and others might be surprised. The Witch King is scary enough, so how come a Witch Saint appears? But Suyu, who had the system, knew about this existence early on. How many Witch Saints are there in total? Suyu interrupted the conversation between Xiao Meizi and Fei Xue and continued to ask. Besides Patchouli, we haven't seen any other Witch Saints. I heard from Lady Huangji that there seemed to be 3 more, but they have never appeared. They have always stayed in their own tribes. Unless the tribe's survival is at stake, these people generally won't show up. Patchouli also told me that the tribe has lost its original meaning to those people. They are too eager for life and have become puppets instead. Okay, Suyu nodded. Then tell me about the witch faction. Yaxiang and the others are also very concerned about this issue. After all, it is related to the Shrine Maiden, and they cannot ignore it. Fei Xue grinned, then suddenly closed her mouth. What's wrong? Aksu, who was listening attentively on the side, couldn't help but ask. Chapter 364 Mist. The woman looked around and said, Are there any berries? I ate those during the day, and my mouth feels dry. I'll go. You still want to eat? Almost everyone swallowed subconsciously and looked at her bulging belly with fear. Aksu approached Suyu awkwardly and reminded her. Brother Suyu, she was talking about apples. She was starving during the day, so Sister Shaylee gave her some to eat. Suyu said, Oh, and looked at Fei Xue. It felt like she wasn't hungry, but really thirsty. Could it be because of the spicy taste? It's normal to feel thirsty if you eat something too spicy. He pinched Kokoro's face in his arms and whispered, Kokoro, go get some fruit and squeeze some juice and bring some cool water. Okay, Kokoro laughed and jumped down. She thought the juice was prepared for Suyu, so she was extra careful. It wasn't until he saw Suyu handing the bowl full of juice to Fei Xue that his nose became crooked with a grieved look. Suyu chuckled and quickly hugged the little cutie into her arms again to comfort him. What is this? This time Fei Xue didn't ask such a direct question. When she smelled the sweet aroma, she simply picked up the bowl and gulped it down. Sour. It's so sweet to my heart. Then drink some cold water. Pooh. What the hell is this? Can you tell me now? Suyu looked at Fei Xue, sticking out her tongue, and inexplicably felt that this woman was a little silly. Or simple. But when she thought about the scene when she killed the Great Witch before, it was not simple at all. Fei Xue licked her lips and said this. Because the natural elements of heaven and earth have been interfered with, the priestesses on your side are too weak, so most of the time, they won't get to that point. She described a new world for the priestesses, which also made them feel inexplicably scared. Whenever a priestess reaches a certain age, she will face awakening. I don't need to tell you this. And because of how to deal with the awakening, there was a dispute among the priestesses. It was also this dispute that led to our division and gradually formed 2 different factions. The Fate of Destiny and the Self-Reliance Faction. The self-reliant school advocates that one must rely on one's own perseverance and hard work to survive the awakening. Only in this way can one gain the most powerful strength and become a true warrior. However, the chances of a Miko being able to survive the awakening are too low, so their numbers have always been small. But we in the Fate of Destiny are different. We believe that the only correct way is to survive at all costs. In the past, some witches tried to use male warriors as consumables, but the men themselves were too weak to play a decisive role. In the end, the men died, and the witches were unable to survive the awakening. Later, Lady Huang Ji's mother discovered a strange phenomenon. A witch who had gone mad, due to voodoo, actually ate and absorbed the magic power of a wild beast, and finally miraculously recovered to normal. Not only that, she also successfully awakened and reached a higher realm. Through experiments, we found that the witch can really survive the awakening by absorbing the blood and magic power of wild beasts. However, the wild beasts used for consumption must have extremely powerful bloodlines. At the very least, they must be between super first-rate and half-step great witches in order to play a good role. Just like that, the Miko has a new future. However, the group of independent Miko do not agree with this approach. Fei Xue grinned and suddenly rolled up the clothes on her left shoulder, revealing the arm with many crystals on it. Su Yu and the others looked at the strange crystalline skin, which was as white as glass, and suddenly felt their scalps tingling. They think this method is no different from suicide, because the price of doing so is that parts of the body will gradually crystallize, until all organs are infected. One day, death will come. Hee, but we don't regret it. Fei Xue smiled indifferently, without a trace of emotion. Because now we are alive, and we have a strong power to protect ourselves. No one can bully us at will, and no one dares to treat us like beasts. Compared to those invisible futures, we are willing to live in this way. She looked at Yaxiang and others. You are Miko. You should know very well what it feels like to be surrounded by only darkness, pain, and death. The truth revealed by Fei Xue made everyone slightly dazed. They would never have imagined that on the other side of the water, the experiences of the witches would be more tortuous and terrifying than theirs. Use your body as a price in exchange for the chance to survive and the power to protect yourself. If it were me, what choice would I make? They are even unwilling to think deeply about this question because they are afraid of knowing the answer and afraid that they will choose the same path as Fei Xue. Noticing the women's somewhat confused mood, Su Yu coughed lightly, awakening everyone from their surprise and confusion. Kokoro raised her head, and then hugged Su Yu's chest even tighter. Listening to the strong heartbeat and feeling the warmth, her heart gradually calmed down. The women suddenly realized. They met Su Yu and changed their destiny. For Fei Xue and others, perhaps Patchouli is also playing the same role. But the woman eventually left them. Okay, I have a general understanding of the situation over there. Now, tell me about the water area for the last time. Su Yu looked at this somewhat neurotic witch and felt helpless and angry for some reason. Miko, no matter which continent you are in, your fate is so tragic. So, what is the meaning of their existence? What happened more than 20 years ago that gave rise to the race of witches? Miko only exists among women, but not all. They appear in every corner of the world, but suffer the same fate. Su Yu absolutely did not believe in the so-called curse. Such remarks were unfounded and had no credibility at all. In addition, the false god that Fei Xue just mentioned casually, and the truth that there is no witch king on this continent, attracted Su Yu's attention even more. That group of people restricted the power of the natural elements here, cutting off the possibility of breaking through the Witch King realm. This also explained the light film covering the sky that Su Yu had seen before. This discovery also made Su Yu more determined to leave this continent. This place is like a prison. We're being watched by those mysterious races at all times. They nip people's thoughts and future in the bud. But why did that race who called themselves gods seal off only this area? Chapter 365 Wizard. Su Yu didn't want to think about this question for the time being. The first difficulty he was facing was how to cross the water safely. Fei Xue scratched his head and turned around on the short stool. I'm not really sure about this, but Lady Huang Ji mentioned that the waters of this continent seem to be strongly suppressed by witchcraft because of that group of pseudo-gods. Even your witch king beast can't fly too high. She blinked, waved her hands above her head twice, and laughed. I've seen flying beasts, but because they couldn't fly too high, they were eaten by other beasts in the water. Then, the woman glanced at Satsumi casually. I think you should ask the witch. She must have tried to fly over that area of water, but to be able to fly to a very high altitude, it would consume a lot of magic power. She couldn't hold on for long. On the contrary, the group of sea beasts are not restricted by anything. They can burst out of the water and jump high enough to swallow everything. If you encounter a sea beast at the level of a wizard king, you can only pray that you don't die in a very ugly way. Of course, if you have the strength and pressure of Lady Huangji, even sea beasts would not dare to attack you. He. Fei Xue's narration is not difficult to understand. Xiao Meizi had a cold face and did not refute, which seemed to indicate that she agreed with Fei Xue's guess. He had indeed heard Xiao Meizi mention that when trying to cross the waters, he encountered those sea beasts and ended up escaping with serious injuries. In other words, that area of water greatly suppressed the power to fly. You can use your ability to levitate to leave, but you can't fly too high, which means you will passively enter the attack range of the wild beasts in the water. Those sea beasts even have the power of a wizard king. No wonder no one has been able to escape from this place for decades. Even Xiao Meizi, who can evolve through the elements, is helpless. Suyu lowered her brows in deep thought, but Fei Xue on the other side was getting impatient, so she jumped off the stool and approached Suyu. Yaxiang and the others became alert, but Fei Xue just grinned and kept laughing. I have answered all your questions. It is time for you to remove the seal on my magic power and let me go. No problem. Suyu raised her head and curled her lips. Of course I will keep my promise and give you freedom. Fei Xue's eyes couldn't help but light up, and the thoughts in her mind were very simple. As soon as you get the power, run away immediately. Only. Suyu tapped the table lightly with her fingers and asked back. But why should I believe that what you just said is true? We are enemies, and I have reason to believe that what you said is not entirely true. If you lied to me and deliberately told me some false information in exchange for something that can remove the seal of the magic power, who will bear my losses? Besides, you injured my people before, and I haven't settled the score with you yet. Fei Xue? This seems to be different from what we agreed. Yaxiang and others. The women's eyes almost popped out. Is it still possible to play like this? Aren't you afraid that this woman will really go crazy? Although Fei Xue was an enemy, they could see that this crazy woman was inexplicably silly and didn't seem like the type to lie. Therefore, what she just said is most likely not false. It is impossible for Suyu not to feel this. Xiao Meizi's eyebrows twitched. Another woman was fooled by Suyu. Bah, why should I say again? Finally, Fei Xue came to his senses. His eyes were filled with coldness, and he seemed to be able to see rising flames above his head. Although his magic power was sealed, it still made people feel frightened. You liar, you really did lie to me. I shouldn't have believed you. Will. Fei Xue roared angrily, and without caring whether his strength had recovered or not, he raised his hand and slapped Suyu in the face. Only, her palm could not reach Suyu's body at all. When it hit the aura of Wuli defense, it was like hitting a hard block of iron. Suddenly, there was a snapping sound, and her skin and flesh tightened in pain. After losing her strength, even the pain returned to its previous state. The woman gnashed her teeth in hatred and trembled all over. The flames of anger burned fiercely, and Fei Xue's expression began to go crazy, but the only remaining trace of magic power also gave Suyu a wake-up call. Oh, and don't push it too hard. Although her brain is not very bright. Suyu smiled immediately. Don't be too anxious. I didn't say I wouldn't let you go. What I said will count. I will remove the seal of your magic power and send you down. However, all this must be done after I confirm that what you just said is true. I didn't lie to you, Suyu reiterated. No. Fei Xue's rage finally subsided. She stared at Suyu coldly, but her mind was in a mess. She didn't know whether she should continue to trust this man, because he had just deceived her once. However, there are only two decisions left for women, and both are options that cannot be reversed. If you agree to Suyu, you may end up being deceived again. If I refuse him and use this last resort, I will sleep for endless years and may never wake up again. The woman started to go crazy again, scratching her hair. However, the hair that had just been washed was incredibly soft, and I couldn't get my hands on it no matter how hard I tried. I'm so cold. Even my hair is against me. Finally, after venting for a while, Fei Xue had no choice but to compromise. Unless her life was in danger, She really didn't want to resort to this last resort and experience the kind of lonely, cold, and boring life. Especially after eating the sweet fruits and spicy and sour barbecue here. The woman suddenly felt that life was not so boring. She had not eaten enough and was not tired of it. How do you want to confirm it? Fei Xue snorted coldly and asked. Suyu smiled. It's very simple. I will take you away from here as compensation for you hurting my woman. You must serve as our guide and show us the way. When we reach your continent, I will fulfill my promise and let you leave. You didn't lie to me this time. Of course, as long as you take us there, I won't ask for anything else. And that's your hometown. I don't think there's anything wrong with leaving you there. That's true. In that place, Fei Xue could find the Fire Phoenix clan's territory with her eyes closed. Chapter 366, The Future of the Tribe. And as long as he gets his power back, there will be no danger for the Witch King. Suyu saw the hesitant woman and added, I can give you one night to think about it, and you can reply to me tomorrow. The only thing I can guarantee is that you will not be bullied, hungry, or cold in my tribe. Of course, you need to work for food and clothes. Relying on labor to obtain living resources, I believe this is the same in every tribe. This request is indeed not excessive. Even in the Fire Phoenix clan, those who don't work will only starve to death. Fei Xue turned around a few times on the spot, muttering to herself, and finally jumped back onto the stool with a click. The woman stared at Suyu with her pale eyes, and then pointed at Aksu beside her. Okay, but I want to live with her. After all, her impression of Aksu and her daughter was not bad. Aksu was surprised. No, I don't want to take care of you. The little girl looked at Suyu for help. This. Suyu said, Aksu, I have confidence in you. Keep up the good work. That's fine. After hearing Suyuega's answer, Aksu's little mouth instantly shrank into a puff. The woman on the side blinked, looked around, and asked again, Can I trade those berries and spicy ingredients for work? It should refer to apples and peppers. Suyu nodded immediately. Of course, but as for apples, we have to wait for the cycle. If nothing goes wrong, we should be able to distribute them once a month. Suyu said, and at the same time, she thought about whether she could plant a few more apple trees. There are quite a few people in the tribe now, and food consumption is also a new problem that will soon be faced. Okay, I promise you. Fei Xue nodded, thinking for a while, which was rare, and suddenly said, I will take you to that continent, but if you can't even get through the water, you must lift my seal in advance. I don't want to die in the water with you. Okay, you don't have to worry about that. Suyu said with a smile. After negotiating the terms, Fei Xue walked with monkey-like steps, sticking her head out and followed Axa back to her room. There were bursts of relieved sounds in the reception room. After the conversation, just now, most of the women were on edge. Even though Suyu had sealed their magic powers with a special method, it couldn't change the fact that the woman was very dangerous. It was not until the sound of the two people's footsteps became farther and farther away and completely disappeared that Yaxiang sat in front of Suyu. Wei and I, Li, Xiao Ai, and others also gathered together and looked at their men seriously. They were as surprised as Fei Xue. After all, Suyu's decision was too hasty and very bold. Suyu, do you really want to leave this continent? Yeah. Suyu did not hide it and nodded. In the beginning, I actually had concerns. The outside world is very dangerous. There's no doubt about that. The Fire Phoenix clan and the Phoenix Princess alone are too powerful. They are so powerful that I don't even have the slightest desire to fight them. So, from this, we can infer that there may be many such warriors on their continent. But, until I saw the film of light covering the sky and felt the oppressive force, I became more resolute in my previous thoughts. From the facts that Fei Xue had just told me, it can be proved that my guess is correct. The light film in the sky should be a kind of restriction. It limits the power of each of us, and is also the culprit that cuts off the existence of the realm of the Witch King. If we don't leave here, I'm afraid it will be difficult to make a higher breakthrough. In fact, Suyu's main consideration was still Yaxiang and the others. After all, he has his own system. As long as the favorability value is there, he will have endless physical potions to enhance his strength. One day, he will be able to break free from the shackles and break through to the Witch King in one fell swoop. But for the priestesses like Yaxiang, including other members of the tribe, this is absolutely impossible. The Fire Phoenix clan is the first outsider to invade this continent, but they will definitely not be the last. If we stick to our old ways and only consider ourselves, we will regret it when the second Fire Phoenix clan, the third Fire Phoenix clan, or even to being stronger than the Fire Phoenix clan appears. Suyu didn't want to be so selfish, but of course she didn't want to make a rash decision without any consideration. Everything has its pros and cons, and leaving here is no exception. They will encounter stronger enemies. At the same time, there will be more opportunities and a better training environment. There are no so-called pseudo-god restrictions, no suppression of the elements of heaven and earth, and the speed at which each of them improves their magic power will also be relatively increased. Not only these priestesses, but any member of the tribe who has talent and works hard will be given fair and equal opportunities to become stronger warriors. To put it more simply, if you don't work hard to change jobs, how can your salary increase? Your abilities and future are limited by the current small environment. If you don't seek a breakthrough, your life may end like this. So you had the idea of leaving this continent after opening the Sky City. Lead your tribe to explore new continents, new worlds, and save more witches. Originally, he planned to make sufficient preparations and then discuss it with his wives. But the appearance of the Fire Phoenix clan disrupted his plans, or rather, accelerated his plans. The truth about this continent, the restrictions in the sky that limit the growth of magic power, and Huangji, this extremely terrifying woman. All this forced Suyu to re-examine the situation. The concealment of the Sky City requires continuous consumption of magic power, so Suyu cannot hide his whereabouts all the time. Once he is discovered by the woman Huangji again, he may really have nowhere to escape. Of course, the existence of Huangji is only one factor. It would be more appropriate to describe her existence as a catalyst. Even without the threat of this woman, Suyu would still choose to leave here. However, knowing nothing about the outside world also gave Suyu a headache. Fortunately, the time when he confronted Huangji, he captured Fei Xue. This woman who came across the ocean from foreign lands naturally became a key. That's why Suyu didn't want to let her leave. She wanted to control this woman and get all the necessary information from her. Judging from the results, I have successfully taken the first step. Suyu did not tell Yaxiang and others about this overly detailed idea. He originally hoped that his wives' lives would be simpler and not as complicated as before. He smiled at the worried women, then looked at Natsumiko. It seems that the promise I made to you before can be fulfilled ahead of schedule. Chapter 367 Extra Reward. You didn't lie to me. Xiao Ai turned her face away deliberately. Suyu promised her that she would create an opportunity for her to leave here. But the woman didn't expect that the promise that seemed like a joke would become true so soon. In fact, she had already had this thought when she saw the castle in the sky. However, Xiao Ai was not sure whether this wild beast would be pushed underwater by the strange force like herself. Suyu suddenly asked again, "By the way, do you think Patchouli will be on the other side of the water, or has she already returned?" After all, the purpose of the Fire Phoenix clan's visit this time was for Patchouli. This time, Satsumi wasn't so sure. After a long moment, she still stuck to her previous opinion and responded. She definitely didn't come back, because every time Patchouli went out, she told me that she would come back to see me, and she kept her promise every time. She takes her promises very seriously and never says empty words. However, 6 years had passed since she left for the last time, and Shimiko had never seen her again. After listening to this, Suyu smiled and said, "In this case, let's add another goal to help you find Patchouli." To be honest, even Suyu herself wanted to see with her own eyes this, which who only existed in the illusion of the past, but was full of legends. That's the witch saint. The witch has only been around for more than 20 years, and this witch has climbed to the level of a witch saint by relying on her innate abilities on this forbidden continent. Needless to say, the effort and hardship are immense, but the speed and efficiency are just too abnormal. Suyu believed it, even if she was told that she was using cheats. "Brother Suyu, when do you plan to leave?" Kokoro in his arms suddenly asked. Suyu thought about it, pinched the cutie's soft little face, and met the women's eyes. "The night after tomorrow. This continent is no longer safe now, and they don't have much time to stay here." Suyu could even foresee that those so-called great witches and clan leaders would most likely submit to Huangji in order to survive. By then, all tribal alliances within 1,000 miles will become the eyes of the Fire Phoenix clan. Now that you have decided on your next trip, there is no need to hesitate any longer. What we need to consider now is how to deal with possible crises on the water. Those dangers are hidden in the seabed. Although they may not necessarily occur, no one can guarantee that they will not encounter them even once. Wild beasts will smell the scent of their own kind and have the desire to attack, but not all of them are like big fish, which are gentle herbivores. Nightfall. Suyu opened her bright eyes and checked the system's rewards. While fighting against the tribal alliance, the sudden appearance of the Fire Phoenix clan meant that he had no time to relax. He looked at the task introduction interface, where it said the task was completed. Reminder: the mission to welcome the tribal alliance's siege has been completed. Completion degree A. Reward: Divine Skill. Wild Passive. Hint: the effect of strong luck is triggered, and the additional rewards are 1 balanced energy crystal, unique, and 5 ultimate physical potions. And relatively, the task of welcoming the extraterritorial forces has been shown to be ongoing. It seems that repelling Huang Yin and capturing Fei Xue cannot be regarded as the end of the mission. It is at most a bonus point. Defeat Huang Ji. There is no need to consider this for the time being. If the Fire Phoenix clan had not shown up unexpectedly, so you felt that he would have completed his first mission at SSS level. However, fortunately, the A-level rewards also include magical skills, so it's not a loss. When you're about to go out to sea, the more things that can improve your own strength, the better. Suyu then looked at the introduction of Divine Skill. Wild. Magic Skill. Wild. Passive. It will be automatically activated after the host enters the battle. As the battle magic power is consumed and time goes by, it will stimulate the host's enthusiasm for battle and gradually improve the physical combat power. The longer the magic power is consumed and the duration is, the greater the increase in physical combat power. When a magic power in the host body is infinitely close to 0, the increase in wildness will directly reach the peak, with a maximum increase of 50 times. Xiao Ai, friendly reminder. Divine Skill. Wildness is a gift from the system to the host for successfully dealing with the forces outside the domain. This is a super gift that the system has worked hard to exchange from big data. Please make good use of it. Quiet reminder. The system will always love the host. Don't take cloud storage matters to heart. Forehead. Good job. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten about it. When the Fire Phoenix clan showed up, this guy was ready to run away. The magical skill of love is a gift it uses to please itself. Thinking in this way, how can you accept it? Chapter 368, Sleepless Night. Facts have proved that as long as the compensation is sufficient, selective amnesia is not impossible. Moreover, this magical skill is really effective without any effort. Under extreme conditions, physical strength increased 50 times, and with a super serious punch, so you felt that there should be nothing that could not be solved with 1 punch. If so, 2 punches. Of course, the limitations of this increase cannot be ignored. If you really encounter an opponent who you cannot defeat, even after your magic power is exhausted, then it will not be a matter of 1 or 2 punches. Then comes another reward. A balanced energy crystal with unique properties. Suyu drank the ultimate physical strength potion while checking this strange thing. The annotations of the items are very clear. Balanced energy crystal. Unique, it will automatically absorb and store various natural elements in the atmosphere. It can also absorb various natural elements in the witch's body. The absorbed elements will be automatically filtered, retaining the purest part. When the filtered elements gather to a certain amount, they will undergo a qualitative change and form different root elements. Root elements. The purest natural elements that assist in breaking through the realm of the Witch King. The user can absorb directly from the crystal to speed up the breakthrough. Note: this item cannot actively absorb the elements in the witch's body and must be released by the witch's active will. It will be more difficult to purify the elements in the witch's body, and it will increase the filtering time. Normal efficiency. The time it takes to absorb natural elements from the atmosphere and filter out a certain type of root element is at most 6 months. The fastest time it takes to absorb the natural elements in the witch's body and filter out a certain type of root element is 10 months. The fastest time to absorb the natural elements of the atmosphere and the witch and filter out a certain type of root element is 8 months. After reading the explanation, Suyu's eyes widened. In other words, this thing is equivalent to a medium like Mother Stone, which allows ordinary people to absorb the purest elements of heaven and earth, thereby meeting the conditions for breaking through to become the Witch King. After all, except for the witches, it is difficult for ordinary people to quickly absorb specific elemental magical power from the atmosphere. Normally, their method is to use time and quantity to absorb a large amount of magic power in the atmosphere, and let it separate in the body by itself. After all, natural elements exist in the magic power of the atmosphere, and absorbing to a certain extent can also satisfy the elemental balance. So, when your physique is tempered to the extreme of the current realm, it's time to exercise your magic power. The stronger the magic power, the more likely it is to break through the realm. Of course, the premise is that your world is not restricted or suppressed by malicious intent. However, the time it takes to filter out the root elements is a bit long. It takes 6 or 7 months to filter out one root element. If you want to filter out all of them, it will take several years at the fastest. Perhaps one does not need all the elements to break through to the Witch King realm, but 1 or 2, 3 or 4 will definitely not make it easy to succeed. These elements are like individual success rates. The more types you absorb, the higher your chances of success in breaking through. The crystal stone looked like a regular multifaceted prism, but its interior was like a small universe with countless stars and a huge galactic vortex. Mysterious energy gathered in it, as if it could suck people in, making Suyu unable to look away. Okay, this is a treasure. It can also be said to be the key to his future breakthrough into the Witch King. Suyu immediately put it away carefully. Now, I should have the not-so-pure elements of fire, earth, and wood in my body, or a little bit of ice element. My innate conditions are already much better than those of other great wizards. Therefore, it shouldn't be that long before he can truly break through to become the Witch King. This is a great thing for Suyu and the entire Rose tribe. After downing a few bottles of ultimate stamina potion, Suyu's magic power was growing unlimitedly, but Suyu's current physique could be said to have been strengthened to the extreme of the current realm, and there was nothing she could do about the forced reduction in the efficacy of the potion. It was just past midnight, and the intermittent roars of some wild animals outside the fort could still be heard. The favorability statistics for the day seemed to have updated the data, and nearly 1,000 favorability points popped up. Suyu looked at her attribute bar and unconsciously turned her gaze to the map radar. The current map radar is already level 10, with a visible range of 5,000 meters. Normally, it would be enough, but considering that he was about to face endless waters and countless ferocious beasts lurking on the seabed, this range did not seem so impressive. Because the wild beasts in this world cannot be judged by the standards of those wild beasts on Blue Star. Especially for the fish and wild beasts on the seabed, their swimming speed is definitely faster than that of the wild beasts on land. 5,000 meters. After Suyu discovers the other party, it may not take too long for him to catch up easily. Therefore, it would be better to expand the scope of this inspection. Only by mastering sufficient regional information and counterattack time can you have better countermeasures. Outside the fortress, in the endless camp, most of the campfires have been extinguished. Only a few fires were still flickering, and the faint voices of the tribesmen talking could be heard. Those are guards in training, and together with the defensive turrets, they guard the edge areas of the Sky City. Under the moonlight obscured by a few clouds, a black shadow rustled around the camp, and then went straight into the forest area. Her destination seemed clear, and there was no sign of any random touching. Finally, the black shadow stopped at the foot of a huge dark mountain and threw a thick, soft blanket on the ground. Wow! At the dark foot of the mountain, a bright light mysteriously shone from bottom to top, like a dazzling gem with a veil lifted, revealing an eerie green light. At the same time, the clouds dispersed, and the white moonlight poured down, illuminating the true face of the mountain. It turned out that they were not mountains. That bright light was not a flame or something like that, but an eye. Heishan opened his eyes and looked at his daughter with a bit of confusion. His huge vertical pupils were full of tenderness for Shei-Fi. This is its only relative in the world, and also its proudest daughter. When I first met Suyu, I found a glimmer of possibility in him, and then entrusted my daughter to him. I didn't expect that my wish would really come true. My daughter broke through the shackles of the transformed wild beast, completed the first step of change, and broke through to the half-step Great Wizard. Chapter 369, The Long Night. Xiao can be said to be the glory of the entire Wild Beast Snake clan. She is another snake person who has successfully transformed after her ancestor. Safi, what's wrong? Why are you coming here in the middle of the night? Heishan remembered that his daughter lived in Suyu's fortress. He had also seen it from the window outside. The space inside was not small, and all kinds of human furniture were prepared. It should be quite comfortable to live there. Don't worry, father's injuries are not serious. You forgot that we snakes have powerful self-healing abilities. Those injuries are almost healed. During the day, Heishan suffered serious injuries from fighting against Feishue of the Fire Phoenix clan. He thought that his daughter was probably worried about him, so she ran over. However, Safi laid down on the blanket angrily, and her chubby little tail slapped a few times, breaking several stones on the ground. It's a bit noisy over there at Suyu, so I came to my father's place to sleep for a while. Forehead. The old father was speechless. Through the moonlight, his daughter's delicate and beautiful face was reflected in his vertical pupils. I don't know if her face turned red because of anger or for some other reason, but it was red and kind of cute. This discovery made Montenegro a little uncomfortable. After all, my daughter used to have a cold face all day long and didn't like anyone. Being able to get angry, roll your eyes, and blush, is this considered growing up? At least, if Shaifai's mother were still alive, she would probably be happy to see her daughter like this. Although his daughter ran away for other reasons, Heishan didn't mind chatting with her. It's already very late, so you must be worried about how to get through the water. I heard from a little girl earlier that the little witch who raised the mountain beast came over to feed the mountain beast cub at night. What Montenegro is talking about is probably Kokoro, but Princess Sha rolled her eyes and snorted. Why are you so worried? He is just. Sha Fei was complaining that her old father had made a wrong judgment and was slapped in the face, so she pretended to cough. Father doesn't quite understand this matter of the human race. However, this is about the continuation of a race, which should be normal for the human race. There is no need to get angry about it. When Sha Fei heard her old father speaking for Suyu, she immediately became unhappy. She turned her head, wrinkled her nose, and glared at Heishan with a green light in her pupils. I'm not mad at that bastard, and besides, he's not as serious as you say, father. Heishan held it in for a long time before finally coming up with something to say. Suyu is now the tribe leader. Maybe he just wants to win over the forest elves. After all, I heard that the relationship between that tribe and the Rose tribe is just like my father's, just cooperation. The human race values the so-called emotional connection the most. You should want to use this method. Itsitiha. Elves, orcs, witches? Montenegro couldn't help but look at his daughter. It shouldn't be that serious. An extremely dangerous light suddenly flashed in the old snake's eyes. I'm not afraid of thieves stealing. I'm afraid of thieves thinking about it. If this kid dares to have any ideas about my daughter, I will beat him into pieces. Thinking of this, the old snake changed his words immediately. Sha Fei, that boy is probably no good. You should stay away from him. Don't worry, father. I won't get close to this bastard. Sha Fei said viciously. The father and daughter finally reached the same conclusion, so they had something to talk about, and then they began to bombard Suyu with words. We chatted about everything, and before we knew it, more than half an hour had passed. As if she had vented all her resentment, the snake girl looked up at the starry sky and suddenly grabbed the blanket again. Father, I should go back too. This bastard always prepares juice in the morning. I like to drink that too. Father, you should also go to bed early. Shaifai swayed her slender and charming waist, and her little tail kept swinging. Before the empty nest old snake could stop her, her daughter slipped away and disappeared. An inexplicable melancholy rose in Heishan's heart. It turns out my daughter didn't plan to sleep here. Oh, I feel a little empty. For some reason, the old snake suddenly remembered. What did my daughter say before? She wouldn't get close to that boy. It should be true. I had never worried about such a thing before, but today, because of my daughter's complaint, I became more worried. After returning home, Shaifai slept comfortably. The old snake was lost in thoughts all night long. Also unable to sleep was the neurotic witch. A strange environment, a strange bed. Fei Shue didn't know if she was too full or just too excited, but she rolled around on the blanket, unable to fall asleep. In the dark room, she could clearly hear the even breathing of Aksu and her mother. The woman in the darkness blinked her bright white eyes, glowing like a terrifying monster. She struggled a few more times and rolled around. Chapter 370 Pillow. Finally, after groping around for a while, he touched something that felt warm, tender, soft, and a little cool. Flesh to the touch. The woman hugged him without hesitation. I curled up my body, clamped my legs together, and rested my head on this comfortable big object. Fei Shue vaguely remembered this feeling. When she slept in the same room with Huang Yin before, she seemed to have felt it in her arms. However, he didn't feel comfortable for long before he was kicked by Huang Yin and rolled back. With the comfortable support, Fei Shue soon fell asleep yawning. But Aksu, who was held in her arms, frowned in her sleep. She had originally had a beautiful dream. The apple tree in the dream was full of red fruits. Aksu, who was feeling amorous, was ready to pick some to give to Brother Suyu to eat. But unexpectedly, when I climbed halfway up the tree, I couldn't go any higher. It felt like something strange was hugging my thighs, and I licked it a few times without any hesitation. No matter how hard Aksu tried to shake her off, she just couldn't get rid of him. Instead, he held her tighter. She looked down. Good job. It's actually Big Mouth. The little mountain beast licked her with its big tongue and pulled her so hard that she couldn't move. Aksu was so angry. Brother Suyu is still waiting for her to send him some fruit to eat. The little girl wrinkled her nose, trying to pry open the Big Mouth's front paws, but she didn't expect that she fell out of the tree without paying attention. As if falling into an abyss, Aksu was suddenly awakened. I opened my eyes blearily and saw the dazzling sunlight coming in from outside the door. In a corner, the mother was packing up the tools used for making clothes. When she heard her daughter's voice, she looked over and gave instructions. Aksu, are you awake? I'm going to work with Lynn later. I'll put the water and the grilled meat here. When she wakes up, you two can eat something, and then you can take her to find something to do. This she that AMU was referring to was naturally Feishua. Suyu had explained that Aksu would be responsible for this woman's work in the clan. Aksu nodded woodenly, and only sat up after his mother left. Want to move, but can't? The curious girl lifted up the slightly arched quilt, and immediately saw a big soft worm. Feishua was just like the Big Mouth in a dream, hugging her thighs tightly. There were still traces of crystal drool at the corners of his mouth. Aksu remembered that she had specially spread Feishua's fur blanket far away last night. How did she crawl over here? When did she fall asleep? I didn't even notice it. It turns out that this is the culprit that caused me to have nightmares. Damn it. Damn it. My apple. My Brother Suyu. It was almost there. Aksu immediately raised her little fist. Stay. Soon. 2 days passed quickly. In the suspended sky, Suyu could spot armies of different tribes marching on the ground at almost every moment. The power of the Fire Phoenix clan has spread to all places like a fishing net. They are moving in a hurry, and their direction is very clear. Feishua said that Huang Ji's main purpose of coming here was to find Patchouli, but it was impossible for her to get the exact location so quickly, so this woman must have other plans. But this no longer means much to Suyu. In the early morning of that day, Aksu, who was sleeping soundly, heard her mother calling her in a daze. They are about to leave the land that gave birth to their ancestors and raised them. So many of them want to take one last look at it. Except for the witches, orcs, and demons, the tens of thousands of slaves did not show the slightest sign of rejection. After all, life as a slave in the Rose tribe is much better than being an ordinary member of the Crescent tribe. Comparing the two, anyone who is not a fool knows how to choose. Even though Suyu made an exception and gave them the right to choose freely before leaving, no one was willing to leave the Sky City. As for the partners, a small number of the elves are still hesitant. But they had no way to change Shu Lao and Hong Wan's decision. In fact, everyone knew that the cooperation model was already dead in name only. When the day comes when Hong Wan and Su Yu's relationship is made public, the Forest Elves will be completely integrated into the Rose clan. To say its exclusion is not quite right. Maybe it's just plain awkward. I'm coming. Aksu, who was awakened by her mother, rubbed her sleepy eyes, lifted the quilt covering her body, and felt as heavy as if a koala was tied to her body. She raised her hands and punched twice. This action is almost becoming a habit, because every night this woman would come over automatically as if she had a tracker installed. He either hugged her thighs or her entire body, and slept with Aksu as if she were a life-size pillow. Since I can't resist, I can only accept it. Aksu has already accepted this setting, but she is disgusted that Feishua drools on her. Feishua, who was hit by 2 punches, didn't even open his eyes. He moved his hips and buried his head in Aksu's belly. Because it's warm and soft over there. You ask why not bury the chest. Hee hee hee. The Rose clan will leave this continent today, and this is something that everyone in the tribe knows. But for Feishua, this is not a memorable day. And the place this group of people were going to was her hometown, a place that was extremely familiar to her, so there was no sense of anticipation at all. Instead of doing these meaningless things, it is better to sleep a little longer on the warm quilt. Although this quilt is a little thin, it is warm and soft enough, and most importantly, she doesn't reject it instinctively. It seems that apart from the slight headache when hitting people, there are no other disadvantages. Of course, I once found a quilt that gave me the same feeling. But the woman kicked her away that night. Just this point, Huang Yin is better than a shui. Far from it. After a while of struggling, Fei Shue was wrapped up like a rice dumpling and thrown by Aksu on her fur blanket. By the time she arrived at the edge of the Sky City, the area where the witches gathered, the ancient giant fish had already slowly flown to the edge of the water. Leaving the ground and leaving the ancestral land, the two feelings seemed to be different. The tribesmen looked at the land that was gradually moving away, and at the place that had raised them for decades, they finally felt a little reluctant to leave. The continent was gradually covered by fog in the sky, and the low roars of ancient beasts echoed in the ears. The sun above didn't seem so hot anymore. Su Yu stood on the top of the fortress, feeling the subtle changes in the air. After losing the power of the Witch King, he could no longer see the layer of light in the sky. But after entering the water for hundreds of meters, the voice of the ancient beast became much heavier. Chapter 371, Paper 1. In the air. It seemed that a strange force was constantly suppressing the big fish's ability to fly, forcing it to slowly lower its suspended altitude. This repressive force became heavier as they went deeper into the water. Su Yu, who had a spiritual connection with the ancient beast, also felt it most directly. It bore the pressure on behalf of everyone in the Sky City, so from the perspective of the tribe members, nothing unusual happened. Finally, the ancient behemoth stopped at a height of 70 or 80 meters above sea level, which was the optimal distance for it to maintain steady progress. The blue water surface sparkles, and the sea breeze blows up waves, one layer after another. From time to time, fish would float to the surface of the bottomless water, jumping and splashing ripples, and then disappear in the blink of an eye. Everything seemed so peaceful and natural, but only Su Yu had a serious expression, constantly observing the movements within a radius of 6 kilometers around him. Only with a map radar did he realize the danger hidden beneath this peace. In this seemingly quiet body of water, at the bottom of the sea of unknown depth, live groups of ferocious and powerful sea beasts. At this time, Su Yu's map radar had been upgraded to level 12, with a visible range of 6,000 meters. Those huge red dots with countless small dots were like teams of rangers, constantly shuttling across the seabed, occupying almost most of the screen. Of course, just because they don't show up doesn't mean there's no danger. Perhaps the ancient beast simply hasn't been discovered yet, or perhaps they are measuring the difference in power between the two. The strong prey on the weak. This principle is the same in every world. If the ancient behemoth had not reached the level of a wizard king, it would probably have the urge to attack as soon as these sea beasts smelled its scent. Su Yu was unable to remain in stealth mode throughout the entire process, so she could only try to quickly find an area with very few sea beasts and use it as a resting station. However, the smell sense between wild beasts is similar to that of witches. This is a very strange ability. They can quickly smell the smell of their own kind, which is more effective than seeing with the eyes. Therefore, even if you turn on stealth, there is no way to absolutely guarantee that you will not be noticed by more powerful wild beasts. Big fish, if you sense danger, notify me immediately. At this point, Su Yu believed that the ancient beast had more say than him. According to Fei Shue, this trip will take at least half a month, and it is impossible for him to pay attention to the movements on the seabed all the time. After the hometown where they once lived became a tiny black spot in the distance, the tribesmen returned to their jobs one after another. They know clearly that reluctance and nostalgia cannot fill their stomachs, and no matter what challenges they will face in the future, life must go on. Not long after, Su Yu also returned to the inside of the fortress. After walking through the spiral staircase, I found Kokoro sitting on the balcony of the living room, staring at the sky in a daze. Winnie and Xiao Ai went to the newly built stone and wood house to continue their teaching tasks. Yaxiang, Li, and Shaifai joined the team to build a house. Lynn is still working in the garment workshop making clothes for the tribesmen, and everything is going on in an orderly manner. As the number of tribe members increased, Kokoro, the farmer, had more free time. Now, she only needs to take care of Big Mouth and Wolfda and Wolf Air. After all, these wild beasts were raised by Kokoro, and they don't really approve of other keepers. Moreover, Big Mouth was too big and had a strong aura of a wild beast, so the new tribesmen didn't dare to feed it at all. Kokoro was still in a daze about leaving her ancestral land. From fleeing with her sister, to her first awakening, to becoming Su Yu's woman, taking care of the Xiao Ai, and living in the sky. All of this flashed through her little head like a revolving lantern. The sudden departure made her feel that the experiences of the past 6 months were like a dream. However, she didn't hate such dreams, because her sister is by her side, and Suyu is also by her side, and that is enough. As long as they are there, anywhere is home. In the past, Kokoro would never think about these things. In her world, all she cared about was making her sisters happy, acting coquettishly with them, and then working hard with her sisters to decompose and clean the animal meat. Ever since she met Suyu, she felt that her life had begun to change dramatically. Yeah, suddenly, there was a gentle tap on the little head. Kokoro cried out cutely and hugged her head. Suyu's face appeared in front of him, with a mischievous smile on her face. What are you thinking about? I'm thinking about Brother Suyu, Kokoro replied with a blushing face. Really? Suyu picked up Kokoro and held her up. Her soft body was still so petite. The little cutie then happily reached out her arms and wrapped them around the man's neck, then gave him a kiss. Really? Kokoro has grown up and become more emotional than before. Is this a step towards maturity? The more you experience and see, the more your views on the world and certain things will change. This is a normal life, because it becomes more colorful when it becomes richer. Suyu doesn't think it is a bad thing. Is there anything to do next? Suyu suddenly asked. The little cutie blinked his eyes, turned his head, tapped the corners of his lips with his little finger, and said with a giggle, Lavlayu and Mimi said that after Sister Huahua and Sister Wei and I have finished teaching them, they will come over to play with me. Suyu said, oh, and widened her eyes intentionally. What's the fun of hanging out with them? In the end, they just ride their big mouths and wander around. What else could the 3 little girls do? If it weren't for the big mouth, they wouldn't even dare to enter the forest behind the big fish. After all, there are many wild animals released into the wild by the tribesmen, and the ferocity of wild and captive animals is always very different. Kokoro pouted and twisted her hips in Suyu's arms. But I promised them. Suyu chuckled and touched the little cutie's forehead. What's the matter? They won't finish class so early today. Why? Kokoro asked in confusion. I'll ask Xiao Huahua to teach them a few more hours later. I feel quite sorry for my sisters. Kokoro shook her head and thought about it. Is there anything wrong with my brother Suyu? Of course not. Whatever brother Suyu does is right. He nodded immediately. Good. The two of them rested on the balcony for a while, and then Suyu took Kokoro out of the fortress. Next, he planned to go to Lynn's garment workshop to find some materials in preparation for his future plans. The development of the ethnic group is now on the right track, and all aspects of food, clothing, housing, and transportation are improving in an orderly manner. Chapter 372, Paper 2. Since the last time he opened a school to teach his tribe members about numbers, Suyu has discovered many drawbacks. They had no paper and could not write simple Chinese characters. They used animal skins and bamboo boards, and their written communication was mostly in the form of semi-graphic pictograms. Take Yaxiang's book on the Skywrath explosion fighting skill, for example. It's a booklet made of animal skins. The scribbles and writings on it are all graphics, which are the local pictograms passed down by their ancestors. To be honest, if there was no translator, it would be like a wordless book to Suyu. Let's not talk about the paper alone. The key point is that the pictographic writing passed down by the ancestors of this continent seems to have never been properly unified. There are still many differences among the various tribal alliances and the hieroglyphics they learned from their parents and elders. This was also what Suyu discovered after traveling among the trading tribes and gathering members of the Ghost Tribe, the Orc Tribe, and the Crescent Tribe. Just like the countries on Blue Star, different countries have different mother tongues, and this continent is the same. The biggest difference is between humans and non-humans. The Orcs' pictographic writing is so good that even the elves, who claim to be the world's best translators, feel ashamed and are left confused after reading it. The Ghost race is slightly better, as about 70% of their hieroglyphs are common to humans. As for the wild beasts, they don't rely on this to communicate at all. Thoughts and telepathy are all abstract existences. If Suyu hadn't communicated with the ancient beasts, she might have thought that Sha Fei had a second-year syndrome. Shei even thought that writing on animal skins to communicate information was completely unnecessary. Otherwise, what is the purpose of having a mouth? A foreign land, most of the alien races live in groups. Except for some exceptions, they basically will not leave the group alone like humans. They are also divided into large and small tribes, clans, Ronin groups, etc. There are no so-called faithful slaves. Suyu understood after a little thought. After all, this is a strange branch. Unlike humans who have complicated minds, many wild beasts may not be able to gain intelligence in their entire lives. Individuals as powerful as Montenegro and those like Xiao Ai who chose to transform can only be described as unique. However, if there is no communication, many things cannot be conveyed properly, and it is not conducive to the spread of knowledge and civilization. Without simple props for communication, it is naturally not conducive to the transformation of civilization. In fact, the fact that modern humans can think of using animal skins, bamboo, animal bones, leaves, etc. instead of stones to carve the messages they want to convey on them is already an evolution. However, these complicated tools cannot be compared with paper thousands of years later. Among these, wood chips made of bamboo can be considered a good material. After all, bamboo slips have existed for many years in the history of Blue Star. However, this thing is not only heavy and takes up space, but also difficult to carry. The space that can be used at one time is also very limited. Only a few words can be written on a large bamboo slip. After the appearance of paper, silk, and finally paper, bamboo slips were completely replaced. Therefore, in order to unify the written language of the tribe and facilitate the transmission of civilization among the tribe, Suyu decided to teach the knowledge of writing and papermaking. In fact, Suyu had had this idea a long time ago. However, during the past 6 months, the tribe had to deal with threats from other tribes, the growth of the guardian witch, and the survival and development of the tribe, and so on, which delayed the plan. After all, without paper and without writing, the tribe can still survive. But if you don't solve the problems of food, clothing, and shelter first, everything else will be empty talk. In addition, the ethnic groups at that time simply did not have such spare capacity. The basic labor force was low, and there was not enough to distribute. Who would have the leisure to accompany you to experiment with these things? At the moment, the number of the tribe members has reached nearly 70,000, and their home is in a suspended city in the sky, so they don't have to worry about food, clothing, or shelter. Apart from the unknown dangers on the seabed, there is no need to worry about invasions from foreign tribes for the time being. Leisure time becomes longer, which is a good time to promote new knowledge and new technologies. Brother Suyu, what are you doing looking for Sister Lynn? Kokoro, who was lying on Suyu's back, suddenly asked. Her favorite thing was to be with Suyu, lying on his back like this, or being held in his arms. Even if we don't do anything, as long as we can stick together, we will be very happy. Compared to this, plastic sisterhood does seem less important. Lynn has mountain spider silk over there. I think it should be useful. Suyu replied. The ancient people of Blue Star raised silkworms, while we raise mountain spiders. They are both experts in producing silk and making cocoons, so I feel their uses in papermaking should not be much different. Not only that, there are still a lot of rice stalks and wheat stalks left in Lioli, and there is no shortage of tree bark and bamboo in the mountains and forests, so there's no need to worry too much about materials. The little cutie put his head on Suyu's shoulder and blew into the man's ear playfully. If you do this at night, you will always be punished by Suyu, but it will be different in the daytime. Reckless bullet. Suyu is also helpless. She turned around and kissed the little cutie a few times, but it seemed to have no effect. It was not until she saw her sister Lynn that Kokoro started giggling and buried her head in Suyu's neck with a blushing face. Sister Lynn, are you busy? The small room was crowded with women who were busy processing silk threads meticulously. Women are more careful and skillful than men when it comes to sewing clothes, so Lynn mostly chooses female tribesmen to come and learn and help. Hearing Suyu's voice, Lynn raised her head. Almost everyone looked over subconsciously. Chief Su, what's up? Do you want to pick out new clothes? Sister Lynn, Chief Su is here to see you. The enthusiasm of the tribesmen remains unabated. Lynn put down the work in her hands, smiled shyly at everyone, and went outside. If there is nothing special, Suyu usually won't come here. What's the matter? Lynn asked in confusion, pinching Kokoro's face. Didn't you say you want to play with Ovlayu and the others today? Hee. I think it's more fun playing with Brother Suyu, Kokoro said embarrassedly. Suyu glanced at the silk threads in the room, then glanced at the ones piled outside, and explained. I'm going to need the thread outside the door later, so leave it to me. What do you want those silk threads for? Lynn asked in surprise. This thing seems to have no other use except for weaving clothes and cloth. Papermaking. Suyu smiled. You may not understand what I mean for now. I'll show it to you after I make it. Chapter 373 Paper 3. Lynn nodded. Well, those tribesmen haven't been dealt with yet, so it's a bit messy. It's okay. I'll have someone come get it later. After leaving Lynn's clothing workshop, Suyu found Hongwan, who was improving her magic power projectile cannon. Coincidentally, Xiao Ai was there too. Because she wanted to come over to learn how to make projectile cannons from Hongwan, she left the teaching task to Wei and I. After hearing Suyu's plan, the two women's eyes lit up. Papermaking? I have never heard of it before. It is new knowledge, and Hongwan has never been exposed to it before. In addition to this, there is another piece of textual knowledge which also excites women. After a while, Hongwan arranged for the clansmen to gather all the materials Suyu needed. Several people gathered around, watching how Suyu operated and listening to his narration. Papermaking. It is one of the great inventions of Blue Star in ancient times. It is difficult to know exactly when paper was invented. The only thing we know about the history of Blue Planet is that it was invented in the Western Han Dynasty and improved in the Eastern Han Dynasty. After the Han Dynasty, the papermaking process continued to improve and mature, but the four basic steps remained largely unchanged. The four steps are separation of raw materials, pulping, papermaking, and final drying. Raw material separation, as the name suggests, is to degumming the prepared materials in wood ash water or lime water and disperse them in a fibrous state, usually by long-term soaking or steaming. The second step is beating, which is to process the fibers by chopping and hammering, causing the fibers to split, tear, and fluff, which is also called fiber beating, thus becoming pulp. The third step is papermaking, which is to make paper pulp into slurry by infiltrating water, and then use a mat woven with thin bamboo strips, bamboo mat, to scoop the slurry so that the paper pulp can be interwoven on the bamboo mat to form thin sheets of wet paper. There are two methods of papermaking, dry method and wet method. The main difference between the two methods lies in the medium. Dry papermaking basically uses air as the medium and is mostly used for synthetic fiber papermaking, woven fabrics, diapers, and other items. Wet papermaking uses water as the medium and is suitable for plant fiber papermaking. Therefore, a large part of paper is made by wet process. The last step is drying. This is easy to understand. The finished wet paper is dried in the sun or in the air to obtain the final finished paper. Of course, to accomplish all of this, appropriate props are also needed, such as pools for storing water and slurry, bamboo mats for making paper, and a cool, mosquito-free place. In other words, just like sewing clothes, a formal workshop needs to be established. What Suyu is doing now is just to teach the simple technical knowledge of papermaking to Hongwan and Xiao Ai. After that, of course, all the tools, venues, and materials must be prepared separately. He wanted to experiment with the quality of paper made from mountain spider silk, as well as the difficulty of making paper using existing materials such as bamboo and linen. These are all Suyu's knowledge from Blue Star, not from the system, so they are somewhat unfamiliar. If it weren't for the tight favorability, Suyu would have wanted to save trouble and directly exchange for a more detailed explanation of papermaking technology from the system all. But even so, Hongwan and Xiao Ai watched Suyu's unfamiliar movements meticulously. They watched and learned at the same time. It must be said that teaching smart women knowledge is a more pleasant thing. They do not need too much guidance and can grasp the essence of the knowledge they have learned through their natural curiosity and insight. Because they had to prepare special props and site materials, the two women did not conduct further experiments themselves. For them, there is no shortage of time now, so there is no need to rush. Except for Kokoro, who listened alone from beginning to end, she pouted and said, "Can you tell me something I understand?" Even when Suyu finally put a piece of paper that was dried by fire element and looked terrible in the little cutie's hand, she still said that she had no idea what this thing could be used for. However, Kokoro discovered that she had a special sensitivity to paper made of bamboo. It was as if she could see through it and restore the bamboo fibers that had been reduced to slag to their original state. Suyu felt that this should be the characteristic of the wood element priestess. Perhaps, in the near future, the priestess who possessed these elements would be able to pinch a piece of paper out of thin air. Just like we can freely separate and condense soil, this is not impossible. After all, the witches have all kinds of abilities and can even control space and time. After being praised by Suyu, Kokoro was instantly delighted, with her little neck raised high and her hands on her hips, showing her pride. Next is the knowledge about words. The women followed Suyu's footsteps and returned to the stone and wooden house where the children studied. In the room that had been noisy just now, the children all looked over. Because the class time was extended, the children were playing out of boredom. When Winnie saw Suyu, She wiped the corners of her shiny mouth and hid the dried meat snacks she had with her. Dudu from the orc tribe was more direct. He ran over and hugged Suyu's thighs, wagging his furry tail. "Chief, I'm hungry." Baiwa beside her was also knocking on the wooden table. "Brother Suyu, get out of class is almost over. Sister Winnie is almost full." Suyu waved her hands awkwardly. "Get out of class dismissed. Get out of class dismissed." In fact, he didn't even ask the children to stay in class for a little longer. It was all because Xiao Ai ran away, and Winnie was delayed for a long time by herself checking the digital knowledge learned by the group of children, not to mention that they were playing and fighting during the journey. The children seemed to be pardoned and ran away with smiles on their faces. Only Liu and Xiao Mimi stayed in the room, staring at Kokoro eagerly. Two pairs of bright eyes came over and said, "We agreed to go play together." Suyu felt someone tug at the corner of her clothes, and she looked down to see Kokoro blinking her beautiful eyes. Turning around, I saw the expectant eyes of the two little sisters again. Oh, he couldn't help but pat the little cutie on the head. "Go play. Anyway, she can't understand the knowledge being taught now." "Hee, Brother Suyu, I'll go then." The little cutie ran away with a snap. Three people gathered together. "Jo! Jo! Jo!" The three little sisters raised their fists and chanted strange slogans. The friendship boat came as soon as it was spoken, and then the three of them rushed outside. "Go find Big Mouth." "Okay, it's my turn to ride first this time. Then bring more jerky." The sounds of three people playing and laughing gradually faded away. "Okay, let's talk about our own thing." Suyu suddenly clapped her hands, bringing the few remaining women back to their senses. Chapter 374, Montag Jingstresis. Winnie stood up and was about to slip back to the fortress when Suyu pulled her back. "You have to listen too. After this, I'll have to rely on you guys to teach others." Suyu looked at Hongwan and said, "When the time comes, pick a few people with more flexible brains from the tribe and let them spread this knowledge. It is impossible to teach 60,000 to 70,000 people all at once, so they need to be taught in batches. Do slaves also need to be taught?" Hongwan asked involuntarily. "Suyu teaching knowledge of writing regardless of status. Besides, after those people went to the Sky City and left the mainland together, the concept of slavery no longer existed. Suyu instilled in them the idea that they could escape their slavery by working hard. This was only to make them cherish their future lives more. That was why the tests always existed. Then, Suyu thought for a while and wrote the alphabet of Chinese pinyin on the wooden board with charcoal, including initial consonants, finals, and whole syllables. Knowledge of writing, both Chinese characters and pinyin, are indispensable. There is no accurate statistics on the number of Chinese characters, but it is close to 100,000, but only a few thousand are used in daily life. Therefore, it should not be difficult to learn how to write and communicate in daily life. Suyu explained similar knowledge bit by bit. He believed that with Hongwan and Xiao Huahua's intelligence, it should not be difficult for them to learn. That's all. After Winnie listened to the inscrutable introduction, a day passed by inadvertently. Suyu has completed the enlightenment, and what follows is to depend on the tribesman's own learning ability. However, with the passive ability of the root clan, the qualifications of the clan members have undergone changes to varying degrees. Will their thoughts and wisdom also be improved? Suyu suddenly had such an expectation. If that effect really happened, he believed that it would not be long before his tribe would truly usher in a new civilization. In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed. A thick black smoke suddenly rose into the sky from the vast land that was once relatively peaceful. This is a signal to gather tribal soldiers, and it is a way for Huangji to notify nearby surrendered tribal alliances. At this moment, the leaders of the 4 or 5 surrounding tribes all looked up with excitement that was difficult to conceal in their eyes. If you serve the Fire Phoenix clan, you'll have the opportunity to leave this continent. For decades, people have lived here, worked here, and died here. This continent is the land that has given birth to and nurtured generations of people, but it is also a natural cage. It imprisoned not only humans, but also various other races. Not everyone likes to live a peaceful, comfortable, and conventional life. The stronger a person's power and the higher his wisdom, the greater his desire will be for new things and a new world. They also long to leave here one day, like their ancestors did 100 years ago, cross the waters to the outside world and witness the beautiful scenery there. Maybe it's simply to seek more powerful power. It can also be said that it is to make one's life not as boring as others. Or maybe just for a change. The conditions offered by Huang Ji truly satisfied the desires hidden deep in the hearts of this group of people. So, they fell into a long-lost madness. They even started to compete with each other in order to be reused and appreciated. Huang Ji saw all of this, but the woman had no intention of stopping it. She didn't want to interfere and was too lazy to care. The strong prey on the weak, and only the fittest survive. This group of people are just doing the same thing as before. Besides, she didn't want the last warriors to leave this land to be a bunch of useless trash. The huge White Tiger Alliance territory. Huang Ji was sitting in the position of the former clan leader, and a group of warriors were gathering below. The several great wizards who heard the news were ready to go, waiting for the next order. Huang Mo, Old Man's son, Wu Daniu, Zhang Xiaozhong later changed his name to Wu Daniu, Xiao Yunfei, and others stood in the first place. As the messenger of news, he was lowering his head to report the latest intelligence. We found the trace of the elf man in the forest in the north. He was heading north before, but he's been wandering around the mountains these days. He didn't stay there much. He would just take a rest and leave. Xinu remained silent after he finished speaking. 6 days ago, the tribe army that was spread out by Huang Ji happened to meet a mysterious man. He was wearing a dark robe and was in a hurry. His green eyes looked extremely strange under the night sky. After Xianu discovered the bonfire, he immediately disappeared. The elves have the ability to hide their bodies, but their hasty escape made it impossible for them to deal with the traces they left behind in time. The good tracking slaves quickly followed these traces to find the direction of his escape. This mysterious man with invisibility skills fits Mo Ying's current situation very well, so Huang Mo has reason to believe that it is him. For Huang Ji, it doesn't matter whether he is Mo Ying or not, as long as he is an elf. You mean, he left an unburned bonfire at every resting place? Xiao Yunfei suddenly asked with narrowed eyes. Yes, great with Xiao. Xinu nodded. Xiao Yunfei then looked at Huang Ji and said, Lady Huang Ji, I think there are many things wrong with this. The first time he was accidentally encountered by Xianu might be an explanation, but being discovered one after another is obviously not in line with the image of the elves who are good at hiding their whereabouts. From the locations, distances, and directions that Xinu discovered, I feel like he is intentionally leading us to discover him. This elf man may have other purposes, so we'd better be careful. Although he didn't get along well with Xiao Yunfei, Huang Mo had to agree with this point of view. The Mo Ying in his impression was not so careless. These strange behaviors forced some great wizards to think of a possibility. Huang Mo mentioned it at the beginning. This man who was born into the elf race had endless hatred towards his own race and wanted to destroy it. However, Wu Daniu's carefree voice interrupted everyone's speculation. The silly man smiled disdainfully. Shadow Wu, when did you become so cowardly? Lady Huang Ji is here. Even if this elf deliberately let us see it, what can it do? Can he really turn the world upside down by himself? You guys, don't stay here all day long. When you find him again tomorrow, go and catch him and hand him over to Lady Huang Ji. Then all the problems will be solved. Listening to Wu Daniu's speech, everyone was furious. Chapter 375, The Day of Return. These days, Wu Daniu is almost getting cocky, relying on the fact that he is the #1 surrendered seed and a nominal member of the Fire Phoenix clan to boss others around. When it comes to catching people, which one of us is not as good as you? In his mouth, caution turned into cowardice, and he wanted to bury all the great witches to show his superiority. What is puzzling is, faced with such a clown-like existence, Huang Ji turned a blind eye. The weak great wizards dare not speak out, but that does not mean that all great wizards will be spoiled by him. Huang Mo immediately sneered in a deep voice. It is not up to you to decide whether to arrest or not. We will only listen to the orders of Lady Huang Ji. It is not your turn to give orders. Great Wizard Wu, I am not as timid as you. How dare you command us, I will in front of Lady Huang Ji. Are you thinking of replacing her one day? We don't have such courage. Xiao Yunfei said coldly. Such a big hat was put on him. Wu Daniu was like, for a moment. He likes to show off, act cocky, and speak without thinking. He may be a fool, but he is not stupid. How can he take on such a thing? However, it's okay to show off a few words, but it's too stupid to face such slander. The sturdy man was so scared that he didn't know how to defend himself, so he immediately became cowardly and spoke loudly. Lady Huang Ji, I don't have the thoughts they say. I am loyal to the Fire Phoenix clan, and the heavens can bear witness to this. If I lied, you don't even have to do anything. The heavens will destroy me and give me a thunderbolt. 5 thunderbolts struck the top of one's head. These familiar words made everyone's eyebrows twitch. Boom! I don't know if it was a deliberate prank by God, but a thunderclap suddenly sounded, and a man was so scared that he fell to the ground. Come on again. I didn't lie this time. Henin murmured, his body trembling a little, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Not only him, but several other great wizards present felt their skin tighten at the same time. Suyu's battle at that time did indeed become a big psychological shadow for them. Huangji looked at this useless man and felt a little disgusted in her heart, but she still needed such a lackey, so she did not show it on her face. The woman waved her hand gently and snorted. You don't need to talk about loyalty. You were the first person to surrender to the Fire Phoenix clan. I naturally believe in your loyalty. She looked at Xiao Yunfei and others and continued. No matter what the intentions of that elf man are, I am not interested. I just need him to lead us to the elves' homeland. I don't care about anything else. Maybe, as you think, he intends to use us to get rid of the elves, but this does not conflict with my original purpose. I can just arrange for the slaves to continue the search. Lady Huangji, why don't you just capture him? Wouldn't it be faster to interrogate him that way? Xiao Yunfei said puzzledly. Huangji smiled. Because he is an elf. You have never had contact with the elves, so you don't understand. This tribe only believes in the gods and is absolutely loyal to those so-called gods. At the same time, they will not tolerate any betrayal from their tribe. This is a restriction that has been imprinted in their bones since they were born. Even if you capture this elf, you will not be able to find out the specific location of their tribe. The woman looked at Huang Yamo and continued. Providing the tribe's technical knowledge and the information about the tribe's location and members are completely different prices. It's not that he doesn't want to say it, but he can't say it. The restriction will prevent him from speaking forever. This man wants revenge and wants to witness the destruction of the elves with his own eyes. He will definitely not be willing to die so easily from the ban. He will not reveal any useful information unless he has no other choice. In her own continent, all the elves that Huang Ji met were like this. Even when facing death, they could not truly betray. This group of people deserves to die as puppets of those false gods, which is also tragic. According to the information obtained by Xi Nu and their current geographical location, Huang Ji can speculate that no matter what the purpose of this elf is, the time will soon be revealed. Further north is a mountain range, and beyond the mountains is a body of water. It is impossible for the elves' homeland to be hidden in the water. This man has been active in the mountain area, and it seems that he has told us the answer. The woman sneered. Order the tribe's army to set out and climb all the mountains there. This race, which is good at stealth skills, hides in the mountains. This is not the first time they have done so. Yes, Lady Huangji. This day, there were lightning and thunder, and the sky was covered with dark clouds. Just like Mo Ying's gloomy face, it was terrifyingly gloomy. As usual, he left a campfire in the temporary rest camp and looked up at the sky. A strange magical power had somehow mixed into the cold air. It's very special, yet inexplicably familiar. In the dark south, flocks of crows flew towards us. Their cries were so loud that they were hard to hear. The man raised the corner of his mouth and revealed a sneer. Then he changed his original direction and went deeper into the mountains. Crash! Wow! After a while, heavy rain poured down. Mo Ying's clothes were soaked, but he didn't care and continued to move forward step by step according to the memory in his mind. In the humid air and rain, the man could still smell a force that resonated with his body. Apparently, his intuition was not wrong. Several years have passed, and this place is still the same as before without any change. Then he stopped at the waist of the mountain range, and in front of him was a completely inconspicuous hill. Among these mountains that are tens or hundreds of meters high, it could be said to be unremarkable, short, and ugly. No one would be interested in it. Hundreds of meters behind him, a pair of blood-red eyes were staring at him. The heavy rain soaked it like a drowned rat, but the beast still lay prone on the ground. The man grinned, as if he noticed its gaze, and turned his head slightly. The whimpering beast immediately shrank its body and quickly fled. Facing the hill again, the man just raised his hand, but hadn't made any move yet. 2 dark shadows fell from the towering tree beside them. They were wearing lotus clothes to protect themselves from the rain. Their emerald green eyes were full of surprise and vigilance. and their pointed ears were still dripping with rainwater. Moing! One of the men saw the intruder's face clearly and was shocked. His voice was hoarse, as if it was filled with sand, and was filled with anger and confusion. "It's really you. Didn't you run away? Why did you come back?" Another tribesman asked in a deep voice. Chapter 376, The Past. They would not think of betrayal, because all elves knew that they could not betray their faith and ancestors. Mo Ing smiled coldly and spread his hands. Mo ran. "Why are you so afraid of me? I didn't expect that after a few years. You can only guard the entrance. The elders of the clan don't value you so much. Aren't you willing at all?" The man called Mo Ran had a dark light in his eyes, and then he shouted coldly, "What's wrong with guarding the entrance? Don't use those perverse theories to confuse me. All the entrances are important lifelines for our people. They can't be slandered by a scum like you who can abandon our people for outsiders. Since you chose to come back, then just surrender and wait to be punished by the elders." Another tribesman immediately took out a sword and put it to Mo Ying's neck. Mo Ying stretched out his finger and flicked the tip of the sword, sneering, "Since I'm back, I have no intention of resisting, so why bother?" "Humph, you're smart." The tribesman snorted coldly and escorted Mo Ying to the entrance, but Mo Ran looked at his back with some hesitation. Mo Ying's return was so strange that it always gave him a bad feeling, but he couldn't guess why this man came back. The heavy rain prevented Mo Ran from investigating the movements of the outside world at a greater distance. Even though he knew that the elves could not betray their race, he still felt uneasy. "What's wrong, Mo Ran?" Another tribesman asked puzzledly when he saw Mo Ran was slow to move. "Nothing." Mo Ran shook his head. After some thought, he suddenly grabbed Mo Ing in his hand and said, "I will take Mo Ing back to the tribe. You continue to watch here. If you find anything, don't ask for permission. Use the magic pattern technique to warn the tribesmen around." "Okay, I understand." Faced with Mo Ran's sudden cautiousness, the tribesmen were stunned for a moment and then nodded. In fact, he didn't understand why Mo Ran suddenly became so cautious. As servants of the gods, they knew everything about this continent. They didn't have to fear any invasion from foreign forces. Even the most powerful tribal alliance of the human race couldn't be compared with them. The reason why they have been hiding their whereabouts and not caring about worldly affairs is simply because of the request of the gods. There should be no interference and no obstruction. This is a contest between gods, and all they need to do is watch and wait. Only by finding the root elements mentioned by the gods can they become the swords of the gods and fulfill their mission. So, what is Mo Ran afraid of? The tribesmen are not clear. Even Mo Ran himself was the same. He just felt vaguely uneasy, but still had no idea about the source of that uneasiness. Grabbing Mo Ing, he came to an inconspicuous stone wall and just lightly pressed a protruding stone on the rock, and a crimson magic pattern lit up. Immediately, I heard a strange sound of rocks moving. Even though everything in front of him had not changed, Mo Ran and Mo Ing walked directly towards the stone wall. The seemingly hard stone wall began to twist due to the intervention of foreign objects, and for a moment its original appearance was revealed. It was not a stone wall at all, but a long, narrow, and deep cave entrance. The magic patterns on the stone wall contain a kind of illusion that can conceal everything around it. Walking in the deep, cold corridor with moss-covered rock walls in his memory, the scene in Mo Ying's eyes unconsciously returned to the night 3 years ago. Because marrying a woman from another race violated the rules of the elves. If it were just this, it would be fine. He would just receive the lightest punishment and be confined to the clan's land from then on. But that human woman gave birth to offspring. This is an unforgivable fact. The existence of that child has tainted the bloodline of the elves. Therefore, the unanimous decision of the elders remained the same as before. The child and the woman must be put to death. Mo Ing, who longed for a free life in the outside world, could not agree with this, and he could not sit idly by and watch the impending fate of his woman and child. In order to escape, he deceived the warriors who were guarding him, defeated the guards before his fellow tribesmen could react, and escaped with his wounded body. However, God looked at Mo Ing, who was struggling without any sympathy, and even played a joke on him. Due to excessive blood loss, Mo Ing collapsed on the way to escape. When he woke up, he was tied up and thrown into a dark and damp dungeon. No matter how he howled and shouted, there was no response. Every day, someone would just throw food and water in front of him and then leave in a hurry. Finally, after spending countless days in darkness, he He was taken away from there and sent to another dark pit. The pit still exuded a cool smell of earth, and the walls were covered with traces of fresh excavation. And waiting for him in that small room was the burly and middle-aged great shaman of the Crescent Moon tribe, Song Heihu. The scene returned to reality, and Mo Ing seemed to still see the blood-stained, limping man running away in this corridor with his last bit of strength. However, all his efforts were in vain in the end, and he was unable to protect anything. His woman, his children. Unconsciously, a sinister smile appeared on the corner of Mo Ying's mouth. Mo Ran, who was escorting him, was also frightened by this terrifying smile and felt his scalp tingling for some reason. What on earth are you doing back here? Next, Mo Ing will be sent to the judgment seat, and the elders will once again decide to sentence this man who has violated the rules of the elves. But he could clearly live freely outside, so why did he run back? The Council of Elders, the warrior stationed outside, could not know the result, but Mo Ran still wanted to know the answer from Mo Ing. Come back and settle it. Montak Ying Laukit coldly. What do you want to end? Mo Ran scolded lightly. Do you think you have the power to fight against the elders and the patriarch? Anyone who breaks the clan rules must be punished. The blood of the elves must not be defiled. This is the will passed down from generation to generation. The elves have been indoctrinated since childhood, so they don't think there was anything wrong with the verdict back then. Moreover, the people who were killed were women and children of the human race, so even if the gods knew about it, they would not be held responsible. Any member who breaks the clan rules should be punished. You're not the first nor the last. If you're willing to come back because you want to do something to your clan land, I advise you to give up this idea as soon as possible. Mo Ran reminded. No matter what you want to do, the end will be worse than last time. Hey. Mo Ing showed his yellowed teeth. Really? Chapter 377 Trial. The two had no more conversation along the way. Mo Ran didn't even look at Mo Ing again until he was imprisoned in the dungeon connected to the trial platform. Mo Ying's return did not cause any shock among the elders. Even the tribesmen who knew about this were only symbolically surprised. Most people who knew him thought that the stubborn tribesman had died out there. But even if he did come back, he would only continue that punishment and increase his crime. There are many people who mock Mo Ing for being stupid, and many others who are indifferent. The new generation of elders casually flipped through the records about this tribe member, sneered at the way he escaped from the tribe in a bloody manner, and then scheduled his sentencing in the early morning after the heavy rain. Why did he come back? Why did he come back at this time? What was his purpose in coming back to the tribe? No one cares. Even the elderly elders who participated in the trial that year just nodded habitually at the actions of their juniors. With the protection of gods, the elves have lived a very comfortable life over the past few decades. Those high-ranking elders have gradually forgotten what a crisis feels like. Even if Mo Ran and other guards and soldiers noticed something was wrong, their voices could not be conveyed to the top level. This heavy rain lasted for 3 whole days. The elves' homeland was hidden among the mountains, and the illusory barrier sky was also washed clean. The soft sunlight shone through the layer of illusion into the tribal land. Under the giant tree, with lush branches and leaves, a group of elven children ran out and began to play their daily games. They can see the blue sky, the white clouds, and feel the cool breeze between heaven and earth. However, from the outside, there are only endless mountains and countless forests here. This is the secret of how the elves were able to live in seclusion here for more than a decade without being discovered. That huge magic pattern concealed everything. The children were having a great time when suddenly someone started shouting and joined the crowd. Their destination was a circular building located in the center of the elven land. The building was built of huge stones, and in the center stood a huge stone statue. The statue seemed to be a woman, half naked, holding a long spear in her hand. Behind her were 2 pairs of huge wings. This is the belief of the elves, and the stone statue is the symbol of their land. This building is the place where God judges sins, the judgment seat. Its interior is a circular staircase and dozens of beautiful wooden stands, resembling the arena of a country on Blue Star. And at the ground where the halberd in the stone statue's hand was pointing, Mo Ing had already been brought up by several tribesmen. After a dozen elders took their seats, the noisy judgment seat suddenly fell silent. Originally, the tribesmen were not required to participate in this sudden trial, and the children were redundant, because no tribe has ever been judged twice. However, Years of comfort and boredom made them interested in the trial. Looking at the disheveled man tied under the stone statue, the tribesmen all looked at him strangely. They had no sympathy, but were more looking forward to what kind of punishment the man would be sentenced to. At the same time, I don't understand why they don't stay in the good tribal land and don't want to give up the women of the tribe who they know well, but instead want to live in the outside world and reproduce with human women. We are servants of the gods and the noble elves. How could you possibly look down upon those inferior humans? Suddenly, a heart-rending cough broke the silence. On the high platform, a middle-aged man in a gray cloth robe stood up, stared at Mo Ing, who was forcibly pressed to the ground, and spoke loudly. Mo Ing, 3 years ago, you left the tribe and secretly married a human woman and gave birth to a child. Leaving the tribe without permission was one thing, and breaking the tribe rules and tainting the bloodline of the elves was another. After that, you showed no remorse, injured many tribe members, and completely defected. The middle-aged man paused and said coldly, "Do you admit these crimes?" Haha. However, faced with the cold questioning, Mo Ing burst into laughter. He looked up at the group of elders who were basking in the sun and leading a glamorous life, then glanced at all the tribesmen and grinned with a sinister and creepy look. Plead guilty? What crime have I committed? What crime have my women and children committed? You killed my woman and took away my child. You are the most evil and real beasts. He frantically struggled to break free from the restraints of the soldiers around him, ignoring the sharp blades on his shoulders, pointed at the huge stone statue of the god behind him, and sneered. It is because of these so-called gods that you gave up everything and lived your whole life under those illusory lies, imprisoning yourself and your children here until you die of old age. Ah, you don't really think that after annihilation, the gods will take everyone to a new world and give you a new life, more powerful power, and a noble bloodline that surpasses all things in the world, do you? Everyone here is an elf. So Mo Ing doesn't need to worry about anything and can vent all his dissatisfaction. As long as he does not reveal these secrets to outsiders, he will not be considered to have betrayed the gods or abandoned his faith. This is a huge lie. It's a lie that the gods use to manipulate you. If God is really omnipotent, then why did his father and mother die of illness under the statue of the god? Why did his people have to go through the sufferings of birth, aging, and illness? If the gods are truly selfless and loving to all living beings, then why do those children who were once regarded as pride by their tribesmen still need to be chosen by the gods, and their final fate is unknown? Why are they so intolerant of the witches? No one would doubt the real reason why the gods do these things, because that is their belief, and it is unquestionable. The elves have been instilled with the belief in God, and that God's will is above all else since they were born. They are wise, but also blind. So Mo Ing didn't expect his voice to resonate with others. This group of people have been poisoned by their own beliefs and have long lost themselves. Therefore, they are the beasts. It is a mindless beast kept in captivity by the gods. Slandering the gods. Kill him. Slandering the gods. Kill him. He even dares to slander the gods. He doesn't deserve to be an elf. Obviously, all those so-called crimes committed by Mo Ing did not shock the elders, but because of these few words, all the tribesmen were instantly enraged. Chapter 378, Heavenly Punishment. The elders, tribesmen, and even the children all stood up and glared at Mo Ing. Some of them even picked up small stones nearby and threw them at Mo Ing. Mo Ing neither avoided nor gave way, still sneering. When everyone thinks that something is wrong, even if it is right, it cannot be right. In the hundreds of years of history of the elves, there have been many members of the tribe who have awakened to their true colors like Mo Ing. But for a race that lives by faith, they are aliens and must be eliminated. Their experience will not be much better than Mo Ying's. This is also the reason why they try every means to escape from their tribe and live in the outside world. This is also the real reason why the elves appeared later. Mo Ing, you are disrespectful to the gods. Your crime is unforgivable. An elder pointed at the sneering Mo Ing angrily, his hair and beard trembling with anger. The elders have decided to punish you by gouging out your eyes, cutting off your tongue, and piercing your ears. Remove his limbs, place him under the statue of the gods, and atone his sins until death. Another elder stood up angrily. His name and the names of his parents will be erased from the tribe forever, said the elders one after another angrily. Those who disrespect the gods will have their souls burned in fire for eternity, and the gods will give you the final judgment after you die. Everyone cursed. Faced with the endless insults and noisy and cruel words of judgment, Mo Ing turned a blind eye. He straightened his back, raised his head, and looked at the stone statue of the god that had stood there for who knows how many years. He used to be afraid of not being able to witness the destruction of the elves with his own eyes, and he was afraid of death, so he always revered the gods and abided by the restrictions that bound his soul. However, the moment he raised his head, he seemed to see something and couldn't help laughing. Open your arms as if to embrace the sky. There is no more worries. It was a strange thundercloud, but it gave the man an extremely familiar feeling. Come on, face the destruction, he said, opening his mouth. The sound was not loud and was soon drowned out by the noise of the crowd, but the soldiers guarding him heard it clearly. They didn't know why, but their hearts suddenly tightened. At the same time, on the stands, a child suddenly pointed at the sky and tugged at the clothes of his father next to him. Father, is something falling from the sky? However, the adults, who were as indignant as everyone else, had no time to care about what the children said. Finally, some elves who were in high places felt burning pain in their skin and flesh, as if a fierce hot current was pouring down madly. Everyone then realized that something was wrong. They all looked up, following the child's gaze. Father, what is that? The children's puzzled voices echoed in my ears. However, the elves no longer had their previous calmness on their faces. Their eyes widened in an instant, and their faces turned pale with fear. Suddenly, a strange and eerie thundercloud appeared in the sky. In the rolling thunderclouds, there were countless flaming dragons constantly shuttling back and forth. Immediately afterwards, a huge red fire spike gradually emerged from the thundercloud. Like a sword from heaven, it fell straight down towards the elves' territory. Heaven, 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 heaven's punishment is coming. That man must have angered the god, and the god is angry. It's all that man's fault. Until now, they still think that Mo Ing has angered the gods and caused such a natural disaster. Mo Ing laughed wildly. The disaster was indeed caused by him, but it was not the gods. The tribesmen, immersed in blindness and ignorance, chose to kneel down before the stone statue of the god and repent. Of course, not everyone panicked and lost their composure. As the most loyal believers of the god, the elders have already discovered that something is wrong. An elderly and steady man shouted immediately, "Where is the god's servant?" Servant of God. He represents the most powerful warrior of the elves and is a strong man recognized by the gods. Among the elves, there is no title or position called Great Wizard. They are only servants of God. In an instant, more than a dozen figures appeared from all over the clan's territory and stood quietly in place. All of these middle-aged tribesmen are warriors who possess the power of great witches. Serving the gods and protecting the elves is their life mission. The old man pointed at the flaming spikes in the sky and gave the order. Stop it. No matter if it's a real punishment from heaven or not, we can't let it fall. Yes, the great wizards responded in unison. However, the powerful destructive power contained in the flaming spike that was tens of meters high and the size of an adult mountain beast was too great for these gods' servants to underestimate. Let's go together. The 5 divine servants looked at each other. The tacit understanding they had gained over the years meant that they didn't need to communicate in words. They took a step forward and leapt forward, and in an instant they reached the top of the mountain surrounding the clan's land. Here, the burning sensation is even stronger, like steel needles piercing the skin, making people feel a burning pain. The god's servants no longer held back, and each of them exerted their magical powers to the extreme. In an instant, 5 vast magical powers gathered together and instantly formed a torrent of magical power, like a dragon galloping towards the sky and roaring on the top of the mountain. However, only by facing the sharp flaming spike head-on can one personally experience the terrifying pressure of the flaming magic power. The roaring torrent of magic power met the sharp thorns, and after only a stalemate of dozens of breaths, it was suppressed. The power of fire pierced through the defense they had built and penetrated into the torrent. The god's servants' faces suddenly became grim. They realized that this magical power alone was not enough. Don't be afraid, I'm still here. An old voice was heard from Longzhong, and an elderly man stepped onto the void. The surging magic power flowed wildly, and the magic power condensed into sharp wind blades. The sharp wind blades instantly scraped countless cracks on the rock wall. It's the second elder. Has the second elder entered the realm of Wizard King? A group of God's servants all looked at him, as being able to fly freely in the sky was enough to prove the strength of this old man. With the second elder taking action, there is no need to be afraid. But that is a punishment from heaven. Is a god really angry? Can the second elder stop it? On the ground, the elves stared at this spectacular scene with great fear in their hearts. They had not expected that the wrath of the gods would be so intense and so terrifying. The second elder, Mo Feng, stood proudly in the air, looking solemnly upward. He was different from those tribesmen who had lost their way because of fear. His absolute awe of the gods and his own powerful strength made his mind very clear. There is no way the gods would attack his servants. This is beyond doubt. Therefore, this terrible attack was most likely caused by someone who was searching for the elves' homeland among the mountains. Chapter 379 Mo Feng. But this idea also puzzled Mo Feng. It should be impossible for anyone on this continent to see through the illusion and discover their tribal land. However, the old man still firmly believed that no matter whether this was an intentional attack or not, no matter what the other party's purpose was, it would be in vain. Even though he still hasn't been able to reach the gate of the Witch King, his current strength is enough to dominate this continent. Yes, this old man did not break through the Witch King. He worked hard and practiced for many years, spending endless years on this, but still failed to receive the grace of God. Even if they are showered with the gifts of the gods, even if they possess special skills in absorbing the elements of heaven and earth, it won't work if they don't have the aptitude. Of course, only the elderly Mo Feng himself knows the answer. What is the real reason why he can't break through the Witch King? A mistake he made that year caused his affinity for the wind element to reach its extreme, but on the contrary, it destroyed the other element systems in his body and expelled them from his body. He had acquired the best talent for using wind elemental magical power, but his absorption rate for other elemental powers was even worse than that of ordinary people. Mo Feng knew that in order to achieve elemental balance and break through the Witch King, he could only rely on the passage of time. Maybe after hundreds of years, everything will come naturally. But the question is, can he live for hundreds of years? If the gods did not show me great love, it would be impossible for me to live to that time. The reason why Mo Feng was able to walk up into the sky was that he relied on the powerful force of wind to carry his body. The huge amount of wind elemental magic power suddenly poured in, pulling back the torrent of magic power that was struggling to resist the sharp thorns of fire. The ferocious torrent seemed to be equipped with a sharp blade and instantly became extremely aggressive. It continued to devour the power of the flames, and the strong cutting force of the wind element instantly left many cracks on the flaming spike. Success, the god's servants said excitedly. But Mo Feng's expression became more solemn, because in his old eyes, a black spot suddenly appeared. Although it is vague, it is real. There's something in the sky, Mo Feng murmured subconsciously. The other divine servants were stunned and looked in the direction Mo Feng was looking. But in their eyes, there was nothing else except the flames covering the sky and the dark thunderclouds. Second Elder, did you see it wrong? We can't see anything. Just because these people can't see, it doesn't mean it's an illusion. I can only say that that mysterious thing stands too high. If he could not reach his current level, he would not be able to see through the thunderclouds and gaze at that location. Suddenly, the dark shadow seemed to move. A bad premonition arose in Mo Feng's heart. Could it be that it is really an unknown enemy? Immediately, boom, an even stronger bolt of lightning fell from the thundercloud and struck directly on the flaming thorn. The lightning was like a spirit with consciousness, wrapped in flames and tearing through the air. The flaming spike that was almost broken just now, the flames around it suddenly increased several times. The red flame core spewing out almost burned through the sky, piercing through the torrent of witchcraft power constructed by the god's servants effortlessly, and then smashed down with a loud bang. Block it quickly. At this moment, Mo Feng was so frightened that he could not believe it. He shouted loudly and met the falling, giant flaming thorn. The god's servants were also stunned for a moment. Then all came over. Don't stay down there, run away. Escort the elders away. Keep all the tribesmen away from the judgment seat. A top-notch warrior heard the order and immediately began to execute it. Not all elders are as powerful as Mo Feng. so they must protect the safety of these people. At this moment, the elves finally felt frightened and began to flee frantically. The guards, even Mo Ing, who was still laughing wildly, were dragged out. Although he is a sinner of his tribe, he has not yet received the judgment he deserves, so he cannot die. Just as the last group of elves escaped from the judgment seat, a huge crash suddenly resounded through the sky. Boom! Along with a deafening crash, there followed a collapse and a violent storm caused by the conflict of magic power. Countless flying rocks were caught in the hurricane and ejected like bullets. Some of the elves who were close were pierced instantly, and more were directly sucked in and turned into pieces. If that were all, that would be fine. Before the hurricane had subsided, raging flames and lightning swept across the entire open space. Faced with the countless gushing fire dragons, the tribesmen on the edge didn't even have time to escape before they were burned to ashes. Lightning crackled on the ground, and some elves who accidentally touched it fell to the ground unconscious, and were then swallowed by the fire dragon and completely disappeared. If there hadn't been a dozen or so God's servants defending with all their might, the shock wave created by the fall alone would have been enough to crush all the tribesmen present. So scary, so powerful. The elves, who had lived a peaceful life for decades, had never seen such a tragic scene. The children were escorted by the adults and hid in the safest cave. The soldiers were on high alert, keeping vigilant watch on their surroundings with serious expressions. Hearing the violent earthquake in the tribe's land, dozens of warriors guarding the entrance also showed hesitation. They naturally saw what happened just now, the huge thorn of fire falling from the sky. After the strong shock, the destructive force even caused the illusory barrier that the elves had maintained for more than 10 years to become unstable. Before, all illusions disappeared for a moment. But, in just a moment, the entrance and territory of the elves were exposed under the sky. This is the time when the soldiers guarding the entrance must not let their guard down. If foreigners invade again at this time, the consequences will be disastrous. There are dozens of divine servants in the clan, as well as several elders who are extremely powerful and are about to break through to become Witch Kings, so there is no need to worry. Only Mo Ran, who had escorted Mo Ing back personally, suddenly connected all this to himself. Is this Mo Ying's purpose? Did he really betray the elves? No, it's impossible. If he really betrayed, he would not have survived until now, and the restrictions left by the gods would have taken his life first. Of course, Mo Ran wouldn't know. That man did not betray. He simply cleared his mind of distracting thoughts and wandered regularly in the mountains and forests around the clan's land for dozens of times. Then, he resolutely came to the entrance and accepted his judgment. The ban is not perfect, just like the oaths made by humans. There are loopholes. Even the gods did not think so deeply about these rules when they established them. Chapter 380, The Truth of the Crisis. How many people would be like Su Yu, who would take all the details into consideration and write a contract specifically for the great witch to swear an oath to heaven? Even so, Su Yu couldn't guarantee whether her thoughts were biased or not. Because he was born on Blue Star, he has seen too much cunning in people's hearts. Any word may be used as a bargaining chip to turn the tables. The smoke and dust gradually dissipated within the clan's territory. The judgment seat had long since become a ruin, and the stone statue of the god they regarded as their faith was shattered into pieces, lying in the huge, scorched earth. On the ground that was torn into a spider web, several charred corpses were lying in a mess. 3 of the 5 divine servants who were previously alive and kicking were killed tragically in the explosion. The other 3 screamed and vomited blood. Their clothes were torn and their skin was burnt black. It was a horrible sight. They even lost the strength to get up and could not move. Bang! A figure suddenly broke through the messy stone slabs and rushed out of the ruins. The circle of hurricane protecting Mo foam then dispersed, blowing away the last remaining flames on the ground. The old man fell to the ground, gasping for breath, his face looking terribly pale. If he had not chosen to protect himself at the last second, he would have been like those servants of the gods, completely disabled and unable to move again. The old man who landed on the ground looked at the miserable things around him, and a burst of anger instantly ignited. He almost didn't stop and rushed directly into the frightened crowd. The intense anger activated the wind element in his body, blowing away all the tribesmen around him in an instant. Mo Fong grabbed Mo Ing by the collar and lifted the man, who still had a sneer on his face, into the air. This is not a punishment from heaven at all. Tell me, who is attacking us? Are they the enemies you brought here? The old man's voice was like thunder, making the ears of everyone around him hurt. His words frightened the tribesmen so much that they were stunned and they did not recover for a long time. Isn't it a punishment from heaven? In fact, Mo Fong already had a guess, but he still couldn't be sure. After all, there was no way the man in his hand could have had any relationship with that group of women, let alone do something that would betray the gods. Ha ha, Mo Ing sneered and looked directly into Mo Feng's eyes, seeing those flames and lightning. Don't you understand? In this world, who else but them can use the magical power of natural elements to such an extent? Who else but those women would be so angry towards the elves? Ah, this is my gift to the tribe. Today will be a memorable day, don't you think, Elder Mo Feng? Mo Ing laughed. He had no mercy on anyone in front of him, just like this group of people had no mercy on his children and his woman. Mo Fengqi's beard fluttered, but he still couldn't believe what Mo Ing said. He could confirm that the person who attacked was most likely the witch, but she definitely didn't have such strong power. You're talking nonsense. The witches on this continent can't be so powerful. It's even more impossible for a witch who grew up here to have resentment towards the elves. The only ones who are filled with endless anger towards the elves are the witches from the outside world. They are a lineage of elves that separated from the main continent and split into several branches, rushing to various places, monitoring the movements of the priestesses while searching for the root element that the gods mentioned. This is also a secret that only the generation of tribesmen who came from there know. In the outside world, from some unknown day on, the witches seemed to have received some kind of revelation, and they woke up in an instant and pointed their spearheads at the gods. Even though they were divided into factions due to conflicts, and even though their lives were extremely difficult, they did not change their minds. As the spokespersons of the gods, the elves who worked for them became the targets of purge. Wherever the witch is, the elves must conceal the news and hide. At the beginning, it was only because of the order of the gods that they did not need to interfere with the fate of the witches. But this tribe who regarded themselves as servants of the gods still looked down on these women who were accompanied by death. However, in just 1 year, everything changed. No one knew where those witches learned these tricks from, but they gradually became more powerful. It was even so powerful that even the elves were helpless, and the existence that guided their changes was never detected from beginning to end. Even through the human race's own civil war, it was impossible to obtain accurate information from the mouths of some captured priestesses. All the elves got in the end was a name, an existence that all witches have great awe, admiration, and faith in. Patchily, Mo Feng, who was cursing loudly, suddenly froze, because he grasped the key point of his own words. It's impossible for a witch on this continent to feel resentment towards the elves. That is to say, it's that group of women. They came here. Mo Feng's old face turned pale instantly, and this discovery made him unable to remain calm anymore. At this moment, several figures fell down. All of them were elderly old men. They looked at the ruins in front of them, the disheveled crowd, the countless dead and injured clansmen, and even the few dead gods, and were all stunned with solemn expressions. Second brother, what's going on? Why are the fire and lightning elements so strong here? Who is so bold as to destroy the judgment seat? Several old men who were in seclusion also appeared after hearing the earth-shaking noise. They thought it was a natural earthquake disaster, but they didn't expect the scene to be so tragic. Mo Feng immediately said in a deep voice, "It's the witches. They're here." The old men looked confused. What witch? Who's here? What happened to the witch? They hadn't recovered for a while, and when they saw the panic in their old friend's eyes, their minds suddenly exploded. What's going on? How could they find this place? The old men couldn't believe it, because it was simply a fantasy. The continent is extremely far away from this continent, not to mention the restrictions of the gods and the dangerous waters blocking the way. Can they come over? How to get here? You guys ask him. Mo Feng was unable to explain, and then he threw Mo Ing to the ground like a dead dog. Two old men recognized the man instantly because they had contributed to his trial and execution. Mo Ing, why is it you? Why are you back? Did you bring those witches here? The old men asked viciously. Are you still an elf? Have you even betrayed the gods? Montak Ying Smedet. God, fuck the gods. Chapter 381. Besieged on all sides. From the endless sky, the man had seen the familiar figure slowly falling, and he grinned. Finally, let me tell you some good news. That witch is from the Fire Phoenix clan. The name is Huang Ji. Just a name, and the three old men felt a chill down their spines. The new generation of elders also breathed a sigh of relief, then separated from the crowd and walked over. Compared with these powerful old men, these young elders are simply insignificant. First elder, second elder, third elder, Huang Ji. Who are they? The middle-aged elder asked carefully. However, no one responded to his question. The third elder, Mo Hen, waved his dry old hand and said coldly, "Don't ask any more questions. Arrange the tribesmen to evacuate from the old passage as soon as possible. We can't stay here any longer. The illusory barrier of the tribe's land is still there. That woman shouldn't have discovered us so quickly." However, except for Mo Feng, the later elders did not know. The illusory barrier just now disappeared for a moment due to its extreme instability. We need to change our clan's land, but our clan members have lived here for 7 or 8 years. The middle-aged elder wanted to say something. It was not that he did not want to move, but that he had been living comfortably for too long and did not want to move. After all, changing the clan's land would be very costly and troublesome for the tribe. But this time, the elders did not tolerate him. The chief elder kicked the middle-aged man out immediately. "Just move when I tell you to. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" However, Mo Feng looked at the sky full of thunderclouds with a serious expression. "I'm afraid it's too late." Immediately, all I heard was a series of crisp crackling sounds. The illusory barrier that Elder Mo Hen mentioned had shattered like glass. A slim woman was standing on the void, with flaming fire dragons circling around her, looking down coldly at the people below. "It's here." Huang Yin looked up at Huang Ji in the sky excitedly and said, "Lady Huang Ji, I found it. It's more accurate than finding it." "Huh, that's a pretty good hiding place." Huang Ji fell from a great height, and the power of thunder and fire made the woman's red hair fly wildly. The terrifying attack just now was made to find the elves' land hidden in the mountains. Using magic patterns to blend everything into nature and create illusions to conceal existence is a common trick used by the elves. But Huang Ji didn't expect that she would be so lucky to hit the target with one shot. The vibration of the magic pattern barrier exposed its existence. Even if it was only for a moment, it could not escape Huang Ji's eyes and was finally shattered by Huang Yin in one fell swoop. Because of the damage to the barrier, the United Tribes army gathered on the periphery also began to move. A team of several coyotes rushed to the front, guiding the direction of the tribal army. The great wizards who followed were unwilling to fall behind, and in order to perform well in front of Princess Huang, they all tried their best without any slacking off. "Found it. It's the entrance to the elves. Get in. Brothers, follow the great wizard closely." The tribesmen roared loudly. Dark shadows kept flashing overhead. They were the great wizards charging at high speed. I'll take the first share of the credit." Wu Daniu, who was at the front, reached the entrance in a few leaps. When he saw the two elves guarding the cave, his eyes lit up. In fact, Mo Ran had already realized something was wrong after hearing the wolf's howl. But before he could make any move, a large group of human warriors wearing armor and holding various weapons rushed out of the woods. The tribesmen nearby were already frightened, and just as they were about to send an internal signal, a huge and strong black shadow fell from above their heads. The thick flesh palm slapped on his forehead, and the elf guard felt his head buzzing, and only darkness remained in his eyes. "Be careful." The tribesman who he had been living with day and night was beaten into a meat pie in front of him. The flames of rage grew in Mo Rant's heart. He drew out his sword almost without thinking and stabbed towards Wu Daniu's strong lower back. However, the sharp sword only pierced the enemy's old cloth and could not advance any further. Mo would never have thought of it anyway. The enemy in front of me, with a silly smile on his face, turned out to be a great witch. But why would the great wizard be willing to act as a vanguard? Which alliance are they from? Wu Daniu didn't give Mo Ran time to think. He kicked the corpse away, turned around, and grabbed the sword in Mo Rant's hand. His top-notch level. Under normal circumstances, Wu Daniu might be surprised that they could use top-notch warriors to guard the entrance, which even their large tribes could not do. This shows that the strength of the elves is really not weak. No wonder that Mo wanted to gather the most powerful alliance to fight against him and take revenge. However, the appearance of the Fire Phoenix clan changed his plan again. Mo could even conclude that if that woman Huang Ji could take action personally, this time there would be no chance of failure. The long sword was twisted into a dough stick in front of Mo Rant's eyes. Wu Danyu raised his hand high and smiled. The second one. Bang! Crack! The sharp sound of bones breaking was heard. Blood splattered everywhere, and Mo Rant finally closed his eyes in unwillingness and anger. His body fell heavily to the ground, and Mo Ying's eerie voice seemed to echo in his ears again. Let's make it clear. So that's how it is. Colluding with the human race? However, can they really overthrow the elders with the power of these humans? Mo Rant's consciousness gradually faded into nothingness. He knew that no matter what the outcome was, he would no longer be able to see it. Xiao Yunfei, Huang Mo, Old Man Sun, and others who arrived later snorted coldly when they saw Wu Danyu's smug smile. A group of people rushed into the exposed entrance of the corridor not far away without saying a word. Lady Huang Ji said that all the elves resisting warriors will not be spared. Who are you? Seeing the two women appear in the sky, many elders' faces turned gloomy. Just because they could walk on the void, these elves knew that today would be a dangerous day. However, the elves still have one last bit of support, so the older generation of elders, led by Mo Dao, have not given up completely. A dozen or so God's servants gathered together, and some of them had received orders and began to quietly lead the marginal tribesmen to retreat and try to hide. Huang Ji, who was watching all this from the sky, had a playful sneer on her face. It's too late to think about escaping now. The woman was so confident that now that this group of people had been exposed, there was no possibility of escape. I'll leave those troublesome wizards to you, Huang Yin. Huang Ji walked down step by step and said to those around her. Huang Yin nodded immediately, and he turned into tens of thousands of flame threads in the air, gathering into dozens of ferocious fire dragons, and rushed towards the god's servants who were leading their tribesmen to evacuate. Chapter 382 Old Enemies. In an instant, raging flames began to flow, and the roar of the fire dragon echoed in the valley. The god's servants had almost no power to fight back, and could only use their bodies to block this terrifying witch. Even though there were wails everywhere behind them, the three old men, Mo Dao, Mo Feng, and Mo Hen, did not move in step. The wrinkles on their old faces kept trembling as they stared without blinking at the woman who was slowly walking down, because they knew that if they didn't deal with this woman, no one would be able to leave alive today. The surging magic power emanating from Huang Ji alone was enough to make it difficult for several people to breathe. In just a few years, I didn't expect that this woman would become even more powerful. How did she hone her magical powers? How could she become so terrifying? In the air, flames and lightning intertwined, and crackling sounds were endless. Both elemental attributes have been trained to the extreme, and in the eyes of the three old men, one can even vaguely see the active little elemental elves. Huang Ji glanced at a few people and said unconsciously, "You look familiar. Apparently, you are from the same place as me." The oldest Mo Dao couldn't help but look up and smile. "Feng Ji, of course you remember me. Back then, your Fire Phoenix clan awakened a witch with the root element, and it was I who captured her with my own hands. It's a pity that I didn't expect that the witch who I could easily kill would grow to this level. If I had known, I should have captured you as well, and sacrificed you to the gods." Huang Ji was slightly stunned, and the magic power in her body suddenly became violent. She didn't expect that the elves hiding here were actually the enemies she had been looking for even after searching all the mountains and wilderness. The woman still remembers the helpless look in the eyes and the heart-wrenching cry of the little witch when she was forcibly abducted by a group of elves. That memory caused Huang Ji's forehead to sting, and it was a scar that she would never be able to erase. "Ah, damn you!" At the moment when she held her head and gritted her teeth, an intense pressure suddenly appeared in the space around her. "Second and third brother, it's now," Mo Dao shouted. The reason why he told this story about what happened that year was to provoke the witch so that she would lose her judgment due to anger and reveal even the slightest flaw. Facts have proved that the old man's bet was right. This incident caused great psychological trauma to Huang Ji. Regret and unwillingness filled her brain, and these few breaths of time were enough. The space and atmosphere around Huang Ji seemed to become extremely heavy. A huge pressure enveloped the entire area. Even the dust floating in the atmosphere fell like iron and stone. This is also Mo Dao's unique combat ability. As a reward for following the gods for a lifetime, the three old men all receive their own fighting skills. Mo Dao obtained the combat skill that can control the gravity of space. Mo Feng obtained a combat skill that can control wind abilities. Mo Hen, on the other hand, gained the ability to control strange combat skills. At the moment when Huang Ji had a headache, Mo Dao used his own method. He completely controlled the space around the woman, causing the gravity there to increase thousands of times instantly. Under such multiple pressures, even a great witch could not move a finger. As three brothers who were in perfect sync with each other, Mo Feng and Mo Hen had already made preparations. It could be said that the moment Mo Dao made his move, the two of them flew into the air, one on the left and one on the right. Most of the huge magic power in Mo Feng's body was almost drained away in an instant. As a magic pattern disappeared in front of him, a huge hurricane seemed to have involved countless sharp blades, cutting the atmosphere, rolling up under Huang Ji's feet, and directly wrapping up the entire area. Sun Luo Wanxiang, third skill, wind of 10,000 feet. The hurricane tore apart everything in it, smashing all the fire and lightning elements into pieces. However, Mo Hen tore off his robe and covered his head with it, blocking out the sunlight in the sky. He seemed to melt into the shadows and quickly disappeared. You all deserve to die. At this moment, a violent and angry voice came from the hurricane. The seemingly ferocious hurricane was shattered into pieces by the more powerful magic power in the blink of an eye and dissipated into nothingness. Not to mention hurting Huang Ji, even her close-fitting leather jacket wasn't scratched at all. The angry woman raised her foot slightly, but the tens of thousands of pounds of gravity pressing on her limbs made her movements very stiff. Control gravity? Humph! She frowned and stomped hard. There was a loud snap. All obstacles were completely eliminated, and the ink knife, which was the caster, flew backwards with a bang and hit the ruins of the judgment platform heavily. Wow! The old man spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at the devil-like witch in the air in disbelief. The fighting skills bestowed by the gods were unable to hurt her at all. Even the special gravity magic can't affect her. Is this the power of the Witch King? No, he had seen and come into contact with the Witch King. In the main lineage of the elves, the elders once praised the abilities of their brothers. Even the Witch King couldn't handle all this so easily. This is a gift from God to them. All this only proves that the woman in front of them has surpassed their understanding of the Witch King and stood at a higher level. But this is too scary and unbelievable. Mo Dao kept spitting out blood, fear and doubt filling his heart. At the same time, Huang Ji's figure disappeared, leaving only a trace of fire and lightning. Oh no! Mo Feng, who was not far away, said in his heart, and a chill ran up from the soles of his feet, chilling his whole body. He only felt that the picture in his eyes suddenly became blurred, a black shadow blocked his vision, and then a foreign object passed through his chest and came out of his back. It was a hand, thin but extremely powerful. At the same time, he is also cruel and ruthless. Puff! The old man suddenly spat out a wave of blood, which was burned up when it touched the flame in the air and turned into steam. Crackling lightning instantly penetrated into his body, and Mo Feng seemed to have some kind of chemical reaction. Igniting from the inside out, his body instantly engulfed in flames. Second brother, seeing that horrible woman throwing away the ball of fire in her hand, as if it were trash, Mo Dao felt a surge of anger in his heart. His eyes blurred, and he almost fainted. He stood up shakily and then noticed. Countless charred corpses were lying all around. Flames were burning the earth, and a foul smell filled the clan's territory. Moreover, more than a dozen unfamiliar human great witches rushed in with their tribe's army, and had already forced the tribe members into a corner. His own divine servants and the tribesmen who attempted to resist had been killed to the point where only a few were left. However, it was obvious that the two women had no intention of stopping. Chapter 383, Controlling Weirdness. Huang Ji walked coldly in front of Mo Dao, her eyes filled with flames of hatred. It's your turn. This is the price you deserve for killing those witches. As he spoke, a bolt of lightning struck, and one of Mo Dao's arms turned directly into ashes. The old man seemed to feel no pain at all, grinning wildly. The gods will not let you go. Haha, your people, and all the witches will die in the end and be punished by the gods. God, Vanwi snetted coldly. How ridiculous! Your ancestors have believed in them and served as their servants. But in their eyes, you are nothing, even worse than slaves. But don't worry. One day, I will find them and send them one by one to accompany you. Huang Ji didn't want Mo Dao to die so easily. She hoped that this man would also taste the pain of those witches who were killed by the elves. Several bolts of lightning condensed in the air and turned into sharp, slender swords. They pointed directly at the swaying Mo Dao, one after another, slowly falling down, ready to pierce the old man's body. There was no suspense in this battle of the elves. Huang Ji turned around and scanned the entire tribe's territory. Ever since she stepped into this place, the woman felt a familiar magical power lingering in the air. It was that power that made her feel inexplicably restless. Just then, something strange happened. Huang Ji was forced to stop. A strange magical power seemed to restrain her actions, preventing the woman from taking that step. It doesn't feel like gravity, nor is it the power of space. It's very strange. She only knew that this power was behind her, as if it appeared out of nowhere and controlled everything. I finally caught him. A sinister voice sounded in her ears, and Huang Ji frowned. From the corner of her eye, she could see that the shadow behind her was strangely growing larger, standing up like a giant and looming over her. This scene attracted a lot of people's attention, and the strange phenomenon even made people stunned for a moment. That was not a person at all, but a shadow. It was like a huge black shadow covered in a robe, holding a sharp knife in his hand. The black shadow raised the knife high and chopped straight towards the back of Huang Ji's neck. However, Huang Ji was unable to dodge in time because her limbs were restrained. "Lady Huang Ji, be careful." Huang Yin, who saw the scene somewhere else, suddenly cried out in surprise. She raised her hand, and the flaming spikes condensed and were thrown out by her. The flaming spikes instantly penetrated the black shadow, but the shattered shadow regained its shape again without any pause in the movement of the hand. "Huh? You didn't expect that. In this state, nothing can hurt me." Mo Hen's voice came, eerie and cold, as if it came from a cave. After he merged into the shadow, the man had been looking for an opportunity to capture Huang Ji's shadow. This is the ability to control the weirdness given to him by God. Weird refers to strange things like shadows, darkness, and even spirits. However, Mo Hen, who considered himself to be very smart, spent half his life pondering and only learned one of them. He can merge himself into any shadow, then reappear through the opponent's shadow, controlling his opponent's ability to move and ultimately killing them. Because it is a shadow and has restricted abilities, it is difficult to counter effectively. Even if other people attacked him, they could not cause any substantial harm. Moreover, the shadow's attack almost ignores the opponent's magic defense and can penetrate directly, making it an absolute killing weapon. In order to be able to accurately control Huang Ji's shadow, this man hid in the darkness and watched with his own eyes his friend of many years being killed and burned to ashes, watched with his own eyes Mo Dao's arm being burned off, and watched with his own eyes countless warriors being killed by the great witch of the human race. He endured the anger, endured the bleeding heart, and finally seized a glimmer of opportunity. I have to say that the witch in front of me is too powerful. Compared with the great witch, she is as tough as a god standing in the sky. Even though Mo Hen merged into the opponent's shadow, it took him a lot of effort to gain brief control. "You are indeed the most powerful witch I have ever seen. Unfortunately, you are too confident, disrespectful to the gods, and slaughtered my people. The gods gave me this ability just to kill powerful witches like you." Mo Hen shouted loudly, and his hands moved faster. As a great wizard, slaughtering the Wizard King is something that countless warriors cannot even imagine in their dreams. Huang Yin rushed over regardless of everything, but Xiao Yunfei and others began to hesitate at this moment. They had never imagined that the elves would have such a terrifying fighting skill, including Mo Feng's previous fighting skill Hurricane and Mo Dao's spatial gravity. All of them are capable of controlling them. Huang Mo, who had once been bewitched by Mo Ying, swallowed his saliva subconsciously. The appearance of the Fire Phoenix clan ruined Mo Ying's original plan. Otherwise, he would probably be the one confronting these three old men now. Stop kidding. Even a woman like Huang Ji was subdued because of her carelessness, let alone this group of great witches. This group of people are like fence-sitters. When Huang Ji is in deep crisis, they begin to consider their own way out. If Huang Ji was really killed, then it would be Huang Yan's turn and their turn next. With Huang Yan's ability, can he stop this strange fighting skill? Ouch! Wu Daniu suddenly snorted, stopped, and even took a step back. The stop of the great wizards allowed the remaining elves to finally escape from the predicament and seize the opportunity to escape into the cave. Die! Along with Mo Hen's cold voice, the black shadow sword chopped down fiercely. However, the next second, this confident man widened his eyes. The moment the long sword hit Huang Ji, it suddenly dispersed and disappeared. What's going on? The man was so surprised that he couldn't believe it. The shadow sword in his hand took shape again, and he swung it down again and again. However, the results were the same. No, impossible. No one can block this kind of attack. How on earth did you do that? Huang Ji smiled coldly, took a step forward, and actually broke free from Mo Hen's control. Immediately afterwards, a flame burst out from under Mo Hen's feet, and the scorching fire burned everything, including the connection between Mo Hen and Huang Ji's backs. The woman turned around calmly and looked at the incomplete black shadow floating in the air like a giant. Even though it was burned completely, the ink marks were quickly recovering to their original appearance. Chapter 384 Stone Puppet. Darkness comes from light. This is the answer a witch once told me. Your ability is indeed something I did not expect. However, it is not special. The smile on her lips was still so confident and indifferent. That which once faced an enemy much stronger than you. She also had the same combat skills as you, and she could even control the changes between day and night. Unfortunately, facing that witch, he still had no chance of winning. Huang Ji did not say the name of the witch, but the elves who came from that continent could all imagine that name. It is like a nightmare that causes headaches for the elves and is regarded as a nightmare by all opponents. Patchily, Huang Ji smiled and said, "The witch once told me that if you can't touch the darkness, then create a light that is more powerful than it." As she spoke, Huang Ji's body was completely covered by gushing flames and lightning, like a lightning and fire spirit walking between heaven and earth. The strong light of thunder and fire illuminated the entire world, and the huge magical power almost instantly enveloped all the mountains in the forest. This was the first time that Huang Ji released all of her magical power without any scruples since she came to this continent. That powerful force can make people feel nothing but despair. Surrounded by such magical power, you don't even have the slightest desire to resist. Mo Hen was so shocked that he couldn't speak. His dark shadow had been completely pierced by the strong light, melting and disappearing, and his real body was squeezed out from another void. The huge backlash made it impossible for the man to stand. The torn wounds all over his body were horrifying and constantly spurted blood. He crawled towards Mo Dao, who was also lying on the ground, blood spilled all over the ground. "I can only say that you are too weak," Huang Ji said in front of the two of them. "If you were also a wizard king, you might really be able to cause me some trouble, but it would only be trouble." "Maybe," Mo Hen replied, coldly, without looking back. Who wouldn't understand this truth? To defeat the powerful with the weak is nothing more than him trying to seek a glimmer of possibility by relying on the characteristics of his strange abilities. Ideals are beautiful, but reality is cruel. "I failed." Mo Hen looked at Mo Dao and said, "Montak da nodded. That's enough." The old man looked at Huang Ji, then glanced at everyone present, and suddenly raised his hand. Surging magic power burst out from his dry arm and directly enveloped Mo Hen. The voice was haggard and weak, yet full of sarcasm. "Princess Huang, wait for the punishment from the gods. But before that, I have something to give you." As the old man spoke, he suddenly clenched his fist, and a powerful gravity was formed instantly, smashing directly onto Mo Hen, cracking the entire ground. There was a crazy, fiery light in his eyes, and his voice was wild. "Mo Hen, for the sake of our people, there is one last thing you need to do." Click, click, click. The sound of bones in the skull, hand bones, spine, and whole body breaking, accompanied by severe pain, struck the soul directly. Mo Hen looked at his old friend of many years in disbelief and slowly uttered two words. "Mo Dao Ai." In an instant, everyone was shocked by Mo Dao's actions. This old man actually crushed Mo Hen's body alive, and blood splattered everywhere in an instant. Huang Ji remained calm, watching the tragedy in front of her coldly, watching the blood flowing out along a certain pattern. This old man had only one goal from beginning to end: Find a way to survive for the people. Since I can't kill this horrible woman, I can only delay and use my last bit of strength. However, this foundation takes time and requires a large amount of magical power to activate. If all else fails, there is only one other option. Sacrifice. Blood. God is with me, Mo Dao shouted. When the few remaining warriors who had been protecting their people and leaving were covered in blood, they knelt down and shouted respectfully after hearing this. God is with me. Immediately, the magic pattern formed by Mo Hen's blood merged into the ground. Subtle vibrations came from the ground, quickly expanding and becoming extremely violent. Huang Ji seemed to have noticed something and suddenly took several steps back. Click! Snap! The ground began to collapse. Huge cracks appeared, and the gullies became larger and larger, extending out in succession to the bottom of the mountains in 7 or 8 directions. The surrounding mountains seemed to be shattered, and the earth shook violently. Mo Dao poured almost all of his magical power into the magic pattern ritual. His old body instantly collapsed. He just sat there as the ground began to break apart and swallowed him up. Immediately following, a huge block of mud and rock protruded from the ground, rising continuously as if it was going to smash the ground, and it kept shaking. A low roar came from underground, and the ground was lifted up in an instant. Layers of mud and rocks splashed like waves, making everyone present subconsciously protect their bodies. Finally, the roar stopped, but no one thought that would be the end of it. Really, a loud boom was heard immediately afterwards. The stone finally broke through the ground and crawled out. Only then did everyone see clearly, and they could not help but step back in fear. It turned out that it was not a simple stone, but an arm, comparable to the arm of a towering tree, made up of stones connected together, constantly emitting choking dust. Then came the other arm, then the whole body and feet. The huge stone man looked like he had been buried for hundreds of years, with traces of time all over his body. The blood that Mo Hen had shed earlier turned into a strange magic pattern on its chest, and its eyes were huge crystals, emitting an eerie red light. Puppet. Huang Ji's eyes focused, and she sensed a familiar power from this huge stone puppet. This pure elemental magic power has a powerful, yet intimate feeling. Earth root element. As if she understood something, Huang Ji's anger surged again. How dare you? The little witch from that year is obviously no longer there, and this group of elves have dug out the root elements in her body and made them into the puppets in front of them. Roar! Facing Huang Ji, the puppet showed no fear at all. It raised its huge hands that were as big as mountains and hammered the ground directly. In an instant, the ground turned into rolling stone waves, rushing towards Xiao Yunfei and others. Hi! Fuck! Why are you hitting us? No one expected that the stone puppet, dozens of meters tall, did not attack the nearest Huang Ji, but instead targeted this group of people. The great witches fled in all directions. The stone waves had a very wide range and were mixed with brutal and ferocious witch power. They were simply unable to resist. They wished they could grow 2 more legs, abandon their frightened tribesmen, and flee directly. This stone puppet is at the level of a wizard king. Huang Yin on the side also noticed something. No wonder its momentum was so strong and its attack was so swift. Chapter 385 Root Elements. Seeing the many fleeing great wizards, the stone puppet leaped forward and entered the scene with a loud bang, like a meteorite falling from the sky, shaking the earth and the surrounding mountains. However, it did not chase the group of great witches, but turned around and looked at the mountains behind it. The red eyes emitted a huge beam of light, which directly hit the inside of the mountain. In an instant, a red light became brighter and erupted from the mountain. A magic pattern grew from small to large, rising to the sky and instantly covering the entire mountain. Under the huge magic pattern, the space began to tremble and everything in existence began to become unreal, as if the signal contact was poor and the picture showed a series of faults. Only then did Huang Ji understand what this stone man wanted to do. Earth-based combat skills, space transfer, is helping those elves escape from here. Want to run? Not that easy. Huang Yin suddenly shot out from one side, and huge fire dragons condensed from the air, roaring towards the stone puppet and the mountain. The teleportation barrier has been completed, and the next step is to ensure that the process of protecting it goes smoothly. The stone puppet immediately turned around and raised its giant hand to sweep towards Huang Yin. The fire dragons that were omnipotent when they killed the great, which were now like small flying insects, easily crushed by the arms made of stone. The flame thrusts of the Huang Yin incarnation were also blocked by the stone man's body when they hit the teleportation magic pattern. There's a crisp sound of bang. The two magical powers collapsed at the first touch. The turbulent flow of magical power instantly spread out. The stone puppet was knocked back by the huge impact, and a crack appeared on the stone on its chest. Huang Yin was directly blown away like a beam of fire and crashed into another mountain. Crash! The mountain was smashed and split in the middle, like a wooden pole that had lost its support and fell to both sides. It is worthy of being a puppet that uses the root element as its energy core. After several years of nurturing by natural magic power, the root element has already grown to an astonishing level. If the little witch had not suffered a tragic fate, she would definitely be living happily now. All this is the sin of those false gods and the sin of the elves. Waking up from memories and anger, Huang Ji slowly stepped towards the sky. The woman stared into the red eyes of the stone puppet and spoke softly. Chun Ning, I'm here. I'm here to take you back. The stone puppet seemed to be touched by the name and paused for a moment. However, the existence of the little, which eventually dissipated with time, and it then raised its arms and smashed down towards Huang Ji. However, the magic power and body that even Huang Yin could not contend with could not shake Huang Ji in the slightest. Bang! The stone fist smashed down with a loud explosion sound. Not to mention smashing Huang Ji, it couldn't even touch her hair and was instantly bounced back. At this moment, the stone man was like a strong blacksmith. After swinging the hammer, his arm was numb from the hard iron block, and he retreated. It lost its balance and nearly crashed into the mountains behind it that were still being teleported. Due to the mandatory order to protect the elves, the stone puppet suddenly changed direction, twisting its body and falling sideways. At this time, Huang Ji closed her eyes silently, and when she opened them again, they were no longer human eyes. Lightning and thunder were wrapped around flames, and instead, the pupils were like endless divine fire lightning, spinning and emitting dazzling light. The woman stretched out her slender arms and murmured, "Contract, great destruction." In an instant, above the woman's head, a black vortex emerged, growing from small to large, eventually growing to a diameter of 10 meters. From within the black vortex, a figure slowly stepped out. With a slender and graceful figure and a flawless face, the mysterious woman emerged from the whirlpool like a lotus flower emerging from the water. Her body was several times larger than that of a normal human. Her facial features were delicate and pretty, and her skin radiated a faint glow. The woman was wearing a long white, soft silk dress. To be more precise, she was wrapped in a piece of white satin that barely covered her special body parts. Her silver white hair was spread out behind her, dragging straight to her feet. Everyone below was stunned by this scene, including great wizards like Xiao Yunfei, who all inexplicably developed a desire to kneel down. They never believed in gods. However, at this moment, I just felt dry mouth and unable to speak. The existence of women is so holy that it makes everyone feel ashamed and dare not look directly at them. This woman who appeared from another dimension had her eyes tightly closed, and a slight electric current flowed through her long eyelashes. She seemed to be able to see everything and glanced slightly to the left and right. Then, all attention was focused on the stone puppet. Root element. The woman moaned softly, her voice sounding like nature, pleasant and melodious. Destroy this stone, and I will take that one away. Huang Ji said, looking up. The woman was not angry at Huang Ji's arrogant attitude. Instead, she raised her lips and said softly, yes. She just walked over slowly. Just like touring the world, neither hurried nor slow, the smooth and beautiful feet stepped out one magical wave after another, and the ripples gently spread out. Roar! Despite being such a beautiful woman and being so gentle, the stone man acted as if he was facing a formidable enemy. He roared madly, swung his arms at the woman, and smashed her down. In an instant, countless sharp spikes condensed from the soil, and huge rocks spun rapidly, blowing up a hurricane and sweeping towards the woman. However, the woman ignored all these attacks. Her eyes were still tightly closed, and her steps were not in a hurry. With each step she took, the magical waves under her feet would emit a clear and pleasant sound. Then, under everyone's gaze, those sharp spikes and huge rocks disintegrated and shattered in an instant before they even touched the woman, turning into dust in the air. They were never able to get within 1 meter of the woman, as if there was an invisible barrier blocking everything. As expected, the stone puppet's fist shattered into pieces and returned to nothingness. The puppet, without any sense of pain or thoughts of its own, raised its fist again. Because of the enormous magical power of the earth-based root element, the shattered fist was also recovering quickly. It kept attacking, punch after punch, its ferocious magic power growing stronger and stronger, shattering rocks like rain. However, all the efforts seemed to be in vain. The woman just walked to the chest of the stone puppet and stretched out her white arm. The woman's body seemed to have its own repulsive power, completely wiping out everything it touched. With just a light touch of the slender fingertips, the stone on the chest of the stone man puppet automatically shattered, revealing a ball of green energy hidden deep inside. She just sucked out the energy body and placed it in her palm. Chapter 386, The Troublesome Snow. Boom! Immediately, the red light in the stone puppet's eyes disappeared, returning to its original transparent crystal state. Various parts of its body broke off one by one and became the most ordinary huge stones. Crash! The stones instantly piled up into a small hill, and the stone man puppet seemed to have never existed. Then, the woman came in front of Huang Ji, holding the heart-sized green energy body in her palm. You need it. Huang Ji stretched out her hand to take it, but the woman suddenly retracted her hand. This is very dangerous, the woman whispered. Huang Ji responded coldly. None of your business. The woman curled her lips and smiled. She stopped trying to stop him. After handing over the earth root element, she stepped towards the black vortex. After her body merged into it, Huang Ji seemed to see the woman slowly opening her eyes. Although it was only for a moment, although it was just a tiny gap, Huang Ji's head suddenly felt a sharp pain, as if she was in another wonderful fantasy world, and countless fragments of memory flashed back in her mind. Those images were shattered and reassembled one after another, almost filling every part of my brain. Even though she was suffering from unbearable pain, Huang Ji still opened her eyes wide and saw clearly every gap in the flow. War, death, and corpses can be seen everywhere. Then the woman showed a hint of confusion, because she actually saw a familiar man in that terrifying battlefield. Is it him? They had been traveling in the water for 10 days. Thanks to the map radar and the ancient beast's strong sense of danger, Su Yu's journey is going smoothly so far. Although there were some ignorant sea beasts that attempted to attack this alien creature, their strength was only at the level of Great Wizard after all. After being taught a lesson by the defensive turrets of the Sky City, they all became stored food for the Rose Clan. As the saying goes, fortune and misfortune go hand in hand, and advantages and disadvantages are shared. Dangerous areas usually bring opportunities, and the flesh and blood of these sea beasts is one of them. Su Yu suddenly discovered that after the tribesmen ate the flesh and blood, their strength would increase to varying degrees. In just a few days, many people broke through the realm. Of course, most of them are promoted from third rate to second rate, or from second rate to first rate. Because the lower the realm, the easier it will be to break through. However, Su Yu didn't quite understand why such an effect occurred. From the two old fathers-in-law, I learned that in the history of their continent, the major forces of the tribal alliance have killed many wild beasts, some of which are top-notch or great wizards. The group of people at that time also wanted to gain strength by devouring flesh and blood, so they spared no effort to kill the large wild beasts. For example, when Su Yu met Heishan for the first time, Lin Donglai from the Sky Beast tribe had this idea in mind, which is why he agreed to Sun Tian's invitation. However, in the end, Su Yu was the one who reaped the benefits, while the two men never returned. Of course, when these tribal alliances surrounded and killed the large wild beasts, the final results were not satisfactory. Those flesh and blood can only provide limited power, and some of them can't even help low-level warriors break through. On the contrary, the flesh and blood of the sea beasts in the water are completely different. The magical elements contained in them shock Jiang Zhan, Han Lai, and others. Although I cannot understand it for the time being, fortunately, there is a guide who is very idle and easy to bribe. A few fresh apples were enough to extract the secret from Fei Xue. After living with Aksu and her daughter for a while, The neurotic woman became a little more normal, but she still couldn't change her monkey-like walking posture with a hunchback and a sneaky look. In the conference room, the woman who was chewing an apple expressed her understanding of the answer. The flesh and blood of those sea beasts have always had this effect. We have eaten a lot of them before. And because I have done a lot of awakening experiments. The problem actually lies with the wild beasts on the continent, because the living environments of the two are completely different. The sea beasts in the waters are not subject to the restrictions of the false gods, so they have been nurturing witchcraft power for many years, and the natural elements of witchcraft power flowing in their bodies are at normal levels. After this reminder, Suyu understood. The continent where he lives is controlled by a false god, which is the culprit of all the differences. Wow, I didn't realize that you are quite smart when it comes to thinking. Suyu suddenly patted the head of the woman, squatting on the stool. Fei Xue immediately slapped it away with her hand and spat out a few sharp little ice chips towards Suyu. I hate it when men touch me, especially you. Even though they were in a cooperative relationship, this woman still hated Suyu very much. Fuck, that was sloppy. This woman won't fall for the pat-on-the-head kill approach. Suyu clicked her tongue in her heart, then moved a chair and sat opposite her. The woman was busy moving stones for building a house with Aksu today. She had not been lazy at all in exchange for delicious food. Of course, apart from Aksu, no other would dare to team up with her. Just the smile on his face when he's talking nonsense can scare away a group of women. However, she didn't care about it at all. She could earn what she wanted to eat by working during the day, and she could get a free pillow that wouldn't kick her out of bed at night. She actually lived a very comfortable life like this. This was something the woman herself hadn't expected. To say I hate it, not at all. To say I like it feels awkward. After all, this is the enemy's clan territory. Seeing how comfortable she was, Suyu thought she had forgotten her current situation. She likes interesting things because the crystallized body will have a negative impact on her nerves, and she often suffers from pain, so the woman has been relying on fighting, fanaticism, or killing to get pleasure and numb the pain in her nerves. But now the woman feels she has found new pleasure. Eating spicy, sour, and sweet foods in different ways seems to give you the same feeling. Especially the red peppers grown by a little witch. She would secretly pick one and put it directly into her mouth. The numb feeling from her tongue to her heels could make her happy all day long. Of course, the retribution is that the little witch will chase you with a stick. Just like those naughty children of the orcs and ghosts, they were caught and severely scolded. The children would often scatter and run in all directions, but her figure was too conspicuous among those little ones, so she could never escape. After many times of revolutionary friendship, a few little guys with furry tails were willing to get close to her, and she didn't hate them. Of course, the main reason is, these kids will share the spoils with Fei Xue. The woman's glorious deeds were reported by Liu Li to Yaxiong, who then told Suyu's ears. Suyu said, how to manage this thing. Chapter 387 Baby. The children can be forced to read and write so that they have less time to mess around on the plantation, but you can't let this thing go to study with you. Although everyone has the responsibility to spread civilization, Suyu is not considering people outside the ethnic group at this stage. To be honest, Fei Xue was not stupid, she just didn't want to use her brain most of the time. Plus, Huang Yin was there to remind her, so this woman rarely thought about things on her own. It is not difficult to see from the analysis of the flesh and blood of the sea beast that she still has some brains. Let her learn knowledge, and then come back to help the Fire Phoenix clan make guns and cannons to repay me. Therefore, matters of principle cannot be changed. So, Ashue, who was still working hard, unknowingly had another burden on her shoulders. In the end, the little girl took it all. This can't be blamed on Suyu, because Aksu's words are more effective than his. In order to sleep comfortably at night, most of the time, as long as Aksu asks her to sit down to eat, she will never squat. If it involves food, sorry. That means the smooth forehead is for you and the food is for me. As for asking Fei Xue to come here today, of course it was not just to ask about the flesh and blood of sea beasts. Suyu looked at the woman in front of her who was chewing happily with her head down, and suddenly she smiled and said, Fei Xue, come here. I'll show you a treasure. The woman looked up warily. An indescribable, strange feeling arose in my heart. At this moment, Kokoro, who had just finished a nap in the bedroom, ran out with a clatter and threw herself into Suyu's arms with a whoosh. The little cutie raised his pretty little face and started to act cute. Brother Suyu, I want to see the baby too. Suyu coughed out this. The key point is that this thing doesn't have much effect when shown to you. He patted the little cutie's head and whispered, "Stop it." Kokoro curled her lips and wrinkled her nose. Suyu rolled her eyes and said again, "Then, I'll teach you to sing tonight." "Sing." The little cutie shook her head, the two buns on her head swaying slightly, and a small dimple appeared on her face. "Then I'll teach you 2 more songs this time." Feishue, who was standing by, was completely confused. What's singing? What song to sing? What was the song? Why does this man always say things that are hard to understand? The little witch seemed very happy to hear this and nodded repeatedly. The woman showed a hint of interest and stretched her pale neck towards him, indicating that she also wanted to listen to the so-called singing. Suyu curled her lips, indicating that it was a nice thought. If you want to listen, it's not impossible. There are always more solutions than problems, right? After comforting the little cutie, Suyu looked at Feishue. He rubbed his hands in front of his chest, like a profiteer, and then smiled mysteriously. "Continue what I was saying. I'm going to show you a treasure." "What treasure? I don't want to see it." Feishue showed great disgust. "Baby or something, it's not as delicious as an apple." The woman ate an apple and put the remaining fruit into her cloth pocket. She was ready to run away. The words goodbye were written all over his face. The spirit of eating well and then slipping away is really self-taught. However, Suyu was prepared for this. "It can help you slowly recover your strength." The extremely tempting voice reached the woman's ears. She was stunned immediately. Her ears trembled. She turned her head left and right, and then turned her body over. "You lied to me," Feishue snorted, her eyes full of suspicion. "I didn't lie to you this time." Suyu answered affirmatively. "So, you've lied to me before?" The woman tilted her head suspiciously. "Not good. I forgot that this guy has now learned to use his brain." Suyu corrected it immediately. "Nonsense. When have I ever lied to you?" Suyu patted her chest, grabbed her with her big hand, and said righteously, "I dare to swear on my conscience that anyone who lies to you is not a human being, not even as good as a big mouth." Feishue blinked her white eyes, and 2 thoughts began to fight in her head. She had seen Big Mouth many times. It was the small mountain beast that the little witch in front of her often rode, the stupid beast that stuck out its tongue and licked people every day. The oaths sworn in this era are truly binding. Even if they are not oaths sworn from heaven, no one dares to joke about them. Or just trust them once. Finally, a certain thought took over, and Feishue nodded. "I trust you once." "Hee, you should believe me." Suyu laughed. "You look young now, boy. You've been fooled. Of course I dare to swear. After all, it's not my conscience that I'm touching. The conscience in my arms is big and soft and feels comfortable to touch." The little cutie was upset after being caught, and her face immediately turned red. She grabbed Suyu's hand and covered her little face. "Then let me see what this treasure is." Feishue said, "Being able to recover your strength is always beneficial to you." The woman never mentioned asking for the potion to lift the seal again after they negotiated the terms on the first day, but that didn't mean she wasn't anxious. However, the life in the past few days has gradually made this somewhat neurotic woman forget about that idea. She wanted to have power so that she wouldn't be bullied, so that she could live freely without having to endure the strange looks from humans, and to teach those people who looked down on her a lesson. But it was clearly me who had lost my power. But now I still have that kind of life, and even live a more comfortable life than before. Here, the witches are not discriminated against, nor are they bullied for no reason. They can freely rely on work to earn living resources. Except for being occasionally hit on the head by the little witch who takes care of them, or being chased with sticks by the little witch who guards the plantation, they don't seem to be unhappy at all. No, when the little witch was chasing me with a stick, I was actually quite proud and excited. Cross this out. Being hit on the head by Ashwe was also because I kept drooling on her, and I wasn't unhappy, right? Cross this out too. So, when you think about it carefully, it doesn't seem to matter whether you get the power back or not. No. Chapter 388 Entertainment and Investment. The power must be taken back, and this hateful man in front of me must not get away with it. Snort. The woman who was scratching her head and suddenly showing her teeth and claws finally strengthened her belief and regained her composure. Although Suyu had no idea, this woman had misjudged the focus of the problem. Wait a minute then. Seeing the fish taking the bait, Suyu waved her hand immediately. The other hand reached into his arms, brushed across the little cutie's back, and went straight down. After a while of groping, his eyes sparkled. Then, a strange treasure was taken out. Kokoro's big eyes flickered, and she was soon attracted. It was a strange crystal the size of a palm, with regular edges on the outside and dots on the inside, like a rotating vortex of light. Not only Kokoro, but even Feishua couldn't help but stare over and found it difficult to look away. Suyu raised the corners of her mouth. Just kidding. This thing is so attractive that if you stare at it for a few times, you will lose your mind for a while. What is this? Feishua asked curiously. Didn't I just tell you that this is called the Balance Stone, and it's a treasure that can restore your strength? Suyu said with a wicked smile. As long as you hold it in your hand and show your willingness to integrate your magic power into it, its energy will dissolve the seal little by little through the magic power in your body. The effect is better than potion, but it's not as direct. You need to touch it every day. The potion requires a lot of ingredients, and the process is complicated. You also know our current situation. We must always be on guard against sea beasts in the waters, so it is difficult to be distracted to do that. I also thought about it for a long time before coming up with this method. I want you to know that I am not lying to you. If you calculate the time when you arrive at your continent, this treasure will happen to be able to remove your seal. Feishua kept staring at the balance energy crystal, then looked at Suyu, switching her gaze between the two, frowning her long eyebrows, and asked again suspiciously, "You really didn't lie to me?" To be honest, she still didn't quite believe it. "Of course, I swear on my conscience." "Then, let me try," Feishua said tentatively. Suyu's eyes immediately lit up, and she handed over the balance energy crystal. But when Feishua cautiously stretched out her finger to touch it, she pulled it back. He coughed and reminded, "Because it is lent to you to restore your strength, you can only use it while I am by your side. You cannot take it away. Take 2 hours a day. Try it first." Okay. This time the woman did not refuse and took it. After all, she herself was very interested in this strange stone. After she got the stone in her hand, a strange sensation began to stir the magical power deep in her heart. It seemed that the stone was trying to establish some kind of connection with her, which surprised the woman. "By the way, Suyu just said that it will only be effective if you show that you are willing to provide magic power. Do you want to try it? It should be fine to give it a try. If this man wanted to hurt himself, why would he do this?" Yes, when you think about it, there's really no reason for him to use such a complicated method. The woman felt that she had grasped the key information, and she let down her guard greatly. Finally, she began to try to respond to the vague connection. Suyu on the opposite side just stared at the little white mouse without blinking, and began to work for his own root element plan. There are many natural elements between heaven and earth, and the characteristics of the witches are also diverse. However, Suyu thought that if the witch who was willing to contribute natural elements was very powerful herself, would it speed up the purification of the witch power elements? After all, the magical powers of those powerful witches are of good quality. Looking at the entire Sky City, only snow is strong. Therefore, Feishua became the best target in Suyu's mind. The ice element in her body was only sealed but did not disappear, so theoretically it is feasible. Besides, this way of contribution and absorption has no harm to the witch. It is similar to donating blood on the blue star. This is just a white lie, Feishua. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, I really look like a bad guy. Suyu laughed loudly in her heart, and then observed the woman's reaction. It seems, I have that feeling. Feishua opened her eyes wide and laughed. I feel the magic power is reacting and connecting with the stone. Oh yeah, success. You and I are very happy. The trick went smoothly, but the 2-hour wait was too boring. Plus, this weird woman might get impatient. So, I had to arrange something interesting to kill time. You can also wrestle with Kokoro and the others, and play the game of the train going through a cave. Feishua certainly can't do that. I'm not kidding when I spit ice chips on your face. It would be a big loss if you scare him away. Fortunately, Suyu was prepared. After a sudden snap of her fingers, a short wooden man staggered up from the corner holding a large wooden board. With apples, barbecue, and entertainment equipment, I don't believe the woman in front of me won't be able to stay. Feishua, who was holding the balance energy crystal carefully against her chest, naturally noticed this special little thing and looked over. The wooden man held the wooden board high above his head and handed it to Suyu. The 2 small ceramic bowls placed on it were almost knocked down. Wow, brother Suyu, do you want to play with me? Kokoro started laughing when she saw it. Suyu raised her hand and pointed at Feishua. It's not me and you, it's you and her. Ah, the little cutie wrinkled his nose again. She didn't want to play with this, which had a scary smile. Feeling disliked, Feishua blinked her eyes immediately, looking quite innocent. We are all shrine maidens. Why do you always hate me? What is this? However, the woman was more interested in the wooden board. The square wooden board was covered with small grids drawn with black lines, and the two porcelain bowls contained small round wooden blocks of two different colors. This is called Go Bang. It's very fun. Do you want to play? Suyu smiled and threw down the bait. After staring for a few seconds, the woman instantly shook her head. Kokoro also shook his little head and said, "What's the point of playing Go Bang? It would be better to go out and ride Kog'Maw." Suyu was instantly numb. The pace of development was wrong. "You little brats, I can't deal with you two." The domineering man immediately opened the system mall, and soon there were several bottles of Fat House Happy Water, chocolate, juice, and other snacks on the table. In order to allow Fei Xue to report to donate blood automatically every day, these investments are necessary. Chapter 389, Moonlight on the Waters. When the happy water splashed on the table, the two pairs of big eyes almost stared straight. Especially when Kokoro saw the familiar chocolate, she excitedly reached out to take it. That was a delicious thing she had been looking forward to eating for a long time, and she almost forgot how it tasted. Suyu pressed his hand. "Wait a minute, wife." The little cutie tilted his head playfully. "I want to eat." Fei Xue squinted her white eyes and looked at them, not quite understanding what those things were. The juice can be seen, but what are the Fat House Happy Water and chocolate? Laugh. Suyu was too lazy to explain, and immediately opened a bottle, and the lemon scent instantly overflowed. Watching the clear water gurgling into a small bowl and bubbling upward, the woman subconsciously sniffed. The smell was strange, but not unpleasant. The two foodies just watched Suyu drinking happily, and they felt itchy in their hearts. Then the man pointed to the chessboard. "Those who win the game will get a reward. Now, do you want to play or not? Who is in favor? Who is against?" I want to play too." 2 hours later, Fei Xue left with a contented look on her bulging belly. She could hear the sound of water sloshing around inside if she tapped it gently. The little cutie was not so direct. He put all the chocolates he won into a small pocket, gave some to his sisters, and kept a large portion for himself. "You can open it and eat it any time. It's so much fun." At night, when Suyu was discussing life with Kokoro, she could always smell the flavor of chocolate in her mouth. "This is silky. It makes people unable to stop talking." Of course, the happiest time is when I finish my daily activities and wait for my wife to fall asleep. Then I happily play with the balance energy crystal by myself. The originally transparent crystal now had several wisps of energy like gossamer threads, one of which was white energy, the thickest. It looked like a sleeping fish immersed in the water, swimming slowly with the flow. This should be the state of ice element magic power before it is purified. It looks like high protein without a trace of impurities and is indeed of extremely high quality. However, the efficiency of this absorption is just as described. It will take a lot of time, and it is a project that cannot be rushed. Of course, with a witch of Fei Xue's level contributing energy to oneself, what else would one need? At night, you can hang the crystal on the head of the bed, and it can slowly absorb the natural elements of other people. Yaxiang and others had no doubts about this and nodded in agreement immediately. After cleaning up everything and hanging up the crystal, Suyu lay comfortably on the soft blanket. Just when I was about to go to sleep, a familiar voice was heard outside the fortress. Meow, meow, meow. The sound of footsteps, one longer than the other, was heard strolling outside the fortress wall. Wildcat? Big Orange? In an instant, several answers popped up in Suyu's mind. The orange cat that Xiao Huahua brought was now being raised by Xiao Mimi, and that lazy cat had become as fat as a meatball. It was impossible for it to run out in the middle of the night and scream like a fool. Moreover, this voice sounds very familiar. Therefore, there is only one truth. In the moonlight window, a pair of pointed black shadows of ears swayed nimbly and then quickly disappeared. When Suyu found that she had guessed correctly, her eyes instantly became sharp. He walked out of the conference room, crossed the corridor, and left the fortress stealthily, but he didn't know that a pair of vertical pupils with green light were hiding under the dark window, watching everything leisurely. Although she had no idea why Suyu went out so late at night, Xiafei knew it was definitely not a good thing, especially when she saw another nimble black shadow rushing towards this hateful man. Princess Xia immediately glared at him with contempt. Pooh! Man! The woman no longer had the will to follow him out to spy. She grabbed the quilt to cover her tail, then fell asleep. and Xiao Ai, who lived next door, also looked away and spat, saying that she could not see such an ugly scene. The two black shadows met each other and disappeared in the moonlight in a flash. Soon they ran into the grove at the tail of the big fish. Chapter 390 Sea Beast. Everything is quiet. The horizon was already beginning to glow with a faint pale light. Suddenly, bang! The huge flapping sound was deafening. Above the sky city, a transparent water curtain was lifted high, and countless water drops fell down with a bang. Suyu herself was shocked. The stream of water pouring down under the moonlight and the dark shadow that followed closely behind and covered the sky really scared him. It's a sea monster. Suyu was stunned for a moment, but she clearly didn't sense any danger at all. Moreover, even the ancient behemoths did not sense the danger. Not to mention they're still in hiding. In a flash, the black shadow fell into the water again with a boom. At the same time, a murderous intent attacked from behind. Roar! The ancient behemoth also gave a warning at this moment, but the spiritual communication between the two people made Suyu stunned again. What the hell? Isn't it coming for us? The ferocious, murderous intent and destructive and terrifying magical power from behind were directed at the black shadow that had leaped away earlier. Suyu also guessed the general idea in a moment. He did not notice any sign at all. Firstly, because the two sea beasts were moving too fast, and secondly, because they did not notice the existence of the ancient behemoth. The two sea beasts started fighting for some unknown reason, and happened to enter the area where Suyu was while chasing each other. Suyu's eyes narrowed. It was indeed dangerous. Everyone knew that when gods fight, mortals suffer. Moreover, the two sea beasts were very powerful. Once they started fighting, they would cause random range damage, and the Sky City would inevitably be affected. Furthermore, as they are both wild beasts, no one can guarantee whether the ancient behemoth will be noticed. At this moment, the surging murderous intent and magic power had reached the bottom of the Sky City. Through the vision of the ancient behemoth, Suyu saw a huge shadow swimming rapidly in the water. Although its body was not as big as the ancient behemoth, it was half the size. In comparison, the sea beast that had flown away earlier was extremely small. Leaving aside the small sea beast that has already gone away, the pressure caused by the powerful magic power of the sea beast that is currently swimming below is clearly visible. Which king? The answer is already obvious. Change direction and leave here. Suyu gave the order almost without hesitation. However, the ancient beast's next response stunned Suyu and put her in a dilemma. Big fish? What did you say? You want me to help that little sea beast? Suyu narrowed her eyes. You said it can guide us to a safe route. Big fish would not lie to Suyu, and this ancient giant beast was definitely not making such a bold suggestion without any purpose. At this moment, Suyu had to start weighing the pros and cons. Of course, under the current conditions, there is a way to deal with a sea beast at the level of a wizard king. All Suyu was thinking about was whether it was worth doing so. The sun rising slowly in the east seemed to be a signal of a fight between two sea beasts. The warm sunlight brushes across the water, and the splashing waves sparkle with little light. Seeing that it could not escape the enemy's pursuit and its physical strength was greatly depleted, the little sea beast finally gave up running, turned its head, and stopped under the water. The thin figure looked so fragile at the moment, as if the other party could swallow it completely with just one mouth. The dark shadow that was chasing it had also stopped, and its dorsal fin, like a hill, split the waves. The huge shadow looked extremely eerie and terrifying underwater. Of course, they didn't know that at this moment, there was a spectator quietly appearing in the sky. The two only confronted each other for a few moments before the huge sea beast no longer waited and opened its bloody mouth to suck fiercely. In an instant, the surging sea water formed a whirlpool like a bottomless abyss that sucked everything into the mouth of the giant sea monster. The little sea beast was unable to resist the strong suction force. After struggling for a while, it flapped its wings on both sides and jumped out of the water, escaping from that range. At the same time, it let out a strange hissing sound, and countless water elements in the air condensed and formed water arrows that rushed towards the enemy. However, such an attack was no different from tickling the giant. The beast did not even defend itself, but just emerged. Its huge fangs and bloody mouth suddenly roared, and the sound waves formed by the magic power instantly spread out like a cannonball. This roar, like the roar of the Titan ape, made Suyu's ears buzz. If the little sea beast was not flexible and ran fast enough, it would have been knocked unconscious on the spot. Suyu, who was standing diagonally above him, saw everything and was a little shocked. The size of the small sea beast is not even enough to fill the teeth of the giant beast. It really has enough patience to keep chasing it. Could it be that the current ecological environment under the water has reached the point where food is scarce? Seeing the little sea beast's peculiar appearance and flying ability, Suyu instantly thought of a species of marine life on the blue planet. The thin flying wings it has on both sides of its body are mostly wing-shaped hard fins. Xiao Ai, do you have the data of these two sea beasts? Suyu asked subconsciously. Answer. One is a juvenile flying fish from the family of Exodontidae in the order of gnathodes, at the level of a half-step great wizard. The other is a megalodon from the order of Pleurodactylus, at the level of a wizard king. Facts have proved that Suyu's guess was correct. The flying creature was a flying fish, and the terrifying beast chasing it was a megalodon. However, the common sense of Blue Star cannot be fully applied here. The two fish are now dozens of times larger and extremely ferocious. They are called the bloodline of sea beasts. However, since I have decided to help the flying fish, I can't just watch it being swallowed by the megalodon. When arriving at this area of water, Suyu had already concentrated all the defensive turrets here. Even if the 55 wizard cannons could not kill the wizard king-level sea beast, they were enough to intimidate it and create a sense of crisis. The power of these cannons fired together was enough to scare even Huang Ji. At the same time, Suyu also used the favorability points that she had accumulated with great difficulty in the past few days in exchange for the ability of equivalent exchange. One is for insurance. The other is for a more radical purpose. Chapter 391, Moths to Flame. This state, which I have gained with so much goodwill, cannot be wasted just like that, right? After experiencing the benefits of the flesh and blood of sea beasts at the great wizard level, Suyu naturally did not want to miss this opportunity. More importantly, with his invisible fighting skills, he can definitely seize the initiative. Sneak attack? Sorry, this is called tactical stealth assassination. Because of this restlessness, most of the tribesmen woke up from their dreams and ran out. Faced with this terrifying giant sea beast, many tribesmen were too frightened to watch the battle and chose to stay in their tribe to work. The braver ones carefully lay on the edge of the sky city, covering their eyes and secretly watching through their fingers. The bolder ones stared with their eyes wide open, enduring their hearts pounding in their chests, and watched the fight between the two sea beasts while keeping their composure. Most of them were priestesses, orcs, demons, and elves. Of course, there is someone special among this group of people. I wanted to stick half of my body out and exclaim wow repeatedly. Feishua half-crouched on a rock, staring at the megalodon without blinking in amazement. After seeing the megalodon's head emerging from the water, she immediately noticed a scar under the sea beast's eye, which was why she kept clicking her tongue. He turned out to be this stupid fish. When he was sailing across the ocean with Huang Ji, this guy was ignorant and wanted to attack ships. In the end, he was injured by Huang Ji and fled to the bottom of the sea. Because she was in a hurry to travel, Huang Ji spared its life, but she unexpectedly saw it again. But Suyu is not Huang Ji. The gap between the two is too big. She even doubts whether the man dares to take action. At this moment, Yaxiang, Li, and other priestesses also came to the top floor of the fortress, looking at this horrifying scene with serious expressions. After a while, Big Mouth ran into the site carrying the sleeping Yuzu on his back. That was the middle position of the ancient behemoth where the forests met. After it threw the pomelo to Suyu, it ran away without stopping. Why did Suyu go there? There was also the orc on Meow next to her. Yaxiang watched from afar and remembered that she had not seen the man since she woke up in the morning. At this moment, the hissing sound of the small flying fish sounded again, drawing everyone's attention. It seemed that it wanted to rely on a short and swift movement to attack the megalodon's eyes. After all, that huge enemy had thick skin and flesh, and its only weakness might be the eyes. With a whoosh sound, it dived underwater at high speed, swimming like a black shadow like lightning. When it got close to the left jaw of the megalodon, it suddenly jumped out, causing a splash of water. However, the megalodon stood still, as if it had calculated everything. When the small flying fish jumped out of the water, it immediately slapped it with its hard fins. The shadow was looming making it almost impossible to avoid it. Some members of the tribe couldn't help but feel sympathy for the little flying fish and dare not look at it anymore. However, there was no sound of objects breaking for a long time. So you saw clearly that the huge hard fin did hit the small flying fish, but what broke was only a handful of phantoms. This little guy seems to be able to perform special skills such as multiple shadows. Obviously, the megalodon was fooled. It blinked and was stunned for a moment, then glanced over. In an instant, a cold light lit up on its right side, and almost at the same time, the small flying fish jumped up and rushed straight to the megalodon's other eye. A moth flies into a flame, an egg hits a rock. This should be a true portrayal of the little flying fish at this moment. Perhaps it has long understood that it is impossible for it to defeat the megalodon, but still insists on doing so. Suyu was amazed by the spirit of doing something knowing it was impossible and refusing to yield even at death. The surprise attack was effective, but the mistake was that the gap in strength between the two was too great. The physique of the Witch King was not as strong as the Great, which could imagine. The powerful water spikes of the little flying fish, which concentrated all the witch power in the body, only slightly pierced the megalodon's eyelid, and could not penetrate even a little bit. The Witch King's eyes might indeed be fragile, but his eyelids, which were designed to defend him instinctively, were countless times tougher. Roar! It was a great shame and humiliation for the Witch King to be injured by the Great, which, even if it was just a little bit of flesh. Especially the position of the two in the food chain made the megalodon angry and humiliated, and it roared with all its might in an instant. The roar was like thunder, and the sound waves set off a small tsunami, one wave after another. Those sound waves were like sharp blades, instantly cutting multiple wounds on the little flying fish's body, and blood splattered everywhere. It had almost no means of counterattack at all. The zombie was instantly shocked and lost its ability to move. Its thin body flew backwards in an arc and fell down like a broken string. The megalodon's bloody mouth then opened, trying to bite the little thing it had been chasing all night into pieces. But I was clearly seeing the little flying fish falling, but suddenly it disappeared. Moreover, just now, the megalodon seemed to sense a hint of discordant magic power in the air. That magic power affected the space and made people feel very uncomfortable. At the same time, a teleportation array appeared above the Sky City, and the little flying fish fell to the ground with a plop. Space teleportation is a special skill of the Sky City. If you want to rescue the little flying fish without anyone noticing, this trick is perfect. Seeing the huge flying fish falling in front of them, Yuzu and other priestesses widened their eyes in shock. After a moment of panic, they began to treat the flying fish's injuries according to Suyu's previous instructions. With the super recovery potion, as long as it still has a breath, the chances of survival are very high, not to mention that the flying fish was not fatally injured. Fortunately, the little flying fish had completely lost the strength to struggle, and this saved the witches a lot of trouble. On the water, the megalodon, having lost its target, sensed something was wrong, and the Witch King's insight was fully liberated at this moment. It almost instantly smelled the faint scent of wild beast coming from above its head, and looked over with a question mark on its forehead. The blue sky was empty, but that vague scent of the same kind was there. Very strong, but not of his own race. The beast's mind is very simple. Since it can't see, it might as well try to hit it. The megalodon then opened its bloody mouth, and a stream of pure water elements quickly condensed to form a round and clear sphere. The seemingly soft and flowing water ball actually contains extremely terrifying energy. If hit by it, even an ancient behemoth would be severely injured. But Suyu, who was hidden in the air, had his eyes lit up. The megalodon in this state was undoubtedly the time when its defense was the most relaxed. I want to vomit, no way. As Suyu's mind moved, 55 defensive turrets, after nurturing the magic energy for a long time, instantly aimed at the water ball. Chapter 392, 28 times the punch. The attack of the defensive turret can continuously gather strength, but the magic power consumed is also more intense than usual. The light was concentrated in one place, and the destructive energy was almost as strong as that of the water ball, but it also drained away most of Suyu's magic power. If Suyu was still a great wizard, he would most likely have to lie down at this moment. Although the man felt a little uncomfortable due to the momentary loss of magic power, this was also part of his plan. Magical skill, wild. Su Yuela grimly realized that this passive skill was constantly accumulating strength. 28 times. MFB is really strong. Combined with Yuzu's previous strengthening technique, Suyu felt that his fists now had the strength to compete with the earth. Of course, this punch cannot be thrown randomly. Only Suyu understood how abnormal the Witch King's physique was. Using your own spear to fight against their shield is a foolish act. The best means of attack is to use the strong to attack the weak. But this also requires timing. A moment that is enough to divert the Megalodon's attention and prevent it from realizing the approaching crisis. If there is no opportunity, create it. In Suyu's plan, the Sky City and the defensive cannons were the driving forces behind all this. Boom! In an instant, a light containing terrifying power illuminated the sky, earth and waters, and rushed straight down from the sky. In the Megalodon's eyes of disbelief, the huge figure of the Sky City was exposed as the reality and illusion were exchanged. Once the attack is launched, the Sky City will automatically release its passive stealth function. This is its mechanism and also part of Suyu's plan. A giant beast that was more than twice its size appeared in its field of vision, and was so close to it that the Megalodon was really confused. But at this moment, it had no time to care about these things because the beam of light gave it a strong sense of crisis, making it unable to continue gathering energy. If the water ball in the mouth is not ejected, it is very likely to be directly blown back into the stomach by the light column, and then it will be a real mess. The Megalodon's instinct for fighting and survival made it react instantly, and when the beam of light was about to hit its mouth, it suddenly spat out the water ball. The water element and the pure magic ray cannon collided instantly. The violent energies devoured each other, and in an instant, the surrounding air and natural elements were cleansed. Because it was the last move, the Megalodon clearly felt that the opportunity had passed, and it was a little weak to follow up. The beam of light continued to devour the water element, shaking its huge body back. But this was not enough to make it fail. The Megalodon swung its tail vigorously underwater, using the tip of the tail as a support point, as if using the water area as a springboard. Its body arched, and the entire fish stood up. As its head swung due to inertia, the magic power in its body served as a supporting thrust and immediately deflected the beam of light. On the city in the sky, 55 defensive turrets were knocked down like dominoes because of the grappling force of the Megalodon. The turret collapsed, and the beam of light tilted accordingly. The powerful beam of light swept across the water in a straight line, instantly splitting the water into two sides like a laser-cutting device. As the two forces suddenly disappeared, the Megalodon automatically sprayed out a water ball, blasting out a long waterway on the water surface. Its huge body twisted in the air. The movement just now was too abrupt and consumed several times more energy than usual. This made the Megalodon unable to continue to control its movements in the sky and could only fall vertically due to gravity. As wizard kings, they can indeed fly, but everyone knows that the world above the water has strange restrictions. They don't want to touch it, and never touch it, not to mention that it is still in a state of temporary weakness and difficult to control. The distance between him and the water surface was not far, and he could fall into the water safely in just a few breaths. So, Megalodon had no worries at all. However, at this moment, the huge sea beast suddenly felt that something was wrong. It was as if there was suddenly something under me. Something that I'm not familiar with, but is very annoying. Humans are rare animals to sea beasts because they rarely have the opportunity to enter the central area of the water. In addition, Megalodon was once injured by Huangji, so it holds a special hatred towards humans. At this moment, it felt it clearly. A human appeared beneath him. It can't be completely said to be a feeling. After all, I have seen it. Under the Megalodon's eyeball, a tiny human figure appears, alternating between real and virtual. Just like the wild beast that suddenly appeared in the sky, it possesses strange stealth skills. To the Megalodon, humans are indeed too small. But the human in front of it gave it an indescribable sense of greatness. His magic power surged out like a burning flame, so high and fierce that it made his tiny body look like a mountain. He smiled, rolled up his sleeves, and swung one arm. But even so, Megalodon didn't think there was anything to be afraid of. The mountains in the eyes of humans are still tiny fish to themselves. Moreover, although this human seemed to have the power of the Witch King, his magic power was strangely empty, as if he had just experienced a great battle and was severely exhausted. Watch his movements. Megalodon finds it even funnier. Is this human planning to swing his fist at me? Did you know that the shell of wild beasts is countless times harder than that of humans? Even if they are at the same level of Wizard King, the human Wizard King cannot compare with the skin and flesh defense of wild beasts. Except for the woman I met before. When the Megalodon thought of the woman with flames burning and lightning charging, he was filled with endless murderous intent. But the human in front of him was not even a little bit different from that existence. Ridiculous. So you wanted to sneak attack my eyes? That is indeed its Achilles heel. But you want to defeat me with the remaining half of your magic power? Human, you dream. In a moment, the Megalodon closed its eyelids, and the magic power bursting out of its body covered its entire eyes, making its eyelids even harder. With layers of defense, even if the woman punched it herself, the Megalodon could guarantee that its eyes would not be hurt at all. Then, the human's fist hit the shark's body, and the Megalodon felt like being brushed by a fine hair. But why the location? Rome? The pain paralyzed the nerves in an instant, and the Megalodon didn't have time to continue thinking. There was nothing left in its mind. Blood and flesh flew into the sky like flowers scattered by a fairy, along with everything in its head exploding. That punch, like a mosquito bite, unleashed a terrifying force that the Megalodon could never imagine in its life, tearing its skin and flesh apart. The hurricane almost carved a slanted channel in its head and sprayed towards the sky. Chapter 393, Little Flying Fish. The place Suyu is aiming at was not its eye from the beginning. Megalodon's eyes are indeed a weak point among its entire body's defenses. But compared to the new scar under its eye, it is far worse. Suyu also wanted to know who had the ability to injure this terrifying sea beast and give herself a good opportunity. A wild passive with 28 times the strength, the bonus of the Witch Power Shadow, the Witch Power Physique Enhancement, and the super serious punch used at the end. Using this wound as a breakthrough point, all the strange power was directly blasted into the Megalodon's head. If this punch couldn't seriously injure the sea beast, Suyu felt that it would be better to just run away. However, the results were better than expected. With this punch, he skipped the entire process and blasted all the debris in the opponent's head into pieces without leaving anything behind. There was no serious injury. He was just beaten to death. The Kylan arm lives up to its reputation. The blood residue instantly spread all over the water. Suyu stretched his muscles and bones and was shocked by the punch. After all, he was not used to the strength of the Wizard King realm and had no real empirical data on the specific destructive power. In the Sky City, the tribesmen watching the battle were almost dumbfounded. His eyes were wide open, his mouth was open, and he was speechless. The sea beast fell into the water, and the waves splashed more than 10 meters high, almost hitting their faces, but no one closed their eyes to avoid it. Our clan leader is so powerful. In their eyes, there was only admiration besides fear. Xiao, who was the first to wake up, immediately shouted loudly, "Chief Su is awesome. Chief Su is invincible. Chief Su is so awesome." To spray out whatever words you have learned. In short, just wave the flag and shout slogans. The tribesmen were excited and started shouting as well. Roar. At this moment, even the ancient giant beasts and big fish hummed happily. As a gentle wild beast, it was also surprised that the human who shared its magic power with it could actually kill another sea beast at the level of Wizard King with bare hands. Such a feat was rare. At least it had never seen one in all its years of life. Since it came into contact with this human, it has never hated him and enjoys the feeling of traveling together. This is undoubtedly the luckiest thing. Of course, except for one guy with a wrinkled nose and a humping look on his face. Fei Xue had a bitter face, feeling excited, disappointed, and dissatisfied, and her mood was extremely strange. She always felt that the more powerful this man became, the more aggrieved she felt. If things continue like this, maybe even Lady Huang Ji will be surpassed by him. Bah. The woman scratched her head suddenly, turned around on the stone, groaned for a while, and then ran back. When I'm in a bad mood, the little witch's thighs are a good place. Just hug them, and all my worries will disappear. Yes. The waves on the water rose again and again, and after a long time, they finally calmed down. The Megalodon's body floated on the water, its eyes rolled back, and it seemed full of confusion. Suyu landed on its head and breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, a black shadow flashed in the sky, and Xiao Ai flapped her black magic wings and flew down. Although the woman's heart was already filled with shock and excitement at Su Yu's actions, she still held back and did not show it. Su Yu might be the most powerful warrior she had ever seen in her life. Except patchily, of course. It would be a lie to say that such a man is not attractive, but Xiao Ai also knows how despicable the guy in front of her is. Although the way he treats women is pretty good, they eat well, sleep well, live freely, and are not like those men in the tribal alliance who are rude and arrogant. The woman was stunned for a moment, then threw away the strange thought that had arisen in her mind. She looked at Su Yu and said seriously, "Su Yu, the flesh and blood of this sea beast smells too fishy. It will spread along the water flow, and it will be even more troublesome." "I know." Su Yu raised her head and smiled, waving her hand. "But this thing is too big, only half the size of the Sky City. It will take some time." Xiao Ai was stunned for a moment and looked at Su Yu in disbelief. "You want to take this flesh and blood away?" "Nonsense, this is the flesh and blood of the Witch King. Otherwise, why would I waste my time on it?" Su Yu couldn't help but roll her eyes. "It's just right that you're here. Give me a hand." For the first time, Xiao Ai turned her face away in grievance. It wasn't that she didn't want to take him away, but she just didn't dare to think about it. This is a sea beast at the level of the Witch King. If you want to eat it, you're courting death. But who would have thought that Su Yu actually did it? Isn't it infuriating? Not only is it annoying, but I also have to be a free decomposition worker. Well, since I can't resist, I can only accept it. Su Yu also called down several powerful priestesses, including Yaxiang and her father-in-law, through space teleportation. Naturally, the efficiency would be faster if everyone worked together to decompose the creature. With the special skill of space teleportation, moving corpses is almost an easy task. In a short while, the sea beast was broken into countless pieces of meat and bones, all of which were sent back to the city in the sky. After returning to the castle in the sky, Su Yu couldn't wait to see the little flying fish. Yuzu and others were afraid that it would die of thirst, so they called Shayli to spray water on it continuously. A witch was turned into a water sprayer. The little flying fish regained consciousness, but strangely, he did not show any malice towards the stranger human in front of him. Of course, it's not that it had no intention to attack, but it was stopped in time by the ancient behemoth. Through the communication between the ancient behemoth and it, the little flying fish, which was being hunted, frightened, and afraid of death, finally understood its current situation. The human being in front of him was not an enemy, but a benefactor who saved him. However, the little flying fish was still a little afraid to approach humans, a strange race, especially because it was still worried about when the megalodon would attack again. While enjoying the water source created by a female human, it looked around vigilantly. Seeing that this group of humans seemed to be carrying some strange flesh, blood, and bones, it couldn't help but become even more frightened. Those flesh and blood obviously gave it a strong sense of crisis. Xiao Feiyu could imagine that it was definitely a terrifying sea monster when it was alive. Are they planning to eat me too? But that kind fellow just now would not lie to me. Just when the little flying fish had a strange idea, the humans in front of him suddenly separated to make way for a man. With the ancient behemoth around, Su Yu doesn't have to worry about communication issues. He glanced up and down at the little flying fish and nodded involuntarily. He was just one step away from being able to jump up and down. Su Yu raised her head and asked, "How's your injury? Can you swim?" Chapter 394, Mysterious Waters. At first, the little flying fish was wondering what this little human was talking to it, until the voice of the old fellow sounded. It finally understood. "He was the one who just saved me," Little Flying Fish said quickly. "That sea beast won't let us go, so let's get away from here. I know a place where these ferocious sea beasts dare not go." Okay, before I even asked the question, the little guy confessed it himself. What the ancient beast said was indeed correct. In order to survive, the gentle sea beasts will try their best to avoid these ferocious sea beasts, so they usually live together or look for remote waters where those guys don't exist. These sea beasts have a good idea of which waterway is safe. However, what Su Yu didn't understand was that since he knew the safe waters, how did this little guy get involved with the megalodon? The ancient beast expressed Su Yu's doubts, and the little flying fish immediately flapped its tail and opened and closed its mouth. Because you wanted to have fun? So you ran away secretly? Su Yu was shocked. Although this little flying fish looks as big as a small hill, It is only considered a young one among the sea beasts. Okay, that's a good explanation. In order to make the little flying fish no longer afraid, so you also pointed out the fact that the megalodon was dead, and he was killed by his own fist. Although the little guy didn't believe it at all, even when Suyu was eating the megalodon's meat in front of it, it didn't recognize it at all. In order to prevent the little flying fish from dying of thirst, Suyu used the skill of space connection to connect an area of water with the mainland, allowing it to live on the mainland temporarily. This magical skill made the little flying fish very curious. When he dived underwater, he clearly saw familiar waters, but as long as he floated up, he would come to Suyu's city in the sky. Of course, this skill can be controlled by the ancient beast and Suyu at any time, so the little flying fish can always float up from the water and stay on the mainland. To be honest, this is a skill of covering one's ears and stealing the bell. The little flying fish is afraid of the megalodon, so it is a little afraid to return to the water, but now it is jumping around in the water. Under the leadership of Little Flying Fish, the ancient beast finally hid itself again and set out on the journey. However, what no one, including the ancient behemoths, expected was the place where the little flying fish would take them. That area of water is indeed extremely safe, so safe that it makes people feel scared. But it was neither a remote area nor a place with large groups of gentle sea beasts. But it is so safe and so mysterious that it is hard to believe. Just to the right of the center of this vast body of water, a strange area appeared. No ferocious sea beasts dare to live here. They don't even dare to get close. At most, they would just wander around. Suyu and others finally arrived at dusk, and were also surprised. At first, he thought that there was a more powerful sea beast lurking here, shocking everything. But after turning on a map radar, I was confused. Apart from a few white dots like those of small flying fish, almost nothing can be seen. Logically speaking, it is impossible for the system to fail to detect biological data. It can even give accurate hints to beings like Huangji. That's why Suyu felt that there was mystery everywhere here. But I have to say, this quiet stretch of water is indeed a good rest stop. Without having to worry about harassment and attacks from ferocious sea beasts, Suyu lifted the ancient beast hiding state. Not long after, the little flying fish swam over with its family. Chapter 395, A Fun Place. It was a flying fish that was 5 or 6 times bigger than the little guy. Although it had reached the level of a great witch, it could not speak like Heishan. Their communication with Suyu could only rely on the ancient beast. The flying fish brought some prawns as a reward, and was also surprised that the humans living on that continent were able to travel so far. Afterwards, Suyu asked them about the information about this sea area. However, the flying fish family moved here later and didn't know much about it, so it dived into the seabed and found an old 8-legged octopus. According to Feiyu, this 8-legged octopus, which is as big as a mountain, has lived in this area for nearly 100 years and can be considered an indigenous resident. It must know the relevant information. The 8-legged octopus blinked its jet black eyes and then began to explain in a very methodical and slow manner. According to its memory, when it was born here, this area of water was not as quiet as it is now. At that time, it was just like an ordinary sea area, inhabited by countless sea beasts of various shapes. Some of them are fierce, some are weak, and they struggle for survival every day. Until one day more than 20 years ago, a white light suddenly enveloped this place completely. The sea beast did not understand what was happening. Then there was an earthquake, which triggered a huge tsunami. The huge wave almost turned the place upside down, and countless sea beasts died. Finally, when everything calmed down, the octopus found that most of its people had died in the strange force, and some had been swept to other seas and disappeared. Its closest family members had lost their traces, and in order to wait for their return, the octopus had been living here. It was also from then on that this sea area was completely changed and became a place that ferocious sea beasts dared not approach. The octopus said that although this place looked very ordinary, there were also areas that they could not even reach. After the catastrophe, the waters below this area seemed to have become deeper, and the dark depths were so deep that even they themselves could not swim down. Once you get close, you will inexplicably feel fear, and then your vision and mind will fall into endless darkness. This may be the real reason why those ferocious sea beasts dare not approach. In this case, the incident that happened more than 20 years ago was the source of everything, But even the parties involved could not know what exactly happened at that time. Suyu asked in vain, then gave the prawns sent by the flying fish family to the octopus as a thank you gift. The flying fish's parents went back underwater, but the little flying fish kept wandering in the connecting passage of the Sky City. From time to time, the little guy slapped the water surface, jumped out of the body, and then shuttled around. According to the ancient beast, it was just bored and wanted someone to play with it. After all, it was still a juvenile. In addition, humans were rarely seen in the water, so it was also very excited. The next morning, the first ray of sunlight from the east shone on the head of the ancient beast, and bursts of neat and childish recitations came from above the city in the sky. The children were learning written knowledge much faster than Suyu had imagined. Coupled with the mass production of paper and the availability of easy-to-use writing utensils, a large number of people had already begun to learn to adapt to this habit. For the human race in this world, this should be a difficult journey, so Suyu did not seem too anxious. The warm light shone on his feet. The man stretched and then sat up from the bed. I came to the desk next to the floor, and there was a small piece of rough paper pressed down by a small stone. There seemed to be a short paragraph written crookedly, and there were also many cute little people drawn. It was obviously Kokoro's handwriting. Because there were a lot of, Suyu didn't understand what was written at all, but she understood the general meaning by relying on the pictures of the little people. Most of the time it's like, Brother Suyu, I'm going to feed to Zue. The roasted meat is in the living room? That should be what it means. When she came to the living room, there was indeed a bowl of steaming food on the conference table. After eating a little, Suyu left the room. After a stroll, it was already noon. When Suyu was feeling happy, the voice of an ancient giant beast suddenly came in her mind. It seemed that the little flying fish had something to ask him. Maybe it wants someone to play in the water with it again. Suyu's eyes twitched, but considering that she would need it to lead the way in the future, she did not refuse. The space link was opened again, and the little flying fish floated up from the bottom of the water and roared at Suyu. After listening to the ancient beast translation, Suyu immediately asked in confusion, "Take me to a fun place?" Chapter 396, Strange Stone Steel. It seemed that because it was too late last night and it was not convenient to swim over, the little flying fish did not mention this. Okay, you lead the way. Suyu was bored, so she stretched her waist, stretched her legs, and nodded to Xiao Feiyu. I'll go with you. Xiao Meizi's voice suddenly came from behind. Seeing the uneasy look on Xiao Meizi's pretty face, Suyu couldn't help but smile. Are you worried about something? Oomph. The woman rolled her eyes in displeasure. Can't you feel something so obvious? Even if the old octopus's memories were not lies, they still could not explain why this sea area was so quiet. Safety may be just an appearance. There may be great terrors here that ordinary people cannot fathom. Patchouli once warned her so. This is the real reason why Shimiko has been uneasy. The woman did not explain, but silently stretched out her wings and flew away from the city in the sky. Suyu curled her lips unconsciously and jumped into the water with a splash. Sitting on the top of the little flying fish and riding the wind and waves, Suyu touched his chin and felt that if he had an extra trident, he would be a bit like the Aquaman in mythology. While scanning the surrounding waters for subtle movements, he carefully observed the dots on the map radar. However, throughout the journey, the movement on and under the water surface remained the same as usual, with only a few gentle little sea animals playing on the bottom of the water. Chirp, 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 chirp. When the little flying fish was flapping its wings happily, a plop sound rang in Suyu's ears, and the water splashed and bubbles gurgled. Then, a pretty red face suddenly emerged from the water, gasping for air and coughing continuously due to being choked by the sea water. Ever since she boarded the Sky City, the woman seemed to have forgotten that she couldn't fly over the water for very long. So, you said it would be better if you just sat on the flying fish like me. I just want to fly. When Suyu saw the wet woman's face and a grieved expression, she quickly suppressed her smile and reached out to pull her up. Xiao Meizi was pulled into Suyu's arms. Feeling the man's strong chest and familiar smell, her face suddenly became hot. This was the first time that Suyu hugged her like this. She felt something strange in her heart, so she quickly broke free. Your clothes are all wet. Take them off and I'll dry them for you. Suyu teased with a sly grin. Xiao Meizi immediately glared at him. You wish. What the man was thinking was clearly written on his face. The woman snorted and said, I haven't settled the score with you for spying on me with the earth elemental doll in the cave last time. Come on, it wasn't my intention. Who knew you were taking a shower at that time? It would have been better if she didn't mention it. Suyu immediately thought of that big, white spot again. You really saw it. The woman's voice suddenly changed. Obvious. It's all routine. Don't talk nonsense, I didn't. How can you admit this? Xiao Ai was still thinking about taking a couple more bites when a hissing sound interrupted them. But what really attracted them was not the cry of the flying fish, but the foreign object that suddenly appeared in front of them. This is an obelisk? What appeared in Suyu's eyes was a pointed stone pillar more than 2 meters high. After being baptized by waves and time, the pillar appeared clean and clear, with no edges or corners. It was obviously a very ordinary thing, but at this moment, it gave Suyu and the others only an endless sense of weirdness. In the middle of the endless deep sea, thousands or even tens of thousands of meters above sea level, in the unfathomable aquatic world, how could there be a stone pillar standing alone, sticking its head out? The stone pillars exude a sense of vicissitudes, yet they still stand tall despite the erosion of endless years. Could it be that this pillar is deeper and longer than the seawater? And is it inserted straight into the ground under the water? It looks like there's something engraved on it, Xiao Ai reminded. The little flying fish carried the two of them around the stone pillars, shouting excitedly. Apparently, this is what it calls fun. But Suyu didn't think there was anything fun about this weird place. He looked closely and found that a lot of the carvings on the stone pillar had been worn away, and only a few were exposed. It seemed that most of the patterns were left on the pillar underwater. However, this stone pillar, which is obviously full of weirdness, inexplicably contains a strange attraction that makes people want to explore it further. The reason why Xiao Ai found this place interesting was probably because he was attracted by this weirdness. Come closer. Suyu patted Xiao Ai's head. However, the little flying fish just turned in a circle and chirped twice. Because there was no ancient beast around, Suyu had no way of knowing what the little flying fish was saying, but it was obvious that it didn't want to get close to the stone tablet. Helplessly, Suyu could only look at Xiao Ai. I'll go over and take a look, you stay here. The crisis was unclear, and he didn't want the woman to be in danger with him. However, Suyu underestimated Xiao Ai's stubbornness. The woman grabbed Suyu's wrist and said unhappily, let's go together. You don't have to worry about me. Seeing Xiao Ai's determined eyes, Suyu could only nod. But if something happens, just run, Suyu suggested. Good. The woman then followed Suyu into the water, and after a while of groping, they swam to the vicinity of the stone tablet. Only, the closer Suyu got to the stone tablet, the more she felt a push coming from the stone tablet, which kept getting stronger, as if it was trying to isolate her from everything in the outside world. This power also had some effect on people's spirit, causing Suyu to inexplicably feel a little fear and feel uneasy. This may be the reason why the flying fish don't want to get close. Or maybe the stone pillar is the source of the quietness in this area. Is it influencing those ferocious sea beasts and making them dare not approach? Through the water surface, Suyu looked at the underwater world. However, it was pitch black where the stone pillar was, so visibility was not a problem at all. It seems like there's a force protecting it from being peeped at, which undoubtedly makes people more curious. As the two people approached, Suyu thought she would encounter even stronger resistance, but after entering within 1 meter of the stone tablet, all obstacles disappeared in an instant. Xiao Ai also looked at Suyu in surprise and unconsciously stuck close to her. It wasn't just that resistance that disappeared. Even the sounds of wind and waves disappeared. In this small space, there seemed to be nothing else except the stone pillars and the calm, deep-sea water. Do you want to go back? Suyu couldn't help but murmur in her heart. Just a moment ago, he seemed to feel a fleeting flash of magical power in the air, which represented the energy of space. Chapter 397 Undersea. All these strange things are enough to prove that this stone tablet and this body of water are unusual. It always feels inappropriate to rush in without any preparation. Human beings may not be afraid of the unknown, but they must never underestimate the unknown. However, just as Suyu tried to pull Xiao Ai back, the woman seemed to be confused and subconsciously reached out towards the sharp stone tablet. As her fingertips touched, a stream of magic power was instantly drawn out from the woman's body and sucked into the stone tablet. Suyu stared with wide eyes as the stream of light sank into the stone tablet and then passed into the water like an electric current. Suddenly, the man felt a buzzing in his head. The calm water surface suddenly began to tremble. At that moment, all restrictions seemed to disappear. The chirping of small flying fish, the sound of waves, and the sound of wind all returned to normal. The tremors became more intense at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if a volcano under the sea was erupting, causing a huge noise. Suyu only felt that the world in her eyes began to shake, and the entire water area here began to sway. The man realized something was wrong and quickly picked up Xiao Ai, stepped on the surface of the stone tablet, and used it as a foothold to jump out of the water. He is not at the level of Wizard King now, so he cannot stay in the air for a long time. Fortunately, Xiao Ai has woken up from the hallucination and immediately understood the current situation. The black magic power then turned into wings, carrying the two of them high up. At this moment, I can still hear the chirping of the flying fish, but I can't see where it is. However, no one is paying attention to this at this time. Almost at the same time, with the pointed stone tablet as the center, this area of water began to undergo earth-shaking changes. Suyu and Xiao Ai stared at this incredible scene with their eyes wide open. When Suyu saw that scene, he was so shocked that he almost got goosebumps all over his body. The sea water was churning violently, as if a foreign object was rising. Under that mysterious body of water, a huge black shadow was shrouded, and then a huge woman's face slowly floated up. It seems unreal, yet it seems real. The woman's face was delicate and beautiful, with skin as white as jade. It was so huge, with a diameter of several thousand meters, occupying most of Su Yu's field of vision. The visual impact of this is no less than that of the fire elf queen encountered before. Her eyes were like two stars, with endless starlight twinkling inside. The woman just smiled slightly. Her smile was gentle and exuded an incomparable holy and noble power. However, just when Su Yu and the others were extremely shocked by this, countless cracks appeared on the woman's face like glass, and then it shattered and turned into spots of light and disappeared. Everything seems unreal and has never existed. Under that face, the water had turned into a huge and turbulent whirlpool, constantly absorbing everything around it towards the center. It was as if there was a hole in the ground that could not be filled up at all. The sea water kept surging down, making the whirlpool bigger and more terrifying. Because of this, the small half of the stone pillar was also exposed. Even though it was at the center of a giant vortex, the stone pillar still stood still, as if no force between heaven and earth could shake its existence. In just a few breaths, the vortex had grown to a size comparable to that of a human face. Its huge suction force actually attacked the air and directly enveloped Su Yu and Xiao Ai. This series of changes did not give Su Yu any time to think. By the time he reacted, he was already being pulled towards the whirlpool on the seabed by the powerful suction force. This force is so powerful that the great wizard has almost no ability to resist it. Just when she was about to be pulled out of the whirlpool, Su Yu used all her strength to throw Xiao Ai out. The woman escaped from the vortex's suction range, but was completely blocked by a strange force when she tried to get closer. Plop! As Su Yu fell into the water, she was sucked into the center of the vortex, and the turbulent waves and vortex disappeared in an instant. The woman stared at the scene blankly. After just a blink of an eye, the water in front of her returned to calm. In the center of the boundless waters, there is still that lonely pointed stone monument standing there. She heard the cheerful chirping of small flying fish and immediately looked over. It seemed to still stay in the original place, still flapping on the water, wandering back and forth, as if nothing had just happened. Impossible. Satsumi was confused. Such a big weird thing happened, and the whirlpool spread all over the water area. How could the little flying fish still be here? No. The woman felt a headache. She held her forehead and looked at the strange stone tablet again. Could it be that everything that just happened was fake? Was it an illusion? So where did Suyu go? Bizarre images kept flashing in her eyes. After Suyu woke up, she only knew that she had fallen into a whirlpool. Then she opened her eyes suddenly and found herself here. Looking up, I saw the shimmering water, and looking around, I could see many fish and shrimps swimming around. I seemed to be underwater. But this is too ridiculous, because he could actually still breathe easily. Apart from being able to still feel the heavy resistance of the water flow, it was almost the same as being on land. Seeing the faint golden glow covering his body, Suyu realized that it was this force that protected him and gave him the ability to walk underwater. If that's the case, there's no need to be too scared. He immediately looked at the huge stone pillar towering into the upper water not far away, and was very sure that it was the root of all this weirdness. It is unknown how deep the area in front of us is underwater. But since even the great wizard can feel the heavy pressure when walking, the depth must not be too shallow. There seemed to be some light sources under the stone pillars. They were not very dazzling, but at least people could see something. Many of the light sources on the seabed came from strange creatures, but Suyu obviously noticed that there was something wrong with those lights. However, there was a huge pile of rocks blocking the road in front of Suyu, which blocked his vision and made him unable to know what was ahead. Anyway, let me know you're safe first. Because he didn't know how much time had passed, Suyu was afraid that his woman and tribesmen would worry, so he tried to connect with the ancient beast. Fortunately, the connection between him and the big fish was not severed, and they were still able to communicate. From the conversation of the witches that Dayu heard, he learned that Suyu had fallen into the seabed for almost half a day. The group of people were extremely anxious and were planning to go to the sharp stone tablet to search for her. Let your wife dive down again? Who can guarantee that they can get the same protection as themselves? Therefore must be stopped. Chapter 398, Mysterious Buildings. However, a new problem arose. The ancient beast could not speak, and it could only communicate with Suyu through a mental connection. How could it convey its messages? Ding. Friendly reminder. Has the host encountered a little trouble? The uninvited system voice suddenly caught Suyu off guard. As far as I can remember, this guy has never been so proactive. If someone is too nice to you for no reason, he is either a traitor or a thief. However, having a universal system at this time undoubtedly gave Suyu hope. Xiao Ai, is there any way to let Dayu convey my message to the tribesmen? Suyu asked immediately. Xiao Ai, big fish? Oh, it's the city in the sky. Host, please wait. The data is being searched. Ding. Answer, there is a way. The host can make this possible by extending the connection. Extended connection? Suyu frowned, as if she smelled a familiar smell. Xiao Ai. That's right. Just like the communication tools used by the host in the Blue Star world, the relationship between the main and secondary existences can be used to increase the number of targets that can connect with the Sky City. Correspondingly, she can also obtain the authority to control some functions of the Sky City. Of course, when the main and secondary connection targets issue instructions at the same time, the Sky City will still only obey the orders of the main existence. In other words, the host will always have absolute control over the Sky City. Why does your analogy sound so much like a phone card? Suyu could had lips. When she was on Blue Star, she still remembered the scene of the business hall promoting family numbers. However, the system's analogy made him understand it quickly, and he asked again, how many connections can be expanded? Xiao Ai. Theoretically, there are 3, but since the current realm of Sky City is still at the Witch King realm, we can only expand one at this stage. Okay, expand it for me. Suyu thought about it, and Kokoro's pretty face appeared in her mind, but she finally ruled it out and chose Yaxiang. If it was just about delivering a message, Kokoro, the obedient little cutie, would be suitable, but now it involves the functional control of the Sky City, and Yaxiang, who is calm and collected and has reached the level of a half-step great wizard, is undoubtedly the right person. Extension object, aka Xiao Ai. Thank you for your patronage. 10,000 favorability points have been deducted. Welcome to visit again. Ding. The command takes effect, and the data is updated. Ding. Sky City's control authority is expanded. Target is the Witch Xiang. Connection completed. Suyu. Wutem. It is true that there is no such thing as free service in the world. This is a system. The little bit of favorability that I had worked so hard to accumulate was lost again due to a trick. Suyu even suspected that this guy had been keeping a close eye on the little stock in his pocket since he got the upgrade. If you endure for a while, everything will be fine. If you take a step back, you will get angrier and angrier. Xiao Ai, I found that you were maliciously manipulating the favorability market and raising the order price. As the host, I have the right to question and complain to you. Suyu snorted. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, you will have to do the future tasks by yourself. Anyway, the witch is living a good life now, and the Sky City is self-sufficient, so there's no need for you. Xiao Ai. No. Host, the price of all commands is to meet the minimum demand, and the system also needs to consume the corresponding favorability points to update the data. Suyu said coldly. Then what do you mean by deducting my favorability points without saying a word? Are you trying to induce consumption? You didn't say before that you need favorability points to expand the connection. Xiao Ai. The host didn't ask either. Suyu, you didn't ask me when you were deducting it. Xiao Ai. I think the host's current situation requires an expansion connection project. Grievance. Suyu glared. I don't want you to feel. I want me to feel. Right now, I don't think I'm a rush to update the extended connection. Xiao Ai. But the command has taken effect. Host, please don't make things difficult for a humble and insignificant system like me. To be honest, I don't think a system that runs a data cloud storage system that runs abusively is humble and insignificant. Suyu snorted. Since you can control the data, just delete the data of the extended connection and then return the 10,000 favorability points that were deducted from me. Anyway, I have just asked you to pass the message to Yaxiang. Even if you delete it, I won't panic at all. As a system, Xiao Ai is naturally very clear about this. The young system went numb. It thought it was being survivable enough, but it didn't expect its host to be even more treacherous. Xiao Ai, you humans are so despicable. Suyu, thank you for the compliment. Xiao Ai, whoa, whoa, whoa. After a stalemate with Suyu for half a minute, the system finally gave in. A mechanical voice sounded aggrieved. Host, I will return half of your favorability points to you as my fault. I will make future mission instructions clear in advance. Do you think this is okay? It's okay. Just give me back the favorability points, and I won't bother with you this time. Suyu was immediately very happy in her heart. Seeing that another 5,000 favorability points had been recovered in her bag, Suyu nodded with satisfaction. The favorability value is like the money in your wallet. It has to be full to give people a sense of security. Okay, I hope the host can earn more favor points in the future, complete the task, and repair the complete system as soon as possible. In fact, the system probably doesn't care whether there's a mission or not. It only cares about the day when it can repair itself completely. Otherwise, so you wouldn't have caught his weak spot and forced him to give in. After finishing the battle with the system and reporting safety, Suyu calmed down and looked at the pile of rocks in front of him. He clenched his fists, pressed his hands on the boulder, and while facing the tremendous pressure from the seabed, he pushed the rock out with force. The huge rock was immediately pushed away, and bubbles appeared in the sunken pit. The surrounding small rocks also collapsed one after another, and soon a wide opening was revealed. Countless bubbles floated up and finally dissipated. Suyu opened her eyes wide, watching the scene gradually emerging from behind the boulder, and her thoughts came to a brief halt. In the suddenly shrunken pupils, there were reflected buildings made of stones. The stones of those houses were neat and huge, and even the cuts on the surface were very smooth, which showed the care of the people who built these houses. However, who would spend so much energy to build a house in this era? Shaving and polishing stones is a complete waste of time and energy. Suyu was shocked. She walked in through the opening in the wall, surrounded by rocks, and observed these ancient buildings. Because these houses have been buried in the deep sea for a long time, they are now covered with seabed plants of various colors, and glowing fish swim in them from time to time. Chapter 399, The Court of Holy Discussion. Looking at the entire area, there are more than dozens of houses, scattered in an orderly manner and spread out around the stone pillar that reaches the sky. It can be imagined that the original owner should have been a not small tribe. But why is it buried under the deep sea, and why is it protected by a strange force? I heard from the giant octopus that a strange disturbance occurred here 20 years ago, causing huge waves in the waters and turning the world upside down. Could it be that this tribe fell and sank to the bottom of the sea? If they did fall, where did they fall from? In heaven? Countless questions echoed in Suyu's mind. Before he knew it, he had walked in and passed through one stone house after another. Inside and outside those stone houses, there are still signs of the former indigenous life. Various stone tools are scattered on the ground, and stone beds, stone bowls, and stone weapons can be seen everywhere. The strange stone town, the countless weapons abandoned on the ground, covered with various vegetation and unknown mud, the overturned stone beds, and the broken walls gave Suyu a feeling that a great disaster had occurred. The people who once lived here must have experienced some terrible incident and fled in a panic, leaving behind this mess. But why can't we see any bones left? Not even a single bone of a wild animal is left. Was it eaten by sea monsters in the water? Or was it corroded by time and water? The deeper she went, the more depressed Suyu felt, and an indescribable atmosphere of horror enveloped her body. As a mortal, I was walking under the deep sea, surrounded by the constantly flowing sea water, the dark and invisible distance, and the buried buildings. It would be difficult for anyone to remain calm in such an atmosphere. The stone pillar that reaches the sky seems to contain some kind of magic, just like it is on the water's surface, deeply attracting people's desire to peek. Suyu passed through one stone house after another and arrived at the deepest part. Below the towering stone pillar, the light is brighter than the surrounding area. It is a strange light of pale golden color, like the afterglow of the sun or the phosphorescence of the lake illuminated by moonlight at night. When that light shone on her body, Suyu actually felt a little warmth. This is the deep sea, and it is already very strange to have a light source, not to mention that this light also carries heat energy. However, after experiencing all kinds of strange things, Suyu is no longer surprised. What could be more bizarre than the huge face of a beauty floating on the sea? What could be more weird than the elf queen tearing through the void with flames burning all over her body? But even so, Suyu is still shocked. He came closer to the light source and found that it was floating more than 10 meters in the air, allowing the sea water to flow continuously without any signs of drifting with the tide. Under the shining of that warm light, Suyu saw the true form of the towering stone pillar. It turns out that the stone pillar is not a pillar or a pointed stone tablet, but some kind of weapon or a symbol of ethnic identity. Its base is straight like a sword handle, and where it meets the sword body is a huge combination of rings. 3 or 4 rings overlap each other and are still moving in an extremely slow manner, like a sphere composed of rings, engraved with hieroglyphs of this era. However, what really surprised Suyu was not this, but the stone statue standing in front of the stone pillar and sword. It seemed as if the sword existed because of her, silently accompanying and protecting her. The stone statue was a woman, but not an ordinary woman. It was a presence that was both strange and familiar to Suyu. Wingman? Or an angel? The 8 pairs of stone wings stretched out with all their strength, as if to cover everything in the world. The stone statue of a woman with 16 wings is 20 to 30 meters tall. She has her eyes closed and is sleeping quietly and peacefully. From her lifelike face and body, we can see how careful the builders at that time were. However, due to the sudden disaster, the stone statue has been damaged. One of its arms is broken, its body is cracked in the middle, and its 16 stone wings are also incomplete. Fortunately, the woman's face was still intact, allowing Suyu to see it clearly. That gentle and peaceful face looked so familiar. It was the face of the huge beauty that had emerged from the waters earlier. And that light source was floating quietly on her chest. The stone statue enshrined in the center of the building complex is undoubtedly a very important figure and almost represents the beliefs of this tribe. In other words, this is a tribe that believes in angels? Could it be the elves? After all, in Suyu's cognition, only the elves are loyal to angels, the so-called gods. But this is incomprehensible. Who has such great power to destroy it and then bury everything here with such powerful means? Judging from the huge, beautiful face that floated up from the sea earlier, this tribe can be inferred to be truly protected by angels. Moreover, the remains of a destroyed tribe are still protected by such a powerful force. One can already imagine how powerful it was at that time. Therefore, how terrifying is the existence that destroys it. Xiao Ai, do you have any information here? So you could not get more detailed information from what she saw, so she could only ask the system. Xiao Ai. The consultation fee is 200 favorability points. Could you please confirm whether to deduct it? A cold mechanical sound was heard. I just screwed the system, and I guess I'm still mad about it. Suyu remembered that the consultation fee used to be 100. Okay, so yo responded. You have to let the system take advantage occasionally. Otherwise, it will be no fun if it really went on strike. Xiao Ai. 200 favorability points have been deducted. Data search in progress. Search completed. Ding. The remains of the winged tribe. The symbolic building is the court of Holy Covenant. The host can also understand it as an angel in the cognition of Blue Star. Suyu was stunned. This meant that the people who once lived here were not the elves, but the winged people. In other words, angels, those gods. But this is even more bizarre. Feishue said that the gods had imposed a ban on their own continent, completely cutting off the future of this area. How could a group of people who claimed to be gods be buried in the area where they had set up restrictions and left behind under the deep sea? The god slayer is still growing, but the god is already dead. There was some irony inexplicably. If Wang Ji's group of priestesses knew this, I wouldn't know whether they should cry or laugh. But Suyu didn't think that this was the end. The existence that can kill the Wing clan and the gods may be a greater threat. Moreover, so far these are just my own guesses and no one knows what the truth is. Just as Suyu was surprised at his own inference, he suddenly felt a warmth in his chest. He was stunned and reached in to touch it. The thing that was heating up was none other than the balanced energy crystal. Chapter 400. Light. The crystal inside was like a small galaxy and was emitting a faint light. The moment Suyu took it out of her arms, she noticed something unusual. In this endless seabed current, thin golden rays of light are overflowing from the light source on the chest of the angel statue, like nimble fish swimming towards the crystal stone. Suyu was puzzled at first, but then she was overjoyed. The balanced energy crystal will only react to natural elemental magic power. This phenomenon indirectly gave Suyu a hint that the light source was not an ordinary existence, but a natural element. He wanted to try to jump closer and let the crystal absorb more of this strange, natural, elemental magic power, but the heavy pressure on the seabed prevented Suyu from jumping very high. In desperation, Suyu had to come to the foot of the stone statue, put the crystal back into her arms, and began to climb little by little. Fortunately, this stone statue is only 20 to 30 meters high, and the distance to the chest is about 20 meters, so it shouldn't take much time. Suyu climbed upwards against the force of gravity and finally reached her destination panting. He wanted to thank the worker who built the stone statue in proportion, and was also relieved that this 16-winged angel was not an airport. The two huge man-made ridges became Suyu's rest stop, and the natural element light source was right in the middle of the pair of ridges. Looking closely at this energy containing huge elemental magic power, Suyu suddenly felt her body being wrapped in a warm current, gentle, soft, at the same time full of incredible power. The magical power of the light source seemed to come from the same source as the power that protected herself from moving underwater. This made Suyu suspect that it was this light source that was protecting her from beginning to end. The man then raised his head and looked at the stone statue of a woman with her eyes closed. Or is it her who was protecting herself? While Suyu was puzzled, the energy crystal was already madly absorbing the light source. The efficiency was very different from absorbing the magic power in the human body and natural magic power, and it was shockingly fast. The golden magic power flowing between the two poured out like the Milky Way and poured into the energy crystal. In just half a moment, the light source was completely absorbed and disappeared completely. For a moment, the area around the statue was pitch black. But soon, the crystal, after being integrated with the light source, emitted light, replacing the original light source and illuminating everything. Suyu held it in the palm of her hand and felt the endless warm magic power. In the crystal, the golden energy, as thick as a swimming dragon, has completely overshadowed the previous white thread. What element is the golden energy? This absorption speed was unprecedented, and Suyu couldn't help but think of a possibility. The man brought the crystal in front of his eyes, carefully examined the strange element of magic power, and murmured softly, "Could this be the root element?" If she asked the system, she might get an answer, but Suyu didn't want to waste 200 favorability points. Anyway, this thing is already in hand. You will know after you absorb it yourself. There was no way to leave this place at the moment, so Suyu simply leaned against the stone statue and held the crystal tightly. As his mind moved, the magical power element that had just been absorbed by the energy crystal began to flow into Suyu's body little by little. You don't know this until you absorb it. Only after you actually come into contact with it did Suyu realize that she had really made a mistake. How could the magic power contained in that seemingly ordinary light source and strange magic element be so huge? It was like the Milky Way in the sky. In an instant, it broke through all the magic defenses in Suyu's body and rushed to every part of her body like a torrent. In the eyes of ordinary people, the power of the great, which is that of a god. However, in front of this power, Suyu was no different from a child and had no room for resistance. The warmth instantly turned into burning and stinging pain. The explosive force continued to impact the internal organs and limbs. Suyu frowned and sweat was already pouring down her body. At some point, the protective layer outside, Suyu's body disappeared and merged into her body, but the surging sea water and terrifying pressure seemed meaningless at this moment. The sweat was washed away by the sea water, and the flow of the cold, deep sea water turned into a cool breeze in summer, making Suyu feel a little comfortable. But this is obviously not enough and cannot offset the huge impact brought by the golden magic power. Suyu thought about stopping absorbing so as to prevent her body from being blown up by this force. But no matter how he controlled it, the power was like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins, completely unrestrained. Careless. The elemental magic power injected by Feishue earlier gave Suyu an illusion. He thought that, by absorbing the power from the crystal, he could completely control it. But unexpectedly, when the injected power exceeds common sense, unpredictable changes will occur. Those golden powers were constantly changing Suyu's body veins, and a golden sun seemed to rise in his mind. The fiery sun rose to the top of the sky, and at the same time, Suyu's body turned into a radiant light. In Suyu's consciousness, light illuminated the earth, almost dispelling all darkness. But breaking those evil thoughts hidden deep in human nature also gave Suyu a splitting headache. This moment, he seemed to understand. What exactly is the magical element that I have absorbed? That represents the power of light. It is the root element that gave birth to all light. The moment Suyu realized it, the intense pain finally reached its peak. It seemed as if his whole body could no longer bear it, and his eyes were immediately covered with a white light. I thought I was going to faint. However, everything, the pain, the burning sensation, and the impact of power disappeared as the white light flashed. In Suyu's eyes, the white world began to shatter, like glass making a crisp sound and shattering into countless small pieces. Behind the light is darkness. As if to prove this sentence, the white world disappeared, and what appeared was a dark world. However, this world also could not last and began to break apart. Then, repeat it over and over again. White, black, black. The speed of shattering became faster and faster, and the crisp shattering sound almost filled Suyu's head. Suyu didn't know how long this process would repeat. At the moment, his body made it difficult for him to even move a finger. Finally, after being shattered countless times, behind the black world, there was no longer dazzling pure white. The shattered darkness fell bit by bit like flying ash, slowly revealing another world before Suyu's eyes. The earth, the mountains, and everything seemed so distant and tiny. Below me were groups of buildings and species moving about. The blue sky is right above my head, and white clouds are drifting in the wind. Am I in heaven?